Chapter 1, Getting Married and Having Children Right from the Start? My head is throbbing so badly it feels like it's going to split open. Chen Xian opened his eyes with difficulty. What he saw was a dark, blackened carved wooden beam. There was an indescribable smell in the air, like the smell of cheap herbs mixed with moldy wood, which was very unpleasant. What kind of place is this? His last memory was of working himself to the bone at the company for 7 days straight, finally making it to Friday, and complaining about next month's mortgage payment in front of the computer screen, when everything went black and he knew nothing more. Sudden death from overwork? No way, I haven't even finished paying off my mortgage. I'm 26, and I haven't even properly held a girl's hand, and it's all over like this? A chilling sense of panic and resentment welled up inside him. He tried to struggle to sit up, but his body felt as if all his strength had been drained, limp and unresponsive. Just then, a memory that was completely foreign to him surged into his mind like a flood. Countless images, emotions, humiliations, and desires were tearing at his consciousness. Waste. You've completely disgraced the Chen family. How can he still have the nerve to live? All sorts of sarcastic and mean words and contemptuous faces exploded in my mind. Well. Chen Xian groaned, the intense pain making his vision blur and almost causing him to faint again. After a long while, he finally caught his breath, his clothes completely soaked with cold sweat. He gasped for breath, the confusion in his eyes quickly replaced by horror, and finally, only deathly silence remained. He traveled through time. This place is called the Shentian continent, a fantasy world where mountains can be moved and seas filled, and the strong are respected. And he, also known as Chen Xian, is a direct descendant of the Chen family, one of the 3 major families in Xingyang City. It sounds pretty good. The reality is that the Chen family is declining and is being suffocated by the other 2 families. And the original owner of this body was an even bigger problem, a wasteborn with blocked meridians, unable to cultivate. A fighter jet among losers, a permanent member of the family's list of shame. Just a few days ago, the original owner failed to draw qi into the body again, which damaged his heart meridian. In despair, he died, thus benefiting himself. Okay, transmigrating into a loser's story, classic start, I'm familiar with it. Chen Xian lay on the bed, comforting himself expressionlessly. Shouldn't there be an old man in a ring next, or a 3-year agreement, and then I shout, don't underestimate a young man's potential? As he grumbled, he subconsciously groped his hands, finding his fingers bare. He then touched his neck, but there was nothing there either. Well, I don't even have a daydream package. Others have a hellish start, but I've failed to be reincarnated. Just as he was feeling utterly hopeless and contemplating whether he should die again to see if he could travel back in time, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice rang in his mind. Ding! Host's soul has been fully fused. The many children, many blessings system is officially activated. Chen Xian was suddenly taken aback. System? My cheat program has been credited? 1 second you're in the deepest abyss, the next you've won the lottery. The stark contrast made his heart pound. As a seasoned reader of online novels, he knew all too well what this meant. This is his only chance to defy fate. System? What functions? Hurry up and tell me. Chen Xian roared excitedly in his heart. This system aims to help the host expand their family and grow their clan. The host can receive generous rewards by marrying and having children. The more offspring the host has, the more rewards the host will receive. The higher the cultivation level, talent, and fortune of the wives and concubines, the greater the potential of their offspring, and the richer the rewards the host will receive. New player gift pack has been sent, please check it. A barrage of information hit him, and Chen Xian's mind went blank. Many children, many blessings. System? Marry and have children? His lips twitched uncontrollably. Other people's systems either involve killing monsters to level up or signing in to become stronger, so why is the style of mine so strange? Does this mean I should switch careers and become a seed planter? I'm a model young person of the 21st century, I've never even been in a relationship, and they're asking me to do this right away? It's completely unrelated to my major. Although he was inwardly cursing, he knew that having a cheat code was better than being a useless person for life. In this world where human life is as fragile as paper, survival and becoming stronger were the only true paths to success. Open the newbie gift pack. Chen Xian took a deep breath and silently chanted in his mind. Ding! New player gift pack successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 top-grade marrow cleansing pill. Marrow cleansing pill, It can cleanse the marrow and transform the body, perfectly clearing blockages in the host's meridians, widening and strengthening them, and greatly improving cultivation aptitude. As soon as he finished speaking, a warm, smooth jade bottle appeared out of thin air in his palm. Inside the bottle, a pill the size of a longan lay quietly, emitting a calming fragrance, and a faint light even emanated from its body as it slowly rotated. Chen Xian's breathing suddenly stopped, and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. Top-grade marrow cleansing pill. According to the original owner's memories, even the most ordinary marrow cleansing pill was enough to bankrupt a family like the Chen family. Not to mention this top-grade pill that produced extraordinary phenomena, there are probably only a handful in the entire Great Yin dynasty. With this, I can finally get rid of the useless label. System, you are my real father. Chen Xian was so excited that his eyes welled up with tears and he almost cried. Without the slightest hesitation, he uncorked the bottle and swallowed the marrow cleansing pill in one gulp. The pill melted instantly upon entering the mouth, and a gentle yet domineering heat burst forth, rushing to every part of the body. The next moment, Chen Xian felt as if he had been thrown into an alchemy furnace. Every inch of his meridians and every bone was being torn apart, crushed, and then reassembled by a violent force. Black, foul-smelling, viscous impurities kept seeping from his pores, quickly covering his entire body. The excruciating pain nearly made him faint, but he clenched his teeth so tightly that the tip of his tongue was bitten through, and his mouth was filled with the taste of blood. He knew this was a new beginning. It was a transformation that the original owner could never achieve, even until his death. After an unknown amount of time, the burning sensation slowly subsided, replaced by an unprecedented sense of clarity and comfort. His body became incredibly light, as if he were filled with inexhaustible energy. His five senses also became extremely sharp. He could clearly hear the rustling of leaves falling outside the courtyard and the servants' deliberately hushed conversations in the distance. Most importantly, he can see now. Those colorful specks of light in the world are spiritual energy. They are so welcoming, so vibrant. He tried to breathe according to the basic breathing techniques he remembered, carefully guiding a wisp of spiritual energy into his body. The wisp of spiritual energy circulated smoothly through his broad and resilient meridians, finally sinking joyfully into his dantian and transforming into a wisp of pure true energy. Qi refining level 1. It's done. He can actually cultivate now. And his meridians are more than 10 times smoother than those of ordinary martial artists in my memory. Chen Xian excitedly jumped out of bed, feeling the faint but real power within his body, and excitedly clenched his fist. The original owner's lifelong obsession will be fulfilled by him today. Squeak! The door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man dressed in an old brocade robe walked in. He looked haggard, with graying temples, sunken eyes, and a look of weariness and sorrow that seemed impossible to shake off. The person who came was Chen Tianxiong, the patriarch of the Chen family and Chen Xian's father in this life. Xianer, you're awake? When Chen Tianxiong saw that his son could stand up on his own, he paused, a look of surprise flashing across his eyes, but that surprise was quickly covered by a deeper cloud of worry. He strode forward, grabbed Chen Xian's arm, looked him up and down, and finally let out a long sigh. It's good that you're awake. Let's tidy up and get ready. What are you preparing? Chen Xian asked instinctively, looking at his father's bloodshot eyes. Chen Tianxiong looked at him with a complex expression, a mixture of reluctance, guilt, and above all, a helpless resolve. His voice was hoarse as he spoke, each word deliberate and deliberate. The Li and Zhang families are pressing us relentlessly. Our Chen family's markets and mines can't hold on any longer. The Lin family has agreed to help, but on the condition that our two families form a marriage alliance. He paused for a moment, as if he had used up all his strength. Today is your wedding day with Miss Lin. What the hell? Chen Xian froze on the spot. A joyous day? I'm getting married? Chapter 2, a cataclysmic start and a cheap wife. Marriage? With whom? Chen Xian's mind went completely blank, as if a swarm of wasps had been stuffed into it. Having just undergone a complete transformation using the marrow cleansing pill, and before even having a chance to experience the thrill of cultivation, I'm already being dealt with so thoroughly? Isn't this progress bar being pulled a little too fast? Looking at his son's shocked and stunned expression, Chen Tianxiong felt a pang of pity in his eyes, but his tone was firm as he squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Lin family, Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner? The moment you hear that name, related memories immediately flood back. The Lin family, one of the three major families in Qingyang City, is currently enjoying great momentum and is firmly ahead of the Chen family. This Miss Lin Wanner is considered a minor celebrity in Xingyang City. The reason for her fame is simple: like the original owner of this body, she is an ordinary person who was born unable to sense spiritual energy. The eldest daughter of a family renowned for cultivation was a mere mortal with absolutely no talent for cultivation. This was not only a great mystery in Xingyang City, but also a deep-seated worry for the Lin family. Chun Xian understood everything instantly. This is hardly a marriage alliance, it's clearly a cold, hard transaction. Waste is matched with waste, the key is a precise match, and no one should look down on anyone else. The Chen family desperately needed the Lin family's support to survive and alleviate the suffocating pressure from the Li and Zhang families. Meanwhile, the Lin family could use this opportunity to get rid of Lin Wanner, a worthless burden who held the title of eldest daughter. The two families hit it off immediately, and the fates of the two young people were thus hastily tied together. Damn, this is such a terrible start. Chen Xian mentally complained. Other people who transmigrate are either incredibly powerful or have beauties lining up to throw themselves at them. Me? I'm stuck with a useless title, and I'm even given a useless wife as a bonus. Buy one get one free? Looking at his father, whose face was full of worry and who seemed to have aged 10 years overnight, he asked with his last glimmer of hope, "Dad, is there really no room for discussion about this?" Chen Tianxiong slowly and heavily shook his head, his voice filled with deep-seated weariness and helplessness. That's all. The invitations were sent out 3 days ago, and we accepted the Lin family's betrothal gifts. Those resources can solve the family's urgent needs. Xianer, today, you must get married. His tone was resolute, yet it carried a hint of pleading. Chen Xian fell silent. He knew very well that with his cultivation level of just entering the first level of qi refining, he was nothing in the family. Rebellion? It would only make things more difficult for his father and result in another beating, without any positive outcome. Besides, the Chen family is currently in dire straits. He has taken over this body and is enjoying the identity of a member of the Chen family, so he can't just stand by and do nothing. Fine, let's get married then. Chen Xian sighed, his face showing a resigned dejection, but in a flash, he had other plans in mind. System, are you there? Urgent help needed. Host, what are your orders? The system's voice remained cold. Quick! Find out about that Lin Wanner, what's going on with her? Detecting target information. Name, Lin Wanner. Age, 17. Cultivation level, none. Upon seeing this, Qin Xian's heart sank. It was just as the rumors had suggested. However, the next line of data made his pupils shrink abruptly. Talent? Special physique, deeply sealed. Fortune, green, good fortune for husband. Overall rating, excellent. A series of data panels exploded in his mind like a thunderclap from the heavens. Holy crap? Top tier? Chen Xian froze completely, even his breathing stopped for a beat. A woman who was the laughingstock of the entire city and considered useless was actually rated as top tier by the system? The 3 question marks in the talent section, and the annotation special physique, deeply sealed, made his heart pound and his blood run hot. Isn't this the legendary sword covered in dust, the imperial green hidden in the stubborn rock? And that Cyan luck good fortune for husband is simply a god-level attribute tailor-made for his many children, many blessings system. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I've struck gold. Everyone thought I married a burden, a tragedy with a tragedy, but unexpectedly, God sent me a hidden SSR God card. The reluctance and frustration in Chen Xian's heart vanished instantly, replaced by boundless joy and excitement. Now, when he looks at this marriage proposal again, it's absolutely perfect. This isn't a disastrous start, it's an incredibly lucky start, like God is feeding him. System, he excitedly asked in his mind, what will be the reward if I have a child with her? Based on the comprehensive evaluation of the target, the offspring born to the host and Lin Wanner is guaranteed to have at least superior grade talent. The host will receive generous rewards including a huge cultivation boost, high-level cultivation techniques, and rare and precious materials. If a critical hit is triggered, the rewards will double, and the host may even obtain a god-level cultivation technique or an ancient bloodline. Hiss. Chen Xian gasped, his heart pounding like a war drum. It's a hit. This time it's really going to soar to new heights. He forcibly suppressed the turbulent excitement churning within him, took 2 deep breaths, nodded heavily to Chen Tianxiong, and said in a deliberately calm tone, even with a touch of tragic heroism as if sacrificing for the family, "Okay, father, I understand. I will marry him." Seeing his son so quickly understand the greater good, Chen Tianxiong was taken aback, swallowing back all the words of lecture and comfort he had prepared. He looked at Chen Xian in astonishment, then his eyes reddened, and he patted Chen Xian's shoulder heavily, his voice choked with emotion. Good child, good child. You've grown up and become sensible. I know I've wronged you, but... Sai, don't worry, as long as the family has enough to eat in the future, we will never mistreat you. Chen Xian was overjoyed. Father, please don't. You've all misjudged me. What you've given me is the greatest treasure of the Chen family. I'm afraid you'll regret it later. He remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was already planning his wedding night. Ahem, no, it's for the great revival of the family. Soon, servants brought over bright red wedding attire. With their help, Chen Xian dressed himself. In the bronze mirror, a young man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes was reflected. After being transformed by the marrow cleansing pill, his body, which had been thin and weak due to years of inability to cultivate, had become much more upright, and his skin had a faint glow. He was undeniably handsome. At least this appearance isn't bad, enough to make my gorgeous wife want to run away. Chen Xian admired himself in the mirror. After getting dressed, he pushed open the door and went out. Red silk ribbons were already hung in the courtyard, but the red stood out starkly against the gloomy sky, devoid of any festive cheer. The entire Chen residence was shrouded in a depressing and somber atmosphere. The servants coming and going wore forced smiles, and when they saw Chen Xian, their eyes were filled with pity, sympathy, and even a hint of barely concealed contempt. Have you heard? The eldest young master is going to marry that good-for-nothing girl from the Lin family. How pitiful. A good-for-nothing with a good-for-nothing, a perfect match. And their children will probably be. Shoo. Keep your voice down, don't let anyone hear you. The whispers, though low, reached Chen Xian's keen senses clearly. He felt nothing. In fact, he almost laughed. Just you wait, you bunch of ordinary folks. Wait until I soar to the heavens and scare you all half to death. He straightened his brand new robes, and amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, he strode confidently toward the main hall of the family. That figure showed no trace of dejection or resignation from being forced into marriage. Instead, it was filled with unprecedented determination and anticipation. Today is the first day that Chen Xian came into this world. This was also the true starting point of his comeback. Chapter 3, a laughingstock of the entire clan? The wedding is today. The main hall of the Chen family. A bright red character hung in the center, with red silk hanging down from the roof beams. The color, which should have been festive, made the atmosphere of the whole hall seem even more somber. The guests were scattered, mostly from small families dependent on the Chen family. They wore stiff smiles and exchanged glances, their pity and estrangement making the air feel almost frozen. Representatives from the Li and Zhang families also came, but not to offer congratulations. They were there purely to watch the spectacle. Clan Chief Chen, congratulations, congratulations. An elderly man with a hooked nose and goatee spoke with a forced smile. It was none other than Li Changming, the second elder of the Li family. His triangular eyes swept over Chen Tianxiong's face, his malice undisguised. Having heard of my nephew Chen Xian's wedding, I came here specifically to attend. Nephew Chen Xian and Miss Lin are truly a match made in heaven. He drew out the words made in heaven slowly and heavily. Anyone can tell that this is an insult, implying that good-for-nothings are a perfect match. Chen Tianxiong's face had turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly beneath his wide sleeves, the knuckles making a slight cracking sound. But he could only endure it, forcing out a few words through gritted teeth. Elderly, you're too kind, please take a seat. Father, you're too kind. Behind Li Changming, a young man in brocade robes named Li Hao burst out laughing. Our patriarch said that the marriage between Chen and Lin is a once-in-a-century event in Qingyang City. One is a cultivation waste who can blow up a pill furnace by practicing qi cultivation, and the other is a born sickly person who has to pant after walking just a few steps. What do you call this? A powerful alliance. Won't their child be the king of wastes? Ha ha ha. These words were both vicious and cruel, revealing the original owner's entire past, including her unborn child. That's right, I think the title of the number one good-for-nothing in Qingyang City can be passed down from father to son, and from son to grandson. Keep your voice down, give the Chen family some face. This is supposed to be a happy occasion. What are you afraid of? Does the Chen family still have any face left? The harsh whispers were like needles piercing the hearts of every member of the Chen family. Several elders of the Chen family were so angry that their beards trembled, and the younger generation had bloodshot eyes. If they hadn't been held down by their elders, they would have rushed forward long ago. The entire main hall became the Chen family's public execution ground. This was the scene that Chen Xian saw when he stepped into the main hall. His eyes were as cold as ice, and he immediately locked onto Li Hao, who was laughing the most arrogantly. Okay, you little brat, I'll remember you. Chen Xian had sentenced him to death in his mind. After the wedding ceremony, he'd used this barking dog to test his mettle at the first level of qi refining. His face showed none of the humiliation and anger that everyone had imagined. Instead, it was calm enough to send chills down one's spine. He walked to Chen Tianxiong's side, bowed respectfully to the elders in the main seats, and moved with unhurried grace. Xian'er Chen Tianxiong looked at his son's composure and felt both surprised and heartbroken. The auspicious hour has arrived. The newlyweds shall now perform the wedding ceremony. The MC shouted at the top of his lungs, finally silencing the unpleasant gossip. In an eerie silence, the bride arrived. Dressed in a phoenix coronet and embroidered robe, with a red veil on her head, she was helped by the wedding attendant and slowly walked in through the side door. All eyes turned to them. Although her face was hidden, her slender figure and steady, graceful steps clearly indicated that she was a beauty. Many people felt a pang of envy. How could Chen Xian, that good-for-nothing, marry such a woman? Even if she couldn't cultivate either. Chen Xian also looked at his bride. The thought of the top-notch and lucky wife ratings on the system panel instantly burned away any lingering unease he felt about the arranged marriage. I bow to heaven and earth. The two stood side by side, facing the sky outside the door, and slowly bowed down. Bowing to the parents twice. He turned and bowed to Chen Tianxiong and the others in the main seat. Chen Tianxiong looked at the newlyweds before him, and thinking of the future of his family, he finally managed a bitter smile. Husband and wife bow to each other. Chen Xian and Lin Wanner stood facing each other. Through the red veil, he could feel the other person's breathing, which was trying hard to suppress but was still somewhat rapid. What expression does she have now? Resignation? Humiliation? Or numbness? Whatever it is, from today onwards, you belong to me. I will show you that marrying me is the best decision you've ever made. As Chen Xian thought to himself, he bowed deeply with her. The ceremony is complete. Lead them to the bridal chamber. The MC's loud voice rang out. A few scattered claps rang out from the surroundings, but most of the time, there were only onlookers watching the spectacle. So what if they've gone through the wedding ceremony? It won't change the Chen family's fate of decline. Li Changming sneered, picked up his teacup, and drank it all in one gulp. Just wait and see. In less than 3 years, the Chen family will be gone from Qingyang City. Chen Xian heard these words clearly. Without turning around, he reached out and took Lin Wanner's arm. He touched something slightly cool, and through her sleeve, he could feel the stiffness and slight trembling of her body. She seemed quite nervous. Chen Xian's heart stirred, and he steadied his hand even more firmly as he supported her. Just as the two turned to leave, Li Hao's annoying voice rang out again. Hey, you good-for-nothing Chen, you'd better be gentle during your wedding night. Your bride is frail, don't hurt her, ha ha. These words were vulgar and malicious, and the entire main hall fell silent instantly. The Chen family members could no longer contain their anger and suddenly stood up. Chen Xian stopped in his tracks. He didn't turn around, but simply uttered 2 words. Noisy. The sound wasn't loud, but it clearly carried throughout the entire main hall. He then ignored the various expressions on the faces of the people behind him, and, supporting his bride, walked towards the bridal chamber in the backyard, led by the matchmaker. That figure was calm and resolute, without a trace of dejection from being forced into marriage. He left behind a room full of guests, and Li Hao, whose smile was frozen on his face. Chapter 4, Wedding Night, System Activated. Inside the new house, dragon and phoenix red candles burned quietly, their wax dripping and pooling on the table. The matchmaker and servants had already tactfully left, leaving only Chen Xian and Lin Wanner, who was still sitting upright on the edge of the bed, in the large room. Quiet. It was so quiet that you could hear the crackling sound of the candle flames popping and the two people's slightly rapid breathing. Chen Xian felt a little uneasy. In his previous life, he was a lifelong bachelor. He had never even been in a proper relationship, let alone had a wedding night. He relied entirely on the teachers on his hard drive for theoretical knowledge. Jumping directly to the final stage now was too big a leap and a bit beyond our scope. For the great revival of my family, for my path to revenge. Chen Xian took a deep breath, mentally prepared himself, picked up the scales on the table, and walked to the bedside. According to the rules, it's time to lift the veil. He coughed lightly, trying to make his voice sound more composed. The person beside the bed trembled almost imperceptibly, but did not speak, only nodded slightly. Chen Xian gently lifted a corner of the red veil with the wedding scale, slowly raising it upwards. As the red stain slid down, a stunningly beautiful face came into his view. Her eyebrows were arched like willow leaves, her nose was delicate, and her lips were cherry red. Her skin was as smooth and lustrous as jade in the candlelight. Her clear eyes, which were now filled with 3 parts nervousness, 3 parts resignation, and 4 parts stubbornness hidden deep within, glanced at him quickly before immediately looking down. Chen Xian stopped breathing for a beat. Holy crap! The system wasn't lying. This isn't just top tier, it's divine. His heart was filled with turmoil, feeling as if he had not just married a wife, but had brought home a mountain of treasure. Lin Wanner felt uncomfortable under his intense gaze, her long eyelashes trembling. Finally, she mustered her courage and asked in a clear yet soft voice, "Have you looked enough?" "Ahem, sorry." Chen Xian snapped out of his daze, his face turning red for once, and grinned as he spoke the truth. "It's mainly because you're so good-looking, I couldn't resist." This straightforward and honest remark stunned Lin Wanner on the spot. She had imagined countless possibilities, perhaps the inferiority complex and cowardice of the rumored good-for-nothing, or the despicable act of giving up in despair, but she never expected such a clean and pure compliment. A blush quickly spread from her snow-white neck to her ears, adding a touch of captivating beauty to her cool and aloof demeanor. The tense atmosphere in the room eased slightly. Chen Xian seized the opportunity, picked up the 2 cups of nuptial wine on the table, and handed one over. "After drinking this cup, we will be family from now on." Lin Wanner silently accepted it. The 2 men clasped arms and drank the wine in one gulp. The spicy liquor went down his throat, as if igniting the last trace of hesitation in Chen Xian's heart. He sat on the edge of the bed, the mattress slightly sinking, and Lin Wanner's body stiffened for a moment. Chen Xian looked at her, his expression more serious than ever before. "Lin Wanner, I know that neither of us has a choice in this marriage. But what's done is done, and from now on, we are husband and wife." He paused, then said, word by word, "Don't worry, as long as I, Chen Xian, am alive, I will never let you suffer the slightest grievance again." These were the most solemn promises he could make as a man. Lin Wanner suddenly raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. She thought that her life would plunge into endless darkness from this night onwards, and that marrying this notorious good-for-nothing was just moving from one cage to an even more unbearable one. But the man before me had clear and open eyes, without the slightest trace of the dejection and wretchedness that had been rumored. He said he wouldn't let her suffer any injustice. These words, like a warm current, opened a corner of her long-frozen heart. "I understand." Her voice was much softer, and the deliberately feigned aloofness had unconsciously transformed into vulnerability. Seeing her pitiful appearance, the last bit of resistance in Chen Xian's heart vanished. He is an absolutely normal man. Moreover, he also has the sacred mission of restoring his family. Chen Xian gave himself a mental thumbs up, and then slowly and tentatively took Lin Wanner's hand. "It feels cool to the touch and is as soft as if it has no bones." She trembled and instinctively tried to pull away, but he held her hand gently yet firmly. The candlelight flickered, casting ambiguous shadows. Chen Xian leaned down and whispered in her ear, "It's late, let's rest." Lin Wanner's cheeks instantly turned bright red, as if they could bleed. She closed her eyes tightly, her trembling eyelashes betraying her inner turmoil. Finally, she nodded almost imperceptibly. The red candles were extinguished, filling the room with a romantic atmosphere. 3,000 words are omitted here. The author has a good liver, so I've added an extra 1,000 words as a sign of respect. After an unknown amount of time, just as Chen Xian was feeling satisfied and before the wise man period had even begun, the cold, mechanical voice in his mind rang out like heavenly music. Ding! Successful seeding detected. The many children, many blessings system reward mechanism is now officially activated. Congratulations, host. You have completed the first step of spreading branches and leaves. Rewards are being processed, please wait. It's here. Chen Xian jolted awake, all his fatigue vanished, and he was extremely excited. He turned his head and looked at the beautiful woman who had fallen into a deep sleep beside him. Her beautiful face still had a lingering blush, her brows were relaxed, and there seemed to be a faint trace of tranquility on her lips. Chen Xian's heart softened for no reason. Don't worry, from now on, I'll protect you. He gently pulled the blanket up for her, then focused all his attention on the words rewards being settled, his heart pounding wildly. The newbie gift pack already includes a top-grade marrow cleansing pill, so how incredible must the reward be for completing the core mission for the first time? Bring it on! My journey to success officially begins from this moment. Chapter 5, An Unbelievable Reward. 3 levels in a row. The night was deep. Chen Xian was wide awake, his eyes shining brightly in the darkness, his mind completely absorbed in his thoughts. That cold reward settlement in progress was like an invisible string, tightly taut on his nerves. Don't mess this up, Daddy System. Just as he was silently repeating it for the 7th time, the mechanical voice finally sounded again. Ding! Reward settled. The host's wife, Lin Wanner, has been detected to possess the mysterious Yin sacred body currently sealed, indicating immense potential and abundant fortune. Sewing quality assessment, perfect. New player quest rewards plus perfect seeding rewards stack up, triggering double critical hits. Rewards being distributed. A series of notification sounds, like heavy hammer blows, made Chen Xian's head buzz. The profound Yin sacred body? That sounds incredibly awesome. Double critical hits, my foot. Chen Xian's heart was instantly gripped by an invisible hand, and he was so excited that he almost jumped off the bed. Reward 1, Cultivation Enhancement. The host's cultivation level will be directly raised to the 3rd level of Qi refining. The moment he finished speaking, an indescribable surge of immense energy exploded out of thin air within his dantian. This energy was so pure that it required no refining at all. It violently washed over his limbs and bones, directly transforming into his own true energy. The newly opened dantian instantly transformed from a small stream into a raging, roaring river. Qi refining level 1. Perfect. That thin bottleneck couldn't even last a second before shattering. Qi refining level 2. The true Qi vortex within the dantian expanded wildly, solidified, and the sense of power surged. Qi refining level 2. Perfect. Boom. Chen Xian felt a muffled sound coming from inside his body, as if some shackles had been completely broken, and an unprecedented sense of power spread throughout his body. Qi refining level 3. It's done. It only takes a few breaths to go from the 1st level of Qi refining to the 3rd level. Holy crap! Chen Xian felt the surging true energy within his body, and his scalp tingled with pleasure. This feeling is a million times better than getting a bonus after working 7 days straight in my previous life. All the ascetic practices and drug use are nothing compared to the system. Marrying and having children is the right path in life. However, the system's voice did not stop. Reward 2, receive the cultivation technique Pure Yang Limitless Skill. Pure Yang Limitless Skill, a low-grade heavenly rank skill, extremely young and powerful. Dual cultivation with the mysterious Yin sacred body can yield twice the results with half the effort, and has a chance to help the user break the seal on their physique. In an instant, the phantom of an ancient, golden manual was imprinted directly into the depths of Chen Xian's soul. Every ancient character, every energy cultivation path, was so clear it was as if he had already cultivated for 100 years. A heaven rank cultivation technique? Chen Xian's breath hitched. According to the original owner's memories, the most powerful clan techniques of the 3 major families in the entire Qingyang city were only of the upper grade yellow rank. Now, the system has directly given him a heaven rank cultivation technique. If this thing were to leak out, not only would the small city of Qingyang be thrown into chaos, but the entire Great Yin dynasty would likely be engulfed in bloodshed. Calm down. I must calm down. Chen Xian gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down. He understood the principle that a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. What excited him even more was that this cultivation technique could actually complement Lin Wanner's physique. He turned his head and looked at his sleeping wife beside him with a serene and beautiful face, his eyes becoming incredibly intense. This isn't a wife, this is a god-level cheat code that's always with you. Reward 3, receive the martial arts skill Thunder Fist. Thunderbolt Fist, a mid-grade Xian level martial art, the punch is as swift and domineering as thunder. Another Xian rank martial skill. Chen Xian felt like he was about to be overwhelmed by happiness. What he lacked most right now was an offensive weapon, and the Thunder Fist technique came at just the right time. Instantly, the arrogant and conceited face of Li Hao in the main hall during the day flashed into his mind. Reward 4, congratulations, host. Your wife, Lin Wanner, has successfully conceived. High offspring potential detected, gestation period officially begun. Upon birth, the host will receive an even more generous birth gift package. Holy crap! Chen Xian was immediately shocked. She's pregnant? That's incredibly efficient. A one-shot kill? He looked down at himself, and an unprecedented sense of pride welled up within him. That's so true to me. The thought of becoming a father in 10 months, and receiving an even bigger gift package, made Chen Xian want to burst into laughter. He forcibly suppressed the urge to immediately get out of bed and perform a set of thunderclap fist, and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. The surge in power made him a little giddy, but he quickly regained his composure. Reaching the third level of qi refining is considered quite good among the younger generation in Qingyang City, but it's far from being able to act with impunity. The elders of the Chun family, and the experts from the Li and Zhang families, are all much stronger than him. The key is to develop your strength stealthily. From this day forward, I, Chen Xian, am no longer a piece of trash. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, his eyes shining with an unprecedented light. The humiliation of the day and the ridicule of the crowd are still vivid in my mind. Especially Li Hao's punchable face. A cold smile appeared on Chen Xian's lips. Just wait, soon I'll use you to test the power of my thunderclap fist. Chapter 6, Strength Soars, Mindset Changes. As dawn broke, Chen Xian opened his eyes. I wasn't woken up by noise, but rather by the surging power within my body. In his dantian, there was no longer that pitiful wisp of qi, but a powerful and solid true qi, like a small vortex, slowly rotating, each rotation filling his limbs and bones with explosive power. This feeling is so intoxicating. It's like a beggar who has been starving for 3 days suddenly swallowing a whole roasted cow. Every pore on his body opens up, clamoring to unleash this power. He glanced to the side. Lin Wanner was still fast asleep, her breathing even, her serene profile bathed in the soft glow of the morning light. Perhaps it was the nourishment of the previous night, but the long accumulated melancholy between her brows had dissipated considerably. Chen Xian's heart softened for no apparent reason. This is not only his god-level chief that defied fate, but also his woman, Chen Xian's woman, and the mother of his child. Protecting her is both a responsibility and an instinct. He got up quietly, dressed, and came to the courtyard without making a sound. The morning air was a bit chilly. Chen Xian took a deep breath, and with a thought, began to circulate the pure yang limitless skill he had just obtained the night before. The moment the technique was activated, a sudden change occurred. If the speed at which you absorbed spiritual energy when cultivating using the Chen family's basic cultivation method was like drinking water with a straw, then now it's like plunging your head into a waterfall. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be attracted by some kind of fatal force, turning into visible white streams of energy that rushed into his body. After one cycle, this pure spiritual energy was refined into his own true energy, flowing into his dantian, making his qi vortex, which was at the third level of qi refining, even stronger. This cultivation speed is more than 100 times faster than before. Chen Xian was shocked. Was this the domineering power of a heaven-rank cultivation technique? Was this even allowed to survive? He suppressed his excitement and began practicing another reward, the Thunder Fist. Close your eyes, and the general principles and techniques of the boxing style flow through your mind. He assumed a fighting stance and slowly threw a punch. At first, he was a bit clumsy, but as the pure and powerful true energy in his body circulated according to the fist technique, his fists became faster and more powerful, the wind from his fists howling, and even brought a muffled sound of air being torn apart. Drink! Chen Xian's eyes narrowed, and he channeled his true energy into his right fist, then slammed it into a half-person high artificial rock in the courtyard. A barely perceptible arc of electricity flashed across the surface of the fist. Snap! A sickeningly crisp sound. The hard bluestone rockery suddenly developed spiderweb-like cracks that spread out instantly from the point of contact with the fist. Chen Xian withdrew his fist, stared at his masterpiece, and was completely dumbfounded. He looked down at his unharmed fist, then at the rockery on the verge of collapse. I did this? He's only at the third level of qi refining. Let alone the third level of qi refining, even cultivators at the fifth or sixth level of qi refining could never cause such damage with their physical strength alone, without using martial arts techniques. The pure yang energy of the pure yang limitless skill, combined with the domineering power of the Xian rank martial art Thunder Fist, made his attack power far exceed his own realm. Cool. An indescribable surge of heroic spirit rose from my chest to the top of my head. A useless piece of trash who couldn't even kill a chicken. That was yesterday. From this day forward, Chen Xian has finally established himself firmly in this world where the strong rule. Indeed, strength is a man's greatest source of confidence. Chen Xian's mindset completely changed at this moment. Previously, my strategy was to develop stealthily and stay low-key to survive. But now, with a heaven-rank cultivation technique, a profound rank martial skill, and his wife carrying a future god-level baby, continuing to be a coward would be a waste of his talents. An even wilder idea began to grow wildly in his mind. The system is called many children, many blessings, not one child, one blessing. Is it pointing me in the right direction? It seems I need to get to know more potential stocks like Warner. He stroked his chin, his eyes becoming deep. Of course, that's not urgent. The most pressing matter is consolidating my cultivation, and incidentally, to find an opportunity to practice my fist techniques on that bastardly How from yesterday. Just then, the door creaked open. Lin Warner walked out wearing an elegant long dress. Perhaps because she had rested well, her complexion was much rosier than yesterday, and she had a touch of gentle wifely grace in her cool demeanor. Her gaze immediately fell on the cracked rockery, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment, before she turned to Chen Xian beside her. You did this? In her memory, Chen Xian couldn't even carry a bag of rice. How could this be? Chen Xian scratched his head and chuckled. I stretched my muscles this morning and didn't hold back, so our stone seems a bit flimsy. Lin Wan She gave Chen Xian a deep look but didn't ask any further questions. This husband in name only exudes a secret she can't understand. I'll go make breakfast, she said softly, bowing her head. No. Chen Xian rushed forward to stop her, as anxious as a mother hen protecting her chicks. You're under special protection now, don't move. Rest, you must rest. Let the servants do the heavy work. Just kidding, my wife is carrying a birth gift package in her belly. What if she bumps or bruises it and affects the quality of the reward? Lin Warner was caught off guard by his sudden nervousness, and her pretty face flushed red. Growing up in the Lin family, she was always an unwanted person. She had never been treated with such care before. A strange warmth spread through her heart, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable, yet not dislike it. Seeing Chen Xian's tense expression, she burst out laughing. That smile was like the first melting of ice and snow, and the revival of all things, leaving Chen Xian stunned for a moment. Okay, I'll listen to you, Lin Warner replied softly, her voice carrying a hint of sweetness that she herself was unaware of. The atmosphere between the two became incredibly harmonious at that moment. Looking at Lin Warner's smiling face, Chen Xian secretly made up his mind. From today onwards, I will not only become stronger, but also make my wife smile this beautifully every day. However, this warmth did not last long. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the courtyard gate, followed by the anxious voice of a servant. Young master! Something terrible has happened. The Li family has been blocking our gates since early this morning, demanding that you come out and give them an explanation. Chapter 7, Who Dares to Laugh at Me? I'll knock them down with one punch. Chen Xian and Lin Warner were talking in the courtyard, and the atmosphere was just right. A strange, sarcastic voice, like a rock in a latrine, slammed in, smelly and hard. Oh, who do we have here? It's Chen Xian's cousin. I heard you got married yesterday. How come you dare to get out of bed today? Didn't your bride drain you dry? Ha ha ha. Before he could finish speaking, a tall, burly young man with a menacing face swaggered in, accompanied by several henchmen. The visitor was Chen Xian's cousin, Chen Hao, who had a cultivation level of the 4th stage of qi refining. Relying on his talent, which made him relatively well regarded among the younger generation of the family, he usually acted arrogantly and domineeringly, especially enjoying making fun of the original owner, who was a useless person who couldn't cultivate. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw him. Instead of feeling angry, a strange thought arose in his mind. Speak of the devil, and he appears I was just looking for someone to practice on. As soon as Chen Hao's lackeys entered the courtyard, their eyes swarmed over Lin Warner like flies drawn to blood, their greed and jealousy practically overflowing. TSK, is this the sickly girl from the Lin family? She's actually quite pretty. What a pity, such a beautiful flower wasted on a piece of cow dung, marrying Chen Xian, that good for nothing. Brother Hao, if you ask me, a beauty like this deserves a hero like you. Hearing the flattery, Chen Hao puffed out his chest smugly, his gaze towards Chen Xian growing increasingly contemptuous. Chen Xian, you really got lucky, managing to marry such a beautiful wife. But it's good, you two, one a cultivation waste and the other a born medicine addict, are a perfect match. His words were extremely harsh, and Lin Warner's face instantly turned deathly pale. Her body trembled slightly, and she subconsciously shrank back behind Chen Xian. Chen Xian stepped forward half a step, completely shielding Lin Warner behind him, his face darkening. Chen Xian used to be afraid of you, but I'm not. Chen Hao, Chen Xian said coldly, you're not welcome in my yard. Take your dog and get out. Chen Hao was stunned for a moment, then burst into exaggerated laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke. What did you say? Who are you telling to get lost? You piece of trash, have you got some nerve? How dare you talk to me like that? His lackeys behind him also joined in the commotion. Chen Xian, are you out of your mind? How dare you talk to brother Hao like that? A good-for-nothing who thinks he's a nobody just because he got married? Chen Hao stopped laughing and approached step by step, a sinister smile on his face. Chen Xian, it seems no one taught you a lesson yesterday, and you're itching for a beating again. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson on behalf of your uncle, so you'll know what respect is. As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his large, fan-like hand, his 5 fingers forming claws, and grabbed at Chen Xian's collar. In his view, even one hand wouldn't be enough to deal with Chen Xian, a useless piece of trash who couldn't even kill a chicken. However, he was fast, but Chen Xian was even faster. Just as Chen Hao's hand was about to touch his collar, Chen Xian moved. There were no fancy moves, he simply raised his right fist and, despite being behind, struck first, hitting Chen Hao's wide-open chest. Thunder fist. The pure yang energy surged from the fist, creating a faint sound of air being torn apart. Chen Hao's expression changed drastically. He felt a chilling threat emanating from Chen Xian's fist. How is this possible? How could this good-for-nothing possibly have any true energy fluctuations? He tried to dodge, but they were too close and it was too late. Chen Xian's fist landed squarely on his chest. Bang! A muffled thud. Chen Hao felt a violent force surge into his body, as if his chest had been hit head-on by a battering ram, and his internal organs were displaced. His 160-170 pound body flew straight back, landing with a thud 3 meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. The mocking expressions on the faces of those lackeys were still frozen, their eyes wide open as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Lin Wanner also covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She looked at the tall, straight back in front of her, feeling that it was so unfamiliar, yet so reassuring. Chen Hao lay on the ground, struggling to get up, but found his chest racked with excruciating pain. At least several of his ribs were broken. He stared at Chen Xian in horror, his voice trembling with fear. You, how could you be at the qi refining stage? He clearly sensed that the punch he had just received was something only a qi refining stage cultivator could deliver. Chen Xian slowly withdrew his fist, not even glancing at him, and simply said, I said, take your dog and get out. His voice wasn't loud, but in the quiet courtyard at that moment, it sounded like thunder, booming in everyone's ears. The lackeys trembled with fear, their souls nearly leaving their bodies. They dared not utter another word, and hurriedly scrambled over to lift the half-dead Chen Hao, tumbling and crawling away from the terrifying courtyard. The courtyard only returned to calm after they had completely disappeared from sight. Chen Xian turned around and saw Lin Wanner looking at him with an extremely complicated expression. He smiled, walked up to her, and asked softly, did I scare you? Lin Wanner shook her head, then nodded. She looked at Chen Xian and asked softly, you can cultivate now? Yes. Chen Xian nodded in acknowledgement. I had a stroke of luck a few days ago and broke through. He didn't explain much sometimes, it's better to keep a little mystery. Lin Wanner didn't press for details, she simply looked at Chen Xian, her eyes slightly reddening. Just now, the moment Chen Xian shielded her behind him, she felt a warmth and security she had never experienced before. This man, ridiculed by everyone, stood like a mountain in the crucial moment, shielding her from all the storms. Thank you, she said sincerely. Silly girl, you're my wife. If I don't protect you, who will I protect? Chen Xian reached out and gently flicked her nose, the gesture intimate and natural. Lin Wanner's face flushed red instantly, her heart pounding like a deer. As Chen Xian watched the direction Chen Hao fled, his eyes gradually turned cold. Today's punch was just the beginning. Chen Hao is nothing more than an appetizer. He still clearly remembered the face of Li Hao from the Li family at the wedding yesterday. He will get revenge on everyone who has ever bullied or mocked him, one by one. Chapter 8, The Family in Shock. The Ancestor Overjoyed. The news that Chen Xian had crippled Chen Hao with a single punch spread like wildfire throughout every corner of the Chen family compound in just half an hour. Have you heard? The young master beat up Chen Hao. Which Chen Hao? The one at the 4th level of qi refining? Who else could it be? One punch. Just one punch, and his chest caved in. When they carried him away, blood was still bubbling out of his mouth. My God! Isn't Chen Xian a good for nothing? Where did he get the guts and the ability? Who says otherwise? This is weird. This is going to be interesting. The entire Chen family, from the servants who swept and cleaned to the disciples who secluded themselves for cultivation, were abuzz with discussion, their shock mixed with deep bewilderment. At this moment, in the Chen family's council hall, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was almost palpable. Clan Chief Chen Tianxiong sat in the main seat, his face solemn, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest. Below, several family elders, each with a different expression, sat uneasily. Clan leader, this matter is of utmost importance. An elder finally broke the silence. Humph. This is more than just minor offense. It's downright disrespectful to elders and a cruel act against one's own clan. The third elder slammed his fist on the table. He was on very good terms with Chen Hao's father, and his face was contorted with rage. That good-for-nothing Chen Xian, I don't know what stroke of luck he had to dare to commit such a heinous act. He must be severely punished according to the clan rules. Third elder, you are mistaken, the second elder, who was always fair, said slowly. I sent someone to inquire. It was Chen Hao who led his men and barged into Xianer's courtyard to provoke him. His words were extremely offensive, and he even insulted Xianer's wife in front of everyone. Xianer only retaliated because he could no longer tolerate it. But you can't seriously injure someone. We're all family, how could he do that? The third elder glared. As Chen Tianxiong listened to the argument, his heart was already churning with turmoil. Others may not know, but as his father, he certainly does. Yesterday, Xianer was just a mortal who couldn't even guide his internal energy. How could he severely injure Chen Hao, a fourth-level qi refining cultivator, with a single punch overnight? What secret lies behind this? Has some bloodline been awakened, or has some extraordinary adventure been encountered? Either way, for him and for the entire Chen family, which was in dire straits, it could be a chance to turn the tide. Thinking of this, his heart warmed, and he slammed his hand on the table. Stop arguing. The hall fell silent instantly. Chen Tianxiong took a deep breath, his voice filled with undeniable authority. Someone, go and fetch Chen Xian. Chen Xian arrived quickly. As soon as he stepped into the hall, he felt several sharp gazes fixed on him, scrutinizing, suspicious, and surprised. He ignored them, remained calm and composed, and walked to the center of the hall. He bowed to Chen Tianxiong and the elders in the main seat and said, Your son greets father and all the elders. Chen Tianxiong stared intently at his son. The Chen Xian before him had an open and honest gaze and an upright posture. His former cowardice and inferiority complex had vanished, replaced by a composure and confidence that even made Chen Xian's heart tremble. Xianer, Chen Tianxiong suppressed the turmoil in his heart and slowly spoke, You fought with Chen Hao? Yes, Chen Xian readily admitted. Why use such extreme force? He insulted my wife. Chen Xian raised his head, looking directly at the third elder. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. As a husband, if I can't even protect my own woman, I'm worse than a pig or a dog. Upon hearing this, many people present showed slight changes in expression. Good. Well said. This is the kind of spirit that men of the Chen family should have. Just then, an old yet loud and clear voice, like a bell, drifted from the back hall of the council chamber. Immediately afterwards, an old man with white hair and beard, dressed in coarse linen clothes, slowly walked out, leaning on an ebony cane. Upon seeing this person, Chen Tianxiong and all the elders, including the arrogant third elder, all changed their expressions drastically, hurriedly stood up, and bowed respectfully, saying, Greetings, ancestor. The person who arrived was none other than Chen Xianshan, the only pillar of the Chen family and the ancestor whose cultivation had reached the foundation establishment stage. The ancestor has been in seclusion for several years, detached from worldly affairs, yet he has been disturbed today. Chen Xianshan seemed not to see them. His seemingly cloudy old eyes were fixed on Chen Xian like those of a hawk. He walked step by step to Chen Xian, and his withered hand, as dry as old tree bark, shot out and grabbed Chen Xian's wrist. Chen Xian felt a vast and powerful surge of true energy enter his body, forcefully circulating through his meridians. He felt a chill, but did not resist, allowing the other party to probe. A moment later, Chen Xianshan released his grip. His usually placid face was first astonished, then incredulous, and finally bursting with uncontrollable ecstasy. Qi refining level 3. Solid and profound foundation, true Qi is extremely yang and pure. Excellent. Excellent. Truly excellent. He shouted good, 3 times in a row, his body trembling slightly with excitement, and his cane tapped the ground. Ha 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 ha. Heaven has spared the Chen family. Heaven has spared the Chen family. The old ancestor suddenly burst into a fit of madness, laughing wildly and leaving everyone dumbfounded. Chen Tianxiong and the elders looked at each other, completely bewildered. It's just the third level of qi refining, isn't it? It's not like there aren't any in the family. Is it really necessary for the ancestor to lose his composure like this? Chen Xianshan ignored them, grabbed Chen Xian's shoulder, and his old eyes flashed with a sharp light. Good boy, tell your ancestor, how did you do that? Chen Xian knew that the crucial moment had arrived. He had already prepared his explanation and respectfully replied, Grandfather, I don't know why either. It's just that after the wedding last night, I felt something in my heart, and when I woke up, I found that my blocked meridians were suddenly cleared and I could breathe in spiritual energy. Perhaps, it was Sister Lin who brought me good fortune by bringing me good luck. To bring good luck? This explanation is extremely mysterious. But everyone present was a cultivator, a firm believer in the concept of destiny. The fact that someone born with a weak meridian would suddenly undergo a complete transformation after their wedding, the explanation of a happy marriage to bring good fortune, seemed the most plausible one at the moment. A flash of understanding crossed Chen Xuanshan's eyes. He burst into laughter again, his laughter filled with delight. What a wonderful marriage to ward off bad luck! What a fine Lin family girl! Tianxiong, you have rendered a tremendous service to the family this time. He turned his head sharply and gave the third elder a cold look. As for Chen Hao, he was inferior in skill but dared to come and provoke us. He deserved to be beaten. This matter ends here. If anyone mentions it again, don't blame me for not showing any consideration for our clan. The third elder trembled in fright, his face turning deathly pale, and he didn't dare utter a sound. Chen Xianshan made the final decision, his gaze returning to Chen Xian with unprecedented appreciation and anticipation. From this day forward, Chen Xian is the #1 core member of my Chen family. All the family's treasure trove of cultivation resources will be poured into him without limit. Infinitely tilted. Chen Tianxiong trembled with excitement as he looked at his son as if he were looking at a priceless treasure. Chen Xian's heart stirred. He knew he had made the right bet. He knew even more clearly that what the ancestor valued was not just his qi refining level 3 cultivation, but the quality of his true qi that had been transformed by the pure Yan limitless technique. This is his greatest asset for securing his future. Unlimited cultivation resources? Chen Xian's lips curled up slightly at an angle unnoticed by anyone. This is just the beginning. He will use his fists to avenge all the humiliations he suffered at the hands of the Li family, the Zhang family, and so on. Chapter 9, My wife, you seem to be hiding a secret. After leaving the council hall, Chen Xian's status within the family underwent a complete 180-degree turn. Along the way the clansmen and servants he encountered all looked at him changed. It's no longer the pity, sympathy, and disdain of the past, but rather awe, curiosity, and even a touch of deliberate flattery. Brother Xian! Brother Xian, please wait! A voice came from behind him. Chen Xian turned around and saw his cousin Chenli, who had been mocking him yesterday. At that moment, Chenli jogged over, his face full of fawning smiles, and he was holding a jade bottle in his hand. Brother Xian, these are a few qi-gathering pills that I saved up. Although they are of average quality, they will definitely be helpful for you to consolidate your cultivation. Please don't look down on them. Chen Xian glanced at the jade bottle and couldn't help but laugh to himself. This piece of junk isn't even as good as a single hair that the system rewarded me with. He didn't take it, but simply said, no need. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Chenli standing alone, bewildered in the wind. He had no interest in saying a single word to these opportunistic fence-sitters. He knew very well that these people revered not him, Chen Xian, but the promise of unlimited resource allocation from their ancestors. Back in his courtyard, he immediately saw Lin Wanner standing at the door, pacing back and forth, her delicate hands nervously twisted together. Seeing him return unharmed, Lin Wanner's usually cold eyes lit up instantly, and she quickly went to greet him. They didn't give you any trouble, did they? Her voice trembled slightly. Chen Xian felt a warmth in his heart. He reached out and tucked a strand of her wind-blown hair behind her ear, shaking his head with a smile. Don't worry, not only did you not make things difficult for me, but I also had great luck. He took Lin Wanner's hand and led her into the house, casually recounting what had happened in the council hall. He even joked at the end, now, I'm a key protected individual in the Chen family, more precious than the patriarch's teapot. Lin Wanner was stunned, her beautiful eyes wide open and her small mouth slightly agape. Just because it's a marriage to ward off bad luck? she still found it somewhat unbelievable. Probably. Chen Xian shrugged. Anyway, our lives will be easier from now on. Looking at his wife's beautiful face, which seemed to express both joy and anger under the lamplight, he was suddenly reminded of the system panel's notification about mysterious sacred body sealed. He decided to test the waters. My lady, Shen Xian sat down beside her and asked casually, I've always been curious, why can't your body cultivate? As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Wanner's body stiffened noticeably, and the color drained from her face. She lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes casting a shadow under the light. I am naturally weak, with delicate meridians, and cannot withstand spiritual energy. She gave a perfectly standard answer. This is clearly an excuse. Chen Xian did not expose her, but instead held her slightly cool hand and carefully transferred a wisp of his purest yang energy to her. Don't move, let me take a look. No. Lin Wanner's body trembled violently, and she instinctively tried to break free. She harbors a tremendous secret. That's not weakness, but a terrifying power sealed away layer by layer. Once it's triggered by external true energy, the consequences will be unimaginable. But Chen Xian's movements were too fast and too gentle. That wisp of pure yang energy had already traveled along her wrist and entered her meridians. Lin Wanner's heart sank to the bottom instantly. It's over. However, the expected severe pain from the tearing of meridians caused by the clash of forces did not occur. When Chen Xian's wisp of masculine true energy entered her body, it did not run rampant. Instead, it was like a ray of warm sunshine shining into an ice cave that had never melted for millennia, bringing a long-lost sense of comfort to her cold meridians. What shocked her even more was that the cold, energy within her body, which had been suppressed and was like a dormant volcano, resonated with this pure yang energy after it came into contact with it, as if a dried-up riverbed had encountered a downpour of sweet rain. How is this possible? Lin Wanner suddenly raised her head and looked at Chen Xian with the eyes of someone looking at a monster. Chen Xian frowned at this moment. As soon as his true energy entered the other's body, he sensed an extremely cold yet incredibly pure hidden power. This power was sealed by layers of shackles, but even so, the wisps of coldness it leaked out were far beyond what ordinary energy could compare to. The profound sacred body, it really is real. He realized. He withdrew his inner energy, and seeing Lin Wanner's shocked expression, he deliberately feigned confusion and asked, My wife, your body is not weak, but something is hidden within you. A very powerful, but locked, force. One sentence made Lin Wanner's face turn deathly pale instantly. He discovered it. This secret was known to only a handful of the core elders of the Lin family. How did he, someone who had just begun to cultivate, discover it? Seeing her panicked state, like a frightened fawn, Chen Xian knew the time was almost right. He didn't press her further, but instead reached out and gently pulled her into his arms, patting her back softly. Don't be afraid. His voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable power. I don't care what secrets you have, just remember that you are my wife, Chen Xian's wife. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. If you want to talk, I'll listen. If you don't want to talk, I'll stand by you and bear it. I'll wait for you. Chen Xian's words were like a warm current, instantly shattering Lin Wanner's strongest defenses. She grew up amidst secrets and lies, always cautious and walking on thin ice. No one, after discovering her secrets, ever showed her no greed or covetousness, only pure protection and respect. The tension that had been building for over a decade snapped completely at that moment. Tears, which he could no longer hold back, silently streamed down his face, quickly soaking Chen Xian's clothes. She didn't say anything, but stretched out her arms and hugged him tightly with all her might. This hug speaks louder than 1,000 words. Chen Xian knew that from this moment on, this girl, who appeared aloof but was actually fragile, had truly opened her heart to him. At that very moment, that familiar mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Detection indicates that the host's wife, Lin Wanner, has completely lowered her defenses. The couple are now of one mind. The seal on the profound sacred body has shown a slight weakening. Rewards, dual cultivation efficiency increased by 100%. New feature unlocked, Chi sharing. Chapter 10, A Prodigy is Born, Rewards Explode. Time flies, and September has passed in the blink of an eye. In those 9 months, the Chen family underwent a complete transformation. After Chen Xian was personally designated as the core of the family by the ancestor, all kinds of cultivation resources were continuously sent into his courtyard like a flowing river. It has everything: elixirs, spirit stones, and the highest level access tokens for cultivation techniques. He did not disappoint. The domineering nature of the heavenly rank cultivation technique, pure Yan limitless skill, coupled with almost unlimited resources, allowed his cultivation to progress by leaps and bounds. In just 9 months, he advanced rapidly from the 3rd level of Qi refining to the 9th level of Qi refining, reaching the great perfection. They are only one step away from reaching the foundation stage. Such a cultivation speed is terrifying. Every time the ancestor Qin Xianshan saw him after emerging from seclusion, he was overjoyed and would mutter all day long that the Chen family's ancestral graves were finally emitting plumes of green smoke. The relationship between Chen Xian and Lin Wanner is no longer what it used to be. Although Lin Wanner never revealed her secret, that trust and reliance had become ingrained in her very being. Under Qin Xian's guidance, the two often engaged in dual cultivation, where the pure yang energy fused with the profound yin energy within her body. This not only improved Qin Xian's cultivation but also loosened the seal within Lin Wanner's body, causing her complexion to improve day by day. The coldness between her brows faded, replaced by a breathtakingly alluring charm. On this day, Qin Xian was practicing the thunder fist in the courtyard. His fist technique was already highly developed. With each punch, a muffled thunderous sound could be heard in the air. An ordinary Qi refining level 9 cultivator would have his bones broken if he took a punch from him. Just then, a midwife's startled and delighted scream suddenly rang out from inside the delivery room. "It's born! It's born! It's a big, healthy boy! Congratulations, young master!" Chen Xian froze, his fist stance instantly dissipated, and his mind went blank. He dashed to the delivery room door in an instant, his heart pounding so hard he forgot to breathe. "How is Wanner?" His voice trembled slightly. "Mother and child are safe. Madam is just tired, she just needs to rest." The midwife, her face glowing, came out carrying a baby wrapped in a red cloth, her smile so white it almost disappeared. Chen Xian's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, suddenly settled. He stretched out his trembling hands and carefully took the tiny life from the midwife's arms. The baby's eyes were closed, his cheeks were rosy, his little fists were clenched tightly, and his breathing was steady and strong. "Is this my son?" An indescribable warmth instantly filled his chest, a mixture of tenderness and a mountain-like sense of responsibility, making his eyes well up with tears. He looked at the little one in his arms. This was his deepest connection with the world. The moment he embraced the child, something unexpected happened. A dazzling golden ray of light shot out from the baby's body without warning, piercing through the roof and shooting into the sky. In an instant, the entire sky above Qingyang City was painted a vast expanse of gold. Above the sky, the phantom images of dragons and phoenixes circled and swirled, accompanied by ethereal music and a strange fragrance that permeated the entire city. Auspicious signs have descended from the heavens. This is the birth of a rare and precious child. From behind the Chen family mountain, a terrifying aura soared into the sky. Ancestor Qin Xianshan smashed through the stone gate where he was in seclusion, his hair and beard flying wildly as he rushed out. Looking at the strange phenomenon in the sky, he trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his face. Countless cultivators in the city were stunned by this earth-shattering phenomenon, and they all looked up at the sky, wondering which family had produced such a heaven-defying figure. Chen Xian, who was in the eye of the storm, had already been overwhelmed by the system's notification sounds. Ding! Congratulations, host, your first child has been successfully born. Detected that the offspring was born from the union of the host and the profound yin sacred body, possessing heaven-defying bloodline power. Talent detection in progress. Detection complete. The offspring's innate talent is divine grade innate Tao body. Innate Tao body, a supreme divine body unparalleled throughout eternity, naturally close to the great Tao, with no bottlenecks in cultivation and mastery of all techniques. The system detected that the host's first offspring possesses a divine grade talent, far exceeding the system's expectations, triggering a 100x critical hit reward. 100x critical hit rewards being given away. Boom! Chen Xian felt a tremendous shock to his soul, as if 1,000 thunderclaps had exploded in his mind. Innate Tao body. 100x critical hit. He didn't even have time to process the shock before a list of dazzling rewards flooded his retina. Reward 1, Cultivation Initiation. Congratulations, host, your cultivation has broken through to Foundation Establishment Stage 3. Reward 2, the host's son obtains a companion divine weapon, the Great Tao Furnace, capable of melting all things and returning them to their original state. Reward 3, the host will be rewarded with a heaven-ranked top-grade cultivation technique, the Myriad Paths Furnace Scripture. Reward 4, the host will be rewarded with the supreme divine power, the law of heaven and earth. Reward 5. The seal on the host's wife, Lin Wanner, mysterious sacred body, is completely lifted, and her cultivation awakens to the golden core stage. Reward 6. A golden dragon symbolizing family fortune will be awarded. May it bless the Chen family and ensure their prosperity for 10,000 years. Chapter 11. Golden core wife, foundation establishment husband. This reward is too amazing. His soul trembled slightly, and an unprecedented sense of excitement exploded from every corner of Chen Xian's body. This is not the ecstasy brought about by a sudden increase in power, but the instinctive thrill of a leap in the level of life. She refining and foundation establishment are separated by only one step, yet they are worlds apart. He looked inward and saw that his dantian and dantian had long since disappeared, replaced by a majestic three-tiered glazed platform. The true qi that had once been like smoke and mist had now completely transformed into liquid true essence, thick and pure, flowing like gold and mercury on the platform, making a roaring sound like a river. Every time the true essence circulates within the body, his physical body, meridians, and even his soul are cleansed. Chen Xian slowly raised his hand, spread his 5 fingers, and then suddenly clenched them. Pop! With a soft sound, the air in his palm was actually crushed, creating a small, brief vacuum. He even had the illusion that the world before him had never been so clear. However, this is not the end. He turned his head, his gaze falling on the bed. Lin Wanner had just woken up, and there was still some postpartum fatigue in her eyes. She subconsciously tried to sit up. The next moment, she froze on the spot. A vast, icy power, like that of an ancient, dormant starry sea, is fully awakening within her. No longer a caged beast bound by layers of shackles, she is a god who has broken free of all constraints and is about to reign supreme. My body. Lin Wanner's beautiful eyes widened. She could clearly feel that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the entire courtyard, and even the entire Qingyang city, was worshipping her and uncontrollably surging into her body. With every gesture, one can command the power of heaven and earth. This is the golden core stage. Don't be afraid. Chen Xian's gentle voice rang out. He had already sat down by the bed, took her jade hand, which was cold due to the surge of power, and transferred a stream of pure yang true energy to her. These are our children, a gift to us. That completely different, yet incredibly comforting, pure yang energy instantly soothed Lin Wanner's fear. She looked at Chen Xian, then down at herself, and her eyes unexpectedly reddened. I'm not useless anymore? Her voice trembled slightly, tinged with tears. More than a decade of grievances, ridicule, and resentment all erupted like a flood bursting its banks at this moment. This heavy hat was the root of all her nightmares. You never were. Chen Xian reached out and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his fingertips. You are my wife, Chen Xian's wife, and the mother of my son. You were, you are, and you will always be. There are no fancy words, only the simplest and most sincere language. Lin Wanner could no longer hold back. She threw herself into Chen Xian's arms and burst into tears, releasing all the gloom that had been building up for more than a decade. Chen Xian didn't say anything, he just held her quietly and patted her back gently. He knew that from this moment on, a true winter plum blossom would bloom in his arms, just for him alone. Just then, a fierce wind howled outside the courtyard. 2 figures appeared out of thin air in the courtyard, almost as if tearing through the air. It was the ancestor Chen Xianshan and the clan leader Chen Tianxiang who were drawn here by the astonishing phenomenon. My Qiliner! Where is my Qiliner? Chen Xuanshan's beard and hair danced wildly, and his old eyes shone with a frightening brightness. He had lost all the composure of a foundation establishment expert and was as excited as a child grabbing candy. Chen Tianxiang followed behind, still feeling dizzy. He looked at the roof pierced by the golden light, and then at the auspicious aura that had not yet dissipated throughout the courtyard. He felt light on his feet, as if he were dreaming. The midwife, holding the baby, went to greet her with trepidation. Chen Xianshan rushed forward, his breath catching in his throat. He stretched out his withered but incredibly steady hands and carefully took the baby. When he saw the faint golden Dao pattern between the baby's eyebrows, this foundation establishment expert, who had lived for over 100 years, had 2 streams of hot tears well up in his tiger-like eyes. A primordial Dao body. It really is a primordial Dao body. Heaven has eyes. My Qin family is about to produce a true dragon. He held the child, looked up at the sky and laughed wildly, the sound of his laughter making the tiles of the entire Chen family mansion vibrate. Chen Tianxiang was completely dumbfounded. Innate Dao body? Isn't that the supreme divine body that only exists in ancient classics? My grandson, is he a deity descended to earth? Okay. 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 Chen Xianshan roared 3 times and turned his head sharply, ready to praise his good grandson. But when his gaze swept over Qin Xian and Lin Wanner, who had just walked out of the room, his joyful expression froze instantly. Instead, there was a kind of horror, as if they had seen a ghost. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he stared intently at Qin Xian, his lips trembling for a long time, unable to utter a single word. 9 months ago, this kid was just an ordinary person who didn't even have a sense of qi. Now, this aura. Foundation building. Foundation building level 3? The old ancestor's voice changed tone, indicating that his cultivation level was even higher than that of his ancestor. This is insane. Even riding a flying sword wouldn't be this fast. But when his divine sense subconsciously fell on Lin Wanner, this ancestor felt his heart skip a beat. That unfathomable, terrifying aura made his very soul tremble. Golden core? State. With a muffled thud, Chen Tianshong, who was standing next to him, could no longer hold on. His eyes rolled back, his neck stiffened, and he fell straight backward. Father! Chen Xian reacted quickly, catching him and pinching his philtrum. The entire courtyard fell into a deathly silence. Holding the innate Dao body in his arms, Chen Xianshan looked at his grandson, who was at the 3rd level of foundation establishment, and his granddaughter-in-law, whose aura was as deep as the ocean, and felt that his mind had become a pot of porridge. After a long while, he finally found his voice and asked hoarsely, Xianer, what exactly happened? Chen Xian had already prepared his explanation. He glanced at the child in his arms, his face showing an expression that said, I don't understand either, I'm innocent. Grandfather, I don't know either. It was at the moment I was born that a rosy glow descended from the sky, and Wanner and I became what we are now. Perhaps, this child is blessed with great fortune and has given back to us. This explanation is utterly absurd. But the innate Dao body with its extraordinary phenomena in his arms is the most outrageous, yet also the most reasonable, evidence. Chen Xianshan held the child, trembling with excitement. Lucky star. A tremendous lucky star. He looked at Lin Wanner, his eyes filled with endless gratitude and awe. What sickly Lin family? This is clearly a goddess descended from the heavens to save the Chen family. Is the child famous yet? The old ancestor took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Chen Xian looked at Lin Wanner and saw her nod gently, so he said, I've decided, let's call him Chen Fan. Chen Fan? Chen Xianshan was taken aback. Born into the mortal world, yet destined for greatness, Chen Xian explained. I hope he can stay true to himself, keep his feet on the ground, and forge his own path to success. Well done. Chen Fan is truly remarkable. Chen Xianshan nodded approvingly, then his expression turned solemn, and he said in an unprecedentedly heavy tone, pass on my order, from today onwards, the entire clan is under lockdown. Chen Fan is the Chen family's top secret. Anyone who dares to divulge even a single word will be executed without mercy. He looked toward the Li and Zhang families in the city, a cold killing intent flashing in his cloudy old eyes. In the past, the Chen family could only endure it. But now, there is a golden core cultivator, a foundation establishment cultivator stronger than him, and a primordial Dao body destined to shake the ages. The sky over Qingyang City should change color. Chapter 12: The Li family's night raid. The power of the golden core. The night was as dark as ink, deathly silent. The auspicious signs that swept across the heavens and earth during the day brought no joy to Qingyang City. Instead, they were like a red-hot iron, searing into everyone's hearts and plunging the entire city into an eerie anxiety. Undercurrents surged wildly under the cover of night. Everyone understood that the Chen family, which was almost forgotten, had undergone an extraordinary change. The Li family's council hall. The lights were on, but the atmosphere was even more oppressive than the night outside. The patriarch, Li Zhan, had a grim expression. He tapped one finger slowly on the table, the monotonous tap sound like a death knell. Has it been investigated? Below, Li Changming, an elder of the Li family, bowed deeply and said in a very low voice, Patriarch, the Chen family has blocked all information, and nothing can get through. But we can confirm that the source of the anomaly is that good-for-nothing Chen Xian's courtyard. Chen Xian? Li Zhan frowned. Married that sickly good-for-nothing from the Lin family? It's him. Li Changming's eyes flashed with resentment. Moreover, our people reported that Chen Hao, who was injured by Chen Xian a few days ago, had his ribs shattered and is still bedridden. That Chen Xian, I don't know what kind of luck he had, that he was able to cultivate, and his strength has probably reached the middle stage of qi refining. No sooner had the words been spoken than an elder with a hooked nose spoke up in a sinister tone. Patriarch, this matter is strange in every way. A good-for-nothing and a sickly person, these two have been together for less than a year, and they've already caused such a commotion. I dare say that Lin Wanner must have some earth-shattering secret. It's very likely some kind of heaven-defying physique that requires the union of yin and yang to be fully activated, or a treasure that has been covered in dust. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall began to breathe more heavily. The secret to attracting auspicious omens from the heavens. If they could seize this, the Li family would have no trouble unifying Qingyang City, and even have a place in the great Yin dynasty. Greed grows wildly in everyone's heart like weeds. Bang! Li Zhan slammed his hand on the table, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. We can't wait any longer. The Chen family was already on its last legs, and now this unexpected turn of events has added to their woes. If we let them recover from this, the consequences will be dire. He abruptly stood up, his voice icy and chilling, echoing in the empty hall. Issue my order, summon all Foundation establishment elders and mobilize the entire family's elite forces. Tonight, raise the Chen family to the ground. He scanned the crowd, speaking slowly and deliberately, his voice carrying an undeniable determination. There's only one objective: capture Lin Wanner alive and take that child. The Chen family's small courtyard, belonging to Qin Xian. Inside the room, Lin Wanner had finished her meditation and was looking tenderly at her son Qin Fan, who was sleeping soundly in the cradle. After advancing to the golden core stage, she underwent a complete transformation. Her skin became as smooth and radiant as jade, and her brows exuded an otherworldly charm that stirred Chen Xian's heart. My wife, how are you feeling now? Chen Xian gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind, resting his chin on her fragrant shoulder. It's better than ever before. Lin Wanner leaned against his warm embrace, feeling the boundless power within her, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Now I understand, this is what it feels like to be a strong person. Chen Xian smiled and was about to say something when his expression suddenly darkened. His powerful divine sense, far surpassing that of his peers, clearly detected dozens of undisguised killing intents, just like hyenas in the dark night, sneaking into the Chen family compound from all directions. Among them, there were 3 auras that clearly belonged to the Foundation establishment stage. You're courting death. A cold glint flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. Almost at the same instant, Lin Wanner also noticed it. Her gentle, watery eyes instantly turned icy cold. The divine sense of a golden core cultivator was incredibly sharp. Those people's target was directly this small courtyard. They are after Fanner. Lin Wanner's voice was filled with a chilling coldness. Dragons have scales that cannot be touched. To touch them is certain death. Chen Fan is now her Achilles' heel. Stay inside and protect Fanner. Chen Xian gently kissed her forehead, his voice calm yet carrying the pressure of an impending storm. I'm going to kill someone. Before he finished speaking, he moved swiftly, appearing silently in the courtyard like a wisp of smoke. Outside the courtyard, hurried footsteps and the dull thuds of weapons piercing flesh could be heard. The Chen family's guards were utterly no match for the Li family's elite troops. Quick! The target is that courtyard. Li Changming took the lead, a ferocious smile on his face. He spotted the lone figure standing in the courtyard at a glance. Chen Xian. You piece of trash, you dare to stand up? Do you want to be the first to die? He roared, and the aura of a first-level Foundation establishment cultivator erupted. His figure was as fast as lightning, and he struck down with a palm towards Chen Xian's crown. Behind him, 2 other Foundation establishment elders flanked him from the left and right, their true essence surging, instantly sealing off all of Chen Xian's escape routes. 3 Foundation establishment cultivators joined forces to assassinate a junior who, according to their intelligence, was just able to cultivate. This is not a lion hunting a rabbit, but 3 tigers surrounding and killing an ant. However, despite facing this seemingly inescapable predicament, Chen Xian showed no sign of panic. He simply raised his head slowly, looked at the palm that was slapping down on his head, and even felt like laughing. You guys? The moment he finished speaking, a terrifying aura, 10 or even 100 times more violent than that of Li Changming and the others, burst forth from his body. That was no longer true qi, but true essence condensed like mercury. Foundation building stage 3. With the blessing of the 10,000 paths furnace scripture, the pressure he was emanating at this moment was even approaching the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. What? The sinister smiles on Li Changming and the other 2's faces froze instantly, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Is that Chen Xian? This oppressive aura is impossible. Chen Xian, however, didn't bother giving them any time to think. Thunderbolt Fist. He took a step forward, and the bluestone slab beneath his feet cracked inch by inch. Instead of retreating, he advanced, transforming into a golden bolt of lightning, arriving first despite being behind, and charging straight towards Li Changming. A punch was thrown. A real, deep rumble of thunder echoed in the air. Golden arcs of electricity danced wildly on the fist, illuminating the pitch-black night sky as bright as day. No! Li Changming only had time to let out a desperate, distorted roar. His hastily gathered protective true essence was as fragile as a sheet of paper in the face of that violent and unparalleled fist force, and was instantly torn apart. Boom! The golden, thunderous fist force pierced through his chest without any resistance. This arrogant elder of the Li family exploded into a cloud of blood mist in mid-air. One punch instantly kills a Foundation Establishment cultivator. The remaining two Foundation Establishment elders were terrified, their minds went blank, and their only thought was to escape. But as soon as they turned around, they felt an irresistible, extremely cold pressure descending from the sky. The temperature in the entire courtyard suddenly dropped to freezing point, and ice crystals condensed in the air. Lin Wanner's figure had appeared on the rooftop at some point. She was dressed in white, her long hair moved without wind, and her expression was indifferent, like a fairy who controlled frost and snow. She merely glanced coldly at the two fleeing elders, then lightly tapped her jade-like finger. Frozen. Click. Click. The moisture in the air instantly condensed, and the two Foundation Establishment elders didn't even have time to scream before they were frozen in their fleeing posture, turning into two crystal-clear ice sculptures, their faces forever frozen in fear. The power of the golden elixir is such that words become law. Chen Xian withdrew his fist, looked up, and smiled at Lin Wanner on the roof. He glanced at the two lifelike works of art in the courtyard, then looked towards the Li family mansion and said, "My lady, someone has delivered such a generous gift in the middle of the night. Wouldn't it be extremely impolite of us not to reciprocate?" Chapter 13: The Li family's night raid. The power of the golden core. 2. The night was thick, like ink that could not be dissolved. Chen Xian and Lin Wanner stood side by side in the courtyard, their feet on the still uncongealed blood of the Li family assassins. The evening breeze carried a hint of blood, but it was frozen by the chill emanating from the two people. "My wife." Chen Xian spoke, his voice calm and undisturbed. "You've laid a trap here, don't let a single mouse escape." He paused, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Li family mansion. In his dark eyes, there was no anger, only a deathly stillness. "I'm going to collect the debt." Lin Wanner nodded slightly, without uttering a single unnecessary word. A powerful aura, belonging to the golden core stage, was released silently and endlessly. She gently raised her jade-like hand, her slender fingers dazzlingly white in the night. Her red lips parted slightly, uttering two words. "Snow is approaching." In an instant, the wind stopped and the clouds settled. The entire Li family mansion was enveloped by endless cold air that gathered from all directions, forming a huge, crystal-clear frost dome that completely covered the entire mansion. The dome was shimmering with light, yet it exuded a chilling aura that could freeze one's very soul. From then on, this place became a world of its own, isolated from the outside world. Inside the Li family mansion, in the council hall, the patriarch, Li Zhan, paced back and forth anxiously, his unease growing heavier. He stopped abruptly, horrified to find that the view outside the window was no longer night, but a strange, eerie blue glow. A layer of crystalline white frost was visibly creeping across the window panes, walls, and eaves. The hot tea in the cup instantly froze into a lump of ice. A fear originating from the depths of his soul gripped his heart tightly. Just then, a figure appeared in the center of the council hall without warning, as if he had been standing there from the very beginning. Chen Xian. He stood with his hands behind his back, not even glancing at the people in the hall, but his divine sense flowed like mercury, slowly sweeping across the entire Li family mansion, passing through walls and courtyards. "Chen Xian! It's you!" Li Zhan's fear turned into rage, and he roared out. The auras of several elders beside him erupted simultaneously. They were all experts in the late stage of qi refining. In an instant, their true energy surged, and their swords were drawn. Chen Xian ignored the murderous aura around him, and instead, a playful smile appeared on his lips. A 300-year-old blood lingji, a box of black iron-heavy crystals hidden in the warehouse, and 5 jars of monkey wine buried in the cellar. Quite a substantial fortune. He withdrew his divine sense, and his gaze finally fell on Li Zhan's face, which had turned a deep purplish red. "I'll accept it on your behalf." "You!" Li Zhan trembled with rage, yet dared not step forward, only roaring with feigned bravado, "Chen Xian! You dare to touch my Li family? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the city lord's mansion? My Li family has powerful backers." Before he could finish speaking, Chen Xian's figure suddenly magnified in his pupils. The two were less than a foot apart. Noisy. Chen Xian uttered two words calmly and pointed with one finger. This finger gesture was unremarkable, even somewhat slow, like a playful exchange between lovers. The protective aura that Li Zhan hastily gathered was as fragile as thin ice in the face of that finger. Puff. A soft sound, barely audible. The protective aura shield was easily penetrated. Li Zhan's eyes widened as he slowly lowered his head to look at the inconspicuous blood hole in his chest. He opened his mouth, as if to say something, but couldn't utter a single word. His life was rapidly slipping away with the gushing blood. His face, filled with shock and bewilderment, finally froze in place. Bang! The sound of the corpse falling to the ground was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Run! The remaining elders of the Li family were terrified. With a shout, they scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Chen Xian moved. It wasn't a chase, it was more like a leisurely sweep. His figure transformed into afterimages as he moved calmly through the hall. Once he catches up with someone, he delivers a simple, unremarkable palm strike. He flicked his finger seemingly casually as someone passed by. An elder, utterly horrified, produced a protective mirror that shimmered with precious light, a life-saving artifact he had acquired with all his wealth. Chen Xian didn't even look at it, and flicked his finger. With a crisp ding, the protective mirror shattered into countless points of light, and a bloody hole appeared between the elder's eyebrows as he fell straight down. Throughout the entire process, Chen Xian didn't even use the thunderclap fist. It was merely a pure suppression of true essence, an unreasonable crushing defeat. 10 breaths later, Chen Xian stood in the hall strewn with corpses, the thick stench of blood making one want to vomit. He remained calm, as if he were merely dusting off the corner of his clothes. He turned around, looked at an unusually deep shadow in the corner, and suddenly smiled. "Friends of the Zhang family, did you enjoy the show?" From the shadows, a powerful aura surged, clearly indicating that the person was quite frightened. "Go back and tell your patriarch." Chen Xian's voice remained calm, yet carried an unquestionable command. "Before dawn, I want to see half of the Li family's property deeds at the Chen family's gate." He seemed to remember something and added another sentence. "Oh, by the way, tell him that my Chen family's place is small and can't hold the land deeds of two large families. If he delivers them to the wrong place, I will personally go to his door and help him sort them out." In the shadows, the Zhang family spy was terrified. He scrambled out of the shadows and disappeared back into the night in a disheveled state. Chen Xian looked away. It's time for a change of scenery in Xingyang City. Chapter 14: The Demise of the Li Family. The sky was just beginning to lighten. The frost-covered dome that had enveloped the Li family mansion overnight, like a dream, silently melted away in the first rays of dawn, turning into countless shimmering specks of light that vanished with the wind. It was as if it had never existed. In the east of Xingyang City, a tofu seller pushed his cart and habitually passed by the Li residence. The next moment, the wheel veered off course, and the entire slab of tender white tofu crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. The man, however, was completely oblivious, staring intently at the wide-open gate of the Li residence, his mouth agape, making a hoarse sound from his throat. The once imposing vermilion gates were wide open, but the inside was empty. A strong, nauseating stench of blood, mixed with the morning mist, filled the nostrils of every passerby. Several bold young men encouraged each other and stepped forward. With just one glance, one of them let out a strange howl, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, a foul-smelling liquid quickly soaking his crotch. He saw blood. From the entrance to the depths of the courtyard, every inch of the bluestone slabs was soaked in dark red blood, forming winding streams that were shocking to behold. The place is deserted. The Li family, who once wielded immense power and influence in Xingyang City, was transformed overnight into a bloody slaughterhouse and an empty mansion. Heavens, divine retribution. This is divine retribution. Terrified screams erupted from the crowd, and the news spread like wildfire. At sunrise, the entire city of Xingyang was shrouded in immense horror and panic. The Li family is gone. Just as the whole city was gripped by fear, something even more unbelievable happened. The Zhang family in the west of the city. Patriarch Shang Tai hadn't slept all night, his eyes were sunken and bloodshot. He personally changed himself into his most solemn clan chief's robe, the silky fabric clinging to his body, yet feeling as if he were wrapped in a layer of ice. As dawn broke, he led all the core members of his family, carrying 10 neatly stacked chests of rare treasures, all the way to the gate of the Chen family mansion. Under the watchful eyes of countless people filled with astonishment and uncertainty, Zheng Tai took a deep breath, straightened his robes, and then his knees buckled, causing him to kneel down. Behind him, the entire core members of the Zheng family knelt down, their heads buried deep in the ground. Zheng Tai of the Zheng family, along with the entire clan, pays respects to the new head of the Chen family. Zheng Tai pressed his forehead firmly against the cold ground, his body trembling violently from extreme fear. The shout was clearly heard by everyone around. New Lord. Qingyang City changed hands overnight. The Chen family's gates slowly opened. Chen Tianxiang and his ancestor Chen Xianshan walked out side by side. Looking at the Zhang family members prostrate on the ground in front of the mansion gate, and at the heavy boxes, Chen Tianxiang felt dizzy. There was a time when the Chen family was nearly suffocated by the combined suppression of the Li and Zhang families. Who could have imagined that in just one night, the world would be turned upside down? He subconsciously looked at the old ancestor beside him, only to see Chen Xuanshan's face as still as water, but in his turbid old eyes, there was a turbulent storm that no one could understand. Finally, the ancestor nodded solemnly. The Chen family accepted this sincere offer. The mastermind behind all of this, Chen Xian, has not shown himself. At this moment, he was strolling through the treasure vault of the Li family, which had been violently broken open. Spirit stones, elixirs, cultivation manuals, and rare and precious materials were piled up like mountains. He casually picked up a 500-year-old fire spirit mushroom, smelled it, and then tossed it into his storage ring, muttering disdainfully, "It's not very old, but it's better than nothing." Just then, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully eliminating the enemy forces and protecting your family's safety. A special reward has been triggered. Reward 1, Family Fortune Boost. The Chen family's golden dragon of fortune has absorbed the Li family's remaining fortune, growing larger in size. Chen Shen could see the golden dragon of fortune above the family, a dragon visible only to him, greedily devouring wisps of dissipating black and red aura. The dragon's body became more solid and majestic at a visible speed. Reward 2, the host will be rewarded with the advanced version of the divine power Myriad Paths of the Furnace scripture Eye of the Furnace. Eye of the Forge allows one to see through illusions and discern others' fortune, aptitude, and hidden ailments or opportunities. Chen Xian's heart skipped a beat. This is simply a divine skill tailor-made for his grand ambition of many children, many blessings. He immediately activated his cultivation technique, activating the Eye of the Furnace. In an instant, the entire world was completely deconstructed in his eyes. A faint golden halo covered his vision, and everything around him was imbued with information composed of countless fine runes. His gaze pierced through the walls and landed on Lin Wanner, who was in the room with her child. A line of golden text clearly appeared in his mind. Name, Lin Wanner. Physique, profounding sacred body awakened. Aura, a purple canopy, deeply bound to the host, resembling a phoenix seeking its mate. Hidden information, the Netherworld Palace imprint lurks within the body, extremely dangerous. The Netherworld Palace? The soul-chasing mark? Chen Xian's heart clenched suddenly, as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. The smugness he felt from just annihilating the Li family vanished instantly. A chilling killing intent surged uncontrollably from the deepest recesses of his heart. He originally thought Lin Wanner's secret was just the profounding sacred body, but now it seems that things are far more complicated than he imagined. No matter what kind of palace you are, if you dare to touch my wife, I will make sure your palace is destroyed and your wife dies. A cold glint flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart and turned his gaze to the cradle beside him. In the cradle, his son Chen Fan was smacking his lips, sleeping soundly. Name, Chen Fan. Constitution, innate Daoist body. Aura, golden light soars into the sky, like the sun, too bright to look directly at. Hidden information, fragments of the great Dao accompany this being. Its future potential is limitless. Fragments of the great Dao are born alongside it. Chen Xian's breath caught in his throat for a moment. The innate Dao body is already 1 in a million, and now there is an additional fragment of the great Dao accompanying it. He stared blankly at the little one in the cradle, and after a long while, he suddenly chuckled softly. Good lad, your fate is even stronger than your father's golden finger. The laughter carried an unprecedented solemnity. He slowly stood up and walked to the entrance of the treasure vault. The morning sun shone on him, but it couldn't dispel the gloom in his heart. The wife harbors a deadly threat. the sun possesses an unprecedented talent. Either way, it destined their future path to be anything but peaceful. He looked up at the sky above Qingyang City. This place is too small. It's so small it's like an exquisite cage, unable to confine a true dragon, nor can it stop the raging storms from the outside world. He turned his gaze back to the courtyard, where his wife and children were, and where everything he owned was. To protect all of this, let alone a small Qingyang city, even this entire world must make way for him. Chapter 15, The Wife's Secrets, The Shadow of the Demon. Only one lamp was lit in the room, its candlelight flickering. When Chen Xian returned to the inner courtyard after dealing with the Li family's treasure vault, this was the scene he saw. Lin Wanner sat on the edge of the bed, staring motionlessly at Chen Fan in the cradle. The profile of her face had an unreal softness in the dim light. Chen Xian briefly recounted everything that had happened in the city. The Li family was wiped out of Qingyang City overnight. The head of the Zhang family, along with all the members of the clan, knelt before the Chen family's gate and offered up half of the Li family's assets. Qingyang City is now owned by the Chen family. He spoke calmly, but Lin Wanner's lowered eyelashes trembled even more violently after hearing it. Chen Xian walked over and sat down next to her, placing his hand on the back of her hand. It was icy cold to the touch, lacking any of the warmth one would expect from a golden core cultivator. Instead, it felt like a stubborn rock that had been frozen for days in the depths of winter. He enveloped the small hand entirely in his warm palm. The Li family is gone, and the Zhang family has knelt down. Chen Xian stared into her eyes, speaking slowly and deliberately. No one in Qingyang City can threaten my son and me anymore. He paused, feeling her slight trembling, and his voice deepened. Then what are you still afraid of? These words, like a needle, precisely pierced through her carefully constructed facade. Lin Wanner's body trembled violently. She slowly raised her head, her clear eyes reflecting Chen Xian's inquisitive face. She knew she couldn't hide it anymore. In front of this man, all her secrets were laid bare. A thick layer of mist instantly clouded her eyes, and her throat felt like it was blocked by something, making it difficult for her to squeeze out a few words. My husband. The mysterious Yin sacred body, it is not an auspicious omen. She bit her lip hard and uttered the truth that had been buried for over a decade. It's a curse. These words seemed to drain all her strength. Chen Xian didn't speak, but simply held her hand tighter, using his body heat to warm that bone-chilling cold. Lin Wanner's tears finally rolled down and landed on Chen Xian's hand. Legend has it that every 100 years or so, a Xianin saint body will appear on the continent. There is a demonic organization called Netherworld Palace. They will spare no effort to hunt down every Xianin saint body. Her voice began to tremble, carrying a fear etched into her very bones. They regard the Xianin sacred body as the most perfect furnace and use it to cultivate an extremely vicious and evil technique. One of our Lin family's ancestors was the profound Yin holy body. She was hunted down by the powerful figures of the Netherworld Palace, with nowhere to escape to, and her entire family was almost wiped out as a result. From then on, the Lin family left behind an ancestral precept written in blood and tears. Once it is discovered that a descendant has this constitution, it must be sealed completely with a secret method immediately, disguised as a useless person who cannot cultivate and is plagued by illness. Only in this way can they survive in the world. She couldn't continue speaking at this point. The humiliation, ridicule, and illness of the past 10 years have finally found their cruel source at this moment. It wasn't that fate was unfair, but rather that it was a play that had to be performed in order to survive. Chen Xian's heart clenched. He finally understood what the soul-chasing mark he had seen with the eye of the furnace really was. The soul-chasing mark inside me was planted by the Netherworld Palace. Lin Wanner seemed to see through his thoughts, her voice filled with a deathly despair. It lies dormant deep within my bloodline. Once my profounding sacred body is fully awakened and no longer suppressed by the seal, the mark will be activated immediately. The moment I became a golden core cultivator, I could feel it awakened. No matter where I flee to, the powerful figures of the Netherworld Palace will follow the aura of the mark and come looking for me. She looked at Chen Xian with teary eyes, her gaze filled with pain and self-blame. I thought that dying silently in pain and humiliation would be the best protection for my family and everyone else. But now her gaze fell on her son in the cradle, then returned to Chen Xian's face. I'm afraid I'll implicate you in Fanner. These words were like a knife, stabbing deeply into Chen Xian's heart. He didn't say anything. He simply stretched out his arms and pulled that trembling body into his embrace tightly and domineeringly. He held her tightly, almost as if he wanted to melt her into his very bones. Lin Wanner buried her face in his chest and could clearly hear his steady and powerful heartbeat. Fool. Chen Xian's chin rested on the top of her head, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Don't talk about implicating me or not. His voice was calm, but beneath that calm lay the pent-up energy of an impending volcanic eruption. From the day you married me, your person, your life, everything you have, belongs to me, Chen Xian. A domineering and incomparable killing intent, as if it could pierce a hole in the sky, flashed from his body and disappeared. What is a mere netherworld palace? If they don't come, then so be it. Chen Xian's voice carried a chilling sneer. If you dare to come, I happen to be short of materials to make a chamber pot for Fanner. I think they would be perfect for it. From now on, you don't need to hide anymore, and you don't need to be afraid anymore. Your husband will be your pillar of support. These words were vulgar, yet extremely domineering. Every word struck Lin Wanner's heart like a heavy blow. She could no longer control her emotions and burst into tears in his arms. That wasn't resentment, nor was it fear. It is release. It gives me peace of mind. It is a lone boat that has been adrift for more than a decade, finally finding a harbor to dock in. For over a decade, the iceberg of destiny that had weighed on her heart was completely melted at this moment by the warmth of his embrace and his unwavering vow. Just as the two embraced tightly, a cheerful voice exploded in Chen Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving a special life and death bond with your wife, Lin Wanner. When husband and wife are of one mind, their strength can break metal. Your destinies are now intertwined. Let's face the storms of the future together. To celebrate this historic moment, the system hereby rewards the host with 3 insight-dispelling talismans. Dispelling Illusion Talisman, a celestial-grade talisman. Upon use, it temporarily shields one from celestial secrets, distorts cause and effect, and perfectly conceals the aura of the soul-chasing mark. Each talisman is valid for 1 year. A surge of joy welled up in Chen Xian's heart. A timely help. This is like a godsend. 3 talismans, that's 3 years. For him, who possesses the system, 3 years is enough time for earth-shattering changes to occur. He looked up and gazed out the window. The Netherworld Palace? He was even somewhat looking forward to it. I hope you can bring more people. Otherwise, I'm afraid there won't be enough to kill. Chapter 16. Xingyang City was completely taken over by the Chen family. 1 month later. Xingyang City was completely taken over by the Chen family. The once tripartite balance of power has been reduced to a single dominant family, the Chen family. After a brief period of panic, order in the city has been rebuilt by a more absolute authoritarian system. No one dared to criticize the Chen family anymore, and no one dared to pry into the secrets of that mansion. On this day, the sky over Xingyang City darkened without warning. It wasn't dark clouds obscuring the sun, but rather a huge shadow slowly pressing down from above the clouds. A colossal and magnificent flying ship pierced through the clouds. Its hull was entirely crafted from an unknown spiritual wood, with smooth and elegant lines. Above the bow was a lifelike 3-legged alchemy furnace pattern, exuding a faint medicinal fragrance and a sense of oppressive power. At this moment, all the mortals and cultivators in Xingyang City stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. The oppressive feeling emanating from a higher level made the legs of countless cultivators with low cultivation levels go weak, almost causing them to kneel on the ground. My God, what is that? It's a celestial vessel from the county seat. The alchemy furnace pattern, it's from the Donqing Pavilion in Tianfeng County. What are they doing in our little place? Discussions arose in every corner of the city, filled with awe and unease. The airship did not stop in the city center, but flew straight towards the Chen family mansion in the east of the city, eventually hovering directly above the mansion. A powerful aura suddenly descended from the flying boat, its target clear, the Chen family compound. The aura was powerful and domineering, clearly the pressure of a 5th-level foundation establishment cultivator. Inside the Chen family mansion, Chen Tianxiong, who was training his disciples in the martial arts arena, was so overwhelmed by this oppressive aura that he staggered, felt a tightness in his chest, and almost knelt down on the spot. He was horrified. Just then, an aura belonging to the foundation establishment stage rose from the direction of the Chen family's ancestral hall on the back mountain. Although it was somewhat weak, it was exceptionally resilient and withstood the pressure that descended from the sky. The figure of ancestor Chen Xianshan appeared at the entrance of the mansion. He was dressed in a green robe and looked up at the huge object in the sky with a solemn expression. Who is this esteemed person who graces my humble Chen family with their presence? His words were neither humble nor arrogant, and his true energy surged, spreading far and wide. A white figure slowly descended from the flying boat. It was a woman. She was dressed in pristine white, her beauty unparalleled, yet she possessed a cold and aloof air that kept everyone at a distance. Behind her followed several guards with equally powerful auras, the leader of whom was none other than the Foundation Establishment Level 5 cultivator who had just unleashed his oppressive aura. The woman's name was Yao Ling. She landed lightly in front of Chen Xianshan, her gaze sweeping over him, her eyes showing no contempt, only pure indifference. A mere Foundation Establishment Stage 3 dares to call himself a master? Chen Xuanshan's face twitched, and a surge of anger welled up in his heart, but he forcibly suppressed it. He couldn't see through the other party's cultivation level, he only felt that it was unfathomable. Yao Ling didn't look at him again, as if he were just a roadside stone. I am Yao Ling from Danqing Pavilion of Tianfeng County. I have been ordered to investigate the strange phenomenon of the birth of a Qilin child that appeared here a month ago. Let the person in charge of your affairs come out and give a reply. Her tone was flat, yet commanding, as if everything in the Chen family should bow down before her. Upon hearing the news, Chen Tianxiong rushed over, and his legs went weak at the sight of the scene. Danqing Pavilion was a behemoth that no one in the entire Tianfeng County dared to provoke. I am so sorry for not being able to greet you properly, my fairy has arrived. Chen Tianxiong adopted a very humble posture, his face full of modest smiles. I am Chen Xian, the head of the Chen family. A calm male voice interrupted Chen Tianxiong. Chen Xian led Lin Wanner out slowly from the inner courtyard. He wore a simple blue robe, his steps were unhurried, and his face showed no extra emotion. Yao Ling finally shifted her gaze from the air and landed on Chen Xian. She frowned slightly. A young man of similar age to himself, is he the head of the family? Has the Chen family of Qingyang City fallen to such a state? But when her gaze swept past Chen Xian and fell upon the woman beside him, even with her pride, her pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. The woman's appearance and demeanor were unlike anything she had ever seen before. What startled her even more was that she couldn't see through her cultivation level at all. Like an abyss or the sea, its depths are unfathomable. Lin Wanner simply stood quietly beside Chen Xian, yet she possessed an aura that made Yao Ling's heart tremble. How could such a person exist in this small city of Qingyang? Chen Xian was also sizing up this uninvited guest. With a thought, he quietly activated the Eye of the Furnace. The next moment, Yao Ling appeared in his field of vision in a completely different way. Name, Yao Ling. Constitution, Danling body damaged. Fortune, reddish with a hint of black, indicating unstable fortune. Hidden information, poisoned by the ice soul poison, the patient suffers excruciating pain and chilling coldness every full moon night. Their cultivation has stagnated as a result, and they urgently need a highly yang substance to neutralize the poison. Otherwise, within 3 years, their physical body will be completely destroyed, and their foundation for cultivation will be ruined. Lines of golden text clearly appeared in Chen Xian's mind. I see. Chen Xian understood. On the surface, she was a high and mighty fairy of the Pill Pavilion, a master of the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, but in reality, she was a pitiful person suffering from a rare poison and hanging by a thread. That coldness that kept people at a distance was probably not just her personality, but also her true state under the influence of the rare poison. A barely perceptible smile appeared on his lips. Another top-quality product has delivered itself to our doorstep. I didn't know you were here, fairy. What brings you here? Chen Xian repeated his question, his attitude calm, as if he were facing not a big shot from the county town, but an ordinary visitor. Yao Ling snapped out of her scrutiny of Lin Wanner and refocused her attention on Chen Xian. She disliked Chen Xian's calm demeanor. In her view, the head of a family from a small border town should be as apprehensive and respectful as Chen Tianxiong when he saw her. I already said that. Yao Ling's tone turned colder. I came because of the strange celestial phenomena a month ago. I heard that your Chen family has a prodigy born into the world, and I want to see him. Her demands were direct and domineering, leaving no room for refusal. Before Chen Xian could even speak, Chen Tianxiong and Chen Xuanshan's expressions changed. Chen Fan was the lifeblood of the Chen family, their future hope. How could outsiders simply visit him? Chen Xian simply smiled faintly. The child is still an infant, weak and young, and it is inconvenient for him to receive guests. His refusal was tactful, yet firm. Yao Ling's patience seemed to have run out. She felt that the Chen family was just making excuses to fob her off, which made her feel that her authority had been challenged. Our Donjin pavilion has never liked beating around the bush when it comes to doing things. She spoke coldly. Today, I must see this child. If you don't cooperate. Before she finished speaking, the 5th-level Foundation establishment guard behind her took a step forward, his violent aura locking onto the Chen family members once again, his eyes fierce. Don't blame us for being rude. The atmosphere instantly became tense, as if a sword were about to be drawn. Chen Xian's smile remained unchanged, but a hint of amusement appeared in his eyes. He turned his head and whispered to Lin Wanner beside him with a smile, "Wife, look, it seems like they're trying to force their way into our house." Chapter 17. Your body is gone. Yao Ling's patience had run out. She coldly interrupted Chen Tianxiong's pleasantries, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze over with a thin layer of frost. No need for tea. We at Donjin Pavilion don't like beating around the bush when we do things. Her words left no room for negotiation. They were a pure declaration, an ultimatum from the upper world to the lower world. I must see this child today. If you don't cooperate. Before she finished speaking, the 5th-level Foundation establishment guard behind her took a step forward, and his violent aura crashed down, causing the bluestone slabs in the courtyard to groan under the weight. The atmosphere instantly became tense, as if a sword were about to be drawn. To utterly shatter the last vestige of hope in this remote tribe, Yao Ling flipped her wrist. A plant appeared in her palm. It was a charred, withered spirit herb, exuding a deathly aura of ashes, showing no sign of life, as if it had been burned by fire for 7 days and 7 nights, leaving only a fragile corpse. This is the 7-star grass. She raised the dead plant, her gaze sweeping over the Chen family members with an almost cruel, judgmental air. However, it is already dead. If anyone in your Chen family can bring it back to life, I will turn around and leave immediately, and will no longer ask about the matter of the Qilin child. If not. She didn't finish her sentence, but the threat carried more weight than any words could. Don't blame me for personally going in to invite them. Chen Tianxiong and Chen Xuanshan's faces turned bright red. This is hardly a friendly exchange. It's clearly an attempt to trample the Chen family's face in front of the entire clan and then crush it underfoot. How to revive a dead herb? This is simply divine intervention. An elderly alchemist from the Chen family, with a white beard, reluctantly stepped forward at Chen Tianxiong's prompting. He cautiously approached and carefully examined the charred 7-star grass. He only glanced at it, and his face turned ashen. He sniffed again, and the utter stillness and burnt smell sent a chill down his spine, extinguishing any lingering hope. Finally, he stretched out his withered fingers, wanting to touch the fragile blade of grass. Smack! Before it even touched anything, a charred fragment broke off and turned to dust in mid-air. The old alchemist shook his head repeatedly, staggered back a few steps, bowed to Chen Tianxiong and Chen Xianshan, his face full of defeat and helplessness. Patriarch, ancestor, this herb has lost its spiritual essence, its meridians are severed, and its roots are destroyed. Even a god couldn't save him. He's beyond saving. His conclusion plunged the Chen family into despair. A hint of undisguised sarcasm finally appeared on Yao Ling's lips. This is exactly the result she wanted. She wanted to make these frogs in a well understand that there was a chasm called despair between them and Donjin Pavilion. She was about to speak and announce the Chen family's defeat. A leisurely male voice rang out, seemingly out of place. It seems that the fairy's alchemy technique has gone astray. It's Chen Xian. He stood there, composed, as if commenting on a trivial matter. The room fell silent upon hearing this. The Chen family looked at Chen Xian in astonishment, not understanding why he would add fuel to the fire at this moment. Yao Ling's guards looked at her as if she were a dead man. How dare they question the alchemy skills of the young master of Donjin Pavilion? No one in the entire Tianfeng County would dare to do that. Yao Ling's mocking smile froze on her face, replaced by an icy chill. What did you say? Chen Xian ignored her suddenly cold aura and continued speaking to himself. Using fire to control wood is an overbearing method, which emphasizes the balance of mutual generation and restraint. Fire can promote growth, but it can also destroy it. You insist on doing the opposite, using the extreme yin and cold fire to stimulate the medicinal properties. This method seems ingenious, but in fact it has already damaged its source, causing the vitality of the herbs to be worn away by the reversal of yin and yang. Every word he said was like an invisible hammer, striking Yao Ling's heart hard. Chen Xian's gaze finally settled on the charred 7-star grass, his tone flat. This 7-star grass was ruined by your unique frostfire, wasn't it? Boom! Yao Ling's mind went blank. The color drained from her face instantly, turning her deathly pale. This is her biggest secret. This is the root cause of her alchemy skills hitting a bottleneck and being unable to make any progress. It was also the culprit that caused her to be poisoned by the ice soul poison, resulting in her cultivation stagnation and the torment of the cold poison consuming her body day and night. There is absolutely no way that anyone other than her master, the head of the Danshin Pavilion, could know about this. How did this nobody from a remote little town know about this? You're talking nonsense. For the first time, she lost her composure in front of others, sharply retorting, but the trembling at the end of her voice revealed the turmoil in her heart. Chen Xian smiled and didn't argue with her. Actions speak louder than words. He walked slowly to the 7-star grass. Under the puzzled gazes of everyone, he extended his right hand and flicked his finger. A drop of liquid flew from his fingertip. The drop of liquid was small, but it shimmered with a pale golden light, and countless fine runes seemed to flow inside, condensed to the extreme. It is not the crimson of blood, but a pure gold that contains unparalleled vitality. The 10,000 ways furnace scripture purifies one's own essence and blood, and then integrates the ultimate yang vitality of the innate Tao body. The drop of golden liquid traced a graceful arc, landing precisely and gently on the charred leaf at the very center of the 7-star grass. Sizzle. A very faint sound, as if it were the first syllable of life's revival. A miracle happened. Before everyone's wide-eyed eyes, the drop of golden liquid quickly seeped into the charred grass. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a faint, almost invisible hint of green tenaciously bloomed from the center of the droplet. Immediately afterwards, the green color rapidly expanded and spread. As the charred, dead skin peeled away layer by layer, fresh, vibrant green new tissue emerged from the soil. The branches, which were originally curled up and withered, began to stretch and stand upright. A tender sprout emerges from the scorched earth. A new leaf sways in the air. It only took a few breaths. The 7-star grass, which was deemed beyond saving by even a god, not only came back to life but was even greener and more vibrant than ever before, brimming with vitality. A refreshing medicinal fragrance instantly filled the entire courtyard. The entire venue was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was so stunned by this miraculous scene that they lost the ability to think. The old alchemist of the Chun family stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape, as if he could fit a fist in it. His body trembled violently with overwhelming excitement as he murmured, "He's alive, he's really alive." Yao Ling looked at the vibrant 7-star grass, then slowly turned her head to look at the calm-looking young man. For the first time, a look of horror appeared on her proud face. That innate sense of superiority, that confidence belonging to the geniuses of Danshin Pavilion, was utterly shattered at this moment by this unbelievable scene. Her pride in alchemy seemed utterly laughable in the face of this man. "Now, may I speak?" Chen Xian withdrew his hand, looked at the distraught Yao Ling, and spoke calmly. "Your path of alchemy has gone astray. Your body is almost ruined." Chapter 18, the true colors are revealed, and the Tao body is forcibly seized. The 7-star grass that had miraculously come back to life stood quietly in the center of the courtyard, its lush green leaves glistening with moisture. It was like a silent slap, burning hot on the faces of everyone in Danshin Pavilion. The horror on Yao Ling's face lasted only 3 breaths before it was replaced by an even more burning greed. She stared intently at Chen Xian, her mind racing with calculations. The ice soul poison. The pale spirit body is damaged. His path to enlightenment had reached a dead end, and even his master was helpless. He could only rely on elixirs to prolong his life. But what is this in front of me? A monstrous alchemy prodigy who can bring the dead back to life, and a primordial Tao body capable of summoning the Qilin phenomenon. This father and son were practically a cure tailor-made for her by heaven. They were her only chance to defy fate. To hell with investigating anomalies and the future of Danshin Pavilion. What she wants is her own life and her own path. In an instant, Yao Ling changed her strategy. Her previous arrogance and toughness quietly disappeared, replaced by a condescending bestowing expression. "Young Master Chen, your talent for alchemy is unparalleled in my life." Yao Ling deliberately slowed her voice, trying to sound gentle. "Staying in a godforsaken place like Xingyang City will only cause your talents to go to waste." She paused for a moment, then extended an olive branch that she believed no one could refuse. "I am willing to take your son as my personal disciple, bring him back to Danshin Pavilion, and devote all the resources of the pavilion to nurturing him. His future achievements will far exceed your imagination. As for you," she said, raising her chin slightly, "I can make the decision to invite you to become a guest elder of my Danshin Pavilion, a position of great prestige, with endless resources. This is your Chen family's chance to rise to the top in one step." These words caused Chen Tianxiang and Chen Xianshan, who were standing nearby, to hold their breath for a moment. Guest Elder of Danxin Pavilion. This is an identity that countless cultivators in the entire Tianfeng County would fight tooth and nail for. Chen Tianxiang was so excited that his palms were sweating, and he almost agreed on behalf of Chen Xian. However, Chen Xian's response was simple to the point of being almost heartless. I will teach my son myself. He didn't even glance at Yao Ling. No need for the fairy to trouble herself. I was rejected twice, and so decisively at that. Yao Ling's patience completely gave way at this moment. The feigned gentleness on her face shattered instantly, leaving only a twisted and ferocious expression. If you won't listen to reason, you'll have to suffer the consequences. Yao Ling's voice turned shrill and grating. A worthless family like yours dares to negotiate with me? You're asking for it. This child is crucial to my path. Today, I must take him away. Before she finished speaking, a terrifying aura far surpassing that of the previous guards erupted from her body. 7 layers of foundation. The entire Qin family mansion trembled violently under this oppressive force, and the tiles rattled. Her 5 fingers formed a claw, a gigantic hand condensed from crimson flames, tearing through the air with an intense heat that could burn everything, and reaching straight for the inner courtyard's delivery room. She actually intended to rob him in front of everyone. Presumptuous. Ancestor Qin Xianshan roared, his foundation establishment level 3 true essence surging to its limit, and stepped forward to try to stop them. However, Yao Ling's 5th level foundation establishment guard captain had been waiting for a long time. He grinned maliciously, took a step forward, and threw a punch at Chen Xianshan. The force of the punch was so strong that it blocked the ancestor's attack. The fiery hand was about to grab them into the inner courtyard. A cold glint flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. He no longer hides it. An aura belonging to the foundation establishment stage surged forth from him without reservation. Foundation building stage 3. He stomped his right foot hard on the ground, causing the bluestone slabs to crack inch by inch. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, arriving before the flaming hand in an instant. Thunderbolt fist. A low shout rang out, followed by a thunderous boom. His fist, crackling with electricity and imbued with an unstoppable, domineering fist intent, slammed fiercely into the palm of the giant fiery claw. Boom! With a deafening roar, the menacing fiery hand was blasted to pieces, turning into a shower of sparks. A violent shockwave swept outwards. Yao Ling herself was also forced to take a step back by the force of the powerful punch. She steadied herself, her face filled with disbelief. Foundation establishment level 3? You actually concealed your cultivation level. She was both shocked and furious. But then, a cruel sneer appeared on her face. A mere 3rd-tier expert dares to show off his meager skills in front of me? Who gave you the courage? Today, I'll show you what a true genius is. Yao Ling shouted angrily and made a hand seal with one hand. Buzz! A crimson alchemy furnace-like magical artifact flew out of her body, swelling rapidly in the wind. The alchemy furnace was ancient and heavy, with countless flame runes engraved on its body. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding temperature soared again, and the air began to distort. Town. Yao Ling Yu pointed. The alchemy furnace magic weapon instantly transformed into the size of a small mountain, carrying a terrifying power capable of burning mountains and boiling seas, and crashed down on Chen Xian's head. The very space itself seemed to distort and groan under this immense pressure. Chen Xian looked up, facing this earth-shattering attack. His true essence was already running at its limit, ready to fight to the death. Just then, an aura descended from behind Chen Xian. It wasn't scorching, nor was it domineering. It is an extreme coldness. An absolute pressure that freezes everything in heaven and earth, and makes time seem to stand still. The moment this oppressive force appeared, the raging fire on Yao Ling's alchemy furnace, which could burn mountains and boil seas, suddenly stopped, and the flames visibly shrank. Lin Wanner took a step forward and silently stood in front of Chen Xian. She wore a pristine white dress. Faced with the magical alchemy furnace that fell from the sky, powerful enough to level the entire Chen family, she simply raised her hand. It was a hand that was as white as jade, slender and beautiful. She extended a finger and gently touched the smashed alchemy furnace. A single word escaped her lips. In an instant, the whole world fell silent. The imposing and powerful alchemy furnace, along with the blazing alchemical fire burning on it, was instantly covered in a layer of crystal-clear blue ice in mid-air, to everyone's utter astonishment. It turned into a giant ice sculpture. Then, clang! A crisp, loud bang. The ice sculpture fell from mid-air and crashed heavily to the ground. It was smashed to pieces. Yao Ling was struck dumb, frozen in place as if by lightning. Her mouth gaped open wide enough to fit an egg, and her body trembled violently with extreme fear. She stared intently at the stunningly beautiful woman standing before Chen Xian, broken syllables squeezing out of her throat. Gold. Golden core stage? Chapter 19, The power of the golden elixir subdues even the fairy. That oppressive force wasn't from mountains, but from the heavens. It is formless and intangible, yet omnipresent, freezing every inch of space completely. All the guards Yao Ling brought were not even qualified to struggle in the face of this power. Their legs felt as if their bones had been removed, and they went limp uncontrollably. Thump! Thump! A series of muffled thuds of kneeling rang out, perfectly synchronized, as if they had rehearsed it 1,000 times. The leading guard, a 5th-level Foundation Establishment cultivator, slammed his knee heavily onto the bluestone slab, making the loudest sound. He lowered his head, his body trembling violently, having lost even the courage to raise his head. Golden core true person. In this place he considered a remote and impoverished area, a place he could manipulate at will. A golden core cultivator was actually hidden there. This thought crushed all his pride and reliance into the humblest dust. Yao Ling did not kneel down. But she was even more pathetic than if she had knelt down. It was as if all the blood in her body had been drained in that instant and replaced with bone-chilling ice. Her usually aloof and arrogantly beautiful face was now deathly pale, devoid of any color. She finally understood. From the moment she piloted her flying boat and descended upon the Chun family from a high and mighty position, she was wrong. That's completely wrong. What a country bumpkin. What remote ethnic minority. This family is not some small fish or shrimp lurking in the shallows, but 2 true dragons that have concealed all their claws and teeth and are now entrenched here. Lin Wanner did not look at the kneeling guards. She took a step forward and walked towards Yao Ling, who was standing there dumbfounded. Her steps were slow and light. With each step she took, a layer of visible blue frost would quickly condense on the bluestone slabs beneath her feet. Click! Click! The faint cracking sound resonated in everyone's heart. You want to take my child? Her voice was cold and devoid of any human emotion, piercing through the frozen air and reaching Yao Ling's ears. This question sent a chill down Yao Ling's spine. The shadow of death had never loomed so vividly over her heart. For the first time, she felt despair. In front of a true golden core cultivator, her proud Danshin Pavilion background, her Foundation Establishment Level 7 cultivation, and her identity as a genius alchemist all became a complete joke. Lin Wanner raised her hand, and a wisp of icy blue cold air was gathering on her slender fingertips. The surrounding air hissed under the strain, as if it would freeze and crack at any moment. My wife, let it go. Just then, a gentle male voice rang out. Chen Xian gently took his wife's wrist in his hand. The terrifying chill that was about to erupt miraculously subsided and slowly dissipated with his action. Chen Xian walked up to Yao Ling, who was looking distraught. He offered no mockery, nor did he boast like a victor, he simply sighed softly. Fairy Yao, I've said it before, we have no ill intentions toward you. However, you are being so aggressive. These words caused Yao Ling's body to tremble violently. Shame and fear overwhelmed her, and she almost fainted. Chen Xian suddenly changed the subject. However, the ice soul poison in your body is quite troublesome. He looked her up and down as if examining a flawed jewel. If we don't find a way to resolve this, your rare Danling body will be completely ruined and your Dao Foundation destroyed within 3 years. At that time, even a god couldn't save them. These words, like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploded in Yao Ling's mind. She suddenly looked up. Those beautiful eyes, which had previously lost their luster, were now fixed intently on Chen Xian. Her lips trembled, and she could barely form a complete sentence. How did you know? This is her biggest secret. It's her greatest fear in the dead of night. It's an incurable disease that even the head of Danshin Pavilion, her master, is helpless against and can only barely suppress with expensive pills. How could this man know so much? Chen Xian did not answer her. He simply smiled slightly, forming a sword shape with his fingers, and a wisp of golden true essence, completely opposite to Lin Wanner's chilling aura, swirled around his fingertips. That wisp of true essence was so condensed that it seemed almost tangible, radiating a reassuring warmth. Under Yao Ling's bewildered gaze, Chen Xian flicked his finger. Call out. The wisp of golden true essence transformed into a stream of light, piercing with unparalleled precision into a meridian node below Yao Ling's lower abdomen. Yao Ling trembled violently. The attack she anticipated did not occur. Instead, a warm current flowed through it. A warm yet domineering current, unlike anything she had ever experienced before, surged in from that meridian point and instantly flowed throughout her limbs and bones. The agonizing pain that had tormented her for years, causing her unbearable agony every full moon, felt as if it were freezing her very bones, was excruciating. At that moment, miraculously, even a fraction of it was dispelled by that warm current. Although it was only a negligible relief. But this long-lost feeling of comfort, this sensation that her body no longer belonged to the ice, allowed her to instantly see the first ray of dawn in the endless darkness. That is hope. It is the hope of survival. She looked at Chen Xian. That arrogance, that contempt, that superiority complex had long since vanished without a trace. Instead, there was an undisguised shock and a frenzy as if witnessing a miracle. In the end, all these emotions transformed into an extreme desire to grasp at the last straw. Thump! This proud daughter of Danxin Pavilion, the ice-cold fairy revered by countless cultivators in Tianfeng County, had her knees buckle under the gaze of everyone in the Chen family. He actually knelt down, completely upright. Please, please, senior, save me. Chapter 20, the fairy offers a treasure, requesting to stay. She had lost all trace of the aloofness and arrogance of the fairy of the Pill Pavilion. Yao Ling's forehead slammed heavily against the cold bluestone slab, making a dull thud. In the deathly silent courtyard, the sound was amplified infinitely, like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of Chen Tianxiang and Chen Xianshan. She knew very well what Chen Xian's move meant. That means he has the ability to cure the strange poison in his body. That was an incurable disease that even her master, the head of the Danxin Pavilion, was helpless against. It was the precipice on her path to the great Tao. Chen Xian did not move, nor did he immediately go to help. He simply stood there quietly, looking down at the woman prostrate at his feet. That composure, in contrast to Yao Ling's disheveled state, created a silent but overwhelming contrast. After a long pause, he finally spoke, feigning difficulty. Save you? His voice was very soft, yet it made Yao Ling's body tremble violently. Fairy Yao, did I hear that right? Chen Xian's tone was as calm as if he were talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Just now, who tried to break into my house and snatch my child? And who is it that wants to raze my humble Chen family to the ground? Every rhetorical question was like a needle piercing Yao Ling's very marrow. Her body trembled violently. Shame and fear made her wish she could die on the spot. It was my ignorance that led me to fail you. It was my arrogance that caused me to offend you, young master and madam. Yao Ling panicked. She suddenly raised her head, her beautiful face covered in tears and fear, no longer resembling a fairy. Without any hesitation, she hurriedly took off the warm, smooth storage ring from her left thumb. Because her fingers were trembling so badly, she almost dropped the ring. This is all my savings and treasures. She held the ring high with both hands, offering it to me. And a few thousand-year-old spiritual herbs bestowed by my master, all of this is for you. I only beg you, young master, to forgive my past transgressions and, considering how difficult my cultivation has been, to save my life. In order to survive, she abandoned all dignity. Chen Xian's gaze fell on the ring, but he did not immediately take it. Chen Tianxiang and Chen Xianshan, who were standing to the side, were terrified and held their breath. That's the entire fortune of the young master of Danxin Pavilion. Its value is probably enough to buy 10 Xingyang cities. Chen Xian, what is he still hesitating about? Yao Ling's heart sank completely. She thought that Chen Xian still refused to forgive her, and a deeper despair welled up in her heart. If you, young master, are willing to save me, I am willing to swear an oath to the heavens that I will never be an enemy of the Chen family in this life. The Danxin Pavilion will also never cause the Chen family any trouble because of this matter. She played her last card. Chen Xian then slowly reached out and took the ring from her trembling fingertips. The ring felt slightly cool to the touch and contained pure spiritual energy. He casually swept his divine sense across the space, which was enormous, filled with mountains of rare spiritual herbs, pills, and ores, all bathed in a hazy glow. The few thousand-year-old spiritual herbs were carefully preserved in specially made jade boxes, their fragrance almost emanating from them. They really went all out. Chen Xian mentally gave his assessment, and finally a faint smile appeared on his face as he nodded slightly. Seeing this action, Yao Ling's heart, which had been in her throat, finally calmed down a little. Chen Xian fiddled with the ring in his hand, pondering for a moment. I can save you. He finally spoke. Yao Ling's eyes instantly lit up with ecstatic joy. But your poison is troublesome. Chen Xian's tone shifted, making Yao Ling's heart jump again. The ice soul poison has already penetrated deep into your bones and is inextricably intertwined with your Danling body. Eradicating it will not be a matter of a day or two. His words were unhurried, carrying the calmness of a physician diagnosing an illness. At the very least, I need to use my pure yang essence to cleanse your meridians and marrow every day. This process must continue for a year without interruption for even a single day in order to completely remove the strange poison and restore your Danling body to its pure state. I'm willing. Yao Ling answered loudly without hesitation, afraid that Chen Xian would change his mind. I'm willing to accept any conditions. She would be willing to endure anything, not just a year, but 10 or even 100 years. As long as I can live, as long as I can escape that torment that is worse than death. Chen Xian seemed to have anticipated her answer. In that case, he drawled, revealing his true purpose, you will have to stay in Xingyang City for the rest of this year. Yao Ling was stunned when she heard this. Stay in Xingyang City? She was worried about what excuse she could come up with to stay and receive treatment. Unexpectedly, the other party took the initiative to make this request. This is not a condition, it is a blessing. After a brief moment of astonishment came an indescribable ecstasy. She immediately kowtowed deeply to Chen Xian again, this time with greater devotion than ever before. Thank you so much for your kindness, young master. Thank you so much for your kindness, young master. She looked up, a strange light flashing in her eyes. I, Yao Ling, am willing to serve as a guest elder of the Danqing Pavilion and be a retainer of the Chen family. For a period of time she paused, as if she felt that a year was too short to express her sincerity. No. As long as you don't mind, young master, I am willing to serve the Chen family for the rest of my life and obey your every command. These words were spoken. The courtyard fell into a deathly silence. Chen Tianxiong and Chen Xianshan, who were standing next to him, had their mouths agape, wide enough to fit an egg. They glanced at each other, both seeing utter absurdity and shock reflected in each other's pupils. The young master of Danqing Pavilion in Tianfeng County. A genius alchemist at the 7th level of foundation establishment. A future master of Taoist alchemy, a foregone conclusion. They actually cried and begged to become a lifelong retainer for the Chen family? Ancestor Chen Xianshan subconsciously touched his beard, but he pulled too hard and plucked out several hairs, making him wince in pain, but he was completely unaware of it. Isn't this world a bit too crazy? Even Lin Wanner, when looking at her husband's profile, had a hint of a smile in her usually cold eyes. Her man always seemed to be able to create miracles that ordinary people couldn't understand. Chen Xian ignored the shock of those around him. He looked at Yao Ling, who was standing in front of him with an expression of utter loyalty, as if she was afraid he would abandon her, but he felt no emotion whatsoever. The fish jumped into the pot on their own. With a thought, the eye of the furnace opened once more. Above Yao Ling's head, the originally dense and impenetrable black threads of fortune had mostly dissipated. The original reddish-black main body of fortune had now lost all its blackness, and the red color had become incredibly pure, with even a faint golden light emanating from its core. The calamity has been averted, and fortune is turning for the better. And it was himself who brought all of this to fruition. Just then, a long-awaited notification sound, carrying a hint of human-like joy, rang in his mind. Ding! Detection indicates the host has successfully subdued a chosen one, Yao Ling, and her destiny has been initially bound to the host. The more children, more blessings system is undergoing adaptive evolution. System functionality will be updated soon. Please continue your efforts, the more updates the better. Chen Xian's heart stirred. Does the system have any new features? Can you trigger rewards and updates by subduing the chosen one? He originally thought that the system was simply about giving rewards for having children. Now it seems that the path of many children, many blessings is much broader than he imagined. Chapter 21, The Fairy Offers a Treasure, Requesting to Stay. 2. Yao Ling eventually settled down at the Chun family's house. To the outside world, the young master of Danqing Pavilion claimed that he and Chen Xian, the head of the Chun family, hit it off immediately and had many similar views on alchemy, so they stayed to exchange ideas. This reason was perfectly reasonable, and no one in Xingyang City dared to object. Thus, a scene of people dressed in white, pure as snow, appeared in the Chun family mansion. Every morning, Chen Xian would heal Yao Ling in the quiet room. The so-called healing involved using the pure yang essence cultivated from his own 10,000 paths furnace scripture to soothe her meridians that had been eroded by the ice soul poison. This process requires the palms of two people to touch, and their true energy to circulate, which is extremely mentally taxing. At first, Yao Ling was somewhat wary and reserved. But as time went on, she could clearly feel that the cold, energy lurking in her body was being gradually dispelled and purified by a warm and domineering current. The exhilarating feeling of gradually regaining control of her body and loosening the bottleneck in her cultivation was something she had never experienced in years. She looked at Chen Xian more and more often. This man, despite having a lower cultivation level than her, always manages to evoke unfathomable feelings in her. His corrections of her mistakes in alchemy were often incisive and to the point, giving her a sense of sudden enlightenment. He is decisive and ruthless when dealing with enemies, but gentle and kind to his family. When he held his son Chen Fan in his arms, the genuine doting he showed stirred ripples in her heart. She started to make it a habit to hand him a cup of hot tea after he finished his treatment. She began to get used to watching him guide the family members in their cultivation in the courtyard. She began to get used to having such a person in her life. That initial awe and gratitude had unknowingly been mixed with some more complex emotions that she herself was unwilling to admit. Lin Wanner saw all of this. One late night, Chen Fan was already fast asleep. Lin Wanner draped a coat over Chen Xian and spoke softly. "My husband." Chen Xian turned around and took her slightly cool hand in his. "This Miss Yao is actually not a bad person." Lin Wanner's statement was very calm. "It's just that being in a high position since childhood has shaped that personality. Now that he's fallen on hard times, it's quite pitiful." Chen Xian didn't speak, but listened quietly. "I can tell that she has developed different feelings for you, my husband." Lin Wanner raised her head, her eyes, as clear as autumn water, held no trace of jealousy, only clarity and seriousness. "If you're really interested, I don't mind." These words made Chen Xian pause slightly. He looked at his wife, trying to find even the slightest hint of reluctance on her face. "But no. Only sincerity. My husband is destined for great fortune and is no ordinary person. The small city of Qingyang cannot hold you back. The entire continent will be your stage in the future." Lin Wanner gently rested her head against his chest. "I will never be the only woman by your side. This is your destiny, and it is also the destiny of the Chun family. Instead of harboring resentment later, it's better for me to oversee things from the very beginning. The first wife's magnanimity determines the prosperity of the family. I understand this principle." Chen Xian held her tightly in his arms, a warm current flowing through his heart. What merit or ability did he possess to marry such a wise and righteous wife? Fool. He could only utter those two words. "Being able to marry you is the greatest fortune of my life, Chen Xian." Lin Wanner smiled contentedly in his arms. That night, Chen Xian sat cross-legged, and the system notification sound in his mind, which had been silent for a while, finally rang out again with a sense of triumphant accomplishment. Ding! System version 2.0 update complete. Thank you for your patience, host. This update will bring you a brand new family development experience. Chen Xian's spirits lifted. New feature 1, Concubine List. The host can legally add eligible women to the list of concubines. After a successful concubine addition, the host, along with the principal wife, concubines, and offspring, will automatically form a family fortune network. All members within the network can share a portion of the cultivation speed bonus and receive the protection of the family's overall fortune. The more family members there are, and the higher their aptitude, the stronger the network effect. New feature 2, Clan Quests. The system will periodically release main quests, side quests, and hidden quests based on the clan's current development status. Completing these quests will yield generous rewards, accelerating the clan's rise. Chen Xian's breathing became somewhat rapid. A compendium of concubinage. Family Fortune Network. This completely systematizes and formalizes the core concept of many children, many blessings, and gives it even more powerful functions. This is no longer a solo effort by him, but a task to lead the entire family to snowball into greater strength. He couldn't wait to use his mind to open that brand new concubine register. The golden book slowly unfolded, revealing only one page with a single spot available, on which a beautiful figure was clearly visible. It was Yao Ling. Name, Yao Ling. Identity, young master of Danqing Pavilion, Tianfeng County. Qualification, superior Danling body. Concubine overall rating, 92 points. This rating takes into account her status, qualifications, luck, and the depth of her bond with the host. Rewards for successfully taking a concubine: host's cultivation level will advance to Foundation Establishment Stage 4 without any bottleneck. Reward: high-grade Earth rank alchemy technique, the 100 solutions of the Pill King. Unlock exclusive fertility bonus for this concubine. Chen Xian's heart began to race. Simply by successfully taking a concubine, he could directly break through a minor realm. It should be understood that it normally takes at least several years of hard work to progress from the 3rd to the 4th level of Foundation Establishment. Not to mention the high-grade Earth rank alchemy technique. Such a level of skill is enough to unleash a bloodbath throughout Tianfeng County. His gaze continued downwards, landing on the last line, on the gleaming gold exclusive pregnancy bonus. Exclusive fertility bonus. Yao Ling: if you give birth to a child with her, the child will have a very high probability of awakening the Pill Saint body divine grade talent. At that time, the host will receive incredible rewards related to alchemy and permanently increase their affinity for alchemy. The body of a sage. Divine talent. Chen Xian's blood started to feel hot. His first son, Chen Fan, possessed an innate Taoist physique and was already of divine quality. If another Pill Saint's body is created, the reward. He dared not think any further. Any one of these rewards would be enough to drive countless cultivators mad. And now, they are all laid out before him, within his reach. Chen Xian slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, suppressing the heat in his heart. It seems it's time to have a serious talk with that naive fairy Yao about life and ideals. Chapter 22, Recruiting Fairies. That night, the moonlight was like water, turning the bluestone path in the backyard of the Chen family into a silvery white. Chen Xian placed 2 small dishes and a pot of warm osmanthus wine on the stone table. He didn't call out to anyone, sitting alone, as if admiring the moon, or as if waiting for someone. Before long, Yao Ling, dressed in white, arrived under the moonlight. After these days of recuperation, most of the ice soul poison in her body has been suppressed, and her sickly paleness has long since faded. Under the moonlight, her cheeks glow with a healthy rosy hue, and she has lost her aloofness, gaining instead a touch of the charm of someone enjoying a solitary drink under the moon. Young Master Chen. Yao Ling sat down opposite him, her movements slightly awkward. Chen Xian picked up the wine pot and poured her a full cup. The crisp aroma of the wine mingled with the fragrance of flowers in the night breeze, filling the space between them. The local products of Qingyang City cannot compare to the immortal wine of Danqing Pavilion, but they have a unique flavor. Yao Ling picked up the wine glass, her fingertips slightly cool. She took a small sip, and the warm wine slid down her throat, spreading a warm feeling throughout her body. She didn't speak, but just looked down at the moon's reflection shimmering in the cup. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward for a moment. Chen Xian wasn't in a hurry. He drank his wine, his gaze fixed on the bright moon in the sky, as if he were truly just admiring the moon. After a few rounds of drinks, Yao Ling's already rosy cheeks were now flushed with an even more intoxicating blush. Her breathing became a little erratic, and her eyes, which always held a sense of inquiry and complexity, became somewhat unfocused. Finally, she put down her wineglass, the bottom of which lightly touched the stone table. Despair. A soft sound broke the tranquility of the courtyard. Young Master Chen. Yao Ling seemed to have used all her strength to suddenly raise her head, her misty eyes staring straight into Chen Xian's deep eyes. I wish to be your concubine. 4 words, light and quick, yet crystal clear. I do not seek any title or honor, I only wish to stay by your side and serve you tea and grind ink for you. That would be enough for me in this life. After saying that, she immediately lowered her head, not daring to look at Chen Xian's face again, and her hands on her knees were tightly clasped together. She staked all her pride as the young master of Danqing Pavilion, along with the rest of her life, on this one sentence. Chen Xian put down his wine glass. That's exactly what he was waiting for. He didn't answer, but stood up and slowly walked to Yao Ling's side. Yao Ling's body tensed instantly. She could clearly smell the warmth emanating from the man, a mixture of the aroma of wine and his unique scent. A warm, large hand covered her cold hand. Yao Ling trembled violently. I thought you'd never say it out loud in your life. Chen Xian's voice held a hint of teasing amusement. Yao Ling looked up abruptly, and what came into view was a smiling face. In those deep eyes, there was no surprise, only the warmth and acceptance that she had always longed to see. I thought you, young master. What? Chen Xian leaned down, his lips almost touching her earlobe, his warm breath making her ears burn. If I had no feelings for you, why would I heal your wounds every day and invite you to drink with me every night? These words, like a warm current, instantly dispelled all her unease and anxiety. Yao Ling's body went completely limp, her cheeks flushed red as if they were about to bleed. Chen Xian lifted her chin and looked at her beautiful face, which was so close to his. Their eyes met, and their feelings deepened. He slowly lowered his head and kissed her. Under the moonlight, two figures embraced tightly. At that very moment, a system notification that was filled with ecstasy exploded in Chen Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully taking Yao Ling as a concubine. The first page of the concubine list is now officially lit. Rewards being distributed. The next moment, an unimaginably powerful and pure energy appeared out of thin air in Chen Xian's dantian. That energy was gentle yet incredibly domineering, like a dormant volcano suddenly erupting. Boom! The three bottlenecks of foundation establishment that had troubled him for so long were as fragile as window paper under the impact of this energy, and could be broken with a single poke. His true essence surged, purified, and compressed wildly. The original gaseous true essence is transforming into a more condensed liquid state at a speed visible to the naked eye. Foundation building stage 4. Things will fall into place naturally. But that's not all. Immediately afterwards, a vast torrent of information, as boundless as the sea of stars, surged directly into the depths of his soul. Countless pieces of knowledge, experience, techniques, and insights about alchemy were like a sudden enlightenment, deeply imprinted on his soul. The King of Elixir. At this moment, he had completely mastered the high-grade earth-rank alchemy technique. In an instant, he seemed to transform from a complete novice in alchemy into a master alchemist who had been immersed in the art of alchemy for thousands of years. The thrill of his rapidly increasing strength and the fulfillment of his soul being filled with knowledge almost made Chen Xian intoxicated. However, at that moment, another system notification sounded out of nowhere, leaving him completely petrified. Ding! Detected that the host's legal wife, Lin Wanner, has successfully conceived a second child due to the initial formation of the family luck network, a synergy of her vital energies and blood. What the hell? Wanner is pregnant again? Chen Xian's mind went blank for a moment, and he was unable to react while holding the beautiful woman in his arms. The system notification sound continued. The quality of this conception has been assessed as excellent. Offspring's talent is being tested. Based on the current strength of the Qi network and the mother's Xianyin sacred body status, the offspring's talent is expected to be no less than divine rank. A new birth gift package is in the works. Please look forward to it, host. He held his newlywed concubine, a beautiful and charming woman, in his arms. In his mind, he heard the wonderful news that his wife, far away in the inner courtyard, was pregnant with a second child of extraordinary talent. Double happiness? No, this is absolutely incredible. An overwhelming sense of happiness, like a tsunami, instantly engulfed Chen Xian. Could his life have been any more perfect? However, just as he was overwhelmed with excitement and so happy he was about to faint, Yao Ling, who was in his arms, suddenly stiffened without warning. She shoved Chen Xian away abruptly, the blush and happiness that had just appeared on her face vanishing instantly, replaced by a deathly pale complexion. What's wrong? Chen Xian immediately noticed that something was wrong with her. Yao Ling didn't answer. She seemed to have gone mad as she frantically pulled out a palm-sized jade talisman from her storage ring. The jade talisman was now covered with a fine, spiderweb-like crack, from which a faint light was seeping out. Click! Under their watchful eyes, the jade talisman let out a crisp, mournful cry, shattering completely into a pile of dull powder. Yao Ling's body trembled violently, and the joy in her eyes was completely replaced by fear and despair. No! She let out a piercing scream, a sound that tore at the heart. My father is in trouble. Something terrible has happened at Danshin Pavilion. Chapter 23, A Shocking Change at the Pill Pavilion, a 1,000-mile message. The lips that were warm and soft just a moment ago are now filled with cold panic. The body temperature of the woman in Chen Xian's arms was dropping at an alarming rate, and she was becoming stiff and cold. He looked down and saw that Yao Ling's pretty face, which had just been flushed with a lovely blush, had lost all color and was as white as a sheet of paper. Her body was trembling, not from shyness, but from fear deep in her soul. What's wrong? Chen Xian supported her swaying body and sent a stream of pure true energy to her, trying to stabilize her mind. Yao Ling did not answer. She just stared intently at the pile of white powder on the ground, which was the life-bound soul talisman left to her by her father, Yao Wanshan, to sense each other's safety. the talisman shatters, and the person is in danger. No. No way. Yao Ling's teeth were chattering, making a clicking sound, and her whole body felt like it was about to fall apart. My father, something happened to my father. She grabbed Chen Xian's sleeve suddenly, her nails digging deep into his clothes with such force, as if she had grasped at the last straw. Something's happened at Danqing Pavilion. It's my uncle, my own uncle Yao Wanhai. He's colluded with the Black Wind stronghold in Tianfeng County. He's trying to usurp the throne. A string of words poured out of her mouth incoherently, each word laced with sobs and despair. I can't contact any of my trusted confidants in the pavilion, and the elders who are loyal to my father, they must have all fallen victim to his evil deeds. He even issued a kill order against me. He wants to capture me and take me back to blackmail my father. In the end, she could no longer hold on, her legs gave way, and she was about to collapse to the ground. Chen Xian did not let her fall. He reached out his strong arm and pulled her back into his embrace, his other hand firmly holding her cold, trembling hand. That steady and powerful force flowed continuously through their touching skin. Don't be afraid. Chen Xian's voice was calm, yet it carried an irresistible sense of stability. The sky won't fall down. Yao Ling's disoriented thoughts miraculously found a moment of respite under the comfort of these words. She raised her tear-filled face and stared blankly at the man in front of her. It was clearly a catastrophe for her family, yet this man remained calm as if he were discussing a trivial matter. That composure, that confidence, instantly became the only pillar in her world, which was about to be torn apart by the storm. Just then, a system notification sound, carrying a hint of solemnity and anticipation, rang out in Chen Xian's mind at just the right moment. Ding! Clan quest triggered, the chaos of Dan Pavilion. A golden scroll unfolded in Chen Xian's consciousness. Mission description: the maternal clan of concubine Yao Ling, Danqing Pavilion, is facing a crisis. If Danqing Pavilion falls into enemy hands, it will negatively impact the family's fortune. Please help Yao Ling quell the rebellion and reclaim Danqing Pavilion. Task rewards: the family's fortune is greatly enhanced. The host obtains the Earth rank formation for symbols locking heaven formation. The concubine Yao Ling's loyalty is locked at unwavering devotion, and there is a chance to obtain clues to the awakening of her hidden physique, Dan Ling's sacred body. Earth rank formation. Another important foundation for the rise of the family. Chen Xian remained completely calm. All of this was within his expectations. Just then, light footsteps came from the courtyard gate. Lin Wanner, dressed in a simple white dress, walked gracefully towards them. She first glanced at Yao Ling, who was sobbing in Chen Xian's arms, then turned her concerned gaze to her husband. She didn't ask what had happened, nor did she show the slightest displeasure at the intimate gesture between the two. Husband, have you run into trouble? Chen Xian nodded and briefly explained the situation. Lin Wanner listened without the slightest hesitation. What Yao's sister does is what our Chen family does. She walked over to the two of them and gently comforted Yao Ling. Danqing Pavilion is related to the future of the family. I will fully support any decision my husband makes. This comfort and support from the matriarch filled Yao Ling, who was already agitated, with an indescribable warmth and gratitude. Chen Xian patted Yao Ling's back reassuringly, helping her to stand up straight from his embrace. He began pacing in the courtyard, his mind racing. Qingyang City is far from Tianfeng County. Even if we set off immediately, it will probably be too late by the time we arrive. His analysis was calm and ruthless, shattering Yao Ling's last shred of hope that she could rush back immediately. Moreover, since Yao Wanhai dared to make a move, he must have been planning for many years. There are many strong people in the pavilion, plus the Black Wind stronghold. If we go there now with just a few people, it would be like throwing an egg against a rock. Yao Ling's newly ignited hope was extinguished by this bucket of cold water. Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch my father? Chen Xian stopped and turned around. A wise light gleamed in his deep black eyes. A direct assault is the worst possible strategy. To deal with such a schemer, you have to use methods he can't even imagine. He looked at Yao Ling and asked a crucial question. I ask you, do the pills your father refines have any unique markings or special techniques that no outsider, including your uncle, could possibly imitate? This question startled Yao Ling, who was immersed in grief. Her mind was racing, as if she had grasped something. A glimmer of light rekindled in the depths of her dim eyes. She nodded emphatically and answered eagerly. Have. My father created a unique alchemy technique called 9 revolutions to rejuvenate the heart. The pills refined using this secret technique will have their effects presented in 9 spirals, progressively increasing after the pill's energy enters the body, greatly benefiting the absorption of the medicinal power. This is his closely guarded secret apart from me, no one knows the key to it, and Yao Wanhai could never imitate it. Upon hearing this answer, a confident expression of complete control finally appeared on Chen Xian's face. Very good. His words were deliberate and resounding. Yao Wanhai was able to usurp the throne simply by lying that your father was seriously injured and in seclusion, and then using some coercion and inducement to temporarily stabilize people's hearts. We will completely crush him by exploiting his most prized skill, alchemy, which is also the foundation of Danxin Pavilion. Yao Ling was stunned by these bold words. How to defeat Yao Wanhai in alchemy? Yao Wanhai is recognized as the #1 alchemist in Danxin Pavilion, besides her father. Chen Xian, he. Before she could think it through, Chen Xian had already revealed his earth-shattering plan. I will personally refine a top-grade divine pill that surpasses all the pills in Danxin Pavilion. Furthermore, I will incorporate the 9 turns to rejuvenate the heart technique you mentioned into it. I want to use this pill to prove one thing to all the forces within the Danxin Pavilion that are still wavering. Chen Xian looked at Yao Ling with unparalleled confidence and domineering presence in his eyes. What your father could do, I can do too. What he can't do, I can do too. The entire courtyard was completely silent. Yao Ling and Lin Wanner were both stunned. They were utterly shocked by Chen Xian's crazy and audacious idea. How can someone who has never been exposed to the core inheritance of Danxin Pavilion refine a divine pill that surpasses the level of the Pavilion Master, and even use the Pavilion Master's secret techniques? How is that possible? However, looking at the man in front of her, at his confident expression that seemed to turn the impossible into possible, all of Yao Ling's doubts, fears, and anxieties transformed into a surging wave of admiration and hope. She seemed to see a miracle about to unfold. A world-sharing battle fought across thousands of miles, with elixirs as weapons and the human heart as the battlefield. Chapter 24, A Shocking Change at the Pill Pavilion, A 1,000-Mile Message Part 2. What I want to refine is the Purple Dragon King pill. Chen Xian's voice was very soft, but to Yao Ling's ears it was no less than a thunderclap. She froze, her mind went blank, and her mind, which had just begun to recover from a series of shocks, was once again thrown into a storm of emotions. What? Yao Ling's voice suddenly rose, becoming so sharp it almost cracked, and her usual aloofness as a fairy of the Dan Pavilion vanished completely. Purple Dragon King pill? That's the prized treasure of my Danxin Pavilion, a true 4th-grade pill. Only the successive leaders of the pavilion, and those who have cultivated the 9 Revolutions rejuvenation secret technique to the highest level, are qualified to attempt to refine it. She was somewhat out of control of her emotions. This wasn't a question, but rather an instinctive defense of the ironclad rules of alchemy by an alchemist. She practically shouted it out. You've never even seen a pill formula, how could you possibly refine it? Moreover, the main ingredients for refining the Purple Dragon King pill, the Dragon Blood Sacred Fruit and the Purple Dragon King Ginseng, are rare treasures of heaven and earth that are only found once every 1,000 years, and they are not in my storage ring at all. Without the main ingredient, it's like trying to cook without rice. Forcing it will only lead to a fire. Chen Xian did not explain. Faced with absolute power, words seemed pale and powerless. He simply raised his right hand slowly. There was no alchemy furnace, nor any earth fire. Under Yao Ling's astonished and uncertain gaze, a dazzling golden flame suddenly ignited from Chen Xian's palm. The flames were not raging and violent, but rather solidified, resembling a small golden glass, radiating a pure aura of extreme strength and yang. Pure yang true essence is fire. I will use my hands as a furnace. The next moment, Chen Xian made a feint with his left hand. Yao Ling's storage ring on her finger flashed slightly, and dozens of spiritually vibrant medicinal herbs flew out uncontrollably, hovering quietly in mid-air. Yao Ling was about to say something, but the words got stuck in her throat. Because she saw that Chen Xian had begun. His movements were not fast, even somewhat slow, but each movement carried an indescribable rhythm, as if it were perfectly natural. A century-old fire cloud grass drifted into the golden flames. There was no intense burning, and no pungent burnt smell. The medicinal herbs simply unfolded gently in the flames, then melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a drop of pure emerald green liquid. All impurities were vaporized instantly, leaving not a trace. This purification technique deeply shocked Yao Ling. She asked herself if she could do it, but it would never be so easy, so perfect, as if that medicinal herb was destined for this end. Then came the second one, the third one. Different medicinal herbs, in his hands, were given the same fate. Their medicinal properties were either mild or explosive, cold or hot, but under that golden flame, they were all as docile as if they had met a king. Their medicinal properties were perfectly stimulated, and then they were fused together. Yao Ling was mesmerized. In her mind, countless records from alchemy classics were churning wildly, only to be mercilessly torn apart by the scene before her. This is illogical. This goes against the principles of alchemy. Yet everything happening before my eyes feels so real. After all the auxiliary drugs had been purified and blended, Chen Xian stopped what he was doing. Yao Ling's heart jumped into her throat. The most crucial step has arrived. Without the main medicine, how can he continue? Chen Xian closed his eyes slightly, and the vast knowledge of the 100 explanations of the Pill King transformed into countless streams of light deep within his soul. A moment later, he opened his eyes again. He waved again. This time, what flew out of Yao Ling's storage ring were hundreds of lower-grade spiritual herbs. These medicinal herbs are diverse and have mixed properties. Many of them even conflict with each other, and when put together, they can cause serious poisoning. What is he going to do? Yao Ling's alchemy philosophy faced an unprecedented challenge at this moment. However, what happened next completely overturned her understanding. Chen Xian's hands moved like butterflies flitting among flowers, precisely throwing hundreds of low-grade spiritual herbs into the golden flames in an extremely mysterious order. Under his masterful manipulation, the antagonistic properties of the medicines achieved a delicate balance, while the synergistic properties were catalyzed to their extreme. He actually used dozens of low-level spiritual herbs to complement each other's medicinal properties and catalyze energy, forcefully simulating the effects of the main ingredients: dragon blood sacred fruit and purple dragon king ginseng. Turning the rotten into the miraculous. This is a truly miraculous way to turn the rotten into the miraculous. This isn't alchemy. Yao Ling murmured to herself, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. This is creation. As all the medicinal liquids were perfectly blended, the prototype of a pill slowly condensed in the flames in Chen Xian's palm. An indescribable, rich medicinal fragrance suddenly spread from the Chen family courtyard. Wherever the fragrance of the medicine wafted, the withered grass and trees in the mansion visibly rejuvenated, sprouting tender green buds. The old servant, who was dozing off, only caught a whiff of the fragrance and felt completely refreshed. Even his years-old leg pain was gone. Just at the very last moment before the elixir was about to take shape, the weather above Qingyang City suddenly changed. The once clear night sky was now shrouded in thick, dark clouds. Streaks of silver lightning crisscrossed the clouds, and a terrifying divine might, a blend of destruction and rebirth, enveloped the entire city. Dan Lei! Yao Ling screamed, her face filled with horror and fervor. Legend has it that only the birth of a top-grade pill of perfect quality will attract pill lightning. Just then, Lin Wanner, who had been standing quietly to the side, moved. With a single step, the terrifying pressure of a golden core cultivator surged into the sky. With a wave of her hand, a crystal-clear ice barrier instantly formed, enveloping the entire courtyard. The silver lightning bolt crashed down, striking the barrier with a muffled thud before turning into countless ice crystal fragments that drifted silently down. Inside the courtyard, Chen Xian let out a low shout. His hands, which were holding the pill, suddenly clasped together. Hold head high. A high-pitched and resounding dragon roar seemed to come from the heavens above, echoing deep into everyone's soul. When Chen Xian opened his palm again, a divine pill, entirely purple and covered with mysterious golden dragon patterns, floated silently in the air. Around the divine pill, exactly 9 spiraling wisps of energy circled it. And on the pill's smooth surface, 2 ancient characters, imbued with profound truths, naturally formed Chen Xian. Perfect. Yao Ling stared blankly at the pill, then looked at that calm and composed face. She could no longer hold on. Her knees buckled, and she couldn't help but kneel down heavily in front of Chen Xian. All that remained from her mouth were unconscious murmurs. The god of alchemy is nothing more than this. Chen Xian casually handed the divine pill, which was enough to drive the entire Tianfeng County crazy, to Yao Ling. He spoke, giving the final instructions for the plan. Send it to Tianfeng County through your most reliable channels. And add a sentence. If Yao Wanhai does not bind himself in Danxin Pavilion Square within 3 days, the pavilion master will be replaced by someone else. After seeing off Yao Ling, who was in a daze and like a puppet, Chen Xian looked up at the night sky, which had returned to calm. Although Lin Wanner concealed most of Dan Lei's strange phenomena, the unique fluctuations of its laws, like a campfire in the dark, had undoubtedly attracted the attention of some beings. He could sense several powerful yet subtle divine senses sweeping across the distant horizon, lingering briefly above Qingyang City before quietly retreating. "Husband, you've made quite a commotion." Lin Wanner came to his side, her brows furrowed with a hint of seriousness. "There's nothing we can do about it." Chen Xian withdrew his gaze and smiled. "There are always some fish that will only swim over when they smell the fish. The good days in Qingyang City, this peaceful newbie village, are probably coming to an end." Chapter 25, A Shocking Change at the Pill Pavilion, a 1,000-mile message 3. After the thunder, the sky over Qingyang City seemed to have been washed clean. The faint spiritual energy in the air had unknowingly become several times denser, and even a deep breath carried a hint of sweetness. The old locust tree in the east of the city sprouted new buds, and the blacksmith in the west of the city felt his back and legs were no longer sore. Such a miraculous event is merely a divine manifestation to mortals, but for cultivators, it is an immense opportunity. In an instant, the rogue cultivators around Qingyang City swarmed in like sharks smelling blood. The once peaceful town has suddenly become a chaotic mess. "Get out of here. This spot has the densest spiritual energy. I claimed it first." "Bullshit. I've been here for 3 days. Which eye of yours saw me leave?" In the streets and alleys, it is common for cultivators to draw their swords against each other in order to compete for a cultivation spot with slightly denser spiritual energy. Just as this undercurrent was surging, a convoy drove into Qingyang City in a grand procession. Dozens of magnificent horses pulled the luxurious carriage, its body crafted from golden Nanmu wood, the inscribed patterns shimmering in the sunlight. The team's flag bears the two characters Sihai, meaning 4 seas in a bold and elegant style, signifying its extraordinary origins. Tianfeng County, Sihai Chamber of Commerce. This high-profile caravan, bordering on ostentatious, instantly became the focus of the entire city. The woman at the head of the group wore a long, moon-white dress, her face veiled, revealing only a pair of cold and aloof eyes. She introduced herself as Manager Morome. However, the caravan's next move surprised everyone. Instead of selling goods or opening a shop, they spent a fortune to buy a large mansion directly opposite the Chen family residence. That night, several extremely subtle array fluctuations emanated from the courtyard, like an invisible net that silently enveloped the entire Chen family. The Chen family home, study. Chen Xian put down the book in his hand, his gaze seemingly piercing through the wall and landing on the house across the street. A flash of golden light, like that of a furnace, appeared and disappeared deep within his eyes. "Investigate the formation?" A playful smile curled at the corner of his lips. The other party's methods were indeed ingenious. An ordinary foundation establishment cultivator would not have noticed anything unusual. But under his furnace eye, the so-called detection array, in terms of its structure and spiritual energy flow, was as rudimentary as a child's scribbles. He could even clearly see that at the core of the formation, the veiled manager Morong was sitting cross-legged, personally presiding over the formation. Morong Shui, the pride of the Morong family, one of the 3 great families of Tianfeng County, is a second-tier array master. Pretense is meaningless in his presence. Chen Xian's thoughts continued to deepen, and the power of the furnace eye penetrated Morong Shui's physical body, directly piercing her spiritual energy source. He saw the strange, intertwined black energy in the other person's meridians, like maggots clinging to bones. The black energy locked her dantian tightly, cutting off all her chances of breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage. Whenever the moonlight shines down, the dark energy stirs and gnaws at her soul and flesh. Bloodline curse. Interesting. Chen Xian's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. The spy who came to our door was a formation genius suffering from a serious illness who urgently needed treatment. This game of chess seems to be more interesting than I imagined. Instead of trying to break the formation, he seemed completely oblivious, continuing his daily life as usual. However, some true and false rumors began to circulate among the servants of the Chun family. "Have you heard? The mistress is pregnant again." The head of the family is worried because the mistress is weak this time and wants to find some nourishing recipes. More than that, the strange phenomenon a few days ago was caused by the patriarch. I heard he obtained an extraordinary treasure and has been studying it behind closed doors all day. These messages were relayed to the house across the street without missing a single word. Morong Shui felt increasingly uneasy. The feedback from her 8 Directions wind listening session almost drove her crazy. That Chen Xian, whose cultivation level was only at the 4th level of foundation establishment, spent his days either reading or taking walks with his wife and children, living a simple life like a wealthy country gentleman. Could a wealthy countryman attract Dan Lei? This extreme contrast intensified the sense of crisis she felt, a feeling of being watched and lurked by a giant beast. Night. Inside the bedroom, Lin Wanner leaned against Chen Xian's chest, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Husband, those people over there have been spying on us for 3 days now, and their intentions are unclear. Her hand unconsciously touched her slightly protruding belly. Chen Xian took her hand and transferred a gentle stream of true energy to it. Don't worry, it's not a tiger, it's a fat sheep delivered to our door. He gently comforted his wife. I not only want them to resolve the crisis at Danxin Pavilion, but I also want them to willingly leave this opportunity behind. Feeling the warmth and confidence from her husband's palm, Lin Wanner's unease gradually subsided, and she stopped asking questions. The next day, Chen Xian decided to take the initiative. He wanted to lure this self-proclaimed hunter, the pride of the Morong family, step by step into his trap. He summoned the steward and handed him a list. Go to the largest Huachuntang pharmacy in the city, and get the medicine according to the prescription. Don't miss a single one. Half an hour later, an identical purchase list was presented to Morong Shui. The list includes dozens of medicinal herbs, such as ice spirit flower, frostgrass, and cold marrow crystal, all of which are extremely cold in nature. However, at the end of the list, several medicinal materials with extremely strong yin yang properties, such as crimson sun fruit and blazing flame vine, were found. Morong Shui, as a second-tier array master, also had some knowledge of pharmacology and alchemy. She stared at the absurd prescription and fell into deep thought. Water and fire are incompatible, yin and yang are in conflict. This is not a prescription, it's a prescription to blast the oven. A burly middle-aged guard whispered behind her, Miss, is this man a fool? Buying this kind of medicinal herb, does he have a death wish? Morong Shui slowly shook her head, a sharp light flashing in her usually cold eyes. No. He is not stupid, he knows we're watching. For the first time, her intense curiosity and desire to explore overwhelmed her composure as a mission executor. She developed an intense, almost obsessive, interest in the seemingly ordinary head of the Chen family. This is not a prescription at all. This is a declaration of war. A letter from a man she couldn't understand at all, a blatant provocation against her, a genius of formations. For the first time in Xingyang City, Morong Shui's lips curled into a smile. Prepare a generous gift. She gave orders to the guards behind her, her voice clear and firm. I will personally visit you tomorrow. Chapter 26, A Visit with Hidden Clues. The next day, at Chenshi 7, 9 a.m. The gate of the Chen family mansion was knocked on 3 times, neither too loud nor too soft. The butler opened the door and, seeing the scene outside, almost lost his composure, a composure honed through years of welcoming and seeing off guests. A woman with her face veiled in white stood quietly, her figure slender and her temperament as aloof as a snow-capped mountain peak. Behind her were 4 guards with a deep and resolute aura, and further back were 2 rows of maids carrying mahogany gift boxes. The display exuded an air of undeniable nobility. Morong Shui from the Tianfeng County Sihai Chamber of Commerce has come to visit young Master Chen Xian. The woman's voice was like a clear mountain spring, cool and melodious. The news quickly reached the inner courtyard. In the study, Chen Xian put down an ancient book in his hand, a smile appearing on his face. The fish was even more impatient than he had imagined. Have her wait in the main hall, Chen Xian instructed. Also, prepare the ice and fiery yang tea that I brewed yesterday. The steward accepted the order and left, but he was still feeling uneasy. Ice and fiery yang tea? Didn't the head of the family just throw all those extremely cold and extremely young medicinal herbs, the kind that could explode on the spot if put together, into a jar and soak them in cold water yesterday? That stuff, you really won't die on the spot if you drink it? The main hall of the Chen family. Morong Shui sat upright in the guest seat, her posture ramrod straight and her demeanor graceful. She did not touch the tea or snacks on the table, her clear, cool eyes silently observing every detail of the mansion. It's too ordinary. There were no ornate decorations, no elaborate protective formations, and even the flow of spiritual energy was unremarkable, only slightly denser than the outside world. Is this really the dragon's den and tiger's lair that attracted the strange phenomenon of thunder and lightning? Her senses, as a second-tier array master, swept around the courtyard again and again, and the result was always the same, nothing special. But the more this happened, the stronger her unease became. Just then, a series of unhurried footsteps approached. Chen Xian, dressed in a simple blue robe, slowly stepped into the hall. He wore a gentle smile and his eyes were calm as still water, as if he were simply welcoming an ordinary neighbor. Their eyes met. Morong Shui's heart clenched suddenly. The man before me had a handsome face and a gentle demeanor, but his eyes were so deep that they seemed to suck in one's soul. When his gaze fell upon her, Morong Shui had the illusion that she was being completely stripped bare. It was as if all her pretense and secrets were laid bare before those eyes. Steward Morong, it is an honor to have you here. I am so sorry for not welcoming you sooner. Chen Xian smiled, cupped his hands in greeting, and sat down in the main seat. Young Master Chen, you are too kind. Morong Shui's voice returned to its cool tone. I have long heard that Qingyang City is a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery. Recently, auspicious omens have appeared in the city, so I have come to pay my respects and hope to form a good relationship with young Master Chen. She spoke succinctly, attributing her visit to a normal business trip. The maid quickly served the pot of so-called ice and fiery yang tea. The tea soup presented an eerie, chaotic color. One half exuded a chilling aura, while the other half faintly emitted steam. These two diametrically opposed aromas were forcibly confined within the same cup of tea, neither intruding upon the other, clearly distinct. Upon seeing this, the burly guards behind Morong Shui narrowed their eyes, secretly gathering their true energy, and were about to step forward to stop her. This isn't tea, it's clearly poison. Morong Shui raised her hand to stop him. She stared intently at the cup of tea. Her keen senses as a formation master told her that the tea contained a terrifying balance that she could not comprehend. Chen Xian picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and let out a comfortable sigh. This tea is called ice and fiery yin and yang, which is one of my unique skills. He put down the teacup and looked at Morong Shui with a smile. All things are mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. What seems like water and fire are incompatible is actually just lacking proper guidance. Sometimes, the root of the problem is precisely where the hope lies. For example, some incurable diseases are congenital and passed down from generation to generation, like maggots clinging to bones. Chen Xian's tone became increasingly relaxed, and he lightly tapped his finger on the table. To outsiders, it is a terminal illness, a curse. But if we can find that balance, fight poison with poison, and cold with cold, perhaps, we can break through and build a new world. He abruptly changed the subject, his gaze seemingly casually sweeping over Morong Shui's fingertips, which trembled slightly in shock. Just like some formations, which are inherently flawed and restricted in their operation. Forcibly repairing them will only make things worse. It is better to go with the flow, reverse the layout, and turn those flaws into part of the formation's power. Boom! Every word Chen Xian uttered was like an invisible hammer blow, striking the depths of Morong Shui's heart. The color drained from her face instantly. A congenital, intractable disease. Passed down through generations. Formations are inherently flawed. Who is this man? How could he know the Morong family's biggest secret? The so-called bloodline curse originated from the fact that when the ancestors of the Morong family set up the clan's protective formation, they forcibly reversed the yin and yang, causing an irreparable flaw in the formation. This flaw eventually turned into a curse, which was imprinted on the bloodline of every generation of core clan members. This matter is a top secret of the Morong family. Young Master Chen, you're joking. For the first time, Morong Shui's voice trembled slightly. I'm just a businesswoman and know nothing about the formations and intractable diseases you mentioned. Yeah? Chen Xian's smile deepened. He slowly stood up and walked to Morong Shui. Amidst the sudden tension in the other person's body and the watchful eyes of the guards behind them, he extended a finger and gently touched the ice and fiery yang tea in front of Morong Shui. His fingertips did not touch the tea. Just an inch apart, a tiny point in mid-air. Buzz! The murky tea in the cup underwent an incredible transformation in an instant. The originally distinct cold and heat began to slowly rotate and merge in an extremely mysterious trajectory, eventually transforming into wisps of pure, attribute-free, and gentle spiritual energy that rose gently from the cup. The room was filled with fragrance. Look! Chen Xian withdrew his finger, looked into Morong Shui's eyes filled with horror and madness, and said clearly, word by word. The so-called dead end, the so-called terminal illness. It has never existed in my life. He leaned slightly forward, his voice low, carrying a magical quality that only the two of them could hear. Now, tell me, did you really come here just to make a good connection? Chapter 27, a single word reveals the truth, the fairy is terrified. Cost? These two words, like two invisible branding irons, were seared into Morong Shui's heart. Her gaze was fixed on the cup of tea, and her mind went completely to a standstill at that moment. The murky tea in the cup underwent a transformation that overturned her entire understanding of the world, all thanks to Chen Xian's fingertip that touched the air. The two energies of cold and heat, which were originally clearly distinct, no longer clashed. Instead, they seemed to have found some supreme law and began to rotate and merge in an extremely mysterious trajectory. The destructive force dissipated in the collision, replaced by wisps of pure, gentle, and immaculate spiritual energy rising gently from the cup. The room was filled with fragrance. This is not alchemy, but it is even better than alchemy. This is not a formation, but it contains a profound principle of balance that is more advanced than any formation. This is creation. It is the miracle of bringing something from nothing, of transforming two diametrically opposed forms of destruction into pure life. Her proud second-tier array mastery, her exquisite control over the balance of power, seemed as insignificant as a child's scribbles in the face of this scene. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Morong Shui muttered to herself in a daze, her pride as a genius of formation shattered in that moment. She tried to analyze everything before her with the vast sea of formation theories in her mind, only to find that her knowledge was so barren and laughable. Nothing is impossible. Chen Xian's voice drifted over, revealing no emotion. Your approach to formations has gone astray from the very beginning. He paused, his tone calm yet each word carrying weight. You only know how to outline the array patterns and how to set up the array eyes, but you don't know the essence of the array, which is a lever to manipulate the laws of heaven and earth. You exhaust your efforts to refine the lever, but you never think about understanding the other end of the lever, that vast universe called law. These words struck Morong Shui like a thunderclap. She suddenly looked up, and for the first time, her aloofness and confidence faded from her clear, cold eyes, leaving only the confusion and longing of a student facing their mentor. Who are you? She asked in a trembling voice. She asked this question twice today. But this time, it wasn't a test, but a deep-seated reverence and inquiry. Chen Xian did not answer. He simply sat back down in the main seat, picked up his teacup, and looked at her with a leisurely air. That look in his eyes was so calm it was maddening. This feeling of being completely seen through and utterly crushed made Morong Shui feel suffocated. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in her heart, trying to regain some initiative. Young Master Chen, what did you mean by what you just said? We've only met by chance, why did you say these things to me? Meet by chance? Chen Xian laughed, but that laugh sent a chill down Morong Shui's spine. Miss Morong, you have brought the elites of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce to set up the 8 Directions wind listening array across from my house, spying on me day and night. This does not seem like something a casual acquaintance would do. You. Morong Shui's body stiffened abruptly, and the color drained from her face in an instant. Listen to the winds from all directions. He even recited the name of the formation he had set up word for word. That was a unique formation she had improved upon by combining the Morong family's heritage. Apart from herself and a few core elders in the family, no outsider could possibly know about it. At that moment, the last shred of hope in her heart vanished completely. She thought she was a hunter lurking in the shadows. Little did they know that they were the foolish moths that had already fallen into the spider web, yet were still bloating. Overwhelmed by immense fear and humiliation, she was instantly engulfed. The burly guard behind her turned deathly pale instantly, his hands gripping the hilt of his sword tightly at his waist, his inner energy surging wildly, yet he dared not let it leak out in the slightest. The atmosphere in the entire hall instantly plummeted to freezing point. However, Chen Xian seemed oblivious to their subtle actions. He looked at Morong Shui, whose face was deathly pale, with an almost pitying gaze, and spoke again. This time, his words became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The bloodline curse of the Morong family is very interesting. On every full moon night, my dantian feels like it's being gnawed by 1,000 ants, and my soul feels like it's fallen into the deepest, most icy hell, right? His voice wasn't loud, but every word was piercing. With each word he spoke, Morong Shui's face paled a little more. You forcibly cultivated the array, attempting to suppress the curse with its power, but the result was the opposite, deeply binding the curse to your array cultivation, and now it is too late to reverse the situation. You came to Qingyang City ostensibly to investigate the strange phenomenon of Dan Lei, but in reality, you wanted to find a way out of this predicament, for your own sake and for the sake of your Morong family, to seek a way out. When he finished speaking, Morong Shui's body swayed violently. If the guards behind her hadn't caught her quickly, she probably would have collapsed to the ground. She looked at Chen Xian, and in his cold eyes, there was only endless horror and despair. This man is not human. It's the devil. He is a devil who can see through all her past, foresee all her future, and manipulate her fate at will. You investigated me. She forced out a few words through gritted teeth. It was the only explanation she could think of. Investigating you? Chen Xian chuckled and shook his head. Miss Morong, you overestimate yourself. In my eyes, you and the Morong family behind you are not worthy of your attention. His words were understated, yet they carried an absolute domineering air that crushed all living beings. He stood up, took one last look at the distraught woman, and turned to walk towards the back hall. A leisurely voice came from behind him and drifted into Morong Shue's ears. I'll give you 3 days. Think carefully. Did you come here wanting to be a self-righteous enemy, or a groveling dog? If you figured it out in 3 days, come back to me. If you can't figure it out, you and the Sihai Chamber of Commerce behind you will remain in Xingyang City forever, guarding the gates for my Chen family. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xian's figure disappeared behind the hall. Morong Shui was left standing there, stunned, as if struck by lightning. It was icy cold, bone-chillingly cold, rising from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. She knew this man wasn't joking. He has the ability. Chapter 28, The Art of the Deal. 3 days. For Morong Shui, who lived opposite the Chen family, every minute and second of those 72 hours felt like being roasted over a fire. She locked herself in her room, refusing to eat or drink. The 8 Directions Wind listening formation had long been dismantled, and she didn't even dare to use her divine sense to probe that eerily peaceful mansion anymore. The man's words kept echoing in my mind. Enemy? Or dog? She, a proud daughter of the Morong family and a second-tier array master, had never suffered such humiliation. Murderous intent, anger, and resentment surged like boiling water, but as soon as he recalled the man's effortless way of resolving the ice and fiery young tea, and the look in his eyes when he revealed the family's greatest secret, all his emotions were extinguished by a deeper fear and helplessness. He has a plan. This thought, like a wildly growing vine, tightly bound her heart. Dignity? Pride? Compared to the family's centuries of survival and his own cursed life, what are these things worth? The 3rd day, at dusk. As the last rays of the setting sun were about to sink below the horizon, Morong Shue's door creaked open. She changed out of the moon-white gown that symbolized her status, wearing only the most ordinary plain-colored cloth. The white veil on her face was also removed, revealing a slightly pale and haggard face, yet still breathtakingly beautiful. She walked out of the courtyard step by step, crossed the street, and stood in front of the Chen family mansion. This time, she did not have anyone inform her. Under the astonished gaze of the gatekeeper, she quietly bent her knees that had never bent before anyone. He knelt down, completely upright. The news quickly reached the backyard. Chen Xian was taking a walk with Lin Wanner, and Yao Ling. Lin Wanner's belly was already noticeably protruding, and her face radiated maternal glow. Yao Ling followed closely behind like a little follower, her eyes filled with undisguised admiration as she looked at Chen Xian. My lord, it seems that Miss Morong has come to her senses, Lin Wanner said softly, already quite used to Chen Xian's methods. Chen Xian stood with his hands behind his back, nodded, and said that everything was under control. Make her kneel outside, he said calmly. She can come in when it's completely dark. The pride of a prodigy is both too strong and too fragile. If it's not completely smashed, how can it be used for one's own benefit? Night finally fell. When Morong Shui felt her legs go numb and her consciousness began to fade, the Chen family's gates slowly opened. The master wants you to come in. The butler's voice was devoid of any emotion. Morong Shui struggled to her feet, her legs buckling as she nearly collapsed. She gritted her teeth and slowly made her way into the mansion that would determine her fate. It was the same study. Chen Xian sat calmly behind his desk, holding an ancient book in his hands. The lamplight illuminated his profile, making his features distinct. Morong Shui took 3 steps to the desk and stopped. Then, once again, he slowly knelt down. This time, her forehead pressed tightly against the cold floor. I, Morong Shui, have offended your lord's might and deserve to die. Her voice was hoarse, trembling with resignation. I beg you, sir, to show the Morong family, to show me a way out. Chen Xian finally put down his book. He didn't tell her to get up, he just looked down at her, his voice as calm as still water. I can give you the way. But my rule is equal exchange. He stood up, walked slowly to Morong Shui, leaned down, and whispered in her ear in a voice only the two of them could hear. I want you, and the Sihai Chamber of Commerce behind you, to be at my disposal from this day forward. I want you to be the sharpest knife I've plunged into Tianfeng County, and the most piercing pair of eyes. Can you do it? Morong Shui's body trembled violently. She suddenly looked up, her beautiful face filled with struggle. To be used by him? How is that any different from betraying one's family? Chen Xian seemed to see through her thoughts and scoffed, betrayal? Miss Morong, aren't you overthinking it? What right does a family that is struggling to survive have to talk about loyalty? I'm saving you. I'm giving you a chance to transform yourself from a useless person destined to be devoured by a curse into the true savior of the Morong family in the future. Chen Xian's voice carried a strange magic, striking directly at the most vulnerable part of her heart. Will you lead your family to slowly rot in the mire of despair, or will you grasp at me, your only straw, and lead them to a new life? You choose. He straightened up, walked back to his desk and sat down, his expression returning to its indifferent state. Of course, you can refuse. However, I guarantee that when the sun rises tomorrow, there will be no trace of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce in or around Qingyang City. You and your men will all become withered bones, forgotten in the mass graves outside the city. A blatant threat, without any attempt at concealment. Morong Shui knelt on the ground, her body trembling like a leaf in the wind. She knew that this man meant what he said. On one side is the elusive concept of loyalty, and on the other is inevitable destruction. On the other side, there was humiliating submission and the only glimmer of hope. This question is not difficult. For a long time. Morong Shui cowed out again, this time with even more force than before, her forehead hitting the ground with a muffled thud. Morong Shui is willing to die for you, young master? When she managed to utter those words, she felt as if some kind of pride within her had been completely drained. But at the same time, a sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, welled up in my heart. And at that very moment, in Chen Xian's mind, the system's notification sound arrived as expected. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully subdued the second chosen one Morong Shui, and her destiny is now bound to the host. Many children, many blessings system update, Fortress of Fortune unlocked. Fortress of Destiny consumes destiny points to smelt all things and improve their quality. It can also smelt the destiny of enemies for one's own use, or enhance the aptitude of the host and their wives, concubines, and offspring. Congratulations, host, you have received a newbie gift pack, 1000 luck points. Chen Xian's lips curled up slightly at an angle unnoticed by anyone. The second one is in my hands. He looked at the stunningly beautiful woman kneeling on the ground, and then thought of the furnace of destiny that he had just unlocked. This phone county seems to be getting more and more interesting. Chapter 29, The Rise and Fall of the Pill Pavilion, Divine Pills Shock the World. Just as Chen Xian was quietly subduing Morong Shui, an important pawn, within Qingyang City. In Tianfeng County, 1,000 miles away, at the headquarters of Danqing Pavilion, undercurrents were already surging. A divine pill, entirely purple and surrounded by 9 dragon-shaped wisps of pill energy, was presented to all the core elders of the Danqing Pavilion by Yao Ling's confidant through the most secretive channels. Danqing Pavilion, the main hall for deliberation. The hall was deathly silent, even breathing felt unusually heavy. Dozens of alchemy masters, whose mere stomp could shake the entire Tianfeng County, now resembled a group of apprentices just beginning their studies, all surrounding the pill floating in mid-air, their expressions blank, their eyes filled with shock. The Purple Dragon King pill, this pill's essence is unmistakable. It's more than just the Purple Dragon King pill. Look at this pill's energy transforming into a dragon, and the 9 revolutions rejuvenating the heart. This is the Pavilion Master's unique secret technique. An elder with a white beard that almost dragged on the ground reached out his hand tremblingly, wanting to touch it, but he suddenly pulled his hand back halfway, as if afraid that his breath would blow away this miracle. Something's not right, another elder exclaimed, his voice trembling. Look closely. This pill's energy is even more condensed and vibrant than the one the Pavilion Master himself refined. This is a perfect 9 revolutions rejuvenation pill. And the patterns on the surface of the pill, they're natural Dao patterns. The pill produces extraordinary phenomena, and the Dao patterns form naturally. I've only ever seen such records in the oldest alchemy texts. This is a perfect grade 4 divine pill. My God! During the time the Pavilion Master has been missing, his alchemy skills have actually improved to such an extent? The discussion exploded, and everyone's face showed an almost fanatical worship. In their view, the only person in the entire world capable of crafting such a divine artifact is their missing Pavilion Master, Yao Wanshan. However, when one of them finally saw the 2 naturally formed, ancient characters on the surface of the elixir, imbued with the profound Taoist principles, all the clamor and fervor came to an abrupt halt. The entire hall fell into an instant silence so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Those two characters, written with flowing, powerful strokes, exude an untamed and natural dominance. Chen Xian. Chen Xian? Who is Chen Xian? Why is this name here? All the elders were stunned, their minds buzzing. Their lifelong understanding of alchemy was shattered in an instant by these two unfamiliar words. In the main seat sat Yao Wanhai, the acting head of Danqing Pavilion. His face, which bore a striking resemblance to Yao Wanshan, was so gloomy it seemed to drip water. He stared intently at the pill, his eyes filled not only with resentment and jealousy, but also with a hint of fear that he himself was unwilling to admit. Others might not understand it, but he does. This pill signifies the emergence of a terrifying monster whose alchemy skills have far surpassed his own, and even those of his elder brother Yao Wanshan. Furthermore, this monster is clearly on the side of that little bitch Yao Ling. Nonsense! Yao Wanhai slammed his hand on the table, stood up abruptly, and roared fiercely. This must be a fake pill made by that wretched girl Yao Ling, some charlatan she found somewhere, using evil magic. My brother is currently in seclusion, striving to reach a higher level in alchemy. How could he possibly be refining something of unknown origin? He tried to use his identity to forcefully turn the situation around. But the divine pill was floating there, its rich medicinal fragrance permeating the air, its powerful medicinal energy drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy, and its miraculous Tao patterns silently mocking his ignorance and bluster. Lord Dai, is this pill genuine or fake? We have been immersed in the Tao of alchemy for 100 years, are we still blind? Elder Wang, who had a close personal relationship with Yao Wanshan, snorted and stepped forward from the crowd. This purple Dragon King pill, in terms of both quality and the 9 revolutions rejuvenating the heart it contains, has reached the pinnacle. This is a divine object. You say it's fake? Then refine a real one and show us. I'd like to ask the acting pavilion master. Elder Wang's gaze swept across Yao Wanhai's face like a knife. Before the pavilion master went into seclusion, he said he would emerge within a month at most. Now it's been almost 2 months, why is there still no sign of him? Neither alive nor dead. In your capacity as acting leader of the sect, you have been purging disciples loyal to the sect leader and installing your own cronies. What are your true intentions? These words were like daggers, piercing Yao Wanhai's very core. Inside the main hall, the atmosphere instantly became tense and hostile. The elders who supported Yao Wanhai and those who were loyal to the old pavilion master stood in stark contrast, and the air was thick with tension. Just then, a disciple scrambled in, his face filled with terror. Report! Elders, something terrible has happened. There is another letter outside. It was attached to that divine pill and sent along with it. Yao Wanhai's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition enveloped him. He shouted sternly, "Bring it here." The disciple presented the letter with trembling hands, and Yao Wanhai snatched it away, unfolded it, and read it. The letter contained only a few words, written with a domineering and forceful style, conveying a chilling killing intent. If Yao Wanhai does not bind himself in Danqing Pavilion Square within 3 days, the pavilion master will be replaced by someone else. The signature was still those 2 names that terrified him. Chen Xian. Madman. Yao Wanhai trembled with rage, and with a burst of true energy, he turned the letter into dust. He turned his head sharply, his gaze sweeping coldly over the elders in the hall, each with a different expression, his eyes revealing murderous intent. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. This divine pill and this letter have completely torn away his disguise and driven him to the edge of a cliff. Someone come here! He roared hysterically. Dozens of martial artists dressed in black, exuding a chilling aura, emerged from the back of the main hall like ghosts, surrounding the entire council hall. Leading the group was a one-eyed, burly man with a scar on his face. The powerful aura emanating from him, that of a 6th-level foundation establishment cultivator, was even stronger than that of any elder in the Danqing Pavilion. Black Fiend, the leader of Black Wind Stronghold. Yao Wanhai. You actually dared to collude with the bandits of Black Wind Stronghold. What do you want to do? Do you want to massacre the Danqing Pavilion? The elders who were loyal to the old pavilion master were both shocked and furious. A twisted and crazed grin finally appeared on Yao Wanhai's face. What are you doing? From this day forward, I, Yao Wanhai, am the sole master of Danqing Pavilion. Those who obey me prosper, those who defy me perish. He waved his hand, his voice icy and devoid of any human emotion. Kill them. Leave no one alive. A flash of blood instantly stained the majestic council hall of Danqing Pavilion. A long-planned purge was launched ahead of schedule in the bloodiest and most brutal way. The purple Dragon King pill that triggered this storm was swept up by an inconspicuous shadow in the chaos and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 30, A Test of Loyalty. The bloodshed and turmoil in Tianfeng County were quickly relayed to Qingyang City through the pervasive intelligence network of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. When Morong Shui presented the encrypted letter, encrypted using special methods, to Chen Xian, her usually aloof and beautiful face was completely bloodless. Every word on the secret letter looked as if it were written in blood. Yao Wanhai colluded with Black Wind Stronghold, massacred the council hall, and imprisoned all the elders who opposed him. Danxin Pavilion underwent a dramatic change overnight. How dare he? Morong Shui's voice tightened, and she herself did not even realize the trembling. She couldn't imagine that someone could be so cruel to their fellow disciples and elders who had watched them grow up. After reading it, Chen Xian remained calm and composed. He slowly folded the thin piece of paper and held it up to the candlelight. The flames licked the edge of the paper, curling it up, engulfing it, and finally turning into a wisp of smoke that vanished without a trace. When a dog is cornered, it will eventually jump over the wall, he said calmly, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. His calm and collected demeanor contrasted sharply with Morong Shui's fear. Young master, Yao Wanhai has gone mad. Morong Shui's speech quickened. After he takes control of Danxin Pavilion, he will stop at nothing to investigate the origin of the divine pill. Miss Yao Ling and you will be in great danger. The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce wields considerable power in Tianfeng County, but Danxin Pavilion is, after all, a local strongman. If they are determined to blockade the entire county, we. She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was crystal clear. Even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. In her view, Chen Xian's current situation is fraught with danger. However, Chen Xian ignored her concerns and instead asked an unrelated question. Why do you think Yao Wanhai dared to do this? Morong Shui was taken aback and instinctively replied, because Black Wind Stronghold was backing them up, and they caught everyone off guard. No. Chen Xian shook his head, walked to the window, and gazed at the deep night outside with his hands behind his back. Those are all just appearances. His real confidence comes from 2 points. First, he was certain that his elder brother Yao Wanshan was dead, and in the art of alchemy, no one in the entire Tianfeng County could rival him. As long as he could still refine pills, the foundation of Danxin Pavilion would remain, and those opportunists would naturally attach themselves to him. Chen Xian paused, his voice deepening. Secondly, he has an even stronger backer. A backer who allows him to act without restraint, daring to slaughter his fellow disciples and betray his clan. Morong Shui's heart skipped a beat. As she followed Chen Xian's train of thought, a terrifying possibility surfaced in her mind, instantly turning her face deathly pale. Young master means. That's right. Chen Xian turned around, the candlelight flickering in his deep eyes. Who else could be the force that makes even desperate criminals like Black Wind Stronghold bow down to them, besides those shady rats? Although he didn't say it explicitly, the eerie aura he exuded had already soaked Morong Shui's back with cold sweat. If it really is that legendary demonic sect involved, then the nature of the matter changes completely. This is no longer just an internal strife within Danxin Pavilion, but a massive conspiracy about to sweep across the entire Tianfeng County. She looked at Chen Xian, her eyes almost overflowing with worry. She couldn't understand why this man could remain so calm and composed in the face of such a desperate situation. Young master, what should we do now? She asked involuntarily, having completely put herself in the role of a subordinate. What should we do? Chen Xian's lips curled into a playful smile. Of course, we should add fuel to the fire. After returning to his desk, he picked up his brush, dipped it in ink, and wrote a few words in a flowing, elegant style on a new sheet of paper before handing it to Morong Shui. Use your channels to deliver this pill formula to the imprisoned elders of Danxin Pavilion. Morong Shui took the note, looked down at it, and her pupils suddenly contracted. On the paper were 3 large characters. Antidote pill. Below the prescription, there is a line of smaller print. To control people's hearts, Yao Wanhai must have poisoned their food. This pill can counteract that. Also, in 3 days, wait for the weather to change. Morong Shui's heart began to pound. Foresight. This man sat 1,000 miles away, yet it seemed as if he had everything in Tianfeng County under his control. He not only predicted Yao Wanhai's next move, but he even prepared the antidote in advance. This isn't strategy, it's downright sorcery. But young master, those elders are under tight guard. It's as difficult as climbing to heaven to get the pill formula in, Morong Shui said, pointing out the real difficulties. That's your problem, not mine. Chen Xian leaned back in his chair with a relaxed air, his gaze fixed on her tense face. Miss Morong, your loyalty to me is not just empty words. I need to see your capabilities and the value of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. He paused, his voice becoming indifferent and cruel. The antidote for your family's curse and your own life won't be cheap. This is the first bill you'll have to pay. If you can't even do this little thing, then you're of no use to me. This is a stark test. This is a test for her, and a test of the true strength of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce behind her. If she can't do it, then the glimmer of hope she just saw will vanish completely. Morong Shue's breathing became rapid. She clutched the thin piece of paper tightly, which contained the future of herself and the entire Morong family. She didn't say another word. He bowed deeply to Qin Xian, his head almost touching his chest. Don't worry, young master. Within 3 days, Morong Shui will certainly not fail in her mission. After saying that, she turned around abruptly and walked away quickly, her back view resolute, carrying a ruthless determination that came from being forced into a corner. Watching her figure disappear into the night, Chen Xian smiled with satisfaction. The chess pieces are all in their positions. Next, it was his turn as the player of the game to take the stage. He stood up, stretched, and his joints cracked as he walked toward the inner courtyard. After all the scheming, spending time with my wife is still the most enjoyable thing. Especially Warner, who had just become pregnant with her second child. I wonder what kind of surprise the system will reward us with this time. Chapter 31, Secretly Falling in Love, God-Level Feedback. The night was as dark as ink, and the stars were few and far between. Chen Xian pushed open the door to the inner courtyard, and a faint, sweet fragrance wafted towards him. Beside the stone table, Lin Warner and Yao Ling were talking in hushed tones. When he entered, Yao Ling immediately stood up, awkwardly standing to the side with her hands at her sides, a blush rising on her cheeks. Lin Warner came forward, her clear eyes reflecting the moonlight and a lingering concern. Husband, is Miss Morong all right? She was incredibly intelligent and had already noticed that the tense atmosphere in the mansion these past few days was all about that uninvited guest. A lost lamb now knows which way to go, Qin Xian said softly, holding her delicate hand. His gaze naturally fell on his wife's slightly protruding belly, and his eyes instantly softened. There, his second child was being conceived. A prodigy whose talent may surpass even the innate Dao body. Feeling his gaze, Lin Warner's face broke into a happy smile, and she gently placed her other hand on her lower abdomen. This child has been very well behaved lately, not making a fuss at all. Chen Xian smiled and pulled her into his arms. Yao Ling, standing to the side, watched this heartwarming scene with a hint of envy in her eyes, but quickly lowered her head, not daring to disturb the tranquility. Just then, a system notification, tinged with a sense of self-aggrandizement, that only Chen Xian could hear exploded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully subdued the second chosen one Morong Shui, and her destiny is now deeply bound to the host. Morong Shui Crimson Destiny, Array Master, subdued. Loyalty, initially established. The many children, many blessings system is undergoing adaptive evolution complete. Congratulations, host. Major system update. Unlocked new module Family Fortune Furnace. Chen Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he even missed a breath. New feature. He forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart and focused his mind. An ancient, heavy, three-legged furnace-like phantom, seemingly cast in bronze, slowly rotated in his consciousness space. The furnace is engraved with intricate patterns of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, plants, and trees, exuding an aura of power that controls destiny and forges all things. Family Fortune Forge. Function 1, Qi Luck Refining. Consumes Qi Luck points to refine all things cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, elixirs, magic weapons, etc. to enhance their grade and power. Function 2, Luck Plunder. The host can plunder the luck of hostile forces or individuals by suppressing, killing, or subjugating them, converting it into their own luck points. Function 3, Blessing of Fortune. The host can consume fortune points to bestow fortune upon family members' wives, children, clansmen, enhancing their cultivation aptitude and comprehension, and even having a chance to help them awaken hidden bloodlines or special physiques. The series of messages made Chen Xian's eyes twitch. This is no longer a simple reward, it's a family-building artifact. The previous system was more like an investment in him personally. Now, with this Fortress of Destiny, he can transform everything he plunders from his enemies into nourishment to strengthen his family. He can personally mold Lin Warner, Yao Ling, and every one of his future children into powerful figures who will shake the world. This is true expansion and the creation of an immortal family. The system's voice continued. Ding! To celebrate the launch of the new feature and as a reward for successfully recruiting the second chosen one, a Forge activation gift pack is hereby issued. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10,000 luck points. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the complete inheritance of the Earth rank high grade formation, for symbols locking heaven formation. Congratulations, host. You have gained increased loyalty to your concubine Yao Ling. Current status, she secretly harbors feelings for you. 10,000 luck points. There is also a high grade Earth rank protective mountain formation. Chen Xian almost burst out laughing. Just as Danqing Pavilion was about to cause trouble, the protective mountain formation was delivered right to their doorstep. It was like a pillow being delivered when they were about to fall asleep. With this 4 symbols locking heaven formation, the Chen family finally had a solid foundation and was no longer a pushover. He forced himself to calm his turbulent emotions and turned his gaze back to what was in front of him. He looked at the gentle and tender Lin Wanner beside him, and then at Yao Ling in the distance, who looked down at him with more awe than affection. An idea popped into his mind. When you first get a new feature, you always need to find someone to test its effectiveness. He released Lin Wanner and slowly walked to Yao Ling. Yao Ling. This servant is here. Yao Ling's heart skipped a beat when he looked at her, her pretty face turned even redder, and she answered nervously. She had subconsciously started referring to herself as slave. Chen Xian neither confirmed nor denied the title, but asked, besides using pure young true essence to cleanse the ice soul poison in your body, I have an even faster method. Would you like to try it? Think. Yao Ling answered without hesitation, her eyes shining brightly. She couldn't be happier to be free from that torment that was worse than death as soon as possible. Okay. Chen Xian nodded. However, this method requires you to completely relax your mind and not resist at all. Are you willing? His eyes were deep, as if they could see right through people's hearts. Yao Ling's heart began to pound uncontrollably. For a cultivator, completely opening one's mind means entrusting one's life entirely to the other party. Can. She looked at the unfathomable man before her, who had given her new hope. Any hesitation would seem superfluous. She bowed gracefully to Chen Xian, her voice soft yet unwavering. My life was saved by you, young master. From now on, whatever you need, young master, Yao Ling will do without hesitation, even at the cost of her life. This servant is willing. These 3 words represent her complete surrender. This also signifies that, from this moment on, the heart of the proud daughter of Dan Pavilion is completely and unreservedly bound to this man. Chen Xian smiled. He extended a finger, and a wisp of golden light swirled around its tip. Within that light was a barely perceptible trace of the primordial power emanating from the Fortress of Destiny, domineering yet profound. He gently touched Yao Ling's forehead with his finger. Then so be it. Buzz. As the golden light entered her body, Yao Ling trembled violently. Chapter 32, The Power of the Furnace, Wanner's Opportunity. The moment Chen Xian's fingertips touched Yao Ling's brow, Yao Ling froze, feeling an indescribable will forcefully rush into her soul and consciousness. That was neither true essence nor divine consciousness, but a more ancient and primordial power, as if it were a supreme law that existed since the beginning of time. Faced with this will, her foundation establishment level 7 cultivation, along with her so-called genius in alchemy, seemed both laughable and pathetic, like a firefly compared to the bright moon. A resistance instinctively arose from the depths of her soul, but Chen Xian's admonition to completely open your mind resonated like a great bell in her sea of consciousness. She gritted her teeth, gave up all struggle, and opened her soul completely. Chen Xian's consciousness also sank into a mysterious realm. He saw Yao Ling's sea of consciousness. There, a brutal war that has dragged on for years is unfolding. On one side is the Danling body origin, which is lively, pure, and exudes the vitality of plants. On the other side is the ice soul poison, a chilling and vicious poison that clings to the bone like a maggot. The 2 forces had long been intertwined and twisted, transforming into 2 venomous snakes tearing at each other, turning Yao Ling's sea of consciousness upside down. It was this endless internal strife that caused her unbearable pain and severed her path to enlightenment. Qi furnace, smelt. Chen Xian had a sudden thought. The domineering power of destiny originating from the furnace instantly transformed into an invisible golden giant hand, which undeniably probed into the sea of consciousness, grabbed the cold and gloomy ice soul poison source, and forcibly peeled it away. Well. Yao Ling let out a muffled groan of extreme pain, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably, her pretty face instantly draining of color, turning as pale as paper. The excruciating pain of having a piece torn from the very core of one's soul far surpasses any form of torture in the world. Upon seeing this, Lin Wanner's expression changed slightly. She immediately stepped forward and transferred a stream of pure and gentle true essence into Yao Ling's body to steadily protect her heart meridian. The extracted ice soul poison essence transformed into a twisted and struggling mass of black energy, shrieking as it tried to return to Yao Ling's sea of consciousness. Still trying to run? Chen Xian let out a cold snort. Behind him, the ancient and imposing phantom of the furnace flashed by, and a terrifying suction force that seemed to devour the heavens and the earth suddenly erupted. The black mist let out a hiss filled with resentment and fear, but was ultimately dragged into Chen Xian's consciousness space and swallowed whole by the Qilek furnace. Ding! Successfully plundered the incomplete source of ice soul poison, containing a small amount of ancient cold poison laws. Smelting in progress? Congratulations, host. You have obtained 500 luck points. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation technique, Pure Yang Limitless Skill, has absorbed fragments of the cold poison law, achieving a balance of yin and yang and gaining a new characteristic, Pure Yang Extreme Cold. You can add a trace of extreme cold attribute to your Pure Yang True Essence, inflicting both ice and fire damage when facing enemies. What a pleasant surprise! Chen Xian's heart stirred slightly. This strange poison not only solved Yao Ling's problem but also completed his cultivation technique. With ice and fire sharing the same origin, its power was doubled, a considerable gain indeed. At this moment, in Yao Ling's sea of consciousness, having lost its natural enemy, the damning body was like a dragon breaking free of its 1,000-year-old shackles, emitting a joyful and carefree buzz. A surge of incredibly pure Taoist spiritual energy erupted from her body. The cultivation bottleneck that had plagued her for years shattered instantly under the overwhelming force of this vitality. Foundation building completed at level 7. The 8th level of foundation building. Her aura surged forward relentlessly, unstoppable, until it reached the peak of the 8th level of foundation establishment before gradually stabilizing. Yao Ling suddenly opened her eyes, and 2 beams of light, each about an inch long, flashed by. She felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and power within her body, and felt the vital energy of the Taoist alchemy that was as easy to control as her own limbs. She knew that she was cured. Not only did he recover, but his cultivation level also broke through. She looked at Chen Xian, and in his clear eyes, excitement, gratitude, admiration, awe, all sorts of emotions intertwined and finally turned into a surging tide that almost overwhelmed her. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Any words seemed too pale and powerless in the face of this life-saving grace. In the end, she simply bowed deeply, deeply, to Chen Xian once more, her smooth forehead pressed tightly against the cold ground. I, Yao Ling, will never forget your kindness in saving me. Chen Xian accepted her bow without hesitation. He helped Yao Ling up, feeling the vibrant and pure aura of the Danling body within her body through his fingertips, and a thought struck him. An even bolder idea came to mind. He turned his head and looked at Lin Wanner beside him. Wanner possesses the profound Yin sacred body and now has a divine grade Dao embryo. With her qi and blood connected, the profound Yin power within her body is purer and more powerful than ever before. However, she has a fatal weakness. She was still practicing the Lin family's ancestral earth rank cultivation technique. This is like putting a pair of ordinary iron shackles on a true phoenix, greatly limiting her true potential. If only we could find her a heaven rank Xian Yin attribute cultivation technique. Chen Xian's gaze once again fell upon the ancient and imposing fortress of destiny in his own consciousness space. Searching? Why bother searching? If it doesn't exist in this world, then I'll create one myself. He immediately ordered Yao Ling and Morong Shui to use all the resources of Danqing Pavilion and Sihai Chamber of Commerce to collect all the cultivation techniques and secret manuals related to the attributes of Xianyin, Taiyin, and Hanbing for him at all costs. He wanted everything, whether it was a fragment of a heavenly rank manual or a low-level yellow rank beginner's manual. Upon receiving the order, the 2 major forces immediately sprang into action, like 2 sophisticated war machines. In just 3 days, hundreds of jade slips containing cultivation techniques filled Chen Xian's study, almost burying his desk. Chen Xian locked himself in his study and began this unprecedented and insane act. He intends to use these hundreds of cultivation methods as fuel, the qi circulation furnace as divine fire, and the profound principles of alchemy he comprehends in the 100 explanations of the King of Alchemy as the method. He forged a unique and supreme divine skill for his wife, Lin Wanner, that was perfectly suited to her Xianyin holy body. If this matter were to spread, the entire cultivation world would think he was a madman. Creating one's own martial arts techniques, what kind of extraordinary person could possibly be in that realm? But Chen Xian was determined to turn the impossible into the possible. Looking at the mountain of jade slips before him, there was no confusion in his eyes, only unparalleled confidence and anticipation. Warner, wait for me. If there is no martial arts technique in this world worthy of you, then I, your husband, will create one for you myself. Chapter 33, Heavenly Rank Cultivation Technique, Husband and Wife United. The study was brightly lit. Chen Xian sat cross-legged, with hundreds of jade slips of varying luster floating silently in front of him. His expression was extremely focused, his eyes were slightly closed, and a vast divine sense surged out, like invisible tentacles, probing into dozens of jade slips at the same time. Countless cultivation techniques, mantras, energy circulation routes, and profound mental principles transformed into a torrent of information, flooding his mind. For anyone else, such a massive and chaotic information overload would be enough to shatter their mind and turn them into an idiot on the spot. But Chen Xian's soul was as tough as divine iron, and he also had the 100 solutions of the King of Elixir to protect his mind. In his eyes, these profound and unfathomable martial arts manuals were nothing more than different kinds of spiritual materials with different medicinal properties. What he had to do was to maximize the medicinal properties of these spiritual materials and fuse them into one. Chi furnace, activate. Chen Xian gave a low shout. In the space of consciousness, the ancient bronze furnace trembled violently, and an invisible force of fortune instantly enveloped all the jade slips. Smelting. Ding. Detected that the host has added a large number of cultivation technique items. Confirm fusion smelting? This fusion will be based on all existing cultivation techniques, taking their essence and discarding their dross, to create a completely new cultivation technique. Estimated luck points consumption, 8,000 points. Warning, fusion smelting carries a risk of failure. If it fails, all input items will be destroyed, and luck points will not be refunded. Continue? 8,000 luck points. This was almost all the wealth he had just accumulated. Chen Xian's heart tightened slightly, but his resolve became unwavering. For Warner, what does it matter if I go bankrupt? Continue. As soon as he confirmed it, the furnace of destiny shone brightly. Hundreds of jade slips melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into streams of light containing different laws, which were swallowed up by the furnace. Rumble. The furnace trembled violently, emitting a rumbling sound as if it were about to collapse under the strain. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Chen Xian's forehead. He could see that inside the furnace, countless conflicting cultivation techniques and laws were colliding and tearing each other apart, as if they were about to completely spiral out of control and destroy his entire sea of consciousness. Match it up. Chen Xian's eyes widened, and his divine soul power poured into the furnace without reservation, forcibly intervening in its operation. Using the profound principles of alchemy from the 100 explanations of the King of Alchemy as a harmonizing agent, he began to sort out those violent fragments of laws. Keep the cold and damp, discard the explosive and brittle. A flexible fusion, a forceful smoothing. This process is 1,000 times more dangerous than refining any divine elixir. Time passed by, second by second. The sky outside the study changed from black to white, and then from white to black again. Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, and Moro Shui stood guard outside the door for 3 days and 3 nights, their pretty faces filled with lingering worry. They could feel the energy fluctuations in the study, sometimes violent, sometimes calm, and each fluctuation made their hearts clench. On the morning of the 3rd day, the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds. All energy fluctuations in the study abruptly ceased. A deathly silence. The 3 women's hearts jumped into their throats instantly. It was a success? Or did it fail? Squeak. The study door slowly opened. Chen Xian came out, his face somewhat pale, but his eyes shone brightly, revealing an irrepressible joy. In his palm, a jade slip of pure ice blue floated silently, with golden divine patterns slowly flowing across its surface, exuding a vast aura that transcended heaven and earth. My husband. Lin Wana was the first to rush forward, supporting his slightly unsteady body, her eyes almost overflowing with heartache. I'm fine. Chen Xian smiled and shook his head, gently handing the ice blue jade slip to Lin Wanner. Wanner, this is a gift for you. Lin Wanner took the jade slip, and the moment her fingertips touched it, a feeling of closeness, as if connected by blood, welled up in her heart. A line of large golden characters automatically appeared in her mind. The profound Yin transformation immortal technique, lower heavenly rank. This cultivation method is a supreme divine skill, a fusion of the strengths of various schools, specifically tailor-made for the mysterious Yin sacred body. It complements the pure Yang limitless skill, and if practiced in tandem, it allows for the balance of Yin and Yang, enabling practitioners to jointly comprehend the great Tao. Heavenly rank cultivation technique. It was even tailor-made for her. Lin Wanner's beautiful eyes instantly filled with a layer of mist. She knew what her husband had sacrificed for this jade slip. She didn't say thank you. She simply tiptoed and planted a deep kiss on Chen Xian's lips. Everything is understood without words. Yao Ling and Morong Shui, who were standing to the side, were shocked by this scene, their eyes filled with undisguised envy and awe. He fused together the techniques of 100 schools and created his own heavenly ranked divine skill. This man once again showed them what a miracle truly meant. That night, inside the bedroom, red candles flickered. Chen Xian and Lin Wanner sat cross-legged facing each other, their palms touching. Lin Wanner had already mastered the basics of the mysterious Yin transformation immortal technique. The moment she activated the technique, an incomparably pure mysterious Yin power exploded from her body. The bottleneck at the early stage of the Golden Core realm was shattered instantly. Mid-stage Golden Core. Her aura rose steadily, eventually stabilizing at the peak of the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, just one step away from the late stage. To their even greater surprise, when Lin Wanner's Yin energy and Chen Xian's pure Yang essence merged through their palms, their techniques surprisingly resonated. Yin and Yang, cold and hot, not only do they not conflict, but they form a perfect cycle, endlessly generating life. Under this dual cultivation state, the cultivation levels of the two began to increase rapidly. Chen Xian's newly broken through to the 4th level of foundation establishment loosened again, and he steadily moved towards the 5th level. The fetus in Lin Wanner's womb seemed to sense this pure energy and emitted a joyful rhythm. Immediately afterwards, an even more powerful life force emerged from the fetus, nourishing both parents. Ding! Detected that the host and his wife Lin Wanner are engaged in dual cultivation, achieving harmony of Yin and Yang. The compatibility between pure Yang limitless skill and mysterious Yin immortal transformation technique has increased by 10%. Host's cultivation level plus 100. Wife Lin Wanner's cultivation level plus 100. Offspring unborn potential value plus 10. A series of system notification sounds made Chen Xian overjoyed. Good heavens, this is practically a perpetual motion machine. However, in this warm and beautiful moment, a sharp eagle's cry pierced the tranquil night sky of Qingyang City. A black falcon, like a black lightning bolt, pierced through the thick darkness and landed precisely on the roof of the Chen family mansion. Morong Shui appeared immediately, taking a small bamboo tube from the falcon's anklet. When she opened the bamboo tube and saw the secret letter inside, her face instantly drained of all color. She didn't even have time to nod before rushing to Chen Xian's bedroom, her voice urgent and fearful. Young master! Something terrible has happened. A terrible thing has happened in Tianfeng County. Chapter 34, Storm in the county city, dark clouds loom over the city. The warmth in the bedroom had not yet dissipated when a rapid knocking broke the tranquility. Chen Xian and Lin Wanner looked at each other, and the tenderness in their eyes was quickly replaced by a solemn expression. Chen Xian stood up and casually draped an outer garment over Lin Wanner's shoulders. I'll go take a look. As soon as the door opened, Morong Shui rushed in. Her usually calm and beautiful face was now completely devoid of color. What's wrong? Chen Xian's voice was very calm. Young master, look. The secret letter Morong Shui handed over was icy cold to the touch. Her fingertips trembled. She had clearly seen something that had caused her to lose her composure. Chen Xian unfolded the letter, and as he glanced at it, the temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees. The letter contained only a few words, yet every word was stained with blood. Yao Wanhai has gone mad. After taking control of Danxin Pavilion, he did not stop there. Instead, under the pretext of suppressing rebels, he unleashed a bloody storm throughout Tianfeng County. No family or force that was close to the old pavilion master Yao Wanshan was spared and was suppressed. In Tianfeng County today, everyone is living in fear. At the end of the letter, a line of text made Chen Xian's eyes turn completely cold. Yao Wanhai actually issued a bounty notice. His target was none other than his own niece, Yao Ling. The demoness Yao Ling has colluded with foreign enemies. Her crimes are unforgivable. Anyone who provides clues will be rewarded with 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Anyone who captures her alive will be admitted to the Danxin Pavilion Elder Council and awarded 100 grade 3 pills. How vicious this bounty is. An elder's position, 100 pills. He's really willing to spend the money. Chen Xian's voice was unreadable as he toyed with the thin letter. He's trying to drive Yao Ling to her death. Not only that. Morong Shui exclaimed urgently, this is an open conspiracy. All the desperate criminals in Tianfeng County will pounce on you like mad dogs. He knows Miss Yao Ling is by your side, so this is clearly aimed at you. Using someone else to do the dirty work. Chen Xian uttered 4 words, then casually crumpled the letter into powder. He knew very well that this knife was meant to kill me. Yao Wanhai used Yao Ling as bait, forcefully pushing him, the mastermind behind the scenes, into the presence of all the greedy people in Tianfeng County. He's trying to drown Chen Xian alive with a sea of people. How dare he? Morong Shui's chest heaved with anger. Why wouldn't he dare? Chen Xian countered, his eyes deep and unfathomable. What else did the letter say? Morong Shui was taken aback, and quickly added, our people reported that an extremely sinister and terrifying aura is currently shrouding the sky above Dongjin Pavilion. Even second-tier array masters are feeling uneasy. That's definitely not the kind of aura that the rabble from Black Wind Stronghold could possess. The demonic path. Morong Shui's voice trembled, Yao Wanhai has truly sided with the demonic path sect. 3 words clearly emerged in Chen Xian's mind. The Palace of the Underworld. Only this evil organization that hunts down the mysterious Yin holy body could give Yao Wanhai such audacity, and only they would be interested in a place like Tianfeng County. And their ultimate target must be Waner. Thinking of this, a chilling killing intent surged up from the deepest part of Chen Xian's heart, and he could no longer suppress it. He originally thought he could sit comfortably in Xingyang City and remotely control events thousands of miles away. In hindsight, he was wrong. Yao Wanhai's madness and the entry of the Netherworld Palace into the game have already pushed this game out of control. If we wait any longer, we will only fall into a passive position step by step. Hesitation will inevitably lead to chaos. It's time to go to Tianfeng County myself. Not only for Yao Ling, but also to cut off the venomous snake that the Netherworld Palace had its eyes on his wife and children in advance. Morong Shui. Chen Xian's voice returned to calm, yet carried an undeniable determination. Your subordinate is here. Immediately send a message to the headquarters of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. I need all the information about the Netherworld Palace within Tianfeng County. Not a single word can be missed. Also, prepare the Chamber of Commerce's fastest flying boat will leave at dawn. Morong Shui's heart trembled violently. She knew that this young master was finally going to personally intervene. A thrill, a mixture of tension and excitement, spread throughout her body. Yes. She accepted the order and left, her steps hurried yet full of strength. Chen Xian took a deep breath, turned around and went back into the room. Lin Wanner sat quietly on the edge of the bed. Under the lamplight, her profile was beautiful, but her eyes were clear. She had clearly heard everything outside. Husband, are you going to Tianfeng County? Chen Xian sat down next to her and took her slightly cool hand in his. Something's gone wrong over there, I have to go. I'll go with you. Lin Wanner's voice was soft, but it left no room for negotiation. No. Chen Xian blurted out. You're pregnant, and that place is full of all sorts of dangerous people. The people from the Netherworld Palace might have arrived by now. Lin Wanner shook her head and gripped his hand tightly in return. She raised her eyes, gazed at him quietly, and said, word by word, that's precisely why I want to go with you. Husband, you've forgotten, I'm now at the Golden Core stage. An aura belonging to a Golden Core cultivator flashed through her body, gentle yet irresistible. I am not a burden to you, I am your wife and your spiritual partner. Your enemy is my enemy. I don't want to hide behind you and let you face the dangers alone. Looking at the unprecedented determination in his wife's eyes, Chen Xian felt a touch of tenderness in his heart. He knew he couldn't go against her wishes. Moreover, he didn't want to argue anymore. This is the woman Chen Xian truly is. This is the future matriarch of his eternal family. Good. He finally nodded, pulled his wife into a tight embrace, and rested his chin on the top of her head. Then let's go together. I want to see with my own eyes whether the monsters and demons of Tianfeng County are more powerful, or whether my sword, Chen Xian's, is sharper. Let them see who gave them the guts to touch my people. Chapter 35, Sword Pointing at the Heavenly Wind, a new journey begins. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Outside the east gate of Xingyang City, a magnificent flying ship, as large as a behemoth, hovered silently. This is the highest class vehicle of the Sea Chamber of Commerce, the Yunhai. The boat is made of millennia-old ironwood, and the third-tier wind control array and diamond guardian array engraved on it glow faintly in the morning light. This boat alone is worth half of Qingyang City. On the deck, the wind howled, but Chen Xian remained calm and composed, his blue robe unmoved. He gazed at the eastern horizon, which was the direction of Tianfeng County. Lin Wanner, dressed in a white dress, stood quietly to the side. Her cultivation at the Golden Core stage made her seem to blend with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The slight bulge in her abdomen did not diminish her beauty, on the contrary, it added a layer of maternal radiance. Yao Ling and Morong Shui stood respectfully behind the two. Yao Ling changed into a smart martial arts outfit, her pretty face filled with determination and anticipation. Morong Shui removed the thin veil, revealing a face that could eclipse the heavens and earth. Looking at Chen Xian's retreating figure, her heart churned. This man had, in just a few short days, completely overturned her previous understanding of the powerful. She suddenly wanted to see what kind of towering waves this lurking dragon, lying dormant in the shallows, would stir up when it ventured into the wider rivers and seas of Tianfeng County. Inside the Chen family mansion, Chen Xianshan and Chen Tianxiong held the babbling Chen Fan in their arms, their eyes filled with reluctance. "Xianer, be careful on your journey." Chen Tianxiong's eyes reddened, and his voice choked with emotion. "Father, don't worry." Chen Xian turned around, his smile as reassuring as ever. "I'm not going on a risk, I'm going to take back what rightfully belongs to us." Chen Xianshan stuffed a simple-looking storage bag into his hand. "This is all the family's possessions that we can offer. Don't be disgusted. A poor family needs to be well fed on the road, will always find a use for it." The Foundation establishment ancestor, who had lived for over 100 years, was now acting like an ordinary grandfather, rambling on and on. Chen Xian accepted it without hesitation. "Grandfather, I'm entrusting the household to you while I'm away." He glanced at the sky above the mansion, where the foundation of the four symbols locking heaven array, which he had personally laid out, was located. Although it was not fully activated, it was enough to withstand any villains below the Golden Core stage. "Go!" Chen Xianshan nodded emphatically, his eyes burning with determination. "The Chen family awaits your return." After bidding farewell to his family, Chen Xian boarded the airship with the three women. Set sail. At Morong Shui's command, the Yunhai hummed, its array formation shone brightly, and it transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the sky. The airship was moving at an extremely high speed, and the mountains and rivers below quickly turned into blurry blocks of color. Chen Xian stood at the bow of the boat, his mind lost in thought. System, open the panel. Host, Chen Xian. Cultivation level, Foundation Establishment level 498%. Cultivation technique, Pure Yang Limitless technique low-grade heaven rank, with the Pure Yang extreme cold characteristic. Martial skill, Thunder Fist mid-rank profound. Formation, for symbols locking heaven formation high-grade earth rank. Alchemy, 100 explanations of the King of Alchemy high-grade earth rank. Amazing power, Eye of the Forge. Luck points, 2,500. Wives and concubines, Lin Wanner legal wife, Yao Ling concubine. Sons, Chen Fan eldest son. Family power, Chen family dominant in Xingyang City, Danqing Pavilion partially controlled, Sea Chamber of Commerce partially controlled. Looking at the luxurious panel, Chen Xian felt a surge of pride. This is the source of his confidence in targeting Tianfeng County. Just then, Morong Shui walked over quickly with an intelligence jade slip in her hand, her expression solemn. "Young master, breaking news. 3 days ago, Yao Wanhai publicly announced that he had refined a top-grade third-rank pill called Blood Fusion Breakthrough Pill and successfully won over the Wang family, the #1 martial arts family in the county. He also announced that the inauguration ceremony for the new pavilion master would be held in the Alchemy Plaza of Danqing Pavilion 7 days later." Morong Shui's tone grew increasingly heavy. He's trying to solidify his position and cut off all of Miss Yao Ling's escape routes. Upon hearing this, Yao Ling trembled with anger, her knuckles turning white from clenching her fists. Shameless. How could he possibly have refined the blood fusion barrier breaking pill? That pill formula belongs to my father. Her words trailed off, a hint of sadness flashing across her face. After all, Yao Wanhai was her father's younger brother. It wasn't impossible that he had picked up some information from what he saw and heard. 7 days later? The inauguration ceremony? After hearing this, Chen Xian was not angry at all. Instead, he laughed. He was afraid that there wouldn't be enough people to support us, so he personally set up the stage for us. Yao Ling and Morong Shui were both taken aback. A calculating glint flashed in Chen Xian's eyes, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Pass on my orders. Have our people in Danxin Pavilion spread a message. It is said that on the day of the succession ceremony, Yao Ling, the true master of Danxin Pavilion, will find a chance to become an immortal outside and will return to the sect with the legendary 4th grade divine pill, the 9 revolutions rejuvenation pill, to set things right and clean up the sect. I want to make the entire Tianfeng County focus its attention on that day. Chen Xian's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a domineering air that could stir up a storm. I want him to build the ladder to the sky himself, and then I'll personally pull the ladder out for him. As soon as the words fell, Yao Ling and Morong Shui felt a surge of heat rush to their heads, their minds reeling. At the same time, on the official road outside Tianfeng County, a pure black imperial carriage, pulled by 4 ferocious black dragons, was traveling at a leisurely pace, and in its passage, even the light seemed to be swallowed up. Inside the imperial carriage, a figure in black robes was toying with a cold, gleaming jade pendant. On the jade plaque, a map is faintly visible, and a bright spot of light is moving at high speed along a straight route. The destination of the light spot was also Tianfeng County. The profounding sacred body, has it finally decided to move? The man in black robes let out a hoarse laugh that sounded like the cry of an owl, which was particularly jarring in the confined space. I hope you won't keep me waiting too long. His gaze seemed to pierce through the imperial carriage, traverse endless space, and meet Chen Xian on the flying boat for a fleeting moment in the darkness. A massive storm sweeping across Tianfeng County has begun. Chapter 36, On the Flying Boat, the Beauty is Lost in Thought. The Yunhai truly lives up to its reputation as the top-tier airship of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. The fierce winds of the heavens were like knives, and the clouds outside the ship churned and roared, yet inside, it was so calm that not a sound of wind could be heard. In the spacious and luxurious cabin, the couch, carved from a single piece of warm jade, radiated a gentle luster. Lin Wanner leaned against the couch, covered with a snow-white fox fur coat, her belly slightly protruding. She was already a golden core cultivator and was not afraid of the cold or heat, but Chen Xian insisted on doing so. This slightly clumsy act of concern warmed her heart. Chen Xian sat on the edge of the couch, holding her soft hand in one hand and gently placing the other hand on her abdomen, slowly channeling a pure and gentle stream of pure yang energy into her. He wasn't healing his wounds, he was communicating with the unborn little life inside him. The fetus seemed to really like the father's scent, and wriggled contentedly. Immediately afterwards, a stream of innate life essence, far purer than before, flowed back from the fetus's body, like a clear spring, simultaneously surging into Chen Xian and Lin Wanner's limbs and bones. Chen Xian felt that the speed of the circulation of true energy in his body had increased, and the bottleneck was beginning to loosen. This little guy is practically a portable cultivation accelerator. Husband, tell me, will this child look more like you or more like me? Lin Wanner's face radiated maternal warmth, her voice so gentle it could melt water. It's all good. Chen Xian smiled, his eyes full of affection. I love anything you give birth to. Simple words of love made Lin Wanner blush slightly, and she leaned on Chen Xian's shoulder. Enjoying this tranquility, a hint of worry quietly appeared between her brows. The situation in Tianfeng County is probably more complicated than we thought, she said softly. I can feel that there is a chilling aura that makes me very uncomfortable above that city, which is the same as the Netherworld Palace demonic art that chased me back then. As a golden core cultivator, her spiritual senses far surpassed those of ordinary people, making her particularly sensitive to the aura that had once threatened her life. Don't worry. Chen Xian pulled her closer and whispered in her ear, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. What can a bunch of cowardly rats do? His calm and confident tone easily soothed Lin Wanner's unease. Just then, a respectful knock came from outside the cabin. Young master, Miss Yao Ling requests an audience. It was Morong Shui's voice. Let her in. The hatch opened, and Yao Ling walked in, carrying a bowl of freshly cooked spirit porridge, her head bowed. She changed out of her smart martial arts uniform and into a light blue maid's dress. Her hair was simply tied up with a jade hairpin. She lost the aloofness of the fairy of the Dan Pavilion and gained a touch of gentleness and grace. Madam, this is a porridge I made with calming herbs and century-old spiritual grains. It will be good for you and the little boy in your womb. She carefully placed the porridge on the table, her eyelashes trembling slightly as she spoke, never daring to look up at Chen Xian. Ever since that night, whenever she was in front of Chen Xian, her heart would inexplicably race and her cheeks would flush. Thank you for your kindness, Lin Wanner said with a gentle smile. She could see Yao Ling's thoughts, but she wasn't displeased at all. Instead, she acted like an older sister and pulled her to sit down on the edge of the couch. Chen Xian was quite satisfied with the scene before him. With a stable home front, he could focus on fighting outside and concentrate on his grand plan of many children, many blessings. He got up, walked out of the cabin, and onto the deck. Morongxue stood quietly at the bow of the ship, her moon-white dress fluttering in the strong wind, outlining her breathtaking curves. Is something the matter? Chen Xian walked to her side. Young master, a thundercloud storm has appeared 300 miles ahead, Morongxue reported, bowing. It is mixed with a large number of bloodthirsty thunderbats, and the space inside the storm is extremely unstable. If we force our way through, it will probably take up a lot of time. Bloodthirsty thunderbat? Chen Xian raised an eyebrow, and the eye of the furnace quietly activated. His gaze instantly pierced through 300 miles of space, revealing the thundercloud storm clearly. Countless enormous bats with wingspans exceeding 3 meters darted through the dark, stormy clouds, their eyes bloodshot and arcs of electricity crackling across their bodies. At the very center of the swarm, a bat king, twice its size and entirely silver white, lazily lay atop a floating meteorite, radiating a demonic aura comparable to that of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Can't get around it? The gale force winds in this area are extremely chaotic. If we take a detour, it will take at least another day, Morongxue explained. Chen Xian nodded, but he had already made up his mind. Just when I was worried about not having enough luck points, this came right to my door? He instructed Morongxue, go and stabilize the protective formation of the flying boat, and follow my orders. Yes. Morongxue accepted the order and left. Chen Xian then returned to the cabin. Lin Wanner and Yao Ling were chatting about their daughter's private matters, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Husband? I got some snacks from outside, perfect for you guys to practice your skills, Chen Xian said with a smile. He briefly explained the situation outside, and Yao Ling immediately volunteered, her eyes shining. Young master, wow. These bloodthirsty thunder bats are troublesome, but I've acquired a new pill formula and refined a spirit-startling incense, which can perfectly counteract them. She looked at Chen Xian expectantly, like a kitten eager to show off to its master. Morongxue then entered and reported, young master, the protective formation is stable and we can enter the thunderstorm zone at any time. Chen Xian shook his head. He walked to Lin Wanner's side and asked softly, Wanner, would you like to go out for some fresh air? Lin Wanner was taken aback, but then she understood what her husband meant. She smiled gently and slowly stood up. A terrifying pressure belonging to a golden core cultivator, as vast as an abyss, instantly filled the entire cabin. Okay. Perfect, let our children see what this world is like in advance. Her voice was gentle, yet it carried a kind of supreme confidence. Under this oppressive aura, both Yao Ling and Morongxue felt a chill run down their spines, and their eyes were filled with awe as they looked at Lin Wanner. Chen Xian laughed heartily, took his wife's hand, and strode towards the deck. Morongxue, full speed ahead. Target, the very center of the thunderclouds. Yao Ling, prepare your pills. Today, let me show you just how powerful my woman, Chen Xian's woman, really is. With his command, the Yunhai emitted a high-pitched hum, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, and plunged headlong into the dark storm of lightning and thunder. Just as the flying boat plunged into the thunderclouds, the communication jade talisman at Morongxue's waist suddenly began to flash a blinding red light. A rapid, almost distorted divine thought rushed directly into her mind. Miss. Retreat immediately. The intelligence is incorrect. That's not a bloodthirsty thunderbat. It's a demonic bat kept by the Netherworld Palace. That Bat King is actually a protector of the Netherworld Palace in disguise. Morongxue's face turned deathly pale in an instant. The blood instantly turned ice cold. An elaborate trap. Chapter 37, 1,000 Miles of Ice, the Divine Power of the Golden Core. Trap. When Morongxue's cry of alarm rang out on the deck, the Yunhai ship suddenly sank, already deep in the heart of the thundercloud storm. Squeak. The ear-piercing scraping sound came from all directions, like countless sharp claws frantically scratching at the iron plate. The Vajra Guardian Array light barrier outside the flying boat flickered violently, its brightness fluctuating. In the darkness, thousands upon thousands of blood-red eyes suddenly lit up, and the swarm of bats, transformed by demonic energy, showed no fear of death, crashing into the light barrier like madmen. Each impact sent up ripples of black light, and the aura of the protective shield was corroded and dissolved at a visible speed. Young master. It's a demonic bat from the Netherworld Palace that can corrode the spiritual power of the array. The protective array 1T last more than an incense stick's time. Morong Shui's voice was tense. As a second-tier array master, she never imagined that her prized flying boat would fall into such a passive situation. The opponent had calculated the flight path precisely and laid a deadly trap here in advance. Yao Ling's pretty face drained of color. She clutched several pills tightly, her knuckles turning white. This was no longer a simple demonic beast, but a killing puppet twisted by demonic arts. She had no idea whether her pills for dealing with demonic beasts would still be effective. A desperate situation seemed to be right before their eyes. But Chen Xian, who was at the center of the storm, did not show the slightest ripple on his face. The corners of his mouth even curled up in a cold arc. Good timing. He turned his head to look at Lin Wanner beside him, his eyes so gentle they could melt the hardest ice. My lady, it's your turn to perform. Lin Wanner nodded slightly and took a step forward. She stood quietly at the bow of the ship, her white dress appearing somewhat frail amidst the dark demonic energy and electric light. Deep within the thunderclouds, the Silver Bat King, disguised as a guardian of the Netherworld Palace, let out a silent, sinister laugh. He sensed it. That Xianin sacred body aura that made his blood boil and haunted his dreams. It was pure, powerful, and far surpassed any other cauldron he had ever encountered. As long as he swallows her, he can rise to the top and become a true elder of the Netherworld Palace. He stopped pretending and his figure suddenly swelled up in the demonic energy, transforming into a sinister old man with a withered face and wearing a black robe. A pressure far exceeding the Foundation Establishment stage and touching the threshold of the Golden Core stage, known as the half-step Golden Core pressure, swept across the entire area. Mysterious Ian's sacred body. It really is you. Today, you and the bastard child in your womb will become the resources for my advancement. The old man in black robes let out a piercing laugh. He slammed his hands together, and the endless demonic bats instantly coalesced into a black river hundreds of feet long. Roaring, it tore through space and crashed down on the cloud sea. This blow is enough to grind a small mountain into dust. Under this oppressive force, Yao Ling and Morong Shui could barely breathe, their hearts trembling. However, Lin Wanner merely raised her eyes. In those gentle, watery eyes, there was no fear, no anger, only indifference. That was a god high above the clouds, looking down on an ant clambering in the mud. She slowly raised her right hand. Slender, fair-skinned, with fingers as smooth as jade. Her red lips parted slightly, and a cold, icy word clearly reached everyone's ears. Snow. In an instant. The whole world was deathly silent. The wind stopped. The thunder stopped. The roaring, surging river of demonic bats, the black-robed elder laughing maniacally, the thundercloud storm with its lightning and thunder, everything was paused in that instant. An indescribable chill spread silently from Lin Wanner in a fan shape for hundreds of miles ahead. This is not cold air. This is the law. It belongs to the golden elixir true person, the supreme supernatural power that makes one's words become law. Click. 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 The crisp sound of freezing echoed continuously. Under the horrified gazes of Yao Ling and Morong Shui, the vast thundercloud in front of them, along with the tens of thousands of demonic bats within it, and the arrogant old man in black robes, were all instantly frozen solid by a layer of crystal-clear blue ice. Time stood still at this moment. A breathtakingly magnificent scene unfolded before their eyes. The thunderclouds, stretching for miles, transformed into a gigantic ice sculpture suspended in the sky. Each demonic bat maintained its charging posture, its ferocious expression clearly visible. The old man in black robes, still with his hands outstretched and laughing wildly, was frozen into a lifelike ice sculpture, the greed and cruelty in his eyes forever sealed away. With a single thought, 100 miles of ice can be frozen. This is the divine power of a golden core cultivator. Bang! A soft sound. The massive ice sculpture began to crack from its center, and the cracks spread rapidly. Finally, the entire ice sculpture shattered with a roar, turning into a sky full of shimmering ice crystals. Under the sunlight that pierced through the clouds, they refracted a rainbow of colors, like a grand yet silent fireworks display. Tens of thousands of demonic bats, along with the Netherworld Palace Protector who was at the half-step Golden Core stage, were completely wiped out of this world without leaving a trace of flesh or blood. The storm has passed. The sky has cleared up. Yao Ling and Morong Shui stood blankly on the deck, mouths agape, their minds completely blank. They knew that Lin Wanner was at the Golden Core stage. But they never dreamed that the Golden Core stage could be so powerful. This is no longer a battle at the level of magic, it's a crushing defeat at the level of laws. It's a dimensional reduction attack. Lin Wanner withdrew her hand, her face slightly pale. Simultaneously activating such a large-scale application of the power of the laws would be quite taxing for her, given her pregnancy. A warm, large hand supported her waist at just the right moment, and a stream of pure yang energy flowed over her, instantly soothing the emptiness within her body. You've worked hard, my wife. Chen Xian's voice was full of heartache. It's not hard work. Lin Wanner leaned against him, a satisfied smile on her face. It's Wanner's blessing to be able to share my husband's burdens. Chen Xian smiled and turned his gaze to the completely purified airspace. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Activate the gas furnace. Ding! A large number of unclaimed demonic remnants have been detected. Proceed with luck plunder? Plunder. Looting in progress? Congratulations, host. You have successfully plundered the remnant soul of the Netherworld Palace Guardian half-step golden core, gaining 1500 luck points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully plundered 38,754 demonized thunderbats and gained 3,875 luck points. Total luck points earned, 5,375. A windfall. Chen Xian felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He looked at Lin Wanner in his arms, and a thought came to mind. He issued the command in the system without hesitation. System, consume 5,000 luck points to perform luck blessing on Lin Wanner. Focus on enhancing the potential of the fetus in her womb. Ding! Instruction received. Consume 5,000 luck points to perform a mother and child as one luck blessing. The next moment, a vast and warm golden light of fortune surged out from the void and silently merged into Lin Wanner's body. Lin Wanner felt a warm current envelop her entire body, and the fetus in her womb emitted an unprecedentedly joyful rhythm, as if it were jumping for joy. She could clearly feel that the blood connection between herself and the child in her womb had become closer, that their vital energies were intertwined, and that they were inseparable. Ding! Blessing of fortune complete. Congratulations, host. Your wife, Lin Wanner, has benefited from the power of destiny, resulting in a stronger Xianin sacred body and a stable cultivation level at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Congratulations, host. Your second child unborn has absorbed a large amount of fortune, greatly enhancing his potential. His talent rating has evolved from Divine Grade to Divine Grade Supreme. A new and luxurious birth gift package is underway, please look forward to it, host. Divine Grade Supreme. Chen Xian's heart skipped a beat. This can be upgraded? Looking at his wife, whose face was filled with happiness and peace, he felt an unprecedented surge of pride. The Netherworld Palace? Good timing. He lowered his head and gently kissed Lin Wanner's forehead, thinking to himself. I hope there are more people from your Netherworld Palace, and that they are more resilient to death. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to afford the baby formula for my child. Chapter 38, The Mysteries of Array Formation, The Fairy's Heart Flutters. The thunderclouds and storm clouds transformed into countless crystal fragments, which refracted a magnificent light under the sunlight and slowly drifted away. The Yunhai sailed smoothly, but the deck was deathly silent. Yao Ling gripped the gunwale, her fingertips still trembling unconsciously. Her mouth was slightly open, as if she wanted to say something, but she couldn't utter a single word. Morong Shui simply stared blankly at the completely purified airspace, her eyes vacant. As a second-tier array master, her understanding of the power of laws far surpassed that of ordinary people. She knew better than anyone what Lin Wanner's casual use of the word snow truly meant. That's not magic, it's not supernatural power. Those words became law, they were golden words. It is the absolute control of the laws of a region by a golden core cultivator. So this is what the golden elixir truly is. It turns out that the array formations he was so proud of, which he had devoted countless hours to studying, were as fragile as a joke in the face of such power. Her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Chen Xian. The man was tenderly tidying his wife's wind-blown hair, his movements gentle and his gaze focused, as if the earth-shattering killing spree just moments before was less important than a single strand of his wife's hair. A man with a wife who is like a goddess. A man who can win the heart of such a woman. What kind of existence does he himself possess? For the first time, Morong Shui's heart, which had been frozen by the bloodline curse for many years, began to beat violently uncontrollably, and a strange burning sensation spread from her chest to her limbs and bones. Chen Xian noticed the gaze behind him, but he did not turn around immediately. He helped Lin Wanner back to her cabin and settled her in before turning around, walking to the deck, and standing beside the still distraught Morong Shui. What are you thinking about? Ah, no, it's nothing. Morong Shui was startled by the voice. When she came to her senses, a blush instantly rose on her beautiful face. She quickly bowed and greeted him, "Young master. Do you feel that your path of array formations has come to an end?" Chen Xian's words revealed her true feelings. Morong Shui's body stiffened. She nodded, then shook her head, her expression incredibly complicated. "I just feel that in the face of absolute power, any ingenious formation loses its meaning." Her voice was filled with a deep sense of confusion. This is the self-doubt that every formation master will experience after witnessing power far beyond their comprehension. You're wrong. Chen Xian's answer was simple and direct. The significance of formations has never been about brute force. He extended a finger and traced lines in the air in front of him. Golden true essence flowed from his fingertip, transforming into mysterious runes that were interconnected and emitted a faint light. The essence of formations is borrowing, not borrowing the power of heaven and earth, the momentum of mountains and rivers, and the might of the sun, moon, and stars. You are not the one who creates power, you are merely a craftsman who builds conduits, guiding the immense power that already exists between heaven and earth to where you need it, and releasing the effect you desire. Chen Xian spoke slowly, but every word struck Morong Shui's heart like a morning bell or evening drum. She stared blankly at the runes Chen Xian was drawing in the air. She didn't recognize any of them, but she could sense that each rune contained a supreme understanding of space, energy, and laws that she had never encountered before. For example, the Diamond Guardian array on this flying boat, Chen Xian pointed casually. Its strategy revolves around strength and brute force. That's true, but it's too foolish. That's why the demonic bat could slowly wear it down with its corrosive power. How about we try a different approach? The runes on Chen Xian's fingertips suddenly changed, their structure reorganized. In the formation, add a force relief conversion node and a counter shock energy circuit. When the demonic bats crashed into us, the protective array no longer withstood the impact head-on. Instead, it channeled the force of the impact into the rebound circuit, and then deflected the force back, mixing it with the array's own power. In this way, the stronger the enemy is and the more fiercely they attack, the more powerful our counterattack will be. This is what we call using their strength against them. Chen Xian waved his hand casually, and the golden runes in the sky dissipated. He looked at Morong Shui, who was completely stunned, and changed the subject. The same principle applies to the bloodline curse of your Morong family. The essence of that curse is a distorted array of power. Generation after generation of you have been thinking about how to suppress and resist it, and the result is naturally repeated defeats. Why not try to guide or utilize them? Take that violent curse power and make it your own? Boom! These words were like a thunderclap that shook the heavens and the earth, exploding in Morong Shui's mind. As a second-tier array master, the mental barrier that had plagued her for years was shattered by Chen Xian's words at this moment. So that's how it can be done. It turns out that the art of formations has such a vast scope. The way she looked at Chen Xian had completely changed. It was no longer awe, no longer admiration. Rather, it is a kind of fervor and devotion that students have when looking up to their teachers who impart knowledge and teach them. Young master. Her voice trembled, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. Swear, I've learned so much. She bowed deeply and gracefully to Chen Xian. This bow was made willingly. This bow involved prostrating oneself on the ground. Ding! Your words and actions have caused a Dao heart shock to Morong Shui, the daughter of destiny. Morong Shui's loyalty has increased. Current status, devoted, just one step away from being completely devoted. Ding! Special reward triggered. Morong Shui's array formation talent is partially shared with you. Your understanding and learning ability in array formations will be permanently increased by 300%. Chen Xian felt a surge of joy. A few words in exchange for a super learning buff, what a steal. He helped Morong Shui up, and looking at her pretty face flushed with excitement, he decided to add fuel to the fire. He took out a blank jade slip from his bosom. He extracted a small section on the foundation construction of the introductory chapter from the high-grade earth rank for symbols locking heaven array in his mind and imprinted it into his mind. Then, he handed the jade slip to Morong Shui. You have good potential, you just lack a good teacher. Take this introduction to the way of formations and study it. Come back to me when you have fully grasped it. Morong Shui accepted the jade slip with trembling hands. When her divine sense probed into it, the vast and profound knowledge of formations, as mysterious as a celestial book, instantly overwhelmed her mental defenses like a surging torrent. Her mind was blank. She glanced at the jade slip, then looked up at Chen Xian's calm and collected face. She finally understood. The person I encountered wasn't some kind of expert. Instead, it was an incredible opportunity that could change her entire life and the fate of the entire Morong family. She could no longer hold back, and tears welled up in her eyes. This time, it wasn't fear, it wasn't humiliation. It was excitement, it was happiness, it was the ecstasy of finding the direction I had been pursuing all my life. Chapter 39, The City in Sight, Undercurrents Raging. Tianfeng County. The once bustling city is now eerily quiet. On the city wall, the disciples of Danxin Pavilion held weapons, their expressions tense, their sharp eyes like those of hawks, staring intently at every figure below the city. The checks at the city gates were extremely strict. A hastily assembled law enforcement team of bandits from Black Wind Stronghold, under the instruction of the steward of Danxin Pavilion, was conducting brutal searches of passers-by. "What are you dawdling for? Get the hell up!" A bandit kicked a small vendor's carrying pole, causing the spiritual fruits to scatter all over the ground. The vendors dared not speak out in anger, and could only pick up the trash with trembling hands, only to be met with even more impatient shouts and curses in return. Inside the city, a tense atmosphere prevailed. Several factions that were on good terms with the old pavilion master Yao Wanshan had already closed their doors and sent out all their experts, ready for battle. Those families who pledged allegiance to Yao Wanhai rose to prominence, their members swaggering and acting arrogantly in the city. Dark clouds loomed over the city, and the entire Tianfeng County was filled with a suffocating atmosphere, as if a storm was brewing. Danxin Pavilion Headquarters. This once revered alchemy holy land, once admired by countless cultivators, is now devoid of the fragrance of elixirs. In its place, there is a faint, lingering stench of blood and a chilling, demonic aura. Inside the council hall, Yao Wanhai sat on the throne that should have belonged to his elder brother, his face so gloomy it could drip water. Bang! He slammed a fine jade teacup to the ground, shattering it into dust. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. His chest heaved violently, his eyes were bloodshot, and he pointed at his trusted subordinates below, cursing, "The protectors I sent out, and tens of thousands of demonic bats. Gone just like that? Gone without a sound." That confident, strategic mindset had vanished, leaving only the frenzy of a prey about to escape. Standing at the lower end, Black Fiend, the leader of Black Wind Stronghold, had a hint of fear flash in his single eye. Sect Master, to be able to wipe out a half-step Golden Core cultivator and tens of thousands of demonic bats so quietly, there must be a Golden Core cultivator in their formation. A Golden Core cultivator. Yao Wanhai gritted his teeth as he chewed those 4 words, his gums almost bleeding. What incredible luck did his good niece have? What's the panic? A hoarse, cold sound, like the grinding of dry bones, suddenly rang out from the shadows of the main hall. The temperature inside the hall dropped sharply. A figure shrouded entirely in a black robe slowly walked out. Yao Wanhai, who had just been furious, and He Sha, who was fierce and unruly, immediately became like chickens with their necks being choked the moment they saw this person. All their arrogance vanished, and their faces showed respect and fear. "Greetings, Your Excellency." The black-robed envoy ignored them and walked straight to the center of the hall, looking up towards the direction of Qingyang City. The gaze hidden beneath the hood seemed to pierce through layers of space. "I have already sensed it that pure Xianin Qi is approaching." His voice carried a kind of cat-and-mouse-like pleasure. "It seems she has walked right into our trap." Yao Wanhai quickly stepped forward, flattering, "Your Excellency is wise. I have sealed off the entire city and laid a net of heaven and earth. As long as they dare to show their faces, they will never return." "Lose the city?" The black-robed envoy let out a sneer, full of disdain. "You think a few city defense formations can stop a Golden Core cultivator? Your so-called blockade is nothing but a joke in her eyes." Yao Wanhai's face turned pale and then red, but he didn't dare to utter a single word. "Then, what should we do?" "Wait." The black-robed messenger uttered a single word. "Wait for her to come in by herself." He slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the 2 men beneath his hood. "What I want is a living Xianin holy body. As for the others, you may do as you please. All you have to do is find a way to lure her into the 9 nether soul-locking array that I have set up deep within the Danxin Pavilion. Once she enters the formation, even a celestial being descending to Earth wouldn't be able to escape." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished into the shadows like a wisp of smoke. Inside the main hall, Yao Wanhai and He Sha exchanged a glance, both seeing the chill in each other's eyes. Trying to negotiate with a tiger for its skin is a bitter experience. On the Yunhai, the majestic outline of Tianfeng County was already in sight. Inside the cabin, Yao Ling paced anxiously back and forth, her hands clenched tightly, her knuckles turning white. The closer I got to my home, the more intense the unease and hatred became. "Young master, are we just going straight in like this?" she couldn't help but ask. The city must be a den of dragons and tigers by now. Chen Xian, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. "Who said we were going into the city?" A meaningful smile played on his lips as he took out a communication jade talisman and infused it with his true essence. With a flash of light, Morong Shui's figure appeared. "Young master, let your men begin," Chen Xian ordered calmly. "Yes." Morong Shui's figure disappeared. Yao Ling was completely confused. "Start? What should we begin?" At the same moment when she was filled with doubt. Within the city of Tianfeng County. Rice shops, cloth shops, restaurants, blacksmith shops, dozens of corners that are usually inconspicuous. Dozens of agents belonging to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce simultaneously received top-level instructions. A burly man who was forging iron put down his hammer and pulled an oilcloth bag from under the water vat where the iron was being quenched. A shopkeeper who was doing the accounting adjusted the abacus and took out a stack of papers from a hidden compartment. They opened the package, which contained a thick stack of flyers. The same content was printed on the paper in the most glaring vermilion. A prescription for a pill called detoxification pill. Below the prescription, there was a line of small, shocking characters, as if written in blood. "The traitor Yao poisoned the alchemy pavilion, causing chaos. In 3 days, a new master will return and restore order." The next moment, countless flyers shot into the sky simultaneously from all directions of Tianfeng County. The papers flying everywhere were like a sudden snowfall in June, covering every corner of the city with precision. On the street, countless monks and ordinary people instinctively reached out to catch it. The moment they saw what was written on the paper, they were first bewildered, then shocked, and finally, there was a tremendous uproar. "An antidote? Yao Wanhai, did he poison the pills he gave us? No wonder. No wonder I've been feeling like my spiritual energy isn't flowing smoothly lately. The new master will return in 3 days? Could it be that Miss Yao Ling is coming back?" A meteor storm, ignited by Chen Xian from thousands of miles away, exploded in the most violent and direct manner on the eve of the succession ceremony. The entire Tianfeng County was in complete chaos. Chapter 40, A Storm of Public Opinion, Hidden Dangers. "An antidote? That old dog Yao Wanhai poisoned us?" I knew I'd been feeling restless and irritable during meditation lately, my vital energy felt as heavy as lead. Turns out I'd fallen for his trick. A new master has returned. It's Miss Yao Ling. Miss Yao Ling is coming back. Heaven has eyes. I knew the old sect leader's daughter was not the kind of wicked person who murdered her father and usurped the throne. Countless sheets of paper, which seemed light as a feather, suddenly felt incredibly heavy, causing widespread panic throughout Tianfeng County. They fell from the sky, landing in the hands of every cultivator and every commoner. The prescriptions written in black and white on those papers were like a pot of boiling oil, pouring into the already doubtful hearts of the people. The anger was completely ignited. Deep within the Danshin Pavilion, several veteran alchemists who were under house arrest obtained the pill formulas through an inside contact. After just one glance, they burst into tears. After comparing their prescription with the formula and practicing their internal energy for a short while, they noticed the persistent stagnation within their bodies. The truth has come out. Yao Wanhai. You beast. We treated you like a junior brother for nothing. For the position of sect leader, they have not hesitated to collude with the demonic path and harm their fellow disciples. The new master will return in 3 days. We will fight to the death to hold out until Miss Yao Ling comes back. The terrifying pressure that Yao Wanhai had meticulously constructed crumbled instantly in the face of this sudden meteor storm. Inside the main hall of the pavilion. Bang! Yao Wanhai smashed the table in front of him, carved from millennia-old cold jade, into dust with a single palm strike, sending jade fragments flying everywhere. He gripped the flyer tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand, his face contorted with extreme anger and panic. Investigate! Investigate for me! Who is it? Who's behind this? He roared at the top of his lungs, his voice distorted. My deepest fears have come true. The secret of the poisoning was laid bare and exposed to the light of day. What chilled him even more was that the other party had also spread the recipe for the antidote. This means that his greatest reliance on controlling people's hearts has failed. Please calm down, Master. Black Fiend emerged from the shadows, his single eye gleaming with a ferocious, beast-like light. Now is not the time to investigate. The most urgent task is to quell this storm. Suppress? How can you suppress it? Yao Wanhai, like a mad tiger, grabbed his collar. The whole city is covered in this piece of paper. Do you think I can kill everyone in the city? If you can't kill them, then arrest them. Black Fiend's voice was icy cold, devoid of any warmth. He pried Yao Wanhai's hands off and straightened his collar. Issue the order, martial law throughout the city. Anyone who possesses or discusses this leaflet will be treated as an accomplice to treason and executed without exception. I want the city to be so quiet you could hear a pin drop. He changed the subject, staring at Yao Wanhai with his one eye. Furthermore, Master, it's time to ask that esteemed person for help. Yao Wanhai's body trembled violently, and a deep struggle and fear flashed in his eyes. But he knew very well that he had no way out. Once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. Fine. He gritted his teeth, pulled out a jet-black token from his pocket, and tremblingly poured his true essence into it. On the token, a hideous ghost head pattern flashed with an eerie light before disappearing. Outside the city, aboard the Yinhai flying ship. Through Morong Shue's intelligence network, Chen Xian witnessed the beginning of the bloody storm in the city. Young Master, Yao Wanhai has started arresting people like crazy. Blood is flowing like rivers on several main streets in the city. Morong Shue's voice carried a hint of reluctance. This is just the beginning. Chen Xian remained calm and composed, showing no sign of emotion. If we don't push them to the brink, how will this big fish hiding in the cave swim out on its own? He looked at Yao Ling beside him. At this moment, she was no longer anxious as before. Instead, she felt a mixture of admiration and the satisfaction of revenge. Looking at Chen Xian's profile, she was filled with mixed emotions. He was still thinking about how to sneak into the city and how to fight his uncle to the death. But this man, sitting 1,000 miles away, casually tossed out a prescription, which drove Yao Wanhai into a state of utter chaos and thoroughly stirred up the entire Tianfeng County. Such methods and such mindset are simply monstrous. Young Master, what's our next step? Yao Ling couldn't help but ask. Wait. Chen Xian uttered only one word. Wait for the fish to bite the hook themselves. His gaze seemed to pierce through the thick city walls, landing on the deepest part of Danxin Pavilion, that forbidden area shrouded in dense demonic energy. Just then, Lin Wanner, who had been resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. She frowned slightly as she looked in the direction of Danxin Pavilion. My lord, that evil aura has stirred. Almost at the same instant, Chen Xian also sensed it. A chilling, malevolent aura, seemingly emanating from the depths of hell, like an invisible giant hand, instantly traversed 100 miles of space and locked onto the cloud sea. That divine thought was filled with undisguised greed and brutal killing intent. Mysterious Ean's sacred body. I can smell your scent. A hoarse, shrill voice exploded in everyone's minds. The next moment, a jet-black, demonic light rose from the Danxin Pavilion, tearing through the sky at a terrifying speed that surpassed the speed of sound, and shot straight toward the Yinhai. Wherever the demonic light passed, the space itself groaned in agony, unable to bear the weight. Oh no! It's a demonic cultivator in the nascent soul stage. Morong Shui was horrified, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. Yao Ling was so frightened that her face turned pale. This oppressive force is 100 times, 1,000 times, stronger than the half-step golden core protector we encountered before. This is not even in the same league. However, Chen Xian laughed. Far from showing the slightest fear, his eyes shone with the excitement a hunter displays when spotting his prey. Perfect timing. He stepped forward, standing proudly at the bow of the ship, protecting Lin Wanner behind him. Today, I'll show you what 4 symbols locking the heavens really means. He clasped his hands together in front of his chest and let out a low shout that resounded through the sky. Charge! Buzz! The dozens of array nodes that had been lurking in the 4 directions of Tianfeng County, from east to west and north to south, personally set up by Morong Shui, all burst forth with dazzling light at this moment. Thick beams of light shot into the sky. Above Tianfeng County, a golden net composed of hundreds of millions of mysterious runes appeared out of thin air and instantly covered an area of hundreds of miles. That arrogant black demonic light crashed head-on into the newly formed golden net. Boom! A deafening roar, seemingly capable of tearing the heavens and earth apart, exploded. The golden net dented violently inward, countless runes flashed wildly, while the black demonic light was firmly pressed into the net, thrashing about but unable to advance an inch. The entire Tianfeng County trembled violently in this earth-shattering collision. Countless people in the city looked up in terror, only to see a golden sun and a black demon sun locked in a fierce struggle in the sky. The earth-shattering scene was something they would never forget. What kind of formation is this? A roar of shock and rage erupted from the trapped demonic light, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Chapter 41, Succession Ceremony, A Turtle in a Jar. Tianfeng County, Danqing Pavilion, Alchemy Square. Today, the square is shrouded in a deathly silence of bustle. On the newly built 9-story platform in the center, the purple carpet, symbolizing the status of the pavilion master, was particularly dazzling in the sunlight. Wearing a brand new robe, Yao Wanhai stood atop the high platform, looking down at the dense crowd below. He felt a surge of pride, and the forbearance and resentment of the past decades transformed into the exhilaration of holding power in his hands. Behind him stood the one-eyed black demon and a group of newly promoted confidants, each with an arrogant expression. Below the stage stood representatives of various forces from Tianfeng County, who had been forcibly invited to observe the ceremony. They stood like puppets, their faces uniformly stiff and numb. Behind them, a guard composed of bandits from Black Wind Stronghold and law enforcement disciples from Danqing Pavilion, their hands on their sword hilts, their eyes like wolves, surveyed the entire scene. This is no succession ceremony, it's clearly a show of force with swords at your throat. At the deepest part of the square, a row of elders from Danqing Pavilion were bound by spiritual energy chains, kneeling on the cold ground, their cultivation suppressed, their faces filled with humiliation and death. They were the chickens Yao Wanhai used to make an example of others. The auspicious time has arrived. A master of ceremonies shouted at the top of his lungs, his shrill voice echoing in the silent square, sounding particularly abrupt. Yao Wanhai took a deep breath, straightened his robes, and put on a smug smile. He was about to speak and announce the arrival of a new era to the whole city. Just then, a clear, cool voice, not loud, but clearly reached the ears of everyone present. "Uncle, without your niece's presence at the ceremony, are you truly secure in your position as the head of the pavilion?" Whoosh! Thousands of eyes turned in unison to the entrance of the square. There, 4 figures walked slowly against the light. The young man in the blue robe at the head of the group had a calm expression, as if he had not come to venture into a dangerous place, but to attend an ordinary banquet. The woman to his left, dressed in pristine white, possessed unparalleled beauty simply by standing there quietly, she outshone everything around her. On the right was a young girl dressed in a fiery red gown, a direct descendant of the Danqing Pavilion. It was Yao Ling. At this moment, her pretty face no longer showed any weakness, only a cold killing intent remained. Following behind the 3 was Morong Shui, who held an array plate and had a solemn expression. The 4 of them, facing thousands of gazes, stepped into the death trap that had been meticulously prepared for them. Ha ha ha! Yao Ling! You wretched creature, you actually dared to come back! Yao Wanhai was taken aback at first, then burst into a maniacal laugh, his laughter carrying a twisted sense of triumph over his successful plan. "Guards! Seize him! Seize this traitor who colluded with foreign enemies and murdered his fellow disciples!" With a wave of his hand, the hundreds of Black Wind Stronghold bandits who had been lying in ambush all around charged forward like hungry wolves smelling blood. However, they hadn't even taken a few steps. The array plate in Morong Shui's hand shimmered slightly. "Rise!" She gave a soft shout. Buzz! Countless pre-carved array patterns on the ground of the entire alchemy plaza lit up instantly, their light swirling. The charging bandits suddenly felt their legs give way, and the scene before them abruptly changed. Their companions and enemies vanished, replaced by endless fog and howling demons, plunging them into chaotic infighting. A formation? Yao Wanhai's expression changed slightly, but then turned into a cold laugh. "You dare to show off your meager skills before an expert? Black demon! Kill that man!" "Understood." He Sha grinned maliciously, and the terrifying aura of the 6th level of Foundation establishment erupted. The ground beneath his feet shattered, and he shot straight at Chen Xian like a cannonball. In his view, to catch the thief, you must first catch the king. As long as you twist the pretty boy's head off, everything will be over. However, he was fast, but someone was faster than him. A white figure appeared without warning in his path. "It's Lin Wanner." She didn't even glance at He Sha. Instead, she simply raised her delicate hand and gently waved it at the fierce figure rushing towards her. "Roll." One word, calm and composed, yet it contains an undeniable principle. An irresistible pressure suddenly descended. Black Fiend's ferocious charge came to an abrupt halt. The sneer on his face froze instantly, his single eye filled with endless fear. He felt as if he wasn't charging at a person, but rather crashing into an ancient divine mountain that had fallen from the sky, his bones groaning in agony from the unbearable weight. Puff! A mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs gushed out, and he was sent flying backward like a rag doll at an even faster speed than when he arrived. With a loud boom, he crashed heavily into the wall in the distance, and could not be pried out. Their fate is unknown. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by this unbelievable scene. With a wave of his hand, he instantly killed the Black Wind Stronghold's leader, who was at the 6th level of Foundation establishment. This is some kind of divine power. Yao Wanhai's maniacal laughter froze completely, his mouth slightly open as if an egg could fit inside. Golden elixir. There really was a golden core cultivator on the opposing side. In that very moment when his mind went blank, Yao Ling was moved. With a flick of her wrist, dozens of pills transformed into streaks of light, flying with unparalleled precision towards the group of imprisoned elders. Elders! This is the antidote. The elders swallowed it without hesitation. The next moment, powerful auras that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly erupted from their bodies. Yao Wanhai! You treacherous and ungrateful beast! Prepare to die. The elders, their eyes bloodshot with rage, roared as they lunged at the traitors of Danshin Pavilion who had once guarded and humiliated them. Internal strife erupted instantly. The entire square was in complete chaos. Chen Xian, however, did not move an inch from beginning to end. His gaze calmly swept over the chaotic crowd and landed on Yao Wanhai, who was completely disoriented on the platform, as if he were looking at a dead man. He lifted his foot and walked step by step toward the platform. No! Don't come any closer. Yao Wanhai panicked completely. He screamed and frantically pulled a black jade talisman from his pocket, then crushed it. My lord! Help me! With a piercing scream. Boom! A chilling, malevolent aura, seemingly capable of freezing one's soul, surged from the deepest part of Danshin Pavilion. A figure shrouded in black robes appeared out of thin air on the high platform, blocking Yao Wanhai's path. The terrifying pressure of the nascent soul stage descended with a deafening roar, as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had caved in. The entire square, everyone who was fighting, stopped in their tracks at that moment, overwhelmed by the force, their faces filled with despair. Mysterious Yin sacred body, you finally arrived. The black-robed envoy ignored everyone, his eyes, hidden under his hood, fixed on Lin Wanner. His voice was hoarse and filled with naked greed. No one can save you today. He stretched out a withered hand, like a chicken claw, and was about to grab Lin Wanner. However, the moment he reached out his hand. Buzz! A golden light curtain rose up above the square without warning, and the phantoms of the 4 divine beasts Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise roared and circled on the light curtain, like an inverted golden bowl, completely enveloping the entire square, including himself. It is the 4 symbols locking heaven formation. The black-robed messenger suddenly stopped moving. He looked up at the impregnable golden light screen, and for the first time, a hint of surprise appeared in his deep eyes. Earth rank formation? He then scoffed, his voice full of disdain. You think a mere incomplete formation can trap me? He was about to unleash his demonic power to forcefully break the formation. A leisurely voice came from behind him. Who told you that this formation was meant to trap you? The black-robed messenger suddenly turned around. Below the high platform, the young man in blue robes, whose cultivation was only at the 4th level of Foundation establishment and whom he had been ignoring all along, was looking at him with a playful expression. A purple gold pill had appeared in the young man's hand without him noticing. The elixir was adorned with dragon patterns, exuding a natural Taoist charm. It was that perfect quality purple Dragon King pill that triggered all this storm. The black-robed envoy's pupils suddenly contracted. Chen Xian flicked his finger. The divine pill transformed into a streak of light and shot with unparalleled precision into the mouth of the old pavilion master, Yao Wanshan, who was bound to the side of the high platform and was already barely breathing. This formation is not meant to trap you. Chen Xian looked at the black-robed envoy, his smile turning both bright and cold. It's to stall you. Keep dragging this on until someone can deal with you. The moment the words fell, a vast and powerful aura, no less terrifying than that of the black-robed envoy, exploded from Yao Wanshan's body. Hold head high. A dragon's roar that shook the heavens and the earth resounded through the clouds. The spiritual energy chains binding Yao Wanshan broke inch by inch. He slowly stood up, his white hair moving without wind. His originally withered body became full and tall at a speed visible to the naked eye. His pair of cloudy old eyes suddenly opened, shooting out two terrifying divine lights that pierced through the void. Nascent soul. At this moment, with the help of the divine pill, he actually broke through his cultivation level and stepped into the nascent soul realm, which countless cultivators dream of. The composure with which the black-robed messenger had been playing with a mouse finally vanished completely. Instead, there was a sense of horror and disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 42, The Battle of Nascent Souls, Reversing the Fate. Boom! Two terrifying pressures, both at the nascent soul stage, collided violently on the small alchemy plaza. The air was instantly sucked out, and then it exploded violently. Centered on the high platform, a circle of pure white airwaves, visible to the naked eye, spread wildly in all directions, and the hard bluestone slabs on the ground were lifted up layer by layer as if they were made of paper, turning into dust. Those with weaker cultivation levels didn't even have time to scream before being thrown away by the shockwave. While in mid-air, their blood gushed out like a fountain. Everyone's face was filled with unspeakable horror. Nascent soul. Another nascent soul ancestor. Moreover, this newly promoted nascent soul ancestor is none other than Yao Wanshan, the original pavilion master of Danshin Pavilion. Those Danshin Pavilion disciples and elders who had originally chosen neutrality or were forced to side with Yao Wanhai had their balance completely tipped the scales the moment they saw Yao Wanshan break through. It's the old sect master. The old sect master, he's broken through to the nascent soul stage. Great! Our Danshin Pavilion is saved. Kill that traitor Yao Wanhai. Set things right. The crowd was enraged, and shouts of killing filled the air. On the high platform, Yao Wanhai was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at his elder brother, whose aura was as deep as the ocean, and then at Chen Xian, who had remained calm and composed throughout. His mind went completely blank. We lost. They suffered a crushing defeat, utterly humiliated. All his schemes, all his calculations, all his trump cards that he was so proud of, seemed like a childish joke in front of this excessively young man. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He muttered to himself absent-mindedly, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. The black-robed messenger no longer cared about the life or death of this useless person. His entire focus was on Yao Wanshan, the newly promoted nascent soul cultivator. Okay. The black-robed messenger laughed in fury, his voice hoarse and shrill, like the cry of a night owl. Unexpectedly, in this remote and impoverished place, I actually encountered a scene of breaking through in the midst of battle. However, do you think that someone who has just broken through and whose realm has not yet been stabilized can contend with me? How naive. His body surged with demonic energy, and a gigantic ghost claw formed from pure demonic energy appeared out of thin air. The ghost claw was entwined with vengeful spirits and emitted a shrill shriek that tore at the soul, as it fiercely slashed down at Yao Wanshan. Evil heretics dare to act so presumptuously in my Danshin Pavilion. Yao Wanshan roared, his fighting spirit soaring to the sky. Although he had just broken through, his foundation was that perfect quality purple Dragon King pill, and the power of his true essence far surpassed that of others of the same level. He clasped his hands together, and a huge phantom of a pill furnace formed from crimson pill fire crashed fiercely into the demonic claw. Boom! The clash of powers at the nascent soul level was simply earth-shattering. The entire light screen of the four symbols locking heaven formation trembled violently, and the phantom images of the four divine beasts on the screen let out a series of low roars, clearly under tremendous pressure. If it weren't for the protection of this earth rank formation, the entire Danshin Pavilion, and even half of Tianfeng County, would probably have been reduced to ruins in the aftermath of this battle. Yao Wanshan and the black-robed envoy instantly became entangled, transforming into two streaks of light, one red and one black, colliding wildly in the sky above the plaza. Each collision unleashed terrifying energy powerful enough to make even a golden core cultivator change color. Below, Chen Xian didn't even bother to glance at it again. He turned to Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, and Morong Shui beside him and instructed them. Wanner, protect me. Yao Ling, Morong Shui, take those elders and clean house. Yes. The three women responded in unison. Yao Ling and Morong Shui's figures, like two streaks of light, instantly rushed into the chaotic battlefield. Yao Ling's cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th level of foundation establishment, and she also possessed several powerful pills bestowed by Chen Xian. Dealing with those traitors from Danshin Pavilion was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Morong Shui controlled the Grand Formation, dividing and surrounding the Black Wind Stronghold bandits, striking them precisely so that they would kill each other in the mist, without even a chance to resist. Chen Xian, under Lin Wanner's protection, walked step by step up to the high platform. He walked up to Yao Wanhai, who was completely dazed and limp as a board. "Now, do you have any last words?" Chen Xian looked down at him, his voice flat and emotionless. "No. Don't kill me." Yao Wanhai finally snapped out of his despair. He scrambled to his knees at Chen Xian's feet, grabbed his legs, and begged him with tears streaming down his face. "It's all his fault. It was that black-robed messenger who forced me to do this. He gave me the poison, he made me collude with Black Wind Stronghold. I was just confused for a moment. Young Master Chen, spare my life." In order to save his life, he shirked all responsibility. A hint of physical disgust flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. He kicked Yao Wanhai away. "A person like you is just wasting air by living." He flicked his finger. A wisp of golden true essence, mixed with a trace of extreme cold, accurately shot into Yao Wanhai's dantian. "Ah!" Yao Wanhai let out a blood-curdling scream that sounded inhuman. His dantian, under the erosion of the dual forces of ice and fire, emitted a crisp pop sound and was instantly destroyed, his cultivation vanishing into nothingness. Crippling him would cause him more pain than killing him. At that very moment, the battle in the sky also changed. Yao Wanshan was only a newly promoted nascent soul cultivator, and his control over his power was not yet proficient. After a prolonged battle, he gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Seizing an opening, the black-robed messenger launched a vicious netherworld ghost finger strike, silently aimed at Yao Wanshan's vital chest. Yao Wanshan was about to be seriously injured. Chen Xian's voice rang out leisurely, clearly reaching Yao Wanshan's ears. "Master, there must be a 1 in 10,000 moment of pause in the flow of his demonic power, 3 inches below his left rib." Yao Wanshan was startled. He didn't have time to think it through. Almost instinctively, he believed Chen Xian's judgment. He withstood part of the power of the opponent's finger strike, used the force to turn to the side, and concentrated all his true energy in his palm, pressing it hard against the black-robed envoy's left rib area, 3 inches below. Puff! The black-robed envoy was struck as if by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, and his demonic energy faltered. He stared incredulously at the young man in the blue robe below the platform. How could he possibly see through the flaw in my Netherworld Palace's core technique? Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Yao Wanshan lunged forward, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the black-robed envoy. The black-robed messenger suffered repeated defeats, his injuries compounded. He knew that he had lost today. "Boy! You just wait. The Netherworld Palace will never let you get away with this." He let out a venomous roar and crushed a black teleportation talisman. A cloud of black mist enveloped him, space began to distort, and a pitch-black vortex appeared behind him, about to devour him. "Trying to leave?" A cold glint flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. "Did I let you leave?" He formed a hand seal, and the 4 symbols locking heaven array, which had been hidden all along, shone brightly at this moment. Lock! The spatial passage that was about to tear apart was forcibly closed by the power of the Great Formation. The black-robed envoy stumbled out of the void, his face showing terror and despair for the first time. Chapter 43, The Dust Settles, Huge Gains. Space Lockdown. As the black-robed envoy tumbled awkwardly from the distorted void and crashed heavily onto the hard plaza floor, his powerful heart, belonging to a nascent soul demonic cultivator, felt for the first time the chilling feeling of despair. His prized spatial technique, which allowed him to easily escape from cultivators of the same level, was actually interrupted by a low-level formation. How is that possible? Unless the person in charge of this great formation has reached an inconceivable level of understanding of the laws of space. His gaze passed over Yao Wanshan, who stood there angrily, and fixed firmly on the young man in a blue robe on the high platform who looked calm and collected. This man, from beginning to end, acted like a detached bystander. But every step he took was within his calculations. From building public opinion to breaking through at the last minute, and now to catching the fish in the jar. The steps are all interconnected and leave no room for error. He is not human. He's a devil. A devil 100 times more terrifying than him, this demonic cultivator from the Netherworld Palace. Fellow Daoist, spare my life." The black-robed envoy was utterly terrified. He no longer cared about the dignity of a nascent soul demon cultivator and scrambled to his feet, begging for mercy in a hoarse voice. This was the fault of my netherworld palace. I am willing to swear a great oath of my inner demons, never to be an enemy of you again. I am willing to offer all my treasures, just to ask you to spare my life. However, the only response he received was Yao Wanshan's furious, thunderous strike. Evil spirits and heretics should be punished by everyone. Yao Wanshan finally realized what was happening, and his eyes were filled with gratitude and shock as he looked at Chen Xian. He knew that if it weren't for Chen Xian's powerful formation, even if he won today, he would never have been able to keep this major threat. The two joined forces, one launching the main attack and the other using a large formation to suppress the enemy. The already injured black-robed envoy was completely powerless to fight back, like a mouse being toyed with by a cat. Finally, with a shrill and unwilling scream, this arrogant nascent soul envoy of the Netherworld Palace was refined into a pure mass of demonic essence by Yao Wanshan's heaven-burning pillfire in front of everyone. With the death of the black-robed messenger, the rebellion that swept through the entire Danshin Pavilion has finally come to an end. On the square, the surviving bandits of Black Wind Stronghold and traitors of Danshin Pavilion threw down their weapons, knelt down and begged for mercy, kowtowing repeatedly. Yao Wanshan ignored these remnants of the defeated army. He concealed all his aura, slowly descended from the sky, and walked straight to Chen Xian. Then, to everyone's disbelief, this newly promoted nascent soul ancestor, the rightful master of Danshin Pavilion, bowed deeply and solemnly to Chen Xian. Young Master Chen, I am deeply grateful. From this day forward, you will be my Danshin Pavilion's friend forever. Everyone in Danshin Pavilion will be at your service, young master. This bow was more than just an expression of gratitude. It was also the highest respect a nascent soul ancestor could show to another being whose depths were unfathomable. Chen Xian accepted his bow without hesitation and helped him up with a smile. You're too kind, Pavilion Master. Yao Ling and I are of one mind, and her affairs are simply my duty. In one sentence, he directly clarified his relationship with Yao Ling. This also completely dispelled any other thoughts that the scheming elders of Danshin Pavilion had in mind. Yao Wanshan, being a man of great stature, immediately understood Chen Xian's meaning. He glanced at Chen Xian's daughter, who was looking at him with adoration not far away, and a complex emotion welled up in his heart. There was a sense of reluctance, but even more so, a feeling of relief. Finding such a wonderful and talented man is a blessing for her daughter and also for Danshin Pavilion. He laughed and said no more. That evening, Danshin Pavilion hosted a high-level celebration banquet for Chen Xian and his entourage. At the banquet, Yao Wanshan publicly announced that he would betroth Yao Ling to Chen Xian as a concubine. He also announced that Danshin Pavilion and the Chen family would form a blood alliance and remain friendly for eternity. This news once again shocked the entire Tianfeng County. Everyone knows that from this day forward, the world of Tianfeng County is about to change. The name of a young man named Chen Xian will rise above all other forces. After the banquet, Chen Xian returned alone to the top-tier cave dwelling prepared for him by Danshin Pavilion. He sat cross-legged and focused his mind. A series of long-awaited system notification sounds came crashing down like a tidal wave. Ding! Congratulations, host! The clan quest The Chaos of Dan Pavilion has been successfully completed. Mission rating, perfect. Rewards being processed. Reward 1, family fortune greatly increased. Fortune points plus 10,000. Reward 2, congratulations, host. You have obtained the complete inheritance and control core of the Earth rank high-grade array formation, for symbols locking heaven array. Reward 3, congratulations, host. Your concubine Yao Ling, due to the stabilization of her Dao heart during this event and the support of her father's breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, has had her hidden physique, the dazzling sacred body, initially awakened. Her potential rating has been upgraded from superior to supreme. Reward 4, because the host played a decisive role in this event, successfully plundering all the fortune of the Danshin Pavilion rebels and the Netherworld Palace envoy. Congratulations, host, you have gained plus 35,000 fortune points. 45,000 luck points. Looking at this number, Chen Xian's heart started pounding uncontrollably. We've struck it rich. We've really struck it rich this time. He forcibly suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, knowing that this was not the end. With a thought, he threw the refined demonic origin of the Netherworld Palace envoy into the furnace of destiny. Smelting. Ding. High-quality, nascent soul-level demonic origin detected. Proceed with the refining? Estimated luck points consumption, 10,000. Smelting. Smelting in progress? Congratulations, host. The fusion was successful. You have obtained one pseudo-law fragment netherworld. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one bottle of nascent soul level divine soul origin liquid. It can greatly enhance the strength of your divine soul. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation technique, Pure Yang Limitless Skill, has absorbed a portion of the netherworld laws and comprehended a new characteristic, Pure Yang Soul Devouring. Your attacks will inflict additional shock and damage on the enemy's soul. The series of rewards dazzled Chen Xian, making him almost faint with happiness. He carefully sensed the characteristics of the newly formed cultivation technique and felt that his divine sense had gained a chilling quality that could freeze the soul. However, just as he was preparing to take stock of this tremendous gain, the door to the cave was gently knocked on. Yao Ling carried in a steaming bowl of ginseng soup. She changed out of her gorgeous gown and into a sheer pink tulle dress, her beautiful hair cascading over her shoulders, her pretty face flushed with a captivating blush, and a resolute air of determination. She placed the ginseng soup on the table, walked up to Chen Xian, stared at him intently with her beautiful eyes, and then slowly untied the ribbon around her waist. Her tulle skirt slipped down. A stunningly beautiful body, perfectly proportioned, was presented to Chen Xian in the candlelight without reservation. Chapter 44, The Holy Body Awakens, and the Blessings are Shared Equally. The candlelight flickered gently, and the cave was so quiet that the crackling sound of the burning wick could be heard. In the dim light, Yao Ling's delicate body resembled a flawless piece of jade, its radiance understated. She had never done anything like this before. Her long eyelashes trembled incessantly, and her already snow-white skin now glowed with a captivating pink hue. But her eyes were unusually firm. Those beautiful eyes, which usually carried a touch of aloofness, now seemed to be burning with two small flames, staring straight at Chen Xian, filled with undisguised admiration and devotion. Young master, Linger, everything Linger has is given to her by you. Her voice was very soft, with a slight tremor that she herself was unaware of. From now on, Linger will not seek any title or status, but only wishes to bear children for you, my lord. After saying that, she seemed to have used up all the strength in her life, and took the initiative to step forward, her soft body crashing into Chen Xian's arms. Chen Xian was not a man of unwavering integrity like Liu Shahui, who could remain unmoved even with a woman in his lap. Moreover, Yao Ling was his legally wedded concubine, a crucial element in his grand scheme of many children, many blessings. He stretched out his strong arms and pulled that trembling, delicate body tightly, irresistibly, into his embrace. A night of wind and rain. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the window lattice, they illuminated the cave dwelling. Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes, feeling refreshed and clear-headed. After a night of yin-yang harmony, the pure yang essence within the body became increasingly refined and harmonious, like fine steel that had been forged through countless hammerings, heavy yet sharp. The benefits of dual cultivation with the Danling sacred body far exceeded his imagination. He turned his head to the side. The beauty beside him was still fast asleep, her pretty face flushed with satisfaction. The coldness and melancholy that had accumulated between her brows over the years had vanished, replaced by a languid and charming allure. It was at this moment that, in Chen Xian's mind, a series of system notifications arrived as expected. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully completed dual cultivation with your concubine Yao Ling and impregnated your child. Yao Ling has been detected as having the Danling Sacred Body Initial Awakening, with a potential rating of top grade. Sewing quality assessment, perfect. Rewards are being calculated. Double critical hit triggered. Reward 1, congratulations, host. Your cultivation has advanced to the 5th level of foundation establishment without any bottleneck. Boom! A surge of pure energy, more powerful than ever before, exploded in his dantian. The incredibly sturdy 4th level bottleneck of the foundation building couldn't even withstand the impact of this energy for a moment and shattered instantly. Foundation building stage 5. It's done. Chen Xian clenched his fist, feeling the surging and roaring true energy within his body, and a surge of heroic spirit welled up in his heart. Reward 2, congratulations, host. You have obtained the advanced version of the Earth Rank Superior Alchemy Technique, the 100 Solutions of the Pill King, the Eye of Alchemy. The Alchemy Eye, it can see through the age, ingredients, and refining methods of all elixirs and spiritual herbs, and has a chance to deduce their original formulas. Another amazing skill. Chen Xian's heart stirred, and his gaze inadvertently swept over the bowl of ginseng soup on the table, which had already gone cold. In an instant, the scene before my eyes changed. A series of messages automatically surfaced in his mind. A century-old snow ginseng, supplemented with 3 qian of placenta and 1 qian of deer antler, simmered over a low flame, but the heat was not quite right, and it was simmered for an extra 15 minutes, resulting in a 13% loss of medicinal potency. Chen Xian's expression turned somewhat strange. This alchemy is practically a late-stage symptom of an alchemist's occupational disease. They want to analyze the components of everything they see. However, he liked this cheat-like skill. Reward 3, congratulations, host. Your concubine Yao Ling, nourished by your pure young true essence and qi, has further awakened her dazzling sacred body, and her cultivation has risen to the peak of the 9th level of foundation establishment. Reward 4, congratulations, host. Your concubine Yao Ling has successfully conceived. High offspring potential detected. Gestation period officially begun. The offspring is expected to have a very high probability of awakening the Pill Saint body divine talent. Upon the offspring's birth, the host will receive an incredible gift package related to Pill Dao. She's pregnant again. Moreover, he is a descendant with divine talent. Chen Xian felt his heart pounding so hard from the successive waves of happiness that he was almost dizzy. He looked down at Yao Ling, who was sleeping peacefully in his arms, and his eyes softened. This isn't a concubine, this is clearly another super cheat code for me, the kind that lets me level up while raising kids and get amazing gear. He got up quietly, dressed himself, and did not disturb the sleeping Yao Ling. He has more important things to do. Inside Morong Shue's cave. She was sitting cross-legged in meditation, but the anxiety and worry between her brows were impossible to hide. Upon seeing Chen Xian enter, she immediately stood up and bowed, saying, "Young master. You did a good job," Chen Xian praised directly. Morong Shui and the Sihai Chamber of Commerce behind her played a crucial role in the Danxin Pavilion incident. Upon receiving Chen Xian's affirmation, Morong Shui felt an indescribable joy, even surpassing the sense of accomplishment she had felt when successfully setting up a high-level formation in the past. "It is Shuer's duty to share the burdens of the young master," she replied softly, her head bowed. "I already know about your Morong family's affairs," Chen Xian said, changing the subject. Morong Shue's body tensed instantly, and her breathing became more rapid. She suddenly raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with tension and anticipation. "The curse on your Morong family's bloodline stems from an ancient formation." Chen Xian's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. He combined the information he had seen from the Qilek furnace with the inheritance of the 4 symbols locking heaven formation that he had just obtained, and had already deduced everything clearly. That formation was originally a spirit-gathering formation that gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but it was tampered with by someone using insidious means, forcibly reversing yin and yang, and thus turned into a blood-devouring curse formation that devours the power of bloodlines. There is only one way to crack this. With even stronger array power, we will restore order and forcibly reverse the bloodthirsty curse array back into the spirit-gathering array. Morong Shue's heart trembled as she listened, her delicate body shaking slightly. What Chen Xian said coincided with some of the speculations found in the ancient book fragments passed down through her family. "But, young master, all the ancestors of my Morong family have devoted their lives to this cause, yet they have failed to achieve it." Her voice carried a hint of despair. "Just because they can't do it doesn't mean I can't." Chen Xian raised his hand, and a new jade slip condensed in his palm. This time, instead of providing an introductory guide, he directly incorporated the core principles of array reversal and energy clash from the 4 symbols locking heaven array. "This is my reward to you." He handed the jade slip to Morong Shui. "Take this and give it to your father. With his expertise in formations, he should know what to do after seeing it." Morong Shui accepted the jade slip with trembling hands. This small jade slip carries the hopes of her entire family for thousands of years. "Young master, I have no way to repay such a life-saving grace." She looked at Chen Xian, her eyes reddening and her voice choked with emotion. "I said, this is an equivalent exchange." Chen Xian looked at her meaningfully. "I have lifted the curse on your Morong family. From now on, you and the Sihai Chamber of Commerce behind you will be my people. I want you to become the sharpest knife in my hand." Morong Shue's heart was pounding wildly. Looking at the unfathomable man before her, at his eyes that seemed to see through everything, she knew that her life would be inextricably linked with this man. But she did not hesitate at all. Instead, she felt an unprecedented surge of excitement. She bowed deeply to Chen Xian. "Shuer, yes." This time, there was no trace of reluctance in her voice, only willing submission. Ding! Detected. The chosen one. Morong Shui has been completely captivated by the host, and her loyalty has increased. Current status, completely devoted. Congratulations, host. You have successfully integrated Danqing Pavilion and Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Your family's influence has expanded further. A new family quest is being generated. However, at that very moment, buzz. A sharp, piercing buzzing sound interrupted the system notification tone. A communication jade talisman with the character Xian engraved on Chen Xian's waist suddenly burst out with dazzling bloodlight, and spider web-like cracks appeared on its surface. This is the highest level blood red distress signal sent by Chen Xianshan, the patriarch who stayed behind in Qingyang City. From within the jade talisman came the ancestor's urgent and weak roar. Xianer! Return immediately! A powerful enemy has invaded. The mountain protecting formation can't hold on much longer. Chapter 45, The Crisis of Qingyang, 1,000 Miles of Rescue. The communication jade talisman groaned under the strain in Chen Xian's palm, cracks spreading rapidly like a spider web. Ancestor Chen Xianshan exhausted his last divine thought, leaving only 2 words, imbued with the aura of blood and fire. Return immediately. Click. The jade talisman turned to dust and slipped through his fingers. Inside the cave, the flickering candlelight suddenly stopped, then was almost extinguished by an invisible chill. The air seemed to have frozen into ice. Morong Shui felt a chill run through her body from the depths of her soul, making it difficult for her to breathe. She looked up in horror and saw a pair of eyes she had never seen before. That wasn't the usual calm and collected demeanor of someone strategizing, nor the knowing and playful air of someone who understands everything. It was a deathly silent abyss, filled only with pure, cold-killing intent. Young master. She called out instinctively, her voice hoarse. Prepare the flying boat. Chen Xian's voice was soft, yet it struck Morong Shui's heart like a heavy hammer. Get back to Qingyang City as fast as you can. Yes. Morong Shui dared not hesitate for a moment, nor even ask a question. She transformed into a streak of light and rushed out with extreme efficiency. Chen Xian's figure disappeared from the spot and appeared in Lin Wanner and Yao Ling's room in the next instant. The 2 women had already been startled by the terrifying aura and were waiting for him with worried expressions. Husband, what happened? Something happened at home. Chen Xian's words were concise and to the point. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanner and Yao Ling's expressions both changed. How is this possible? Yao Ling exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't the 4 symbols heaven locking formation you set up the 4 symbols heaven locking formation? It can even trap nascent soul cultivators. Who could break through a place like Qingyang City? What I left behind was just an unfinished array foundation. Chen Xian's eyes were extremely solemn. Moreover, the energy core is limited and cannot last long. The ancestor's message was the last remaining strength, indicating that the great array is about to break. It was able to deplete the energy of a high-level Earth rank formation to the brink of collapse in such a short time. The invading enemy, its strength. There is more than one nascent soul cultivator, Lin Wanner said for him, her expression more serious than ever before. Husband, let's go back immediately. Moments later, the Yunhai took off. This time, all defensive and offensive formations on the flying boat were shut down, and Morong Shui poured all the spirit stone energy into the acceleration formation. The entire flying ship transformed into a streak of white lightning that tore through the sky, hurtling madly toward Qingyang City at an almost self-destructive speed. At the bow of the ship, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was suffocating. Chen Xian stood with his hands behind his back, gazing in the direction of his home, his eyes as cold as an ancient, unmelting block of ice. Who is it? The Netherworld Palace? Impossible. They just lost a nascent soul envoy, they'll only be more cautious now. The remaining forces of Tianfeng County? A bunch of stray dogs, they wouldn't dare even if they had 100 lives. He quickly eliminated each possibility one by one. Finally, a name that he had almost forgotten in the corner of his memory slowly emerged. Qingyang City, the Li family. No, the Li family had already been uprooted and reduced to dust by him. Could it be that fish that slipped through the net? He remembered that when the Li family was destroyed, the family genealogy recorded that the head of the Li family, Li Zhan, did indeed have a talented son who had entered a sect to cultivate outside. But even if a young disciple has the highest talent, how could he possibly invite more than one nascent soul expert? This is illogical. System analysis. He asked himself in a deep voice. Ding. Analyzing based on existing intelligence. Analysis result, there is a 90% probability that this attack stemmed from a backlash of fortune. A backlash of luck? Chen Xian raised an eyebrow. The host, in a short period of time, successively integrated the two major forces of Danqing Pavilion and Sihai Chamber of Commerce, plundering a massive amount of fortune within the Tianfeng County region, causing an imbalance in the fortune of this place. According to the law of cause and effect, a surge in the fortune of one side will inevitably trigger a desperate counterattack from the opposing fortune. A hostile aura, carrying the burden of the annihilation of the host's clan, was detected. Under the influence of the dramatic change in the aura of Tianfeng County, it obtained some kind of great opportunity, causing its strength to surge, thus triggering this revenge. The system's explanation, like a bolt of lightning, cleaved through all the confusion in Chen Xian's mind. I see. It turns out to be a game of luck. He wiped out the entire Li family and seized their fortune, which was essentially an act of eliminating the root of the problem. Unexpectedly, the Li family's genius son, as the last condensation point of the Li family's fortune, was stimulated by the tragedy of the clan's extermination and instead had an incredible stroke of luck, obtaining a so-called opportunity and returning to seek revenge. Interesting. A chilling smile crept across Chen Xian's lips. I'd like to see just how good your so-called opportunity really is. You dare touch my family. No matter who it is, I will make you vanish into thin air, never to be reincarnated again. At the same time, above the Chen family mansion in Xingyang City, a thin, golden light curtain enveloped the entire Chen family compound. On the screen of light, the phantom images of the four divine beasts Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise flickered and shone, exuding their final majesty. However, at this moment, this light barrier was trembling violently under the bombardment of the three terrifying forces, and the light on its surface was like a candle flickering in the wind, about to be extinguished at any moment. Outside the light screen, three figures stood suspended in mid-air. Leading the group was a young man dressed in a blood-red robe. His face was handsome yet had an eerie quality. A cruel and twisted smile played on his lips, and his eyes held an unyielding, deep-seated hatred. He was none other than Li Tianyang, the genius of the Li family who had disappeared without a trace. Behind him stood two elderly men dressed in identical black robes. Their auras were as deep as the ocean, and the pressure emanating from them was clearly that of nascent soul stage cultivators. The Chen family, Chen Xian. Li Tianyang looked at the teetering light screen below and let out a morbid yet gleeful grin. You wouldn't believe it, would you? I, Li Tianyang, am back. You wiped out my entire family back then, and today, I will make sure that not a single member of your Chen family is left alive. He opened his arms as if to embrace the thrill of revenge, and gave orders to the two nascent soul elders behind him. Elders, stop playing with this tortoise shell. Smash it. Chapter 46, Xingyang in Peril, the Great Formation on the Verge of Collapse. Boom. The loud noise didn't come from beside their ears, but exploded directly into the souls of every member of the Chen family. The earth trembled violently, and the pavilions and towers inside the mansion shook violently, with tiles falling like raindrops. The golden light curtain above the Chen family was suddenly dented inward by this attack, and the phantoms of the four divine beasts on the surface let out a silent wail, their light dimming at a visible speed. Crack! A soft yet incredibly piercing cracking sound rang out from the very top of the light screen. A grotesque crack appeared out of nowhere and quickly spread downwards. Ancestor! Chen Tianxiang's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at the crack, his hoarse roar filled with despair. On the altar in the center of the mansion, Chen Xianshan sat cross-legged. His already thin body was now even more emaciated, his face as white as paper, and streaks of blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. His entire being had been drained of energy and vitality by this great formation. He is the key figure in the formation. The formation remains, and so do the people. The formation was broken, and the men perished. I can still hold on. Chen Xianshan squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, his withered hand pressing firmly on the cold array patterns of the altar. He squeezed out the last bit of blood and energy from his body without hesitation and poured it into the array. The light curtain, which was on the verge of collapse, flashed almost imperceptibly for a moment. That's all. Beyond the light curtain, high in the sky, Li Tianyang stood with his hands behind his back, his blood-red robe fluttering in the gale. On his handsome, almost eerie face was a sickly, almost intoxicated smile. He enjoyed the feeling. Looking at the Chen family, whom he once looked up to, now struggling like a candle in the wind before his power, he knew they could be extinguished at any moment. This feeling of trampling one's enemies underfoot and watching them go from hope to despair is more intoxicating than the most potent elixir. It makes every pore of his body relax and open up. That's truly touching. Li Tianyang clapped lightly, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching the ears of every member of the Chun family below, with a playful tone. An old dog with no time left to live, leading a group of pigs and sheep waiting to be slaughtered, actually dares to dream of defying fate? It's really laughable. The two nascent soul elders behind him had indifferent expressions, and in the palm of one of them, a ball of destructive black lightning was slowly gathering. Young master, this tortoise shell is harder than expected. It's time to finish. No rush. Li Tianyang raised his hand to stop him. His gaze, with great interest, pierced through the cracked light barrier and landed on Chen Tianxiong, and on the faces of the Chen family members who were filled with fear and resentment. I like to see their expressions now, they're so vivid. He licked his lips, his eyes almost overflowing with resentment and madness. Back then, when my Li family was wiped out, they were like this too, watching as hundreds of my Li family members turned into skeletons, like watching a play. Now, it's their turn to be the actors in the play. His voice suddenly turned sharp, filled with deep-seated hatred. Where is Qin Shen? That bastard. That coward. Tell him to get out here. Isn't he supposed to be the new master of Qingyang City? Isn't he supposed to be very capable? What's wrong? Now he can't even protect his own doghouse, and he doesn't even dare to go back home? Or is he so scared that he's hiding somewhere, waiting to collect the corpses of his entire family? Ha ha ha. The harsh sarcasm, like poisonous needles, pierced the hearts of every member of the Chen family. Chen Tianxiong trembled with rage, pointing at the sky and roaring, "My son Chen Xian will definitely come back. When he returns, it will be your death day." Really? Li Tianyang laughed exaggeratedly, as if he had heard the funniest joke. I'm so scared. His laughter ceased, and his expression instantly turned cold and cruel. Since he refuses to come out, I'll kill his entire family, dig up his ancestral graves, and scatter his ashes. I want to see if he can still be a coward. Without further ado, he gave his final command to the nascent soul elder behind him. Elders, stop playing around. Give it your all. Smash it. Yes, young master. The two nascent soul elders nodded simultaneously, no longer holding back in the slightest. Two earth-shattering nascent soul stage auras descended with a deafening roar. At that moment, the sky completely darkened. The wind stopped, and the clouds dispersed. The entire city of Qingyang fell into a deathly silence. Countless mortals and low-level cultivators trembled under this oppressive force, kneeling on the ground and looking towards the Chen family with expressions of terror. Two gigantic hands, each 100 feet long, made of pure energy, one burning with pitch-black demonic flames capable of incinerating the soul, and the other entwined with destructive lightning representing the end, blotted out the sky and pressed down on the already shattered golden light curtain with an irresistible force. This attack was enough to raise half of Qingyang City to the ground. On the altar, Chen Xianshan looked at the apocalyptic scene descending from the sky, and a trace of desolation and relief appeared in his cloudy old eyes. It's over. He has done his best. Shenner, don't come back, run. With his last ounce of strength, he uttered his final words to the family. The golden light curtain, crushed by the two giant hands, emitted a crisp, mournful sound, like shattered glass. Cracks instantly spread across the entire light screen. The next moment. Boom! The light barrier has been completely shattered. They transformed into countless golden specks of light, drifting and scattering, as if holding a magnificent yet tragic funeral for the Chun family. Kill! A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Li Tianyang's eyes as he issued the command for revenge. The destructive energy torrent, having lost its last obstacle, poured down upon the unsuspecting Qin family mansion. The end of the world has come. Just as all the members of the Qin family closed their eyes, awaiting death. A calm yet boundless killing intent seemed to come from beyond the heavens, resounding clearly in everyone's ears. You dare touch my people? Chapter 47, Shenzhou descends from the sky, the king returns. The destructive energy torrent swallowed the last glimmer of light. Inside the Chen family mansion, everyone instinctively closed their eyes, awaiting their death sentence in despair. There was no fear on Chen Tianxiang's face, only endless regret and resentment. In the end, he still didn't get to see his son return. On the altar, ancestor Chen Xianshan exhausted his last bit of life force and collapsed softly. His withered face, however, carried a hint of relief in his smile. He did his best. High in the sky, Li Tianyang spread his arms wide, his handsome yet otherworldly face displaying extreme madness and ecstasy. He seemed to hear the screams of flesh and blood being torn apart, and smell the sweet scent of blood mixed with scorched earth. However, 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The expected deafening roar did not come, nor did the expected screams. The whole world fell into an eerie silence. The smile on Li Tianyang's face slowly froze. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked down. The next moment, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. Suddenly, a gigantic and magnificent flying ship appeared out of nowhere above the Chun family mansion. The flying boat was made entirely of 1,000-year-old ironwood, its hull shimmering with light and covered with intricate array patterns. Its majestic and luxurious appearance caused the two knowledgeable nascent soul elders behind Li Tianyang to shrink their pupils in shock. The two torrents of energy, powerful enough to level half of Qingyang City, were now being held back by an invisible barrier beneath the flying boat, unable to advance an inch. It was as if two roaring dragons had been effortlessly choked by the throats of an unseen divine hand. What is that thing? In the city, countless surviving cultivators stared blankly at the sky, at the flying ship that appeared out of nowhere like a celestial chariot, their minds completely blank. Below, inside the Chen family mansion, Chen Tianxiong, who had survived the ordeal, slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the flying boat above him that had shielded them from all the disasters, his whole body trembled violently. It's not fear. I'm so excited. It was an indescribable ecstasy. He saw it, on the bow of the flying boat, that familiar figure that was etched into his very bones. Xian'er, it's Xian'er. My son is back. Chen Tianxiong roared hoarsely, and 2 streams of hot tears welled up in his eyes. On the deck of the airship, Chen Xian, dressed in a blue robe, stood with his hands behind his back. His face was terrifyingly calm, but his deep eyes burned with a fury powerful enough to incinerate the heavens. His gaze swept over the shattered light screen below, over the lifeless ancestor on the altar, and over his father's face, which had survived the calamity but aged 10 years. He slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through space and landing on the blood-robed youth high in the sky, whose expression had changed from madness to astonishment. Li Tianyang? His voice was soft, yet it was like a chilling wind from the depths of hell, making Li Tianyang's soul tremble. Are you looking for me? Li Tianyang's heart clenched, and a deadly sense of crisis being targeted by an ancient ferocious beast instantly enveloped his entire body. But he was immediately replaced by even stronger anger and humiliation. How could he be frightened by a mere foundation establishment stage kid with just a single sentence? Chen Xian. Li Tianyang's face turned ferocious. You coward, you finally decided to show yourself. Do you think you can save your Chen family with a wrecked ship? Today, I will not only wipe out your Chen family, but also your ship, and everyone on board will be buried with your Chen family. He roared hysterically, trying to use his voice to cover up the unease that was growing deep inside him. Chen Xian ignored his shouts. He simply turned around slowly. Then, under the shocked gazes of Li Tianyang, the 2 nascent soul elders behind him, and all the Chen family members below, 3 stunningly beautiful figures slowly emerged from behind him. On the left, dressed in pristine white, with an extraordinary aura and radiant beauty, was Lin Wanner. On the right, a woman in a fiery red dress, with a slender figure and fierce eyes, was Yao Ling. Behind her, dressed in an elegant moon-colored gown, with an unparalleled beauty, and holding a mysterious array plate, was none other than Murong Shui. 3 women, 3 completely different kinds of unparalleled beauty, yet they all have one thing in common. Powerful. Lin Wanner's aura at the Golden Core stage was as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. Yao Ling's aura, sharp as a knife, emanated from the peak of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, pointing directly to the heavens. Although Murong Shui's cultivation was slightly weaker, the profound aura emanating from her, which was integrated with the formation of heaven and earth, was equally formidable. Li Tianyang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The 2 nascent soul elders behind him changed their expressions drastically, staring intently at Lin Wanner with horror in their eyes. Golden elixir. This Foundation Establishment stage kid actually has a golden core cultivator by his side. Was the intelligence provided by the Blood Demon sect written by a pig? Chen Xian ignored their shock, simply reaching out to gently tidy Lin Wanner's hair, which had been ruffled by the strong wind, his voice soft and gentle. My wife, look. He pointed high in the sky to the 3 figures that were completely frozen in place, as if he were pointing at 3 insignificant flies. There were a few reckless insects that disturbed our journey home. What do you think we should do? These words, spoken casually, are the ultimate contempt for nascent soul experts. You brat! How arrogant! One of the nascent soul elders was so enraged by Qin Xian's words that his 3 corpses jumped up in a rage, and he roared. He no longer cared about the threat of the golden core cultivator. The terrifying pressure of the nascent soul stage erupted, and his figure blurred as he transformed into a streak of light, slamming his palm down hard on Qin Xian's crown. He wanted to crush this arrogant brat into mincemeat in front of that golden core female cultivator. Chapter 48, The Divine Power of the Golden Core, Freezing with a Single Finger. The nascent soul elder suddenly attacked. With a single palm strike, demonic energy surged forth, darkening the sky. The immense pressure instantly locked onto the entire cloud sea, and the defensive array around the flying ship flashed wildly, emitting a piercing wail, clearly having reached its limit. Li Tianyang's lips curled into a twisted grin, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty pleasure. Chen Xian is doomed. So what if that woman in white is a golden core cultivator? A nascent soul cultivator's thunderous strike, delivered at such close range, was impossible for anyone to react to. Even if she wanted to save him, it would be too late. However, the scene he envisioned did not appear. Chen Xian remained standing at the bow of the ship, his expression unchanged. He even had the leisure to reach out and tuck a strand of Lin Wanner's wind-blown hair behind her ear, his expression focused and earnest. It was as if that earth-shattering palm strike was nothing more than a gentle breeze. Lin Wanner simply stood quietly beside him. Until that pitch-black energy giant hand, carrying endless destructive aura, pressed down to within 3 feet of Chen Xian's head. She finally raised her eyes slowly. Those eyes were completely still, devoid of any emotion, only an absolute stillness that could freeze one's soul. She raised her hand and extended a slender, jade-like finger. There were no fluctuations in magical power, and no leakage of true essence. He simply tapped the giant hand that descended from the sky. A single word escaped silently from her lips. In an instant, heaven and earth fell silent. The raging gale stopped, the churning demonic energy solidified, and even time itself seemed to freeze. The ferocity on the nascent soul elder's face, the maniacal laughter on Li Tianyang's face, and the worry on the faces of the Chen family members below all vanished into a still picture at this moment. An indescribable chill, originating from Lin Wanner's fingertips, disregarded all rules and spread rapidly in all directions. Click! A crisp cracking sound echoed through the sky. Before everyone's stunned gaze, the arrogant, demonic giant hand remained suspended in mid-air, completely frozen from the inside out by a layer of crystal-clear, azure ice. But this is just the beginning. That layer of solid blue ice, with an unreasonable and domineering attitude, went upstream along the connection between the demonic energy and its master. In the blink of an eye, it spread to the arm of the nascent soul elder. No! The nascent soul elder trembled violently, finally breaking free from the absolute suppression of the laws and regaining a sliver of clarity. He let out a shrill scream that was so intense it was almost distorted, and for the first time, his eyes were filled with an emotion called fear. He wanted to explode his arm, he wanted to burn his nascent soul to escape. But it was all too late. His body, his true essence, and his soul were laughably fragile in the face of Lin Wanner's overwhelming freezing law. Click! Click! Ice climbed up his chest, sealed his neck, and covered his head. In the end, his entire being, along with the eternally frozen fear on his face, was completely sealed within a crystal-clear ice sculpture. He became a lifelike work of art of death, suspended high in the air. Lin Wanner withdrew her finger, her expression calm and composed. She flicked her finger casually at the ice sculpture. Bang! A soft sound, like jade beads falling onto a plate. The ice sculpture that sealed the nascent soul expert was instantly covered in cracks and then collapsed with a bang. Transforming into billions of sparkling ice crystals, they refracted a dazzling array of colors under the sunlight, then drifted down in a graceful, scattering manner. An elderly man at the nascent soul stage. Just like that, it's gone. The entire venue was deathly silent. High in the sky, Li Tianyang and another nascent soul elder were struck by lightning and frozen in place. Inside the Chen family mansion below, Chen Tianxiong and all the members of the Chen family stared wide-eyed at the sky, their mouths agape and their eyes wide, forgetting to breathe. One finger. Just one finger. They then crushed a nascent soul ancestor, who was like a god or a demon in their eyes, into ashes with a flick of their fingers, as easily as crushing a fly. What kind of strength is this? What kind of tactic is this? Gulp. Li Tianyang's Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty. The color drained from his face at a visible speed, turning it paler than the clouds beneath his feet. He finally understood what a terrifying being he had provoked because of his hatred. That was not someone he could take revenge on. That's God. It is a true God who can easily crush him, along with his so-called miraculous encounters and everything behind him, into dust. Escape. This word, like a branding iron, was fiercely seared into his soul. Beside him, the last nascent soul cultivator, known as the Blood Demon Elder, reacted even faster than him. The moment his companion was instantly killed, he was terrified. He activated his demonic power to its limit and turned to tear through space to escape, not even caring about his young master. However, just as he set off, Chen Xian's indifferent voice rang out leisurely. Did I let you leave? The sound wasn't loud, but it was like an invisible shackle, instantly freezing the Blood Demon Elder's body in place. Chen Xian slowly raised his head, his gaze falling on the trembling nascent soul elder. The eye of the furnace, open. A line of small gold characters appeared in his field of vision. Name, Blood Demon Elder. Cultivation level, Nascent Soul Stage 2. Cultivation technique, Blood Scripture low-grade earth rank, incomplete. Hidden information, this person is a traitor to the demonic sect Blood River sect, and is being hunted down for stealing the sect's most precious treasure. When his cultivation technique is forcibly activated, his soul will experience a momentary stagnation, which is his fatal flaw. Blood River sect? Chen Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. It seems that Li Tianyang's miracle is quite exaggerated. He ignored the terrified old blood demon and turned his gaze to Li Tianyang, whose legs were trembling like leaves and who was almost unable to stand. Now. Chen Xian's voice was calm, as if he were stating a very simple fact. Now you. Chapter 49, Meeting an Enemy, The Taste of Despair. Now you. These 4 words, though simple, are like a clear and unambiguous law, their words becoming law itself. Li Tianyang's blood froze in an instant. He watched the young man in the blue robe walk step by step from the flying boat, stepping on the void, yet it seemed as if every step he took was stepping on the tip of his heart. Thump. 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 Each step made his heart stop for a moment. Boundless fear, like mercury spilling onto the ground, filled his limbs and bones, making him want to escape, yet he couldn't even move a finger. Beside him, the Blood Demon Elder at the second level of the nascent soul stage had even held his breath. A cold, vast divine sense locked down every inch of space around him. He had no doubt that if he made the slightest move, the white-clad woman's methods would instantly turn him into a second ice sculpture. No, it was the second handful of ashes. No. Don't kill me. Li Tianyang's voice became shrill and distorted, completely devoid of its previous madness and arrogance. As he watched Chen Xian approach, his legs went weak, and with a thud, he knelt upright in mid-air under everyone's gaze. Chen Xian. Young Master Chen. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Tears streamed down his face as he repeatedly banged his forehead against empty air, making dull thuds, his posture as humble as mud. I'm not human. I'm a beast. I shouldn't have come back for revenge. Please, spare my dog's life, for the sake of my Li family being wiped out. Below is the Chen family mansion. All the members of the Chen family felt a sense of disorientation as they looked at the figure in the sky, kowtowing and begging for mercy, displaying a disgraceful appearance. Just a quarter of an hour ago, this person was like a god or demon descending to earth, controlling their life and death, and plunging them into the abyss of despair. But now, he was like a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy, kneeling before Chen Xian, discarding even the last shred of dignity. This stark contrast filled them with an indescribable sense of pleasure. The way they looked at Chen Xian had completely changed. He was no longer the young master, no longer the head of the family. That's God. They are the Chen family's only, supreme God. Chen Xian stopped 3 feet in front of Li Tianyang. He looked down at his kneeling enemy, his eyes filled with no pity, only a deathly indifference. Now you know you were wrong? Chen Xian's voice was very soft. It's too late. He slowly raised his foot, and to everyone's astonishment, stepped on Li Tianyang's head. Then, pressed down hard. Crunch, crunch. Li Tianyang's skull cracked under the weight, blood seeped from his 7 orifices, and he was stomped down halfway. He didn't even dare to scream, he could only whimper and beg for mercy. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Back then, when your Li family joined forces with the Zheng family to bully my Chen family, did you ever imagine that things would turn out this way? When you returned after completing your studies, intending to slaughter my entire family, did you ever imagine that this day would come? Chen Xian pushed off with his feet again. Shut up. Chen Xian's voice suddenly turned cold. You did nothing wrong. You're wrong, you've just messed with the wrong person. He slowly withdrew his foot, looking at the bloodied and mangled face, a hint of amusement in his tone. Aren't you curious? What exactly happened with your extraordinary encounter? Li Tianyang's body trembled violently. Chen Xian didn't give him a chance to think and continued, in the sect, you accidentally stumbled into the place where some ancient demon lord died, picked up a tattered cultivation technique called blood scripture, and also took in an old servant, right? These words, like a thunderclap, exploded simultaneously in the minds of Li Tianyang and the blood demon elder. The two of them looked up at the same time, staring intently at Chen Xian with eyes that looked as if they had seen a ghost. How could he possibly know? This is clearly their biggest secret. Surprised? Chen Xian smiled. I also know that your broken cultivation technique has a fatal flaw. Every time you absorb someone's essence and blood, your own soul will be corrupted by the resentment of the person before their death. The more people you kill, the more blood you drink, the stronger the resentment in your soul becomes. Until finally, with a bang, he blew himself up, turning himself into a bloodthirsty, idiotic madman. Chen Xian's voice, like the whisper of a devil, struck Li Tianyang's most vulnerable nerves with every word. You're in such a hurry to come back for revenge, so eager to slaughter my Chen family. It's not because your filial piety is so touching. It's not that you can't suppress the resentment in your body anymore, and you need more killing and bloodshed to relieve the pain of your soul being torn apart. Am I right? Li Tianyang's body trembled violently. He looked at Chen Xian, his eyes filled with nothing but endless fear and despair. All his secrets, all his pretenses, were stripped bare before this man, leaving him nowhere to hide. He felt like a transparent man, standing naked before everyone. Who are you? He let out his last cry, a desperate roar. Who I am is none of your business. Chen Xian lost all interest in playing around. He stretched out his hand, his 5 fingers forming a claw, and aimed it at Li Tianyang's dantian from a distance. Now, hand over everything you have. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Forest of Destiny, plunder. An incredibly powerful suction force erupted from his palm. Li Tianyang felt as if his dantian was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. His true essence, his blood and qi, his soul, and even his innate fortune were being frantically extracted and pulled away in an irresistible way. Ah! A blood-curdling scream, so shrill it was inhuman, echoed through the sky. Li Tianyang's body visibly withered away, and in the blink of an eye, the once handsome and eerie young man became a skin and bones dried-up corpse. Finally, with a bang, it exploded in mid-air into ashes, disappearing completely from this world. Ding! Successfully plundered all the luck of chosen one fake Li Tianyang. Congratulations, host. You have gained 8,000 luck points. Ding! Detected that the host has resolved the karmic debt of the annihilation of his clan, resulting in a clear mind and a stable Dao heart. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has advanced to the 6th level of foundation establishment without any bottleneck. Boom! An energy more powerful than ever before exploded within Chen Xian's body. His cultivation level has broken through once again. Feeling the powerful true energy surging within his body, Chen Xian slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He raised his head and his gaze fell on the last nascent soul expert, the blood demon elder, who was completely terrified from beginning to end. Now, it's your turn. Chapter 50, Secrets of the Demonic Sect, Unexpected Gains. It's your turn. Chen Xian's gaze finally shifted from the dissipating ashes and landed on the last person. The blood demon elder froze, a chill running from his tailbone straight to his head. The image of Li Tianyang being drained of his life force until he turned to ashes replayed repeatedly in his mind. That kind of death, where even the soul could not escape and all value was squeezed out, made this demonic giant, who had lived for over 1,000 years, feel a long-lost fear. He had no doubt that if he dared to make a move, his fate would only be worse. Senior, spare my life. Dignity? The face of a nascent soul ancestor? In the face of death, it is worthless. With a thud, the blood demon elder knelt firmly in the void, his forehead pressed tightly against the air beneath his feet, his voice trembling. This junior was blind and offended the divine might of the senior. This junior is willing to offer up my soul imprint and serve the senior as a slave for all eternity, only begging the senior to spare my dog's life. He knew very well that the only way to survive in the face of such an existence was to completely submit. Chen Xian looked at him, his eyes showing no emotion whatsoever. A servant in the nascent soul stage? That sounds good, it can save a lot of trouble. But he doesn't need it. A powerful demon whose loyalty could be reset to 0 at any moment is far less valuable than a system reward. Your life has no value to me. Chen Xian's voice was calm, yet it made the Blood Demon Elder's heart sink to the bottom. However, I am somewhat interested in your so-called Blood River sect. The Blood Demon Elder's body tensed up. Chen Xian seemed not to notice his reaction and continued, the Northern Wilderness Demon Realm is one of the 3 major demonic sects, with a nascent soul ancestor presiding over it. You, a nascent soul level 2 elder, dared to betray the sect after stealing its most precious treasure. You've got some nerve. I think that thing must be quite extraordinary, right? With each word Chen Xian spoke, the Blood Demon Elder's face paled a little more. How could he know so much? This is his biggest secret. Looks like I wasn't wrong. Chen Xian smiled. I'll give you a chance to die with some value. He held up 2 fingers. First, hand over everything you stole, and everything you know about the Blood River sect. Second, I will kill you and then take these things back from your corpse. You choose one, I'm in a hurry. A blatant threat, leaving no room for negotiation. The Blood Demon Elder felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He knew he had no choice at all. After struggling for a few breaths, he resigned himself to his fate and, with trembling hands, took something out of his storage ring. A heart. It was completely black, with mysterious magical patterns covering its surface, and it was even throbbing. The moment the heart appeared, an ancient and evil demonic power spread out. Below, inside the Chen family mansion, many clansmen with lower cultivation levels were hit by this aura, causing their blood and chi to surge and making them dizzy. Lin Wanner immediately stepped in front of Chen Xian, her pretty face serious. This is a fragment of the heart of an ancient demon god. The Blood Demon Elder's voice was hoarse, filled with reluctance. Legend has it that it is a fragment of the heart left behind after the fall of an ancient demon god, containing a complete devouring law. It was by comprehending this law that I was able to cultivate to the nascent soul realm within a few hundred years. The law of devouring. Chen Xian's heart skipped a beat. His furnace I saw even more clearly. This heart not only contained the power of laws, but also contained an unimaginably vast life essence and the origin of demonic path. This is simply a peerless tonic tailor-made for his destiny furnace. Very good. A satisfied look appeared on Chen Xian's face. With a grab from a distance, the demon god's heart flew into his hand. It feels cool to the touch, yet carries a strange sense of life pulsation. Without hesitation, Chen Xian threw it directly into the Qiluk furnace. Anything else? His gaze fell on the Blood Demon Elder again. The Blood Demon Elder dared not conceal anything, and poured out everything like beans spilling from a bamboo tube, revealing the internal power distribution of the Blood River sect, the weaknesses of the Elder's techniques, and the vulnerabilities of the mountain protecting formation. After listening, Chen Xian seemed to be deep in thought. The Northern Wilderness Demon Realm, the Blood River sect. It seems my territory is about to expand again. Senior, Junior has told you everything he knows. The Blood Demon Elder was uneasy when he saw that Chen Xian remained silent. Yes, you did a good job. Chen Xian nodded. A surge of elation at surviving a calamity welled up in the Blood Demon Elder's heart. Chen Xian's next words, however, plunged him into an icy abyss. So, you can set off with peace of mind. You. The Blood Demon Elder looked up abruptly, his eyes filled with horror. You broke your promise. Credit? Chen Xian smiled. When did I ever promise to let you go? I'm just giving you a choice, to let you die with some dignity. For a monster like you, death is the best end. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xian flicked his finger. A wisp of golden true essence instantly entered the Blood Demon Elder's brow. Ah! Amidst a piercing scream, the Blood Demon Elder's soul was burned away inch by the pure yang power. The light in his eyes quickly dimmed, and he plummeted straight down from the sky. Ding! Successfully killed Blood Demon Elder Nascent Soul Level 2, a traitor of the Blood River sect. Successfully plundered all of its fortune. Congratulations, host, you have gained 12,000 fortune points. Ding! Detection indicates the host has eliminated all invading enemies and successfully protected the clan. The clan quest The Crisis of Qingyang has been successfully completed. Mission rating, perfect. Rewards being processed. Reward 1, Family Fortune greatly enhanced. The Chen family's Golden Dragon of Fortune has doubled in size and condensed the dragon's might characteristic. It can suppress the soul of enemies whose cultivation is lower than the host's. Reward 2, congratulations, host. You have obtained the special building blueprint Spirit Gathering Tower. Spirit Gathering Tower can gather spiritual energy from a radius of 100 miles, greatly increasing the cultivation speed within the tower. Reward 3, congratulations, host. Your eldest son, Chen Fan, has awakened his innate supernatural power, the way of nature, ahead of schedule due to the surge in the family's fortune and the nourishment of his innate Tao body. He can ignore bottlenecks and comprehend any cultivation technique or martial art. A series of generous rewards put Qin Xian in a great mood. However, what he was most looking forward to was the change in the furnace of destiny. His mind sank into the space of consciousness. That heart of an ancient demon god is being frantically refined by the raging flames of destiny. Ding! Heart of an ancient demon god fragment is being smelted. Estimated luck points consumed, 20,000. The 8,000 plus 12,000 that just came in, that's exactly 20,000, perfect. Smelting successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained complete insight into the devouring law. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 drop of ancient demon god's essence blood. Congratulations, host. Your cheat system, Many Children, Many Blessings, has absorbed a portion of the demon god's heart's essence and is undergoing a major upgrade. System version 3.0 is coming soon. Stay tuned. Chapter 51, The Dust Settles Down, Father and Son Have a Night Talk. As the blood demon elder's corpse fell from the sky like a tattered sack, the gloom and bloodshed that had shrouded Qingyang City were finally completely swept away. The sky was an unprecedentedly clear blue. The sunlight shone down, giving this scarred land a warm golden hue. After a few breaths of silence, the suppressed emotions within the Chen family mansion suddenly erupted, turning into a deafening roar. We won! We won! The patriarch is mighty! The lady is mighty! Countless members of the Chen family embraced and wept, their tears mingling with the dust, leaving a trail of disheveled joy on everyone's faces. They gazed at the figure in blue robes slowly descending from the sky, their eyes filled only with the purest fervor and awe. Chen Tianxiong, supporting his equally agitated ancestor Chen Xianshan, felt his legs go weak and he could barely stand. He opened his mouth, but his throat felt like it was stuffed with cotton, and he couldn't utter a single word. Only 2 streams of hot tears silently rolled down his cheeks. His son, single-handedly, turned the tide and saved the day. No, that's no longer human. It's God. He is the Chen family's only and supreme guardian. Chen Xian landed on the deck of the airship, ignoring the roaring waves below. He walked straight to Lin Wanner, reached out, and gently pulled her into his arms. You've worked hard, my wife. He could sense that his wife had exhausted her mental energy to maintain the pressure of the golden core, and her body was still slightly weak at the moment. It's not hard work. Lin Wanner pressed her cheek against his firm chest, listening to his steady and powerful heartbeat. Her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down completely. As long as I'm by his side, even the biggest storms seem to pass by like fleeting clouds. Yao Ling and Morong Shui also came over, their pretty faces showing a pallor of relief. The way they looked at Chen Xian had completely changed. It was a feeling of profound awe and reverence that came from witnessing a miracle firsthand. It's all over. Chen Xian smiled and glanced down at the survivors of the calamity below, who were cleaning up the battlefield. Go home. That night, the Chen family held a grand banquet, and the entire mansion was brightly lit and bustling with activity. Almost every prominent figure in Xingyang City brought generous gifts and scrambled to offer their congratulations. At the head of the banquet, the Wang family patriarch, who had previously been critical of the Chen family, was now all smiles and personally poured wine for Chen Tianxiong, adopting an extremely humble posture. Brother Chen, no, Uncle Chen. I was blind before, please forgive me. From now on, if you ever need anything, my Wang family will do our best without hesitation. Chen Tianxiong held his wineglass, his old face beaming with joy as he enjoyed the unprecedented adulation. Yet, he humbly said, not at all, it was all my son's nonsense. Please forgive him. Chen Xian couldn't help but chuckle at the smug look on his face, which seemed to say, my son is the best in the world, but I'm not going to say it. After several rounds of drinks, Qin Xian announced to the public that all the cultivation resources seized from the Li family and the Blood Demon Elder would be added to the family treasury, and all Qin family members could exchange them based on their contributions. This news was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, once again igniting the entire scene. The entire Qin family was immersed in a fervent atmosphere of prosperity and a promising future. After the banquet, Chen Xian went alone to the quiet room on the back mountain. Once the noise subsided, he needed to calm down and properly assess his gains. I sat cross-legged, letting my mind sink into my thoughts. First and foremost is cultivation. Foundation building stage 6. Feeling the pure yang true essence within his dantian, which was several times more powerful than before, flowing like a great river, Chen Xian felt completely at ease. At this rate, the golden core stage isn't far off. Secondly, there is the luck point. After killing Li Tianyang and the Blood Demon Elder, plus the reward for completing the family mission, and deducting the 20,000 points consumed in refining the heart of the demon god, I now have exactly 10,000 points left. This is enough seed money to support his next plan. Then comes the perfect rating reward for this mission. The family's fortune has doubled, gathering the dragon's might characteristic. With a thought, Chen Xian seemed to be able to see the golden dragon in the sea of fortune above the Chen family mansion. The dragon, which was originally somewhat illusory, had now grown to a huge size, its scales were solid, and a faint sense of majesty emanated from its eyes as it opened and closed. He could even sense that he could mobilize a trace of this dragon's might to suppress the enemy's soul. Special Building Blueprint Spirit Gathering Tower. This thing is practically a strategic treasure tailor-made for the family. Once completed, the entire Chen family's cultivation environment will be completely transformed. The eldest son, Chen Fan, possesses an innate Taoist body and, nourished by the flow of fortune, awakens his innate supernatural power ahead of schedule. The Tao follows nature. The Tao follows the natural way. It can ignore bottlenecks and allow one to comprehend any cultivation method or martial art. Good lad. Chen Xian couldn't help but let out a soft gasp, his heart filled with the pride of being a father. His son's future achievements would likely far exceed his wildest dreams. Finally, and most importantly, a gift from the heart of the ancient demon god. A drop of ancient demon god's essence blood and a complete understanding of the devouring law. The drop of blood essence floated in the furnace space, radiating a vast and boundless life essence. Chen Xian felt that as long as he absorbed it, his physical strength would definitely be able to withstand the golden core cultivator. And that devouring law is a fundamental principle of heaven and earth that transcends all techniques in martial arts. This means that any of his attacks will have the terrifying effect of devouring the enemy's true energy and life force. His combat power will once again experience a qualitative leap. How do I use it? Chen Xian stroked his chin, lost in thought. He can use this law himself or bestow it upon others. For personal use, the power increases dramatically, without a doubt. But what if it were bestowed upon Wanner? Lin Wanner possesses the profound Yin sacred body, and her profound Yin immortal transformation technique is inherently highly compatible with attributes such as devouring and refining. A mid-stage golden core cultivator with the profound Yin sacred body can freeze a nascent soul with a single finger. What about that golden core stage profound Yin saint body who mastered the devouring law? Chen Xian's heart began to pound uncontrollably. He could almost foresee that Lin Wanner would become his sharpest and most deadly trump card in the future. It's settled then. Chen Xian made a decision quickly. Good things should be saved for one's wife, of course. Is there even a question? However, just as he was preparing to extract this insight into the law from the system, a series of extremely urgent system notifications exploded wildly in his mind without warning. Ding! Warning! Warning! Highest alert! Detected, the host's eldest son, Chen Fan, has resonated with an extremely high intensity due to his innate Tao body and the devouring law. Your offspring are instinctively and forcefully attempting to absorb the power of this law, relying on the supernatural ability of following the natural way. Warning, the power of the laws is too violent. If this young body forcibly absorbs it, there is a 99.9% chance of it exploding and dying. What? The smile on Chen Xian's face froze instantly, and the blood in his body seemed to turn completely cold at that moment. Chapter 52, Father and Son United, The Secret of the Tao Body. Fanner. Chen Xian's heart was suddenly gripped by an invisible hand, the pain almost suffocating him. The thought had barely formed in his mind when he decided to forcibly sever all connections between the devouring law and the outside world. But in that very instant, a faint yet incredibly clear thought crossed space, followed the connection of bloodlines, and reached the depths of his soul. That thought was not spoken, but a most primal, pure, and desperately yearning. An infant who had been starving for 3 days saw the sweetest milk in the world. It's Chen Fan. It's his son. Chen Xian froze in place. He could clearly feel that there was no pain of being forced in that longing. It is an instinct originating from the innate Tao body, a pursuit and cry for higher levels of power. He wasn't passively enduring it, he was actively trying to devour that law. Ding! Warning! Your offspring, Chen Fan, is forcibly drawing upon the power of the devouring law. His physical endurance has reached its limit. His vital signs are rapidly declining. The chilling system warning, like a death knell, tolled frantically in his mind. Cold sweat instantly soaked Chen Xian's back. On one hand, there was his son's instinctive thirst for power, a desire that even made him feel that if he forcibly interrupted it, he would personally sever his son's path to the heavens. On the other side is the system's cold, hard death sentence. There's a 99% chance the user will explode and die. What to do? How could she watch helplessly as her newborn son, who hadn't even had a chance to properly see the world, died right before her eyes? No. No way. Chen Xian's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and his brain began to work at an unprecedented speed. System. He let out an almost roaring howl at the void. Luck points. Use all my luck points. Protect Fanner's heart meridian. Nascent soul level divine soul essence liquid. Ancient demon god essence blood. Use everything you can to save his life. Ding. Instruction received. Activate emergency plan. Consuming 10,000 luck points. Performing a powerful luck blessing on Chen Fan. Currently using nascent soul level divine soul origin liquid to stabilize his divine soul. Using ancient demon god's essence blood to strengthen its physical body. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Xian threw all the treasures he had just acquired, which he hadn't even had a chance to warm up yet, into the pot. He had only one thought. Son, nothing can happen to you. The vast golden light of fortune, carrying the energy of the divine soul's origin and the demon god's essence blood, instantly crossed the barrier and surged into the small infant's body in the next bedroom. In the quiet room, Chen Xian's face was ashen. He could feel that the blood connection between himself and his son had become incredibly fragile, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. The devouring law was like a primordial beast that had broken free of its shackles, rampaging wildly in his soul space, trying to surge towards that small body. Not enough, not enough. Chen Xian clenched his teeth so tightly that blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. External forces can only prolong life. The fundamental problem is that the power of the laws is too violent, while Fanner's body is too weak. We must find a way to turn this fierce tiger into a docile cat. Dilution. Filtration. Oh, right. A crazy thought flashed through Chen Xian's mind like lightning. He thought of himself. His pure yang limitless skill already possesses the characteristic of yin and yang harmony. His physical body has been strengthened multiple times, making it hundreds of times stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. If he first integrates this devouring law into his own body. Using one's own body as a furnace and one's soul as a filter, one first refines the most violent and primal destructive power within. Then, through the bloodline connecting father and son, he would pass on the remaining, purest and gentlest source of the laws to Fanner. She was risking her own life to pave a way for her son to survive. If he fails, he will be the first person to explode and die. But Chen Xian didn't hesitate for even a moment. Bring it on! He roared, and his soul completely released its suppression of the devouring law. I will transform my body into a furnace. Forged through the myriad laws, father and son are of one heart. Boom! That jet-black torrent of laws, seemingly capable of devouring all light in the world, instantly found an outlet, violently tearing through Chen Xian's defenses and savagely rushing into his sea of consciousness. Excruciating pain. Indescribable pain. Chen Xian felt as if his head had been ripped open. Countless negative emotions, killing, tyranny, greed, destruction were like a tidal wave of evil, violently assaulting his mind. His eyes instantly turned pitch black, transforming into two bottomless black holes. Strange black demonic patterns uncontrollably emerged from under his skin, crawling all over his body, exuding evil and misfortune. The body is tearing apart. The soul is dissolving. He is falling into evil ways. Just as his consciousness was about to be completely swallowed by darkness. A cool and gentle thought trembled and was transmitted from the other end of the bloodline. That thought carried with it filial piety, dependence, and even a hint of worry for his father. It's Fanner. It was his son, using his extremely weak strength, trying to awaken him. This thought, like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploded in Chen Xian's sea of consciousness, which was about to sink. It was like a ray of sunlight piercing through the demon realm, dispelling all the gloom. I am Chen Xian. I am Chen Fan's father. Chen Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and a rekindled golden flame of indomitable spirit rekindled deep within his dark pupils. A mere demonic thought dares to disturb my Tao heart? Give it to me, to refine. He roared, and the pure yang limitless skill within his body reversed wildly at an unprecedented speed, exploding with a bang. The golden pure yang essence transformed into a raging, roaring river, colliding fiercely with the black devouring law. One gold and one black, two completely opposite supreme powers, waged a most primal and brutal war within his body. Chapter 53, Tempering the Body with Laws, Both Breakthrough. Chen Xian's body had already turned into a state of chaos. Golden pure yang essence and pitch-black devouring laws surged and tore wildly through his meridians, his bones, and every single particle of his flesh. On one side is the scorching heat that burns mountains and boils seas, and on the other side is the deathly silence that freezes the soul. Two extreme forces were about to completely crush his foundation. Puff! A mouthful of foul-smelling black blood spurted out, landing on the hard bluestone floor, making a sizzling sound and corroding out shocking pits. The excruciating pain caused his consciousness to go black in waves, and his soul felt like it was being torn apart. But he clung to the last shred of clarity. It must not be tilted. It absolutely cannot fall. He could feel that at the other end of his bloodline, the tiny life force was rapidly fading away. If he falls, his son will be gone. Ah! Chen Xian let out a roar that sounded inhuman, his eyes bloodshot. Confrontation? Suppression? No. If we can't block it, then we might as well not block it at all. Melt it for me. With a resolute will, he completely relinquished control of his body, voluntarily opening his Tao foundation and divine soul, allowing the domineering and unparalleled devouring law to wash over and cleanse him. At this moment, the trajectory of the pure yang limitless skill underwent a revolutionary change. The most powerful and masculine method, under the influence of the devouring law, has gained a touch of domineering power that devours all things and an inclusiveness that embraces all rivers. The golden true essence no longer simply rejected it, but began to try to envelop, assimilate, and devour that black power. This process is akin to scraping the bone to remove poison, or 1,000 ants gnawing at the heart. But the effect was immediate. That violent force of law is being gradually smoothed out, becoming docile and controllable. Chen Xian's physical body is also undergoing an astonishing transformation in this trial of life and death. The bones became crystalline and indestructible. The meridians were widened several times over, becoming incredibly resilient. The blood even had a faint golden tinge, and each surge contained explosive power. I don't know how much time passed. The moment the last wisp of black law power was completely refined and merged into the pure young true essence. Boom! A deafening roar, as if the heavens and earth were splitting apart, erupted from Chen Xian's body. His cultivation bottleneck shattered instantly. 7th level of foundation building. But this is just the beginning. The devouring power, which he had filtered out of all its violent impurities, leaving only the purest essence, flowed into Chen Fan's body as a gentle trickle along the invisible blood bond between father and son. The bedroom next door. Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, and Morong Shui were anxiously guarding the cradle. Suddenly, Chen Fan, whose life force was originally weak, burst forth with dazzling golden divine light. At the center of his brow, the Tao pattern representing the innate Tao body suddenly lit up, like a small sun. This is Yao Ling and Morong Shui were horrified. Don't panic. Lin Wanner was, after all, a golden core cultivator. She could sense that her son was not in danger at all, on the contrary, his aura was surging at an unbelievable speed. That's a leap in the level of life. Before the words were even finished, another unexpected event occurred. Rumble. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 miles of Qingyang City seemed to be drawn by some terrifying force, and instantly surged. Countless streams of spiritual energy transformed into a visible torrent, frantically converging towards the Chen family mansion, forming a massive, sky-covering vortex of spiritual energy above Chen Fan's head. Oh my God! It's happening again! Good heavens, it's the Chen family again! Did they disturb a spiritual vein? Two strange phenomena in one day. Countless cultivators in the city stared at the familiar yet strangely terrifying scene, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground in shock. The center of the spiritual energy vortex. Chen Fan's small body grew rapidly, as if inflating a balloon. Under the astonished gazes of the three women, in just a short while, he grew from a helpless infant into a cute boy who looked about 3 or 4 years old, with delicate features, red lips, and white teeth. He slowly opened his eyes. The left eye is a brilliant gold, containing the profound truths of the universe's birth and death. His right eye was a deep black, like a chaotic abyss capable of swallowing everything. He simply sat there quietly, and an innate, domineering aura that surpassed all living beings naturally emanated from him. The boy looked down at his little hands, then curiously looked around, seemingly amazed by the changes in himself. Then, he raised his head, his gaze piercing through the wall and landing on the pale-faced man in the quiet room next door, whose aura was incredibly warm. He grinned, revealing an innocent and naive smile. In a childish voice, she uttered 2 words. "Father, father." In a quiet room. Chen Xian was startled. All the fatigue and pain vanished the moment I heard those 2 words. An indescribable joy and pride welled up in my heart. It was worth it. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling the surging power within his body and the clear and intimate connection in his blood, his heart burning with warmth. At that very moment, the system's notification sound, like heavenly music, flooded his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your eldest son, Chen Fan, has successfully fused with the devouring law and, as a result, his physical body has matured ahead of schedule. His innate talent, the innate Tao body, has completely evolved into the chaotic Tao body divine grade, supreme. Chaotic Tao body, unique throughout the ages, wielding the 2 fundamental laws of the great Tao and devouring, with unlimited growth potential. One of a kind throughout the ages? Unlimited growth potential? Chen Xian's heart clenched painfully. This isn't just extraordinary talent, this is like giving birth to a future emperor. Congratulations, host. Due to a significant increase in your offspring's potential, you have received a huge reward. Reward 1, your cultivation level will be improved again. Congratulations, host, you have broken through to the 8th level of foundation establishment. Boom! Another surge of immense energy appeared out of nowhere, and his cultivation level soared once again. Reward 2, your cultivation technique, Pure Yang Limitless Skill, has been upgraded in quality due to the fusion with the devouring law. It has evolved into a mid-grade heaven-rank cultivation technique, Pure Yang Devouring Heaven Skill. With a thought, Chen Xian's mind flowed with a new cultivation path, which was not only extremely powerful in Yang, but also had a domineering nature that could devour all things, making it more than 10 times stronger. Reward 3, congratulations, host, you have obtained the Supreme Divine Power, the advanced version of Dharma Body of Heaven and Earth, Chaotic Demon God Dharma Body. Reward 4, congratulations, host. Your cheat system, Many Children, Many Blessings, has been upgraded. System version 3.0 is officially online. The barrage of attacks left Chen Xian completely bewildered. Happiness came too suddenly. He suppressed his elation and focused his attention on the last message. System version 3.0? What outrageous features will be added this time? Chapter 54, System Upgrade, A New Journey. A series of system notifications, like thunder from the heavens, exploded in Chen Xian's mind. He felt like he was about to be overwhelmed by this huge reward that had fallen from the sky. Cultivation level, Foundation Establishment Stage 8. Overnight, he broke through 2 realms, from the 6th to the 8th level of Foundation Establishment. This isn't just riding a rocket, it's like his own son is kicking him from behind to ascend to heaven. With a thought, Chen Xian felt the new true essence flowing endlessly within his body. Under the operation of the Pure Yang Devouring Heaven technique, a deep black was perfectly integrated into the golden Pure Yang power. It was no longer simply pure and strong Yang, but it gained a domineering power that devoured all things and an inclusiveness that embraced all rivers. Both its destructive power and battery life have been improved by more than 1 level. Not to mention the Chaos Demon God Dharma form, whose very name sends chills down your spine. It's absolutely a trump card, a world-destroying weapon. All of this was simply because his son, Chen Fan, successfully fused with the law. Good lad, you're truly worthy of being my son, Chen Xian's son. Feeling the unprecedented abundance of power within his dantian, Chen Xian couldn't help but chuckle softly. The return on investment this time is absolutely phenomenal. He forced himself to focus his attention on the last, and most crucial, tip. System version 3.0. Open the system panel. Ding. The Many Children, Many Blessings System 3.0 is at your service. The golden panel in front of them quietly unfolded. The interface was more ancient and profound than before. Golden light flowed, and countless mysterious Tao patterns could be vaguely seen rising and falling within it, exuding a majesty originating from the great Tao. On the panel, in addition to the concubine chart and the fortune furnace, 2 brand new modules are quietly floating, exuding a heart-pounding aura. New feature 1, Family Library. Family Library, the host can imprint knowledge such as cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, supernatural abilities, pill formulas, and array diagrams, which they possess or acquire from the outside world, into the library for family members to study. Family members can exchange contribution points obtained by completing family tasks or contributing to the family for learning opportunities. Note, the Scripture Pavilion has a built-in inheritance deduction function, which consumes luck points to deduce, supplement, optimize, and even fuse the martial arts techniques collected in the pavilion to create entirely new skills. Chen Xian's breathing suddenly stopped. His heart skipped a beat. This is a sect treasure trove that can be upgraded infinitely. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. My father Chen Tianxian's cultivation technique is too low grade. He has been stuck at a bottleneck for many years. If he uses his luck points to deduce it, wouldn't he be able to break through easily? Although Wanner's mysterious Yin transformation immortal technique is powerful, its subsequent cultivation methods are incomplete. With this, the cultivation methods can be completed, and the path to the Great Tao will be just around the corner. Furthermore, the various miscellaneous cultivation techniques seized from the Li family and the Blood Demon Elder can be completely fused together, refined, and used to deduce the most suitable exclusive cultivation technique for the Chen family's descendants. A thought began to grow wildly in Chen Xian's mind. With this, the Chen family's resources will accumulate at an alarming rate. Decades later, every member of the Chen family will be a dragon among men, each possessing a heaven-rank cultivation technique. Who would dare to provoke them when they go out into the world? The rise of the Chen family is no longer just empty talk. He calmed his wildly beating heart and turned his gaze to the second, and final, new feature. It was an ancient star map that exuded a chaotic aura, seemingly connected to the endless unknown. New feature 2, the map of conquest across realms. The map of conquest across realms, this function can be activated when the host and their family's power reaches a certain level. The host can consume a huge amount of luck points to tear apart the world's barriers, locate other low-level, medium-level, and even high-level cultivation planes, and conquer them. After conquering a target plane, you can plunder its world origin, fortune, rare treasures, and even the Daughter of Destiny to strengthen your family. Note, this function is extremely dangerous. Please use it with extreme caution. Chen Xian's mind went blank. The whole world seemed to fall silent at that moment. Before him was no longer a small, quiet room, but an endless dark void, in which countless worlds, each radiating a different light, floated and sank. The so-called Northern Wilderness Demon Realm and the so-called Blood River sect became as insignificant as dust in that instant. His perspective was forcibly expanded to an unprecedented level. If the previous goal was to dominate Qingyang City and reign supreme in the Great Yan Dynasty, now, his journey is to conquer all the heavens and myriad worlds. Chen Xian's gaze was fixed on the words Daughter of Destiny, and the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. System, your many children, many blessings service is really quite professional. He subconsciously glanced towards the direction of the next bedroom, as if he could feel Lin Wanner's cold gaze, and a chill ran down his spine. However, when his gaze returned to that boundless star map, all his distracting thoughts were replaced by an unprecedented ambition. Danger? The path of cultivation is inherently about contending with the heavens, fighting against the earth, and taking lives from others. Has there ever been a smooth road? Without risk, there is no such thing as windfall wealth. Chen Xian slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the eyes that had merged with the power of pure yang and devouring had already ignited a flame that could devour the world. This world is merely the Chen family's first granary. His gaze was set on a more distant and bountiful hunting ground. Chapter 55, Conquest of Myriad Realms, Shaking the Tao Heart. He always thought that his many children, many blessings system was already very ambitious. Marrying and having children, receiving rewards, building a family, dominating a region, this is a dream that countless cultivators cannot achieve even after a lifetime of effort. But now, the system is telling him in the most direct way that this is just the beginning. Qingyang City, Tianfeng County, and even the vast continent beneath his feet, which he thought was boundless, were nothing more than a beginner's village? His journey is through all the heavens and myriad worlds. In an instant, it was as if an endless starry sky exploded in Chen Xian's mind. Worlds, each radiating a different light, are as numerous as the sands of the Ganges, rising and falling in the deathly darkness, while the world he inhabits is but an insignificant speck of dust within them. A chill that seemed to originate from the depths of his soul sent shivers down his spine, raising goosebumps all over his body. That's not fear. It's exciting. It was an extreme, almost overwhelming excitement and ambition that threatened to burst his chest. Man, this is how it should be. If the previous system gave him the power to live a peaceful life and protect his family, then now, System 3.0 has given him a scepter that is powerful enough to shake the heavens and control the fate of billions of living beings. Call. Chen Xian exhaled a heavy breath, his chest heaving violently, forcibly suppressing the turbulent emotions churning within him. He knew very well that one must eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. The grand plan of conquering all realms sounds exciting, but with his current cultivation level of only the 8th level of foundation establishment, he probably can't even touch the lowest level of dimensional barrier. The most urgent task is to digest this gain as soon as possible and completely transform our strength into the true foundation of our family. He composed himself, slowly opened his eyes, and all the fervor and ambition in his eyes disappeared, leaving only a deep calm. Outside the quiet room, the moonlight was like water. Lin Wanner, dressed in a plain white dress, leaned quietly against the doorframe, waiting for an unknown amount of time. She didn't interrupt, but quietly looked at him with her gentle, watery eyes, her beautiful face showing an undisguised concern. Husband, you're awake? Chen Xian stood up, walked a few steps to her, reached out and pulled her into his arms. The familiar fragrance in her hair calmed his restless heart. All ambitions and all conquests, in the end, are nothing more than protecting the warmth and authenticity in one's heart. I'm fine. I just saw a further path in my cultivation and gained some insights, so my cultivation has improved a bit more, Chen Xian said softly. Lin Wanner didn't ask where the road led, she simply rested her head gently against her husband's firm chest, feeling his steady and powerful heartbeat. Where is Fanner? Chen Xian suddenly remembered his beloved son. He just fell asleep. He was so noisy all day. When she mentioned her son, Lin Wanner's face unconsciously radiated maternal warmth, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. This child, I don't know who he takes after. He looks only 3 or 4 years old, but his strength is astonishing. Today in the yard, he almost pulled out the old man's beard. The old man was heartbroken. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian laughed heartily. He could sense that, after being baptized by the devouring law, Fanner's life essence was more than 10 times stronger than before. The two embraced and walked out of the quiet room. In the moonlit courtyard, Yao Ling and Morong Shui were talking quietly, glancing occasionally at Chen Fan, who was fast asleep in the cradle. Chen Fan was dressed in a small brocade robe, his features were exquisite, with red lips and white teeth, and even in his sleep, the dow mark between his eyebrows emitted a faint halo. He seemed to sense Chen Xian's presence, his long eyelashes trembled, and he opened his eyes. Those eyes, one bright gold and one dark, lit up the moment they saw Chen Xian. He crawled out of the cradle, using both his hands and feet, and stumbled over to Chen Xian, grabbing his leg tightly. Daddy, hug me. He called out in a childish voice, his voice clear and melodious. Chen Xian's heart was instantly melted by the cuteness. He bent down, picked up the little guy, and gave him a big kiss on his rosy cheek. Good lad, you've grown so fast, you're almost as tall as your father now. Chen Fan was amused by him and giggled, reaching out her little hand to touch Chen Xian's face. Then, he sniffed Chen Xian with his little nose and said in an extremely serious tone, Daddy, smells good. He seemed to be hungry, and actually regarded Chen Xian as some rare treasure. He opened his small mouth, stuck out his pink tongue, and was about to lick Chen Xian's face. Ha ha ha. Chen Xian was amused by his adorable appearance and burst into laughter again, quickly turning his face away. You little glutton, Daddy isn't a pill. The Chaos Tao body is born with the instinct to devour all things. It seems I'll have to teach this kid properly what he can and can't eat. Yao Ling and Morong Shui, standing to the side, watched this touching scene of father and son, their eyes filled with envy and tenderness. Especially Morong Shui, looking at the extraordinary boy held in Chen Xian's arms, felt a strong longing for the word child for the first time. If I could also bear such a child for the young master. This thought, like a scalding seed, quietly took root and sprouted in her heart, and could no longer be suppressed. It was late at night. After settling his wife and children in, Chen Xian returned to the quiet room. Instead of continuing his cultivation, he focused his mind on another new feature of System 3.0. Conquering countless worlds is a long-term vision, but this current function is the cornerstone of the Chen family's rise. The family's library. Chapter 56, Divine Skill enters the pavilion, beauty shocked. Consciousness sinks into the system space. A majestic and ancient 9-story pagoda, forged entirely from an unknown bronze and starlight, floats silently in the void. Countless Tao patterns flicker on its surface, emanating a terrifying aura that suppresses all ages. This is the family library. With a thought, Chen Xian sent a small figure formed from his divine consciousness to step into the first level of the pagoda. The tower was not filled with bookshelves as one might imagine, but rather a vast and boundless independent world, with chaotic energy beneath one's feet and a sea of stars above. At the very center of the world stands a towering white jade stele. Its surface is crystal clear, yet it seems to contain the most profound truths of the universe, causing one's soul to tremble at a single glance. The stone tablet was completely blank. Ding! Welcome to Family Library. Please infuse the knowledge of cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, supernatural abilities, etc., that you wish to imprint into the inheritance Tao stele. But the system notification sounded at just the right moment. Chen Xian composed himself and stopped hesitating. He extended his vast divine sense, gently touching the cool Tao stele like a tentacle. Then, start uploading. The first one is his current fundamental technique, the pure yang devouring heaven technique. Buzz. With his will, the entire supreme divine skill of the middle grade heaven rank transformed into a dazzling torrent composed of billions of golden runes, and fiercely rushed into the inheritance stele. The stele trembled violently, and its ancient white jade surface was instantly dyed a deep crimson gold. A blazing sun and a black hole phantom that devoured everything appeared on the stele, intertwining and colliding with each other before finally merging perfectly. Lines of golden ancient characters, imbued with profound truths, seemed to be branded onto the surface by an invisible engraving knife, condensing into a complete outline of the cultivation technique. Ding! Successfully imprinted with the mid-grade heaven rank cultivation technique, pure yang devouring heaven technique. Rating, Core Inheritance. Contribution points required for exchange, 1 million. Prerequisites, Chen family core bloodline, pure yang attribute physique. Next up is Thunder Fist. Lightning exploded on the Tao stele, and a domineering and unparalleled phantom of a thunder god evolved into a fist technique, each move drawing in heavenly lightning, ultimately transforming into a thunderous mark that was imprinted on it. Ding! Successfully imprinted with the mid-grade Xian level martial skill Thunder Fist. Rating, Basic Martial Arts Skill. Required contribution points for exchange, 10,000. Then came the 100 explanations of the King of Elixir. Vast amounts of alchemical knowledge, pharmacology, techniques, and experience flowed into the Tao stele like a dazzling galaxy. On the stele, there seemed to be fleeting images of Shinnong tasting hundreds of herbs and the Pill King opening his golden furnace, and the entire space was filled with a refreshing fragrance of elixirs. Ding! Successfully imprinted with the Earth rank high-grade alchemy technique, the 100 solutions of the Pill King. Rating, Family Secret Technique. Required contribution points for exchange, 500,000. Prerequisite for learning, must possess alchemy talent. Finally, there is the 4 symbols locking heaven formation. The phantoms of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, the 4 divine beasts, roared and circled around the Tao stele, stirring up wind, thunder, water, and fire, and finally transformed into a mysterious array that covered the heavens and the earth, suppressing everything below. Ding! Successfully imprinted with the Earth rank high-grade array formation, for symbols locking heaven array. Rating, Clan Protective Array. Required contribution points for exchange, 800,000. Prerequisites for learning, must possess array formation talent. After doing all this, Chen Xian felt a sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. These secrets, which belonged only to him, now finally have a vessel that can be passed down for generations. Looking at the inheritance stele that was already engraved with 4 supreme martial arts techniques, he felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. This is the true foundation that allows a family to last forever. The next day. Inside Chen Xian's study. Yao Ling and Morong Shui stood somewhat awkwardly below the hall. To one side of the main seat, Lin Wanner sat quietly, adding fresh tea to Chen Xian's cup, her eyes gentle, with a hint of pride in her smile. From this day forward, my Chen family shall establish a library for Buddhist scriptures. Chen Xian didn't waste any words and got straight to the point. He briefly introduced the existence of the family library as an ancient relic. This pavilion is a spatial magic treasure that I obtained by chance, containing a legacy. In the future, the core members of the Chen family can exchange their contributions for cultivation techniques. As he spoke, he took out 2 blank jade slips, touched them lightly with his fingertips, and infused each with a trace of his divine soul imprint. You two are now considered members of the Chen family. Take this inheritance token, you can use it to enter the scripture pavilion and choose your cultivation method. He casually handed over the jade slip. Yao Ling and Morong Shui took the jade slip blankly. It was cold to the touch, and a trace of spiritual power flowed on it, making their hearts tremble. The two exchanged a glance and saw the confusion and surprise in each other's eyes. Young Master Chen is willing to share his unparalleled skills with them? How is that possible? Clutching at a 1 in 10,000 chance and with a hint of doubt, Yao Ling took a deep breath and first probed the jade slip with her divine sense. Buzz! The next moment, her soul seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand and instantly pulled into a vast starry sky. A towering white jade stele stood in the center of the starry sky, its oppressive aura almost suffocating her. When her gaze fell upon the very top of the monument, upon the dazzling golden light of the pure yang devouring heaven technique, which shone like a sun, her breath caught in her throat. Heavens, a heavenly rank cultivation technique? Or, a mid-grade heavenly rank? Next up is the 100 Solutions of the King of Elixir. When she saw this high-grade earth rank alchemy manual, her pride as a genius in alchemy was shattered in that instant. Every alchemy technique and every alchemy theory recorded within far surpassed the treasured artifact of her Danshin pavilion. This is no ordinary alchemy technique, it is clearly a sacred text of alchemy, capable of establishing a sect and driving all alchemists in the world mad. Yao Ling's body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably, her face turning deathly pale. On the other hand, when Morong Shui saw the complete inheritance of the 4 symbols locking heaven formation, her reaction was even worse than Yao Ling's. Her mind went blank, a buzzing sound. A high-grade earth rank formation. An unparalleled formation containing the laws of space. Yesterday, she was so excited about having gotten a small portion of the beginner's guide that she couldn't sleep all night. But now, a complete and vast inheritance of supreme array formations is presented to her without reservation. She felt like a traveler dying of thirst in the desert who suddenly saw an endless ocean. The overwhelming shock and ecstasy made her dizzy and almost faint on the spot. Thump! Thump! 2 muffled thuds. Yao Ling and Morong Shui, without prior arrangement, knelt down directly in front of Qin Xian. Their faces were devoid of their usual reserve and arrogance, replaced only by an indescribable sense of utter shock and fervor. Young master, such divine skills and secret techniques, you really? Yao Ling's voice trembled, and she didn't even know how to organize her words. She couldn't understand it. Any sect or family that obtains any part of this would regard it as a top secret, and might not even pass it on to their own son. Yet this man so casually showed them to these 2 outsiders. Such magnanimity and spirit are simply unbelievable. I told you, you are my people. Shen Xian's answer was still calm, but it carried an undeniable weight. I will certainly not mistreat my people. He looked calmly at the 2 women kneeling on the ground, who were completely captivated by him. However, he changed the subject, saying something that struck the 2 women like a thunderbolt: the cultivation methods on the Dao stele are only the foundation prepared for the family's disciples. Base? Heavenly rank cultivation techniques are just the foundation? Yao Ling and Morong Shui looked up abruptly, their faces showing expressions of utter disbelief. Chen Xian ignored their lapse in composure, his gaze sweeping over Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, and Morong Shui before he slowly spoke. Next, I plan to tailor a unique cultivation technique for the 3 of you. After saying that, he ignored the 2 women who were almost petrified and had a sudden thought. System: activate the inheritance deduction function. Objective: to integrate the 3 characteristics of the mysterious Yin transformation immortal technique, the Danling sacred body, and the Array Dao sacred body, and create a brand new supreme divine technique for the 3 of them. Consuming 10,000 luck points. Chapter 57, 3 Phoenixes Facing the Sun, the Secret of the Divine Technique. 10,000 luck points. Chen Xian looked at the glaring number on the system panel and confirmed without hesitation. This huge sum of money is enough for him to deduce the pure yang devouring heaven technique again, or exchange it for countless rare and precious materials. But it's worth it to give my women a real future. With his command, the ancient family scripture library in the consciousness space shook violently and burst forth with unprecedented light. On the inheritance stone tablet, the ice blue runes representing the mysterious Yin immortal transformation technique, the star sea of alchemy representing the 100 solutions of the Pill King, and the 4 divine beast diagrams representing the 4 symbols locking heaven formation were all forcibly stripped away by an incomparably domineering force. The three streams of law-based energy, like three enraged primordial beasts, roared and struggled as they were forcibly dragged to the top of the pagoda. The phantom of the Qi in furnace appeared there, its mouth wide open, like a gaping maw of an abyss that devours everything. Boom! The three forces were violently thrown into the furnace, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the spatial barrier of the entire library, as if it would collapse completely at any moment in this terrifying energy collision. Inside the study, Chen Xian sat cross-legged, his expression solemn. His soul was now connected to the scripture pavilion, and he was personally controlling this unprecedented fusion of cultivation techniques. Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, and Morong Shui sat in a triangular formation in front of him. The strange phenomenon above the three women's heads was clearer than before. Behind Lin Wanner, a cold, icy moon hung high, its energy almost solidifying, causing the temperature in the study to plummet and a thin layer of frost to form on the desk. The fetus in her womb also emitted a faint, chaotic halo, echoing its mother's aura and protecting her body. Behind Yao Ling, in the ancient and simple phantom of the alchemy furnace, there seemed to be a blazing divine fire, and the phantoms of thousands of spiritual herbs were constantly being created and destroyed. A rich fragrance of herbs and the aura of life wafted over, invigorating everyone who smelled it. Above Morong Shui's head, the mysterious array slowly rotated, with stars flowing around, like a small universe containing the profound truth of the birth and death of space. Three distinct auras emanated from the small study, clearly separated from each other. Concentrate, open your minds, and feel each other. Chen Xian's voice resonated deep within the souls of the three women. The three women dared not be negligent and did as instructed, carefully trying to connect their auras with the other two. However, this process was far more dangerous than imagined. Lin Wanner's Shenin Qi is extremely yin and cold, Yao Ling's Dan Ling Qi is full of vitality, and Morong Shui's Jin Dao Qi is ethereal and uncertain. The moment the three forces came into contact, they generated a violent repulsion. Yao Ling and Morong Shui both let out a muffled groan, their pretty faces instantly turning deathly pale, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of their mouths. They felt as if their meridians were being torn apart, experiencing excruciating pain. Only Lin Wanner, who was at the golden core stage, managed to stabilize herself with the help of the chaotic energy of the fetus in her womb, but her complexion was also not good. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Chen Xian's voice was steady and powerful, like an unshakable mountain, instantly calming the three women's collapsing minds. With a thought, the newly evolved pure yang devouring heaven technique within his body began to operate wildly. A surge of pure yang energy, extremely powerful and domineering, capable of devouring all things, rose suddenly from his dantian. This true essence split into three, transforming into three dazzling golden streams of energy that precisely flowed into the bodies of the three women. The moment that true energy entered, a miracle occurred. Lin Wanner's icy yin energy, in the face of this domineering pure yang power, seemed to encounter a king's subject, instantly becoming docile and gentle. Yao Ling's lively spiritual energy became more refined under the nourishment of this power, and her vitality gained a touch of imperial majesty. Morong Shui's ethereal array energy seemed to have found its core, becoming stable and substantial. The three forces that were originally mutually repulsive began to slowly merge under the harmonization of Chen Xian's pure yang true energy, which could be described as both a glue and a ruler. One yin, one yang, one life, one burst. For distinct forces, within the small study, formed a profound and perfect energy cycle. The three women felt as if their bodies were soaking in the finest spiritual hot spring, every pore opening up to greedily absorb this unprecedented power. Their previously solid cultivation bottlenecks cracked and shattered under the onslaught of this energy. As the core of the cycle, Chen Xian received even more benefits than he could have imagined. The pure energy fed back from the three women's cultivation was transformed by the pure yang devouring heaven technique, like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea, and all of it was converted into his own cultivation. His foundation establishment level 8 cultivation began to rise rapidly once again. The middle stage of the 8th level of foundation building. Late stage of foundation establishment level 8. The pinnacle of the 8th level of foundation building. Just one step away from reaching the 9th level of foundation establishment. At the same time, the deductions within the Qi-Luck furnace in his mind were also coming to an end. The three laws were completely crushed and recombined, and a jade slip of cultivation techniques, shimmering with 7-colored light, was slowly taking shape at the center of the furnace. Ding! Technique deduction complete. Congratulations, host. You have successfully created a brand new top-grade heavenly rank cultivation technique. Please name the new exercise. Superior grade heavenly rank. Chen Xian was overjoyed. Looking at the three stunningly beautiful women before him, their auras blending together, a powerful yet fitting name came to mind. Let's call it the Three Phoenixes Facing the Sun Divine Technique. The moment the words fell, the seven-colored jade slip shone brightly. Three lifelike phoenix phantoms soared into the sky from the jade slip, circling a phantom golden sun, and uttered a clear and melodious phoenix cry that echoed through the heavens. Boom! A vast amount of information about cultivation techniques instantly flooded into the minds of Qin Xian, Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, and Morong Shui. The moment Lin Wanner and Yao Ling received the information, they were immediately immersed in the profound mysteries of this supreme divine skill, unable to extricate themselves. However, after Morong Shui read the first sentence of the general outline of this technique, her delicate body trembled violently. The sentence reads, "To practice this skill, the three women must unite their bodies and minds, and merge their souls with the person who is at the core of the skill, in order to cultivate and progress together." Her face drained of all color in an instant. She forcibly broke free from that profound state of enlightenment, her face filled with struggle, pain, and a hint of indescribable shyness. Finally, she bowed deeply to Qin Xian, her forehead touching the ground. "Young master, such divine skill. I, Shui'er, am unworthy of it." Chapter 58, The Fairy's Request, The Family Oath. Morong Shui's voice trembled, almost incoherent. She knelt on the ground, her forehead pressed against the cold floor, not daring to look up at Qin Xian. My heart was already in turmoil. The divine technique of three phoenixes facing the sun. This is no cultivation technique, it is clearly a heaven-reaching path that leads directly to the realm of immortals and gods. The moment the information about the cultivation technique flooded her mind, all the array knowledge she had learned in her life, the inheritance she was so proud of, seemed as insignificant as dust in the face of this divine technique. The profound principles of array formation contained within it are 10,000 times more mysterious than all the ancient texts that the Morong family has kept hidden away for over 1,000 years. She had a strong premonition that as long as she mastered this technique, she would be able to reach the level of a fourth-order array master within 10 years. That was a realm she had never dared to dream of before. But this technique is far too heavy. It was so heavy, like an invisible mountain, that it made it hard for her to breathe. What's even more deadly is that this method is actually a dual cultivation method. It requires three women to be of one mind and to merge their souls with that of a man who cultivates the most yang techniques in order to unleash its full power. Lin Wanner is Qin Xian's legal wife. Yao Ling was already his concubine. Their cultivation is a matter of course. But what is she, Morong Shui? He was just an outsider who was forced to work here because his family was in trouble. If the name is not correct, then the words will not be proper. She has not yet been formally accepted by Qin Xian, nor has she received the approval of the matriarch, Lin Wanner. Why should we accept such an immense favor? What right do they have to stand on equal footing with Lin Wanner and Yao Ling and cultivate such supreme divine skills together? Her last shred of pride as a favored daughter of heaven wouldn't allow her to accept all of this so easily. Young master, I can never repay the great kindness you have shown to Shui'er and the Morong family in this lifetime. Morong Shui's eyes instantly reddened. The introduction to the Tao of formations that you taught me before is already an unparalleled treasure, enough for Shui'er to benefit from for a lifetime. This three phoenixes facing the sun divine technique is far too precious, Shui'er really can't accept it. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable resolve. Lin Wanner and Yao Ling, who were standing to the side, also snapped out of their reverie and were taken aback when they heard Morong Shui's words. Yao Ling, quick to speak her mind, couldn't help but say, "Sister Morong, what are you doing? This is a token of the young master's affection, you." Lin Wanner tugged at her, saying nothing, but quietly looking at Morong Shui kneeling on the ground with her gentle eyes, her gaze filled with a hint of inquiry. Qin Xian looked at the stubborn Morong Shui in front of him, but instead of being annoyed, he smiled. This is the Morong Shui he truly admires. Deep down, there lies an unyielding pride. If she accepted without hesitation, he would look down on her a bit more. Get up. Qin Xian's voice was very calm. Morong Shui lay motionless on the ground, as if expressing her determination in this way. I told you to get up. Qin Xian's tone became more forceful, his calm demeanor now carrying an undeniable air of authority. Morong Shui's delicate body trembled almost imperceptibly, but she still bit her pink lips and slowly stood up. But her head remained lowered, and she dared not meet Qin Xian's gaze. Do you think that me giving you this technique is simply a favor? Qin Xian walked up to her, reached out his hand, his fingertips warm, and gently lifted her smooth chin, forcing her to look up and meet his gaze. Their eyes met. Morong Shue's cheeks flushed red instantly, all the way to her ears. She could clearly see her own panicked face reflected in the man's unfathomable eyes. I, Chen Xian, never do business at a loss. Chen Xian gently stroked her smooth skin with his fingertips, his tone playful. I'm giving you this technique because you have value. Your talent in array formations will be of great use to me and to the entire Chen family. I need you to grow up quickly and become the sharpest sword and the strongest shield in my hand. His words were direct and domineering. Without a single word of tenderness, it moved Morong Shue's heart more deeply than any sweet words. So, he needed me. It turns out that I wasn't entirely useless in his eyes. This realization caused an indescribable surge of warmth to instantly break down her defenses. But, She wanted to say something more. Chen Xian interrupted her directly. I know what you're worried about. He released his grip, turned around with his hands behind his back, and sat back down in the main seat. The matter of official status is not something to be rushed. I'll give you a chance. His gaze became sharp and profound. When will you be able to completely reverse your Morong family's bloodthirsty curse array into a spirit-gathering array on your own? When will you be able to personally eliminate this long-standing threat that has plagued your Morong family for hundreds of years? Come find me then. I will personally visit your father to propose marriage, and welcome you into the Chen family in a grand and glorious manner. Boom! These words, like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploded in Morong Shue's mind. She stared blankly at Chen Xian, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Is he making a promise to himself? A legitimate promise that she needs to strive for and win through her own efforts. He did not use force to coerce himself into submission. Instead, it gave her a goal and an opportunity for her to walk into the Chen family with her head held high. At this moment, Morong Shue's proud yet sensitive heart completely melted. She looked at the man sitting in the main seat, his expression calm yet exuding an air of supreme authority. She knew that her life was ruined. Tears, which I could no longer hold back, streamed down my face. She bowed deeply to Chen Xian once again. But this time, she wasn't kneeling. Instead, he stood up straight and performed the highest form of courtesy a disciple would show to his master, or a subordinate to his lord. Young master's kindness is something Shuer will always remember. From now on, Shuer will do her utmost to live up to your expectations. Her voice was clear and firm, filled with an unprecedented conviction. Seeing this, Lin Wanner, who was standing to the side, showed a relieved smile. She walked to Chen Xian's side and said softly, Husband, it seems that our Chen family will have another good sister. These words undoubtedly signify her formal acceptance of Morong Shue as the mistress of the house. Upon hearing this, Morong Shue glanced gratefully at Lin Wanner, and the last trace of worry in her heart completely vanished. Just then, the system notification sounded again in Chen Xian's mind. Ding! Chosen one Morong Shue detected. Her Dao heart has undergone a major shift, and her loyalty has been completely locked to unwavering devotion. Congratulations, host! You have successfully integrated Danqing Pavilion and Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Your family's influence has expanded further. A new family quest is being generated. However, this time, the system notification sound was interrupted by another sudden sound. It's Chen Fan. The boy, who looked about 3 or 4 years old, had somehow run into the study with his short legs. His heterochromatic eyes, one bright gold and one dark, were curiously surveying everything in the study. Finally, his gaze fell on Chen Xian. He ran up to Chen Xian, stretched out his chubby little hand, and tugged at Chen Xian's clothes. Then, in a childish voice, she uttered a sentence that froze the smiles of everyone present. Father. I'm hungry. Fanner wants to eat that. He stretched out his delicate little finger and pointed out the window. That direction isn't towards the kitchen. Instead, Northern Wilderness Demon Realm. Chapter 59, The Heart of the Demon Child, A New Journey. Northern Wilderness Demon Realm. When Chen Fan's delicate pink hand pointed straight in that direction, the warm atmosphere in the study was instantly torn apart. The expressions of Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, and Morong Shui all changed at the same time. Although they didn't know exactly what Chen Fan was pointing to, that direction was a forbidden place that the entire Tianfeng County, and even all the righteous sects in the surrounding area, kept secret, representing endless danger and slaughter. Fanner, don't talk nonsense. Lin Wanner's heart tightened. Her maternal instincts made her immediately step forward, wanting to hug her son and pull him away from that ominous sign. However, a warm hand stopped her. Chen Xian raised his hand, signaling her to calm down. There was no surprise on his face. Instead, he squatted down with great interest to look his son in the eye. Those deep eyes reflected Chen Fan's strange pupils, one gold and one dark. "Fanner, tell daddy what you want to eat?" His voice was gentle, like he was coaxing a child with a sweet tooth. Chen Fan blinked his big eyes, seemingly trying to organize his limited vocabulary, his little finger pointing to his chest and then out the window. "A sparkly black heart." As he spoke, he gestured a circle with his little hand and then made a swallowing motion. "It is calling me, it smells sweet, if I eat it, Fanner will grow up." "A shiny black heart?" Lin Wanner and the other two women were completely confused, finding their young master's words both naive and strange. But Chen Xian's heart skipped a beat at that moment. He understood instantly. The heart of an ancient demon god. The fragment of the demon god's heart, revered as the sect's most treasured artifact by the Blood River sect and passed down for countless years. His own son was able to sense its presence accurately from thousands of miles away. "No, that's not right." Chen Xian immediately realized that it wasn't the heart that was calling out on its own, but rather Fanner's chaotic Dao body that was yearning for the heart. The Chaos Dao body is born with the domineering characteristic of devouring the origin of all things and turning it into its own. And the heart of the ancient demon god happens to contain the purest law of devouring. They share a common origin and are mutually attracted. For Fanner, that demonic heart that drove countless demonic cultivators mad was the most delicious and nourishing elixir in the world. "Good lad." Looking at his son, whose face was innocent and whose eyes were full of longing, Chen Xian was at a loss for words, feeling both amused and exasperated. This little guy really isn't picky about food at all. As soon as he was able to walk, he set his sights on the most prized treasure of a major demonic sect. If this gets out, it'll probably make the Blood River sect master so angry he'll be furious. "Father, eat." Seeing that Chen Xian didn't speak, Chen Fan reached out her little hand and tugged at his clothes, looking at him with pleading eyes. Her pitiful little appearance would melt anyone's heart. Chen Xian laughed and rubbed his little head. All right, father understands." He picked up the little guy and kissed him on the cheek. "But that thing can't be eaten yet. It has a hard shell on the outside. Daddy has to figure out how to crack the shell open first. When Fanner grows up a little more, Daddy will take you there and bring it back for you to eat like candy, okay?" "Candy." Chen Fan nodded his little head as if he understood, but as soon as he heard the words candy, his heterochromatic eyes lit up dramatically, and a glistening drop of saliva even appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chen Xian handed his son to Lin Wanner, then stood up and walked to the window. His gaze once again turned to the dark land shrouded in demonic energy. In his mind, a crazy plan that was originally just a rough draft became completely clear at this moment and quickly took shape. Steady development? Or a gradual approach? No. My son is growing up, and I can't wait. That appetite of the chaotic Dao body is the best catalyst. Looking across this continent, what could be more suitable as nourishment for one's devouring divine beasts than those evil and deeply rooted demonic sects? Moreover, he already had a grudge against the Blood River sect. That so-called blood child is still waiting for me to visit him. Instead of passively defending, it's better to take the initiative. Nip all threats in the bud. Turn all enemies into resources for your own and your family's growth. It seems it's time to make a trip to the northern wilderness. A cold glint flashed in Chen Xian's eyes, the look of a hunter eyeing its prey. He turned around, looked at the three women, and spoke in a steady and powerful voice. "Wanner, Yao Ling, Morong Shui. Exist." The three women immediately bowed, their expressions solemn. From today onwards, devote yourself fully to cultivating the three phoenixes facing the sun divine technique and do not slack off in the slightest. Wanner, you are a golden core cultivator, responsible for guiding the operation of your cultivation technique. Yao Ling, supply pills and resources without regard to cost. Morong Shui, with the Chen family as the center, set up the strongest formation you can arrange to stabilize the rear. I want you to elevate your strength to its peak in the shortest possible time. Because we're about to go to a very dangerous, but also very interesting place. Upon hearing this, all three women felt a chill run down their spines. They could sense that their men were serious this time. An unprecedented fighting spirit quietly ignited in their hearts. To fight alongside him, to conquer the world. This, perhaps, is the greatest glory for a cultivator to be his woman. At the same time, in the distant northern wilderness demon realm, at the headquarters of the Blood River sect, Inside a magnificent demonic palace floating on an endless sea of blood, the air is thick with the stench of blood and the scent of extravagance. On the main seat, a handsome yet eerily beautiful young man dressed in a blood-red imperial robe reclined lazily on a throne made of the skulls of countless living beings. He was the unparalleled genius of the Blood River sect, a once-in-a-millennium figure, and a terrifying existence revered as the Blood Child. Shizhen, His Royal Highness Kazank Sweezy. A demonic elder knelt below, his body trembling like a leaf. The blood demon elder sent to Tianfeng County. His life lamp has been extinguished. Oh? Shu, as he slowly opened his narrow phoenix eyes, his pupils seemingly filled with a blood-red starry river. There was no anger on his face, but rather a hint of amusement. A blood demon at the late nascent soul stage, just like that, gone? That's interesting. He stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips lightly, his eyes filled with the excitement of a predator. It seems that this time, I have caught a remarkable big fish. Pass down the order. Let all the blood shadow guards lurking in Tianfeng County move for me. I don't care who that kid Chen Xian is. I want his family, his city, everything he owns to become nourishment for my blood god array. Shu, as he paused, a hint of undisguised greed and possessiveness flashing in his eyes. Besides, that female cultivator at the golden core stage who could instantly kill a nascent soul cultivator. Bring her back to me alive. He chuckled softly, a sound that, though not loud, seemed to lower the temperature of the entire hall. My collection palace is missing one, a righteous fairy as interesting as her. Chapter 60, 3 months of seclusion, rapid advancement in strength. Since Chen Xian announced his seclusion that day, the entire Chen family mansion has fallen into a peculiar tranquility. Qingyang City remained bustling with activity, and the talk of the town was still about the mysterious patriarch of the Chen family, who rarely left his residence. But no one could fathom the storm brewing deep within that mansion. The back mountain of the Chen family is a forbidden area with the most abundant spiritual energy. This place has been shrouded by an isolation array personally set up by Morong Shui, and the spiritual energy gathers into mist that never dissipates. Inside the quiet room, Chen Xian sat cross-legged. Before him floated 3 treasures that would drive any nascent soul cultivator mad. A bottle of nascent soul-level divine soul origin liquid flowing with 7-colored light. A drop of ancient demon god's essence blood burning with dark golden flames. And that primordial rune representing the complete devouring law, which was extracted from the heart of the demon god. The journey to the northern wilderness is fraught with danger and unpredictability. He must push his combat power to its limit in the shortest possible time. Without further hesitation, he picked up the bottle of divine soul essence liquid, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. Contrary to expectations of gentleness, a cold yet violent energy suddenly exploded in his sea of consciousness. It felt as if my entire soul was being torn apart and tempered repeatedly by the fierce winds of the heavens. Beneath the excruciating pain lies a new beginning. His spiritual strength was increasing at an incredible speed. Early stage of golden core. Mid-stage golden core. Late stage of golden core. Finally, at the moment the medicine's effects wore off, his soul strength was forcibly pushed to a completely new level half-step nascent soul. Buzz. The world, in his perception, had completely changed. He could even see the tiny dust particles of law in the air, and hear the sound of a flying insect flapping its wings 100 miles away. With a thought, he easily penetrated the wall and sensed the scene of the 3 women cultivating in the quiet room next door. Lin Wanner's icy and pure Shanyin Qi, Yeling's vibrant Dan Ling Qi, and Morong Shui's profound and ever-changing Jindao Qi. These 3 forces, under the operation of the 3 phoenixes facing the sun divine technique, intertwined to form a perfect picture. Cool. Chen Xian let out a low shout. This feeling of being in control of everything was truly intoxicating. The transformation of the soul is only the beginning. He raised his brow and slowly absorbed the drop of ancient demon god's essence blood into his body. Roar! A demonic roar originating from the primordial era resounded from the deepest part of his bloodline. My blood boiled instantly. On the surface of his skin, dark golden dragon patterns and pitch-black demonic patterns intertwined and emerged, and a savage, domineering force, enough to tear the heavens and the earth, awakened in his limbs and bones. Click! Click! The bones shattered inch by inch, only to instantly reform under an even stronger force, becoming harder than black iron. Muscles tear and regenerate, every inch containing explosive power. He even had a feeling that he could shatter a mountain with a single punch using only his physical body, without using any true essence. The Chaos Demon God's Dharma form, solidify. With a low shout, Chen Xian caused a terrifying illusory image of a Dharma body, hundreds of feet tall, to slowly condense behind him. It has 3 heads and 6 arms, a human body and a dragon's tail, and its entire body is wrapped in sacred golden divine patterns and ominous black demonic patterns. The Dharma form has 6 arms, one holding the great Tao treasure bottle, the other holding the devouring black hole, and the other 4 arms respectively manifesting the 4 primal forces of thunder, fire, ice, and wind. An overwhelming pressure, as if ruling the world, suddenly spread out. Although it was only a phantom, it far surpassed the golden core stage and was approaching the nascent soul stage. After doing all this, Chen Xian's gaze fell on the last, devouring law rune. His own pure yang devouring heaven technique already possesses the characteristic of devouring. Further absorption would have little effect, and on the contrary. With a slight smile, he thought for a moment, and the complete law rune pierced through the wall, silently entering Lin Wanner's body next door. Another quiet room. Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, and Morong Shui were working together to activate the 3 phoenixes facing the sun divine technique. Their aura is no longer what it used to be. Lin Wanner's cultivation level has been stabilized at the peak of the mid-stage of the golden core realm. Yao Ling's Danling sacred body has fully awakened, and her cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th level of foundation establishment. The tribulation of the golden core is imminent. Morong Shui's mastery of array formations has progressed by leaps and bounds, and she is now a genuine 3rd-tier array master. Just then, a pitch-black law rune appeared in front of Lin Wanner without warning. This is Lin Wanner was taken aback. Yao Ling and Morong Shui were also instantly awakened by that terrifying aura that seemed to devour everything. Husband. Lin Wanner instantly realized that this was an opportunity sent by Chen Xian. Without the slightest hesitation, she immediately opened her mind and introduced the law runes into her body. Boom! The Xianin Sade body, which was already extremely yin and cold, underwent a violent qualitative change the moment it came into contact with the devouring law, as if 10,000 years of ice had met raging flames. The mysterious yin transformation immortal technique was running wildly, merging this law into his own body. Behind her, the strange phenomenon of the ice-blue full moon slowly revealed a deep black dot at its center, which rapidly expanded into a terrifying black hole that devoured light. Her cultivation bottleneck was broken in an instant. Late stage of golden core. Moreover, the aura continued to rise, becoming increasingly unfathomable. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, March has passed. On this day, in the forbidden area behind the Chen family mountain, 4 powerful auras, so strong that they made all the cultivators in the entire Qingyang city tremble with fear, soared into the sky. A streak of gold and black intertwined, chaotic and domineering. A cold, profound abyss that devours everything. A vibrant scene unfolded, with lightning flashing amidst the tribulation of immortality. A formation, scattered like stars, with a profound and mysterious diagram. Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within his body, a flash of brilliance in his eyes. Peak of the 9th level of foundation establishment. Just one more opportunity is needed to forge the supreme golden core. His wives and concubines, however, reaped even greater rewards. Lin Wanner, at the peak of the late golden core stage, has already reached the combat power of a half-step nascent soul after fusing with the devouring law. Yao Ling successfully survived the pill tribulation and advanced to the early stage of golden core, becoming the 2nd golden core true person in the Chen family. Morong Shui's cultivation has broken through to the 8th level of foundation establishment. More importantly, she is already at the peak of the 3rd order formation master. The strength of the 4 has undergone a tremendous change. Chen Xian stood up, stretched his limbs, and made a series of crackling sounds. He transmitted his voice through divine thought. Are you ready? 3 equally powerful divine thoughts responded almost simultaneously. Any time is fine, my husband. Young master, my pills are piled up like a mountain. Young master, Shuer is willing to lead the charge and set up the killing formation. Chen Xian's gaze pierced through endless space, looking towards the land to the north shrouded in demonic energy. It's time. The Northern Wilderness Demon Realm. Blood River Sect. I, Chen Xian, have come to collect the debt. Chapter 61, The army marches into the Northern Wilderness, dinner is served. 3 months later, in the forbidden area behind the Chen family's mountain. As the stone gate slowly opened, Chen Tianxiang and his ancestor Chen Xianshan could hardly believe their eyes. Chen Xian, who was walking at the very front, had his aura extremely restrained, but the occasional glimpse of his oppressive aura made even Chen Xianshan, who was a golden core cultivator, feel a chill run down his spine. The 3 women behind him were completely transformed. Lin Wanner's temperament became increasingly aloof, and the depths of her eyes seemed to conceal a cold prison that devoured all things. She had already reached the half-step nascent soul realm. Yao Ling was surrounded by the fragrance of elixir, and her spiritual power was perfectly formed, clearly indicating that she had already reached the golden core stage. Although Morong Shui was only at the 8th level of foundation establishment, countless array patterns seemed to flow between her eyes when she opened and closed them, and her every move was subtly in harmony with heaven and earth. There was also a little boy, about 5 or 6 years old, with delicate features, who was holding onto Chen Xian's clothes and curiously looking at the two elderly people. This is the result of 3 months of seclusion? Chen Tianxiong was so excited that his lips were trembling. This was no ordinary prodigy of the Chen family. It was as if a group of immortals had been invited back. Father, ancestor. Chen Xian bowed respectfully to the two elders. I'm ready to go. The voice was calm, yet carried an unwavering resolve. Chen Xianshan took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and stepped forward to pat Chen Xian's shoulder heavily, his eyes filled with complex emotions. There was worry, reluctance, but even more so, an indescribable pride. Go ahead. His voice was a little hoarse. Go ahead and cause trouble outside. Even if the sky falls, these two old bones at home can still hold you up for a while. He paused, glanced at Chen Fan, who was munching on his fingers and drooling, and forced a smile. Besides, you've almost emptied our coffers. If we don't go out and find some food soon, we'll be starving. The Northern Wilderness Demon Realm. Unlike other parts of the mainland, the sky here is always a gloomy dark red, with a crescent moon hanging high, radiating an eerie blood-red light. The air was thick with the stench of sulfur mixed with rotten flesh and blood, and the invisible demonic energy clung to the place like a maggot, constantly eroding any living being that entered. In a desolate valley, space suddenly distorted, and a magnificent flying ship tore through the void and silently descended. It was the Yunhai. On the deck, as soon as Yao Ling came out, her pretty face turned pale. Her Danling sacred body was naturally close to the creation of life and was extremely repulsed by this kind of filthy and lifeless demonic energy, and her spiritual power circulation became sluggish. Chen Xian stood with his hands behind his back, his expression unchanged. This level of demonic energy was no different from ordinary spiritual energy to him. Young Master, intelligence indicates that the Blood River Sect's headquarters is located in the Blood God Abyss deep within the northern wilderness. Morong Shui unfolded a map made of animal hide, her expression solemn. The terrain there is treacherous, and it is protected by the ancient, 4th-order demonic array 10,000 Souls Blood River Array. Even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would not be able to force their way in. She took a deep breath, her voice involuntarily lowering slightly. Most importantly, the mysterious sect leader of the Blood River sect, known as the Blood Emperor, is rumored to be an old monster who was already in the nascent soul stage 100 years ago. Nascent soul stage. These 3 words were like 3 mountains, instantly weighing on the hearts of Yao Ling and Morong Shui. Above the nascent soul stage lies the deity transformation stage. These are true terrestrial immortals, capable of changing the landscape and plucking stars from the sky with a single thought. So, they're going to make enemies of such beings? Yao Ling clenched her fists instinctively, and Morong Shui held her breath. However, after listening, Chen Xian simply smiled and looked at Morong Shui. It's just a 4th-order magic array, is there any flaw? The relaxed tone made it sound as if he were asking, how's the weather today? Morong Shui was startled, but then she realized what was happening. She quickly calmed herself down, and the vast four symbols locking heaven formation inheritance in her mind began to operate rapidly and start to deduce its workings. A moment later, her eyes lit up. Yes. The Myriad Souls Blood River formation uses the resentment of living souls as a guide to drive the power of the Blood River, making it extremely mean and evil. Its core must be located at the deepest part of the Blood River. As long as we can find it, we can break it with the strongest and most young power. 50%? Chen Xian shook his head. Too low, I can't afford to gamble. He extended a finger, and at the tip, a wisp of golden true essence intertwined with a black rune, exuding an aura that was both domineering and profound. What if we add this? He flicked his finger, and the force entered Morong Shui's brow. Boom! Morong Shui's body trembled, and she felt as if her mind had exploded. Countless profound truths about formations, laws, and the cycle of life and death surged into her consciousness like a tidal wave. The once obscure and complex 10,000 Souls Blood River formation was now presented before her eyes with crystal clarity, as if she were looking at the lines on her palm. She performed the simulation again. This time, a near manic flush appeared on her face, and her breathing became rapid. Perfect. She suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with a fanatical light. No! It's 120%! Young master, as long as we can find the array's core, we can not only break the array, but also seize control of it and turn that endless blood river power into our own. Very good. Chen Xian nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Yao Ling. Before he could speak, Yao Ling took the initiative to say, "Young master, the demonic energy here erodes and suppresses our spiritual power. I have the concealing breath and transforming demon pill, a secret technique passed down by Danshin Pavilion." She took out a jade bottle and poured out several jet black pills. After taking it, for 12 hours, one can disguise one's spiritual power as pure demonic energy, and even a nascent soul demonic cultivator in person will not be able to detect the flaw. It's just, the taste might be a bit strong. Chen Xian took one, smelled it, and an indescribable fishy stench shot straight to the top of his head. He handed one to Morong Shui without changing his expression. "Try it, Yao Ling's cooking." Morong Shui pinched her nose, looking resistant, but still took it. Finally, Chen Xian's gaze fell on Lin Wan'er. "Wan'er. My husband. If that blood emperor truly exists," Chen Xian's voice calmed, carrying an unmistakable chill, "I'll leave him to you." Lin Wan'er didn't say much, but simply reached out and gently straightened Chen Xian's collar. In those cold, clear eyes, a deep blackness flashed by, seemingly capable of devouring all light. "Don't worry, my husband. Anyone who dares to block your way, I'll make sure they don't even have a chance to reincarnate. The plan has been finalized." Morong Shui put away the flying boat. Chen Xian gave the order, then tossed a concealing breath and transforming demon pill into his mouth without even flinching. Seeing this, the three of them also took the pills. Soon, the spiritual energy fluctuations belonging to righteous cultivators on the four people were quickly replaced by a cold and violent demonic aura. Chen Xian glanced at the outline of the colossal city standing on the blood-red earth in the distance, and a smile curved his lips. Walk. Dinner is ready. Chapter 62, Infiltrating the Blood Capital, the Blood Night Banquet. Blood God Abyss, the headquarters of the Blood River sect. This place is less like a city and more like a colossal steel beast perched on an endless abyss. Beneath the abyss, a thick, dark red river of blood surged ceaselessly, its pungent, metallic stench mingling with the putrid smell of decay, making one dizzy and disoriented. On the surface of the river, sometimes stark white bones would tumble forth, sometimes twisted souls would let out silent howls, only to be swallowed by the blood. A dark red curtain of light enveloped the entire city. It was the 10,000 Souls Blood River formation. Dense demonic energy and resentment mingled here, making the air thick and turbulent. As soon as I stepped through the city gate, a commotion came from a street corner not far away. A demonic cultivator was beheaded with a single blow simply for glancing at someone else's storage bag. His head rolled to the ground, blood mingling with the dirt and staining the area black. The surrounding demonic cultivators ignored it, some even whistling and kicking the rolling head. There are no laws here, the only order is force. Yao Ling's face paled slightly, and she subconsciously moved closer to Chen Xian. Morong Shui also frowned. Born into a prestigious family, she was used to scheming and intrigue, but this was the first time she had faced such a naked and barbaric law of the jungle, and she felt a strong sense of unease. Only Lin Wan'er remained aloof. After the Xianin sacred body within her merged with the devouring law, the aura it emitted was extremely mean and evil. This caused the demonic cultivators who were casting unfriendly glances around to instinctively sense a higher level of threat and avert their gazes. After taking the concealing breath and transforming demon pill, the spiritual energy fluctuations on Chen Xian's group of four had been perfectly transformed into pure demonic energy, allowing them to walk seamlessly in this demonic capital. "Young master, where are we going now?" Morong Shui asked telepathically, her voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible tension. "No rush." Chen Xian's gaze swept over the city of Sin. The eye of the furnace had already been activated. In his view, the entire city's destiny was clearly visible. In the very center of the city, in the direction of the Blood God Temple, a surging crimson aura churned endlessly, vaguely coalescing into a demonic phantom wearing an imperial crown but with a blurred face, the very Blood Emperor at the nascent soul stage. On the eastern side of that sea of fortune, another, slightly weaker but sharper and more aggressive crimson fortune resides, belonging to the Blood Child. In addition, dozens of demonic energies at the golden core and nascent soul levels are scattered throughout the city, like stars surrounding the moon. He already had a clear understanding of the distribution of strength within the Blood River sect. First, find a place to stay, and then wait for an opportunity. Night falls. The blood moon hung in the sky, its light eerily bright. The night in Blood City is even more chaotic than the daytime, with screams and lewd laughter mingling together, composing a mad symphony of demonic ways. Chen Xian and his 3 companions booked the largest blood slaughter inn in the city. The innkeeper was a one-eyed man with the cultivation level of the early nascent soul stage. He sized up Chen Xian and his group for a moment, his gaze lingering on the 3 women for a long time, filled with the greed unique to demonic cultivators. Chen Xian didn't say anything, but casually tossed a bag over. The bag landed on the counter with a crisp clinking sound, and several pigeon egg-sized, pure demonic cores rolled out. The one-eyed shopkeeper's breath hitched, and the greed on his face instantly turned into fawning respect. He personally led the 4 to the top-floor VIP room, daring not to show the slightest negligence. Just as Chen Xian was preparing to calm down and further deduce the location of the 10,000 Souls Blood River Formation Array's core. Outside the inn, the entire street suddenly fell silent. Heavy, orderly footsteps approached from afar. A squad of blood shadow guards, clad in crimson heavy armor and exuding a fierce aura, escorted a magnificent carriage pulled by 8 ferocious earth dragons, and stopped at the entrance of the inn. A middle-aged demonic cultivator who appeared to be in charge stepped out of the car. He was a late-stage golden core cultivator with a flawless smile on his face. He went straight to Chen Xian's door and respectfully knocked. "May I ask if it was young Master Chen Xian in person?" Chen Xian opened the door and looked at him calmly. "It's me." The steward immediately bowed deeply, adopting an extremely humble posture. "Young Master Chen, my master, His Highness Xuezi, has long admired your name and has prepared a small feast for you. He will be hosting a banquet at Xuezi's residence tonight and would like to invite you and your 3 wives to join us to discuss important matters." Upon hearing this, both Yao Ling and Morong Shui in the room felt a chill in their hearts. Blood. How did he know we were here? And how did he find us so quickly? Chen Xian showed no surprise whatsoever. He knew very well that although his group's aura could deceive ordinary people, people like Xuezi, who possessed great fortune and had formed a karmic bond with him, would surely have a connection in the dark. The other party acted even faster than he had anticipated. However, this suited him perfectly. He was worried about how to get close to the higher-ups of the Blood River sect to find out the whereabouts of the heart of the ancient demon god, but he never expected that they would deliver themselves to his door. "A banquet?" Chen Xian laughed. "Your Highness Xuezi is being so polite it's almost overwhelming. Thank you for leading the way, sir." Seeing that Chen Xian was so agreeable, the manager breathed a sigh of relief and quickly led the way. Chen Xian, along with the 3 women, boarded the magnificent carriage. The interior of the vehicle was extremely spacious, with thick layers of monster pelts covering the floor and a calming fragrance burning in the corners, creating a stark contrast to the bloody smell outside. The carriage slowly started moving and headed towards the Blood Prince's mansion in the East City. Inside the carriage, Yao Ling and Morong Shui sat upright, their expressions tense. "Husband, what's the secret behind this blood gourd?" Lin Wanner leaned calmly on Chen Xian's shoulder, as if she were just going to an ordinary banquet. What else could it be? A trap, of course. Chen Xian tapped his knee lightly with his fingertips. He was probably very curious about who dared to kill his elder and then swagger into his territory. A hint of amusement flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. "He wants to see my hand, and while he's at it, take a look at you guys too." He squeezed Lin Wanner's hand, glanced at the nervous Yao Ling and Morong Shui, and suddenly smiled. "Relax, it's just a meal. If he dares to poison the wine, Yao Ling, you, as a master of alchemy, will have to teach him a lesson." Yao Ling was taken aback when she heard this, but then she realized what was happening, and her tense face relaxed a little. Chen Xian's gaze was deep and unfathomable as he looked out the car window at the menacing buildings rushing past. His voice was not loud, but it carried a chilling aura. He thought he was a hunter, setting a trap and waiting for the prey to come to him. Unfortunately, he doesn't know that at tonight's banquet, he's not the host, but just the dish. Chapter 63, At the Feast at Honmen, the Demon Prince tests the waters. Blood Mansion. Located in the heart of the eastern part of Blood City, it is less a mansion and more a fortress built with bones and blood. The eaves and brackets were all crafted from the bones of some enormous demonic beast, their jagged bone spikes pointing straight at the blood-red sky. Inside the mansion, there were guards every 3 steps and sentries every 5. The patrolling blood shadow guards wore gleaming armor, their murderous aura solidified, and their gazes were like knives, stinging the skin. Led by the steward, Chen Xian and his 3 companions entered the banquet hall. Buzz. The previously noisy, demonic music in the hall stopped abruptly. Dozens of gazes were simultaneously cast upon them, each one filled with undisguised aggression. The air seemed to turn into a viscous swamp, thick demonic energy and killing intent mingling together, pressing down on the four of them. Yao Ling and Morong Shue's breathing tightened involuntarily, and their spiritual energy stagnated. However, Chen Xian, who was walking at the very front, seemed oblivious. He didn't even glance at those so-called demonic masters, but simply took Lin Wanner's hand and strolled in leisurely. His composure made it seem as if he wasn't entering a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, but rather inspecting his own backyard. Seeing his posture, Yao Ling and Morong Shui, who were following behind him, instantly felt their tension dissipate and straightened their backs. Especially Lin Wanner, although she did not deliberately release her half-step nascent soul cultivation, her innate aura made those demonic cultivators whose eyes were originally filled with lust and greed suddenly jump. Many Golden Core elders trembled as they looked at Lin Wanner, their gazes shifting from possessiveness to deep apprehension. In the main seat of the hall, Xuezi leaned back on a living throne composed of several alluring and beautiful female cultivators. He toyed with a blood jade wine cup in his hand, his gaze sweeping over Qin Xian with interest. When he saw Lin Wanner, a hint of undisguised amazement and possessiveness flashed in his narrow, blood-red eyes. What an absolute beauty! What a magnificent, top-grade furnace for a half-step nascent soul cultivator! His greed grew ever more intense. Young Master Chen is the first person to be personally invited by my blood shadow guard. Xuezi slowly sat up straight, while the female cultivators serving his seats let out suppressed groans, but he paid no attention. He raised his wine cup, waving it at Chen Xian, his voice magnetic yet carrying a hint of wickedness. I wonder which holy land you are from, fellow Taoist, that you would deign to grace my humble and remote place with your presence? Your Highness Xuezi is too kind. Chen Xian smiled calmly and pulled the three women to sit down in the guest seats near the head of the table. I have long heard that His Highness Xuezi is a genius that appears only once every 10,000 years in the northern wilderness. Seeing him today, I can see that his reputation is well deserved. Ha ha! Young Master Chen, you flatter me. Xuezi laughed loudly, but his laughter concealed a sharp edge. I am more curious about who this young Master Chen is, that he could extinguish even the soul lamp of my worthless blood demon uncle. He abruptly changed the subject, his gaze falling on Lin Wanner with a scrutinizing look. What I'm even more curious about is the origin of this fairy beside you, young master. When did such a peerless half-nascent soul cultivator emerge from my northern wilderness demon realm? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the hall focused their attention on Chen Xian. This is no longer a test, but an interrogation. Chen Xian's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this. He picked up the glass of magical wine brewed with the blood of 100 kinds of magical beasts from the table, sniffed it lightly, and then drank it all in one gulp. The surrounding demonic cultivator's eyes twitched in disbelief. This blood fiend wine is incredibly violent. Even a golden core stage demonic cultivator would need to circulate their energy for a long time to neutralize it. And he, a foundation establishment stage cultivator, just drank it like that? Isn't he afraid of exploding on the spot? However, Chen Xian merely smacked his lips, as if savoring a sip of ordinary tea. He put down his wine glass, met Xuezi's gaze, and slowly began to speak. Just an unknown nobody. As he spoke, he reached out and took Lin Wanner's hand, interlocking their fingers with his eyes filled with tenderness. As for my wife, she's just an ordinary woman who likes to cling to me. These words were spoken. The hall was deathly silent. The expressions on the faces of all the demonic cultivators froze. An unknown nobody? An ordinary woman? Could an unknown nobody really kill a blood demon elder who was at the nascent soul stage? How could an ordinary woman possess such terrifying cultivation as a half-step nascent soul cultivator? This is no longer an act. This is blatant, brutal rubbing of their faces into the ground. Bang! A hot-tempered elder of the Blood River sect slammed his fist on the table, stood up abruptly, and pointed at Chen Xian, shouting angrily, "Boy! You're courting death! How dare you be so arrogant in front of His Highness Blood Prince? If you don't tell us where you came from today, don't even think about leaving this door unscathed." He hadn't finished speaking. A bone-chilling cold descended without warning. Lin Wanner didn't even look at him. Her eyelashes were just slightly lowered. A layer of stark white frost rapidly condensed on the elder's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. The anger on his face froze instantly, replaced by endless fear, as if even his soul was about to be frozen. Stop! Xuezi's face darkened, and he suddenly roared. A similarly powerful crimson demonic aura erupted from his body, like a crimson spear, precisely striking Lin Wanner's freezing law. Click! A crisp sound rang out in the air as the frost on the elder's body shattered inch by inch. He collapsed to the ground like a rag doll, panting heavily, his eyes filled with the terror of surviving a near-death experience as he looked at Lin Wanner. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became tense. Shuezi stared intently at Chen Xian and Lin Wanner, his smile vanishing completely, replaced by a gloomy expression. "Young Master Chen, it seems you're not here for the banquet today. You're here to cause trouble." Upon hearing this, Chen Xian smiled. He slowly stood up, his gaze calmly sweeping over everyone present before finally settling on Shuezi. "Disrupt the event? No, no, no." He shook his head, his smile both radiant and dangerous. "I'm here today to discuss a business deal with His Highness the Blood Prince." "What kind of business?" Shuezi narrowed his long, narrow, blood-red eyes. "It's very simple." Chen Xian held up one finger, his voice not loud, but it clearly carried throughout the entire hall. "Hand over the treasure of your Blood River sect, the heart of the ancient demon god. He paused, looked around at the stunned and bewildered faces, and the corners of his mouth curved into a wider smile. "Then, you, and everyone in your Blood River sect, will serve me as your master. In return, I can spare your lives." These words were spoken. The entire venue was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at Chen Xian as if he were crazy. They seriously doubted whether there was something wrong with their ears. Chapter 64, The True Colors Revealed, The Blood God Formation. Silence. The banquet hall, which had been deafeningly noisy just moments before, was now so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's laughter seemed to be cut off in their throats by an invisible knife. An elder of the Blood River sect, who was slamming his fist on the table and laughing wildly, froze in midair, his facial muscles still twitching. Another powerful figure in the demonic path, who was holding a wine cup, trembled, and the blood jade wine cup fell to the ground with a clang and shattered into pieces. The expressions on their faces shifted from absurdity to bewilderment, and then to a look of astonishment as if they were watching an absolute madman. What did this kid say? Offer up the family's most prized possession and serve him as your master? After a brief pause, someone finally couldn't hold back any longer. But. Cough, cough, cough. One of the demonic cultivators laughed so hard that he choked on a mouthful of bloody wine and coughed violently. That cough was like a signal. Ha 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 ha. What the hell did I just hear? Is this kid asleep? Or did he just forget his brain? Make our Blood River sect serve him as our master? Who does he think he is? A nascent soul ancestor has descended? A Foundation establishment brat, his arrogance is higher than the heavens. That woman next to me is indeed powerful, a half-step nascent soul cultivator, top tier. But what does she think this place is? Some rural place like Tianfeng County? This is the Blood River sect. Any grand elder in seclusion could crush her with a single finger. Interesting, very interesting. I've cultivated demonic arts for 300 years, and this is the first time I've seen someone so eager to reincarnate. The hall was once again filled with jeers and mockery. They looked at Chen Xian as if he were a plump lamb that had climbed onto the dining table and was even asking a tiger to eat vegetables. In the main seat, the gloom on Shuezi's face was gone, replaced by an extremely twisted, almost manic grin. He laughed, his whole body trembling with laughter, tears welling up in his eyes. He held up a trembling finger, pointing it at Chen Xian, and laughed at the assembled guests. You all saw it? You all saw it. This is the distinguished guest I have invited. An extremely distinguished guest. He not only wants my life, but he also wants our entire Blood River sect to be his dogs. He sat up abruptly, licked his scarlet lips, and his eyes were filled with undisguised greed and cruelty. What do you think I should do to entertain this distinguished guest? Kill him. No. We can't let him die so easily. Extract his soul, refine his spirit, and burn him like a sky lantern. Let him wail for 49 days. And his 3 women. Especially that one who's only at the nascent soul stage. Capture her and give her to His Highness Shuezi as a furnace. We can also get a share of the soup. Yes. Let this foolish bastard watch his woman being toyed with by us. That's the greatest pleasure of the demonic path. Ha 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 ha. The demons roared, their killing intent boiling. Facing this group of demonic cultivators who had gone mad, Chen Xian's face remained completely expressionless. He just watched quietly, his eyes like those of someone looking at a group of caged animals about to be slaughtered. His gaze passed over those ugly faces and finally landed on Shuezi. It seems the business deal is off. He sighed softly, a mixture of regret and relief. Since that's the case. Chen Xian slowly raised his hand, his 5 fingers spread open. Then there's no need to waste any more words. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Let's do it. The moment the words fell, Morong Shui, who had been silent all along, suddenly felt the array plate in her hand glow brightly. The 4 symbols locked the heavens, reversing the universe. Formation activate. Rumble. The entire Blood Prince's mansion, no, the entire Blood Capital, began to shake violently at this moment. Beneath the ground, array nodes that Morong Shui had quietly laid out before burst forth with dazzling light, soaring into the sky. An invisible net covering the entire city suddenly tightened. Above Blood City, the dark red 10,000 Souls Blood River array light screen groaned under the strain, its light distorting and dimming at a visible speed. The energy flow of the Great Formation was forcibly cut off in that instant, plunging into an unprecedented standstill. What? The sinister smile on Xu Wezi's face froze instantly. He could feel that the spiritual connection between himself and the mountain protecting formation had been forcibly severed by a more domineering and profound force. Oh no! It's a mountain protecting formation. Someone is attacking the Great Formation. It's that woman. All the Blood River sect elders in the hall had their expressions changed drastically. The mountain protecting formation is the foundation of the sect. Once it is broken, they will become fish on the chopping block. All eyes were fixed on Morong Shui. They never dreamed that this seemingly most delicate woman was actually a terrifying array master capable of shaking their 4th order mountain protecting array. Quickly! Kill her! Stop her! Bloodchild let out a roar of shock and rage. Several nascent soul stage elders, their bodies flashing with blood red light, transformed into streaks of light and fiercely pounced on Morong Shui. However, they were fast. There are people who are faster than them. A streak of icy blue sword light appeared out of thin air, like a cold moonlight falling from the heavens, arriving before them and instantly blocking their path between them and Morong Shui. Lin Wanner made her move. In her hand, a long sword made of purine energy had appeared out of nowhere. She simply watched the streaks of blood-red light rushing towards her, expressionless, and lightly waved her hand. The Ice Age. The 4 cold words were like a death sentence. Click. 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 The entire banquet hall, along with the several nascent soul elders exuding murderous intent and the blood-red demonic power they unleashed, was instantly frozen by a thick layer of blue ice. Time seemed to have been paused at that moment. Those arrogant nascent soul demonic cultivators, still charging forward, were frozen into lifelike ice sculptures, their ferocious killing intent forever frozen in place. Bang! Lin Wanner flicked her finger lightly into the air. Those enormous ice sculptures shattered with a deafening roar. Transformed into countless swirling ice crystals, they refracted a dazzling yet deadly light under the lamplight. Both body and soul perished. The entire venue fell into absolute silence once again. Everyone was terrified by this scene that resembled divine punishment. Sold out instantly. Another instant sell out. With a single sword strike, he instantly killed several nascent soul stage elders. This woman, she's not even a half-step nascent soul cultivator. She is a true late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Even stronger. Xu Wezi's body began to tremble violently. He finally realized just how terrifying the existence he had provoked was. However, this is just the beginning. Just as everyone's mind was stunned by Lin Wanner's astonishing sword strike, Yao Ling, who had been standing next to Chen Xian, also moved. With a flick of her jade-like hand, dozens of jet-black pills, exuding an ominous aura, were casually tossed into the crowd of demonic cultivators who were already terrified. Plague explosion. Her sharp cry was like a death warrant. The pills exploded in mid-air, turning into highly corrosive black poisonous mist that instantly enveloped most of the banquet hall. Ah! My face! My hands! They're melting! It's erysipelas! What kind of erysipelas is this? Help me! The screams, so shrill they were inhuman, rose and fell in waves. Those demonic cultivators at the golden core stage, as long as they come into contact with even a trace of the poisonous mist, their bodies will rot and bubble at a speed visible to the naked eye, their flesh and blood falling off their skeletons in a bloody mess, eventually turning into a pool of foul-smelling pus and blood. The luxurious banquet hall was transformed in the blink of an eye into a living hell filled with wailing cries. Chen Xian simply watched all of this quietly. He stepped over the mess and walked to the Blood Prince, who was completely terrified and slumped on the throne. He looked at the other person's face, contorted with extreme fear, and slowly spoke again. Now, can we have a proper discussion about that deal? Chapter 65, The Demon Prince kneels, business comes knocking. Ice crystal fragments still floated in the air, refracting the eerie light of the blood-red crystals in the dome. The black poisonous fog slowly crawled along the ground, devouring even rotting corpses in its wake, leaving only patches of corroded, pitch-black marks. The smells of fish, burnt food, and wine mingled together into a nauseating stench that permeated every corner of the hall. Dead silence. The few dozen powerful figures of the demonic path who were lucky enough to survive stood frozen in place, subconsciously holding their breath. They were afraid that they might make the slightest noise and disturb the man standing in the heart of purgatory. Chen Xian, dressed in a blue robe, stood with his hands behind his back. The three women behind him were a mix of coldness and ruthlessness, venom, and mystery and enigma. Just by standing there, they sent chills down the spines of these ruthless killers. Now, can we have a proper discussion about that business deal? Chen Xian's voice was very soft, breaking the deathly silence. His words, however, were like an invisible mountain, crashing down on everyone's hearts. Thump! The blood jade wine cup in Xuezi's hand finally slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Snap! The crisp cracking sound was as jarring as thunder in the deathly silent hall. The muscles in his face twitched violently. He wanted to laugh, but it looked worse than crying. His gaze swept across the hall. Those nascent soul elders frozen to dust, those golden core protectors melted into blood, and that woman in white. He finally realized that he had provoked someone who wasn't even human. This is a god or demon. Chen Xian ignored his drastically changing expression and strode slowly toward the blood child in the main seat. Thump! 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 Every step felt like it was stepping on everyone's hearts. Xuezi's body trembled violently, and cold sweat soaked through his luxurious robes. He wanted to escape, but his body was as if nailed to that human throne made of beautiful women, unable to move. The beautiful female demon cultivators beneath him were already terrified and limp as mud, defecating and urinating indiscriminately, emitting a foul stench. Chen Xian walked up to Xuezi. He looked down at this so-called peerless genius of the northern wilderness demon realm with indifferent eyes. Didn't you hear what I just said? I'll ask you one more time. Chen Xian paused, speaking slowly and deliberately. Is the business still up for discussion? Bloodchild's lips trembled, and his teeth chattered wildly, making a clucking sound. A warm liquid flowed uncontrollably from his crotch, instantly soaking the throne beneath him. He was so scared that he wet himself. He felt that he was not facing a Foundation establishment cultivator, but an unparalleled demon god who had emerged from the primordial chaos. Every glance from the other party was ruthlessly crushing all his pride as a bloodchild. I. He opened his mouth, but it felt as if an invisible hand was gripping his throat, and he couldn't utter a single word. A hint of impatience flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. He slowly lifted his foot. Amidst the horrified gazes of everyone, a foot gently stomped down. Bang! A muffled thud. The incredibly hard obsidian ground, centered on his footing, instantly cracked like a spiderweb, with the cracks spreading wildly. The entire bloodchild manor trembled violently. This kick did not land on Xuezi. But that domineering and unparalleled power completely shattered his last shred of dignity. It seems you don't want to talk about it. Chen Xian withdrew his foot, his tone turning cold. In that case, there's no point in keeping you around. He stretched out his hand, his 5 fingers slightly spread, and was about to grab Xuezi's crown. The shadow of death completely enveloped Bloodzi. The instinct for survival finally overwhelmed all fear and pride. Thump! Unable to hold on any longer, Xuezi tumbled and scrambled off the high throne, kneeling before Chen Xian. He stretched out his hands and clung tightly to Chen Xian's thigh, like the most humble dog. Talk. I'll talk. Young Master Chen. No. Grandpa Chen. I'll talk. Tears streamed down his face as he pressed his face tightly against Chen Xian's trouser leg, rubbing it frantically and wailing. I'm willing. I'm willing to do anything. The heart of the demon god. I'll give it to you. I'll get it for you right away. I know where it is. I serve you as my master. I am willing to serve you as my master. From this day forward, I, Xueyi, will be your most loyal dog. Please spare my life. Spare my life. This moment. All the dignity, pride, and ambition of this future heir of the Blood River sect were utterly crushed. The other demonic cultivators who were still alive in the hall were utterly devastated by what they saw. Even His Highness the Blood Prince. They dared not hesitate for a moment longer, and knelt down one after another, burying their heads deep in the ground. We are willing to serve our master as our lord. I am willing to go through fire and water for my master, even unto death. Chen Xian looked down at the blood child at his feet, who had completely lost his will to live, his eyes showing no emotion whatsoever. He slowly raised his head, his gaze passing through the hall and looking towards the very center of Blood City. There, an even more terrifying and profound demonic aura surged into the sky. Blood Emperor. A playful smile curved Chen Xian's lips. Very good. Now, take me to see your father, the Emperor. Chapter 66, Imprinting the Mark, A Loyal Dog's New Life. Inside the hall, Shuezi's pig-like scream sounded particularly jarring in the deathly silence. Tears streamed down his face as he clung tightly to Chen Xian's leg. His once handsome and alluring face was now a blur, completely obscuring any trace of his former brilliance. A strong, pungent stench emanated from his crotch, a mixture of blood and burnt erysipelas, making one want to vomit. Chen Xian's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, and he subtly shifted his feet half an inch to avoid the spreading pool of liquid. He thought it was dirty. Chen Xian lifted his foot, seemingly trying to shake off the trash stuck to his body. This action terrified Shuezi, who thought Chen Xian was going to kill him with a kick, so he hugged him even tighter. No! Grandpa! Don't kick me! I'm very useful. I really am very useful. In order to survive, Bloodchild's brain was working at an unprecedented speed, screaming incoherently. The heart of the demon god. I know where the other, even larger fragment is. Really? Much larger than the one in the sect. And my Blood River sect's treasure trove. Thousands of years of accumulation. I'll give you the key. I'll give you everything. And my father. There's a secret passage in his secluded cultivation chamber, and I know where it is. His blood scripture cultivation technique has a flaw. His body becomes unstable every full moon. I can tell you everything. He spilled the beans like beans from a bamboo tube, selling out his father and the entire Blood River sect completely. Upon hearing the words larger fragments, Chen Xian paused for a moment. A glint flashed in his eyes. Shuezi keenly noticed this change, and a surge of joy at surviving a calamity welled up in his heart. You made the right bet. He quickly seized the opportunity, released his grip on Chen Xian's thigh, and prostrated himself on the ground. In the most devout and humble posture, he stuck out his tongue to lick Chen Xian's shoes. Grandpa, your shoes are dirty, let me lick them clean for you. However, his tongue hadn't even touched the shoe yet. A foot gently stepped on his face. The force was not great. But it froze him completely. It was a humiliation that penetrated to the bone and crushed the soul. A dog should act like a dog. Chen Xian's voice was cold and indifferent as he looked down at him. If your master doesn't tell you to move, then you should stay still and lie down obediently. Shuezi's body trembled violently. His face was pressed firmly against the cold ground, pressed tightly against the bits of flesh and sticky blood. The humiliation drove him almost mad, but he dared not. He didn't even dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. He could only lie on the ground like a dead dog, motionless, even breathing as softly as possible. Very good. A smile finally appeared on Chen Xian's face. He slowly raised his foot, then squatted down, extended a finger, and touched Shuezi's forehead. Shuezi's body tensed instantly, his eyes once again filled with endless fear. Take it easy. Chen Xian's voice possessed a peculiar magic. I'm just giving you a chance at a new life. The words fell. A wisp of golden true essence, imbued with the domineering aura of the pure yang devouring heaven technique, pierced his soul and consciousness like a red-hot branding iron. Ah! Bloodchild let out a shrill scream that sounded inhuman. He felt as if his soul had been thrown into the core of the sun, where an extremely powerful and yang force was scorching and purifying everything about him. All the demonic imprints related to the blood scripture in his soul, and all the inheritance marks belonging to the Blood River sect, were burned away by this power. Immediately afterwards, that wisp of golden true essence transformed into a small, yet eternally burning golden sun deep within his soul. A unique mark of absolute control belonging solely to Chen Xian. From this day forward, Shuezi's life, death, honor, disgrace, and even every thought he had would be in Chen Xian's hands. If Chen Xian wanted him to have the child, he would. If Chen Xian wanted him dead, he only needed to think it, and the golden sun would instantly explode, completely evaporating his soul, leaving him no chance for reincarnation. After doing all this, Chen Xian slowly withdrew his hand. The blood-stained child on the ground was completely exhausted, lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, with only the slight rise and fall of his chest proving that he was still alive. His cultivation level remains, but his foundation and his path have been completely altered. He is no longer the blood child of the Blood River sect. He was merely Chen Xian's most lowly dog. Chen Xian stood up and didn't look at him again. His gaze slowly swept over the remaining demonic giants in the hall, who were still alive but had already been terrified out of their wits. Those demons who could cause earthquakes with a stomp of their feet in the northern wilderness demon realm were now trembling with fear under Chen Xian's gaze. They witnessed firsthand how a once proud son was manipulated, humiliated, and ultimately reduced to a dog. This dual impact, both visual and psychological, has completely destroyed all their will to resist. Thump! I wonder who will be the first to break down. Then, like dominoes, everything collapsed. Splash! 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 Inside the hall, all the surviving demonic cultivators knelt down without hesitation. They buried their heads deep in the ground, their posture even more humble and devout than that of the previous blood child. We pay our respects to our master. We are willing to die for our master. We beg our master to spare our lives. A deafening chorus of pleas for mercy echoed throughout the hall. Chen Xian looked at the scene of demons kneeling in worship before him and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Killing is merely the most basic method. True control lies in winning hearts and minds. What he wanted was for them to develop an indelible fear of themselves from the depths of their souls. He walked to the throne made of countless skulls. Then, with one kick, he shattered the throne that symbolized power into pieces. He did not sit down. He simply stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the kneeling demons below with an air of supreme authority. The sound echoed throughout the entire blood child manor. Starting today. Here, I'm in charge. As he finished speaking, his gaze pierced through the broken walls and looked toward the Blood God Temple at the very center of Blood City. There is also a Blood Emperor at the nascent soul stage. Chapter 67, Inventorying the Treasure Vault, New Clues. The Blood Prince's mansion changed hands overnight. This news was kept tightly locked inside the hall. All the demonic cultivators who had survived by sheer luck knelt on the cold ground like tigers with their teeth pulled, not daring to even breathe loudly. Chen Xian had no interest in dealing with these terrified trophies, so he casually found a relatively clean chair and sat down. Lin Wanner stood silently behind him. The ice crystal sword had disappeared, but she herself was a peerless weapon unsheathed. The invisible chill monitored the entire scene, preventing anyone from having any disloyal thoughts. You. Chen Xian's gaze fell on Shuizi, who had stood up again but was now bent over at a 90-degree angle. Shuizi shuddered, his face instantly contorted into an almost distorted, fawning smile. From now on, you are still a blood child. Upon hearing this, Shuizi trembled, a look of confusion and bewilderment flashing in his eyes. But, Chen Xian's tone shifted, his voice calm yet undeniable, your life is mine. Your soul is mine too. Do what I tell you to do. Say what I tell you to say. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. This servant understands completely. Shuizi nodded vigorously, his posture so humble it was almost insignificant. The golden mark deep within his soul, like the sun, constantly burned his will, reminding him of the terrifying existence of the man before him. Rebellion? The moment that thought even dared to emerge, it would be instantly reduced to ashes. Very good. Chen Xian nodded in satisfaction, pointed to the messy hall, and frowned slightly. It's too dirty here. I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to restore it to its original state. I don't want to see a single trace of blood, nor do I want to smell any strange odor. Yes. Yes. This servant obeys. Shuizi felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He immediately turned around and roared at the demonic cultivators who were still kneeling on the ground, in a tone more ferocious than ever before. Are they all dead? Didn't they hear their master's orders? Within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If anyone lets the master see even the slightest bit of something unclean within that time, I will personally throw them into the river of blood to feed the fish. At the command, the demonic cultivators snapped out of their daze, scrambling to their feet and scrambling to clean up the scene. They unleashed various demonic arts, summoning eerie winds to sweep away blood, generating demonic fire to burn corpses, and some even used magical artifacts to scoop up the contaminated floor tiles. In just a few moments, the entire hall was transformed, as if the massacre had never happened. Shuezi even personally lay down on the ground and used his sleeve to wipe a barely noticeable stain near Chen Xian's feet clean before running up to Chen Xian with a look of anticipation. "Master, are you satisfied?" Chen Xian didn't even glance at him, but instead turned his gaze to Yao Ling and Morong Shui. "Yao Ling. This servant is here." Yao Ling immediately stepped forward. "From now on, you will take over the alchemy room and medicinal herb storehouse of the Bloodchild Manor. Within 3 days, I need to see a detailed list. All spiritual herbs and demonic herbs of grade 3 and above, as well as rare pill formulas, should be listed separately." "Yes, sir." Yao Ling's eyes gleamed with barely suppressed excitement. For an alchemist, taking over a medicinal herb storehouse containing countless rare and exotic herbs from a prodigy of the demonic path is like a mouse falling into a rice jar. "Morong Shui. Your subordinate is here." Morong Shui also stepped forward. "From now on, you will be responsible for breaking the Blood River Sect's protective formation, the 10,000 Souls Blood River Formation." But Chen Xian flicked his finger, and a golden light entered Morong Shui's brow. That was a portion of the core information about this great formation that he had extracted from the memories of the Blood Demon Elder. Based on this information, we need to find the core of the formation as soon as possible and devise a plan to control the formation in reverse. Your subordinate will not fail in your mission. A confident and fervent look appeared on Morong Shui's pretty face. Being able to personally decipher, or even reverse control, a fourth-order magic array is a challenge and glory that any array master dreams of. After assigning the tasks, Chen Xian turned his gaze back to Shuizi. "Take me to your treasure trove." "Yes, yes." Shuizi hurriedly led the way, his posture even more humble than that of the most loyal old servant. The Bloodchild's treasure vault is located at the deepest part of the mansion, protected by dozens of powerful restrictions. However, these restrictions are useless in front of the Bloodchild himself. The moment the treasure vault doors slowly opened, even Chen Xian, who was used to grand occasions, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. Inside the treasure vault, spiritual light and demonic energy intertwined, and various rare materials emitted their unique luster. Piles of rare ores, such as netherworld cold iron and blood soul demon crystal, were stacked high. Rows of shelves displayed various high-grade magical artifacts, including swords, spears, halberds, banners, and cauldrons. The most eye-catching thing was the dozens of open large boxes in the corner, filled with glittering high-grade spirit stones. A rough estimate puts the total at least in the millions. As expected of a prodigy of the demonic path, his wealth is far greater than that of the so-called families in Tianfeng County combined. Chen Xian secretly admired it, his eyes quickly scanning the treasure vault. Soon, he discovered a black sandalwood box wrapped in heavy protective barriers in an inconspicuous corner. "What's in there?" Chen Xian asked, pointing to the box. Upon seeing this, Shuizi's expression changed slightly, but he still dared not hide anything and hurriedly replied, reporting to "Master, inside is a fragment of an ancient demon realm map that this servant obtained by chance." "A fragment of a map?" Chen Xian's heart stirred. He reached out and grabbed at the air. The black sandalwood box flew uncontrollably into his hand. He easily broke the seal and opened the box. Inside the box lay a quiet, ancient, and tattered map made of the hide of an unknown animal. On the map, mountains and rivers were marked in a demonic script that he couldn't understand, as if carved by a knife and axe. At the very center of the map, a heart drawn in crimson cinnabar stands out starkly. Beside the heart are several other twisted symbols, also in crimson. Chen Xian couldn't understand it. But at that moment, his chaotic Tao body once again emitted an incomparably strong, primal desire. It was like a ferocious beast that had been starving for thousands of years, smelling the most delicious blood. You can't go wrong. This is the map pointing to the larger fragment, the heart of the ancient demon god. Chen Xian put away the map, in high spirits. His gaze once again fell on the low-level demonic cultivation techniques and magical treasures in the treasure vault, which he had previously looked down upon. A brilliant idea quietly emerged in his mind. System, can these things be imprinted into the family library? Ding. Okay. However, demonic techniques and magical artifacts contain demonic energy and resentment. Directly branding them might contaminate the scripture pavilion. It is recommended that the host first use the Chi Luck furnace to melt and purify them before branding. A furnace of destiny? Smelting and purification?
A glint of light flashed in Chen Xian's eyes.
Isn't this turning waste into treasure, making use of waste?
He looked at the room full of trash and a bright smile appeared on his face. These things might seem like a hot potato to others. But for him, it was a super power bank that could be used to endlessly farm experience and resources for his family.
Blood River Sect, from this day forward, is my mine. Chapter 68, Refining Treasures in the Furnace, Sharing the Spoils Equally. Blood Prince's Mansion, an underground secret chamber. This place is where Shuezi usually secludes himself for cultivation.
It is heavily fortified with arrays, isolating him from the outside world. At this moment, in the center of the secret chamber, there were piles of demonic artifacts and cultivation manuals plundered from the treasure vault.
All kinds of demonic artifacts exuded a mixture of blood and resentment, almost solidifying the air.
Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, and Morong Shui stood guard beside Chen Xian, their beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. They simply couldn't understand why their husbands were piling up all this trash that they looked down on. Chen Xian didn't explain, but slowly closed his eyes amidst the three people's puzzled gazes.
Buzz!
A phantom image of an ancient and imposing three-legged furnace quietly appeared behind him.
On the bronze furnace body, it seemed as if a river of stars flowed, deep and unfathomable.
The moment the furnace appeared, a grand will that could melt all things and control destiny descended, causing the spiritual energy in the entire secret chamber to stagnate. The three women were utterly shocked.
Morong Shui's pupils shrank.
As a master of formations, she could clearly sense that the Taoist aura flowing over this furnace phantom was 10,000 times more profound than any formation she knew, as if it were a manifestation of the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. The Danling's sacred body within Yao Ling's body instinctively issued a warning, as if it had encountered a natural enemy, and her pretty face turned slightly pale. Lin Wanner, whose soul was connected to Chen Xian's, was the least affected, but her heart was still stirred.
How many secrets is her man still hiding?
Chen Xian ignored the three women's astonishment, his mind stirring slightly.
Smelting.
The Chiluk furnace shone brightly, and a suction force suddenly appeared, pulling all the mountain of demonic jade slips into the furnace.
Bear. Golden flames of destiny rise.
Those jade slips couldn't even last a moment in the flames before turning into billowing black smoke, filled with countless venomous roars and unwilling howls. However, no matter how the black smoke surged, it could not shake the furnace in the slightest.
Under the scorching heat of the flames of destiny, all the mixed demonic thoughts and resentment were burned away and turned into nothingness.
In the end, only a fist-sized energy body, radiating a pure aura of law, remained, quietly suspended in the center of the furnace.
This is the origin of the cultivation technique. Oh my God!
Yao Ling covered her mouth, completely overturning her understanding of alchemy.
How to refine the chaotic and unsound demonic arts into the purest primordial energy. This is neither alchemy nor weapon crafting. This is a miracle. However, this is just the beginning.
Chen Xian raised his hand again, and threw hundreds of magical artifacts of varying grades into the furnace. Swords, spears, halberds, banners, and cauldrons. These demonic weapons stained with the blood of innocence will all meet the same fate before the flames of destiny.
Melt. All impurities and resentments were purified.
In the end, only clusters of the purest refining materials remained, shimmering with various colors of light, as dazzling as stars. The essence of 10,000-year-old black iron, the mother of gung metal, the void crystal. Each and every one of them is a peerless divine material that even the most master craftsmen in the outside world dream of. After doing all this, Chen Xian opened his eyes. His face was slightly pale from consuming some of his luck, but looking at the harvest in front of him, the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up. He flicked his finger, and the source of the cultivation technique split in two. The larger portion floated lightly towards Yao Ling. Your three phoenixes facing the sun divine technique focuses on the creation of life force. This primordial energy contains the essence of hundreds of demonic arts. Although it is complex, its strength lies in its large quantity, which is enough to allow your cultivation to advance further. Yao Ling stared blankly at the energy body before her, feeling the vast and pure power within it, and her eyes instantly reddened. She knew that the value of this thing was immeasurable.
Thank you, young master. She bowed gracefully to Chen Xian, her voice trembling slightly. Chen Xian nodded and flicked another, smaller portion of the cultivation technique's essence toward Morong Shui.
Your foundation lies in formations.
Don't try to do too much at once.
This portion is enough to stabilize your cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of foundation establishment.
Your subordinate obeys. Morong Shui was equally grateful.
Finally, Chen Xian's gaze fell on the pile of top-grade refining materials. He picked out several materials, including void crystal and starry silver, and presented them to Morong Shui.
These are for you.
Your mastery of array formations has reached a bottleneck. To advance further, you need a natal array plate. Use these materials to refine your own ultimate array plate. Morong Shui's breathing quickened as she looked at these divine materials that she had only seen in ancient books.
With these, she was absolutely confident that she could take her array formation skills to the next level in a short period of time and become a true fourth-order array formation master. Young master's kindness is something Shui will never forget. She bowed deeply to Chen Xian again. Chen Xian accepted it calmly. After rewarding the two, he looked at Lin Wanner, who had remained quiet to the side, and saw that she was looking at him with a half-smile. Chen Xian touched his nose, walked up to her, leaned close to her ear, and whispered with a chuckle, "As for you, what's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. Why be so clear about it?"
Lin Wanner's pretty face flushed slightly, and she glared at him irritably, but deep in her eyes, a smile that no one could notice appeared. Apply both kindness and severity, and ensure that everyone receives equal treatment.
This is his way of managing his subordinates. However, just as the atmosphere was perfect in the secret room.
Blood River Sect, Forbidden Land, Blood God Abyss.
Above the endless sea of blood, deep within that magnificent demonic temple.
A huge coffin made of 10,000-year-old blood jade suddenly made a soft click sound. Inside the coffin, a pair of blood-red eyes, which had been closed for 100 years, slowly opened. In an instant, a terrifying, vast pressure, seemingly capable of crushing the ancient nascent soul stage, vanished in a flash.
My son, his aura is not right.
An aged, hoarse, yet supremely majestic voice echoed in the empty demon palace, each word spoken extremely slowly, as if just awakened from an ancient slumber. And, the mark I left in the bloodline, has been erased.
Who is it? Dare to touch the foundation of my Blood River sect? Boom! The entire blood god abyss trembled violently.
The surging river of blood instantly unleashed a raging torrent. The Blood Emperor ancestor, who has been asleep for 100 years, has awakened.
Chapter 69, The Ancestor Awakens, A Storm is Brewing. Just as Chen Xian was transforming all the spoils of war into team strength and preparing to make a big splash.
Blood River Sect, Forbidden Area, Blood God Palace. The blood jade coffin, which had been silent for 100 years, suddenly emitted a soft click sound. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like a thunderclap, shattering the deathly silence that enveloped the area.
Boom!
An indescribable, terrifying will, seemingly dormant since the beginning of time, suddenly awakened. This will is formless and intangible, yet the moment it appeared, it caused the entire blood god abyss to groan in agony. The surging river of blood, for a moment, strangely froze, then suddenly surged back, creating a raging torrent. The countless vengeful spirits floating in the river seemed to have encountered the most terrifying natural enemy in the world. They could not even utter a scream, and dissolved and dissipated in silent fear. Throughout the entire Blood City, all demonic cultivators, regardless of their cultivation level or location, felt a tremor originating from the deepest part of their bloodline and soul at that moment.
Thump! Thump! Countless demonic cultivators lost control and their knees buckled, kneeling upright in the direction of the Blood God Palace. Some were even forced to cough up blood and faint from the pressure of this overwhelming will. Their faces were filled not only with fear, but also with fanaticism and awe. It's the ancestor. It is the will of the Blood Emperor ancestor. My God! Our ancestor, he has awakened from his century-long slumber. Blood Prince's mansion, an underground secret chamber. Shen Xian's expression changed abruptly the moment he sensed that will. He suddenly looked up, his gaze seemingly piercing through layers of rock walls and restrictions, and met the gaze of that terrifying will that had awakened from the Blood God Temple for a moment in the darkness. Transformation into a divine being. This is absolutely the will of a nascent soul cultivator, surpassing even the nascent soul stage. Although this will seem to be weak and unstable due to its long slumber, its power was still as vast and boundless as the might of heaven, beyond comprehension. So strong. Lin Wanner's pretty face was solemn. Under the sweep of this will, the golden core in her body felt a primal tremor, and the ice crystal longsword was already half drawn from its sheath. Yao Ling and Morong Shui's faces turned deathly pale, their delicate bodies trembling slightly. If Chen Xian hadn't been there to shield them from most of the oppressive force, the aftershocks of that will alone would have been enough to damage their souls. Husband, has he discovered us? Lin Wanner's voice was tinged with nervousness. No. Chen Xian shook his head, his eyes becoming incredibly deep. He didn't find us. He paused, his gaze falling on Xuezi, who was already paralyzed with fear and trembling like a leaf. He just discovered that the roots of his Blood River sect were in trouble. Xuezi could clearly feel that familiar pressure, originating from the depths of his bloodline, scanning him back and forth, full of scrutiny and suspicion. That was the will of his grandfather, the supreme elder of the Blood River sect, Xue Qingtian. Wrong. This willpower is 100 times more terrifying than his grandfather's. This is the ancestor. It's the Blood Emperor ancestor who has been in seclusion for 100 years. Xuezi's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. It's over. His greatest backer, his grandfather who had reached the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, was about to arrive. And he was about to face his true doomsday. However, after scanning him for a moment, that terrifying will seemed not to have discovered anything definitely abnormal. The pure yang imprint that Chen Xian had planted in his soul was incredibly profound, perfectly simulating his original aura without revealing the slightest flaw. Finally, that will slowly faded away. However, a cold, majestic, and irresistible decree resounded directly in the minds of all the nascent soul elders of the Blood River sect. Send word to the Supreme Elder, Xue Qingtian, to immediately proceed to Xuezi's residence and investigate the cause. If there is any unusual activity, kill without mercy. Blood Prince's mansion, main hall. When Xuezi relayed this decree to Chen Xian with trepidation, the atmosphere in the entire hall froze once again. Blood Skybreaker? Morong Xue's face turned extremely ugly. According to intelligence, this person is the supreme elder of the Blood River sect, with a cultivation level of the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, second only to the Blood Emperor in strength. She took a deep breath, her voice filled with despair. More importantly, he is Xuezi's biological grandfather. He knows everything about Xuezi, even what a single glance means. If he investigates, we simply cannot hide it from him. Yao Ling's pretty face was also filled with dejection. A nascent soul cultivator at the great perfection stage. That's someone who stands at the very top of the pyramid in this world. Even Lin Wanner now would probably have no chance against him. Not to mention, he's on his home turf and can mobilize the entire Blood River sect's power at any time. This is a dead end. A deadly situation. However, Chen Xian's face remained calm. He simply picked up his teacup and gently blew on the floating tea leaves, seemingly not taking this so-called nascent soul great perfection seriously at all. What's the panic? He said it calmly. When soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. If he wants to come, let him come. If he wants to investigate, let him investigate. He put down his teacup with a soft sound, his gaze falling on the blood child who was almost paralyzed with fear, a playful smile curving his lips. But is what he found out true or false? Then, it depends on whether our Blood Prince has good enough acting skills. Upon hearing this, Xuezi trembled violently, and an expression more painful than tears appeared on his face. Let him deceive his shrewd grandfather who had been clever his whole life. This is even harder than killing him. Master, this servant can't do it. He pleaded, his face contorted with grief. Can't do it? Chen Xian's eyes suddenly turned cold. Then go die. The cries of the blood child abruptly ceased. He knew he had no choice. Morong Xue. Chen Xian's voice rang out again. Your subordinate is here. I want you to set up an illusion array in the blood child mansion. A top-tier illusion array that can confuse a nascent soul grand perfection cultivator in a short time. Chen Xian looked at her and asked, can you do it? A hint of struggle flashed across Morong Xue's pretty face. With her current abilities, it was almost impossible for her to set up an illusion array that could deceive a nascent soul cultivator at the great perfection stage. But when she saw Chen Xian's eyes, which were full of trust and encouragement, she gritted her teeth and nodded heavily. Able. Yao Ling. Yes, sir. I want you to refine a kind of pill. A mimicry pill that can perfectly disguise the blood seed through its aura, soul fluctuations, and even words and actions. Is it difficult? Yao Ling's eyes sparkled with a mixture of challenge and excitement. Please, master, grant me 3 hours. And give me all access to the alchemy room. Good. Chen Xian slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping over everyone. If he comes, we'll accompany him and put on a good show. His voice wasn't loud, but it was full of unparalleled confidence and domineering presence. I want to see just how much this old devil who has lived for over 1,000 years really is. And let him see for himself how his most prized grandson is now behaving like a dog for me. Chapter 70, A Net of Heaven and Earth, Awaiting Your Arrival. Blood Prince's Mansion, an underground secret chamber. The air seemed to solidify, pressing heavily on everyone's hearts. Blood Skybreaker. Nascent soul great perfection. These 5 words were colder than any demonic technique, almost freezing Yao Ling and Morong Shue's blood. What kind of existence is that? She is a living fossil whose stomp can shake the entire northern wilderness demon realm. She is a terrifying being who can annihilate these golden core cultivators with a single breath. Within an hour, how can one set up a stunning deception that is enough to fool such an old monster? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Morong Shue's face was as pale as paper. As a formation master, she knew the difficulty better than anyone else. The divine sense of a nascent soul cultivator at the great perfection stage is as deep as an abyss, penetrating to the smallest detail. Any illusion formation in front of it is nothing more than a child's scribbles, collapsing at the slightest touch. Yao Ling shook her head as well, her voice strained. Pills can simulate aura and even alter spiritual energy fluctuations. But the connection between bloodlines originates from the very source of the soul, which is governed by the laws of heaven and cannot be faked with pills. Master, I can't do it. Shuezi completely collapsed, slumping to the ground like a lump of mud, her voice trembling with sobs. My grandfather, he watched me grow up. He could sense even the slightest increase in my heart rate. To act in front of him. I would be torn apart by him the very first word I uttered. He had no doubt that if he were exposed, his fate would be 100 times more miserable than if he died at Chen Xian's hands. However, Chen Xian only gave him a cold glance. If you can't do it, you die. 5 simple words, devoid of any warmth, yet like a basin of ancient icy water, instantly extinguished all of Shuezi's hopes. He knew he had no choice. Perhaps there is a glimmer of hope if they continue acting. If you don't act, you'll die right now. Chen Xian ignored the terrified dog and turned his gaze to Morong Shui. In those deep eyes, there was no tension, only an absolute trust that could ignite all the potential within a person. If ordinary illusion arrays don't work, what about the Mirror Flower, Water Moon chapter of the 4 symbols locking heaven array? Chen Xian's voice was very calm. His divine sense is as deep as an abyss? Then let's use the entire Blood City's ley lines as ink, and this world as paper, to paint a picture that's indistinguishable from reality. I will tell you all the sensory nodes related to the 10,000 souls blood river array in the blood demon elder's soul. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, is that enough for you to splash ink? With each sentence Chen Xian spoke, Morong Shue's eyes brightened a little more. The ultimate illusionary chapter of the 4 symbols locking heaven formation. The core node of the 10,000 souls blood river formation. Plus, 10,000 high-grade spirit stones as a driving force. This is no longer a formation. This is a miracle that even God himself would take notice of, created by using money, resources, and the highest level of heritage. Morong Shue's breathing became rapid, her chest heaving, and a flame called madness and confidence burned in her beautiful eyes. Looking at the seemingly omnipotent man before her, an unprecedented surge of pride welled up from the bottom of her heart. She nodded firmly, her voice resolute. Not even 3 hours. 2 hours. Shuer is confident that she can set up a supreme illusion array that can even trap a nascent soul ancestor for a single breath. Very good. Chen Xian nodded in satisfaction and then turned his gaze to Yao Ling. Yao Ling's heart jumped into her throat. If the grade 3 mimicry pill can't hide anything, what about the grade 4 deceiving God pill? Chen Xian's lips curled into a smile. If the principal ingredient of this pill is the life essence of the blood child. If I were to further extract some of the profound secrets of the blood nerve from the blood demon elder's memories and implant them into your mind. If I were to give you another alchemy furnace, it would be a low-grade earth rank furnace. Boom! Chen Xian's words were like thunderclaps, exploding in Yao Ling's mind. Using the life essence of the blood child as a catalyst. Based on the profound principles of the blood nerve technique. Use a tertiary alchemy furnace as your vessel. This is hardly the refining of a grade 3 elixir. This is defying the heavens, refining a 4th grade deceiving God pill that is so realistic it can fool anyone. Her pride and competitiveness as a genius in alchemy were completely ignited at this moment. Young master. Yao Ling's beautiful eyes shone with unprecedented brilliance. Don't even mention an hour, half an hour. Yao Ling is determined to refine this pill for you. Good.
Chen Xian slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping over everyone.
Morong Shui, form the formation. Yao Ling, refine the elixir. Wanner, protect them.
At a single command, the entire underground chamber instantly sprang into action, operating at high speed like a sophisticated machine. Morong Shui's fingers flew, and array flags disappeared into the void, as if she were not setting up an array, but weaving an invisible net. On Yao Ling's side, the earth-rank alchemy furnace roared as demonic herbs were thrown in, only to have all their impurities refined away by the pure yang alchemical fire, leaving behind only the purest medicinal properties.
This scene, which overturned her understanding, stirred her mind, and her alchemy techniques became increasingly refined and skillful. Chen Xian's gaze finally landed on the limp, mud-like blood child. He walked over and pointed a finger at Xu Ezi's brow. Instead of using force, a wisp of pure, life-giving spiritual energy from the Taoist alchemy was channeled through him to repair the heart meridians damaged by the shock. That warm and pure vitality made Xu Ezi, who had cultivated blood techniques all his life, tremble, and his eyes showed confusion. What kind of power is this? It's not bloodlust, it's not energy, it's vitality? Slap me, then give me a sweet treat.
Chen Xian had long been adept at using the art of ruling the emperor.
Settle your heartbeat.
Chen Xian's voice rang in his ear.
In a moment, be a dutiful grandson.
If you mess it up, I won't mind letting your grandfather collect your corpse himself.
Time passed, second by second. Half an hour later. Buzz.
The alchemy furnace emitted a clear, melodious hum, and its lid shot skyward. A blood-red pill, covered with strange demonic patterns and radiating the same spiritual aura as the blood seed, was grabbed by Yao Ling.
Young master. I have not failed you. 2 hours later. Buzz. The scene in the entire underground chamber shifted dramatically.
Pavilions, terraces, artificial hills, and flowing water appeared lifelike, indistinguishable from the Blood Prince's mansion outside.
Even the faint smell of blood in the air was imitated perfectly. Young master. The great formation is complete.
Morong Shui's pretty face was slightly pale, but more than that, it was filled with undisguised excitement and pride.
Chen Xian nodded in satisfaction. He took the deceiving god pill and tossed it to Xu Ezi. Swallow it. Xu Ezi didn't hesitate and swallowed it in one gulp.
As the pill entered his stomach, his aura, his spiritual fluctuations, and even the humble look in his eyes caused by fear were all instantly covered and reshaped by a strange power. In its place was the once arrogant, handsome, and otherworldly Prince Bloodchild. A net has been cast, a net that can be cast from heaven and earth. Everything is ready, except for the east wind. And at that very moment, the temperature in the entire Bloodchild mansion suddenly dropped to freezing point. A terrifying, vast pressure, seemingly capable of crushing the entire world, descended without warning from the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. An aged, yet imposing and icy voice resounded deep within everyone's soul, echoing across the heavens.
You wicked grandson. Open the door. Chapter 71, A Deep Bond Between Grandfather and Grandson, a movie star's aura.
The voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like a demonic voice from the deepest hell, carrying an absolute will that made words law. The moment the words fell, dozens of restrictive formations throughout the Blood Prince's mansion vanished silently, like snowflakes in spring. The heavy black iron gate of the mansion creaked open slowly under the influence of an invisible force. Outside the door stood an elderly man dressed in a dark red robe. His hair and beard were all white, his face was ancient and his figure was even somewhat withered. He just stood there, as if he had blended into the night. But the occasional burst of bloodshot light from those half-open, cloudy old eyes caused ripples in the space, as if they could see through people's hearts and see through all the illusions of the world. Blood River Sect's Pillar of Strength, the Supreme Elder Blood Qing Tian.
Nascent soul great perfection. An underground chamber, within an illusionary array. When the figure appeared on the light screen, Xu Ezi's body trembled violently, and his teeth chattered. That was fear etched deep in one's blood, an instinctive tremor when facing a natural enemy. What's there to be afraid of? Chen Xian's indifferent voice rang in his mind, like a bucket of ice water poured over his head. Remember who you are. You are no longer my dog. You are the future master of the Blood River Sect, Your Highness Bloodchild. You should be happy that your grandfather is coming to see you. His words contained a peculiar spiritual power that forcefully calmed Xu Ezi's disordered mind. His pupils, which had been dilated with fear, refocused. Xu Ezi took a deep breath, forcing a distorted smile that was a mixture of ecstasy and excitement onto his face. It's Grandpa. Grandpa, you've come.
He scrambled to his feet and stumbled toward the door of the secret chamber, his eagerness resembling that of a filial son or grandson reuniting with a long-lost relative. Inside the secret room, Chen Xian sat motionless, his expression completely calm. Through the pure yang imprint in his soul, Xu Wezi's five senses were completely synchronized with his. In this grand spectacle, he was both the sole audience member and the sole director.
Blood Prince's mansion, main hall.
Xu Wezi stumbled and crawled into the hall, and when he saw that familiar and dignified figure, tears welled up in his eyes instantly.
Grandfather.
With a plop, he knelt straight down in front of Xue Qingtian, grabbed the old man's leg, and burst into loud sobs.
Grandpa. Your grandson misses you so much. I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime.
This performance, delivered with tears streaming down his face, moved listeners to sorrow and brought tears to the eyes of all who witnessed it. If one didn't know the inside story, they would surely be moved by this deep bond between grandfather and grandson. Xue Qingtian lowered his eyes, looking at his grandson crying like a 300-pound child at his feet.
A complex emotion, difficult to detect, flashed in his usually calm eyes. He stretched out his withered palm and gently patted Xu Wezi's head. All right, how old are you? Stop crying and whining, what kind of behavior is this?
The voice was still cold, but it had become a bit more human than before.
Stand up and speak. Yes, Grandpa.
Xu Wezi wiped away her tears, got up from the ground, but still kept her head down, looking as if she had suffered a great injustice.
Xue Qingtian's gaze slowly swept across the hall. It's too clean.
It was so clean that there wasn't a single speck of mess, as if someone had used magic to carefully lick it clean. His divine sense, like an invisible tide, instantly enveloped the entire Bloodchild mansion, sweeping back and forth, inch by inch, from every grain of dust on the ground to every tile on the roof. There were no signs of a struggle.
There was no sense of unfamiliarity. Even the old nascent soul stage members of the sect were all staying in their caves, their auras stable and showing no unusual activity. Everything was too normal. Speak. Xue Qingtian withdrew his divine sense and his gaze returned to his grandson. What exactly happened? Why would we alarm the ancestor? Xu Wezi trembled, his face instantly switching between expressions of lingering fear and anger. He gritted his teeth and said, Grandpa. You must stand up for your grandson. Just now, that kid named Chen Xian from Tianfeng County led his men into Blood City. He even swaggered over and sent an invitation to his grandson, saying he wanted to discuss important matters with him. What? A cold glint flashed in Xue Qingtian's eyes. He's here? Yes. Xu Wezi nodded emphatically, his face full of contempt and disdain. I thought he was some kind of three-headed, six-armed figure, with a half-step nascent soul female cultivator by his side. I thought he would be interesting. I didn't expect him to be such a hypocrite. Utterly hopeless. He actually dared to boast in front of his grandson that my Blood River sect should serve him as their master. At this point, Xu Wezi couldn't help but burst out laughing, her laughter filled with absurdity. Grandpa, tell me, how can there be such a stupid person in this world? Xue Qingtian's brows furrowed tightly. Is it really that simple? And then, he asked in a deep voice. And then? Xu Wezi's smile turned cruel and smug. Of course, I will play along, pretend to deal with him, and make him completely fooled. Taking advantage of his arrogance, when he thought his grandson was really going to bow down and pay homage, his grandson directly activated the life-saving jade talisman you bestowed upon him, blasting him, along with his 3 ignorant women, into ashes. As he spoke, he took out a broken, dark red jade talisman from his pocket and held it high. The jade talisman still retained a trace of terrifying aura belonging to the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. It was the life-saving trump card that Xue Qingtian had personally crafted for him back then. I was afraid that the blood of those good-for-nothings would taint your eyes, so I've had this place cleaned up inside and out, Xu Wezi said with a smug look on his face, his expression clearly saying, praise me. Looking at his grandson's smug and foolish expression, and then at the shattered jade talisman, Xue Qingtian's doubts dissipated considerably. The entire process was flawless. It perfectly matches his grandson's consistent arrogant and domineering, yet outwardly fierce but inwardly weak, behavior. Perhaps I'm just overthinking things? That kid named Chen Xian is nothing but a nouveau riche who got lucky and doesn't know his place. However, just as he was about to speak, scold his grandson a few words, and leave. His gaze inadvertently fell on Xu Wezi's left hand, which was trembling slightly with excitement. More accurately, it landed on his little finger, which was unconsciously sticking up and twitching slightly. Xue Qingtian's pupils suddenly contracted. Chapter 72, A flaw appears, a deadly intent lurks.
Xue Qingtian's gaze was like two invisible steel nails, firmly fixed on Xuezi's slightly trembling left little finger.
His face was expressionless, revealing no emotion whatsoever.
But a chilling killing intent flashed across his cloudy old eyes.
Wrong. He knows his grandson all too well. Xuezi is arrogant and domineering, but his character is not resilient.
He has a subconscious little habit that he is unaware of. Whenever he is extremely nervous or tells a huge lie, his left little finger will twitch slightly and uncontrollably. This secret was known to no one in the entire Blood River sect except for him, the grandfather. And now, this little trick has appeared. This proves that the tearful performance and the seemingly flawless explanation just now are all lies. That kid named Chen Xian isn't dead at all. He and his women are currently hiding in a corner of the Blood Sun's mansion. He's even taken control of his own foolish grandson. This realization, like a black lightning bolt, exploded in Xue Qingtian's mind. An indescribable, overwhelming rage surged from the depths of his heart in an instant.
How many years has it been since he reached the great perfection of the nascent soul stage and became a figure second only to the king in the northern wilderness demon realm? How many years has it been since anyone dared to provoke him or fool him like this? How dare they set their sights on his most beloved grandson? Court death. Blood Sky was seething with killing intent, but he didn't move. He remained as calm and composed as ever, without even a change in his gaze. The enemy lurked in the shadows, watching his every move. We must not alert the enemy. He decided to turn the tables on him. He wanted to teach these self-righteous hunters what true despair was like. Snort! Xue Qingtian snorted coldly, his face revealing a perfectly timed expression of disappointment and frustration. He raised his hand and slapped Xuezi hard across the face. Smack! A crisp slap echoed throughout the hall. Xuezi was spun around 3 times by the slap, half of his face instantly swelled up, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He was completely stunned. Grandpa, why did you hit me? Could it be that he discovered something? An overwhelming sense of fear overwhelmed him once again. You bastard! Xue Qingtian pointed at his nose and cursed him, his voice full of anger at his lack of ambition. Who gave you permission to use the life-saving jade talisman I bestowed upon you? A mere foundation establishment stage youth and a half-step nascent soul stage female cultivator, is it really worth you wasting your only life-saving trump card? Do you know how much effort I put into this jade talisman? It was meant for you to save your life when facing a powerful enemy of the same level, in a life or death situation. What a joke! You used it to deal with a few ignorant ants. You're really going to drive this old man crazy. Xue Qingtian looked heartbroken, beating his chest and stamping his feet, acting out the scene perfectly. Xuezi was scolded mercilessly, but he breathed a long sigh of relief. It turns out, Grandpa was just heartbroken over that jade talisman. That scared me to death. He immediately knelt down, hugged Xue Qingtian's leg again, and began to repent with snot and tears streaming down his face. Grandpa! I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Grandson was just blinded by that brat's arrogant words and acted impulsively. All right. Xue Qingtian interrupted him impatiently. Since the person has already been killed, there's no point in saying more. He paced slowly through the hall, hands behind his back. After a moment, he stopped, turned around, and commanded in an unquestionable tone. Although you acted on your own initiative, you have eliminated a potential threat for my Blood River sect. However, that kid named Chen Xian has an unknown origin, yet he was able to make the blood demon fall silently. There's probably more to him than meets the eye. Just in case, from today onwards, you shall stay in the manor and shall not go anywhere. I will personally oversee this matter until the truth is thoroughly investigated. After saying that, he ignored Xuezi and walked straight to the backyard of Xuezi's mansion, to the secret cultivation room that only Xuezi could enter on ordinary days. He's going to wait patiently for the rabbit to run into his trap. He wanted to see just how long these rats hiding in the shadows could endure. An underground chamber, within an illusionary array. Chen Xian could see everything that was happening in the hall clearly through the light screen. When he saw Xue Qingtian's slap and his impeccable reprimand, he smiled. Interesting. No wonder he's an old fox who's lived for over 1,000 years. His acting skills are far superior to those of his good-for-nothing grandson. Morong Xue, standing to the side, had a pale face and a trembling voice. Young master, has he discovered something? He discovered it. Chen Xian's answer was simple and affirmative. What? Both Yao Ling and Morong Shui paled. His whereabouts were discovered by a peerless expert at the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, and the other party pretended not to know anything and guarded his door. What's the difference between this and being trapped in a cave by a prehistoric behemoth? Then, what do we do now? Yao Ling's heart was in her throat. Run? His entire body was enveloped by his divine sense. Where could he run? Fight? That's a nascent soul cultivator at the great perfection stage. A deeper despair than before enveloped the two women's hearts. However, Chen Xian's face remained calm. Far from being nervous, his eyes sparkled with the excitement of meeting a worthy opponent. Who said we're running away? He turned his head, looked at Lin Wanner beside him, and smiled. He wanted to wait for the rabbit to run into his trap. Then we'll play along. He reached out and gently stroked Lin Wanner's slightly protruding belly, feeling the chaotic aura within it that was full of boundless vitality. Perfect timing, it's time for my child to broaden his horizons. His voice was soft and gentle. Let's use the flesh and blood of this nascent soul cultivator at the great perfection stage as my son's first gift. Chapter 73, A Cunning Plan, Luring the Enemy into a Trap. Blood Prince's Mansion, a secret room in the backyard. Shui Qingtian sat cross-legged, like a withered stone statue, blending into the surrounding darkness. His divine sense had long since transformed into an invisible and intangible giant net, meticulously enveloping the entire mansion. Every brick and every wisp of air was under his perception. He is waiting. The mouse, hiding in the shadows, loses patience and reveals its true colors. In his view, it was only a matter of time. Being trapped in a cage by a nascent soul cultivator at the great perfection stage, the constant pressure would be enough to crush the mind of any golden core cultivator. However, a day passed. 2 days have passed. The Blood Prince's residence was eerily quiet. Apart from the trembling footsteps of the servants, there was nothing unusual. The anticipated panic and slip-ups did not materialize for a long time. For the first time, Shui Qingtian's ancient face twitched slightly. Could it be that I'm just overthinking things? The thought flashed through his mind, but he immediately dismissed it. No. Absolutely not. He trusted his intuition, honed over 1,000 years. That small gesture was no accident. The enemy is still there, they've simply hidden themselves using a method they themselves haven't figured out. The more this happened, the heavier Shui Qingtian's heart became. The ability to conceal oneself from his divine sense, this hidden method made him take it all very seriously. Just trying to be mysterious. Shui Qingtian slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of blood-red light disappeared into the depths of his turbid pupils. Patience has been exhausted. Since the rats refused to come out of their hole, let's set it on fire and burn the whole cave down. You unfilial grandson! A loud shout, like a thunderclap from a clear sky, resounded over the Blood Prince's mansion. Shuezi, who was sitting on pins and needles in the front yard, was so frightened that he fell off his chair and scrambled to the backyard. Grandpa, what are your orders? Go! Shui Qingtian didn't even lift his eyelids, pointing outside the mansion, his voice devoid of any warmth. Bring me the leader of the Blackwater gang in the west of the city. Ha! Shuezi was stunned on the spot. The leader of the Blackwater gang? That's a demonic figure at the early nascent soul stage. Normally, the two sides keep to themselves. What is Grandpa trying to do? Do I need to repeat myself? Shui Qingtian's gaze finally fell on him. That look made Shuezi feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. No. No need. Your grandson will go right away. Shuezi was so frightened that he didn't dare to ask any more questions. He turned around and led a team of blood shadow guards, rushing towards the west of the city like a madman. An underground chamber, within an illusionary array. Morong Shui felt a chill run down her spine as she looked at Shui Qingtian's gloomy old face on the light screen. Young master, what's wrong with him? I can't wait any longer. Chen Xian held his teacup, his expression completely calm. We're going to make an example of them, use bloodshed to unsettle us and force us into a rout. Then Wei Yaoling's voice was a little tight. If he wants to act, we'll watch with him. Chen Xian put down his teacup, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Not only will we watch, but we'll also help him make the scene more realistic. He looked at Morong Shui and gave an order that left both women completely baffled. Murong Shui. Your subordinate is here.
When Xue Qingtian makes his move, you activate the illusion array to amplify the pain suffered by the Blackwater gang leader tenfold and project it directly into the mind of our blood prince. Chen Xian said calmly, I want him to feel what I'm going through.
Ha! Murong Shui and Yao Ling looked at each other in surprise. Isn't this just torturing ourselves?
Only Lin Wanner glanced at Chen Xian, and the corners of her lips curved silently.
My husband is about to start being naughty again. Half an hour later. Blood Skybreaker. What do you mean?
The leader of the Blackwater gang, a burly demonic cultivator with a face full of scars, was tied up and thrown in the center of the hall. Although his cultivation was sealed, his ferocity was not diminished, and he cursed loudly.
My Blackwater gang and your Blood River sect have never had any enmity.
You've arrested me without cause.
Do you want to start a war?
Xue Qingtian ignored him, slowly walked up to him, and gently placed his withered palm on the top of his head.
It doesn't mean anything.
Xue Qingtian's voice was light and airy, yet it carried a chilling cruelty. I'll borrow your soul to explore a path. Before he could finish speaking. Soul search.
Ah!
A piercing, distorted scream instantly pierced the entire hall.
The Blackwater gang leader's burly body suddenly stiffened and convulsed violently.
What flowed from his 7 orifices was no longer blood, but a black smoke mixed with fragments of divine soul. Xue Qingtian remained expressionless, his gaze seemingly focused as he tore apart the other's memories. In reality, his divine sense was elevated to its peak at this moment, flowing like mercury, capturing every slight anomaly within the mansion.
However, at this very moment,
standing aside, Xue Zi, who was forced to watch this torture, suddenly went limp without warning and began to tremble violently.
His face turned deathly pale instantly.
His eyes, with unfocused pupils, were filled with endless fear and pain. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out, only a hoarse sound came from his throat, as if the person being searched was not the Blackwater gang leader, but himself. This almost imperceptible anomaly was like a flash of lightning in the night, instantly detected by Xue Qingtian's keen perception. His hand, which was pressing on the Blackwater gang leader's head, suddenly stopped.
Found it. Chapter 74, The Best Actor's Performance, Reality and Fiction in Distinction.
Xue Qingtian was deeply shaken, but his killing intent became increasingly restrained. On the surface, he remained focused on searching the soul, showing no sign of anything unusual. But his divine sense had already transformed into the most precise probe, silently locking an almost imperceptible wisp of probing power onto his grandson.
He's testing the waters. He wanted to see for himself whether his grandson's sudden abnormality was due to being terrified by the bloody scene. Or is this a flaw deliberately revealed by those rats hiding in the shadows? An underground chamber, within an illusionary array. Oh no! Young master! He's found out.
Murong Shue's breath hitched as she felt a powerful probing divine sense, so strong it made her very soul tremble, locking onto Xue Zi.
If Xue Zi makes even the slightest mistake, the opponent will definitely launch a thunderous attack without hesitation.
Yao Ling was so nervous that her fingertips turned ice cold.
It's over. This time, it's really over. However, Chen Xian's face remained eerily calm. He even raised his hand to pour himself a cup of tea, his eyes a deep, unfathomable pool. Don't panic. The real show has only just begun. Through the soul imprint, he issued a second command to the blood child, who was on the verge of a mental breakdown from fear. Cry. Then, vomit. Inside the hall. Just as Xue Qingtian was fully focused on probing the fluctuations of his grandson's soul, Xue Zi cried. He cried more bitterly and miserably than ever before. Wow!
He burst into tears like a 3-year-old child, his face covered in tears and snot.
Immediately afterwards, vomit.
He suddenly bent over, supporting himself on the large vermilion pillar beside him, and began to gag violently. His expression made it seem as if he wasn't seeing someone else being subjected to soul searching, but rather himself being torn to pieces. This sudden turn of events startled even Xue Qingtian. His probing divine sense paused subconsciously. What's going on here? Are you crying from fright? Did you even throw up from fright? This is so embarrassing. A surge of intense anger and frustration welled up in Xue Qingtian's heart. His grandson, Xue Qingtian, the future heir of the Blood River sect, was actually terrified into this state by a mere soul-searching scene. This is utterly a disgrace to the Blood River sect, even beyond the northern wilderness demon realm. Little did he know.
At this moment, Shuezi truly felt like vomiting and was genuinely terrified.
In his mind, Morongxue's illusion array was magnifying the scene of the Blackwater gang leader's soul being torn apart, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, and his body convulsing countless times. The piercing screams were like demonic sounds piercing his ears, and the thick smell of blood seemed to linger on his nose. The excruciating pain of his soul being torn apart was playing in his mind in a vivid, 360-degree loop. This fear and disgust, which comes from the depths of one's soul, is not something that can be acted out.
Useless thing. Shui Qingtian cursed angrily and finally withdrew his probing divine sense.
His doubts dissipated considerably once again. In his view, there was no illusion technique in the world that was so sophisticated as to be able to simulate even the most instinctive physiological reactions of a cultivator. My own grandson is nothing but a complete good-for-nothing. He ignored his grandson, who was still vomiting, and refocused all his attention on the soul search.
Explain. What else did that kid named Qin Xian do to you? Shui Qingtian posed his final question to the remnant soul of the Blackwater gang leader.
In the underground chamber, Chen Xian raised an eyebrow slightly.
That old fox is still testing us.
His goal in searching Chen Xian's soul wasn't his origins at all, but rather to use this method to trick his own grandson. If Shuezi shows even the slightest abnormality upon hearing the name Chen Xian, then everything he has done so far will be in vain.
Interesting. A playful smile crept across Chen Xian's lips. He gave the third command to the blood child. Keep vomiting. Then, in a bewildered tone, tinged with disdain, he asked him, who is Chen Xian? Inside the hall.
As Shuezi gagged, he raised his face, which was covered in filth and as pale as paper. He looked at his grandfather with a blank expression, as if he were still hungover and had a splitting headache.
Ugh, Grandpa. What are you saying? Chen Xian?
He frowned, a perfectly timed expression of confusion on his face as he tried to recall something but couldn't. Immediately, he slapped his forehead, his face instantly changing to an expression of sudden realization, yet filled with utter contempt.
Oh. I remember now. Isn't that the idiot from Tianfeng County who I blasted to smithereens with my jade talisman? Grandpa, why are you bringing him up? Does such an ant even deserve your personal soul searching?
His tone was full of incomprehension and a faint disdain for his grandfather's making a mountain out of a molehill behavior.
This moment. Blood child, it's like he's possessed by an Oscar-winning actor.
He portrayed a demonic prodigy who was arrogant, conceited, and disdainful of everyone, yet cowardly and bullying of the weak.
He did so vividly and realistically. Shui Qingtian looked at his grandson's natural performance. The last trace of doubt in his heart finally vanished completely. He believed it. He truly believed it. It seems I was overthinking things.
In this world, there is no illusion array that can deceive his divine sense, and there is no enemy that can control his grandson. Yes, there was one, but he was just a foolish and arrogant outsider who got lucky. And a good-for-nothing grandson who can't be helped at all.
Never mind.
Shui Qingtian reluctantly let go of his hand. The Blackwater gang leader's body instantly turned into ashes. He didn't even bother to look at Shuezi again, turned around, and was about to leave. He felt that if he stayed here any longer, he would eventually be driven to his death by his good-for-nothing grandson.
However, in the instant he turned around. A clear, childlike voice, seemingly emanating from the depths of hell, suddenly and unexpectedly echoed through the hall. This old man smells like, even better than the last one.
Chapter 75, The Chaotic Tao Body, Its Divine Might Begins to Manifest. That voice, so childlike and innocent, carried a sense of childlike naivety. But the content of his words was like a bucket of ice water poured from the depths of hell, instantly freezing the temperature of the entire hall.
Better taste? Shui Qingtian's step out of the secret chamber suddenly frozen in mid-air.
He froze completely. He slowly, inch by inch, turned around. In those cloudy old eyes, the previous disappointment with his grandson had long since vanished, replaced by 2 endless seas of blood that were now churning up a monstrous wave.
Who is it? Who was speaking just now?
His vast and boundless divine sense transformed into a raging storm of destruction in that instant, crushing every inch of space, every corner, and even every grain of dust in the entire Bloodchild mansion 1,000 times over.
But no. There's nothing there.
Except for that useless grandson who's still lying on the ground, completely unrecognizable. And a group of servants and maids who were so frightened that they huddled in a corner, forgetting even to breathe. There was no one left, not even one living creature.
Hallucination?
The thought had barely crossed Xue Qingtian's mind when he ruthlessly extinguished it.
Joke.
He was a dignified nascent soul cultivator at the great perfection stage, with a will as firm as iron and a soul as stable as a mountain prison.
How could he possibly be hallucinating? That sound just now was absolutely real. Who is it?
Xue Qingtian squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, and an incomparably terrifying pressure exploded from his body.
Click.
Under this oppressive force, the pillars of the entire Bloodchild Manor groaned under the unbearable weight, as if they were about to collapse at any moment.
An underground chamber, within an illusionary array.
Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, and Murong Shui were all deathly pale. My heart felt like it was being gripped by an invisible hand, almost leaping out of my throat. They never imagined that at this crucial moment, when they were about to pull off the deception, such a bizarre incident would occur.
That sound just now. They know each other too well. It's Fanner. It's Qin Xian's son, Chen Fan. Why did this little rascal suddenly speak at this crucial moment? Moreover, he said something so earth-shattering that it could pierce the sky. It's over. This time, it's really over, completely over.
The three women's gazes, almost instinctively, all fell upon the man who remained calm.
Chen Xian. At this moment, Chen Xian's face showed a rare expression of being both amused and exasperated.
He never expected that his precious son would be so capable.
He opened his mouth and immediately unleashed a royal flush.
He could clearly feel the wonderful connection between himself and his son, a bond that seemed to be bound by blood.
That last sentence wasn't something my son said on purpose.
Rather, it was his chaotic Dao body that, after sensing Xue Qingtian's vast and profound blood and soul, expressed its most instinctive desire and evaluation of food. In this little guy's eyes, Xue Qingtian, who had reached the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, was a top-notch feast with perfect color, aroma, and taste.
It seems this charade can't continue. Chen Xian sighed softly.
Now that our cards are out, there's no need to keep them hidden any longer. He smiled at Lin Wanner beside him.
My wife. It's our turn to step in. Inside the hall. Xue Qingtian was still frantically searching for the source of the voice with his divine sense. His face was so gloomy it looked like it could drip water. The feeling of having the enemy right in front of him, yet being unable to find him, drove him almost to madness. Just then, suddenly, without warning, the ground beneath his feet began to twist and deform. Pavilions, terraces, artificial hills, and flowing water, all shattered like burst bubbles, piece by piece. In its place was a spacious underground chamber filled with mysterious array patterns. And, inside the secret room, those four figures, the ones he had been searching for days. Xue Qingtian's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints. His gaze was fixed intently on the young man in the blue robe who was leading the group. As expected, it was you guys. His voice was icy cold, every word carrying a terrifying killing intent. However, Chen Xian ignored him. His gaze was gentle as he looked into Lin Wanner's arms. There, a boy with delicate features, who looked to be about 5 or 6 years old, was curiously peeking out. His strange eyes, one gold and one black, were staring intently at Xue Qingtian, a trace of drool still clinging to the corner of his mouth. Fanner. Chen Xian rubbed his little head and asked with a smile. You were the one who said it was delicious? Chen Fan nodded emphatically, stretched out her delicate little hand, pointed at Xue Qingtian, and said in a childish but extremely serious voice. He smells 100 times better than that broken grandpa from before. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. The laughter was full of unbridled joy and unrestrained arrogance. And Xue Qingtian, the moment he heard Chen Fan's words, his old, rustic face was completely distorted. A broken grandpa? 100 times more fragrant? He, a dignified nascent soul cultivator at the great perfection stage, and the supreme elder of the Blood River sect, was actually treated as food by a mere brat. What a humiliation! What a humiliating disgrace! Court death. Xue Qingtian has completely gone berserk. He no longer cared about probing or plotting. He has only one thought in mind right now. That is, to tear these ignorant ants in front of him, along with that little bastard who dared to humiliate him, to pieces. Boom! A terrifying demonic power, more than 10 times stronger than before, suddenly erupted. A blood-red claw, formed from pure blood demonic energy, appeared out of thin air with the power to tear the sky apart, and fiercely grabbed down towards Chen Xian's family. This single claw strike is enough to raze an entire city to the ground.
Under this oppressive force, Yao Ling and Morong Shui could not even stand steadily. Their pretty faces were ashen, and their eyes were filled with despair.
However, at that moment,
the exquisitely beautiful boy, Chen Fan, who had been held in Lin Wanner's arms, suddenly moved. He leaped lightly from Lin Wanner's arms, and his small body floated in mid-air. He stared at the blood-red claw that had descended from the sky, obscuring the heavens. There was not a trace of fear in his heterochromatic eyes. There is only one kind of excitement and longing upon seeing delicious food. He opened his cherry-like little mouth. Then, facing that blood-red giant claw capable of destroying everything, he gently inhaled.
Slurp. The next moment,
time, space, and even that world-destroying blood claw all froze completely with that soft sound.
Chapter 76, The Tao Body Devours the Heavens, the Ancestor is Terrified. Slurp.
A soft sound, not loud, yet like a needle, instantly pierced the deathly silence of the entire hall. The sound was like that of a starving child greedily sucking the last drop of soup from the bottom of a bowl.
Bloodshot veins filled Shui Qingtian's eyes, which were almost bursting open.
He watched helplessly as the blood claw, formed from his millennia of cultivation and powerful enough to crush mountains and rivers, began to crumble.
No, it's not disintegration. It's devouring.
Centered on the exquisitely beautiful boy, countless dark, minute spatial cracks, invisible to the naked eye, spread out like a spider web. That sky-covering blood claw, along with the bloodthirsty demonic energy and the power of laws contained within it, was like encountering a bottomless black hole, being frantically pulled and swallowed up, without even a ripple appearing.
One breath. In the time it takes to breathe. That terrifying blood claw, enough to terrify any nascent soul cultivator, simply vanished into thin air. Clean and thorough. The boy, Chen Fan, who was suspended in mid-air, let out a satisfied burp. Hiccup. A small stream of pure energy, with a faint smell of blood, overflowed from his small mouth.
He smacked his lips, and a hint of disdain appeared in his heterochromatic eyes, one gold and one black.
The taste is just so-so. The little guy tilted his head and gave his feedback on the meal in a childish voice. It's a bit salty.
The entire room fell silent. Shuezi's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, his body wet and hot. He had actually wet himself from fright. Yao Ling and Morong Shui stared with their mouths agape, their minds blank, completely losing the ability to think.
What did they see?
How could a child who looks no more than 5 or 6 years old eat the full force attack of a nascent soul grand perfection expert in one bite?
After finishing the meal, they commented that the food was a bit salty? What the hell is that monster?
Shui Qingtian's body froze on the spot, and the color drained from his old face at a visible speed, turning him paler than a dead man. His heart was no longer filled with turbulent waves. It's the collapse and shattering of an entire worldview. He has lived for 1,000 years, seen geniuses born with sword bodies, and prodigies with divine beast bloodlines.
He has even personally killed the so-called chosen ones of destiny.
But he had never seen, or even heard of, such an outrageous and unreasonable existence. This has exceeded his entire understanding of the word genius. These are not creatures that should have been born in this world.
A demon, a monster.
Shui Qingtian's teeth were chattering wildly, and his voice was filled with fear from the depths of his soul. He was scared. He was really scared. He had no doubt that if this little monster were to take another bite, his cultivation, which he had painstakingly worked for thousands of years, along with his soul, would be devoured by the monster as a dessert.
Escape. We must escape from here immediately.
This thought, like wildly growing weeds, instantly occupied his entire mind. He no longer cared about the dignity of his ancestor or the honor and disgrace of his sect. He bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of his life essence blood, ready to unleash the Blood River sect's most advanced blood escape secret technique.
However, just as he was about to move,
a cold, emotionless voice slowly rang in his ears.
Old man. Did I tell you to leave?
Shui Qingtian's body stiffened abruptly, and he turned around in horror. Unbeknownst to him, the young man in the blue robe, Qin Xian, whom he had always regarded as an ant, had appeared behind him. A playful smile played on Qin Xian's face.
In his hand, a simple, ancient three-legged cauldron appeared out of nowhere.
The cauldron's body seemed to be cast from bronze and starlight, and it was engraved with patterns of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, plants, and trees.
An overbearing aura that controls destiny and melts all things emanates from the cauldron. Indeed, the furnace of destiny. Who are you? Shui Qingtian looked at the small cauldron, feeling the oppressive force that made his soul tremble, and let out a desperate roar. Who I am is not important. Chen Xian smiled.
The important thing is that you, and your entire Blood River sect, will soon become the first nourishment for my son's growth.
The words fell.
Chen Xian's eyes turned cold, and he pointed the Qiluk furnace in his hand at Xue Qingtian, who was completely terrified.
Receive. Buzz.
The Qiluk furnace shone brightly, and an indescribable devouring power instantly enveloped Xue Qingtian completely.
No! Xue Qingtian let out a miserable scream of resentment, frantically urging all the demonic energy within his body in an attempt to resist.
However, his nascent soul perfection cultivation level seemed so insignificant and laughable in front of that furnace that seemed capable of devouring heaven and earth.
His body, his cultivation, his soul, his fortune. They are all being pulled and devoured in an irresistible way. Finally, it ended with a desperate cry of despair.
This peerless hero who had dominated the northern wilderness demon realm for over 1,000 years, the supreme elder of the Blood River sect, and the nascent soul grand perfection cultivator, Xue Qingtian, was forcibly taken into the Qi destiny furnace.
It transformed into the purest form of energy. Ding! Successfully suppressed infused supreme elder of the Blood River sect Xue Qingtian nascent soul great perfection. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50,000 luck points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 pseudo-law fragment blood fiend. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 bottle of nascent soul perfection divine soul origin liquid. Congratulations, host. Your cheat system, many children, many blessings, has upgraded by 10% due to absorbing a massive amount of high-quality energy. A series of system notifications rang in Chen Xian's mind. Feeling the unprecedented magnitude of his gains, Chen Xian revealed a satisfied expression. He put away the Qi furnace and slowly swept his gaze over the limp, mud-like blood child, as well as the equally terrified demonic cultivators outside the secret room. His voice rang out again, calm yet filled with undeniable authority. Now, take me to see your Blood Emperor. Chapter 77, The Blood Emperor emerges from seclusion, father and son confront each other. Blood God Abyss, Forbidden Land, Blood God Palace. This place is the heart of the Blood River sect, and also its supreme holy land. The entire hall was carved from a single, massive, blood-red crystal, appearing perfectly natural. A thick, almost imperceptible smell of rust permeated the air. The hall was empty, except for a 100-foot-long blood jade coffin silently suspended in the very center. The surface of the coffin was covered with intricate magical runes, faintly resonating with the surging blood river veins beneath the earth. Each breath-like fluctuation of energy caused ripples in the space. A terrifying aura, slumbering for millennia, seeped out from the coffin, so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. This is the pillar of the Blood River sect, the resting place of the nascent soul ancestor who has been in seclusion for 100 years, and the Blood Emperor. At this moment, outside the Blood God Temple, Chen Xian stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm, his gaze piercing through the darkness of the hall and landing on the huge blood jade coffin. Behind them, Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, and Morong Shui stood solemnly, each on guard. Xuezi, like a dog with its spine removed, prostrated himself on the ground, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind. He dared not look up, or even breathe loudly. Just now, he witnessed his grandfather, Xue Qingtian, who was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, being captured alive by this man in front of him using a strange little cauldron, with no amount of struggle even coming as a waste. The impact of that image completely shattered all his will and wishful thinking. He knew very well that what he had attracted was not human at all. Now, this demon-like man has set his sights on the Blood River sect's last and strongest trump card. The Blood Emperor Ancestor. Master Xuezi's voice was hoarse and dry, filled with extreme fear. The ancestor is in a deep sleep, and he won't wake up easily. Should we leave first? He mustered his last bit of courage and tried to struggle. Oh. Chen Xian turned around and glanced at him indifferently. Are you teaching me how to do things? Xuezi's body stiffened abruptly, his soul nearly flying out of his body. He quickly slammed his forehead heavily against the cold ground, making a dull thud. No. I wouldn't dare. This servant would never dare. This servant was just worried that disturbing the ancestor would bring you unnecessary trouble. Trouble? Chen Xian smiled. He turned around, his gaze returning to the blood jade coffin, a cold glint flashing deep in his eyes. I'm here today to cause trouble. After saying that, he ignored the blood-stained child who was almost pissing himself in fear.
He turned his head and whispered to Lin Wanner, keep an eye on Fanner later.
He then took a deep breath.
The pure yang devouring heaven technique within his body roared into operation, and his true essence at the peak of the 9th level of foundation establishment exploded without reservation. Behind him, a chaotic demon god with 3 heads and 6 arms slowly condensed, silently roaring to the sky.
Get out here!
With a roar, Chen Xian unleashed a burst of golden light from his right fist and slammed it down towards the massive blood jade coffin. The fist whistled through the air, causing the airflow to explode. The entire blood god temple trembled violently under the pressure of that punch. Just as the fist was about to touch the coffin. Buzz! A blood-red light barrier emerged from the coffin, firmly blocking his punch. But the light screen also shook violently.
Click!
A very faint, almost imperceptible cracking sound emanated from inside the coffin.
Immediately afterwards, rumble!
The entire blood god temple, and even the entire blood god abyss, began to shake violently. The suspended blood jade coffin slowly descended to the ground, and the heavy coffin lid slid open inch by inch under an invisible force. A terrifying demonic power, 1,000 or even 10,000 times stronger than Shui Qingtian, burst forth from the cracks in the coffin like an ancient ferocious beast awakening. At this moment, the entire northern wilderness demon realm changed color. The crimson waning moon in the sky dimmed, and the surging river of blood even briefly stopped flowing. Countless demonic cultivators, regardless of their location or cultivation level, simultaneously felt a tremor and submission emanating from the depths of their souls, and involuntarily knelt down in worship towards the blood god abyss. The Blood Emperor has emerged from seclusion. Inside the coffin, a figure slowly sat up. He was a handsome young man who looked 7 or 8 parts similar to Shui Zi, also dressed in a blood-red imperial robe, but his temperament was as deep and awe-inspiring as a prison, majestic and profound. His eyes were like 2 bottomless, blood-red galaxies. Simply looking into them was enough to completely captivate one's soul. He was none other than the Blood Emperor, the founding patriarch of the Blood River sect and a nascent soul cultivator who had been in seclusion for 100 years. The Blood Emperor slowly turned his head. His gaze did not fall on Chen Xian, who had jolted him awake with a single punch. Instead, he bypassed everyone and landed directly in Lin Wanner's arms on the beautifully sculpted boy, Chen Fan, who was curiously examining him.
Their eyes met.
For the first time, a colossal wave surged in the Blood Emperor's blood-red starry eyes, which had witnessed countless ages of vicissitudes and were no longer filled with sorrow or joy.
Chen Fan's heterochromatic eyes, 1 gold and 1 black, also burst forth with an unprecedentedly dazzling light.
A sense of destiny, originating from the very source, exploded between the two. The Blood Emperor could clearly feel that the ancient demon god's heart within his body, which had been with him for thousands of years, was throbbing wildly, emitting unprecedented cries and desires.
It's as if I've met my destined nemesis.
It was as if I had found the home I had always dreamed of. Chen Fan could also clearly feel that the giant candy in front of him contained a huge amount of energy that was more delicious and nourishing than all the food he had eaten before combined.
Just eat him.
Only by doing it yourself can you truly grow up.
You.
Blood Emperor's lips trembled slightly as he looked at Chen Fan, his voice trembling for the first time without him even realizing it.
What, are you?
Chen Fan did not answer. He simply tilted his head, grinned, and revealed a bright, innocent smile. In a childish voice, she asked a question that froze the Blood Emperor's very soul.
Can you eat this?
Chapter 78, The Power of the Divine Transformation, the Strongest Trump Card.
Can you eat this?
The innocent voice of a child echoed softly in the deathly silent blood god temple. The Blood Emperor, the nascent soul ancestor who had overlooked the northern wilderness demon realm for thousands of years and whose heart was as cold as ice for eternity, froze for the first time on his handsome, demonic face. He even suspected that he had just emerged from seclusion and was still mentally unstable, thus experiencing auditory hallucinations. A delicate, beautifully sculpted little baby with rosy lips and white teeth. It was looking at itself with the same eye one would use to appraise a delicacy, earnestly asking if it could be eaten. He could sense that there was no hint of jest deep within those heterochromatic eyes, 1 gold and 1 black.
That was the most primal, purest appetite. Presumptuous. After a brief period of deathly silence, came the wrath of an emperor who reigned supreme. Who is he? He is the Blood Emperor. He is the supreme ruler of this land. He is a divine being whose words can be law, and who can decide the life and death of billions of living beings with a single thought. I have never suffered such humiliation. Boom! An invisible yet omnipresent terrifying pressure swept out from him.
The entire space within the blood god temple instantly distorted and solidified. Crimson light seeped from every inch of the ground and every wall, transforming this place into a crimson divine kingdom that belonged exclusively to him.
The realm of God transformation. Within this realm, he is the only God, the only heavenly Tao.
The moment this domain unfolded, Yao Ling and Moron Shui felt their souls being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, unable to even muster a thought of resistance. Their true energy completely stagnated, their bodies stiffened, and they were unable to move, like ants sealed in amber, only able to await their judgment in despair. Even Lin Wanner, a powerful expert at the half-step nascent soul stage, felt an unprecedented suppression. The Ice Age domain surrounding her had just expanded when it began to crack under the corrosive influence of the Crimson domain, and the icy world crumbled inch by inch.
Puff!
Lin Wanner's pretty face turned deathly pale, and she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The yin energy within her body seemed to be suppressed by an invisible mountain, making its circulation extremely difficult.
This is the transformation of the gods. It is an insurmountable barrier that even a nascent soul cultivator cannot cross, no matter how hard they try. My wife. Chen Xian's expression changed slightly.
He moved swiftly, blocking Lin Wanner's path and protecting her behind him. He pushed the pure yang devouring heaven technique within his body to its limit, unleashing a torrent of true essence without reservation. A three-headed, six-armed chaotic demon god's avatar suddenly appeared behind him, roaring silently to the sky. Its domineering and destructive aura tore open a small, dark gold space, barely large enough for a few people, within the Blood Emperor's crimson domain. A hint of surprise flashed in the Blood Emperor's eyes.
Dharma form of heaven and earth? No, your Dharma form actually contains a trace of the aura of the primordial chaos.
How could someone at the Foundation establishment stage possibly touch upon the laws of chaos?
For the second time, a look of emotion appeared on his perpetually unchanging face.
But he immediately sneered, that hint of emotion turning into deeper contempt and greed.
Interesting. It seems your whole family is top-quality tonics.
However, in the face of absolute perfection, any struggle is futile. He slowly rose from the blood jade coffin, his tall figure exuding an aura of majesty that looked down upon all living beings. He extended a finger and, across the vast distance, gently touched Qin Xian.
Law of annihilation.
There was no earth-shattering momentum, no world-destroying power. There was only a thin, almost invisible, blood-red thread. As soon as the thread appeared, it ignored the barrier of space and the oppressive aura of Qin Xian's chaos demon god Dharma form, and floated lightly, shooting straight towards his brow. However, the moment Qin Xian saw the blood-red thread, his pupils suddenly shrank to pinpoints. He clearly sensed that the thin thread contained a terrifying power of law that was enough to completely erase his physical body, soul, and even all traces of his existence in this world.
This is the true method of a nascent soul expert.
Words become law, and the law is attacked.
Unstoppable.
In an instant, Qin Xian's brain made the coldest judgment. With his current strength, even if he uses all his trump cards, there is absolutely no way he can withstand this attack. To take the hit head-on would mean certain death. What to do? In a flash, countless thoughts raced through Qin Xian's mind. Finally, his gaze settled on the exquisitely beautiful boy he was protecting behind him, who was curiously observing everything. A glint of madness flashed in his eyes. He made a decision that would make even gods and demons take notice. Instead of resisting the blood-red thread, he grabbed his son, Chen Fan. Then, in the instantaneous, incredulous gazes of everyone, including Lin Wanner, it all happened.
He actually used his own son as a shield.
He hurled it fiercely at the crimson thread that was powerful enough to annihilate everything.
Husband. No.
Lin Wanner let out a heart-wrenching scream, her voice filled with extreme pain and despair.
Her world seemed to collapse at that moment. She couldn't believe her eyes her husband could do something so heinous. Using his own son as a shield? Is he insane?
Even the Blood Emperor was taken aback when he saw this scene. He considered himself a ruthless killer who regarded the common people as worthless, but he had never seen such a vicious and inhuman father.
However, just as that blood-red thread of the annihilation law was about to touch Chen Fan's small body, an unexpected change occurred.
Chen Fan, who was thrown out, showed no fear in his heterochromatic eyes. Instead, his eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance. His original power of the chaotic Tao body was fully activated under the threat of death.
Boom!
A true phantom of a chaotic demon god, even more solid, more ancient, and more terrifying than Qin Xian's Dharma form, appeared behind Chen Fan. The phantom of the demon god seemed to come from the end of the universe, surrounded by chaotic currents of earth, fire, water, and wind, with the sun, moon, and stars appearing and disappearing in its eyes. He opened his enormous maw, which seemed capable of swallowing the heavens and the earth. Then, he faced the blood-red thread that was enough to drive any nascent soul cultivator to despair.
Gently, take a breath. Pop.
A soft sound, like a bubble bursting. That terrifying attack, containing the laws of nascent soul, was swallowed whole by Chen Fan.
The entire blood god temple fell into absolute silence. Chen Fan smacked his lips, seemingly savoring the memory.
He tilted his little head, looked at the Blood Emperor who was completely stunned, and gave his evaluation again in a childish voice.
This is a bit spicy. Chapter 79, Father and Son Join Forces, Demon Emperor Sheds Blood. This is a bit spicy. Chen Fan's childish voice echoed in the deathly silent Blood God Palace, like a pebble thrown into an ancient well.
Blood Emperor, the nascent soul ancestor who had dominated the northern wilderness for thousands of years, stiffened almost imperceptibly. He felt that his Tao heart, that heart that had been polished by the years to be devoid of sorrow or joy, and as firm as divine iron, actually emitted a faint click sound at this moment.
A crack appeared. He looked at the boy who was floating in mid-air, with a chaotic demon god's image standing behind him that even made him feel uneasy.
On that handsome, otherworldly face, which seemed unchanging through the ages, a feeling called fear finally surfaced.
He understood. He finally understood what kind of monster family he had offended.
My father is at the foundation establishment stage, yet he possesses the soul power of a half-step divine transformation cultivator, along with that strange Dharma image.
The mother was a half-step nascent soul cultivator, possessing profounding energy. Son. That son's mother is not even human.
All he wanted to do now was lie back in his coffin, close the lid, and tell himself it was just a nightmare from sleeping for too long. However, Chen Xian would not give him that chance. The moment the Blood Emperor lost his composure, Chen Xian made his move. Without hesitation, he swallowed the nascent soul perfection divine soul origin liquid that he had refined from Shui Qingtian in one gulp.
Boom!
A vast and extremely pure divine soul energy exploded in his sea of consciousness. His soul strength, which was already comparable to that of a half-step nascent soul cultivator, began to rise wildly at this moment.
Early stage of nascent soul. Mid-stage nascent soul. Late nascent soul stage. Nascent soul great perfection.
Ultimately, his spiritual strength was forcibly pushed to a level that even he himself found astonishing half-step into the divine transformation realm. The whole world became clearer than ever before in his eyes. He could see the trajectory of every thread of law within the Blood Emperor's crimson domain. He could even see the weakest and most hidden connection between the ancient demon god's heart within the Blood Emperor's body and his own soul.
Now,
two dazzling golden lights burst forth from Chen Xian's eyes. Instead of attacking the Blood Emperor's physical body, he condensed his terrifying divine soul power at the half-step nascent soul level into an invisible golden divine soul spear. He stabbed fiercely at the slightest opening in the Blood Emperor's soul that appeared in shock. Soul Piercer. This attack was silent and stealthy, yet it was more deadly than any earth-shattering attack.
Well.
The Blood Emperor's body trembled violently, letting out a muffled groan of pain suppressed in his throat. His handsome, otherworldly face instantly drained of all color, turning deathly pale. It felt as if a burning star had crashed into his head, and his soul felt as if it were being torn apart on the spot. Even the seemingly indestructible divine transformation domain showed a barely perceptible tremor due to this sudden and severe injury to the soul. Although, it only lasted for a moment.
But for Chen Fan, that's enough. Eat. An unprecedentedly greedy light erupted from Chen Fan's heterochromatic eyes. The true chaotic demon god's avatar behind him suddenly opened its enormous maw, capable of swallowing heaven and earth. A terrifying devouring force, 100 or even 1,000 times stronger than before, suddenly erupted. This time, it was no longer the attack that it devoured. Rather, it is the Blood Emperor's domain. Click. 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 The crimson domain that had enveloped the entire Blood God Temple began to shatter inch by inch from its edges, being pulled and twisted by an irresistible force. All the fragments of laws and the power of the world's origin transformed into a surging torrent, which was frantically devoured and absorbed by the chaos demon god's Dharma form. No! The Blood Emperor let out a horrified, piercing scream. A domain is the foundation of a nascent soul cultivator. If a domain is destroyed, it's equivalent to destroying one's Tao foundation. He wanted to stop it, to reclaim his territory. But it was too late.
Chen Xian's soul-piercing attack, like a leech, was raging wildly in his sea of consciousness, making it impossible for him to concentrate. He could only watch helplessly as his territory was devoured, bite by bite, by that terrifying boy. In just a few breaths, his proud and invincible blood god domain was completely devoured. After devouring the entire domain, Chen Fan's small body once again erupted with dazzling divine light. His aura surged once again. His body, which looked only 5 or 6 years old, began to grow again in the divine light. 7 years old. 8 years old. 9 years old. Finally, his image was fixed on a handsome boy who looked to be about 10 years old. The chaotic demon god's avatar behind him became even more solid and terrifying. He patted his still flat stomach with satisfaction, then turned his longing gaze once again to the Blood Emperor, who had completely lost his domain and whose aura had weakened to the extreme. This appetizer is quite good. So, shall we serve the main course now? He stuck out his little tongue and licked his lips, looking just like an innocent child who had seen his favorite candy. However, to the Blood Emperor, it was no less than the final pronouncement of death. Devil! You are devils. The Blood Emperor has completely collapsed. He no longer cared about the dignity of a nascent soul cultivator or the foundation of his sect. All he wanted now was to escape. Escape from these two? No. This whole family of monsters. He suddenly slapped his own chest. Puff! What he spit out was no longer blood. Instead, it was a heart that was completely black, as if it were carved from black jade, covered with mysterious magical patterns, and was still beating. It was that heart of the ancient demon god that had been with him for thousands of years. He was willing to destroy his own foundation in order to force this demonic heart out of his body. He wanted to use this demonic heart as bait to buy himself a chance to survive. The moment the demon heart left his body, the Blood Emperor's aura instantly weakened to its lowest point. Chapter 80, The Demon Emperor severs his wrist, father and son divide the spoils. Pain. This is not the pain of flesh and blood, but the excruciating pain of having one's soul, bloodline, and even the foundation of the great Tao torn away from the very basis of existence. The moment the demonic heart left his body, the Blood Emperor's handsome yet bewitching face withered rapidly before the naked eye. His jet-black hair turned gray, and his plump skin sagged and drooped. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a dignified young man into a frail, old man on the verge of death. The vast, ocean-like demonic energy within his body poured out wildly, like a punctured balloon. In an instant, his aura plummeted from the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm to an unprecedentedly weak state, even weaker than the early-stage nascent soul realm. But he couldn't care less. His cloudy old eyes were fixed on the terrifying boy who was eyeing him with the look of someone eyeing food. His Tao heart, which had survived for thousands of years and was already as hard as divine iron, completely collapsed. Escape! Escape this devil's lair at all costs. For you! The Blood Emperor let out a mournful roar that sounded inhuman, and with his last bit of strength, he threw the ancient demon god's heart, which was still throbbing and radiating endless demonic power, at Chen Fan as if it were a hot potato. He calculated it very clearly. This little monster has an instinctive, extreme longing for this demonic heart. If only we could use this demonic heart to hold him back for even a moment. Even if it's just for a moment. I can use the blood escape technique to escape alive. As long as he survives, he's confident he can return to his peak within a century. At that time, the crimson light vanished in a flash. The Blood Emperor's figure transformed into a streak of light, fleeing madly towards the outside of the Blood God Temple at a speed surpassing even lightning. However, he was quick. There was someone who was faster than him. Chen Xian. He didn't even bother to glance at the heart of the ancient demon god, a heart that could drive any demonic cultivator mad. His gaze, from beginning to end, was like that of an eagle eyeing its prey, fixed intently on the fleeing crimson streak of light. He turned his head and smiled at his son, who was eagerly watching the candy fly towards him. His voice carried a hint of negotiation. Fanner. That black one is a dead candy. That one that can run is a live candy bean. Father wants the one alive, so you can have this dead one, okay? Upon hearing this, Chen Fan blinked his heterochromatic eyes, one golden and one black, as if he understood but not quite. He glanced at the black demonic heart, radiating endless allure and almost within reach. I glanced at it again, and there was that weak rotten sugar who was almost escaping from the main hall. He tilted his head, as if making a difficult decision. Finally, he nodded heavily and said in his childish voice, "Okay? Daddy, you can't lie to me. Good son. Having received his son's permission, Chen Xian's smile grew even brighter and colder. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the three stunning beauties behind him, still immersed in the incredible scene from before, unable to recover for a long time. Wan'er. Lin Wan'er's delicate body trembled, and she immediately understood. Yao Ling, Murong Shui. Chen Xian's gaze then fell on the other two women. Get ready to clean up the battlefield. Yes. The three women quickly recovered from their extreme shock. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Wan'er took a step forward, a cold glint flashing in her clear, aloof eyes. A world of ice and snow. She waved her hand. An even more terrifying and vast ice-sealing law than before erupted with a deafening roar. Click. Click. The entire space of the Blood God Temple seemed to be completely frozen by an invisible hand. The crimson streak of light that was about to escape the palace gate suddenly froze, as if it were a flying insect trapped in transparent amber, and its speed suddenly slowed down. No! The Blood Emperor let out a desperate roar. He turned around in horror. He saw that the Foundation establishment stage ant, whom he had never taken seriously from beginning to end. She was slowly walking towards him, step by step. Thump. 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 Each step he took felt as if he were stepping on his already shattered Tao heart. Behind Chen Xian, the three-headed, six-armed chaotic demon god Dharma image slowly reappeared. At the same time, an ancient and heavy bronze furnace appeared in his palm. Transformation into a nascent soul. Chen Xian looked at the old man before him, whose aura was weak and whose face was full of despair, and spoke softly. Perfect. My stove has never burned such good firewood before. Chapter 81. With the help of his beautiful wife, they caught a turtle in a jar. The Blood Emperor's soul trembled. This feeling was so distant that he had almost forgotten it. That was the instinctive tremor he felt when he was just a weak, demonic child, trembling under the oppressive power of the sect elders. It stemmed from the absolute suppression of life levels. He stared intently at the young man in the blue robe who was walking slowly towards him. The other person had a smile on their face, but their eyes were filled with a deathly darkness, more chilling than the deepest abyss. The three-headed, six-armed demon god Dharma image behind the youth stood silently, yet the pressure emanating from it almost suffocated him, making it difficult for him to even mobilize the last trace of demonic energy. Not to mention the cold woman in white standing with a sword in hand. Her presence made the temperature in the entire hall drop to freezing point. Besides, the Blood Emperor's eyes twitched violently, and his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the boy who was happily gnawing on a black heart bigger than his head. Crunch! Crunch! The crisp sound was particularly jarring in the deathly silent hall. Holding that heart of the ancient demon god, Chen Fan felt as if he were biting into a big apple. He opened his small mouth and easily bit off a large piece of the demonic heart shell, which was as hard as divine iron. He chewed it with relish, and his heterochromatic eyes narrowed into two cute crescent moons. Sweet. He mumbled a comment, took another big bite, and tilted his head to savor it. It's just a bit hard. With each bite he took, the immense power of the demonic essence transformed into a torrent of pure energy, surging into his limbs and bones. His body, which had been around 10 years old, began to slowly grow again at a rate visible to the naked eye. This scene nearly made the Blood Emperor's eyes pop out. The heart of an ancient demon god. The Blood River sect's most prized treasure, passed down for tens of thousands of years. He owes his current status entirely to this item. Even he, back then, could only tread on thin ice, trying to grasp a trace of the origin and comprehend it. A slight mistake could lead to a dangerous backlash. But now, this peerless magical treasure is nothing more than a slightly hard candy in this little monster's mouth. Devil. This family is full of devils. Fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist, spare my life. Blood Emperor's psychological defenses completely collapsed. He no longer cared about any dignity and tried to kneel down with a thud, but was frozen in place by Lin Wan'er's ice domain. He could only force out an expression that was worse than crying, and beg for mercy in a hoarse voice. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. I am willing to offer up all the treasures of the Blood River sect, and I am willing to hand over this northern wilderness demon realm. I only beg you, fellow Taoist, to spare my dog's life in consideration of the hardships I have endured in my cultivation. Chen Xian laughed. He stopped and watched from a distance, his eyes seeming to be watching a farcical play. Now, you know how to beg for mercy? It's too late. He turned his head and gave orders to the two stunningly beautiful women behind him who had been merely observing from the beginning.
Yao Ling, Murong Shui.
It's your turn to stretch your muscles.
Both women were taken aback upon hearing this. Are you sending them to deal with a nascent soul stage monster? Although their opponent is currently severely injured and weakened, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse.
The foundation of a nascent soul cultivator, even if they are on their last breath, is something they cannot contend with. Young Master Yao Ling's pretty face turned pale, and she hesitated.
Murong Shui also frowned.
It wasn't that they were disobeying orders, but rather that the difference in strength was too great. They were afraid that not only would they not be able to help, but they would also become a burden.
How? Chen Xian raised an eyebrow and looked at the two women. You have so little confidence in yourself?
The curve of his lips held a hint of amusement.
Or are the gifts I gave you just ugly decorations? Gift? The two women were suddenly jolted.
That heavenly level divine skill, 3 phoenixes facing the sun divine technique, was enough to transform them completely.
That low-grade earth rank alchemy furnace. Those top-tier divine materials that could drive even master craftsmen mad.
A strong sense of confidence and pride welled up from the bottom of my heart in an instant.
Yes.
They are no longer the weak women who were bullied by everyone 3 months ago.
They are Chen Xian's women.
They cultivate heavenly ranked divine skills. They use peerless magical treasures. What is there to fear from a mere, exhausted, and dying nascent soul cultivator?
Please forgive me, Master.
Yao Ling and Murong Shui exchanged a glance, both seeing a burning fighting spirit in each other's eyes. They bowed to Chen Xian, and the next moment, 2 completely different yet equally powerful auras erupted.
The phoenix faces the rising sun, and all medicines are transformed into spiritual essence. With a delicate shout, Yao Ling summoned an ancient alchemy furnace that floated behind her.
It was no longer a phantom from when she was at the 9th level of foundation establishment, but a genuine early-stage golden core alchemy realm. Countless phantom images of spiritual herbs floated and evolved in the alchemy furnace, eventually intertwining and converging to transform into a fiery phoenix whose entire body was burning with emerald green alchemical flames. The phoenix's cry was clear and melodious, and a powerful aura that possessed both boundless vitality and an overbearing aura that could burn away all things instantly locked onto the Blood Emperor. Phoenixes rise to the sun, the Milky Way reverses its course.
Murong Shui's delicate shout followed immediately.
The brand new array plate in her hand, crafted from void crystal and starry mithril, shone brightly, projecting not a blurry star map, but a vast and boundless galaxy of stars. From within the Milky Way, a silver phoenix formed from countless star runes also flew out. With a flap of its phoenix wings, it seemed capable of turning the world upside down and reversing time and space. A mysterious and ethereal array pressure, yet containing supreme killing intent, also locked onto the Blood Emperor. 1 green and 1 silver, 2 phoenixes, 1 on the left and 1 on the right, completely blocked all of the Blood Emperor's escape routes.
The Blood Emperor was completely dumbfounded by the unbelievable scene before him.
A cultivator at the early stage of the Golden Core realm.
A formation cultivator at the 8th level of foundation establishment. The power it unleashed was actually enough to threaten a late-stage nascent soul cultivator? Where the hell did these monsters come from? Chapter 82, 2 phoenixes playing with a dragon, the Demon Emperor's end.
Today, the Blood Emperor's worldview has been repeatedly crushed and trampled into dust. A monstrous son who can devour his territory whole.
A terrifying wife who can freeze the world with a single thought.
Now, even the 2 beautiful maids he originally thought were just responsible for him turned out to be incredibly talented and cunning. A cultivator at the Golden Core stage can summon a phoenix of core fire containing the laws of life and death.
A foundation establishment stage cultivator can set up a star river array to seal off the heavens and earth?
Such talent is something even the holy maidens of ancient holy lands could not match. The Blood Emperor's heart sank completely into an abyss. He knew that today, he was truly doomed.
But he was not willing to give up. He is the Blood Emperor.
A powerful being who has dominated the northern wilderness for thousands of years, controlling the life and death of countless beings.
Even if I die, I'll take a few people down with me. Roar!
The Blood Emperor let out a wild, desperate roar, a final glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes.
He suddenly slammed his palm down hard on his dantian.
He actually wanted to self-destruct his primordial spirit and perish together with everyone.
However, the moment the thought arose in his mind, a cold, indifferent voice seemed to transcend time and space, resounding directly deep within his soul. Did I let you die?
The next moment, the Blood Emperor felt the pure yang mark planted by Qin Xian in his soul see explode. A golden flame, extremely powerful in yang, yet carrying an overbearing intent to devour all things, suddenly ignited and instantly engulfed his entire soul.
Ah!
The Blood Emperor let out a scream 100 times more shrill than ever before. It wasn't physical pain, but a burning and tearing sensation originating from the very soul. It was an absolute humiliation where even one's thoughts and ideas were forcibly controlled. His primordial spirit, which was about to explode, was forcibly suppressed by this force. He was even deprived of the right to choose death. At that very instant, Yao Ling and Morong Shui's attacks arrived.
Bah!
The Emerald Phoenix formed from the cinnabar fire streaked across the sky, its wings spread wide, transforming into a streak of light that pierced through the Blood Emperor's chest without any obstruction.
No blood flowed out.
Only streams of pure blood-fiend demonic energy were frantically ignited and purified by the emerald green cinnabar fire, emitting a piercing sizzling sound before dissipating into wisps of black smoke. The Blood Emperor's aura plummeted once again. Immediately afterwards, the silver phoenix formed from star runes let out a clear and melodious cry. Instead of attacking directly, it disintegrated with a roar, transforming into a net woven from countless star chains that descended from the sky. The net fell, binding and restraining the Blood Emperor's body and his soul, which had been scorched and weakened.
Array formation, star prison.
Morong Shuijie shouted and quickly formed hand seals. The star net tightened suddenly, and sharp starlight flowed along the chains, emanating a terrifying aura that could cut through space, as if it would slowly torture the Blood Emperor to death in the next second.
Stop, stop. The Blood Emperor's voice became weak and hoarse, filled with endless fear.
Looking at the two women who, in his eyes, should have been ants, he felt only absurdity and resentment. He, a dignified nascent soul ancestor, was actually manipulated by two little girls who hadn't even reached the nascent soul stage.
Utter disgrace.
However, Yao Ling and Morong Shui's gazes remained unwavering.
Pity? It doesn't exist.
Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself, and even more so, being irresponsible to your own man.
What they had to do was clear all obstacles for him. Refining the soul with elixir fire.
Yao Ling suddenly clasped her hands together.
The emerald phoenix that pierced the Blood Emperor's chest exploded with a roar, transforming into a raging emerald flame that completely engulfed his entire body. The stars shattered.
Morong Shui also let out a delicate shout, and her magic seal descended. The star net binding the Blood Emperor suddenly contracted inward, and countless sharp starlight burst forth instantly.
No!
In a final, mournful cry filled with resentment and despair. This was the Blood Emperor, the nascent soul ancestor who had ruled the northern wilderness for thousands of years. His physical body was reduced to ashes inch by the burning fire of the elixir. His soul shattered into pieces under the starlight. Ultimately, it was completely erased from this world, leaving no trace of its existence. Only a fist-sized, ownerless energy body radiating pure divine essence and a storage ring shimmering with blood-red light remained, suspended in mid-air.
The entire blood god temple fell silent once again.
Yao Ling and Morong Shui looked at the scene before them, their pretty faces turning pale and their delicate bodies trembling slightly.
This isn't fear, it's excitement. They succeeded.
They joined forces and killed a true nascent soul stage ancestor. Although he was seriously injured and his soul was suppressed by Qin Xian, this was still a glorious achievement that was enough to shake the entire cultivation world. The two women's gazes turned simultaneously to the man who had stood with his hands behind his back, seemingly unperturbed, from beginning to end. A similar fervor and adoration surged within them. It was this man who gave them the power to create miracles.
It was this man who transformed them from delicate flowers that needed protection into phoenixes that rose from the ashes and fought alongside him.
Chen Xian looked at the two women's eyes, which were filled with love and admiration, and nodded in satisfaction.
He waved his hand.
The divine transformation origin energy body and the Blood Emperor's storage ring flew into his hands. Instead of counting his spoils, he casually split the pure essence of the nascent soul stage in two.
Then, to the disbelief of the two women, he flicked his finger, and two orbs of light entered their brows respectively.
This is what you deserve.
Chapter 83, Dividing the Demon Emperor, a huge gain. Boom!
The purest and most refined divine transformation origin energy, like the Milky Way pouring down from the heavens, surged into Yao Ling and Morong Shui's bodies. In that instant, the two women's bodies trembled violently, feeling as if every cell in their bodies was cheering and frantically devouring this rare and precious opportunity. The golden core within Yao Ling's body spun wildly, and the newly stabilized barrier of her realm became as fragile as paper under the onslaught of this torrent of energy.
Peak of the early stage of golden core. Mid-stage golden core. Her aura surged forward relentlessly, and finally, her cultivation level steadily reached the peak of the mid-stage golden core realm, just a hair's breadth away from the late stage. What surprised her even more was that the dandling sacred body within her body shone brightly. She seemed to hear thousands of spiritual herbs chanting to her, and her understanding of alchemy and the laws of life instantly rose to a whole new level. On the other hand, Morong Shue's transformation was absolutely earth-shattering. With a cultivation level of the 8th stage of foundation establishment, there was almost no power to resist this force. Foundation establishment level 9. Peak of the 9th level of foundation establishment. Snap. A crisp cracking sound did not come from the outside, but from the depths of her dantian. The bottleneck has been broken. A powerful pressure far exceeding that of the foundation establishment stage surged from her body, sweeping across the entire Blood God Palace. The golden core realm has been achieved. She actually broke through her cultivation realm on the spot after personally killing a nascent soul ancestor, and stepped into the golden core path that countless cultivators dream of. That's not all. In her mind, those originally obscure and difficult to understand fourth-order array diagrams have now become incredibly clear, as if she could easily draw them at any time if she wanted to. The thin layer of paper separating the fourth-order array master realm has already been pierced. I've achieved the golden core stage? Morong Shue stretched out her jade-like hand in a daze, feeling the powerful magic flowing within her body, her beautiful eyes filled with a sense of disorientation. This feeling is even more unreal than a dream. Yao Ling also recovered from the shock of her sudden increase in strength. She exchanged a glance with Morong Shue, and they both saw indescribable joy and awe in each other's eyes. Their gazes, without prior agreement, turned once again to the nonchalant man. He casually distributed the nascent soul essence to them as spoils of war. Such generosity are probably unmatched in the entire cultivation world. Thank you for your kindness, Master. Thank you, young Master. This time, the two women's kowtow was heartfelt and sincere. Get up. Chen Xian accepted their bows with composure and smiled faintly. My people are never mistreated. He looked at the two women's faces, which were even more radiant and beautiful due to their sudden increase in strength, and felt quite satisfied. A mid-stage golden core alchemy master, a near 4th-tier formation master, a wife with explosive combat power, and a godlike son who can eat nascent soul cultivators like snacks. Is my team configuration a bit too luxurious? Chen Xian was in a great mood and turned his gaze to the Blood Emperor's storage ring in his hand. Divine senses probed in. The next moment, even with his composure, he couldn't help but gasp, spiritual energy. It's out. This time it's really big. The space inside the ring was hundreds of miles in circumference, like a small world. In this small world, what's piled up like mountains are no longer high-grade spirit stones. Instead, they are magnificent mountain ranges built from top-grade spirit stones. Each piece is crystal clear, exuding pure celestial energy. A cursory glance suggests that there are probably millions of them. This wealth is more than enough to buy 10 Tianfeng counties, let alone the entire northern wilderness demon realm. Besides the Spirit Stone mountain range, there are also various 4th grade, 5th grade, and even 6th grade natural treasures and magical materials that have long been extinct in the outside world, categorized and dazzling in their variety. The jade slips containing demonic cultivation techniques of earth and heaven ranks were piled up into another small mountain. Deep within, dozens of terrifyingly powerful spiritual treasures still float silently. This is the entire fortune of a nascent soul ancestor who has lived for thousands of years. Chen Xian's heart couldn't help but beat faster a few times. However, what truly took his breath away was something he found in a jade box in the far corner of the ring. It was a palm-sized, black tortoise shell covered in cracks. On the tortoise shell, a fragmented star map is engraved, ancient and mysterious. The moment his divine sense touched the tortoise shell, the fragment of the ancient demon realm map that he had obtained from the Blood Child treasury appeared in his mind on its own and resonated with it. Buzz. The two fragments of the image slowly overlapped in his mind, bursting forth with brilliant light. A complete new star map, exuding an aura of endless antiquity and desolation, was presented before him. On the star map, a huge black vortex composed of countless stars is slowly rotating, as if it wants to devour everything. At the very center of that vortex, a black heart, 1,000 times larger than before, was beating rapidly. Each of those leaps seemed to eclipse the heavens and earth and command all things to submit. Just then, the system notification sound rang out loud. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have collected all the map fragments for the heart of the ancient demon god. A new family quest has been triggered. Quest name, Heart of the Demon God.
Mission objective, proceed to the fallen god Starfield and obtain the complete heart of the ancient demon god.
Task reward? Mission prompt, this mission is extremely dangerous. But fortune favors the bold. Chapter 84, The Destruction of the Demonic Sect, Inventorying the Spoils of War. The Fallen God Starfield. The heart of an ancient demon god. In my mind, the complete star map resembled an ancient behemoth awakening, exuding both endless allure and deadly danger. Chen Xian's breathing stopped for a moment.
He could sense a call from the depths of the star map, a call from the very source, an extreme yearning for the law of devouring. The complete heart of the ancient demon god contains the complete devouring law, and may even be a wisp of the demon god's origin that transcends the realm of the god transformation. Whether it's to serve as an exquisite dessert for her son Chen Fan, or to help herself and Wanner break through their constraints, its value is immeasurable. But the system's cold notification was like a bucket of cold water being poured on him.
Mission prompt, this mission is extremely dangerous. But fortune favors the bold. Extremely dangerous. The place that would elicit such a rating from the system is definitely not one he can afford to visit right now. The burning passion in Chen Xian's eyes slowly subsided, replaced by a profound calmness. No matter how great the temptation, you have to be alive to take it. The most urgent task is to thoroughly digest this piece of fatty meat that we've already eaten. Let's go. Chen Xian put away the Blood Emperor's storage ring, his expression returning to calm. They've gone to take over our new industries. Half an hour later. Blood Prince's mansion, main hall.
The atmosphere was so oppressive it seemed to have frozen in time. When Chen Xian led 3 women and a son in, strolling leisurely in, the hearts of all the demonic giants who had been branded suddenly clenched. Their gazes immediately fell on the disheveled figure trailing behind.
Blood.
The once spirited young master of the Blood River sect now resembled a stray dog with a broken spine, his eyes vacant and his body trembling. The overwhelming pressure of the nascent soul stage that had shrouded the blood god abyss for thousands of years had vanished without a trace.
The answer is self-evident. The Blood Emperor has been defeated. It has even fallen. This realization, like an invisible hammer, shattered the last shred of hope in their hearts. Greetings, Master. Thump. Thump.
This time, without the slightest hesitation, all the demonic cultivators, including those nascent soul stage monsters, prostrated themselves on the ground, kneeling deeply.
Their humility and piety were unprecedented. Get up.
Chen Xian waved his hand dismissively, walked straight to the main seat that symbolized the highest power of the Blood River sect, and sat down without any hesitation. Lin Wanner stood quietly behind him, her aura cool and aloof. Yao Ling and Moron Shui stood on the left and right respectively, one charming and beautiful, the other heroic and spirited.
Daddy, this doesn't look appetizing. What about that one? It's all dark and murky, can we eat it?
Chen Fan broke free from Moron Shui's hand and ran around the hall curiously, occasionally pointing at a certain demonic cultivator kneeling on the ground. The demonic cultivators he pointed at all trembled violently, almost fainting on the spot. This little ancestor is a ruthless character who even dares to gnaw on the old ancestor's demonic heart.
Fanner, stop fooling around.
Chen Xian said casually, his gaze sweeping over the silent demons below. He was very satisfied with the scene before him.
What he wanted was this absolute control. Blood son. Your servant is here. Your servant is here. Shuezi shuddered and scrambled to his knees at Chen Xian's feet. Pass on my orders. Chen Xian's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. From today onwards, the Blood River sect is disbanded.
His words shocked the entire room, yet no one dared to utter a sound. All Blood River sect disciples, elders, property, and resources shall be incorporated into the Chen family. The Blood River sect headquarters has been renamed the Chen Family Northern Wilderness Branch.
Chen Xian's gaze fell on Shuezi.
You will be the first leader of this branch, responsible for managing all affairs of the Northern Wilderness Demon Realm on my behalf.
If anyone disobeys.
A golden flame flashed briefly in Chen Xian's eyes.
Kill without mercy. Yes. Yes. Your servant obeys. Shuezi felt as if he had been granted a pardon, kowtowing repeatedly, his voice trembling with sobs. Your servant will serve your master with utmost devotion, even unto death. He knew that his master had given him a chance to redeem himself. If he fails to catch up, his fate will be 100 times more miserable than that of his grandfather and ancestors. Soon.
A decree personally issued by the newly appointed helmsman Shuizi swept through the entire Blood River sect like a whirlwind. The Blood River sect is gone. In its place came a mysterious force called the Chun family. The news caused an uproar throughout the entire northern wilderness demon realm.
Countless demonic sects were shocked and in uproar.
There were disbelievers, skeptics, and many ambitious individuals who saw the Blood River sect's internal strife as a golden opportunity for them to rise to power and grab a share of the spoils. In an instant, all sorts of demons charged menacingly towards the blood god abyss. However, what they received was not the defeated and remnant army they had imagined. Instead, it is an unparalleled killing formation that is 100 times more profound and terrifying than the 10,000 Souls Blood River formation. The complete version of the four symbols locking heaven formation was personally overseen by Morong Shui and upgraded with countless divine materials from the Blood Emperor's treasury.
Starlight flows and forms its own world.
Those who enter the formation are like being trapped in a star cage, with no way to go to heaven or to go to earth. Those who manage to break through the formation will be met with a barrage of unheard of, highly poisonous pills, all crafted by Yao Ling herself. Those pills are colorless and odorless. Contact with them is fatal, and touching them will cause one's soul to vanish.
They are impossible to guard against.
Finally, there was Lin Wanner's cold sword light. One sword strike, and 1,000 miles of ice are frozen. Its supreme divine power is enough to make any great demon in the late stage of the nascent soul realm feel despair.
In just 7 days,
all the demonic forces that came to provoke them were either killed or annexed. The entire northern wilderness demon realm, which had been in chaos for thousands of years, was forcibly integrated and unified like never before under the Chen family's thunderous and ruthless rule.
The name Chen family has become a supreme synonym for this sinful land.
Chen Xian's name became a taboo existence in the hearts of all demonic cultivators, even more terrifying and unspeakable than the Blood Emperor. However, this newly appointed ruler of the northern wilderness has not shown his face at all during these 7 days. He was in the Blood Emperor's treasure trove, accumulated over thousands of years, indulging in a mad, gluttonous feast.
Ding! Successfully forged the Earth rank high-grade demonic art blood nerve, gaining 3,000 luck points. Gained artwork origin 1.
Your pure yang devouring heaven art proficiency plus 10%.
Ding!
Successfully forged the heavenly treasure blood god banner, gaining 5,000 luck points.
Gained weapon origin 1.
Your chaotic demon god Dharma form has comprehended a new divine power boundless blood sea.
Ding!
Successfully refined the 6th grade magic potion Netherworld Orchid, gaining 2,500 luck points.
Your alchemy insights plus 200. Ding!
Successfully fused the incomplete heavenly rank array diagram 9 turns Yellow Springs array, gaining 8,000 luck points.
Gained array Dao origin 1. Your array Dao comprehension plus 1,000.
A series of system notification sounds composed the most beautiful melody in Chen Xian's mind. He sat cross-legged in the center of a mountain of treasures, his eyes closed, but one hand transformed into a phantom, constantly grabbing magical treasures, cultivation techniques, and rare materials, instantly melting them.
His luck points are skyrocketing at an unbelievable speed. 100,000. 300,000. 700,000.
Finally, when the last heavenly treasure in the treasure vault transformed into pure points of fortune, Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes.
His total luck points have reached an unprecedented and terrifying number. 1 million.
Chapter 85, A Million Luck, Crazy Upgrades.
1 million.
When Chen Xian's divine sense swept across the system panel, even with his current composure, his breath caught in his throat for a moment. That long string of glittering zeros seemed to possess some kind of magic, causing his heart to pound uncontrollably.
Cool. An indescribable sense of immense happiness stemming from sudden wealth almost made him roar to the heavens. With 1 million luck points, there are simply too many things he can do. He could forcefully push his cultivation level to the golden core stage, or even the nascent soul stage, in one go. He can elevate the strength of Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, and Morong Shui to a whole new level. He could even nourish his precious Sun Chen Fan's chaotic Dao body to make it even plumper and stronger. However, Chen Xian was no ordinary person after all. After a brief moment of ecstasy, he quickly calmed down. Good steel should be used on the blade. He first opened the family library. Without any hesitation, he imprinted all the dozens of pure cultivation technique origins and weapon origins that he had smelted from the Blood Emperor's treasury into it. Ding! The foundation of the family scripture pavilion has been greatly enhanced. The pavilion's level has been upgraded to LV2. Unlock new feature, Technique Fusion.
Cultivation Technique Fusion. The host can designate several cultivation techniques, consume chi luck points, and fuse them into a brand new, higher grade cultivation technique.
Another amazing skill.
A sharp glint flashed in Chen Xian's eyes.
He immediately issued the order. System.
Designate my Qin family's ancestral cultivation technique, Qingyuan Zhu, and integrate all the demonic essence of blood and qi and body refinement that I smelted from the Blood River sect.
Immediately begin the fusion of cultivation techniques. Ding. Instruction received. Initiating technique fusion.
Estimated luck points consumption, 50,000 points.
Integration in progress. Ding. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a brand new, low-grade Earth rank body refining technique, Blood Fiend Azure Origin Technique.
Blood Fiend Azure Origin Technique. This technique is perfectly suited to the Chen family bloodline, greatly enhancing the blood and physical strength of Chen family members.
Upon reaching its peak, one can withstand magical treasures with their bare body. Earth rank cultivation technique.
An overwhelming surge of excitement welled up in Chen Xian's heart. He knew that with this cultivation technique, the overall strength of his Chen family would once again experience a qualitative leap. The descendants of the Chen family will no longer be weak cultivators confined to a corner of the world. They will possess the means to contend with the true prodigies of the great sects. After doing all this, Chen Xian turned his gaze to himself.
System, increase my cultivation level. He issued the second instruction without hesitation. Target, Golden Core Realm. Ding. Instruction received. Begin enhancing host's cultivation.
The system has detected that the host is currently at the peak of the 9th level of foundation establishment, with a solid foundation and a powerful soul, thus meeting all the prerequisites for breaking through to the Golden Core stage. This breakthrough is expected to consume 100,000 luck points.
100,000 luck points.
All for the sake of breaking through to the Golden Core stage.
This consumption is terrifying. But Chen Xian didn't even blink. Worth. Breakthrough. Boom.
With his command, 100,000 points of luck instantly ignited, transforming into a golden torrent more magnificent and vast than ever before. The torrent did not impact his dantian, nor did it alter his meridians. Instead, it surged directly into his terrifying sea of consciousness, which was at the half-step nascent soul level.
Buzz.
Chen Xian felt a loud buzzing in his head, as if the universe had just begun and chaos had just been separated. Countless profound insights into the great Tao of heaven and earth and the origin of laws flooded into his mind like a sudden awakening. His seemingly indestructible bottleneck at the peak of the 9th level of foundation establishment melted away silently before this vast enlightenment, without even causing a ripple. Within his dantian, the liquid true essence core formed from pure yang true essence began to spin and compress wildly. 1 lap, 10 laps, 100 laps, 1,000 laps. Finally, with a crack, a crisp sound like glass shattering or a star being born, it was revealed. A perfect golden core, entirely crimson gold, with a black dragon pattern encircling its surface that devours all things, slowly condensed and took shape.
The golden elixir is complete.
The world changed color. Above the entire blood god abyss, the wind and clouds swirled, and the spiritual energy surged. Thick, 9-colored tribulation pillars, as thick as water buckets, were brewing wildly within the tribulation clouds, emanating a destructive aura that would chill any nascent soul cultivator to the bone. However, Chen Xian, who was in the secret room, simply opened his eyes slowly. He looked up at the 9-colored tribulation clouds in the sky, which were brewing endless destruction, his eyes calm, even somewhat bored. He extended a finger and gently touched the roaring storm clouds.
Disperse. One word. Words become law.
The 9-colored golden core tribulation, which could have driven any peerless genius to despair, vanished without warning. It was as if it had never existed. If this scene were seen by cultivators outside, they would probably be so frightened that their Tao hearts would collapse on the spot.
Use words instead of law to repel heavenly calamity. Is this guy even human?
Chen Xian felt a powerful force within his body, completely different from before, belonging to a golden core cultivator. He could clearly sense a wondrous resonance between himself and this world, as if he could freely manipulate parts of its laws.
Is this the golden core? Chen Xian's lips curled up silently. He knew that from this moment on, he truly possessed the power to act with impunity in this world. However, just as he was preparing to use the remaining luck points to give himself and his family a crazy upgrade,
The Conquest of All Realms map that had been dormant in his mind suddenly lit up without warning. A cold, emotionless, mechanical synthesized voice exploded in his mind.
Ding! Detected, an abnormal fluctuation has been detected in the world origin of the low-level cultivation plane number 735 Xiantian continent. The Chosen One has seemingly fallen. The world's fortunes are rapidly dwindling. Would you like to consume 500,000 luck points to activate plane conquest?
Objective: plunder the world's origin of the Xiantian continent, and capture or eliminate all chosen ones of this plane.
Chapter 86, Dimensional Conquest, A New Hunting Ground. Xiantian continent. The Chosen One has fallen. Plunder the origin of the world. Capture the Chosen One.
The system's cold notification tone, each word like a heavy hammer, struck Qin Xian's heart, yet also stirred up waves of intense emotion. His blood began to boil uncontrollably at that moment.
What a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity this is.
A low-level cultivation world that has just lost the protection of the Chosen One is like a wolf pack that has lost its alpha wolf, chaotic, fragile, and vulnerable. Its world barriers and its divine will are both in an unprecedented period of weakness.
At this point, the intrusion is easiest, and the rewards are a complete origin of the world.
And then there are those destined women who, having lost the protection of the protagonist's halo, are like lambs to the slaughter.
This is no longer a temptation, it's a feast laid out on your lips. Let's do it.
A fleeting glimpse of madness and fervor flashed in the depths of Qin Xian's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he issued an instruction to the system.
Activate Dimensional Conquest. Ding. Order received. Consume 500,000 luck points. Locating the location, low-level cultivation plane number 735 Xiantian continent. Location successful.
Under construction, temporary, spatial passage.
Boom.
Qin Xian felt a sudden jolt in his soul and consciousness. The ancient map of conquest of all realms burst forth with unprecedented brilliance, and an indescribable, vast power swept out from it. This force disregarded the boundaries of space and time, like an invisible blade, piercing fiercely into the chaotic void that separated all the heavens and myriad worlds. Tear. A piercing sound, as if tearing his soul apart, exploded in the deepest part of his being. He saw that in the endless chaos, a huge, pitch-black rift filled with violent spatial turbulence was forcibly torn open. On the other side of the rift lies a completely new and vibrant, unfamiliar world.
Ding. Spatial passage successfully constructed. Duration of the passage, 12 two-hour periods. Warning, this expedition is a one-way teleportation.
The host must gather sufficient energy in the target plane, or find the world coordinate node, before the return portal can be reopened.
Happy campaign. One-way transmission? Qin Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. That's interesting. However, he didn't care. With his own methods, obtaining a ticket home in a lower plane where even the Chosen One couldn't protect him was a piece of cake, wasn't it? He stood up and walked out of the secluded chamber. Outside the door, Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, and Morong Shui were waiting with concerned expressions. The terrifying spatial fluctuations that had just torn the heavens and earth apart made their hearts clench. Husband, what was that just now?
Lin Wanner was the first to come forward, her beautiful eyes filled with lingering fear.
Nothing.
Qin Xian smiled, stretched out his long arm, and pulled the three stunning beauties into his arms, enjoying their intoxicating fragrance and softness.
Pack your things, and I'll take you somewhere else for a trip. Travel?
The three women were all taken aback upon hearing this. Qin Xian didn't explain much, but simply sent a wisp of his divine sense into the spatial passage that only he could see. A surge of unfamiliar information about the world rushed into his mind in an instant.
Planet name, Xiantian continent.
Plane level, low-level cultivation plane world origin damaged. Highest combat strength, nascent soul stage suspected to have perished.
The Chosen One, Yi Chen confirmed dead. The Chosen One's partial list.
1. Xia Qingyue, Holy Maiden of Qingyun sect, Yi Chen's fiancé, Qi color, purple ice phoenix divine body.
2. Su Yuning, head of Tiandan Pavilion, Yi Chen's confidant, Qi color, crimson, 9 aperture elixir heart. 3. Xia Yanran, 7th princess of the Great Yan dynasty, once rejected by Yi Chen, her aura color, orange, with the bloodline of the flame dragon.
Looking at this series of familiar and classic settings, Qin Xian's expression became somewhat strange.
A broken engagement? A loser's rise to power? He knows this script very well. Unfortunately, this Chosen One named Yi Chen seemed to have some bad luck.
Before he could make a comeback, show off, and slap people in the face, he passed away prematurely. However, this is good, as it saves him a lot of trouble.
Interesting.
The light in Chen Xian's eyes was just like that of a hunter who had discovered a new hunting ground. He released the three women from his arms, waved his hand, and spoke with an undeniable air of pride.
Set off. Go and embrace a completely new world. Xian Tian Continent.
Eastern Region, Qingyun Sect. As one of the top cultivation sects in the Eastern region, the Qingyun sect is currently shrouded in a sorrowful and eerie atmosphere.
Within the sect, lanterns and decorations were everywhere, and red silks covered every mountain peak. What should have been a joyous scene was instead tinged with an indescribable sense of oppression.
On the faces of all the disciples, there was no joy whatsoever, only numbness and humiliation. Because today is the wedding day of Xia Qingyue, the once-in-a-millennium genius of their Qingyun sect, who is known as the #1 beauty in the Eastern region. But the groom was not Yi Chen, the sect disciple she had grown up with. It was a name they had never heard of before. The young master of the heavenly demon sect is Li Yue. Rumor has it that this person cultivates demonic arts, is ruthless, and possesses unfathomable strength. Rumor has it that 3 days ago, Yi Chen, who was hailed as the hope of the Qingyun sect, was defeated by Li Yue in a battle, and was completely destroyed by Li Yue with just one move. It was only after that the sect leader agreed to the marriage. Inside the cave at Saintis Peak, Xia Qingyue, dressed in a bright red wedding gown, sat quietly in front of the dressing table. In the mirror was a stunningly beautiful face, beautiful enough to make the world pale in comparison, but her eyes, as clear as autumn water, or empty and lifeless, filled only with a deathly coldness. In her mind, the unwilling and desperate roar of Yi Chen before his death 3 days ago kept echoing.
Moon. Wait for me. I will definitely come back to marry you. But he can't come back. It's all over now, never to return. A poignant smile curved at the corners of Xia Qingyue's lips. She slowly pulled a sharp dagger coated with deadly poison from her sleeve. She would rather die to prove her innocence than marry the devil who killed the man she loved. However, just as she raised the dagger and pointed it at her heart, boom! A deafening roar suddenly erupted above the Qingyun sect without warning. The entire protective array of the Qingyun sect trembled violently under the loud noise, as if it would collapse at any moment. A massive, pitch-black, bottomless rift appeared out of nowhere in the sky, from which violent spatial turbulence raged. Immediately afterwards, a magnificent, otherworldly flying ship, radiating a terrifying aura, slowly emerged from the crack. On the deck of the airship, a young man dressed in a blue robe stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. His gaze seemed to pierce through the barriers of space and the walls of the cave, landing precisely on the stunningly beautiful woman in red, holding a dagger and looking utterly astonished, inside Saintis Peak. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. It seems we've arrived at just the right time. Chapter 87, Upon arriving in your territory, first, collect interest. Qingyun Sect, Mountain Gate Square. All the disciples and elders stood frozen in place, heads tilted back, their minds blank. They gazed at the magnificent divine vessel that had torn through the void and forcibly descended, feeling the terrifying aura that made their very souls tremble. What is that? A celestial artifact? Who exactly is on the Shenzhou spacecraft? After the deathly silence came a deafening uproar and panic. Countless disciples lost their grip on their swords, which clattered to the ground. Enemy attack. Quickly! Activate the mountain protecting formation. Sharp screams echoed, but no one dared to move. Xia Changkong, the sect leader of Qingyun sect, and Li Yue, the young master of Tianhua sect, who were getting married today, stood up in the sky with their faces ashen. The two of them hung in mid-air, looking at the flying ship that was even larger than their entire main peak, and felt as insignificant as dust. Xia Changkong, a sect leader in the late nascent soul stage. Li Yue is hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius, a prodigy with 1 foot in the nascent soul realm. But at this moment, in front of this flying boat, the two of them felt a deep sense of oppression, even in their breathing. May I ask who you are? Xia Changkong forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart, cupped his hands towards the flying boat, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why did you trespass into my Qingyun sect without cause?" However, the young man in the blue robe on the deck of the flying boat didn't even bother to give him a glance. Chen Xian's gaze swept with interest over the brightly decorated sect below, finally settling on Li Yue. You are Li Yue, the young master of the heavenly demon sect? The sound wasn't loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, striking everyone's heart hard. Li Yue frowned deeply.
He read something in the eyes of the young man in the blue robe that made him extremely uncomfortable.
That wasn't scrutiny, it was appraising. It's like a butcher sizing up an animal that's about to be slaughtered. It is I, Li Yue replied coldly.
His pride as the number one prodigy of the demonic path prevented him from showing weakness.
And who are you? Hiding your head and showing your tail, what kind of skill is that? I. Chen Xian smiled.
He turned his head and softly spoke to Lin Wanner, who was dressed in white and possessed unparalleled beauty, beside him.
Wanner, tell him who I am. Lin Wanner nodded slightly. She stepped forward. Boom! A terrifying pressure, far exceeding the nascent soul stage, suddenly erupted. Wrong.
After merging with the devouring law, the essence of her aura has undergone a tremendous transformation. Within that extremely and cold ice-sealing law lies a domineering and savage force that devours all things. The oppressive aura spread out, and the spiritual energy within a radius of 100 miles above the Qingyun sect was frozen and drained in an instant, forming an absolute vacuum.
The sky visibly darkened.
Below, those disciples with slightly weaker cultivation levels couldn't even scream under this pressure before bleeding from all 7 orifices and fainting on the spot.
Even Xia Changkong and Li Yue, 2 powerful figures standing at the pinnacle of this world, felt a tremor originating from the depths of their souls. Their protective true essence and their divine souls seemed to be completely frozen and devoured by this power. Transformation into a god.
Xia Changkong's teeth were chattering wildly, and his voice was filled with endless horror.
This oppressive aura is definitely not something a nascent soul cultivator could possess. This is the true, legendary power of a god. This woman, whose beauty seems otherworldly, is actually a nascent soul grandmaster. The aloofness that belonged to a prodigy on Li Yue's face crumbled instantly. Instead, all that remained was ashes. His proud half-step nascent soul cultivation was as fragile as a huge joke in front of this true nascent soul ancestor. Lin Wanner ignored the fearful and desperate faces below. Her gaze was icy, carrying supreme authority, as it fell upon Li Yue. Her red lips parted slightly, and her voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth. He is my husband.
You are the new masters of this lowly world. And you killed one of his future servants. So, you deserve to die. The words fell. Lin Wanner slowly raised her jade-like hand and pointed at Li Yue, who was completely terrified.
Law, eternal freeze. In an instant,
the whole world seemed to have lost its sound and color.
All that remained was an endless expanse of pale white. A thin, almost invisible, icy blue thread flashed past her fingertip. The thread ignored space and the protective magic treasure frantically activated in front of Li Yue. It floated lightly and disappeared into his brow. Li Yue's body stiffened abruptly.
The fear and despair on his face froze instantly. His body, from the inside out, from his soul to every drop of blood, was instantly frozen solid by a layer of crystal-clear blue ice.
He became a lifelike ice sculpture.
A work of art suspended in mid-air, forever retaining that expression of despair. Lin Wanner withdrew her finger, not even bothering to look at it again. It was as if he had casually crushed an eyesore of an ant. Chen Xian nodded in satisfaction, his gaze passing over the ice sculpture and landing below, inside the Saintess Peak cave. The stunningly beautiful woman in red, holding a dagger, was completely stunned.
He smiled. All right. Now, no one is bothering us. I do not agree to your marriage, so let's call it off. Now, we can have a proper talk about your place in the world. Chapter 88, The Heart of the Saintess, The Shattered Tao Heart. Xia Qingyue's mind went completely blank.
She stood by the window, as if her soul had been ripped away, staring blankly at the sky. In her sight, the woman in white was so beautiful that she seemed otherworldly. She simply raised a finger casually and pointed it lightly in Li Yue's direction. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no world-destroying magical brilliance. Li Yue, the man who was almost a god or demon in her eyes, who had shattered Yi Chen's soul with a single move, suddenly froze in mid-air. A thin layer of pale blue ice spread from between his brows, instantly enveloping his entire body and forever freezing the extreme fear and despair on his face.
The lifelike ice sculpture hovered in the air for a moment.
Then, right before the eyes of everyone at Qingyun sect, it silently collapsed, turning into billions of dazzling ice crystals that drifted away with the wind. Not even a trace of flesh or blood, not even a wisp of a soul, remained.
Clang!
The poisoned dagger slipped from her limp fingers and fell to the ground with a piercing crack.
This sound finally brought a slight response to her blank mind. Dead? Li Yue died just like that. The enemy who killed Yi Chen and forced her to commit suicide to prove her innocence was just swatted like a fly? A feeling of utter absurdity instantly shattered the grief and determination she had just built up. Her Taoist heart, her understanding of this world, shattered inch by inch at this moment. She was devastated by Yi Chen's death, yet Yi Chen's enemy was so easily defeated in front of another person. What then do her sorrow, her hatred, and even the life she was prepared to sacrifice matter? Is it a joke? Her gaze, uncontrollably, passed over the godlike woman in white and landed on the young man in blue robes who had been standing with his hands behind his back on the deck of the flying boat. His expression was indifferent, as if everything that had just happened was merely an after-dinner entertainment performance, not worth mentioning. Husband. Owner. These two words, like two thunderbolts, exploded in Xia Qingyue's heart. What kind of being must a man be to have such a divine wife? Xia Qingyue's heart was in complete turmoil. The heart that had been thought to have turned to ashes with Yi Chen's death unexpectedly began to beat violently again. Not for her deceased lover, but for the mysterious and powerful invader before her. A strange sense of shame and panic made her feel like she was suffocating. Just then, the voice of the young man in the blue robe rang out in her mind. All right. Now, no one is bothering us. We can have a proper talk about this marriage of yours that ended before it even began. Xia Qingyue's delicate body trembled violently. She looked up in shock and saw the young man in the blue robe on the Shenzhou spacecraft watching her with great interest. Those deep eyes seemed to see through all her thoughts and secrets. Under that man's gaze, Xia Qingyue felt as if she were naked, with nowhere to hide. She instinctively took a step back, a blush of panic rising on her fair cheeks. Qingyun sect, Mountain Gate Square. Dead silence. A deathly silence. All the disciples and elders of the Qingyun sect, including the sect leader Xia Changkong, were still immersed in the miraculous scene they had just witnessed and were unable to recover. With a single finger, he instantly killed a peerless genius who was halfway to the divine transformation realm. This fact weighed heavily on the hearts of each and every one of them, making them feel almost suffocated. Xia Changkong looked at the sky and the woman in white, her heart filled with bitterness and despair. He knew that today, his Qingyun sect had encountered a world-destroying star that had flown in from outer space. Rebellion? He had no doubt that he wouldn't even last a single move against that fairy. Senpai. Xia Changkong forced out a smile that looked worse than crying, and bowed deeply to the Shenzhou in the sky, his posture extremely humble. Junior Xia Changkong was blind and did not recognize Mount Tai. I have offended your celestial entourage. I hope you will forgive me. This junior is willing to offer up all the spirit stones, pills, and magic treasures from my Qingyun sect's 1,000-year-old treasury, only begging that senior will show mercy and spare the lives of my entire Qingyun sect. All he wants now is to buy his life with money. However, Chen Xian on the airship only glanced at him indifferently. Your life, your Qingyun sect, are worthless in my eyes. The voice was cold and left no room for argument. I'm here today for only one thing. His gaze returned to the direction of Mount Saint. I want her. He stretched out his hand and pointed into the distance, his target being the stunningly beautiful woman in red, Xia Qingyue, who was still in a daze. Upon hearing this, Xia Changkong was stunned. All the disciples of the Qingyun sect below were stunned. They all thought the other side was coming to wipe out their entire family, but they never expected that the other side would come in such a grand manner, only for their Qingyun sect's holy maiden. A complex expression flashed across Xia Changkong's face. There was humiliation, there was anger, but more than anything, there was a euphoric joy of surviving a catastrophe. If sacrificing just one daughter could appease the wrath of a god and preserve the foundation of the entire sect, this deal is incredibly worthwhile. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately bowed deeply to the sky again, his voice carrying a hint of flattery. It is a blessing that the senior has taken a liking to my daughter, a blessing she has earned through 3 lifetimes of good deeds, and an immense blessing for the entire Qingyun sect. This junior will have her come immediately to pay her respects to the senior. After saying that, he turned around and headed to Mount Saintus to personally invite his daughter over. However, Chen Xian waved his hand. No need. A slight smile played on his lips. When you ask someone for a favor, you must be sincere in doing so. I prefer to go by myself. The words fell. His figure slowly disappeared from the spot. The next moment. Inside the cave at Saintus Peak, Xia Qingyue felt the surrounding space distort like the surface of water, and a figure in a green robe appeared in front of her without warning. The two looked at each other. The distance was less than 3 feet. Xiao Qingyue could clearly smell the faint, pleasant masculine scent emanating from the other person. Her breath caught in her throat. My heart skipped a beat. Her blood rushed to her head, and her pretty face turned so red it looked like it was about to bleed. Chen Xian looked at the stunningly beautiful woman in her wedding dress, who was in a panic. His gaze then shifted downwards and landed on the dagger that had fallen to her feet. He bent down, picked up the dagger, and fiddled with it between his fingers. To use such beautiful hands to hold such an ugly thing for a dead person. He raised his eyes and looked at her with a half smile. It's not worth it. Chapter 89, A Beauty Like Jade, Voluntarily Submitting. Inside the cave, it was so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat. Xiao Qingyue stared blankly at the man so close to her. She tried to back away, but her legs felt like lead and she couldn't move. She tried to speak, but it was as if an invisible hand was choking her throat, and she couldn't make a sound. She could only watch him helplessly, looking into his deep, seemingly all-consuming eyes, and at the enigmatic smile playing on his lips. Thump! 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 My heart was pounding like a drum. A strange, tingling sensation she had never experienced before, like an electric current, instantly coursed through her limbs and bones. Xiao Qingyue? Chen Xian broke the silence first. His voice was not loud, but it was full of magnetism, like a mellow wine that intoxicates without you even drinking it. I am. Xiao Qingyue answered subconsciously, her voice barely audible, trembling without her even realizing it. She's all right looking. Chen Xian walked around her with his hands behind his back, his gaze unrestrained, as if admiring a newly acquired rare collectible, commenting on it. The Ice Phoenix divine body, the most beautiful woman in the eastern region, barely qualified to enter my harem. Xiao Qingyue blushed and felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze. She is the holy maiden of the Qingyun sect, and the most beautiful woman admired and sought after by countless geniuses in the eastern region. When have I ever been looked at so blatantly, as if I were being appraised? A fleeting feeling of shame and annoyance crossed my mind. But more than anything, it was a strange feeling that she herself couldn't quite explain. She discovered that she actually didn't dislike this feeling. Even deep within that shattered Tao heart, a secret, even terrifying, expectation arose. What do you want to do? Xiao Qingyue finally mustered up her courage, raised her head, and met Chen Xian's gaze. Her once lifeless, icy blue eyes now seemed to rekindle a flame of life. Do what? Chen Xian smiled. He reached out and gently lifted her smooth, jade-like chin with his fingertips. The warm and delicate touch stirred something within him. As expected of the chosen one with the Ice Phoenix divine body, her skin and the feel of it are truly exquisite. I told you. Chen Xian's lips curled up slightly, his eyes gleaming with a hunter's light. I've come to claim my spoils. And you are the first collectible I set my sights on upon entering this world. His words were direct and domineering. It is filled with an undeniable possessiveness. Xiao Qingyue's heart pounded again, and her pretty face turned so red it was almost bleeding. She knew she should resist, she should be angry. But my body simply wouldn't obey me. An absurd thought rose uncontrollably from the bottom of my heart. Being treated as a trophy by such a godlike man doesn't seem like such an unacceptable thing? But I'm already engaged. Xiao Qingyue uttered those words as if possessed. Even she herself didn't know why she said that. Is this a rejection? Or is it a test? Engagement? Upon hearing this, Chen Xian let out a mocking laugh. You mean that short-lived bastard named Ji Chen? Or is it that piece of trash who couldn't even withstand a single move from my woman? His words were merciless. Like two poisoned daggers, they pierced Xiao Qingyue's heart. Xiao Qingyue's pretty face turned deathly pale instantly. Her eyes reddened, and a single, glistening tear uncontrollably slid down her cheek. Yes. What other engagements does she have? Her fiancé is dead. The man who vowed to come back and marry her has vanished forever. She is now just a helpless orphan, a pitiful creature whom her father can trade as a commodity at will. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Chen Xian felt no pity whatsoever. Instead, a stronger desire to conquer arose within him. He loved seeing these high and mighty women of heaven reveal their vulnerable and helpless state in front of him. This would give him an ultimate sense of satisfaction. He released his hand from her chin, and instead reached out his finger to catch the tear that was about to fall. His movements were very light, but his voice turned cold. Shedding tears for the dead is the most useless thing in the world. From this day forward, your laughter and your tears belong only to me. To become my woman, Qin Xian's woman, is the greatest blessing for you, your entire sect, and your entire world. You should be laughing." His words remained domineering and filled with unparalleled confidence. But Xia Qingyue sensed something different in it. She looked up and stared at him blankly. Looking into his deep eyes, which seemed to suck in one's soul. She knew she had completely fallen for him. She did not say anything more about refusing. She simply closed her eyes slowly. Long eyelashes trembled slightly under the light, casting a silhouette. Her submissive demeanor, as if she were being offered a free ride, silently proclaimed her submission. Seeing this, Chen Xian smiled with satisfaction. He finally completely conquered this thorny snow lotus. He lowered his head and slowly kissed those luscious red lips. However, just as their lips were about to touch, clang! A high-pitched, clear cry, as if from the primordial chaos of the ancient world, suddenly erupted from Xia Qingyue's body without warning. A bloodline power, frozen for eternity and of the highest nobility, suddenly awakened. Chapter 90. The Ice Phoenix submits, her delicate body soft and warm. Buzz! A surge of emotion originating from the depths of her bloodline caused Xia Qingyue's delicate body to tremble violently. That was not resistance. Rather, it is a form of absolute suppression that originates from the very source of life. Her Ice Phoenix divine body trembled and submitted uncontrollably and instinctively in front of Chen Xian's supreme chaos Dao body. A phantom of an ice blue phoenix suddenly appeared behind her, its magnificent wings obscuring the entire cave. It raised its head and let out a clear phoenix cry, but there was no arrogance in the cry, only deep awe and trembling. Click! Click! A terrifying chill swept wildly from the cave. Within a few short breaths, the entire Mount Saintus, along with all the pavilions and towers on it, was covered by a thick layer of crystal ice, transforming it into a world of ice sculptures. Oh no! Qingyue's Ice Phoenix divine body has gone out of control. On the Mountain Gate Square, Sect Master Xia Chankong's face was ashen. He knew all too well the domineering nature of his daughter's bloodline. Once her emotions fluctuated violently, there was a risk of her backfiring on him and exploding to death. He tried to rush forward, but the moment he moved, the cold gaze of the white-clad figure on the flying boat fell upon him, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as the terrifying chill, powerful enough to freeze a nascent soul, completely engulfed the young man in blue. It's over. Xia Chankong's heart sank to the bottom. This capricious senior could reduce the entire Qingyun sect to dust in a fit of rage. However, inside the cave dwelling lies the epicenter of a cold, stormy storm. Chen Xian's face remained completely expressionless. He didn't even raise his protective true energy, letting the chilling air that could freeze metal and stone rush towards him, yet not even a corner of his clothes could be frozen. He simply reached out his hand. With an incredibly gentle yet incredibly domineering manner, he pulled the stunningly beautiful woman, whose delicate body trembled violently and whose pretty face turned deathly pale due to the loss of control over her blood, into his arms. Have you made enough of a scene? He lowered his head and whispered in her ear. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority, like a god-king reprimanding his naughty pet. The moment he finished speaking, the pure yang devouring heaven technique within Chen Xian's body began to operate on its own. A surge of pure, powerful, and domineering crimson gold true essence, imbued with the aura of devouring all things and controlling all laws, flowed slowly into Xia Qingyue's body through his palm, like the rising sun. A miracle happened. The domineering cold energy that was raging wildly within her body, as if it were about to freeze her soul to pieces, was like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, or a subject meeting his king, the moment it came into contact with this crimson gold true essence. All the rage and coldness were soothed and tamed in an instant. They were no longer wild horses, but had become docile lambs, joyfully leaping, submitting, and even worshipping around that crimson gold true energy. Ah! Xia Qingyue let out a soft moan that sounded almost like a groan of pleasure. The excruciating pain caused by the backlash from his bloodline disappeared. Instead, there is an unprecedented sense of comfort and tranquility, as if one is immersed in the warmest holy spring, where the body and soul are being cleansed and sublimated. She could clearly feel that her Ice Phoenix bloodline was being purified and strengthened at an unprecedented speed. The seemingly indestructible bottleneck of the late-stage golden core realm that had troubled her for years was suddenly shattered by this strange fusion of energy. Reaching the nascent soul realm is a natural progression. She slowly opened her beautiful, icy blue eyes and stared blankly at the man who was holding her tightly in his arms. He had a pleasant, sun-kissed scent. His embrace was warm and broad,
filled with a power that made her feel incredibly safe and secure. Her Dao heart, which had been extinguished by Yi Chen's death, was completely revived at this moment, and beat wildly for him with unprecedented strength. She knew she was finished. I've completely succumbed, both physically and mentally. She stopped struggling and hesitated. She simply stretched out her fair, jade-like arms and took the initiative to wrap them around Chen Xian's neck. Then, she awkwardly and clumsily pressed her luscious red lips heavily onto the lips. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully captured the chosen one Xia Qingyue. Mission rating, perfect. Rewards being processed. Reward 1, congratulations, host, you have obtained a portion of the Ice Phoenix Divine Body Essence. Your cultivation technique, Pure Yang Devouring Heaven Technique, has gained a new characteristic, Pure Yang Ice Seal. Reward 2, congratulations, host. You have gained 100,000 luck points. Reward 3, because the host, with the supreme divine power of the chaotic Dao body, completely subdued the chosen one, causing her Dao heart to submit and love to blossom, a special reward is triggered. The dual cultivation with Dao companions mode is activated. Dual cultivation with a Daoist partner. When the host engages in dual cultivation with Xia Qingyue, they will receive feedback from her cultivation level and have a very high chance of conceiving her, resulting in a divine offspring possessing both the Ice Phoenix divine body and the chaotic Dao body characteristics. A series of system notifications rang in Chen Xian's mind. So that's how it is. My chaotic Dao body is the king of all physiques, so it's only natural that I would subdue this mere Ice Phoenix divine body. A satisfied smile curved Chen Xian's lips. He lowered his head and looked at the stunning beauty in his arms, whose pretty face was flushed red with shyness and initiative, and whose beautiful eyes were glistening with tears. His eyes gleamed with undisguised fervor and possessiveness. This is just interest. He deepened the kiss. Inside the cave, spring light spilled out, and the red wedding dress and the blue long robe intertwined and slowly slid down. On this day, the millennia-old ice atop Mount Saintus quietly melted. Chapter 91. A combination of kindness and strictness wins over the sect. Inside the cave at Saintus Peak, springtime is in full bloom. Outside the cave, at the Qingyun Sect's Mountain Gate Square. Dead silence. The wind blew by, swirling up a fallen leaf, and the rustling sound it made seemed particularly jarring. All the disciples and elders remained in a gazing posture, their bodies stiff as stone sculptures on the edge of the square. The miraculous scene from before kept replaying in their minds. That terrifying chill, enough to freeze everything. That single finger strike killed the peerless fairy who was halfway to the divine transformation stage. And then there was that mysterious young man who never even raised his eyelids once from beginning to end. Everything seemed so unreal. After an unknown amount of time, the violent power of the Ice Phoenix on Saintus Peak quietly subsided. Immediately afterwards, an even more restrained, pure, yet terrifying aura, like that of an abyss, slowly rose up. Sect Master Xia Changkong's heart skipped a beat. He could clearly feel that his daughter's aura had not weakened due to the loss of control over her bloodline, but had instead surged significantly. That aura was already infinitely close to the legendary nascent soul realm. What exactly happened? Xia Changkong was filled with doubts and couldn't figure it out. Just then, the magnificent Shenzhou spacecraft in the sky flashed slightly. Two figures, one in front of the other, gracefully landed. It was Chen Xian and Xia Qingyue. At this moment, Xia Qingyue had already changed out of her dazzling wedding dress and put on an elegant ice blue long dress, her black hair flowing like a waterfall and casually draped over her shoulders. That already stunningly beautiful face now radiated an even more amazing glow, as if shrouded in a faint ethereal light. The aloofness and sorrow that had lingered between his brows for years vanished without a trace. Instead, it has become a unique style that is both languid and charming, a unique allure that belongs solely to women. She obediently followed behind Chen Xian, always keeping a half-step distance. Those beautiful, icy blue eyes never left the man's back from beginning to end, their gaze filled with undisguised love and admiration. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone in the square fell silent once again. Especially Xia Changkong. He stared at his daughter, who looked so sweet and affectionate, his eyes practically popping out of their sockets. Is this still his daughter, who is as aloof as an iceberg and never shows any emotion to any man? How long has it been? 1 hour? 2 hours? So they were completely taken down? A feeling of utter absurdity rose in Xia Changkong's heart. He felt that his precious cabbage, which he had worked so hard for and pampered for 20 years and was about to bloom, had been taken away, along with its flower pot, by a dragon that descended from the sky. But then he thought about it again, and instead of feeling angry, he felt an indescribable surge of joy.
Dragon! This guy is a real dragon crossing the river. It is possible to have a fairy who is suspected to be a divine ancestor serving by one's side.
He could make the young master of the heavenly demon sect vanish into thin air with a few words.
He could even calm the rampage of the Ice Phoenix divine body with a mere gesture, and greatly increase his daughter's cultivation. Someone like that, let alone becoming his son-in-law. He would be willing to kneel down and call me father right there. Senpai. Xia Changkong jolted awake and instantly came to his senses.
He scrambled forward, leading all the elders to meet them.
Thump!
Without the slightest hesitation, Xia Changkong knelt down again, his forehead slamming heavily against the bluestone slab.
The posture was more devout and more humble than ever before. Junior Xia Changkong greets senior.
All 3,000 disciples of the Qingyun sect are willing to serve our senior as our master.
We will be loyal for eternity and have no other thoughts.
Behind him, the elders suddenly realized what was happening and knelt down in unison.
We pay our respects to our master.
The roar of submission, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing, resounded throughout the entire Qingyun sect. Chen Xian looked at the familiar scene of kneeling and bowing, and nodded in satisfaction.
Dealing with smart people is so easy. Get up. He waved his hand casually.
From this day forward, the Qingyun sect will be incorporated into the Chen family and renamed the Chen Family Eastern Region Branch. You, Xia Changkong, are the first leader of this branch.
As for Qingyue,
his gaze fell on Xia Qingyue beside him, whose delicate body trembled slightly and whose pretty face flushed red upon hearing the words Chen family.
A playful smile crept across Chen Xian's lips.
From this day forward, she will be my 9th concubine, Chen Xian.
9th wife, a concubine?
After he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent once again.
Xia Qingyue was stunned.
Xia Changkong knelt on the ground, stunned. All the disciples of the Qingyun sect were stunned.
They thought that with their holy maiden's celestial beauty, even if she couldn't be the principal wife, she should at least be an equal partner. How come, she was just a concubine who ranked 9th? This is just too much. A hint of resentment had just risen in Xia Changkong's heart.
Above the sky, the magnificent Shenzhou spacecraft shone brightly once more. Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, and Murongxue slowly floated down.
When everyone present saw these 3 stunningly beautiful women, each with a unique temperament, yet all undeniably gorgeous, all their resentment vanished in an instant.
Especially when they felt Lin Wanner's unfathomable and terrifying aura, which seemed like the might of heaven, they even stopped breathing. The other 2 women, though lacking the earth-shattering pressure, exuded an aura of unparalleled purity and natural grace, making Xia Changkong feel that his late-stage nascent soul cultivation seemed rather crude and insignificant in their presence. All that remained in everyone's hearts was endless shock and a sense of it being perfectly natural.
So, this senior's harem is full of fairies of this caliber? No wonder our holy maiden only ranked 9th. Xia Changkong's unease instantly dissipated, and he even felt a little pleased.
Ranking 9th shows that my daughter is exceptionally talented and has caught the eye of her seniors.
This is a great deal, a huge win.
Xia Qingyue looked at the 3 women, who were in no way inferior to herself in terms of appearance, temperament, or strength, and were even superior in some ways. The last shred of pride she held as a chosen one of heaven completely melted away into tenderness.
Instead of feeling disappointed, she felt a surge of fighting spirit.
She willingly bowed to Chen Xian, her voice soft and alluring. Your humble servant, Xia Qingyue, greets my husband.
Chapter 92 The Master of the Pill Pavilion, a Fiery Beauty. In Chen Xian's view, the Qingyun sect's submission was a matter of course.
He did not linger there for long. After enjoying the tenderness of his newly acquired concubine, and casually melting the Qingyun sect's millennia-old treasure trove to its core, gaining tens of thousands of luck points, Chen Xian turned his attention to his next target in this world.
Tiandan Pavilion, Su Yuning.
According to the information provided by the system, this heavenly pill pavilion master possesses the 9 apertures elixir heart, a rare and precious body in alchemy. She was also the confidant of that unlucky chosen one, Yi Chen, and it seemed that she was the one who gave the most.
9 apertures heart?
On the Shenzhou spacecraft, when Yao Ling heard this name, her bright and beautiful eyes instantly lit up. She seemed to be surrounded by invisible flames, her fighting spirit and curiosity undisguised. She herself is the sacred body of the elixir spirit, so she naturally feels a desire to meet another worthy opponent in the Tao of elixir.
Husband, let's go find her quickly.
Yao Ling shook Chen Xian's arm, her tone carrying a hint of coquetry. Linger wants to see for herself just how good this Taoist saint body of the lower realm really is, and how it compares to Linger's.
Good.
Chen Xian smiled and pinched her delicate nose, his eyes full of affection. He would naturally not refuse such a small request from his own woman. Moreover, this 9-aperture loyal heart was a prize he was determined to obtain on this trip.
Tiandan City.
The most renowned city in the central region of the Xintian continent, and a place of pilgrimage for countless alchemists.
This is because the headquarters of Tiandan Pavilion is located here.
At this moment, the atmosphere inside the council hall of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion was so heavy it was almost palpable. In the main seat, a fiery red figure stood out conspicuously. The woman wore a long crimson dress, her figure was graceful and her curves were breathtaking, yet her face was as cold as ice. She is Su Yuning, the youngest and most brilliant pavilion master in the history of Tiandan Pavilion. Although his cultivation level in the late Golden Core stage wasn't top tier, his unparalleled alchemy skills were enough to earn him the respect of even nascent soul stage monsters. Below her, the supreme elders of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, these alchemy giants who could shake the pill market with a stomp of their feet in the outside world, all hung their heads and remained silent as if trembling in fear.
Are they all mute?
Su Yuning's cold voice rang out, devoid of any warmth, making the air in the entire hall seem to freeze. 3 days ago, Yi Chen challenged Li Ya, the young master of the Heavenly Demon sect, at the Qingyun sect.
Did you know about this beforehand?
As soon as the words were spoken, all the elders felt a tremor in their hearts and lowered their heads even further. Looking at this group of old guys pretending to be deaf and dumb, a deep disappointment and self-mockery flashed in Su Yuning's eyes.
She knows everything.
These old guys are just hoping Yi Chen dies.
Yi Chen's existence has seriously threatened their position in the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. That man was someone she had single-handedly helped to rise to prominence. She poured countless efforts and resources into him, regarding him as the future hope of Tiandan Pavilion and the only candidate who could lead the sect to a new era of glory. But he died. He died at the Qingyun sect. He died on his wedding day with his childhood sweetheart and fiancée.
When the news arrived, Su Yuning felt as if her heart was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, the pain making it hard to breathe.
She didn't believe it. How could the man who created miracles time and time again, and turned the tide in desperate situations, die so easily? She's going to the Qingyun sect. She wanted to see it with her own eyes. She wanted to get justice for him. Pass on my orders.
Su Yuning slowly stood up, and 2 balls of fury, as if they could burn the 8 wastelands, ignited in her clear and cold phoenix eyes. Summon all elders and disciples of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion who are at least at the Golden Core stage. Come with me to the Azure Cloud sect immediately. I'd like to see if Xia Changkong dares to touch my people, Su Yuning's people. The voice was resolute and left no room for argument. Upon hearing this, the elders below all changed their expressions drastically. Sect Master. You mustn't. The most senior elder immediately stepped forward and earnestly tried to persuade him. That Li Ya is a peerless expert at the half-step nascent soul stage. The Heavenly Demon sect is an even greater behemoth. If we were to fight against them for the sake of Yi Chen, who is already dead, it would be like throwing an egg against a rock. Yes, Master. Please reconsider. It's not worth dragging my entire Heavenly Pill Pavilion into an abyss of no return for an outsider. For a moment, the hall was filled with voices of dissuasion. Looking at these ugly faces before her, Su Yuning felt the last bit of warmth in her heart turn into a bone-chilling cold. Is this the sect she fought for? A bunch of cowards who only know how to curry favor with the powerful and are afraid of death. Enough! With a furious roar, Su Yuning unleashed a terrifying pressure from the late-stage Golden Core realm, silencing all other sounds. From this day forward, I, Su Yuning, will have no further connection with the Tiandan Pavilion. I will go to the Qingyun sect in my personal capacity. Whether I live or die is none of your business. After saying that, she resolutely turned around, her skirt drawing a resolute arc, and prepared to leave the great hall that she found utterly disgusting. However, just as she was about to step out of the palace gate, a youthful voice, tinged with amusement and mockery, suddenly resounded deep within her mind. Want to go to the Qingyun sect? No need. Because they have already arrived. Chapter 93: A Clash of Alchemy Mastery, Phoenixes Competing for Glory. Who? Alarm bells rang in Su Yuning's mind, and she turned around abruptly. At the entrance of the council hall, a group of figures had silently appeared. The leader was a young man in a blue robe, with an indifferent expression and ordinary demeanor, yet he was the center of attention. Behind him were 4 women. A figure dressed in pure white, exuding an ethereal aura like a celestial being in the clouds, made it impossible for her to fathom his true nature. A woman in a fiery red dress was scrutinizing him with keen interest, her fighting spirit almost tangible. She wore a simple, elegant dress, held a magic array plate in her hand, and her eyes were as calm as a deep pool.
And the last one. Su Yuning's pupils suddenly contracted. Dressed in an ice blue gown, with an unparalleled beauty, who else could she be but Xiao Qingyue, the holy maiden of the Qingyan sect? How did she end up here? Moreover, she was now leaning against the young man in the blue robe like a little bird. Her eyes, which had once been frozen in the cold, were now filled with tenderness and affection. Shouldn't she be observing mourning for Yi Chen? Shouldn't she hate the heavenly demon sect to death? Countless questions and a sense of absurdity poured over Su Yuning like a bucket of ice water, instantly freezing her burning anger to seek justice for Yi Chen. After all, she was a powerful figure in charge of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, and her state of mind was far beyond that of ordinary people. After a brief moment of distraction, she forcibly suppressed the turmoil in her heart and regained the aloofness and majesty that belonged to the pavilion master. She looked at Chen Xian, a hint of wariness flashing across her cool phoenix eyes. "Who are you? What brings you to my Heavenly Pill Pavilion?" She could sense that none of the people in front of her were good people. Especially the young man in the green robe who was leading the group, who was only at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, gave her an unprecedented feeling of trepidation, as if she were facing not a person, but a bottomless abyss. Chen Xian did not answer. His gaze merely swept over Su Yuning slowly. Her fiery and alluring figure contrasts sharply with her aloof and icy face, creating a striking visual impact. In particular, the powerfully beating 9-aperture elixir heart within her body, and the innate rich medicinal fragrance, aroused Chen Xian's interest. The second chosen one in this world is truly exceptional. Chen Xian remained silent, but Yao Ling beside him couldn't wait any longer. She took a light step forward, looking at Su Yuning, her bright and beautiful eyes burning with fighting spirit. "You're Su Yuning? A Taoist saintly body possessing the 9 apertures elixir heart?" The sound was crisp and melodious, yet it carried a sense of excitement and exuberance, as if the opponent had met their match. Su Yuning frowned slightly. She sensed a Taoist aura emanating from the woman in the red dress, an aura that shared a common origin yet was entirely different. That aura was lively and vibrant, full of the life force to create all things, as if she were born to be the darling of the Tao of alchemy. "Are you also a pill cultivator?" Su Yuning's tone carried a hint of uncertainty. "Good." Yao Ling smiled proudly and announced her name. "Chen family, Dan Tang Master, Yao Ling. Danling's sacred body. Today, I have come specifically to seek guidance from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion Master and see just how capable this world's alchemy truly is." "The divine body of Danling?" Upon hearing this, the hall fell into a deathly silence. The group of supreme elders of Tiandan Pavilion who had just been trying to persuade Su Yuning now stared wide-eyed at Yao Ling with mouths agape, as if they were looking at a ghost. Holy Communion! Another legendary sacred body. Moreover, he possesses a saintly body of alchemy, at the same level as their pavilion master. What's wrong with this world? When did the legendary constitution become as worthless as cabbage? A tremendous storm was also raging in Su Yuning's heart. But her pride as a prodigy in alchemy made her absolutely unwilling to back down in front of anyone, especially when it came to alchemy. Good. A fierce fire also ignited in Su Yuning's clear and cold phoenix eyes. "How do you want to compete?" "It's very simple." Yao Ling extended a fair, jade-like finger and gently shook it. "Refining pills is too slow and a waste of time. Let's compete in controlling the alchemical fire." Before she could finish speaking, Yao Ling let out a delicate shout. "Phoenix facing the sun." Phew! A clear and high-pitched phoenix cry resounded through the sky. A lifelike phoenix, its entire body ablaze with emerald green flames, soared into the sky behind her. That flame was full of boundless vitality, yet it also possessed the domineering power to burn everything. The temperature in the entire hall skyrocketed instantly. The vital inner fires that the supreme elders cherished as their lives trembled in their dantian, as if they had encountered a monarch, unable to even muster the slightest thought of resistance. Divine fire. This is the legendary divine fire of life. An elder recoiled in shock, collapsing to the ground with disbelief. Su Yuning looked at the emerald fire phoenix circling and dancing in mid-air, and for the first time, a solemn expression appeared on her usually cool and beautiful face. She knew she had encountered an enemy she had never faced before. What a magnificent Danling saint body! However, I, Su Yuning, am not necessarily going to lose.
Su Yuning also shouted in a delicate voice, her momentum in no way diminished.
9 orifices exquisite, Heartfire transforms into a dragon. Roar! A dragon's roar that shook the heavens and the earth erupted from her body. 100-foot-long fire dragon, entirely crimson and seemingly formed from the purest fire laws, coiled out from behind her, majestic and domineering, filled with a violent aura capable of destroying everything. 1 phoenix, 1 dragon. 1 green, 1 red. 2 completely different, yet equally powerful, alchemical flames faced off in mid-air. A series of crackling sounds filled the air as the 2 flames collided, causing a subtle distortion in the space itself. A showdown between 2 exceptionally talented women of alchemy. It could explode at any moment. Chapter 94. Using one's body as a furnace, a loyal heart surrenders. The phoenix cries. The dragon roars. 2 completely different flames, yet both representing the pinnacle of alchemy, collided and tore each other apart in the sky above the main hall of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. With a flap of its emerald green wings, the rain that fell from the sky was no longer a shower of fire, but countless points of light imbued with boundless vitality. As the light fell, the withered grass and the cracks of the stone slabs in the plaza below visibly revived, sprouting tender green shoots. The crimson fire dragon was domineering and unparalleled. With each breath it exhaled, the air was scorched and distorted, and the hard bluestone ground was melted into pieces of crimson glass. 1 life, 1 death. The clash between the 2 forces plunged the entire Tiandan city into a deathly silence. Countless cultivators looked up in horror at the miraculous scene in the sky, feeling their very souls tremble. The Pavilion Master's Heartfire Dragon has actually been blocked? What exactly is the origin of that emerald fire phoenix? I feel my inner fire wailing and surrendering. A battle of gods. This is absolutely a battle of gods. Inside the council hall, the supreme elders of Tiandan Pavilion were all ashen-faced and had icy hands and feet. An elderly man with a white beard stared intently at the emerald fire phoenix, his lips trembling. The fire of alchemy possesses a spirit and is ever renewing. This is the highest realm recorded only in the classic texts of alchemy. Thump! An elder next to him rolled his eyes, realizing that his Tao heart had been injured, and immediately fainted. They had been immersed in alchemy for hundreds of years and considered themselves giants in the field. But after seeing this today, they realized that they were just frogs in a well, and hadn't even touched the door yet. The center of the battlefield. Yao Ling and Su Yuning's faces had turned slightly pale, and the fragrant sweat seeping from their foreheads dampened their temples. This duel is not only a contest of the quality of the alchemical fire, but also a test of the consumption of spiritual energy and magical power. Have equal shares. One is agile and graceful, ever renewing; the other is pure and domineering, bursting forth with unparalleled power. Neither of them could gain the upper hand over the other. Just then, a calm voice rang out in the hall. If this continues, we won't be able to determine a winner even if we fight until dark. Chen Xian's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of the 2 women. Yao Ling's delicate body trembled. She knew that her husband was targeting her. Her gaze unconsciously drifted to Xiao Qingyue, who was nestled obediently beside Chen Xian and had just been taken into the room. No! I can't lose. I am the head of my husband's alchemy hall, and I am here to refine pills for him. If I can't even compare to an outsider, how can I hold my head high in front of my sisters in the future? A strong competitive and possessive desire surged into my heart. Yao Ling clenched her teeth, a look of determination and madness appearing on her pretty face. Danling incarnation, using the body as a furnace. A delicate shout. She actually took the initiative to disperse the emerald phoenix that was locked in a fierce battle with the fire dragon. In the next instant, she transformed into a streak of light and charged headlong into the roaring crimson fire dragon. What? She's insane. All the elders of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion were shocked and almost jumped up from the ground. I will become a furnace with my own body. This is the most forbidden and dangerous life-threatening method in alchemy. It involves using one's own soul as a cauldron to forcibly refine a strange fire. The slightest mistake could lead to a broken heart and the destruction of one's soul. This woman, for the sake of a competition, dared to risk her life like this? Su Yuning was also startled by Yao Ling's fearless actions. She wanted to withdraw the Heartfire Dragon, but it was too late. Yao Ling's figure had already crashed into that 100-foot-long fire dragon. Boom! The scene of her tragic death that I had envisioned did not occur.
The moment Yao Ling's body came into contact with the fire dragon, it burst forth with a dazzling light.
Countless ancient alchemy runes swirled around her rapidly, eventually condensing into a towering, ancient alchemy furnace phantom.
The patterns on the alchemy furnace are mysterious and profound, as if they bear witness to the origin and end of the Tao of alchemy. The furnace mouth opened wide, and a terrifying suction force that could devour the sky and the earth suddenly erupted.
Roar!
The arrogant heartfire dragon let out a mournful and unwilling cry. Its 100-foot-long body was forcibly pulled and twisted by that force, and finally turned into the purest source of flame, which was uncontrollably swallowed up bit by the phantom of the alchemy furnace.
Puff!
Su Yuning's pretty face turned deathly pale instantly, and she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The heartfire dragon was connected to her soul when the dragon was devoured. She suffered a devastating backlash. She watched in disbelief as the phantom of the alchemy furnace slowly dissipated, and the woman in the red dress transformed back into human form. For the first time, a look of bewilderment and frustration appeared in her clear, cold phoenix eyes.
She lost.
They suffered a crushing defeat and were completely convinced of their defeat. As soon as she opened her mouth, the violent backlash from the internal fire exploded out. A destructive torrent of fire surged wildly through her meridians, burning her internal organs and her mind.
Not good. Su Yuning's expression changed drastically.
She felt as if her body had become a furnace about to explode, and her consciousness was rapidly sinking into the flames.
He's gone mad with demonic possession. However, just as she was about to be completely engulfed by the backlash of the elixir fire,
a warm, broad embrace held her burning hot body tightly in its arms.
A powerful yet gentle force surged into her body, instantly suppressing and calming the raging, violent inner fire.
A voice with a playful smile rang in her ears.
You can't play with fire like that, it's very dangerous. It seems that I, your husband, have to personally help you cool down.
Chapter 95 Subduing the Wild Horse, Dan Pavilion changes hands.
That embrace was firm and strong.
The voice was deep and magnetic, carrying an irresistible quality. Su Yuning froze, feeling a surge of electricity coursing through her body from the waist where his arm had touched. She instinctively tried to struggle, but the backlash from the internal fire was frantically eroding her meridians, making it impossible for her to even lift a finger. She could only tilt her head back, forced to meet those deep eyes, those starry skies seeming to completely suck her soul in.
You, let me go.
Su Yuning used her last bit of strength to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth.
Her usually cool and pretty face was flushed with a sickly crimson from the burning passion and shame. Let you go?
Chen Xian laughed, and instead of letting go, he pulled that alluring, soft body even tighter. He lowered his head, his hot breath brushing against Su Yuning's sensitive earlobe, his voice low and aggressive.
You are like a volcano about to erupt, and I am the only one who can put out the fire for you. Tell me, should I let go?
The warm breath made her body tremble violently, and an unprecedented tingling sensation spread throughout her body.
You, shameless.
Su Yu was filled with shame and indignation, her teeth almost grinding to powder. She, the dignified head of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, the revered saintess of alchemy by countless cultivators on the Xian-Tian continent, had never suffered such disrespect and humiliation.
Shameless? Chen Xian chuckled dismissively and said no more.
He reached out with his other hand and pressed it directly onto Su Yuning's flat, hot abdomen. That was where her heart of pure devotion was on the verge of going out of control.
Buzz.
A surge of pure, powerful, and all-consuming crimson gold true essence, like a torrent bursting its banks, instantly flooded into Su Yuning's body.
A miracle happened.
The raging flames that were raging within her body, threatening to incinerate her, vanished instantly upon contact with Chen Xian's true essence, like a mouse seeing a cat.
All the rage and destruction were completely suppressed and appeased at this moment.
Instead of attacking Su Yuning's meridians, they surged wildly towards Chen Xian's crimson gold true essence, like swallows returning to their nests, and were devoured and assimilated by it. Su Yuning felt as if she had fallen from a scorching furnace into an eternally icy abyss. The intense stimulation caused her to let out a suppressed moan from deep in her throat. Her body went completely limp, collapsing helplessly into Chen Xian's arms, letting the man's power rampage and roam freely within her. She could clearly feel that her nearly broken 9-aperture heart was being repaired and strengthened at an incredible speed. The essence that was damaged by the forced stimulation of the heart fire is also rapidly being replenished and strengthened. Even the bottleneck of the late golden core stage that had troubled her for so long showed signs of loosening.
This man. Who exactly is he? What kind of cultivation technique does he practice? How could it so easily suppress and even devour his own life-bound inner fire? Su Yuning was filled with endless shock and confusion.
Unbeknownst to her, she had given up all resistance and simply leaned quietly against the man's chest, greedily enjoying the thrill of her rapidly increasing strength. Watching this scene, Yao Ling pouted slightly, but her eyes showed more admiration for her husband. Even her most steadfast and loyal heart, which she could rival, was easily manipulated by her husband. I don't know how much time passed. Only after the last trace of rampaging pill fire within Su Yuning's body was completely devoured and purified did Chen Xian slowly withdraw his hand. He looked down at the stunning beauty in his arms, her face flushed, her eyes glazed, and who was completely exhausted. A victorious smile curved his lips. He knew that he had completely tamed this wild horse of the Dan Dao. How are you feeling? He asked, knowing the answer already. It's all right. Su Yuning snapped out of her reverie and realized with a start that she was still nestled in the man's arms like a docile cat. Her face flushed bright red instantly, and she quickly struggled to stand up straight, straightening her somewhat disheveled clothes. She dared not look into Chen Xian's eyes again, but kept her head down, her voice barely audible. Thank you so much, young master, for saving my life. A life-saving grace? Chen Xian smiled. I don't do business at a loss. From today onwards, you, and your heavenly pill pavilion, belong to me. His words remained domineering. But this time, Su Yuning did not refute it. She remained silent for a moment, then raised her head, glanced at the domineering man, and then at the elders beside her who wished they could bury their heads in the ground. The last trace of pride that belonged to the proud daughter of heaven in her heart completely dissipated. She slowly bowed gracefully to Chen Xian. Su Yuning greets, Master. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully captured the chosen one Su Yuning. Mission rating, perfect. Rewards being processed. With Su Yuning's voluntary surrender, the outcome of the entire Tiandan pavilion was no longer in doubt. Those elders who had previously outwardly obeyed but inwardly resisted, after witnessing Chen Xian's divine and demonic abilities firsthand, all rushed to kneel down, more devout than anyone else. We pay homage to our master. We are willing to die for our master. The Heavenly Pill Pavilion, the most prestigious alchemy holy land on the Xian-Tian continent, changed hands overnight. From then on, it became another branch of the Chen family in the central region. Chapter 96 Turbulent Times in the Imperial City, the peril of deposing the Empress. Having dealt with the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, Chen Xian had already achieved two of the three main objectives of his trip. The last one is the seventh princess, Xiao Yanran, who lives in the Great Yan dynasty and possesses the Yanlong bloodline. She was also the pitiful woman whose engagement was publicly broken off by her ex-boyfriend, Yi Chen, the chosen one, making her a laughingstock. The template heroine of the rejected engagement trope. On the flying boat, Chen Xian tapped the armrest lightly with his fingertips, his eyes filled with a hint of inquisitive interest. He had read countless online novels and was well aware of the commonalities among these types of characters. With a resilient spirit and a fierce character, he was like a lone pine tree on a cliff. Trying to make her submit using the same methods used against Xiao Qingyue and Su Yuning would likely backfire. We need to use some methods. Husband, what wicked scheme are you plotting now? A fragrant breeze wafted over, and Yao Ling, who had just stabilized her cultivation, sidled up to her like a lazy cat, curiously craning her neck. She refined the portion of the pill fire essence that Su Yuning had devoured, and her cultivation had reached the peak of the mid-stage golden core realm. The fragrance of pills emanating from her body became increasingly clear and pleasant. I'm thinking about how to tame a proud little female dragon covered in thorns. Chen Xian pulled her into his arms and gave her a light peck on her luscious red lips. Oh? Yao Ling's eyes flickered, and she immediately understood. My husband is referring to the seventh princess of the Great Yan dynasty, Xiao Yanran? Exactly. Chen Xian nodded. Do you have any brilliant ideas in your little head? Yao Ling tilted her head, her long eyelashes fluttering a few times, before she revealed a sly smile. The most direct way to deal with this kind of proud and arrogant woman is to completely crush her underfoot, starting with what she's most proud of. Make her lose so badly she'll question the meaning of life. What do you mean? A hint of approval flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. It's very simple. Yao Ling stretched out her slender, jade-like finger and drew circles on his muscular chest. Isn't she the one who possesses the flame dragon bloodline and is known as the once-in-a-millennium prodigy of the Great Yan dynasty in the field of fire? Then let's show her what it means to be outmatched, right here on the flames. Let her see with her own eyes how laughable and naive her so-called true fire of the fiery dragon, which she is so proud of, is compared to your pure yang true fire, my husband, and Linger's divine fire of the pill spirit. Yao Ling became more and more excited as she spoke, as if she could already see the princess's expression of existential doubt. When what she was most proud of became a complete joke, that pride naturally shattered.
By then, won't you still be completely at your husband's mercy? After hearing Yao Ling's brilliant insights, Chen Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter.
He pinched the smooth cheek of the beauty in his arms. You little devil, you're getting better and better at understanding my thoughts.
Okay, we'll do it your way.
The capital city of the Great Yan Dynasty, Yanjing City. As the most powerful human kingdom in the central region of the Xiantian continent, Yanjing City boasts a magnificent and majestic presence. The city wall, hundreds of feet high, was cast from indestructible obsidian, covered with intricate patterns that shimmered with light and exuded a chilling aura of power. The city was filled with magnificent buildings and bustling traffic, a scene of great prosperity. However, beneath this beautiful facade, undercurrents surged and danger lurked everywhere. Deep within the imperial palace lies the Phoenix Palace. A beautiful woman dressed in magnificent palace attire was pacing anxiously back and forth in the main hall. Her face was haggard and her lips were bloodless. She was none other than the empress of the Great Yan Dynasty, Xiao Yanran's birth mother.
Yanran, why are you so stubborn? So foolish?
The empress looked at her daughter kneeling before her, her heart breaking. That face, which should have been bright and beautiful, was now only filled with stubbornness and paleness, and her lower lip had been bitten until it bled.
The imperial decree has been issued.
Tomorrow, His Majesty will strip you of your princess title, demote you to commoner status, and exile you to the northern border.
What kind of place is that?
It's a bitterly cold and desolate region where you're almost guaranteed to die.
Can't you just bow your head to your father and admit your mistake? Lower your head?
Xiao Yanran slowly raised her head, her voice hoarse, but her eyes were full of cold mockery.
Mother, what wrong have I done? I did nothing wrong.
Her voice wasn't loud, but every word was firm and resonant.
He's wrong.
That cold-blooded emperor who, in order to curry favor with the heavenly demon sect and for his laughable imperial ambitions, would not hesitate to push his own daughter out to take the blame.
You.
The empress was so shocked by these words that she took a step back, her hand pointing at her daughter trembling violently, unable to utter a single word.
The incident began about 2 weeks ago. When news of the death of Li Yue, the young master of the heavenly demon sect, reached back, the sect leader was furious and issued a decree ordering all forces in the Xiantian continent to hand over the murderer within a month. Otherwise, the demon army will press on, massacre the continent, and countless lives will be lost. The entire mainland was shaken, and everyone felt insecure. In order to quell the anger of the heavenly demon sect and to take this opportunity to curry favor with them, the Emperor of Great Yan came up with an extremely absurd idea. He wanted to hand over his seventh daughter, Xiao Yanran, who had been jilted by Yi Chen and brought shame to the royal family, as the murderer. The reason given was even more ridiculous. Xiao Yanran still harbored feelings for Yi Chen, and out of love turned to hatred, she plotted to kill Li Yue, who had a grudge against Yi Chen. This reason was full of loopholes, but it was enough for the heavenly demon sect, which was eager to find a way to back down. As for Xiao Yanran's life or death, in the eyes of the great Yan Emperor, it was as insignificant as a feather. Perhaps he wished his daughter, who had caused him so much humiliation, would die sooner. When Xiao Yanran learned of this news, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She didn't cry or make a scene. Instead, she stood alone in the Golden Palace, confronting her father, the Emperor, for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, what he received was a cold imperial edict stripping him of his title, demoting him to a commoner, and exiling him to the northern border. Mother, you don't need to persuade me anymore.
Xiao Yanran slowly stood up from the ground. Her petite body appeared incredibly upright at this moment, exuding a noble and aloof air, as if she were willing to sacrifice everything.
Even if I die, I will never let him have his way. My life, Xiao Yanran's life, belongs only to myself. The moment she finished speaking, a blazing and violent power within her body suddenly awakened. The power of the fiery dragon bloodline began to burn in reverse within her meridians. She was actually going to set herself on fire, using her own life as a final act of defiance against this cold palace.
No, the queen screamed shrilly.
However, just as that destructive power was about to erupt completely,
a youthful voice, tinged with languor and amusement, suddenly rang out in the hall, like a clear spring instantly pouring water onto a volcano about to erupt.
Want to die? Did you get my permission?
Chapter 97. The Dragon Meets the True Lord, Flaming Hearts Become Subservient. Who? A shiver emanating from her very soul made Xiao Yanran turn around abruptly. At the entrance of the main hall, a group of people had somehow gathered. The young man in the blue robe who was leading the group had a nonchalant expression, with a faint smile on his lips. His eyes looked as if he were strolling through his own backyard. The women following behind him were all exceptionally beautiful and possessed a profound and imposing presence. This group of people appeared silently deep within the heavily guarded palace. Who are you people? The Empress turned pale, and her voice trembled. She felt a pressure from that young man in blue robes that was 100 times more terrifying than when she was facing her emperor husband, who held the power of life and death over millions of people. It was as if a single thought from the other party could reduce the entire Great Yin dynasty to ashes. Chen Xian ignored the terrified woman. His gaze fell with interest on the girl in red covered in thorns. Dressed in a fiery red palace gown, she accentuated the budding curves of a young girl, her skin as white as snow, her face radiant. Especially those phoenix eyes that burned with flames, filled with unyielding wildness and pride. Like a young female dragon that hasn't grown up yet, it's all bared its teeth and claws, but it poses no real threat. Good. Chen Xian nodded to himself. Compared to Xia Qingyue's icy demeanor and Su Yuning's aloofness, he seemed to prefer this fiery spirit with a touch of spice, believing that conquering it would be more rewarding. I'm asking you, who are you? Seeing the other person scrutinizing her as if no one else was around, with an expression that was not one of appreciation but rather like a hunter examining its prey, Xiao Yanran's last shred of rationality completely crumbled. She is a princess of the Great Yin dynasty. Even if she is down on her luck, it is not up to a man of unknown origin to be so presumptuous. Court death. The girl yelled. A burst of scorching and violent fire erupted from her body, transforming into a ferocious fire dragon that roared and pounced on Chen Xian. With her late foundation establishment cultivation and domineering fiery dragon bloodline, her combat power is enough to rival that of an early golden core cultivator. Yanran. No. The Empress was terrified and screamed incoherently. But it was all too late. Faced with the menacing fire dragon, Chen Xian didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, and just smiled disdainfully. Yao Ling, standing beside him, had already taken a step forward, her red dress swaying, exuding charm and allure. A mere firefly's light dares to be so insolent before me? Yao Ling looked at the fire dragon, which she saw as full of flaws, and a contemptuous smile appeared on her lips. She lightly raised her delicate hand and casually waved it. Danfeng, come out. Phew! A clear and melodious phoenix cry resounded throughout the heavens. A more solid and majestic emerald phoenix rose into the sky behind her than when she faced Su Yuning before. The phoenix merely flapped its wings casually. A green divine fire, containing endless life and purification power, surged forth like a reversed celestial river. Roar! The once invincible fiery dragon, upon contact with the green divine fire, had its violent destructive aura instantly suppressed and purified, like a mouse before a cat. The dragon's body, formed from flames, began to melt away inch by inch. It let out a mournful cry of despair, and finally, to everyone's horrified gaze, it completely turned into sparks and vanished without a trace. Puff! Xiao Yanran's pretty face turned deathly pale, and she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her natal fire, which was connected to her mind and spirit, was broken, and she suffered a severe backlash. She stared in disbelief at the woman in the red dress who had crushed her strongest attack with a mere wave of her hand, her eyes filled with shock and frustration. Her most prized dragon flame was utterly powerless against this woman. How is that possible? Your fire is too weak. Yao Ling withdrew the phoenix pendant, looked down at the distraught girl, and gave a nonchalant evaluation. Too many impurities, too low temperature, and the laws are impure. She paused, seemingly thinking of a suitable adjective, and finally shook her head. It's just mud for kids to play with, not even worthy of warming my husband's feet. Every word Yao Ling uttered was like a poisoned steel needle, piercing Xiao Yanran's proud heart. It shattered all her pride as a fire-type prodigy. No. It's impossible. Xiao Yanran muttered to herself absent-mindedly, her eyes vacant, her beliefs completely collapsing at that moment. Seeing her like this, Chen Xian knew that the time was almost right. He slowly walked up to her. Then, to the astonishment of Xiao Yanran and her mother, she extended a finger. A wisp of crimson gold flame quietly rises above the fingertips. The flame was very small and weak, seemingly harmless, and you couldn't even feel any temperature. But the moment Xiao Yanran saw that wisp of flame, The flame dragon bloodline within her body was boiling, trembling, and wailing uncontrollably. It was a submission and worship that came from the deepest part of one's bloodline. Like slaves meeting their destined king. It is the Emperor of Flames. You're fire. Xia Yanran stared at the wisp of crimson gold flame, her voice trembling with fear, but also longing.
Want to learn?
Chen Xian smiled, his voice filled with a deadly allure.
I can teach you.
I can transform your little fire dragon into a true heaven-burning divine dragon.
I can grant you the power to dominate all the flames in this world. If only.
A slight smile played on his lips, and a hunter's glint shone in his eyes. He leaned close to her ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear.
You're willing to be my woman. Chapter 98 Change of Imperial Power, Dragon Princess's Heart Returns. To be his woman? Xiao Yanran's mind was buzzing and completely confused.
She thought her heart had long since turned to ashes in her father's coldness and ruthlessness, and that there was no room for anything but resistance and revenge. But now, when this man utters those domineering yet irresistibly attractive words, her once frozen, proud heart began to beat wildly against her will. Her gaze was fixed intently on the wisp of crimson gold flame at the tip of his finger.
That was not an illusion.
She could clearly feel that the flame dragon bloodline flowing through her body was boiling over at this moment, as if it was emitting the most primal roar and desire, and paying the most humble tribute to their king. A crazy thought came from the depths of his bloodline. If it can gain even a sliver of favor from that flame, it can break free from the shackles of its bloodline, complete its ultimate transformation, and become a true heaven-burning divine dragon. This kind of temptation, which comes from the instinct of life, is more direct and more irresistible than any sweet words in the world. Xiao Yanran parted her red lips slightly, but her throat seemed to be blocked. The last shred of dignity she held as a princess prevented her from so easily speaking up and submitting to a stranger. Chen Xian found it amusing to look at her conflicted yet eager expression. He knew that the proud little female dragon had already swallowed the hook.
Now, all that's left is to finish the game. It seems you haven't made up your mind yet.
Chen Xian shook his head with feigned regret, and the flame at his fingertips went out. He turned around, as if to leave.
In that case, forget it.
There are women in this world who want to be my woman, Chen Xian, that could stretch from Yanjing City to the ends of the earth, and I don't need you.
Let's go. He casually waved to Yao Ling and the others behind him.
Yao Ling smiled knowingly and readily followed suit.
In that instant, Xiao Yanran completely panicked.
She didn't know why she was so panicked, but an unprecedented fear gripped her heart. She had a strong intuition that if she let this man walk away today, she would regret it for the rest of her life. The immense sense of loss from missing out on the supreme path instantly shattered all her pride and composure.
Wait a minute.
She rushed forward almost instinctively. Under her mother's stunned gaze, she grabbed the departing figure in blue robes from behind and hugged him tightly.
I do.
Her cheek pressed tightly against Chen Xian's broad back, her voice filled with suppressed sobs and determination.
I want to be your woman. Please, don't go.
At this moment, the proudest and most fierce seventh princess of the great Yan dynasty finally shed all her pretenses.
Like a little girl who was afraid of being abandoned by the whole world.
Chen Xian felt the soft, hot body behind him and the slight trembling. He slowly turned around. Looking at the stunningly beautiful girl who was clinging to him tightly, her eyes brimming with tears, looking utterly pitiful. He reached out and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his fingertips.
If only you had done this earlier, it would have been much better.
His voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable domineering air. Then, he lowered his head. He kissed Xiao Yanran fiercely, amidst her shy yet expectant gaze.
Ding!
Congratulations, host.
You have successfully captured the chosen one Xiao Yanran. Mission rating, perfect. Rewards being processed.
Just as Chen Xian was savoring the fruits of victory deep within the Phoenix Cry Palace,
an unprecedented and overwhelming wave also swept through the golden palace of the Great Yan dynasty.
The Emperor of Great Yan sat high on the dragon throne, his face majestic. Seated below, a high-ranking official was praising his wisdom with great enthusiasm. Your Majesty sacrificed the princess to quell the wrath of the heavenly demon sect and to protect the millions of people of our Great Yan.
This is a great act of righteousness.
We, your subjects, are utterly impressed. The Emperor of Great Yan stroked his beard and smiled, quite pleased with these words.
Just then. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted outside the palace without warning.
The entire magnificent golden palace shook violently, and the glazed tiles on the roof beams crashed down, terrifying all the officials in the court.
What's going on? Assassins! Protect the emperor! Quickly, protect the emperor! The ministers were in chaos, and several of the more timid ones had already crawled under the table. The Emperor of Great Yen also suddenly stood up from his dragon throne, his face full of shock and anger. Guards! Investigate for me. What exactly happened? However, before he could finish speaking, a cold, emotionless female voice, seemingly from the heavens, clearly resounded throughout every corner of the palace. The Emperor of Great Yen is wicked and uses women as sacrifices. This is intolerable to heaven. Today, I, Lin Wanner, am acting on the orders of my husband. Depose your throne and establish a new ruler. Those who do not comply, kill. The single word kill was like an ancient iceberg crashing down. The temperature in the entire Golden Palace suddenly dropped to freezing point, and visible frost condensed in the air. Everyone's soul felt as if it were about to be completely frozen by this bone-chilling killing intent. The Emperor of Great Yen looked up in shock. Above the main hall, the magnificent dome had vanished, replaced by a deep night sky. A woman dressed in white, as pure as snow, floated in the air. She held a crystal-clear ice sword in her hand, her eyes devoid of joy or sorrow, looking down at them as if they were a group of ants. Presumptuous! The Emperor of Great Yen was both shocked and furious. He is the Emperor, the supreme ruler of this land. When has he ever suffered such humiliation and threat in person? Where did this vixen come from, daring to speak such arrogant words before me? Guards! Tear this witch to pieces! He roared angrily. Several powerful auras soared into the sky from the shadows of the palace. Those were nascent soul stage guardians of the royal family, each an old monster whose stomp could shake the entire region. At this moment, they transformed into several streams of light, carrying a world-destroying power, and pounced towards Lin Wanner. However, Lin Wanner just looked at them coldly. It's like watching a few moths fly towards a candle flame. She slowly raised the ice crystal longsword in her hand. He gently swung his sword down at those arrogant nascent soul elders. The glacier has arrived. Chapter 99. One sword overthrows a nation, a new emperor ascends the throne. The sword fell. There was no sword energy crisscrossing, nor any power to shake the world. There was only pale whiteness. An absolute silence that could completely swallow up light, sound, and even time. Centered on Lin Wanner, that extreme coldness spread silently and wildly in all directions. Click. 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 The ferocity and rage on the faces of those nascent soul stage elders who had charged forward with overwhelming killing intent froze at that moment. Their physical bodies, their nascent souls, and their divine souls were all completely sealed by a layer of translucent, dark blue ice. It was transformed into several lifelike ice sculptures, forever freezing that ridiculous posture of moths flying into a flame. But this is just the beginning. That endless paleness crossed the dome of the Golden Palace, covered the entire majestic palace, and enveloped the entire bustling city of Yanjing. In an instant, the wind stopped. The clouds have dispersed. The hustle and bustle of the marketplace, the singing and dancing in the restaurants, the children's laughter, all sounds abruptly ceased. The whole world fell into a deathly silence. Millions of mortals and cultivators within the city, who were struggling for a living and fighting over grudges just a moment ago, had all their actions, expressions, and thoughts frozen in time the next second. The entire city of Yanjing, the most magnificent human capital on the Xiantian continent, was transformed into a huge, crystalline, lifeless ice city of death by Lin Wanner's casual sword strike. One sword strike, and an entire capital city is frozen. Inside the Golden Palace, the Emperor of Great Yen stared blankly at the apocalyptic scene outside the palace, a scene resembling gods and demons. He looked at those nascent soul ancestors who were suspended in the air, frozen into ice sculptures before they could even scream. That arrogant heart that belonged to the Emperor, who regarded all people as worthless, was shattered completely. His legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the cold dragon throne with a thud. His face had lost all trace of imperial majesty, leaving only a deathly ashen expression. Lin Wanner sheathed her long sword, her gaze cold and indifferent, and floated down from the sky. She walked step by step up the 99 white jade steps, until she reached the Emperor, who had completely lost his spirit. Now, do you still want to take me down? Her voice was cold and clear, yet it struck the already broken heart of the great Yen Emperor like the heaviest hammer. No. I dare not. The great Yen Emperor trembled violently, his voice hoarse. Senior,
please spare me, I was wrong.
I was really wrong.
He tumbled and crawled off the dragon throne, knelt before Lin Wanner, and kowtowed repeatedly. Their posture was even more humble than that of the lowest servant.
Lin Wanner didn't even bother to look at him again, but turned around and looked in the direction of Fengming Palace. My husband's situation should be over by now. Phoenix Palace. A fierce battle has just come to an end.
Xiao Yanran collapsed weakly in Chen Xian's arms, her bright face still flushed. Those phoenix eyes, which once burned with fierce flames, were now as gentle as water, as if they could melt away all the ice in the world. She could clearly feel that the flame dragon bloodline in her body had undergone a tremendous transformation after being guided by that man in a domineering yet gentle way. She touched upon a completely new world. She can trigger the golden core tribulation at any time if she wants, and ascend to the heavens in one step.
This man truly did it.
He not only gave her the power to control the flames, but also completely dominated her body and mind.
My husband.
She pressed her cheek tightly against Chen Xian's firm chest, her voice soft and seductive. Chen Xian looked down at the little female dragon in his arms, who had been completely tamed, and was very satisfied. Just then, a timid voice, tinged with barely suppressed excitement, rang out from outside the hall.
Your Highness, no. My husband. His Majesty, has passed away. The Empress Dowager requests that you and your son-in-law proceed to the Golden Palace immediately to oversee the situation. She was the Empress's personal maid.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Yanran's delicate body trembled slightly. Father has passed away? A complex and inexplicable emotion welled up in her heart. There was a hint of sadness, but more than that, a sense of relief. She raised her head and looked at Chen Xian, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with inquiry and dependence. From this day forward, this man will be her everything. She was the sole will of the entire great Yin dynasty. Chen Xian looked at her and smiled.
Let's go. Your coronation ceremony is ready. Half an hour later, in the Golden Palace.
Wearing a dragon and phoenix imperial robe that only empresses could wear, Xiao Yanran, led by Chen Xian, walked step by step up the white jade steps that symbolized supreme imperial power. Finally, he slowly sat down on that cold dragon throne. Below, led by the Empress, all the surviving imperial relatives and civil and military officials knelt down in unison. The thunderous shouts of worship echoed throughout the frozen capital of Yen.
Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!
However, just as the new emperor ascended the throne, the people's hearts were won over, and Chen Xian was preparing to receive the last legacy of this world.
What he didn't know was,
in a forbidden place unknown to anyone on the Xian-Tian continent,
the abyss of 10,000 demons.
A young man, also dressed in a blue robe but with endless demonic flames burning in his eyes, slowly opened his eyes. A sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth.
Interesting.
Before I woke up, someone had actually cleaned the courtyard for me.
It seems I'm the real protagonist. It's time to step up and take back everything that belongs to me. Chapter 100, The New Lord of Ice City, the Dragon Girl's Heart Returns.
The Golden Palace was deathly silent. The dragon throne, a symbol of supreme imperial power, was covered with a thin layer of frost, radiating a chilling coldness. The great Yen Emperor, once the ruler of this land, now lay sprawled on the steps like a rag doll, his body trembling violently, a foul-smelling liquid spreading from beneath him, utterly terrified. He was surrounded by hundreds of civil and military officials, as well as imperial relatives.
They were kneeling too.
Each person's body was frozen in half, frozen in a terrified and horrified posture, becoming an eternal sculpture in this ice palace, unable to move.
They didn't die.
Lin Wanner controlled her power perfectly, only crippling their cultivation and giving them a lesson they would never forget.
Let them see and experience for themselves what divine power is like in a prison.
Xiao Yanran sat upright on the cold dragon throne, wearing the dragon and phoenix imperial robe that did not belong to her. Her delicate body was still trembling slightly.
It's not because of the cold.
Rather, it was because of the battle that had recently caused her to completely succumb, both physically and mentally. And then there was the man who was casually resting one hand on the armrest of the dragon throne, while the other hand was wandering restlessly beneath her white imperial robes.
Chen Xian.
He didn't sit, he just stood casually beside the dragon throne.
But in the entire hall, everyone's gaze, everyone's awe, everyone's fear, were all focused on him alone.
He is the only new master of this imperial city, this dynasty, and even this world.
My husband. Xiao Yanran's pretty face turned so red it looked like it was about to bleed. She could clearly feel that wherever that evil hand passed, it stirred up strange electric currents that made her feel weak all over. Especially since it happened in front of her mother and the entire court. This extreme shame, combined with the secret thrill, almost made her faint. Not used to it? Chen Xian lowered his head and whispered a smile in her ear, his breath making Xiao Yanran's earlobe turn pink and translucent instantly. No. No. Xiao Yanran's voice was barely audible, and she lowered her head even further. She didn't dare say she wasn't used to it. She feared that this devilish man would do something even more outrageous in front of everyone. That's good. Chen Xian smiled with satisfaction. He loved seeing this proud little female dragon display such a cute, shy yet fearful, and timid expression in front of him. Just then, a cold, mechanical synthesized voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected Chosen One Xiao Yanran. Her Dao heart has completely submitted, and her loyalty is locked and unwavering. Rewards being processed. Reward 1, congratulations, host. You have obtained the Flame Dragon Bloodline Origin Power 1. Your cultivation technique, Pure Yang Devouring Heaven Technique, has gained a new characteristic, Pure Yang Burning Heaven. Reward 2, congratulations, host. You have gained 120,000 luck points. Reward 3, because the host completely conquered the fiercely independent woman of destiny with absolute strength and imperial methods, a special reward, the Bloodline Fusion mode has been triggered. Bloodline Fusion, when the host cultivates with Xiao Yanran, they can consume Qi luck points to actively fuse their bloodlines, with a very high chance of resulting in pregnancy and the birth of a super offspring possessing the chaotic flame dragon Dao body, Divine Great Supreme. Yet another divine offspring. A burning desire flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. His gaze toward Xiao Yanran instantly changed, becoming more playful and aggressive. That look was as if he were examining a perfect mother plant that would soon bear the most perfect fruit for him. Xiao Yanran's heart trembled as he looked at her, her pretty face burning even hotter, and a strange panic welled up inside her. At that moment, the thought of the true chosen one flashed through Chen Xian's mind. Interesting. He sneered inwardly. There were other rats too? But so what? All the fortune and all the chosen ones in this world can only be mine. If you behave yourself and hide in the gutter, that's fine. If you dare to stretch out your claws and try to steal my cake, I don't mind letting you know what a real predator is. Chen Xian did not take this new variable too seriously. A guy who still needs to hide in the shadows and develop his strength is not worthy of being his opponent. His current goal is very clear. Harvest all the leeks in this world as soon as possible. Then, gather enough power and head to the fallen god starfield filled with endless treasures. He withdrew his wicked hand. Then, he spoke calmly to the kneeling empress below. From this day forward, you will be the regent empress dowager of the great Yan dynasty, to assist the new emperor and handle state affairs. As for him, Chen Xian's gaze fell on the deposed emperor, who was limp and lifeless. Drag him away. His cultivation is stripped, he is thrown into the heavenly prison, and he will never be allowed to step out again. His voice was calm, yet undeniably authoritative. Deciding the fate of an emperor was as easy as crushing an ant. Thank you, master, for sparing my life. Upon hearing this, the empress felt as if she had been granted a pardon and kowtowed frantically to Chen Xian. She knew this was the best possible outcome. Soon, several imperial guards who had regained some strength stepped forward tremblingly and dragged the once arrogant emperor away like a dead dog. A dramatic change of imperial power came to an abrupt end. Looking at himself, who now possessed a vast empire and held the stunningly beautiful dragon maiden in his arms, Chen Xian felt a surge of immense satisfaction. He turned his head and looked at the beautiful dragon girl beside him, who now belonged entirely to him. He asked with a smile, "My beloved concubine, shall we stay at your Phoenix Palace tonight? Shall we return to my Yunhai and have a proper celebration?" Chapter 101, The Immortal Boat Amidst the Clouds, the First Meeting in the Harem. In the end, Xiao Yanran blushed and chose the latter option. Fengming Palace was her prison, a testament to all her resentment and struggles in the first half of her life. The man's Yunhai was the unknown, a myth, and a future she could not resist. That very night, the first night of the new emperor's ascension to the throne, she disappeared completely deep within the palace, along with her imperial tutor. He left behind only a mysterious figure that the entire court officials could ponder for 100 years, yet could never fathom. The main control room of the Yunhai. The moment Xiao Qingyue, Su Yuning, and Xiao Yanran stepped into this place, their breaths stopped. This is no ordinary flying boat palace, it is clearly a divine palace suspended at the center of the universe. Above the dome, instead of ornate carvings and painted beams, there was a vast, slowly flowing galaxy, where stars rose and fell, their brilliance dazzling, so profound that it seemed to draw one's soul in. Beneath their feet lay a solid piece of warm, smooth white jade, beneath which flowed a liquid resembling golden divine light. That was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, compressed to its limit by the spirit-gathering array and already liquefied. Here, simply by breathing, the dense, almost overwhelming spiritual energy rushes into every part of their body, cleansing their meridians, an effect far more astonishing than months of arduous cultivation outside.
Shocking? No, that word is no longer enough to describe their feelings at this moment. They were like three frogs that had crawled out of a dry well, seeing the real sea and sky for the first time. All her past pride, whether it was her status as a saintess, her authority as the pavilion master, or her honor as a princess, seemed so insignificant and laughable at this moment. It turns out that in the eyes of true powerhouses, the entire world they are so proud of is nothing more than a handful of insignificant dust beneath their feet.
Do you like it here?
Chen Xian's voice rang out in the empty hall, tinged with a hint of amusement. He enjoyed this feeling, using his absolute strength and resources to pull these once high and mighty women down from their pedestals and make them see reality.
I like it.
The three women answered instinctively, their voices dry and trembling without them even realizing it. Just then, three stunningly beautiful figures gracefully walked over from the other side of the hall.
It was Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, and Morong Shui.
For the first time, 6 stunning beauties, each with their own unique charm, officially gathered together. The air suddenly became subtle. Xiao Qingyue, Su Yuning, and Xiao Yanran looked at the three seniors who were in no way inferior to them in terms of appearance, temperament, or unfathomable aura, and felt a mix of emotions. There was awe, curiosity, and even a hint of comparison and competition that they themselves were unwilling to admit.
Both being exceptionally beautiful, who would willingly submit to being inferior to another?
As Chen Xian's legal wife, Lin Wanner calmly swept her gaze over the three new sisters, her cool eyes revealing the unshakable authority of the official wife. She knew that some rules had to be established on day one.
Welcome, my three sisters, to the Chen family.
Lin Wanner spoke slowly, her voice still cold, yet carrying a natural aura that made everyone present involuntarily hold their breath.
I am my husband's legal wife, Lin Wanner. From now on, you can call me Sister Wanner. Xiao Qingyue and the other two women were startled and quickly bowed. Qingyue Yuning, Yanran, greets Sister Wanner.
Whom? Lin Wanner nodded lightly, accepting their greetings, and then changed the subject. Our Chen family doesn't have the formalities of worldly families, we only have one rule. Her gaze suddenly sharpened, like two invisible ice swords piercing the hearts of the three women. That is, my husband is the only sky in this family. His words are absolute decree. His will is the sole guide for all our actions.
No one and nothing can be disobeyed or defied. Can you do it?
Lin Wanner's words were resounding, each word like a heavy hammer, striking the three women's hearts and shattering their last shred of hope and illusion as the chosen ones of heaven. Only then did they truly realize that they had joined not an ordinary cultivation family. Instead, it was an iron-blooded empire with that man at its absolute core, a strict hierarchy, and filled with supreme authority. Here, they are no longer saints, no longer pavilion masters, no longer princesses. They were just one of that man's many women. The only value is to please him, obey him, and dedicate everything to him. Having figured this out, the three women felt not humiliation or resentment, but rather a strange sense of peace and security. Because they know that as long as they can hold on tightly to the strongest leg in the world, they will have an unprecedented and bright future.
We will heed your teachings, elder sister. The three women bowed again, their posture even more devout than before.
Looking at the three younger sisters who had completely accepted their place, Lin Wanner finally showed a satisfied smile. The first attempt was a success. Chen Xian, on the other hand, watched with great interest the undercurrents beneath the harmony in his backyard, without intervening. He is happy to see this kind of healthy competition. Only through competition can they unleash their greater potential and create greater value for him. Just then, a small, delicate figure, with short legs, wobbled out from behind the main hall.
It was Chen Fan.
He was holding a top-grade spirit stone that was bigger than his head, and he was gnawing on it with relish, his mouth full of shiny powder.
Father! Mother!
He called out in a childish voice, then curiously looked at Xiao Qingyue and the other two girls. His heterochromatic eyes, one gold and one black, were full of childlike innocence. He stretched out his small hand, still covered in spirit stone powder, pointed at the three women, and asked in a clear voice.
Daddy, are these three pretty aunties also new candy beans?
These words were spoken.
The entire venue fell into a deathly silence once again. Chapter 102, Millions in Assets, Shared Prosperity. New here, Tangdo? Chen Fan's childish words exploded like a thunderclap in the hall. The smiles on the faces of Xia Qingyue, Su Yuning, and Xiao Yanran instantly froze.
They stared at the rosy-cheeked boy happily munching on a top-grade spirit stone, then at the young man in a blue robe with a playful smile on his face, and their minds went completely blank.
Candy? This seemingly harmless, adorable little creature actually mistook them for food?
And judging from his practiced tone, he seemed to have eaten other candies before. A bizarre and chilling coldness shot from the soles of the three women's feet straight to the top of their heads.
They finally understood. Why is this little guy Zora so terrifying? Why does that man possess godlike and demonic abilities? So, this family cultivated themselves by eating people?
Seeing the three women's faces turn from red to green and then to white, Yao Ling and Morong Shui couldn't help but burst out laughing. The scene of Chen Fan pointing at the Blood Emperor and shouting, "I want candy," in the northern wilderness demon realm is still vivid in my mind. Their reaction back then was exactly the same as that of these three new sisters now.
Fanner, don't talk nonsense.
Lin Wanner stepped forward, affectionately rubbed her son's head, and picked him up. These three are the new mothers your father has found for you, not Tangdo.
Oh. Chen Fan nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite.
He blinked his strange eyes, curiously observing the three little mothers whose expressions were changing, and then added crisply.
Then, when will they be able to turn into candy beans?
Xia Qingyue and the other two women were completely speechless. They no longer knew what expression to wear when facing this little devil who never fails to shock and provoke.
All right, Fanner.
Chen Xian walked over with a smile, took his son from Lin Wanner's arms, and lifted the little guy high in the air. Daddy promises you, once we've spent all our useless savings, we'll take you to a place with lots and lots of bigger and sweeter candies, so you can eat your fill.
Yay! Chen Fan cheered immediately and gave Chen Xian a big kiss on the cheek.
The women in the main hall were all moved upon hearing Chen Xian's words.
Savings?
They were all very curious about what kind of terrifying resources this unfathomable man possessed. Chen Xian smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the curious and expectant eyes of the women.
This is exactly the effect he wanted. Showing off your muscles is always the fastest and most effective way to win people's hearts. System, open your personal panel. He thought to himself. Buzz.
A massive golden light curtain, even more dazzling and profound than the starry sky above, appeared out of thin air. Above the light screen, countless Tao runes flowed and disappeared, and an unparalleled pressure that ruled over heaven and earth and dominated all things suddenly spread out. Under this oppressive force, the women's faces paled, and they instinctively took a step back. They stared in horror at the golden light screen that seemed to contain the ultimate truths of the universe, their hearts filled with turbulent emotions.
What is this?
However, when they saw the long string of glittering numbers on the screen, their breath caught in their throats.
Host, Chen Xian. Cultivation level, first stage of golden core. Cultivation technique, pure yang devouring heaven technique mid-grade heaven rank. Luck points, 1,270,000. 1,270,000.
When Xia Qingyue, Su Yuning, and Xiao Yanran saw the astronomical number that they had been counting for ages, they were completely stunned.
Luck points? What are those? Is it a spirit stone? Even if it's a top-grade spirit stone, over 1 million is still too outrageous.
They couldn't understand it, but they had a strong intuition that this thing called luck points was far more valuable than they could imagine. More than 1 million. Chen Xian looked at his assets and nodded. If we spend it sparingly, it should be enough for us to have a small-scale common prosperity.
Common prosperity?
The women were taken aback by his words, not understanding what he meant. Chen Xian smiled but offered no explanation. He simply issued a series of commands to the golden light screen with an incomparably arrogant and domineering demeanor, driving everyone into a frenzy. First step. Use 200,000 luck points to purify the bloodlines and deduce the cultivation techniques for Lin Wanner, Xia Qingyue, Su Yuning, and Xiao Yanran. Target, fuse Lin Wanner's mysterious Yin sacred body with the devouring law to evolve into the mysterious Yin devouring heaven body. Xia Qingyue's Ice Phoenix divine body has been harmonized with my pure Yang fire to evolve into the Yin Yang Ice Phoenix body. Su Yuning's 9 apertures heart and Yao Ling's sacred body of the pill spirit resonated with the laws, both of them rising to the divine grade. Xiao Yanran's flaming dragon bloodline has been tempered by my pure yang burning heaven fire and evolved into the burning heaven divine dragon bloodline. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 women's delicate bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, their faces filled with ecstasy and shock.
Divine quality. That's a legendary physique. Step 2. Consume 300,000 luck points to forge a unique magic weapon for Morong Shui.
Using the family scripture pavilion as a template and based on hundreds of divine materials such as starry mithril and void crystal, we have tailored a pseudo-immortal artifact for her that can be carried around and continuously upgraded the myriad array diagram. Morong Shui suddenly looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, too excited to speak. A pseudo-immortal artifact. That was something she wouldn't even dare to dream of. Step 3. Shen Xian's voice carried a genuine air of dominance and authority. Consuming 500,000 luck points. Perform the ultimate bloodline infusion for me and my son Chen Fan. Goal: to directly advance my pure yang devouring heaven technique to the highest level of the heaven rank. Nourish my son's chaotic Tao body to the 2nd stage and awaken his 2nd innate divine power ahead of schedule. Every word Shen Xian uttered was like a world-destroying thunderbolt, striking the already fragile minds of the women. They listened in a daze, their faces filled with boundless fervor and adoration. They felt as if they were listening to the most absurd and crazy myth. And that man is the one true God who created this myth. Chapter 103, Divine Body Evolution, Women Ascend to Immortality. As soon as Chen Xian finished speaking, the huge golden light screen seemed to boil molten gold, surging wildly. Ding! Instruction received. Starting up, Sequence 1, Bloodline Purification and Cultivation Technique Deduction. Consumes 200,000 luck points. Buzz. The long string of alarming numbers on the screen jumped instantly, showing a loss of 200,000. 200,000 points of chi luck instantly transformed into a scorching golden torrent, surging forth from the void. It was not light, but liquid Tao laws, viscous and dazzling, exuding the ancient aura of the beginning of creation. The golden torrent split into 4 in the air, transforming into 4 distinct beams of divine light that shot precisely towards the 4 women. A dark, icy light shot straight toward Lin Wanner. A yin-yang cycle rotated, enveloping Xia Qingyue. A flame of creation surged toward Su Yuning. A powerful dragon flame poured into Xiao Yanran. The 4 women's bodies trembled violently at the same time, and an uncontrollable muffled groan escaped their throats. That wasn't just simple pain. It's a deeper, more terrifying experience, as if the soul is being stuffed into a millstone, crushed and dismantled along with the very concept of existence. Their pretty faces instantly drained of color, and their clothes were soaked with cold sweat, but not one of them backed down, and not one of them even begged for mercy. They just bit their lips tightly, letting blood seep from the corners of their mouths, but their eyes burned with an almost insane obsession. This is grace. That man bestowed upon them the supreme fortune of being reborn and rising to the top in one step. We must not let them down. The first person to change was Lin Wanner. The moment the dark divine light poured into the top of her head, she felt her Xianyin holy body being completely hollowed out by an invisible force. Then, the devouring law, which had long been integrated with her, poured in like a tidal wave, filling every inch of her flesh and soul. The icy blue full moon phenomenon behind her reappeared, but the small black hole at the center of the moon was now expanding wildly, transforming into a slowly rotating chaotic vortex from which even light could not escape. A terrifying aura, 100 times colder and 1,000 times more domineering than before, seemingly capable of devouring all the heavens and myriad worlds, suddenly erupted. Ding! Lin Wanner's bloodline has successfully evolved. The mysterious Yin sacred body has evolved into the mysterious Yin devouring heaven body divine grade, initial stage. Next up is Xia Qingyue. Her body became a brutal battlefield. The extreme cold energy originating from the depths of her bloodline, and the wisp of pure yang fire that Chen Xian had transferred into her body, under the impetus of the golden divine light, began their most primal collision and fusion. Behind her, the illusory image of an ice blue phoenix cried out to the sky, filled with both pain and the promise of new life. Its left half emanated an increasingly chilling aura, seemingly capable of freezing time and space. Meanwhile, its right half was ablaze with raging crimson gold flames, radiating an overwhelming divine power capable of incinerating the entire world. Ice and fire, yin and yang, 2 extreme forces achieved a mysterious and perfect balance within her body. Ding! Xia Qingyue's bloodline has successfully evolved. The Ice Phoenix Divine Body has evolved into the Yin Yang Ice Phoenix Body Divine Grade, initial stage.
Then, it was Su Yuning's turn.
The moment the divine light of creation surged into her body, her 9 orifices of pure heart were instantly ignited.
Buzz.
A profound and mysterious resonance of alchemy suddenly spread out from her center. Nearby, Yao Ling, who had been watching nervously, suddenly changed her expression. She felt her Danling's sacred body within her body being uncontrollably activated, as if summoned by her long-lost Taoist partner. Before she could even gasp, she was pulled by that resonant force and involuntarily sat down cross-legged.
Behind Su Yuning, the Heartfire Dragon roared out. Behind Yao Ling, the Phoenix of Danhua cried out once more.
This time, the dragon and phoenix no longer fought, but instead, like yin and yang fish, they linked head to tail, swirling and merging together.
One god destroys, another god creates. The two ultimate forms of alchemy created a perfect cycle in the two women. Their auras surged dramatically. Ding! Su Yuning and Yao Ling's bloodlines have successfully evolved.
9 Aperture's heart and Danling's sacred body have both advanced to divine grade, initial stage.
Finally, it's Xiao Yanran.
Her transformation was the most tragic. The divine light containing the origin of Chen Xian's pure yang burning heaven fire transformed into the most domineering divine furnace within her body, frantically scorching every inch of her meridians and every drop of her blood.
Ah!
Xiao Yanran could no longer suppress her emotions and let out a shrill, painful roar. She could clearly feel that her impure and mixed dragon bloodline was being burned, purified, crushed, and recombined again and again. The phantom of the fire dragon behind her shattered inch by inch in the golden flames, and then fused together again inch by inch. Each time it reassembles, its aura becomes several times more terrifying than before.
Finally, when the last trace of bloodline impurities is burned away. Roar! A dragon's roar, seemingly from the primordial chaos, shook all the gods and demons, resounding through the heavens.
100-foot-long divine dragon, its entire body ablaze with crimson gold divine flames, majestic and holy, like a fire king descending to earth, suddenly appeared.
That was no longer the flame dragon. It is the real, heaven-burning divine dragon. Ding! Xiao Yanran's bloodline has successfully evolved.
The flame dragon bloodline has evolved into the burning heaven divine dragon bloodline divine grade, initial stage.
In an instant, for earth-shattering divine phenomena soared into the sky in the main control hall of the Cloud Sea.
The air in the entire hall seemed to freeze, filled with 4 distinct yet equally terrifying auras. Morong Shui, standing to the side, was captivated, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and endless anticipation. Chen Fan, who was being held in Chen Xian's arms, clapped his little hands and cheered in a childish voice.
Daddy!
Fireworks! All the little mothers have turned into sparkly candies. Children's innocent words sent a shiver down the spines of the 5 women who had just completed their transformation and were slowly opening their eyes. They felt the transformative power within them, a newfound strength that seemed to allow them to control a vast world. Then they looked at the young man in the blue robe who remained calm throughout, as if he had only done something insignificant. There were no more distracting thoughts in their eyes. Only one kind remains, a near faith, a fanaticism and worship.
The next moment, 5 stunningly beautiful women knelt down before Chen Xian in unison.
The sounds were uniform and resounded throughout the entire hall.
Thank you, Master Husband, for giving me a second life.
Chen Xian accepted their kneeling without hesitation. His gaze swept over them and finally landed on Morong Shui, the only one still standing. Morong Shui met his gaze, her breath hitched, and her heart began to pound uncontrollably. Chen Xian smiled slightly at her.
Don't rush. It's your turn. Chapter 104, The Myriad Array Immortal Diagram, a Supreme Treasure of Array Tao. Get up, everyone.
Chen Xian's voice was calm, yet it seemed to carry a certain law, causing the women to stand up involuntarily. They felt the new, surging power within them, the throbbing deep within their blood causing every pore to open. Looking into each other's eyes, they could see the lingering shock and ecstasy in each other's eyes.
This is the power of a divine bloodline. However, this feast is clearly not over yet. Chen Xian's gaze fell on Morong Shui.
Throughout, she stood quietly to the side, protecting her sisters. On her exquisitely beautiful face, there was not a trace of jealousy, only pure joy.
Shui'er.
Chen Xian called softly.
Your subordinate is here. Morong Shui's delicate body trembled almost imperceptibly.
She stepped forward and bowed her head respectfully. She tried her best to calm her racing heart, but her eyes, which seemed to hold the shimmering stars, betrayed her nervousness and anticipation. She knew it was her turn.
Your path is different from theirs.
Chen Xian looked at her and slowly said, simply having bloodline and cultivation is not your foundation. You need a vessel, a fulcrum that can turn the erase star sea in your mind into reality. A natal magic weapon that belongs only to you, resonates with your bloodline, and is connected to your mind.
The words fell. Chen Xian waved his sleeve. Splash! The entire hall was instantly engulfed by endless divine light.
Hundreds of top-tier divine materials, radiating terrifying fluctuations of laws, poured into the center of the hall like a burst dam, piling up into a dazzling mountain.
Void crystal. Starry mithril. Fragments of the world's core. Chaos stone.
The newly crowned Empress Xiao Yanran's pupils suddenly contracted, and she even stopped breathing for a moment. She thought of the great Yan dynasty's treasury, and the celestial meteorite iron that her father treasured and called a national treasure, which was only the size of a fist. The treasure mountain before us contains divine objects that are hundreds or thousands of times more precious than extraterrestrial meteorites, and they are actually counted in piles. No, this is not a treasure mountain at all. This is a pile of trash that this man casually threw away. The moment this thought crossed her mind, not only hers, but also Xiao Qingyue and Su Yuning's minds went blank. As for Murong Shui, seeing the scene before her that no array master could have imagined in their entire life, her usually calm and composed mind on arrays was completely thrown into turmoil. It wasn't boiling over, but rather a tremor deep in the soul of a pilgrim who had witnessed a miracle. She knew that an unprecedented and unparalleled miracle of array formation was about to be born in her hands.
System. Activate, Sequence 2, Exclusive Magic Weapon Crafting. Consume 300,000 luck points. Ding. Command received. Begin crafting your own magical artifact. Target, Pseudo-Immortal Artifact Myriad Array Diagram. Activating the Fortress of Destiny to smelt divine materials. Boom!
The phantom of an ancient bronze furnace reappears, and golden flames of destiny soar into the sky.
The mountain of divine materials was swept into it by an invisible force.
Those solid divine objects that were enough to leave even a nascent soul ancestor helpless in the outside world could not even last a moment under the fire of fortune. They instantly melted away and turned into a chaotic liquid that shimmered with seven-colored light. All impurities were forcibly erased by the great power of destiny, leaving only the most original and pure essence of the great Tao.
Ding! Divine material smelting complete.
Activating the clan scripture pavilion to perform law deduction and Tao pattern imprinting.
Buzz! The phantom image of the 9-story pagoda flashed by and disappeared.
Chen Xian extended a finger, using it as a pen and the void as paper, and began to draw rapidly. Not a trace of true essence flowed from his fingertips, but rather golden law patterns composed purely of the ultimate principles of the great Tao. As his fingertips danced, a series of illusory arrays, powerful enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, flashed by in the hall.
The phantom of the Zhou Xing Dodijin appeared, and the dome of the entire hall seemed to transform into a real cosmic starry sky, with endless star power descending, making the women almost unable to breathe. The 4 killing sword intents of the immortal slaughtering sword formation flashed by in an instant. The cold and desolate aura caused Lin Wanner and the others, who had just evolved into divine bodies, to feel a stinging pain in their souls. The illusion of the 9-bend yellow river formation swept past them, making them dizzy and almost causing them to fall into its trap. He simplified, purified, and recombined the supreme arrays that only existed in mythology in an unimaginable way, and finally transformed them into 3,000 core primordial array patterns. Go! Chen Xian flicked his finger, and the 3,000 array patterns, like swallows returning to their nests, all disappeared into the 7-colored chaotic liquid. Rumble! The entire Yunhai began to tremble violently, as if it could not withstand the world's shaking power. The chaotic liquid spun and expanded wildly, eventually transforming into a blank scroll as thin as a cicada's wing, yet seemingly containing the entire universe. On the scroll, there was only chaos.
Swear, Chen Xian's voice rang out again, your essence blood.
Yes. Morong Shui seemed to awaken from a dream.
Without the slightest hesitation, she forced out a drop of her life essence blood, which shimmered with starlight, from her fingertip. The essence of blood flew out and slowly dripped into the center of the painting.
Buzz!
The moment the essence and blood merged, the entire painting shone with dazzling light. The 3,000 great Tao array patterns were fully activated, frantically roaming, combining, and evolving on the scroll. In the blink of an eye, an unparalleled killing formation was formed.
In the blink of an eye, a top-tier illusion array was formed. In the blink of an eye, an unparalleled trapping array capable of locking down a nascent soul cultivator appeared. The birth and death of countless formations are determined in a single thought. Finally, all the light subsided, and the scroll transformed into a stream of light, landing steadily in Moronxue's palm, which trembled slightly with excitement. Ding! The pseudo-immortal artifact, the Myriad Array Diagram, has been successfully crafted. The Myriad Array Diagram, capable of storing, deducing, and fusing countless arrays. Using the host's blood as a catalyst, it can instantly unleash 10,000 arrays. A thought arises, the array is formed. A thought is uttered, the array vanishes. This treasure grows alongside its master's cultivation, possessing limitless potential. Moronxue stroked the scroll in her hand, which was connected to her bloodline, and felt the vast and boundless supreme array within it. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears. She bowed deeply to Qin Xian, her forehead touching the ground. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this treasure. In this lifetime, Shuer will surely set up the strongest divine array to protect all the heavens. Qin Xian smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the numb expressions on the women's faces. His gaze returned to the enormous golden light screen. There are 770,000 luck points remaining. All right, that concludes the appetizer. His voice made the women's hearts skip a beat again. Is this just an appetizer? Qin Xian picked up Qin Fan, who was still gnawing on spirit stones, kissed him on the cheek, and his eyes burned with an intense light. Step 3. His voice, like a divine decree, resounded throughout the hall. Consumed 500,000 luck points. For myself and my son, Qin Fan. Proceed with the ultimate bloodline infusion. Objective: to directly elevate my pure yang devouring heaven technique to the highest level of the heavenly rank. Nourish my son's chaotic Tao body to the second stage. Let him awaken his second innate divine ability ahead of schedule. Chapter 105, Mastery of the Technique. Father and son soar together. The women knelt on the ground, their voices forming a frenzied torrent that surged through the starry palace. Qin Xian accepted their worship with composure and slowly rose from his seat. The first and second steps of common prosperity had been successfully completed. Now, it's time for the most crucial and essential third step. Invest in yourself, and invest in your future. His gaze fell on the golden light screen where Tao runes flowed slowly, his eyes more profound and fervent than ever before, as he issued his final command. System, initiate the final sequence. Consume 500,000 luck points. Target, me, and my son, Qin Fan. Ding. Final instructions received. Initiating, Sequence 3, Ultimate Bloodline Infusion. Consumes 500,000 luck points. Boom. 500,000 luck points exploded at this moment. The terrifying number, beyond description, transformed into a golden ocean of energy more dazzling than a star explosion, roaring and churning within the hall. The entire Yunhai was humming under the strain, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Inside the main hall, the women's faces turned deathly pale. Under the pure pressure of this energy, even breathing became extremely difficult. They could only watch in horror as the golden ocean split in two. One of the smaller streams, about 1/3 of the total, transformed into an ancient and mysterious golden furnace, seemingly containing the origin of all cultivation techniques from the beginning of time. The furnace enveloped Qin Xian's body, along with the three-headed, six-armed chaotic demon god Dharma image behind him. Deducing the host's cultivation technique, pure yang devouring heaven technique. Integrating the origin of bloodlust, the origin of weaponry, and the essence of all techniques. Cultivation technique rank, currently being upgraded. High-grade celestial rank. Ding. Deduction successful. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation technique, pure yang devouring heaven technique, has successfully evolved into a top-tier heaven rank technique, chaos myriad paths devouring heaven scripture. Boom. The moment the system notification sounded, the golden furnace surrounding Qin Xian exploded with a roar. A supreme scripture, seemingly capable of devouring and refining all the heavens and myriad worlds, exploded in his mind. Every single word contains a complete and profound truth. Each syllable seems to contain the ultimate mystery of the universe's birth and death. Qin Xian felt that his soul, golden core, and physical body were completely reshaped and recreated at this moment. On his perfect golden core, the black devouring dragon pattern seemed to come alive, letting out a silent roar to the sky.
Its body grew and spread wildly, eventually transforming into 3,000 tiny chaotic dragon patterns, like 3,000 divine dragons wielding different great das, wrapping around his golden core layer by layer, guarding and worshipping it.
Golden Core Stage 2. Golden Core Stage 3. Golden Core Stage 4.
Under the autonomous operation of this top-grade heaven-ranked divine skill, Chen Xian's cultivation level began to soar wildly without any reason. In just a few breaths, he rushed all the way to the peak of the 4th level of the Golden Core Stage, only one step away from the middle level of the Golden Core Stage. However, this is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is the other 2/3 of the Golden Ocean. That vast and boundless ocean of energy transformed into a golden pillar of light that pierced through the heavens and earth, like the Milky Way pouring down from the sky and the Milky Way falling, pouring heavily into the child who was being held in Chen Xian's arms and who was looking excited and eager.
Chen Fan. Ah!
The moment that enormous energy, enough to burst a star, surged into his body, Chen Fan finally let out a painful roar that was not human. His delicately sculpted, adorable face instantly twisted into a ferocious grimace, and his body swelled wildly like a balloon that had been inflated to its limit. Ancient, jet-black demonic runes, formed from the most primordial chaos, burst forth from beneath his skin. Earth, fire, water, wind, thunder, light, darkness. Countless runes representing the origin of the world were frantically created, destroyed, and transformed around his body. His heterochromatic eyes even conjured up terrifying scenes of the birth of the universe and the annihilation of stars.
Not good. Lin Wanner's expression changed drastically. She could clearly feel that her son's life force was running rampant in an extremely dangerous way. This force was too immense, far exceeding Chen Fan's current limit of endurance. One wrong move and you could explode and die, your soul and spirit annihilated. My husband. She looked at Chen Xian in horror, her voice filled with unprecedented panic. However, Chen Xian showed no sign of tension. He simply held his son, who was enduring extreme pain, quietly. There was no heartache or worry in his eyes, only an almost cold calm, and a hint of madness and expectation hidden beneath the calm. His voice wasn't loud, but it rang out clearly in the hall like the final judgment of a god. Fanner. You are my son. It is the Chaos Tao body, an unparalleled being destined to conquer the heavens alongside me. Chen Xian paused, then changed the subject, his tone becoming slightly mocking. If you can't even bear this little bit of pain, how can you accompany your father to eat those better and more powerful candies? He looked down at the pair of heterochromatic eyes in his arms, their pupils dilated with pain, his voice low but filled with an undeniable will. Hold on. Then. Wake up. The moment the words left his mouth, Chen Fan's painful roar abruptly stopped. In his eyes, one gold and one black, all the pain and chaos had faded away, replaced by a new, indifferent, and icy gaze that looked down upon all things. Click. A crisp sound, like something breaking, came from Chen Fan's body. Ding. Detected that the chaotic Tao body has broken through the first stage of its limitations. Second innate divine ability is awakening. Chapter 106, Awakening of Chaos, Return of All Laws to One. Chen Xian's voice was not loud. It was like an invisible decree, piercing through the surging energy and precisely imprinting itself on Chen Fan's young soul, which was on the verge of collapse. Roar. A sound that was neither human nor human, but more like the dying roar of an ancient ferocious beast, erupted from the depths of Chen Fan's throat. His body, which had expanded to its limit, exploded with a bang. There was no bloodshed or carnage. Only light. Pitch black, viscous, a light of destruction that seemed to pull the entire world back to its primordial chaos. Where the light passed, space distorted, and the laws of nature wailed. Not good. Lin Wanner's expression changed drastically, and a delicate shout echoed throughout the hall. Without the slightest hesitation, she was the first to act. Mysterious Een devouring heaven, domain, open. A massive, icy blue vortex suddenly unfolded behind her, no longer just a strange phenomenon, but transformed into a real domain, like a silent, gigantic maw, meeting the surging chaotic light. Yin Yang Ice Phoenix, Lotus of Ice and Fire. Xia Qingyue followed closely behind, her fair hand gently waving. A giant lotus flower, half ice blue and half crimson gold, bloomed out of thin air. Its petals swirled, drawing in wisps of chaotic energy and using the extreme power of ice and fire to dissipate it. 10,000 formations diagram, activate. Celestial stars, guard. Moron Shueching shouted, and the newly completed scroll in her palm shot into the sky and unfolded instantly. On the scroll, 3,000 Tao patterns flowed, instantly evolving into a vast phantom of a star array,
transforming into a dazzling starlight canopy that enveloped and protected the entire hall.
Loyal Heart Dragon Fire. Danling Phoenix Flame. Su Yuning and Yao Ling exchanged a glance. The two alchemy beauties were of one mind and simultaneously activated their source energy. The Crimson Heart Fire Dragon and the Emerald Green Pill Fire Phoenix intertwined and circled, their union transforming into a dazzling phantom of a pill furnace, attempting to refine the chaotic power. Finally, it's Xiao Yanran. Roar! A true dragon's roar resounded. The 100-foot-tall divine dragon behind her took a step forward, and crimson gold divine flames transformed into a sea of fire, forming the last line of defense. 6 newly transformed, exceptionally talented women, at this moment, join forces for the first time without reservation to protect their shared man and child. 6 forces, enough to make even the most powerful nascent soul cultivators outside change color, intertwined to form an impenetrable 7-colored net, firmly suppressing the raging chaotic light in the center of the hall. Even so, they still found it incredibly difficult. That chaotic light seemed to be the source of all laws and the end of all things. It is constantly devouring and assimilating their power of law. The 6 women's pretty faces turned pale at a visible speed, fine beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads, and their delicate bodies began to tremble slightly. They felt they were not facing an evolving child. Instead, it is a creator god awakening. If this continues, they will all be drained of their life force in less than 10 breaths. Just as their defenses were about to collapse, Chen Xian, who was at the center of the storm, finally made a move. He looked at the energy storm that had completely turned into chaos, his face showing no tension, but rather a hint of helplessness, as if he were looking at his own mischievous, destructive child. He slowly extended one hand. A long, slender, fair hand, as perfect as a work of art. Facing the chaotic storm that was powerful enough to tear the heavens and earth apart and recreate the primordial chaos, he gently pressed down with a palm. That's enough. Give it to me, and bring it back. The voice was flat. Yet it contains an unquestionable absolute authority. In an instant, the entire chaotic world came to a standstill. The raging chaotic light, the roaring earth, fire, water, and wind, and the myriad laws of creation and destruction instantly became docile and obedient under this palm strike. It was like a pack of destructive huskies meeting their owner who was carrying slippers. All the light, all the energy, all the laws, surged back like weary birds returning to their nests, in a frenzied upheaval. They surged back into the eye of the storm, into that tiny silhouette. The light faded. A completely new figure slowly appeared before everyone. No longer looking like a child. Instead, he was a peerless young man who looked about 15 or 16 years old, with black hair and black eyes, sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, so handsome that he could make any woman suffocate. A dark, chaotic demonic rune was faintly visible on his forehead. His eyes were deep and weathered, as if reflecting the birth and death of the universe and the eternal cycle of reincarnation. He stood there quietly, yet he inspired all the beautiful young women of divine bloodlines present with an urge to bow down and worship. This is the true form of the first stage of the chaotic Tao body after awakening. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your offspring Chen Fan has successfully evolved his bloodline. The chaotic Tao body has awakened to stage 1 adolescence. Congratulations, host! Your offspring, Chen Fan, has successfully comprehended his second innate divine ability, the unity of all laws. The unity of all laws, a divine ability exclusive to the Chaos Tao body. It can forcibly devour, analyze, and fuse the myriad laws of the world, transforming them into the most primordial chaotic power for one's own use. This divine ability ignores level and defense. The only limitation is the limit that the caster can withstand. Ignore level. Ignore defense. Upon seeing these 8 words, even Chen Xian's heart skipped a beat. This is fucking. This is an utterly illogical rule-breaking bug. However, just as Chen Xian was feeling excited about his son's incredible ability, Chen Fan, who had grown into a handsome young man, slowly opened his deep eyes. His gaze swept across the hall, where the little mothers looked horrified and bewildered, and finally landed on the dome of the hall. That vast galaxy evolved from the core array of the Cloud Sea. The boy tilted his head. A hint of curiosity and eagerness appeared on his handsome face. Then, he extended a finger and gently touched the dazzling Milky Way. At the same time, he softly uttered the second word he had learned in a clear and pleasant boyish voice that still carried a hint of childishness. Eat. Chapter 107, First Test of Supernatural Power, the Galaxy Loses Its Color. Eat. A single word, light and airy, came out of the handsome young man's mouth.
There was no roar of laws, no flash of divine light.
It's as if it's saying, the sky is about to brighten. The water is wet. An unquestionable, absolute truth. The next moment,
the vision of the women in the hall suddenly went black.
It's not that the light is blocked.
Rather, the concept of light itself, along with everything it carries, was swallowed whole by some indescribable being. The core formation of the cloud sea is that simulated, vast, and dazzling galaxy.
That array-like sky, which even the nascent soul ancestor couldn't leave a ripple with his full force attack.
At that moment, it disappeared without a sound.
Billions of stars, boundless energy, profound laws.
Everything was completely devoured, leaving not a trace. The main control hall was plunged into absolute, pitch-black silence and darkness. Morong Shui, a master of array formations, was completely blank in her mind. Xiao Yanran's newly evolved burning heaven divine dragon bloodline trembled instinctively. It wasn't fear, but a kind of submission when facing a higher-level natural enemy. Lin Wanner, Xiao Qingyue, Su Yuning, yelling each and every one of them froze in place, forgetting even to breathe.
What happened? That galaxy is gone?
The 15 or 16-year-old boy pointed at her and said the word eat.
That's it? What the hell is this thing? Cough.
Just as the women's worldviews were teetering on the brink of collapse and about to shatter into dust, a soft cough broke the suffocating darkness.
It's Chen Xian.
His feelings right now are very complicated.
On one hand, I feel proud as a father.
He truly deserves the Chaos Dao body and is worthy of being my son, Chen Xian's offspring.
This new divine power is simply domineering and unreasonable.
On the other hand, it's heartbreaking.
That's the Cloud Sea.
A flying ship produced by the system, capable of growing into a Dao artifact. Even he himself would have to put in a lot of effort to get the core array's energy source without using the chaos myriad paths devouring heaven scripture.
Now, his son has eaten up him with just one word?
Although the formation itself is not damaged, its energy has been drained, and it can be restored by recharging. But this rate of spending is terrifying.
Fanner.
Chen Xian rubbed his throbbing temples, his tone tinged with helplessness.
You can't just eat your own food. Especially this kind, is very expensive.
Oh. In the darkness, Chen Fan's clear, youthful voice, tinged with a hint of half-understanding, drifted out. He even seemed to smack his lips, revealing a lingering sense of grievance. But, Daddy, it smells really delicious. Chen Xian was completely speechless. This little rascal not only has a big appetite, but he's also a top-tier foodie. He waved his hand.
Boom!
A small mountain made of top-grade spirit stones appeared out of thin air.
100,000 yuan.
Each piece radiated a dazzling spiritual light, and the vast and pure spiritual energy instantly transformed into a tangible wave that swept across the entire hall. The darkness was instantly dispelled, and the entire hall was illuminated as brightly as day.
The women's breath hitched again.
100,000 top-grade spirit stones.
You just casually pulled it out and used it as a flare? Go! Chen Xian flicked his finger. The 100,000 spirit stones instantly disintegrated, transforming into a torrent of pure energy that roared into the dark dome. Buzz! The dome of the main hall shines brightly once again. That vast and dazzling galaxy reappeared, even brighter and deeper than before.
The women's already numb hearts were pierced again by this extravagant and inhumane scene.
However, what happened next was even more heartbreaking.
As Chen Fan gazed at the now brightly lit and even more delicious starry sky, a longing light once again shone in his deep, youthful eyes.
His mouth opened slightly, uncontrollably. Chen Xian's eyelids twitched violently.
He swiftly covered his precious son's mouth with his hand.
This won't do.
I told you it's ours.
Daddy will take you out to eat, all you can eat.
Before he could finish speaking, he no longer cared about maintaining a superior demeanor. He grabbed his son, whose destructive power was comparable to that of a chaotic beast, and with a flicker of his body, he disappeared from the hall as if fleeing in panic. If they don't leave now, he has no doubt that the Yunhai will be completely wrecked by this little rascal within half a day. Looking at the vanished father and son, the remaining 6 stunning beauties in the hall exchanged glances, speechless for a long time. In the end, it was Lin Wanner, the legitimate wife, who was the first to come to her senses. Looking at the sisters in front of her with their various expressions, a helpless look, both amused and exasperated, appeared on her cool and pretty face. It seems that our family will be anything but lively from now on. She paused, then changed the subject, a shrewdness and wisdom of a mistress flashing in her beautiful, icy blue eyes.
However, before my husband left, he did leave us with a lesson.
She gently raised her hand, and the enormous golden light screen reappeared.
The screen no longer displayed Chen Xian's personal information, but a list.
A list of resources that would drive any Holy Land on the Xin-Tian continent mad with envy.
Partial list of family assets. Luck points, 770,000. Top grade spirit stones, 3.2 million.
Celestial rank techniques supernatural powers fragments, 13 parts. 172 earth rank magic treasures spirit treasures. 345 kinds of rare and precious materials of grade 6 or above. Looking at that long string of dazzling numbers and categories, the women's emotions, which had just calmed down, were once again thrown into turmoil.
Sister, this 3,200,000, is it top grade spirit stones? Xia Qingyue's voice trembled. Born into a distinguished family, she knew all too well what that number represented. It was enough to buy 10 dynasties she had once ruled.
Good.
Lin Wanner nodded, her gaze sweeping over the list, her eyes sparkling with an unprecedented light. My husband's meaning is perfectly clear.
He gave us the qualification to become gods. Now, he has laid the stairway to the throne of God under our feet with these resources. Her gaze swept over the still shocked faces of the women, her voice clear and cold, yet carrying an undeniable power.
Sisters, should we walk up ourselves, or wait for him to come back next time and carry us up? Chapter 108, Imperial Harem Council, Future Blueprint. Lin Wanner's voice was cold, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. She looked around at the 5 sisters before her, no longer the icy fairy who only knew how to wield a sword. At this moment, she is the matriarch of this nascent immortal family, the swordsman most trusted by that man, and the only empress of his harem empire. She is uniting this terrifying power, capable of overthrowing any holy site, on behalf of her man. Are you confident?
These 3 words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the hearts of Yao Ling, Morong Shui, Xia Qingyue, Su Yuning, and Xia Yanran.
Their delicate bodies trembled in unison.
A raging inferno instantly ignited deep within his eyes.
Confidence? It's more than just having confidence. He possesses divine bloodline, wields heavenly ranked divine skills, and has endless resources. If they can't become gods even after all this, then what face do they have to stand beside that man and enjoy the scenery of the heavens with him? That's not a woman, that's trash. Have.
The 5 women spoke in unison, their voices like the roar of dragons, resolute and decisive.
A look of relief finally appeared on Lin Wanner's usually cold face. Very good.
This harem team, composed of 6 individuals with divine bloodlines, the strongest in history, finally came together as one at this moment.
Very good.
Lin Wanner nodded in satisfaction and waved her hand lightly. The resource list on the golden light screen instantly transformed into a well-defined common prosperity plan.
First, Yao Ling, Su Yuning. Lin Wanner's gaze fell upon the 2 alchemy saint bodies.
You 2 shall immediately take over all the prescriptions and medicinal materials that your husband has seized. I will allocate another 100,000 luck points and 200,000 top-grade spirit stones from the family assets to you. Her voice paused, then became extremely serious.
I have only one request.
In the shortest possible time, develop a heaven-defying pill formula that can quickly and mass produce golden pills. I want to make golden elixir a basic requirement for our Qin family guard.
Mass-producing golden elixirs? And this is just the basic configuration?
Upon hearing this outrageously ambitious goal, Yao Ling and Su Yuning showed no fear. Instead, their beautiful eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance. This is the ultimate goal they, as cultivators of the Taoist saint body, should strive to achieve.
Don't worry, sister.
The 2 women exchanged a glance and saw mutual respect and high fighting spirit in each other's eyes. They bowed deeply to Lin Wanner, their voices filled with confidence. With my sister Yuning's sister Linger joining forces, within 3 months we will make the golden core become the most worthless commodity in my Qin family.
Good.
Lin Wanner nodded emphatically, her gaze turning to Morong Shui.
Shui.
You have exceptional talent in array formations, and now you also have the pseudo-immortal artifact myriad array diagram personally crafted by your husband. I will also allocate to you 100,000 luck points, 200,000 top-grade spirit stones, and the highest level of access to the Cloud Sea's array core.
I want you to upgrade all the defensive and offensive formations of the Cloud Sea. The standard is to be able to withstand a single blow from an immortal without being destroyed.
At the same time, we will analyze that star map of the fallen god starfield to plan the safest and most efficient route for our next expedition.
Is the task heavy? Withstanding a devastating blow from an immortal? Analyzing the star system's flight path?
Any one of these tasks would be enough to drive even the so-called masters of array formations to their graves, to the point of exhaustion and death. But Morong Shui smiled. She gently stroked the 10,000 formations diagram in her hand, which was connected to her bloodline, and the confident light in her eyes was almost overflowing.
Reporting to my sister, it's not heavy. With this map in hand, not to mention immortals, even gods could descend upon us. Schwer is confident that she will make sure he never returns. What an arrogant tone.
But no one present thought she was boasting, because that paper-thin scroll did indeed contain a terrifying power that could make the heavens and earth change color.
Very good.
Lin Wanner nodded again, her gaze finally settling on Xia Qingyue and Xia Yanran. Looking at these two new sisters who had little experience, she pondered for a moment.
Sister Qingyue, Sister Yanran.
Now that you have just entered the Chun family, your most urgent task is to fully integrate the divine bloodline bestowed upon you by your husband.
Therefore, I have only one task for you: cultivation. Cultivation without regard to the cost. She suddenly waved her hand. Boom!
On the light screen, all the remaining luck points and top-grade spirit stones transformed into two dazzling torrents of energy, like a reversed galaxy, floating in front of the two women. The spiritual energy was so dense that it was almost tangible, causing the space to hum. Here are 570,000 luck points and 2.8 million top-grade spirit stones. And all the rare and precious materials and cultivation techniques that my husband has collected, you may use them as you please.
I only have one requirement for you.
Before you all emerge from seclusion next time, my husband, your cultivation levels must reach the nascent soul stage.
Did you understand? When Lin Wanner uttered those domineering words, Xia Qingyue and Xiao Yanran were completely dumbfounded.
They stared blankly at the two treasure mountains before them, piled up with endless wealth, their brilliance almost blinding them.
My mind is blank. Using enough resources to buy 10 Xian continents, just to get the two of them to the nascent soul stage? Is this cultivation?
No, this is using money to create a future.
How extravagant. How wasteful. How? It's exhilarating. Is this the cultivation method of the Chen family? I'm in love. Absolutely in love. Chapter 109, The Mysterious Mastermind, The Chosen One.
Just as the Chen family's harem, under the direction of Lin Wanner, the principal wife, embarked on a grand era of common prosperity cultivation.
Xian continent. A forbidden place unknown to most.
Abyss of 10,000 demons. At the very bottom of the abyss, on a throne made of countless ancient demon god skeletons, a young man dressed in a blue robe slowly opened his eyes. Those were eyes burning with endless demonic flames. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips.
Interesting. Someone actually beat me to it and reaped the world's fortune.
He also took those women who should have belonged to him into his possession. He rose from the throne of bones, and a terrifying demonic power, completely different from Chen Xian's yet equally domineering, suddenly erupted. That was no ordinary demonic power, but a supreme demonic power that transcends all heavens and myriad paths, regarding all living beings as ants and gods and Buddhas as straw dogs. He stretched out a long, pale hand, and a wisp of jet-black flame rose from his palm.
But so what?
He looked at the flame in his palm, his tone indifferent, as if stating a given fact. Just a bunch of false gods created by external forces. In the end, they are just a few stepping stones on my way back to the top.
The Chen family. Chen Xian.
He murmured the name softly, a hint of playful amusement flashing in his eyes, like a cat toying with a mouse.
I hope you can bring me a little surprise. No, it's too boring for me.
As soon as he finished speaking, his figure transformed into a wisp of black demonic flame, silently merging into the void and disappearing from sight.
At the same time,
Xian continent, eastern region. In a desolate mountain range, Qin Xian looked helplessly at his beloved son who was having a great time playing. At this moment, Chen Fan was suspended in mid-air, with a towering peak thousands of feet high in front of him.
He stretched out a delicate pink finger and gently touched the giant peak. All things returned to one.
The boy's voice was clear and crisp, with a hint of childishness.
Buzz.
A chaotic ripple, barely visible to the naked eye, flashed from his fingertip and instantly enveloped the entire 1,000-foot mountain peak.
The next moment,
Under Chen Xian's gaze, which was already used to such sights, the massive mountain made of hard granite began to disintegrate without warning. It was neither a collapse nor a shattering.
It's decomposition.
The soil, rocks, grass and trees that make up the mountain, all tangible matter was instantly and forcibly reduced to its most primitive and original form.
Soil transforms into the purest essence of the earth. Stone, transformed into the purest essence of metal and stone. Plants and trees transform into the most concentrated essence of life.
In just a few breaths, the entire 1,000-foot mountain peak vanished from the world. Instead, a fist-sized, multicolored energy sphere radiating pure, primordial energy waves appeared.
Chen Fan looked at the ball of energy and nodded in satisfaction.
Then, he opened his small mouth and swallowed the ball of light in one gulp.
Hiccup.
He let out a satisfied burp, a blissful expression of contentment spreading across his face, before wrinkling his little nose.
Daddy, this candy is a little bland. Chen Xian's eye twitched. Light? That's a mountain. He rubbed his temples, and for the first time, he began to doubt his decision to take him to eat candy. This isn't just eating candy, it's practically a human self-propelled demolition crew.
At this rate of eating, in just a few days, he'll have devoured the entire Xiantian continent into something resembling the surface of the moon.
No, we need to find him some other toys. Chen Xian thought to himself.
His gaze slowly swept across the vast continent, and the eye of the furnace quietly opened. Under his divine eyes, which could see through the fortunes of all things, the distribution of fortunes across the entire Xiantian continent was clearly presented before him.
The 3 key points of destiny bearing the Chen family marked Qingyun sect, Tiandan Pavilion, and the Great Yan dynasty are flourishing and growing.
Countless sects and families, large and small, have varying degrees of fortune, and most of them exhibit a normal red-orange hue.
However, very soon, Chen Xian's gaze was drawn to an extremely unusual aura.
In the far west of the continent lies a desolate desert covered by endless yellow sand.
There, a jet-black, ominous, and destructive aura surged straight into the sky.
The demonic energy condensed into a huge phantom of a demon god whose face was obscured.
The strength of its aura was no less than that of Li Ya before. Even worse. Chen Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. In this world, besides the heavenly demon sect, there are actually such powerful demonic forces? He focused his divine sense and headed towards the desolate western desert to investigate. Soon,
a scene filled with evil and slaughter appeared in his mind.
Beneath the desert lies an enormous underground demon kingdom. Countless demonic cultivators thrive there, worshipping an evil god known as the Black Heaven Demon God.
They take pleasure in torturing and killing living beings and devouring souls.
Just now, they sacrificed a human city with millions of inhabitants.
Countless innocent mortals, men, women, and children, were drained of their souls and flesh in endless pain and despair, becoming sacrifices to the evil god.
The soaring resentment almost dyed the sky blood red.
Upon seeing this scene, the calm and serene expression in Chen Xian's eyes vanished.
Instead, there was a killing intent more chilling than 10,000 years of ice. He wasn't a saint, he killed more people than anyone else.
But he has his own bottom line.
Do not kill innocent people indiscriminately.
In particular, they prey on ordinary people who have no power to resist.
These beasts have undoubtedly crossed him. Fanner.
Chen Xian slowly turned his head to look at his son, who was still savoring the taste of the mountains. A cold and cruel smile appeared on his face.
Daddy, we've found new candy. And this time, no less.
They are a group of big, sweet, and moving bad candies.
Do you want it or not? Chapter 110, The Demon God Descends, the Night of Blood Sacrifice. Bad candy?
Upon hearing those 3 words, 2 flames of excitement instantly ignited in Chen Fan's deep, ancient eyes.
He loves eating bad things.
Because Daddy said that bad things are often very crispy and have a particularly chewy texture.
Think.
He nodded emphatically, his voice clear and crisp, filled with undisguised anticipation.
Good.
Chen Xian smiled, but there was no warmth in that smile, only a killing intent that could freeze one's soul.
He waved his hand. The cloud sea, which had been hidden deep in the clouds, suddenly tore through space and appeared out of thin air. Walk. Father will take you to uphold justice on behalf of heaven. And while you're at it, grab a buffet.
In the far west, in the Black Stone Desert. The most barren and chaotic lawless land in the Xiantian continent. During the day, yellow sand filled the sky, and the scorching sun blazed overhead. Night fell, and the wind howled and ghosts wailed. But tens of thousands of meters below the Sea of Death lies a vast, unknown demon kingdom.
The Dark Kingdom.
At this moment, in the center of the demon kingdom, a bloody and evil sacrificial ceremony is taking place on a huge altar made of countless human skulls. The demon king, a gaunt, withered old man in black robes, held aloft a pale white staff made of human bone. His terrifying demonic power, emanating from his near-divine level, surged incessantly, and he chanted ancient demonic scriptures in a fanatical, hoarse tone. Before him lay a vast, bottomless pool of blood. The viscous, dark red blood churned and bubbled wildly, with countless twisted and tormented human souls rising and falling within it, wailing and emitting silent screams. That was the resentment and blood of millions of innocent mortals. Above the blood pool, a terrifying demon god statue, hundreds of feet tall, with 3 heads, 6 arms, a blue face, and fangs, slowly emerged from the void. It spread its 6 enormous arms, filled with greed and savagery, frantically sucking up the abundant blood essence and resentful souls from the blood pool below. As energy was poured in, the demon statue began to solidify, with black blood seemingly flowing beneath its stone-like skin, as if it were about to come to life completely at any moment. Great Kshatriya, please enjoy your offering. Please unleash your divine power and lead us to conquer this filthy world. The demon king looked at the phantom of the demon god that was about to descend completely, his face full of a maniacal smile. Behind him, tens of thousands of demonic cultivators from the Black Heaven demon kingdom also knelt down, welcoming the arrival of their god with the most devout and fanatical attitude. However, at this most crucial moment, boom! A terrifying explosion suddenly erupted above their heads, seemingly about to overturn the entire underground demon kingdom. The entire underground space trembled violently, and countless giant rocks crashed down from the dome.
What's going on? What happened?
The demon king's expression changed drastically, and he looked up in horror. The solid dome, reinforced by countless arrays for thousands of years, was torn open by an indescribable, domineering force, creating a huge, sky-covering gash.
A dazzling ray of sunlight shone straight in through the crack.
It dispelled all the darkness and filth from this underground demon kingdom that never saw the light of day.
Immediately afterwards,
a magnificent ship, so beautiful it seemed otherworldly and so enormous it resembled a celestial palace, slowly descended from the rift.
On the deck of the Shenzhou spacecraft,
a young man dressed in a blue robe with a cold expression. A handsome young man with black hair and black eyes, as beautiful as a demon. The two stood with their hands behind their backs, looking down at the chaotic demon kingdom below with the gaze one would give a dead object. Who are you people? The demon king, seeing the uninvited guests who had suddenly arrived, roared in shock and rage, "How dare you disturb my divine descent?
You are courting death." Chen Xian didn't even bother to glance at him.
His gaze was fixed solely on the illusory image of the Black Heaven demon god below, which was still continuously absorbing the energy of the blood pool.
Demon god?
A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips.
Perfect timing, my son hasn't tried the sage yet.
As he spoke, he lowered his head and softly asked the boy beside him, whose eyes were already shining and whose mouth was practically watering.
Fanner.
This big, dark thing, and that huge pot of blood tofu underneath.
Which one do you like?
Upon hearing this, Chen Fan stuck out his little tongue and licked it.
Chapter 111, A Feast for the Gluttons, The Destruction of the Demon Kingdom. I want them all.
When Chen Fan's declaration, full of childlike innocence and supreme domineering aura, resounded throughout the entire underground demon kingdom. Below, the demon kingdom's ruler and tens of thousands of demon cultivators were stunned for a moment, then burst into deafening laughter. They looked at the two figures, one large and one small, seemingly oblivious to their fate, in the sky with an expression as if they were looking at idiots.
What did you hear? This brat, barely out of his teens, actually dares to devour their great black sky demon god? And even drink up that entire pool of holy blood? This isn't arrogance, this is madness. Ha 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 ha.
The demon king laughed wildly, his laughter sharp and piercing, filled with utter contempt and cruelty.
Interesting. Truly interesting. I haven't seen such an interesting offering in hundreds of years. He even felt that this was a special appetizer delivered to his door before the demon god descended. He stretched out a withered finger, like a chicken claw, pointing it at Chen Xian and his son in the sky. He roared in a frenzied tone at the demon god's phantom that was about to solidify completely. Great Kshatriya! Did you see that? These two ignorant ants dared to blaspheme your divine power. Please unleash your divine punishment. Tear them, along with their souls, to shreds. Let them become your most lowly nourishment. Roar! It was as if in response to his prayer. The towering black demon god phantom, hundreds of feet tall, suddenly roared to the sky, its sound waves solidifying and causing dark cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Its 6 enormous eyes, filled with savagery and destruction, locked onto Chen Xian and his son. A demonic power that surpassed the half-step nascent soul stage and was infinitely close to the true nascent soul stage suddenly erupted. The entire underground space trembled violently under this oppressive force, the dome collapsed, and the earth cracked. The tens of thousands of demonic cultivators below were all prostrate on the ground under this divine power, their bodies trembling like leaves, but their faces were filled with endless fanaticism. In their eyes, these two reckless intruders would be completely crushed into dust by their god in the next second. However, this demonic power was enough to make any nascent soul cultivator despair. Chen Xian's face remained completely expressionless. He was too lazy to even do it himself. She simply patted her son's head affectionately and chuckled softly. "Go, Fanner. Dinner is ready. Don't go too crazy." "All right, Daddy." Chen Fan let out an extremely excited cheer. On his handsome, almost demonic face, a cruel and greedy smile appeared, completely out of character for his age. The next moment, he moved. The small body transformed into a streak of pitch-black light, rushing towards the Black Heaven demon god, who stood 100 feet tall and exuded boundless demonic power, with a speed that surpassed lightning in thought. Court death. Upon seeing this, the demon king revealed a ferocious grin. In his view, this was tantamount to a moth flying into a flame, or a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But what happened next made his smile freeze instantly. Just moments before Chen Fan's small figure was about to collide with the enormous demon god, Chen Fan's small figure was seen. He opened his mouth. Behind him, the chaos demon god's Dharma image, which only Chen Xin could see, opened its terrifying maw, which seemed capable of devouring all the heavens and myriad worlds. All laws returned to one. The boy's voice, still carrying a hint of childishness, rang out softly. Buzz. The whole world stood still at that moment. Time, space, laws, energy, everything has come to an absolute standstill. That arrogant phantom of the Black Heaven demon god, its terrifying demonic power capable of destroying everything, its enormous body formed from the resentment and blood essence of millions of living beings. In that instant, it began to disintegrate uncontrollably. It twisted. It collapsed. It is not being destroyed, but being restored. Transformed into the most primordial and fundamental fragments of laws and torrents of energy. Like a river bursting its banks, like birds returning to their nests, they rushed madly toward that small, black, bottomless whirlpool. No! This is impossible. The Demon King let out a horrified scream that was not human, his eyeballs bulging out as if they were about to explode from their sockets. He couldn't believe his eyes. His great, omnipotent, dark lord. He was actually eaten in one bite by a mere brat? What the hell is this monster? He was scared. An unprecedented fear gripped his heart like a cold, large hand. He wanted to escape. However, it was too late. Chen Fan swallowed the powerful phantom of the demon god in one gulp and smacked his lips in satisfaction. Then, he cast his deep gaze, which seemed to contain the birth and death of stars, downwards. They threw it into the pool of blood tofu that was still churning wildly. And then there were the side dishes next to the blood tofu, already terrified and trembling with fear. He grinned, revealing a bright, innocent smile. Father said we must not waste food. As he spoke, he opened his cherry-like lips again, looking down at the entire underground demon kingdom. Gently, take a breath. Slurp. The next moment. The end of the world has come. That enormous pool of blood, brimming with the resentment of millions of living beings, those tens of thousands of demonic cultivators trembling and crawling on the ground, that evil altar built from countless bones, that entire vast and sturdy underground demon kingdom. Everything tangible and intangible, matter and energy. In that instant, everything was forcibly decomposed and restored by an irresistible, supreme power. It transformed into the purest torrent of primordial energy, which was swallowed whole by the boy who was suspended in mid-air. The entire process lasted less than 10 breaths. When everything settles down, that once vast underground demon kingdom, tens of thousands of meters deep, has completely disappeared from this world. All that remains is a bottomless, enormous sinkhole with smooth, mirror-like edges. And, at the center of the sinkhole, there was a handsome young man patting his belly with satisfaction. His aura was slightly stronger than before. His body also seemed to have grown a little bit taller. He looked up at his father on the deck,
whose face was a mixture of relief and helplessness, and then revealed a bright smile of satisfaction.
Father, I've finished eating.
After saying that, he suddenly sniffed with his little nose, tilted his head, and looked into a distant direction deep in the continent with his bright black eyes.
Ha!
Daddy, in that direction there seems to be another bad candy that tastes almost the same. He licked his lips, and a new light shone in his eyes.
However, it feels a bit crisper than the previous one.
Chapter 112, The Mysterious Taoist Priest Reveals Heavenly Secrets. Looking down at the bottomless, mirror-smooth giant sinkhole, and then at his precious son in his arms, who was burping and had a "I'm such a good boy" expression on his face, Chen Xian's temples throbbed.
This is hardly a buffet. This is clearly a takeover of the entire restaurant, tables and chairs. He had no doubt that if this little ancestor continued to eat like this, in less than a month, the entire Xian continent would be gnawed into a bare stone egg. It seems we need to take him to the fallen god Starfield as soon as possible. Chen Xian made up his mind.
Only a world with a higher energy level can withstand this little guy's antics. He swayed and landed next to Chen Fan, picking up the humanoid self-propelled demolition worker in one swift motion.
Let's go home and find your mothers. Yay! Chen Fan cheered, hugged Chen Xian's neck, and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek.
The figures of the father and son transformed into streaks of light and vanished instantly at the edge of the sinkhole, leaving behind only this miraculous sight that would allow future generations of cultivators to study for thousands of years. The moment Chen Xian and his son left, the void above the sinkhole rippled like water as an old figure, dressed in a Bagua Taoist robe and holding a whisk, slowly stepped out. The old Taoist priest looked down at the giant pit below, sensing the lingering, pure, and chaotic aura in the air. For the first time, his eyes, which had always been calm and collected as if they had seen through the vicissitudes of life, contracted sharply.
Chaos. Tao body? It's actually a chaos Tao body that has already awakened its innate divine power?
His voice was hoarse, carrying a shock that overturned his lifelong understanding. The old Taoist priest subconsciously made calculations with his fingers, his ancient knuckles moving rapidly as he tried to glimpse the secrets of heaven. However, as the deduction went deeper, the shock on his face grew even more intense.
No!
According to the heavenly secrets, the greatest variable in this world should be the reborn one who possesses the heavenly demon origin.
Why did an even more unreasonable chaotic Tao body suddenly appear out of nowhere?
And the fortunes of this father and son, why are they so immense and strange, that even my divine calculations of heaven cannot fathom them? The more he calculated, the more alarmed and horrified he became. Just as he tried to force his way through that layer of mist.
Puff!
The old Taoist priest was struck dumb, spitting out a mouthful of brilliant golden blood. His dignified face turned deathly pale, and his aura weakened. He was horrified to discover that an indescribable, domineering force was backfiring from the heavens, threatening to obliterate his very foundation.
What domineering luck! It can even backfire on the heavenly Tao.
The old Taoist priest hurriedly stopped, wiped the golden blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked in the direction where Chen Xian and his son had disappeared. In addition to the unprecedented solemnity in his eyes, there was also a trace of suppressed excitement.
Interesting, truly interesting.
It seems that this small Xian continent is much more lively than I imagined. He stroked his long beard, his eyes gleaming. A celestial demon is reborn, seeking to overthrow the old world. A visitor from outer space, possessing a heaven-defying artifact. Now, there is another child of the heavenly Tao born from chaos. 3 dragons converge in one pond. Is this meant to boil this small pond completely? The old Taoist priest revealed a profound and unfathomable smile.
So be it, so be it.
The chessboard is set, the pieces are in play, and it's time for this old spectator to make a few interesting moves. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his whisk lightly, and his figure transformed into a wisp of breeze, disappearing without a trace. The main control room of the Yunhai. When Chen Xian returned with Chen Fan, who had eaten and drunk his fill, a surge of cultivation enthusiasm, mixed with various powers, swept over them. Inside the main hall, a thriving scene of involution unfolded. Lin Wanner sat cross-legged, the strange phenomenon of the mysterious devouring heaven body slowly flowing behind her, like an invisible vortex, transforming a massive amount of top-grade spirit stones into the purest energy to devour them, consolidating her nascent soul great perfection combat power. Yao Ling and Su Yuning, both saint-level alchemists, were huddled together, with a huge alchemy light screen floating in front of them.
Countless alchemy formula runes were appearing and disappearing.
The two were arguing heatedly about the ratio of a single medicinal ingredient, but their eyes were shining with the light of having found a kindred spirit. Morong Shui was completely immersed in the world of the 10,000 array diagram, her divine sense roaming within it, analyzing the flight path of the fallen god starfield, while simultaneously multitasking to optimize the defensive array of the Cloud Sea. Xia Qingyue and Xiao Yanran went even further, sitting cross-legged in a mountain of spirit stones, frantically circulating their cultivation techniques. The spiritual energy around them was so dense that it almost became tangible, as they were making their full effort to break through to the nascent soul realm they had been dreaming of. Chen Shen looked at the harmonious yet competitive scene before him and a slight smile appeared on his lips. What he wanted was never a bunch of jealous, vain women. Instead, they are a group of peerless female warriors who can fight alongside him and conquer all the worlds.
It seems it's time to move on to the next step. The resources in this beginner village on the Xian-Tian continent have been almost completely exhausted. It's time to step onto that bigger stage. Chen Xian's eyes sharpened, and with a thought, he summoned the system light screen. Above, after this period of accumulation and consumption, the total amount of luck points is a staggering 720,000. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. System. Upgrade the Cloud Sea.
Use all your luck points to forge it into a supreme warship, capable of traversing the starry seas and conquering all realms.
Ding. Host command detected. Initiating upgrade plan calculation. Plan confirmed. Upgrade to begin. Boom.
The entire Yunhai ship emitted a soul-stirring hum and began to tremble violently.
Chapter 113, Immortal Ship Upgrade, Gate to the Starry Sea. Upgrade the Yunhai. Consume all luck points. Chen Xian's thoughts fell into his mind like a divine decree. Bite.
This time, the system notification sound was no longer a simple noise, but a grand echo that seemed to come from the source of the great Tao, shaking one's mind and soul.
Received root access command. The Cloud Sea upgrade, a growth-type Tao artifact, is currently underway. Consume 770,000 luck points. Analyzing and fusing the weapon Tao origin that the host forged from all the spoils of war from the Blood River sect, Azure Cloud sect, Heavenly Pill Pavilion, Great Yin Dynasty, and more. Activating the Family Library LV2, all heavenly rank inheritances related to weapon refining, formation, and space. Activate the gas furnace, using the world's origin fragmented as fuel for the ultimate forging. Rumble. At this moment, the entire Yunhai ship burst forth with a dazzling divine light that cannot be described in words. The light pierced through the clouds and tore through the sky, as if it were about to create another blazing sun over the entire Xian-Tian continent. Inside the main hall, the women who were undergoing arduous cultivation were awakened by this sudden upheaval. They looked up in horror. The entire hall was disintegrating and then reassembling in an unbelievable way. The warm, white jade ground beneath their feet was not cracked, but rather melting away like quicksand. Array patterns burning with golden flames grew out of nothingness, spreading wildly and redefining every inch of space beneath their feet. The vast starry sky dome overhead collapsed completely. Countless stars transformed into the most primordial light points and spatial fragments, which were then roughly kneaded, forged, and reshaped by an invisible force of creation. What happened? Xia Qingyue's pretty face turned pale, and her voice trembled. Is the airship about to fall apart? Xiao Yanran's face paled, and she instinctively wanted to hide next to Chen Xian. No. This is not disintegration. This is evolution. It's a leap. Morong Shui stared intently at the countless array patterns around her that were constantly being created, destroyed, and recombined, her beautiful eyes burning with an almost obsessive, fanatical flame. She could feel that the spaceship beneath her feet was undergoing an ultimate leap in the level of life. It's undergoing a complete transformation. It transforms the mortal into the immortal. Boom! An even more vast and powerful will suddenly awaken from the very core of the Cloud Sea. It was no longer a cold, lifeless spirit, but a true soul with life and wisdom. A clear, melodious, and absolutely rational girl's voice rang in everyone's minds at the same time. Sea of Clouds pays homage to the soul and supreme master. The first stage of the immortal ship's evolution is complete. Current form, warship primary stage. Ship strength, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a true immortal. Core energy source, chaotic yin-yang conversion furnace capable of converting any form of energy into the power required by the immortal ship. Main cannon system, annihilation singularity cannon, fully charged, capable of destroying a low-level cultivation plane in one shot. Defense system, for symbol celestial protection array dominated by the pseudo-immortal artifact myriad array diagram, capable of evolving its own defensive strategies. Space jump system, gate to the stars activated. Enables ultra-long distance dimensional jumps based on star maps. A barrage of information flooded into the women's minds, shattering their already fragile worldviews. War, the immortal ship? One strike, and a world is destroyed? Resisting, a true immortal? They felt like they were listening to a foreign language. They recognized each word individually, but when put together, it completely exceeded their understanding of magical treasures and cultivating immortality. This is no longer some kind of magic weapon. This is clearly a mobile war kingdom. A super weapon capable of conquering all heavens and destroying all worlds. And their man is the sole master of this supreme immortal ship. The women's gazes once again focused on the calm-looking young man in the blue robe, their eyes filled with nothing but fervor and admiration. To be this man's woman, to follow such a godlike being and witness the magnificent starry sea, is the greatest fortune of their lives. Feeling the intense gazes of the women, Chen Xian smiled with satisfaction. He reached out and gently stroked the brand new main control panel beside him, which was full of metallic texture and futuristic technology, feeling the absolute sense of control that was connected to this huge immortal ship and felt as if it were his own arm. An unprecedented surge of pride welled up in his heart. With this war-themed immortal vessel, he finally possessed the power to roam freely across countless worlds. Yunhai, he said calmly. Master, Yunhai is here. The girl's voice immediately responded respectfully. Set a navigation target. A hunter's glint flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. The Fallen God Starfield. Command received. Loading the star map for the Fallen God Starfield. Star map loaded successfully. Planning the optimal jump route. Route planning complete. The target star system has been detected to be extremely far from the current plane, and the spatial barrier is extremely strong. This ultra-long distance dimensional jump is expected to consume 30% of the Chaos Yin-Yang conversion furnace's reserve energy. Should we activate the Gate of Stars immediately? Start. Chen Xian didn't hesitate at all. Yes, my Supreme Master. The Gate to the Stars is activated. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Boom. The entire Yunhai ship suddenly shuddered. At the very front of the celestial ship, a circular spatial gate, even larger and more dazzling than the sun, tore through reality out of thin air. Inside the door lies a deep, distorted, chaotic starry sea filled with the unknown and danger. The Yunhai emitted a deep hum, like an ancient behemoth awakening, and transformed into a dazzling stream of light that tore through the sky of the entire Xiantian continent. Under the awe-inspiring gazes of countless beings on the Xiantian continent, they resolutely rushed into the Starsea Gate, which represented a brand new journey. Chapter 114, The Gate to the Stars, The World Like Dust. Boom! The gate of stars behind them suddenly closed, and the light swallowed everything. The massive Yunhai ship suddenly sank, as if it had fallen from a height of 10,000 meters into a bottomless abyss. The intense feeling of falling made Xia Qingyue, Su Yuning, and Xia Yanran instantly lose their color. Their gasps caught in their throats, and their bodies involuntarily went limp, only to be steadily supported by a gentle, invisible force field. Still shaken, they instinctively looked out the porthole. There were no stars, no sun or moon, no sights they recognized. It was a chaos beyond words, where light and darkness lost their definition, and countless bizarre colors intertwined, collided, and annihilated, forming a distorted and bizarre picture. A series of jagged silver cracks, larger than the most majestic mountain range on the Xiantian continent, stretched across the horizon, exuding an aura of destruction that seemed capable of tearing everything apart. Clusters of energy storms burning with 7 colored flames swept past silently, stirring up the very space around them. What is that? Xiao Yanran's voice trembled as she pointed to a millstone-sized crystal fragment that was slowly drifting past the immortal ship. The fragment was crystal clear, with tiny sparks of lightning dancing inside. Just looking at it from afar, the faint aura it emitted made her, a former princess of the dynasty, feel a chill run down her spine. It was even more terrifying than the full-force attack of her father's life's cultivation. However, this divine object, which was enough to stir up bloodshed on the Xiantian continent, was as insignificant as a grain of sand here. The crystallization of the fundamental laws after the world was shattered. Morong Shui's cool voice rang out. Unlike the other 3 women who lost their composure, she stared intently at the star map and external environmental parameters on the main control panel with shining eyes, her tone revealing a scholarly fervor. These fragments of laws contain the purest power of a world. If one is lucky enough to obtain a complete one, it would be enough to allow a mortal to ascend to the heavens in one step, and it would be no problem to refine a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure.
She paused, her gaze sweeping over the countless fragments outside the window, and uttered a sentence that left the three women utterly speechless. But here, they are just the most dangerous space debris. Any living being without the protection of a celestial vessel will be decomposed into the most basic particles by the power of the laws contained within it in a fraction of a second, and its soul and body will be destroyed.
Rubbish? The materials that can be used to refine a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure are just trash?
Xia Qingyue, Su Yuning, and Xiao Yanran felt their minds buzzing, as if their decades of accumulated knowledge were being shattered again and again by a merciless hammer. They finally realized how small and fragile their world was in the face of the real universe. The so-called Holy Land, the so-called Dynasty, the so-called Forbidden Land are nothing more than a tiny bump on a speck of dust.
And what are these favored daughters of heaven who once stood at the top of the dust and were looked up to by hundreds of millions of living beings? A tremendous sense of emptiness and panic instantly gripped their minds. Just as their resolve wavered and they were on the verge of collapse, a pair of warm and strong hands embraced their slender waists. A familiar yet domineering masculine aura enveloped them, instantly dispelling the coldness and panic that rose from the depths of their souls. Scared? Chen Xian's deep, amused voice rang in their ears.
The three women trembled in unison, only then realizing with surprise that they had been firmly embraced by that man without even realizing it.
Xia Qingyue leaned on his left shoulder, Su Yuning pressed against his chest, and Xiao Yanran was embraced on his right side.
Three equally soft and alluring bodies pressed tightly together, and through the thin fabric of their clothes, they could feel each other's burning heartbeats and unparalleled shyness. Three stunningly beautiful faces flushed red to their ears in an instant, yet they greedily absorbed the sense of security emanating from him, as if they would be fearless even if the sky were to fall and the earth were to collapse, as long as they were in his arms.
My husband, where are we now?
Xia Qingyue mustered her courage, raised her beautiful, icy blue eyes, and spoke in a voice barely audible.
In one world, and between another. Chen Xian's answer was understated.
He raised his hand and pointed to the huge, floating wreckage outside the window, exuding an aura of ancient desolation.
You can think of every world as a fragile egg. And we are now traveling in a basket that contains countless eggs.
He smiled and continued to use this simple and crude metaphor to destroy their last shred of pride. Occasionally, a few disobedient eggs will break on their own, turning into the eggshells and egg liquid you see here.
Egg? How can you describe the world using an egg?
The three women were completely speechless. This description was absurd, yet so real that it filled them with despair.
Then our world. Su Yuning's voice trembled slightly, she dared not think any further. Your world?
Chen Xian smiled, lowered his head, and lightly pecked her delicate red lips, which were slightly parted in shock.
Oh, that's a rather small egg, and I've already poked a hole in it.
He paused, then, in a statement of fact and a matter-of-fact tone, uttered the words that utterly crushed the last vestiges of pride in the three women. It's just a beginner village, which is more suitable for beginners to level up.
Beginner village. When those three words fell,
Xia Qingyue, Su Yuning, and Xiao Yanran, three once proud and influential women, saw their once proud Dao hearts shatter completely at this moment. Then, in that man's arms, she was quietly reshaped in a completely new way, entirely dependent on him. Looking at the man who was holding them and comparing the world to an egg in his conversation, they had no more distracting thoughts. Only one kind remains, absolute worship, which is almost a belief. To become this man's woman, even if she is just the most inconspicuous one by his side, is the greatest blessing in her life. Looking at the three stunning beauties in his arms, who had completely adjusted their mindset and whose eyes were filled with tenderness and dependence, Chen Xian smiled with satisfaction. His gaze once again fell upon the chaotic starry sea outside the window. Like a giant sea monster, the Yunhai sailed steadily through the raging storm of laws. The terrifying energy, powerful enough to tear apart a true immortal, struck the light screen of the four symbols heavenly circulation guardian array on the immortal ship, only creating insignificant ripples before quietly disappearing.
This is the absolute confidence that comes from spending 770,000 luck points.
Just then, Lin Wanner, who had been silent all along, walked over with steady steps. She glanced at the three younger sisters who were nestled docilely in Chen Xian's arms like cats, a knowing glint in her cool eyes. She then bowed slightly to Chen Xian and reported in a calm tone. My lord, a message has come from Schwer.
An abnormally high energy reaction has occurred on the flight path ahead.
It is extremely large and suspected to be a spacetime turbulence. Lin Wanner raised her head, looked at Chen Xian, and used the same words he had just used to summarize.
Our beginner's tutorial will probably have to end ahead of schedule. Chapter 115, The Divine Might of the Starseed Training Formation Master. Space-time turbulence?
Chen Xian raised an eyebrow and released the three soft, warm women from his arms. There was no sign of tension on his face, instead, he seemed quite intrigued. He walked to the center of the main hall. Buzz! With his will, a giant three-dimensional holographic star map covering the entire hall unfolded out of thin air. On the star map, the golden dot representing the Cloud Sea is flying steadily along a preset route. Ahead of the flight path, a huge, distorted, and constantly flashing chaotic region of blinding red light was slowly writhing. Countless tiny golden rays and pitch-black cracks appeared and disappeared within it, weaving together a chaotic and deadly scene. Just looking at this digitized image, Xiao Qingyue, Su Yuning, and Xiao Yanran felt a stinging and trembling sensation originating from their very souls. It was an instinctive fear, as if a mortal were staring into an abyss that could devour even the gods. They had no doubt that if they were to leave the protection of the immortal ship and be caught in even the smallest crack within it, they would be annihilated, leaving not a trace behind. According to the preliminary calculations of Cloud Sea, this space-time turbulence covers a range of nearly 3 light-years.
Morong Shui had arrived at the control panel at some point.
Her clear eyes were shining brightly as her fingertips moved swiftly across the virtual screen. A series of complex data streams flashed in her eyes, yet she captured and analyzed them clearly. Its internal time flow and spatial structure are extremely unstable, filled with more than 1 million high-risk spatial faults and countless space-time paradox traps. There are 3 conventional evasion plans, but even the fastest one will require an additional 7 days of sailing time and consume an extra 5% of our reserve energy. She reported the situation in a calm and professional voice, as if she were discussing not a cosmic catastrophe capable of devouring gods and demons, but a simple arithmetic problem. Seeing her confident and composed demeanor, Xiao Qingyue and the other 2 women were once again deeply shocked. They then realized that this woman, who was usually so quiet that she was almost invisible, actually possessed such a dazzling brilliance in her professional field.
7 days?
Chen Xian frowned slightly, clearly not satisfied with this time frame.
He looked at Morong Shui and asked, "Isn't there a faster solution?" "Have."
Morong Shui raised her head and met Chen Xian's gaze. Those eyes, which seemed to hold the shimmering stars, gleamed with a light that was both madness and confidence.
Option 4. No avoidance. Charge straight ahead. What?
Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyue and the other 2 women turned pale.
Charge straight in? What's the difference between that and deliberately jumping into a meat grinder? Sister Schwer, you're not joking, are you?
Xiao Yanran's voice trembled slightly as she instinctively grabbed Su Yuning's sleeve. Yao Ling, standing to the side, had already skillfully opened the control panel of the alchemy room and started checking the operating parameters of the alchemy furnace, muttering to herself, "Great, we have new materials to refine pills."
Xiao Yanran?
Morong Shui simply smiled faintly, her confident radiance making her seem to glow.
Sister Yanran, do you think that my husband spent countless divine materials to create this 10,000 array diagram for me just for its appearance?
With a gentle wave of her hand, the scroll, as thin as a cicada's wing, slowly unfurled. "Yunhai, transfer the control of the immortal ship's array to me."
"Yes, Your Excellency Morong Shui."
The clear, girlish voice rang out from the core of the ferry boat. In the next instant, Morong Shui and the entire massive warship seemed to merge into one. Her eyes no longer reflected the scene of the main hall, but rather the real-time data torrent of the entire space-time turbulence.
"My husband."
Morong Shui turned to look at Chen Xian, her eyes filled with undisguised desire to fight.
"Schwer requests that Plan 4 be implemented." "Approved." Chen Xian's answer was simple and straightforward. He walked to the main seat, sat down leisurely, and even poured himself a cup of spiritual tea, looking like he was ready to watch a show. "Yes." With approval, Morong Shui's demeanor changed dramatically.
An unparalleled majesty belonging to a grandmaster of array formation surged from her.
"Attention everyone.
Yunhai, enter for symbol celestial protection mode." Yao Ling, Su Yuning, turn the alchemy furnace to full power, ready to convert high-dimensional energy at any time. Xingyue, Yanran, connect your divine senses to the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird Array eyes to assist me in channeling energy.
Don't be afraid, just follow my guidance. Sister Wanner, please stay at the central command to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. She issued a series of instructions in an orderly, clear, and decisive manner.
Upon hearing this, all the women were startled and immediately took their positions.
Xiao Qingyue and Xiao Yanran exchanged a glance.
Although they were uneasy, they still followed her instructions and probed the array node beside them with their divine senses. In an instant, a vast and boundless torrent of energy surged into their senses, making their consciousness feel like a small boat adrift. But Morong Shue's stable and powerful divine sense acted like a lighthouse, firmly guiding them.
For the first time, a team collaboration centered around the warship has officially begun. Target: spacetime turbulence. Full speed ahead. With a delicate shout from Morong Shue, the massive Yunhai emitted a loud hum, and the energy engine at the bow shone brightly, transforming into a golden streak that tore through the darkness. Without slowing down at all, it plunged headlong into the chaotic storm that was capable of devouring everything. Boom! The immortal ship shuddered violently. Outside the porthole, the world was instantly engulfed by violently distorted light and shadow. One after another, pitch-black spatial rifts, like silent giant maws, frantically tore at the shield of the immortal ship, stirring up deadly energy ripples. However, the four symbols heavenly guardian array of the Yunhai remained as stable as a rock. The enormous phantoms of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise appeared around the immortal ship, roaring and tearing apart all incoming attacks. At the main control panel, Morong Shui closed her eyes, her divine sense completely merging with the 10,000 array diagram and the entire immortal ship array. In her perception, the raging torrents were no longer a threat, but had become a bountiful hunting ground full of prey. 3,000 kilometers to port, a high-value fragment of the time law has been discovered, flowing at 0.7 times the speed of light. Activate the starry cage formation and begin the capture. A thought suddenly occurred to her. Xia Qingyue and Xia Yanran then felt a massive amount of energy being drawn from the array cores they were responsible for, instantly weaving a large net composed of countless starlight runes on the side of the immortal ship. The large net precisely caught a wisp of golden light that was rapidly passing by and forcibly dragged it back to the immortal ship. Ding! One fragment of the law of time captured and sent to the energy conversion furnace. Yao Ling and Su Yuning immediately got busy, manipulating the pill fire to purify and transform the violent energy within. A small singularity has appeared on the flight path ahead, and gravitational collapse is underway. Activate the reversal of heaven and earth formation to guide and decompose. Another invisible array force reached out, and the immortal ship suddenly sank, as if it had been grabbed by an invisible hand. Xia Qingyue and the other two girls were terrified, but they saw that the power of the formation forcibly froze a tiny black hole that had appeared out of thin air, and then in an extremely domineering way, it decomposed and absorbed the enormous gravity contained within it. Ding! Successfully decomposed singularity of space, energy reserves plus 3%. At the head of the table, Chen Xian picked up his teacup, took a sip, and commented, this singularity tea is a bit astringent, it's not aged enough. Xia Qingyue, Su Yuning, and Xia Yanran. They've become numb. Morong Shue's actions were like those of a top artist conducting the perfect instrument, the Cloud Sea, playing a movement of conquest amidst a symphony of destruction. She not only perfectly avoided all the real deadly threats, but also skillfully turned those dangerous turbulences into supplies to replenish the energy of the immortal ship. This scene left Xia Qingyue, Su Yuning, and Xia Yanran feeling a profound sense of awe and admiration, after initially being terrified, then becoming numb. They finally understood what professionalism and core technology truly meant. So, you can use formations like this? So, the Star Ocean disaster can be served like a buffet? I don't know how much time passed. When the Cloud Sea finally broke through the last layer of turbulence and sailed back into the stable void, the notification sound from the core of the immortal ship rang out again. Ding! Successfully traversed the F-073 spacetime turbulence, shortening the travel time by 6 days and 12 hours. The immortal ship's energy reserves, after replenishment, are currently at 107%. Xia Qingyue and the other two women breathed a sigh of relief, their bodies drenched in fragrant sweat, almost exhausted, but their eyes sparkled with excitement. However, before they could even be happy, a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the entire hall. Warning! Warning! An unidentified high-dimensional energy reaction has been detected at the turbulence exit. Identified as a living organism. Scanning in progress? Scan failed. The target possesses an anti-scanning barrier. Warning! The enemy is rapidly approaching our ship. Wait. Signal mode changed. The other side is sending us a distress signal? Chapter 116, I've eaten the fragment of the divine heart. Living organism? Reverse scan? A distress signal? A series of piercing alarm sounds made the women, who had just recovered from the dizziness of time travel, tense up.
To survive in that chaotic spacetime exit, which was like a meat grinder, and even have the strength to counter the celestial ship's probe, the origin of this signal source must be extraordinary.
Husband, could this be a trap?
Lin Wanner immediately stood beside Chen Xian, her usually cool face showing seriousness. It wasn't out of fear, but rather her sense of responsibility as the first wife that compelled her to consider all potential risks. The fallen god Starfield is fraught with danger. It is said that countless ancient gods and demons have perished here, and their resentment has not dissipated, giving rise to many strange phenomena.
This signal that has come to us on its own initiative is too suspicious.
Her analysis was calm and professional, perfectly in line with the universally accepted dark forest theory. In the unknown galaxies, any careless response could bring about annihilation.
Sister is right. Su Yuning nodded in agreement.
Born into a high-ranking family, she had seen too much of the wickedness in people's hearts. Many interstellar hunters like to use these disguised distress signals to lure and kill passing travelers.
A fat sheep? Upon hearing this, Xia Yanran raised an eyebrow, her fiery temper instantly flaring up.
She first surveyed the imposing warship, its cannons numerous and awe-inspiring, then looked at the group of sisters beside her, each at least at the nascent soul stage, before finally fixing her gaze on the man who remained calm and collected throughout, and proudly puffed out her chest. Sister Yuning, take another look.
How does our ship look like a fat sheep? I think we should just run over whatever traps we have.
If there are any fools, it'll be a good opportunity for my husband to see our newly acquired supernatural abilities.
That way, he won't always think we're just pretty faces.
Her words immediately received a warm response from Yao Ling.
Exactly.
What's there to be afraid of?
We have our husbands here, and Schwer's myriad formations diagram. At worst, we can just let that annihilation singularity cannon fire at them.
Whatever their schemes and tricks, we'll blast them all to smithereens.
The speeches by the two warmongers immediately heated up the atmosphere in the hall.
Although Xia Qinghua didn't speak, a eager light flickered in her beautiful ice-blue eyes. Having just fully mastered the yin-yang ice phoenix body, she was eager to find a worthy opponent to test her power. Looking at the clearly divided pro-war faction and moderate faction in his backyard, Chen Xian smiled with amusement. He didn't rush to express his opinion, but instead turned his gaze to Morong Shui, who had remained silent from beginning to end, her fingertips dancing wildly on the screen as she analyzed massive amounts of data.
Schwer, what do you think?
Hearing Chen Xian call her name, Morong Shui finally looked up from the vast sea of data. Fine beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, clearly indicating that the analysis she had just completed had taken a toll on her mental energy, but her star-like eyes shone with an astonishing brightness.
My husband, my sisters.
She took a deep breath, her voice filled with barely suppressed excitement.
This might not be a trap. With a wave of her hand, a brand new holographic light screen unfolded before everyone. On the light screen was an energy waveform diagram magnified countless times, filled with noise and breaks. I used the original computing power of the 10,000 array diagram to forcibly decipher a core information stream encrypted by the laws in the opponent's signal. Morong Shui pointed to a small, extremely weak, yet stubbornly flashing golden signal on the waveform graph, and spoke slowly and deliberately. This message has only one meaning.
She paused, then uttered 4 words that were enough to make everyone present hold their breath.
God, heart, shattered, pieces. Fragments of the god's heart.
The moment those 4 words were uttered, the laziness and playfulness in Chen Xian's eyes vanished completely.
His ultimate goal on this trip is to find the complete heart of the ancient demon god. And now, having just arrived at the location, they've received a signal about fragments? Is this a divine coincidence, or a bait set specifically for him that he simply cannot refuse? Can you determine the exact location and status of the signal source?
For the first time, Chen Xian's voice carried a genuine sense of solemnity.
Can. Morong Shui nodded emphatically, her hands leaving afterimages on the light screen, and a more detailed 3-dimensional star map slowly took shape. That was no longer a simple point of light.
Instead, it was a massive, dilapidated, giant corpse, as large as a mountain, floating in the cold universe. The corpse was entirely dark gold, as if cast from divine metal. Even though it had been dead for countless millennia, it still emanated a faint divine aura, causing the surrounding space to distort. On its chest was a huge, gaping wound, as if some terrifying being had ripped out its heart.
The intermittent distress signal came from a faintly flickering golden mark between the eyebrows of the divine corpse. This is the corpse of a god? Even though they were mentally prepared, the women still felt a chill run down their spines when they saw the remains that only existed in mythology.
Based on the analysis of energy reaction and residual laws, this should be a lower-level god who has been dead for at least 100,000 years, Morong Shui gave her professional assessment. And that distress signal did not come from the divine corpse itself, but from an independent, extremely weak primordial spirit residing within the divine corpse. The other party seems to be trapped in the consciousness of the divine corpse, and is being constantly eroded by the resentment left by the divine corpse and the chaotic energy in the starfield, and is about to completely dissipate. His distress signal was more like his last words and a deal before he died. Morong Shui concluded, "We'll use the information about the divine heart fragment to exchange for a hope of revenge for him."
After listening to Morong Shui's analysis, the hall fell silent once again.
A weakened primordial spirit trapped inside the corpse of a god. Information regarding the fragment of the god's heart. All of this sounds reasonable, like the last struggle of a fallen hero.
But the more it is like this, the more eerie it seems. My husband, what do you think?
In the end, everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Xian.
To go or not to go? Only he could make this decision.
Chen Xian stared at the divine corpse on the star map, which exuded endless allure and mystery, and remained silent for a moment. Suddenly, he smiled. It was the kind of smile that only a hunter would show when he saw a priceless treasure hidden in a trap, a smile that was a mixture of greed and confidence.
Interesting. Whether you're genuinely in trouble or just putting on an act, I'll take your bait.
He stood up from his seat, and an invisible, domineering aura instantly enveloped the entire bridge.
Sea of clouds. Master, I'm here. Warp engine charging, target, God Corpse coordinates.
Also, aim the main gun of the Annihilation Singularity Cannon at the head of that corpse.
Chen Xian's voice was cold and decisive. I'd like to see whether his head is harder or my cannon is harder. Chapter 117, Divine Corpse as Land, Celestial Cannon as Gift. Yes, my Supreme Master. Yunhai's cold, electronic voice was devoid of any emotion. Buzz.
At the bow of the Yunhai, the 10,000-ton armor plating, engraved with intricate divine patterns, silently slid open to both sides, its precision comparable to creations of the heavens.
A massive cannon rose from deep within the ship's hull.
It has no name because there are almost no creatures that have seen it and can speak. The cannon barrel was cast from a single piece of dark gold metal, without any superfluous decorations, only the inscriptions of the laws of destruction flickering on it. Most terrifying of all was the muzzle, which was not a solid object, but a slowly rotating, pitch-black singularity, an absolute nothingness. It greedily devoured all the light, energy, and even divine thoughts around it, and even space itself slightly collapsed under its gravity. Xia Qingyue, Su Yuning, and Xia Yanran only glanced at it before feeling a sharp, needle-like pain in their souls, forcing them to immediately look away.
This is the Fong of the Clouds. See the Annihilation Singularity Cannon.
Chen Xian once used it to erase a stubbornly resisting advanced cultivation world, along with its protective array and the will of heaven, from the star map.
Charging, 30%.
Chen Xian's voice was very calm, as if he were talking about a trivial matter.
Annihilation Singularity Cannon charging. 1%. 10%. 30%. As Yunhai reported, a faint blue light quietly appeared deep within the dark muzzle of the cannon. A destructive energy powerful enough to make even a true immortal tremble began to gather and compress within it. The entire hull of the Cloud Sea emitted a slight hum due to this power. After doing all this, Chen Xian slowly leaned back on the throne, his fingertips tapping lightly on the armrest. Go ahead. The order has been issued. The massive warship did not perform a spatial jump, but instead cruised towards the divine corpse with an extremely oppressive posture, dragging the cannon muzzle that could make even gods tremble. This is not a test. This is an ultimatum. It was a negotiation with a gun to your head. As the distance closed, the suffocating oppressive feeling of the divine corpse became increasingly clear. It was enormous. Compared to it, the Cloud Sea was like a sardine next to a giant whale. Every fold of its skin was bottomless, like a canyon. Its tightly closed eyes were wider than any lake on the Xiantian continent. Warning! High-intensity divine contamination field detected. Regular shield energy consumption rate increased by 300%. Warning! The spatial structure ahead is extremely unstable, with over 300,000 miniature spatial traps present. The alarm on the ferry ship grew more and more urgent with each blast. Chen Xian remained calm. He looked at the golden dot on the star map that represented a distress signal, and the flashing frequency became more and more rapid and weaker. The emotions involved have shifted from initial anticipation to current fear. Interesting.
Chen Xian chuckled, it seems our fallen one has been quite startled by my gift. Finally, the Yunhai stopped at a safe distance of less than 100 miles from the divine corpse's brow. At this position, the muzzle of the Annihilation Singularity Cannon was practically pressed against the forehead of the divine corpse. With just a thought from Chen Xian, that beam of destructive energy, accumulating terrifying power, could obliterate this divine corpse, which had slumbered for 100,000 years, along with any conspiracies that might exist within it, into cosmic dust in a mere 0.01 seconds.
Alright, the gift has been delivered. Chen Xian stood up from the main seat and glanced at the women below who were already eager to try. Next, it's our turn to go in and retrieve our return gift. He extended a finger and gently touched the air. 6 sets of specially crafted immortal armor, each shimmering with a different brilliance and exuding a streamlined beauty and powerful aura, appeared out of thin air and flew automatically to the 6 women. These were Starcy combat suit tailor-made for them by him using the remaining divine materials from the Blood Emperor's treasury and combining them with the technology of the Cloud Sea. Each set possessed defensive power comparable to a high-grade Earth-rank magic weapon. This white and gold color scheme again? Xiao Yanran looked at the immortal armor in front of her and pouted. Husband, can you get me a set of Fire Dragon Crimson Gold next time? This color doesn't match my natal True Fire. Chen Xian glanced at her, a half-smile on his face. When you can burn through a dead star in one move, I'll make you a set using the core of a star. It's a deal. Xiao Yanran's eyes lit up immediately, her fighting spirit soaring. Wanner, Qingyue, Yanran, Chen Xian began calling out names. The 3 of you are in the first tier. Wanner will be the main attacker. Your mysterious devouring heaven body is the best counter to the lingering resentment of these divine beings. Xin Wanner nodded coolly, yes, leave it to me. Qingyue, Yanran, your ice and fire powers are responsible for remote suppression and clearing the area. Clear the area? I like that word. Xiao Yanran rubbed her hands together excitedly. Yao Ling, Yu Ning. Chen Xian looked at the other 2. You are the second team, responsible for support. Decipher any possible ancient divine poisons and curses, and be ready to set up healing and buffing pill arrays at any time. Yes, Master, the 2 alchemy saintesses replied in unison. Shuer, Chen Xian said, turning his gaze to Morong Shui at the control panel, you will be stationed on the Yunhai, providing them with comprehensive battlefield information support and formation cover. If there are any unusual movements, you have the highest authority and can fire directly without requesting permission. Morong Shui's body trembled, her fingers gripping the control panel tightened slightly, and a resolute glint flashed in her eyes. No need to ask for permission, just fire. This authorization carries immense weight. It represents the man's complete and unwavering trust in her. Schwerer understands. 5 minutes later, the Yunhai landing module opened. 5 stunningly beautiful figures clad in magnificent immortal armor transformed into streaks of light, like interstellar valkyries, and flew towards the brow of the colossal divine corpse. Chen Xian, holding his son Chen Fan, sat leisurely on the throne. The little guy was staring curiously at the 5 colorful lights flashing across the screen with his big, dark eyes, waving his little hands and babbling. Chen Xian pinched his son's chubby cheeks and, through the shared battlefield perspective, watched the first official operation of the women's army he had built. Everything is under control. The landing process went exceptionally smoothly. Although the divine corpse's aura was strong, it did not pose a significant obstacle thanks to the combined efforts of the 5 divine-grade bloodline possessors. They quickly landed on the divine corpse's skin, which resembled a vast plain between its eyebrows. Beneath my feet was a dark golden keratin layer, incredibly hard, and still radiating a faint warmth. The signal source is just 3 kilometers ahead, at the weakest point of the Sea of Consciousness. Morong Shui's voice came clearly through the communication channel of the immortal armor. The 5 people exchanged glances and prepared to move forward. However, the moment they took their first step, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! Crack! A muffled, deafening roar, like celestial plates rubbing against each other, emanated from the head of the divine corpse. It didn't come from the outside, but from within. The 5 women looked up in shock. All that could be seen was the divine corpse that had been dormant for 100,000 years, its right eyelid tightly closed, towering higher than a mountain range. It actually trembled. Countless tons of cosmic dust and weathered keratin poured down from the gaps in the eyelids like a waterfall. Chapter 118, The Sea of Consciousness of the Divine Corpse, A Tide of Resentment. The tremor of the corpse's eyelids lasted only a barely perceptible moment. It was so fast that Xia Qingyue and Xiao Yanran thought it was an illusion caused by the strong light.
But Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, and Su Yuning were all frozen in place at the same time.
Something's not right.
Lin Wanner's voice rang out on the communication channel, carrying a metallic coldness. The Xianin ice crystal longsword in her hand was already unsheathed, and a wisp of devouring power deeper than the void swirled at the tip of the sword.
Something has woken up.
Yao Ling's delicate nose twitched slightly, and a hint of physical disgust flashed in her bright eyes. A strong sense of resentment, and a stench of souls that have rotted for countless eons, wafted out from that entrance.
Is it the remnant will of a divine corpse?
Su Yuning frowned, her inner fire flickering around her, keeping the invisible, foul aura at bay.
Just as the women were on high alert. Buzz.
3 kilometers ahead, the entrance to the Sea of Consciousness marked by Morong Shui suddenly shone brightly. A golden energy vortex, 100 meters in diameter, appeared out of thin air. Within the vortex, that intermittent mental fluctuation reappeared, this time sounding more urgent and weaker.
Quickly, come in. I can't hold on much longer.
The resentment of the divine corpse has awakened. If you don't come in now, you will never obtain the secret of the divine heart fragment. The voice was old and righteous, filled with the tragic grandeur and unwillingness of a hero's end. Combined with the suddenly intensified atmosphere of resentment around them, it perfectly created a tense scene where a righteous god is about to be completely devoured by evil resentment. On the Yunhai, Chen Xian looked at the scene on the light screen and chuckled softly.
The acting was quite convincing. This flawed explanation might fool a 3-year-old.
But his women need a real, practical lesson.
Proceed according to plan.
Chen Xian's calm voice rang directly in Lin Wanner's mind through her private channel. Lin Wanner's delicate body trembled almost imperceptibly, and then all the doubts in her eyes vanished, replaced by absolute calmness and obedience.
Yes, my husband.
She shut down her private communication with Chen Xian and gave concise orders to the other 4 women.
Form ranks and advance. Yes. The 5 women no longer hesitated.
Lin Wanner was in the center, Xiao Qingyue and Xiao Yanran stood on the left and right wings respectively, and Yao Ling and Su Yuning brought up the rear.
A standard 5 elements assault formation was formed instantly. 5 streaks of light rushed headlong into the golden energy vortex. A sudden dizzying sensation. When the 5 women regained their sight, they were completely shocked by the scene before them. They found themselves in a broken, upside-down, bizarre world. The sky was dark red, like a congealed sea of blood, with huge black cracks running across it like scars on the sky, constantly oozing an aura of despair. The earth is made up of countless twisted, tormented faces, lifelike, men and women, old and young, all being slain by the god corpse in his lifetime. Their resentment has transformed into the soil of this world, silently wailing.
In the distance, there is a sea burning with black flames and an upside-down mountain range made of piled-up bones. The whole world was filled with madness, chaos, and despair. This is the sea of consciousness of the divine corpse.
What a disgusting place.
Looking at the constantly changing, pained faces at her feet, Xiao Yanran felt a wave of nausea wash over her.
The concentration of resentment here is enough to erode the Tao heart of any nascent soul cultivator in an instant. Su Yuning's expression was also extremely solemn.
She had already erected a protective shield of alchemical fire to keep out the pervasive negative energy.
Roar!
Just then, the ground beneath their feet suddenly bulged up. Dozens of pained faces were forcibly torn apart and merged, transforming into a black giant hundreds of feet tall, composed of pure resentment. The giant had no facial features, only a huge, greedy, and hungry single eye that was fixed on the 5 women. It opened its enormous maw and let out a roar that shook the very soul.
A black sonic wave, capable of corrupting the soul, swept towards the 5 women. Watch out! It's a collection of resentment. Yao Ling Jiao shouted, reacting extremely quickly. Azure Sky Purifying Heart Pill Formation, activate. With a wave of her hand, dozens of pills emanating a calming aura flew out and exploded in mid-air, transforming into a huge emerald green light shield that enveloped the 5 people. The black sound waves struck the light shield, producing a sizzling corrosive sound, but could not penetrate even an inch. Well done, Linger.
Xiao Yanran gave a big thumbs up, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit.
My turn. Burning Heaven Divine Dragon, burn it. Roar. A true dragon's roar resounded.
The crimson gold dragon phantom behind her took a step forward, opened its mouth, and a golden dragon flame, 100 times hotter than magma, burst forth like a celestial river bursting its banks, instantly engulfing the 100-foot-tall giant of resentment.
Awah! The giant of resentment let out an extremely shrill scream.
Its body, composed of resentment, was as fragile as snow meeting the blazing sun before the supreme young fire of the burning heaven divine dragon, and was instantly ignited and purified. It couldn't even hold on for a single breath before turning into a wisp of smoke and vanishing without a trace.
That's it? Xia Yanran looked at the empty space in front of her and pouted, seemingly unsatisfied. It's not even enough to fill a gap between my teeth.
Her strength had increased dramatically after evolving, and she was looking for a way to vent it. This resentful giant was simply a target delivered to her doorstep. However, she had barely finished speaking.
Rumble.
The entire blood-red earth began to tremble violently.
Roar. 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 Hundreds and thousands of resentful giants slowly rose from all directions of the earth. Their empty, single eyes locked onto the 5 tiny women.
In an instant, it seemed as if the malice of the entire world was surging towards them. It seems the person in charge has finally had enough. Looking at the army of resentment surging like a tide, Lin Wana showed no fear on her cool and beautiful face. Instead, a cold smile appeared on her face. She raised the Xianyin ice crystal longsword in her hand.
Qingyue. Received, sister. Xia Qingyue understood and also activated the yin-yang ice phoenix body within her body.
2 sword intents, one black and one white, completely opposite yet equally terrifying, began to flow and resonate between the two. Just then, that old and weak voice rang in their minds again, filled with anxiety and urging.
Quickly! Warriors! Don't get entangled with these resentments.
The fragment of the divine heart lies in the deepest part of this sea of consciousness.
It is protected by my last divine power.
But, guarding the fragments is also the most vicious curse left behind by that thief. You must get the fragments as soon as possible, otherwise, we will all die here.
Chapter 119, Unrivaled in Ice and Fire, Movie King shows off his acting skills. Curse? Thief?
The aged voice carried a strange penetrating power, echoing continuously in their minds, attempting to stir up the deepest negative emotions in their hearts.
However, this trick was far too childish for them. Noisy. Lin Wanner uttered 2 words in a cold tone.
The sound was like an annoying fly, buzzing incessantly. She ignored the surging army of resentment, and didn't bother to think about the so-called curse and story. In her eyes, there were only enemies. Her sword was only used to clear away all obstacles in front of her husband, nothing more.
Qingyue. Exist.
Xia Qingyue understood her perfectly, and took a step forward to stand beside her. 2 long swords, both formed from mysterious ice but containing completely different laws of power, drew 2 perfect yet deadly arcs in the air.
The next moment. Expand your domain.
On one side is Lin Wanner's mysterious Yin devouring heaven.
Endless darkness spread from beneath her feet.
It was not that light was blocked, but that light, energy, laws, and even existence itself were completely swallowed up in absolute nothingness. Any giant of resentment that steps into this dark realm is instantly drained of all its energy, and before it can even utter a wail, it is silently decomposed and annihilated, as if it had never existed in this world.
On the other side is Xia Qingyue's yin-yang ice phoenix.
Half of it is absolute zero, freezing everything, and the other half is crimson gold divine flames that burn the 8 wastelands. 2 extreme forces intertwined around her, transforming into a magnificent yet deadly yin-yang symbol of ice and fire. Once the giant of resentment stepped in, it would either be instantly frozen into a lifelike ice sculpture, and then explode into a sky full of ice shards in the divine flames it was engulfed in the next second, or it would be directly ignited by the divine flames, turning to ashes in silent wails, and then frozen into an eternal black sculpture by the extreme cold. 2 realms, one black and one white, one still and one moving. The dark, devouring domain was like an invisible maw, frantically pulling the giant of resentment into it, while the yin-yang diagram of ice and fire was like a highly efficient millstone, crushing any enemy that came near. The 2 merged perfectly, transforming into a death mill of ice and fire that covered an area of hundreds of miles. Hundreds and thousands of resentful giants fell down like harvested wheat, row upon row, piece by piece, unable to get within 100 feet of the women.
This is no battle.
This was clearly a magnificent and efficient one-sided massacre.
How is this possible?
In his mind's eye, the voice of the divine general cracked for the first time, and his shock and disbelief were almost overflowing. He had imagined countless possibilities. These outsiders might be caught in a fierce battle, or they might be exhausted and eventually die of exhaustion. But the overwhelming efficiency of the clearing operation completely overturned his understanding.
What kind of domain are these 2 women wielding? Why is the power of law contained within them purer and more domineering than any god he has ever seen in his previous life?
Warriors! Your strength is beyond my imagination. After a brief loss of voice, the Divine General immediately adjusted his strategy, his voice becoming increasingly excited and hopeful, his acting skills instantly on point.
That's great. With your help, I'm sure I can completely purify this filthy sea of consciousness.
He began to vividly recount his story, his voice filled with infectious energy. I, the Divine General Haotian, was once the #1 warrior under the Central Divine Court. I was ordered by the God Emperor to hunt down the traitorous God Soul Devourer who stole the fragment of the heart of the Chaos Demon God. In that battle, the heavens and earth shattered, and stars perished. I fought that traitorous God for 9 days and 9 nights, and in the end, we perished together in this realm. Although my physical body is destroyed, a wisp of my remnant soul desperately sealed the rebellious God's soul, along with the fragment of the demonic heart that he corrupted, within the sea of consciousness of this divine corpse. I used my soul as a lot to suppress him for 100,000 years. But my power is ultimately limited, and I am gradually being eroded by the chaotic resentment of this place. I am about to be devoured by him. Thank goodness. Thank goodness you've arrived. You are the reinforcements sent by the God Emperor to save me. His voice was filled with tragedy, passion, and the relief of surviving a catastrophe, enough to move anyone with a weak will. On the Yunhai ship, Chen Xian held his teacup, watching his wives frantically mowing the lawn while expressionlessly listening to stories on the screen, and his lips twitched slightly. Central Divine Court? God Emperor? Rebellious God Devourer? He couldn't help but complain, this script is actually quite well written. It's just that the name is a bit corny and lacks originality. He took a leisurely sip of tea, his eyes full of mockery. You call yourself the Divine General Haotian? Why don't you call him the Jade Emperor? On the battlefield, Xiao Yanran, Yao Ling, and Su Yuning have completely become part of the Atmosphere Group. They simply didn't have a chance to make a move. Lin Wanner and Xia Qingyue's Ice and Fire Sword domain had wiped out all the enemies. Sister Wanner and Sister Qingyue are so amazing. Xiao Yanran looked at the death zone, her eyes filled with stars. Her prized heavenly dragon flame, though extremely yang and powerful, was still far inferior to her 2 older sisters' domains in terms of area of effect, attack, and duration. Don't worry, you'll have plenty of opportunities to make your move in the future. Yao Ling patted her shoulder to comfort her, but her heart was bleeding. My goodness! So many top-grade materials. If she could refine them into resentment explosion pills, one of them could probably obliterate a nascent soul cultivator's soul. What a waste! Just as they were talking, the black ocean ahead, formed by giants of resentment, has been completely cleared away. A colossal altar, radiating a soft, sacred light, appeared on the horizon. Above the altar, a fist-sized, jet-black fragment of a heart floated silently, as if formed from the purest darkness, and it was still beating, the sound striking the very soul. Thick black chains, each thicker than an arm and radiating an ominous aura, bound the fragment tightly, the other end of each chain firmly embedded in the altar. Above the heart fragment, a faint golden ball of light, about the size of a fist, was flickering violently, as if it might go out at any moment. That's it. The voice of Divine General Haotian was filled with excitement and urgency. That's a corrupted fragment of the demonic heart. And I'm right above it. Those black chains are the soul-devouring curse left behind by that traitorous god. It's constantly devouring my divine soul power. Quickly! Warriors! If you break those chains, I will be freed, and we can completely purify this fragment. I swear in the name of my Divine General Haotian that, after this is accomplished, I will repay you with all the knowledge I have acquired in my life, as well as the whereabouts of another, even larger fragment of the Divine Heart. A tremendous temptation lay before them. The 5 women exchanged a glance, then without further hesitation, they transformed into 5 streaks of light and sped toward the altar. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the altar. The fragment of the demonic heart was so close, and the primal demonic energy it emitted made even their divine bloodlines feel an instinctive longing. Lin Wanner did not hesitate. She is the captain and also the strongest. This task of clearing the way was naturally left to her. She slowly raised the Xianin ice crystal longsword in her hand, and the black vortex at the tip of the sword, which was capable of devouring everything, began to spin wildly. Cut! With a clear shout, she swung her sword. A jet-black sword light, carrying the terrifying power to sever laws and devour all things, slashed fiercely at the black chains binding the fragments. However, just as the sword light was about to touch the chains, mutation, rebirth. Buzz. The entire altar shook violently. Those seemingly ordinary black chains appeared to come alive. They instantly straightened, transforming into billions of black tentacles thinner than a strand of hair, like a sky covering, all-encompassing, lightning-fast enveloping the 5 women.
At the same time,
The voice of General Hao Tian, who had always played the role of a tragic hero, suddenly changed at this moment.
no longer old, no longer righteous. Instead, it transformed into a sharp, venomous laugh filled with endless greed and madness. Ha 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 ha. A bunch of fools. A bunch of idiots blinded by desire. Thank you all for breaking this damn seal for me. Now, obediently become nourishment for my rebirth.
I would be impolite to refuse your 5 perfect bodies with divine bloodlines.
Chapter 120, The True Colors Revealed, The Demon God's Backlash.
That sharp, venomous laughter was like countless poisoned steel needles, piercing deep into the entire sea of consciousness, causing the blood-red sky to ripple with twisted waves. The golden remnant soul that was originally a radiant and sacred light exploded at this moment. Instead, a swirling, viscous, pitch-black demonic aura radiating extreme malice appeared. Within the demonic energy, a huge and blurry face slowly coalesced, its features twisted and filled with pain and hatred, the so-called rebellious god-devourer.
Ha 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 ha. 10,000 years. A full 10,000 years.
The voice of the soul-devouring demon god was like the simultaneous screams of billions of wronged souls in one's ear, each syllable filled with the madness of regaining freedom.
That fool Hao Tian really thought he could suppress me forever by using his own soul as a chain?
Little did he know that his pitiful soul had already been completely worn away by me and become my best tonic. His venomous gaze, like 2 poisonous snakes ready to devour their prey, was fixed on the 5 figures below. In his eyes, those 5 bodies were no longer flesh and blood, but rather unparalleled delicacies exuding endless allure.
And you, my beloved warriors.
His voice suddenly became greedy and fiery. Your divine bloodline is 10,000 times more delicious than Hao Tian's divine soul. As long as I devour you, I can not only reshape my demonic body, but also break through the shackles of the nascent soul stage and glimpse the supreme true demonic path.
Ha ha ha. This is fate. It's destiny helping me. He laughed wildly. The countless soul-devouring demonic tentacles that blotted out the sky also launched their final, deadly attack along with his laughter. These tentacles are not physical entities, they ignore all physical defenses and are specifically designed to target the most vulnerable aspects of a living being, its soul and the very essence of its life. Once entangled, no matter how powerful your cultivation is, you will be sucked into a soulless dried corpse within a few breaths. This was the signature move that made him famous, and countless ancient gods perished under its influence. In his view, the fate of these 5 little girls who were not even at the nascent soul stage was already sealed to become part of his body amidst endless fear. Faced with this devastating offensive, Xia Qingyue, Su Yuning, and Xiao Yanran all turned pale, a chill emanating from the depths of their souls making their blood seem to freeze. However, Lin Wanner, standing at the very front, showed not a trace of emotion on her cold and beautiful face. She simply raised her beautiful, icy blue eyes slowly, quietly, even with a hint of indifference, looking at the gigantic, laughing demonic face in the sky. Her cool, red lips uttered 2 words softly. Idiot. The moment the words fell,
she gently thrust the Xianin ice crystal longsword in her hand downwards. Mysterious Een devours the heavens, domain fully activated.
Black hole.
Buzz. Centered on her, the dark domain that originally covered only 100 miles in radius suddenly expanded without warning.
10 miles. 100 miles. 1,000 miles. 10,000 miles.
Endless darkness, like a drop of ink falling into clear water, frantically and ruthlessly permeated the entire blood-red sea of consciousness.
That was no ordinary darkness.
That is absolute nothingness, capable of completely devouring even light, laws, and existence itself. A devouring black hole that is even more domineering and unreasonable than the soul-devouring demon god's divine power.
Sizzle.
The billions of menacing soul-devouring demonic tentacles emitted a piercing sound, like boiling oil being poured onto ice, the moment they came into contact with this dark domain.
The anticipated scene of the women being instantly drained did not occur.
Instead, the demonic tentacles seemed to have encountered the most terrifying natural enemy in the world, letting out silent wails as they were uncontrollably pulled, torn apart, and decomposed, eventually turning into the purest energy, which was then swallowed up by that endless darkness.
What?
The soul-devouring demon god's arrogant laughter abruptly stopped.
It felt like someone was choking me. For the first time, a look of horror and incomprehension appeared on his enormous demonic face. The law of devouring? No. This is impossible.
He could clearly feel that the connection between himself and his innate divine power was being forcibly severed and erased by a more advanced and primal devouring force. Not only did he fail to absorb any life force, but the demonic essence he had accumulated over 100,000 years was also being rapidly drained away at a speed that terrified him.
My power. My origin.
The soul-devouring demon god let out a roar filled with shock and rage.
He finally realized that this time, he seemed to have kicked a rock-solid board made of divine metal mixed with chaotic black iron. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? He wanted to withdraw his supernatural powers, but those soul-devouring demonic touches were like servants of a king, completely disobedient, and like moths to a flame, they surged one after another into that terrifying dark realm. Wow! Sister Wanner is so cool.
Behind her, Xia Yanran watched with wide, excited eyes, and couldn't help but wave her little fist and cheer loudly.
This reversal, this scene of turning the enemy's proudest skill into their death warrant, is a million times more satisfying than her personally defeating the enemy. Don't just stand there, hit him!
Xia Qingyue shouted, reacting extremely quickly, and pointed her ice sword at the enemy.
Yin Yang Ice Phoenix, Annihilation Divine Light.
The phantom of the ice and fire phoenix behind her cried out to the sky.
Half of its divine light, ice blue, and half of its light, crimson gold, gathered in its beak and transformed into a spiraling pillar of destructive light that ignored spatial distance and slammed into the huge demonic face in the sky. A trivial skill. Although the soul-devouring demon god's origin was devoured, his foundation as an ancient rebellious god remained. He roared, and the surging demonic energy condensed into a huge black shield, blocking in front of him. Boom! The divine light of annihilation struck the shield, unleashing a deafening roar.
The power of the laws of ice and fire raged wildly, shattering the magic shield into countless cracks. Although it ultimately failed to break through it, it still caused the aura of the soul-devouring demon god to weaken once again.
And us too. Yao Ling and Su Yuning exchanged a glance, and the two alchemy beauties attacked at the same time. A loyal heart can overcome poison. Soul refining pill.
Two invisible forces of alchemical laws, like two poisoned daggers, pierced straight into the soul-devouring demon god's already illusory and uncertain divine soul origin. One is highly poisonous, which defile one's soul.
The first step is refining, stripping away its original essence.
Yao Ling licked her lips, a hint of professional excitement flashing in her eyes, such pure soul power.
If I could capture it and refine it into an emperor's soul pill, one pill could boost a person's spiritual cultivation by 100 years. Ah! You ants!
Besieged on all sides and with its origin being firmly suppressed by Lin Wanner's domain, the soul-devouring demon god finally let out a desperate scream.
He knew that if things continued like this, he would really be worn down to death by these 5 seemingly weak girls. This is an utter disgrace. This is an unprecedented disgrace in the last 100,000 years. You forced me to do this. A final glimmer of madness and resolve flashed in the eyes of the soul-devouring demon god. Since I cannot have your bodies, then you will stay with me forever in this sea of consciousness. Demon heart, detonate.
He was making a desperate gamble, wanting to detonate the fragment of the heart of the chaos demon god that had been sealed for 100,000 years.
Buzz. On the altar, the black fragment of the heart shone brightly.
An energy 100 times more terrifying than any before, filled with the most primal and pure chaotic destructive aura, suddenly erupted. A chaotic demonic light, powerful enough to blast the entire sea of consciousness, along with the enormous divine corpse outside, into cosmic dust, began to brew wildly within it.
Ha 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 ha. Die. All of you, die. The soul-devouring demon god let out a final, maniacal laugh. Chapter 121, the deity descends and annihilates the world with a snap of the finger. Chaotic demonic light. That is a destructive power capable of instantly erasing a small world and reducing it to the purest nothingness. In the final, maniacal laugh of the soul-devouring demon god, the entire sea of consciousness began to crumble. The sea of blood frozen in the sky burst open inch by inch, and the earth piled with resentment crumbled with a roar. The end of the world is coming. Not good. Lin Wanner's pretty face was solemn. She could clearly feel that her invincible, mysterious devouring heaven domain was actually feeling a bit sluggish in the face of this pure chaotic destructive power. This is not a restraint at the level of laws, but a pure, energy-level crushing. It's like trying to catch a burst dam of stars with a single bowl. Form ranks. Defend with all your might. Lin Wanner made a decisive decision and shouted. The 5 women held nothing back and instantly converged in one place, pouring all their power into Lin Wanner's body without reservation.
Mysterious Een is the foundation, ice and fire as the bones, a loyal heart as the veins, and a dragon soul as the spirit. The 5 elements revolve, and the divine realm coexists. Buzz. A 5-colored guardian ring, woven from the power of 5 divine bloodlines, suddenly unfolded, firmly protecting the 5 women within it. This is the strongest defensive combined attack technique they have deduced. However, even though this guardian ring, which embodies the full power of the 5 celestial maidens, still appears so insignificant in the face of that world-destroying chaotic demonic light.
Boom! The light engulfed everything.
The guardian ring trembled violently, emitting a mournful cry of unbearable strain, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on its surface.
Puff!
All 5 women coughed up a mouthful of blood, their pretty faces turning ashen white. They could feel their power being dissolved and disintegrated at an alarming rate. At most, he won't last more than 3 breaths. 3 breaths later, they, along with this sea of consciousness, will vanish into nothingness.
Ha 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 ha. Useless.
Before my final sacrifice, everything is in vain. The soul-devouring demon god's face, now incredibly illusory, twisted and laughed maniacally amidst the chaotic demonic light. To perish alongside me in this heart of the chaos demon god is the highest honor for you ants.
Is it over?
Feeling the irresistible destructive force, Xiao Qingyue, Su Yuning, and Xiao Yanran experienced true despair for the first time. Just as they were about to give up, they saw that Lin Wanner and Yao Ling's faces showed not a trace of despair, but rather a relieved and reassuring smile. That smile was like a naughty child who had finally found an adult to clean up the mess.
Because they know.
When they had already given their all, when the crisis was beyond their control. Their man, that omnipotent god, is about to make his appearance.
As expected.
Just as the chaotic demonic light was about to engulf them at the last moment. A calm sigh, tinged with helplessness and indulgence, suddenly and unexpectedly echoed across the entire collapsing sea of consciousness. Sigh, I was only away for a short while and the kitchen almost burned down. What a bunch of troublesome girls.
The moment the sound fell, time stood still. Space, frozen.
That chaotic demonic light capable of destroying everything, that crimson world collapsing, that laughing soul-devouring demon god, that trembling 5-colored divine ring. Everything was put on pause at this moment.
Rip. A soft sound.
The sky above the entire sea of consciousness seemed to have been torn open by an invisible, divine hand, leaving a huge gash. On the other side of the rift lies not nothingness, but a dazzling and vast real starry sea. A figure in a green robe stood with his hands behind his back and slowly walked out from the crack. He didn't exude any earth-shattering pressure, he just walked around casually, as if strolling in his own backyard. But with each step he took, golden lotuses bloomed beneath his feet, and runes of the great Tao appeared and disappeared.
He is the Tao. He is the one who is right. He is the sole ruler of this world. My husband. Owner.
The moment they saw that figure, all the tension and pressure on the 5 women vanished instantly. Instead, there is boundless peace of mind, ecstasy, and absolute worship from the depths of one's soul.
Their man, their god, has come. No. Impossible. Who are you?
The only one who could still barely think was the soul-eating demon god, whose face had been transformed into a phantom. He looked at the man who had torn apart his world and descended like a creator god. In his demonic soul, there was only shock and fear that overturned his understanding.
Who is this man? How could he ignore the erosion of the chaotic demonic light? How could he control the spacetime of this sea of consciousness? Could he be a true god descended to earth? Chen Xian ignored the ant's final wails.
His gaze gently swept over the 5 women below, their faces pale, blood trickling from their lips, yet still breathtakingly beautiful. A hint of heartache flashed in her eyes. Then, he turned his head and looked at the chaotic demonic light that was about to erupt completely, his brows furrowing slightly.
It's noisy. He reached out his hand. A giant golden hand, formed from pure chaotic laws, appeared out of thin air.
Then, under the horrified gaze of the soul-devouring demon god, who looked as if he had seen a ghost, that hand, with such nonchalant ease, swept away the chaotic demonic light that was capable of destroying everything, along with the fragment of the demonic heart and the remnant soul of the soul-devouring demon god within it.
Gently, it was held in the palm of my hand. Squeak!
A soft popping sound, like a soda bottle being crushed. All the light, all the energy, all the destruction were forcibly compressed and annihilated between the 5 fingers of that giant golden hand, ultimately turning into nothingness. The whole world returned to silence. Chen Xian slowly withdrew his hand and opened his palm. A peculiar heart, the size of a fist, half as black as ink and half as pure as crystal, lay quietly in his palm. On the surface of the heart, a wisp of black demonic energy, thinner than a strand of hair, was trembling as if it might dissipate at any moment. That was the last remaining trace of the soul-devouring demon god's original soul. Chen Xian looked down at the pitiful demonic energy in his palm, then looked up at the 5 girls who were staring at him expectantly, and a smile appeared on his lips.
Who wants this thing? Take it and make a small toy, it should be pretty good.
Chapter 122, The Victor Takes All, the beloved wife discusses merit. The world returned to silence. With a single step, Chen Xian moved at will, his spatial laws shifting, and he returned to the main control hall of the Cloud Sea with his 5 wives. Behind him, the world of consciousness on the verge of shattering due to the fierce battle, along with the enormous ancient god corpse, vanished silently like a sandcastle the moment he turned around, turning into the most insignificant dust in the universe.
My husband. Owner. The familiar scent of the ship hit me, and my tense nerves suddenly relaxed.
The 5 women could no longer hold on, their delicate bodies went limp, and they were about to collapse to the ground. Although the battle was short, it had already pushed them to their limits in terms of both mental and magical energy. In particular, the final confrontation with the chaotic demonic light had almost squeezed out their very life essence. Chen Xian had anticipated this, and with a flick of his sleeve, he completed the task. An extremely gentle chaotic power surged forth, transforming into 5 auspicious clouds that gently supported their bodies, placing them steadily on the cloud bed that had been prepared in the center of the hall. For a time, the palace was filled with the vibrant colors of spring. 5 stunning beauties lay sprawled out, their hair disheveled, their faces deathly pale, and a trace of blood still lingering at the corner of their mouths. Their delicate appearance stirred the heart.
You've all worked hard. Chen Xian walked to Lin Wanner's bedside, bent down, and gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with his fingertips.
The movement was as light as brushing away a speck of dust from a rare treasure.
How are you feeling? It's all right.
Lin Wanner felt the warmth of his fingertips, a relieved blush rising on her cool cheeks.
It's just that my magic power is exhausted, my husband,
Her beautiful eyes held a hint of resentment and frustration.
We are still too weak, and in the end we will still need your help.
Before she could finish speaking, Chen Xian had already gently placed a finger on her lips.
No.
Chen Xian shook his head, his gaze slowly sweeping over each of the beauties present.
You did a great job, very well.
He looked at Lin Wanner with pure admiration in his eyes. Your command was calm, decisive, and the timing was impeccable. He then looked at Xia Qingyue. Qingyue's sword already has the rudimentary form of severing laws, and its future is promising. Turning his gaze to Xiao Yanran, Chen Xian smiled and said, Yanran's fire was quite powerful, causing the demon god's soul to become unstable, which made a great contribution to the final victory.
Really?
Xiao Yanran's eyes lit up, her previous dejection vanished, and she even tried to sit up and take credit. Chen Xian smiled and pressed her back down, his gaze finally landing on Yao Ling and Su Yuning. Your support is of paramount importance. Without you stabilizing the 5 elements rings, the battle would have collapsed long ago. Your teamwork in this battle was perfect, proving your growth to me. Every compliment Chen Xian gave precisely hit the mark regarding their proudest achievements and hardest working aspects.
This works better than any magic pill.
The weariness and grievances in the women's hearts vanished instantly, replaced by the immense joy of being recognized by their beloved. After calming his women down, Chen Xian turned his gaze back to his palm. That half-black, half-white fragment of the heart is now floating silently. Above it, the trembling black demonic energy had condensed into a palm-sized black figure, kneeling between Chen Xian's palm lines, kowtowing frantically in a prostrate posture.
Spare me! My lord, spare me!
The voice of the soul-devouring demon god no longer contained the madness of the ancient rebels, but only the humility of begging for mercy.
This humble demon was blind and disrespectful, sir.
I beg you, sir, to spare my life for the sake of my countless years of cultivation.
I am willing to serve you like a slave and offer you all my secrets.
Oh? Chen Xian looked at the ugly thing in his palm with indifferent eyes.
Secret? Do you need to tell me your little secret yourself?
Before he could finish speaking, a golden light flashed in his eyes. The chaos myriad paths devouring heaven's scripture began to operate with a roar. A devouring power 1,000 or even 10,000 times more domineering than the soul-devouring demon god himself erupted from his palm.
No!
The soul-devouring demon god let out a desperate scream that reached the deepest part of its soul. He felt that his very soul, along with all the memories and insights into the laws it contained, was being forcibly torn apart, stripped away, devoured, and analyzed by an irresistible force in an instant.
This process takes less than a breath.
That wisp of black demonic energy completely dissolved, transforming into the purest divine soul energy, which was absorbed by Chen Xian. Everything about the soul-devouring demon god, including why he defected, how he stole the demon heart, and a shocking secret about this fallen god Starfield, flooded into Chen Xian's mind. Chen Xian closed his eyes and quietly processed the massive flow of information. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes. In those deep eyes, a trace of unprecedented solemnity flashed, along with an even more fervent, almost insane greed. A breeding ground for venomous insects. He uttered those 3 words softly. According to the memories of the soul-devouring demon god, this so-called fallen god Starfield was not an ancient battlefield of gods and demons at all. Rather, it was a large-scale experimental field established by some incredibly ancient and powerful supreme being. His purpose is singular: to cultivate the strongest vessel capable of perfectly bearing the arrival of his will.
The Gu King.
The so-called heart of the chaos demon god is not just one piece, but 9 keys created by that supreme being in imitation of the legendary chaos treasure. Only by collecting all 9 fragments and combining them into one can one unlock the ultimate trial ground at the very core of the Gu farm and compete for the sole Gu King position.
Interesting, very interesting. A dangerous smile slowly crept onto Chen Xian's lips.
He thought he was a hunter searching for treasure, but unexpectedly, he plunged headlong into someone else's carefully laid fish pond and became a fish in their eyes.
But so what? Fish pond? Perfect. Let's swallow the fish and the pond owner together. Since it's about raising Gu, then there must be many other delicious and nutritious Gu worms like you in this starfield, right?
Chen Xian looked down at the fragment of the demonic heart in his palm, which had been purified and become incomparably pure, and a bright smile appeared on his face. He turned his head and looked at the corner of the hall. A tiny, exquisitely beautiful figure was running towards him with short legs, staring longingly at what he was holding, her mouth practically watering.
Fanner.
Chen Xian crouched down and gently handed over the radiant fragment of the demon heart.
Your dessert is here. Chapter 123, Dividing the Demon Heart, Pointing the Sword at the Abyss. Dessert?
In Chen Fan's deep eyes, it was as if 2 black holes were instantly ignited, swallowing all light and leaving only the most primal desire. He snatched the half-black, half-white heart, which was still beating slightly, from Chen Xian's hand.
His little face was full of impatience.
Without the slightest hesitation, he opened his mouth and bit down hard on the pitch-black half.
Snap!
A crisp sound rang out, clear and sharp like jade striking each other. The chaotic demonic energy contained in the piece, enough to cause a nascent soul cultivator to instantly explode and become demonic, was actually like a piece of finely chopped bone in Chen Fan's mouth, which he easily chewed up. He devoured the dark half in a few bites, smacked his lips in satisfaction, and even let out a satisfied burp. A surge of extremely pure chaotic demonic energy coursed through his body, causing the 15 or 16-year-old boy to grow even taller, his aura becoming increasingly profound and restrained, as if he had merged with the surrounding void. He looked down at the other half he had left in his hand. That was the final divine soul essence of God General Haotian, pure and translucent like crystal, radiating an aura of sacred light. Chen Fan wrinkled his pert little nose, his handsome face revealing a hint of disdain.
He didn't like the taste, it was too bland.
He looked up and handed the half-crystal shard to Chen Xian like a precious treasure, saying in a pleading tone and a childish voice, "Daddy, this doesn't taste good.
Can we give these to the mothers as snacks?"
Upon hearing this, the murderous aura that had almost solidified in the hall was completely shattered and vanished by the innocent words of a child.
The 6 stunning beauties who were meditating cross-legged could no longer hold back. But Xiao Yanran was the first to laugh out loud.
Her crimson gold phoenix eyes curved into crescents as she teased, "Little Fanner really knows how to take care of people. Knowing that we worked hard fighting, she specially saved some dessert."
Exactly, much more considerate than some fathers.
Xia Qingyue covered her mouth and chuckled, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she glanced at Chen Xian with a mixture of reproach and resentment. Even Lin Wanner, who was always aloof and cold, had a faint smile on her lips, a smile that was enough to melt ice and snow.
"You little rascal."
Chen Xian smiled and pinched his son's cheek before accepting the half of the divine soul essence. This stuff tasted like nothing to Chen Fan, but to Lin Wanner and the others, it was an invaluable treasure for nourishing their souls.
He flicked his finger.
The crystal shard instantly transformed into 6 streams of the purest light, like swallows returning to their nests, and each entered the forehead of one of the 6 women.
Buzz!
The 6 women trembled in unison, feeling a warm and vast divine energy surge into their consciousness, like a long-awaited rain, frantically nourishing their souls damaged by the fierce battle. Her pale face regained its rosy color at a visible speed, and her depleted magic power was quickly replenished like a river flowing back to its original state. A moment later, the 6 women stood up together, their breathing smooth and their spirits full, even better than before the battle. They bowed gracefully to Chen Xian and his son, their beautiful eyes shimmering with tears. Their gratitude and dependence needed no words. "We're family, no need to be so polite." Chen Xian waved his hand casually, but the smile on his face slowly faded, replaced by a deep look. He turned and walked to the huge holographic star map, and the atmosphere in the entire hall suddenly became solemn. He extended his finger and gently tapped the star map. "A breeding ground for venomous insects." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire map of the fallen god starfield was instantly magnified, and countless starlight points flashed past everyone's eyes. He tapped it 9 more times. 9 fragments of the demon heart. 9 eerie black lights flashed across the star map, like 9 venomous snakes ready to devour their prey, disappearing into the endless sea of stars. The ultimate trial. The entire star map was suddenly enveloped in an ominous blood-red halo. Finally, his finger rested beyond the star map, on that endless darkness that represented the unknown. "And that, self-righteous gu-raising man." With each word Chen Xian uttered, the air in the hall grew heavier. The 6 women concealed their expressions and quietly came up behind him. They knew that what the man was about to announce was the highest order concerning the future of the entire Chen family. "I heard everything." Chen Xian turned around, his gaze deep and unfathomable, slowly sweeping over each of the beauties present. "We've stumbled into a hunting ground that's a million times more dangerous than we imagined, but also a million times more interesting. Here, we are both hunters and prey in the eyes of others." His voice was calm, yet it carried a powerful and unstoppable force. "Are you scared? Don't be afraid." This time, his response was 6 uniform shouts filled with boundless fighting spirit. Afraid? The word was completely erased from their dictionary the moment they decided to follow this man. There was no fear in their eyes, only absolute trust in this man and endless anticipation for the broader stage to come. "Very good." A satisfied smile finally appeared on Chen Xian's face. What he wanted was this invincible aura that could kill gods and Buddhas alike. With a wave of his sleeve and full of vigor, he drew a magnificent blueprint with his fingertips on the huge blood-red star map. "Since this place is a breeding ground for goo poison, then let's play along. From this day forward, this fallen god starfield will be the backyard of my Chen family, the playground of my son Fanner, and also, your path to the throne of gods." His voice, like a divine decree, resounded throughout the entire hall. "We have only one goal." Chen Xian's voice suddenly turned deep, striking everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. "Hunting. Hunt down all the goo worms that stand in our way. Those 9 fragments of the demonic heart. I want you to personally tear them off for me, piece by piece, from those so-called chosen ones." Chapter 124, Hunting Declaration, Harem Intrigue. Chen Xian's voice, like a divine decree, echoed in the hall and stirred up a tidal wave in the hearts of the 6 stunning beauties. "Hunting. Collect all 9 demon heart fragments. Open the ultimate trial grounds." In the end, they swallowed up that self-righteous poisonous insect breeder along with his so-called fish pond. How domineering and arrogant this is. What a magnificent blueprint this is, that makes one's blood boil. Xia Qingyue, Su Yuning, and Xiao Yanran, their newly reshaped worldviews were now completely imprinted with the sole faith of Chen Xian. They stared blankly at the man standing before the star map, pointing out the landscape as if he were about to grasp all the heavens and the myriad worlds in his palm. In her beautiful eyes, the former aloofness, pride, and ambition have all faded away, leaving only an almost manic worship and infatuation. "I see. The sacred glory, the pinnacle of alchemy, and the imperial hegemony that they had once strived for and fought for their entire lives, were, in this man's eyes, nothing more than childish games like playing house. His journey is to the stars and the sea. His prey are gods, demons, immortals, and Buddhas. To be able to follow such a being, even as the most humble maid, is an unparalleled blessing that cannot be attained even in 3 lifetimes. We swear to follow our husband master to the death. We will fight against all the heavens, even at the cost of 10,000 lives." This time, the 6 women shouted in unison, without any hint of coercion or obedience, but rather from the depths of their souls, the purest fervor and loyalty. "Very good." Chen Xian turned around with satisfaction, looking at the 6 beauties in front of him whose fighting spirit he had completely ignited, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. What he wanted was never a group of pretty girls who only knew how to fight over men and wait to be favored in bed. Instead, they are a group of peerless Valkyries who can fight alongside him, expand his territory, and stand alone. Clearly, the return on his first batch of investments was astonishingly high. Since it's a hunt, there should be a prize. Chen Xian walked to the main seat, sat down leisurely, tapped the armrest lightly with his fingertips, and slowly swept his gaze over the 6 women's pretty faces, which were full of expectation and competition. He paused, seemingly enjoying the pleasure of keeping people in suspense. Whoever makes the greatest contribution in the next hunt will receive a night of my private tutoring. Private tutoring? These words instantly transformed the tense atmosphere in the hall into an incredibly delicate one. Lin Wanner's cool and beautiful face flushed slightly, almost imperceptibly, before she regained her composure as the Empress. However, a fleeting glint of determination flashed in the depths of her icy blue eyes. Yao Ling and Su Yuning, the 2 saintly ladies of alchemy, exchanged a glance, and sparks seemed to fly in the air. Xia Qingyue and Xiao Yanran, the 2 new sisters who had just joined, blushed and their hearts pounded like deer. Images of the lessons they had received in the cave and Phoenix Palace, which still made their legs weak to the touch, uncontrollably surfaced in their minds. That ultimate pleasure of both spiritual and physical ascension is so intense that once you've tasted it, how can you forget it? Husband, is this really true? In the end, Xiao Yanran was the most fiery-tempered. She was the first to speak up, her phoenix eyes burning with flames shining brightly, making no attempt to hide her desire. A ruler's word is his bond, Chen Xian said calmly. He enjoyed this feeling with a simple promise: he could completely motivate these privileged young women. All right, enough chit-chat. Chen Xian's smile vanished, and his expression turned serious. According to the memories of that trash soul devourer, the second demon heart fragment closest to us was devoured by an ancient remnant species called Star Abyss Ancient Koan. That ancient Koan was roughly at the peak of the nascent soul stage. It slept for many years in the dark nebula 10,000 light-years away, feeding on the essence of stars. Its body is enormous, and its stomach contains a small world of its own, where the fragment of the demon heart is located. Chen Xian extended a finger and gently tapped it on the huge holographic star map. The coordinates of the dark nebula were instantly marked, flashing red. Husband, why should you personally deal with a mere beast at the peak of the nascent soul stage? Xiao Yanran immediately stepped forward and volunteered, afraid that someone else would beat her to it. If Sister Qingyue and I join forces, our combined ice and fire will be enough to burn it and that nebula to ashes. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Qingyue nodded in tacit agreement. Although she didn't say anything, her eager eyes already showed her attitude. Burned to ashes? Before Chen Xian could speak, Yao Ling giggled. Sister Yanran, your idea is really simple and crude. That Star Abyss Ancient Koan is a treasure trove. Its flesh and blood are the main ingredients for refining the 9 Revolutions Golden Body Pill, and its soul is a top-grade material for refining the Breakthrough Pill. Can you afford to compensate for burning it like this? Su Yuning chimed in, Sister Linger is right. In my opinion, it would be better if the 2 of us sisters first set up a 10,000 poison soul-eroding pill array to bewitch the ancient Koan's soul, and then Sister Wanner could strike and kill it in one blow. This way, we can ensure the integrity of the materials. Humph, stop dawdling. By the time you've set up the formation, it'll be too late. Who will get the credit then? Xiao Yanran retorted without any politeness. For a moment, the main hall was filled with the chirping and chattering of women. The 4 sisters, who had just been united in their hatred of the enemy, were now subtly divided into 2 camps, arguing endlessly over who would get the first credit. One advocates for brute force, while the other advocates for strategic, technologically driven tactics. Watching this vibrant scene of harem infighting, Chen Xian not only didn't stop it, but actually watched with great interest. In the end, it was Lin Wanner, the Empress, who stepped forward. Stop arguing. Her cool voice wasn't loud, but it instantly silenced the hall. She walked up to Chen Xian, bowed gracefully to him, and then raised her beautiful, icy blue eyes, her voice clear and firm. My lord, in this battle, Qingyue, Yanran, and I will lead the attack. Yao Ling and Yu Ning will provide support. Shuer is in charge of the immortal ship, overseeing the overall situation. We will bring the corpse of that ancient Koan and the second fragment of the demon heart back to you intact. Her arrangement was reasonable, making the most of everyone's strengths while maintaining a balance within the team. However, just when everyone thought Chen Xian would agree to this perfect plan, Chen Xian shook his head and smiled. No. He stood up and, amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, walked straight to Yao Ling and Su Yuning, embracing the two still somewhat bewildered alchemy saintesses with one arm each.
Ah!
The two women gasped in surprise, their bodies instantly freezing. In this battle, we will divide our forces into two groups.
Wanner, the three of you are responsible for a frontal assault.
Wake that beast from its slumber, the bigger the commotion, the better.
And I.
He lowered his head and kissed each of the two alchemy saintesses on their blushing cheeks, his smile deepening.
Responsible for providing close-knit guidance to lingering Yuning and laying a trap.
After all, setting up an array is such a delicate task that it takes a lot of mental energy. I, as their husband, need to be there to replenish their energy.
Chapter 125, Splitting into Two Groups, My Husband's Favoritism.
When Chen Xian uttered those words, which were full of favoritism and endless implications, the air in the entire main control hall seemed to freeze. Yao Ling and Su Yuning, who were held in his arms, froze at the same time, their minds going blank for a moment. Immediately afterwards, two streams of burning red blush uncontrollably spread from their snow-white necks all the way to their ears.
Personal guidance? Replenish energy? That scoundrel!
How could he say such shameful and unsettling things in front of all his sisters?
Yao Ling was all right.
She was naturally lively and bold, and after the brief dizziness, her bright eyes rippled with tears. Instead of struggling, she pressed her soft, boneless body even closer to Chen Xian's embrace, her breath sweet as orchids, and whispered in his ear in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Then, husband, you must give me some guidance. Linger's basic array formations are quite poor, and I need husband to teach me hand in hand." As she spoke, her jade-like fingers traced circles on his chest with varying pressure, conveying a strong sense of innuendo. Meanwhile, Su Yuning, the once aloof and icy master of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, was now in complete disarray. She felt as if a divine fire had been ignited around her waist, encircling her with the man's strong arms, making her weak all over and unable to muster any strength. She wanted to push him away, yet she craved that broad, warm embrace. She wanted to protest, but she didn't know where to begin. In the end, she could only bury her burning face deep into the chest of the man she both loved and hated, like a frightened little animal, not daring to look at the gazes of her other sisters, a mixture of envy, jealousy, and a little hatred. The three people standing opposite, Lin Wanner, Xiao Qingyue, and Xiao Yanran, had mixed feelings at this moment.
Why should I?
Xiao Yanran was the first to lose her temper. She pouted and stomped her foot hard. Her phoenix eyes, burning with fire, stared intently at the two vixens in Chen Xian's arms, her eyes filled with obvious grievance and resentment.
Setting up a formation is a delicate task, but isn't her fire control also a delicate one? That's an even more delicate process than embroidery. Her husband should be instructing her. Xia Qingyue's feelings were even more complicated.
Looking at Su Yuning, who was being held in her husband's arms and was too shy to lift her head, she felt a strange sense of understanding. She understands that feeling all too well. Faced with that man's domineering yet tender advances, any aloofness or pride crumbles instantly, leaving only the most primal, womanly submission and dependence.
And how many times had she herself been the same?
In the end, Lin Wanner, as the Empress, helplessly rubbed her forehead. What else could she say? She knows her husband best. He likes to use this method to motivate them, making them stronger through healthy competition. She glanced at the two sisters who were practically melting into a puddle of spring water, then looked at the two beside her, one so jealous she was practically spitting fire, and the other with a complicated expression.
Instead, a faint smile appeared on her cool and pretty face.
She moved gracefully to Chen Xian, gave him a slight curtsy, and spoke in a calm voice, yet with a hint of reproach and warning that only Chen Xian could understand, a voice that could be heard in the dead of night in a boudoir. Since my husband has made up his mind, then so be it. However, please remember the important matter while you are giving me your guidance, my husband. My two younger sisters and I can wait at the front lines for our husband's inescapable trap. Rest assured. Chen Xian looked at his wife's "I understand you" gaze and chuckled softly. He released the two alchemy saintesses from his arms, whose legs were so weak they could barely stand, and waved his hand with great vigor.
Set off. Half a day later. Dark Nebula. This nebula is several times larger than the entire Xiantian continent.
Dense dark matter and stardust converge here to form a viscous ocean, blocking out all light and isolating most divine sense probes. The Cloud Sea immortal ship silently slipped into the depths of the nebula, like a ghost in the deep sea, without disturbing anything. Soon, Morong Shue's voice was clearly transmitted to the ears of Lin Wanner and the other two through the communication array. Sisters, the target is in the star core void 3,000 kilometers ahead. Energy analysis indicates that it is in deep hibernation with stable vital signs.
However, its stellar gravitational field remains powerful enough to tear apart any nascent soul-level magic weapon. Receive. Lin Wanner's voice was cold and brief.
She, Xiao Qingyue, and Xiao Yanran had already left the Yunhai ship, clad in magnificent combat armor, hovering in the cold, desolate void of space. The three exchanged a glance, and each saw a fierce fighting spirit in the other's eyes. They knew that their man was currently on the celestial ship, watching their every move with two other fox spirits.
This battle must not only be won. We must win beautifully. Quickly finish this. Lin Wanner ordered. Okay.
Xiao Yanran couldn't contain herself any longer and was the first to rush out.
Burning heaven, divine dragon, wake up! Roar! A high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the deathly silent nebula.
A crimson gold phantom of a divine dragon suddenly appeared behind her, its massive maw opening wide. A golden dragon flame, condensed with all her power, transformed into a creation sword that tore through the darkness and slammed fiercely towards the void in the star core.
Immediately afterwards, Xiao Qingyue also moved. Yin Yang Ice Phoenix, Wrath of the Frost Sky. Phew!
The phantom of a phoenix, intertwined with ice and fire, cried out to the sky. With a flap of its wings, a blue ice storm capable of freezing time and space swept away, following closely behind the dragon flame. Their purpose was very clear.
First, use Xiao Yanran's supreme Yan dragon flame to awaken the ancient Kuan from its slumber, causing it to go berserk.
Then, use Xiao Qingyue's extreme ice to enrage it, driving it completely insane. Only in this way can we lure this enormous creature out of its lair and into the inescapable net that my husband has prepared for it.
Rumble. Two completely opposite, yet equally terrifying, forces precisely blasted into that silent void in the star's core. The entire dark nebula trembled violently at that moment.
It was as if an ancient behemoth that had been sleeping for hundreds of millions of years had been kicked hard from its sweet dream.
The next moment,
a terrifying pressure, deeper than a black hole and more powerful than a supernova explosion, filled with endless rage and a will to destroy, suddenly awakened from the deepest part of that void. A shadow so enormous it could not be measured by sight slowly emerged from the endless darkness.
It opened its eyes. Chapter 126, A Symphony of Ice and Fire, Awakening the Ancient Beast. What kind of eyes were those?
Huge, dark, and empty. The moment it opened, the light, energy, and even the laws of the entire dark nebula seemed to be swallowed up by an invisible maw, plunging into absolute silence. There was no emotion that a sentient being should have in his pupils, only indifference that regarded everything as dust, and a raging fury that had disturbed his peaceful dream.
Buzz.
There was no sound. A roar powerful enough to tear apart one's soul exploded deep within the minds of Lin Wanner and the other two. This terrifying mental shock transformed into tangible ripples of destruction, spreading wildly in all directions. Wherever it passed, the star debris and meteorite belts that had been floating for hundreds of millions of years were wiped out of existence and returned to nothingness, without even the process of turning into powder.
Careful!
With a clear shout, Lin Wanner moved instantly, like a streak of dark light, blocking Xiao Qingyue and Xiao Yanran's path.
Mysterious Yin devouring heaven, domain, open.
A deep, bottomless black vortex quietly unfolded behind her, silent and still, yet seemingly the ultimate end of the universe. The earth-shattering mental shockwave crashed into the black vortex, like a drop of water falling into an endless Dead Sea, without even causing a ripple, and was swallowed up completely. Even with Lin Wanner's protection, Xiao Qingyue and Xiao Yanran still felt a jolt to their souls, and their blood and qi surged uncontrollably. The two forced themselves to suppress their discomfort and stared in horror at the enormous creature that was slowly emerging from the void in the star's core.
The size of this star abyss ancient Kuan far exceeded their worst expectations.
A single head obscured their entire vision, covered by a thick, dark blue carapace, crisscrossed with grooves like parched mountain ranges. Those enormous craters were clearly the eternal scars left by the impact of countless stars.
What, did this guy eat to grow up? Stars? Xiao Yanran couldn't help but click her tongue.
Her 100-zhang-sized burning heaven divine dragon phantom probably wouldn't even be able to fill a tooth in front of this giant beast.
Our attack failed to break through its shell.
Xiao Qingyue's voice was cold, but her fingertips already held a chilling aura capable of freezing the soul.
We only woke it up.
Clearly, the pressure of the tickle was just right.
Continue.
Lin Wanner's voice was devoid of any emotion, as calm as this cold universe.
Its weakness is in its abdomen, where it has no carapace. Qingyue, use ice to restrict its movement. Yanran, attack its eyes and drive it completely mad. Clear. Okay. Once the order was given, the two of them didn't hesitate for a second. Yin Yang Ice Phoenix, eternally frozen cage.
Xia Qingyue rapidly formed hand seals, and countless icy blue law runes burst forth from her palms, rapidly intertwining in the void and instantly transforming into a massive, sky-covering net of ice. A giant net descended, sealing off the star abyss ancient koan, which had just poked out most of its head, along with the surrounding 100-mile space.
Click. Click.
The crisp cracking sound of the space being frozen continued incessantly, and that area was actually forcibly transformed into a huge blue crystal, freezing the ancient koan's movements for a moment.
Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for Xiao Yanran. Now. Burning heaven divine dragon, dragon flame piercing the sun. Roar. The crimson gold dragon phantom let out a deafening roar.
This time, it did not spew dragon flames, but its entire dragon body suddenly contracted, transforming into a golden stream of light condensed to its extreme.
Like a divine arrow piercing through the eternal night, it stabbed fiercely at the star abyss ancient koan's eyeball, which was larger than the moon, with a resolute determination that there was no return. Awah!
The unprecedented, intense pain finally caused this enormous creature to let out its first truly agonizing roar. Its eyeballs were not pierced, but the extremely yang and powerful heaven-burning divine fire left a charred mark on the surface of its pupils, burning its optic nerves.
Furious.
The boundless rage instantly devoured its primal will that had existed for billions of years.
Boom!
A terrifying power, more than 10 times stronger than before, suddenly erupted from its body. The perpetually frozen cage that Xia Qingyue set up was so fragile and vulnerable in the face of this power that it instantly shattered into billions of shimmering ice crystals. The unimaginably enormous body of the star abyss ancient koan finally burst forth completely and entirely from the void in the star core that had been dormant for countless epochs. It opened its terrifying maw, large enough to swallow a planet whole, and locked its gaze on the little bug that had injured its Xiao Yanran. An irresistible, terrifying suction force, capable of even distorting light, suddenly erupted.
Not good. Xiao Yanran's expression changed drastically.
She felt as if her body, along with the surrounding space, was being pulled and torn apart by an irresistible force, dragging her into that endless abyss that represented end and death. The spiritual power within her body, and even the illusory dragon behind her, began to dissipate under this suction force and were forcibly drawn away.
At this critical moment,
a cold, aloof figure appeared in front of her without warning.
Lin Wanner.
She didn't even look at the enormous, all-consuming maw. Instead, she reached out a hand and gently placed it on Xiao Yanran's shoulder.
Don't panic.
Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried a calming power that instantly soothed Xiao Yanran's restless blood and soul. Then, she slowly raised the Xianin ice crystal longsword in her other hand and pointed it at the star abyss ancient koan, which had completely gone berserk. The black vortex behind her began to spin wildly and expand at that moment. A devouring power, completely different from that of the star abyss ancient koan, yet purer and more primal, suddenly erupted.
If the suction force of the ancient koan is a tyrannical ocean, then Lin Wanner's devouring is the singularity of the universe, the destination of all things. Playing the devouring game in front of me? A cold smile crept across Lin Wanner's lips. To show off one's limited skills before an expert. Chapter 127, The Might of the Ancient Beast, Initial Setback. Two completely different devouring forces collided violently in the dead silence of the universe. On one side is the savage gravity inherent in the star abyss ancient koan, powerful enough to distort light and devour stars. On the other side is the primordial black hole controlled by Lin Wanner's mysterious devouring body, capable of annihilating laws and returning all things to nothingness. Boom!
There was no sound.
There is no light.
Centered on the point where the two forces converge, space is like a ball of paper being kneaded by an invisible hand, violently twisting and folding, forming an extremely unstable chaotic singularity. The surrounding nebula dust, light, and even the laws of time were frantically pulled and devoured by this terrifying singularity, turning into the purest nothingness.
Ha! For the first time, a trace of confusion appeared in the chaotic will of the star abyss ancient koan. It couldn't understand. Why can this tiny food, as insignificant as a speck of dust, unleash such terrifying devouring power? Even more advanced in the essence of power. The stalemate lasted only a few breaths. Click.
A crisp sound, like the shattering of glass, resounded deep within the souls of the three women. The gravitational field dominated by the star abyss ancient koan was the first to show signs of collapse. Lin Wanner's mysterious devouring heaven completely overwhelmed this ancient remnant in terms of quality.
Now!
Lin Wanner seized this fleeting opportunity and shouted.
Xingyue. Yanran. Attack the junction of its lower jaw and upper jaw, that's the only structural weakness in its mouth. Receive. Xiao Qingyue and Xiao Yanran were already poised to make their move.
The two women, one on the left and one on the right, transformed into two streams of ice blue and crimson gold light, precisely bypassing the chaotic devouring force field. Like two of the sharpest scalpels, they sliced towards the massive jaws of the Star Abyss ancient koan, which were as large as mountains. The ice phoenix sweeps blood, a sword of frosty cold. Dragon swings its tail, a heaven-burning strike. One ice, one fire, two attacks, each condensing all their power, struck the same spot simultaneously.
Put.
A dull, loud bang, as if the entire leather mountain had been ripped open. The indestructible jaw of the Star Abyss ancient koan was actually torn open with a huge wound that stretched for 100 miles. Dark golden blood, as viscous as magma, gushed out, staining the surrounding void with an ominous color.
Roar. The unprecedented pain drove the Star Abyss ancient koan completely mad.
It suddenly closed its enormous mouth, and its massive body rolled and crashed wildly in the void.
Each drift is enough to shatter an asteroid.
Each impact caused the surrounding space to tremble violently.
In an instant, the entire dark nebula was turned upside down by its rampage.
Xiao Qingyue and Xiao Yanran were forced to retreat by the violent energy shockwave, their pretty faces turning pale and their blood surging.
This beast is too troublesome. Its vitality is simply unbelievably tenacious. We can't fight it head-on. Lin Wan'er calmly analyzed the battle situation. Its size and strength far exceed ours.
If we drag this out, we'll be the first to run out of spiritual energy.
We must find a way to restrict its movements and then find that fragment of the demon heart. Just as the three were racking their brains for a solution.
The main control room of the Yunhai. Chen Xian remained leisurely seated on the throne, sipping a cup of spiritual tea at a leisurely pace. The earth-shattering battle depicted on the light screen seemed to him merely a somewhat interesting spectacle. At his feet, Chen Fan, who had grown into a handsome young man, was happily munching on a top-grade spirit stone. He gazed at the rampaging Star Abyss koan on the light screen, his deep eyes gleaming with an intense longing.
He munched on a spirit stone while mumbling incoherently, "Daddy, that big candy looks so chewy. It seems angry. Are angry candies sweeter?"
Upon hearing this, Qin Xian almost spat out his tea. He glanced helplessly at his gluttonous son and shook his head.
They dare to think of anything and want to eat anything. Meanwhile, at the control panel on the other side, Morong Shue's expression was more focused than ever before.
Her hands blurred into afterimages on the virtual screen, and countless complex data streams, complex enough to overwhelm any master of array formations, flashed past her eyes.
Found it.
Suddenly, she let out a soft gasp of surprise.
Sister Wan'er.
Using the primal computing power of the myriad array diagram combined with the multidimensional detection of the immortal ship, I have successfully scanned the distribution of energy nodes within that ancient koan. That fragment of the demonic heart is at the center of its stomach world. It's enveloped by a soul barrier constructed from its own divine soul power.
But
Morong Shue's voice suddenly became extremely solemn.
I also detected another extremely faint but filled with resentment and unwillingness from a third-party soul. It also covets that fragment of the demon heart. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind?
Chen Xian raised an eyebrow slightly, a playful smile flashing in his eyes.
It seems this breeding ground for goo is even more lively than I imagined.
But at that very moment, the situation on the battlefield changed again. The ancient koan from the Star Abyss, which had been difficult to defeat for a long time, seemed to realize how troublesome these three little insects were.
It abruptly stopped its frenzied rampage. Then, tens of thousands of dark holes suddenly opened up on its mountain-like undulating back. Buzz.
Countless black beams, 100 times more terrifying than the sound waves emitted by the previous resentful giant, filled with an aura of destruction and chaos, rained down like a dense storm, indiscriminately shooting towards the location of the three women.
Not good. Xiao Qingyue's expression changed drastically. The attack range is too large, there's simply no way to avoid it.
She was about to activate her domain defense when Xiao Yanran grabbed her arm.
Don't fight it head-on. It's after me. A resolute look flashed across Xiao Yanran's pretty face.
She knew that the beast was after her. She was the one who had injured its eyes.
Sisters. You all step back. I'm going to give it a surprise.
Xiao Yanran suddenly pushed Xiao Qingyue away, showing no fear, and took the initiative to face the sky full of death beams.
The illusory image of the heavenly dragon behind her shone brightly at that moment. The crimson flames burned to their zenith, faintly revealing a hint of destruction and end. Pale. Chapter 128, The Miraculous Pill Array and the Master's Backup Plan. Yanran. Come back. Xia Qingyue's heart tightened, and she instinctively rushed forward, but was stopped by a cold arm. It's Lin Wanner. Trust her. Lin Wanner's voice remained as cold as ever, but her icy blue eyes held an almost harsh scrutiny. Beauty and talent alone are not enough to stand by that man's side forever. A rare flower that can stand proudly amidst the stars cannot grow in a greenhouse. Only a rose that dares to bathe in the blood of gods and demons between life and death is qualified to share his glory. In the center of the battlefield, Xiao Yanran faced the destructive rain of light that was enough to instantly vaporize a nascent soul cultivator. Instead of showing any fear, her phoenix eyes burned with a dazzling light. Good timing. Instead of retreating, she charged forward, deliberately rushing into the barrage of death. The divine dragon undergoes 9 transformations, and the flame emperor descends upon the world. Roar! A high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the starry sky, and the enormous phantom of the burning heaven divine dragon behind her suddenly disintegrated at that moment. It was no longer a simple aggregation of energy, but transformed into billions of solid dragon scales burning with pale flames. Each scale contained the terrifying power to burn mountains and boil seas, like a reverse flow of golden fire rain, all of which merged into her body. Buzz! Xiao Yanran's aura surged, instantly breaking through a certain limit. The phantom of the dragon disappeared behind her. Instead, there was a majestic statue, 1,000 feet tall, wearing a crimson gold dragon robe and the crown of the Emperor of Heaven. Fa Xiang's face was 7 parts similar to Xiao Yanran's, but he had an extra sense of majesty and indifference, as if he were an ancient king who controlled the source of all fire in the universe, who had descended here across time and space. The Dharma image of the Flame Emperor. After merging with the burning heaven divine dragon bloodline, she used her own body as fuel and the dragon as a catalyst to briefly transform into the supreme divine power of the fire-holding monarch. The light of chaos, how dare you be so insolent before me? Xiao Yanran's voice changed. It was no longer clear and crisp, but became grand and majestic, with each word carrying an irresistible power of law. She slowly raised her hand. That fair and slender jade hand seemed to grasp the invisible power of heaven and earth. Law edict. All fires, submit. At a single command, the law takes effect. The laws of this star field are humming. The countless black beams of destruction, upon touching the majestic image of the Flame Emperor, collectively froze and trembled violently. The violent laws of chaos and destruction within the beam of light seemed to have met their emperor, instantly falling silent and choosing to submit from the very source. The next moment, under the shocked gazes of Lin Wanner and Xia Qingyue, the countless black beams of light suddenly changed direction, their brilliance intensifying. Like an army receiving the highest command, they swept across the sky and bombarded their master, the Star Abyss Ancient Kuan. Ha! The chaotic will of the Star Abyss Ancient Kuan is filled with enormous question marks. Fighting yourself? What's going on? But its mountain-like body didn't have time to react. Boom! 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 Tens of thousands of destructive beams slammed into its own indestructible carapace. Although it didn't cause a fatal injury, the terrifying impact still caused its massive body to tumble violently, emitting a painful and frustrated cry. Pretty. On the Yunhai, Chen Xian couldn't help but pat the armrest of the throne. As expected of his woman, her combat talent and comprehension are absolutely amazing. Beside him, Yao Ling and Su Yuning finally completed their masterpiece. Husband. Sisters. Our gifts can be sent over now. Yao Ling's excited voice rang out through the communication channel, carrying a strong sense of wanting credit. On the battlefield, Lin Wanner's eyes flashed. Yanran, come back. Xiao Yanran was also a little weak at the moment. Upon hearing this, she immediately withdrew and returned to the two of them. The moment she returned to her place. Mutation and regeneration. The originally dark and viscous nebula ocean changed color without warning. It transformed from a deep, dark gloom into a extremely ambiguous pink. An invisible and colorless fragrance, yet capable of corrupting even gods and demons, instantly permeated the entire starfield. The Star Abyss Ancient Kuan, which was still roaring angrily at itself for hitting itself, suddenly stiffened its massive body the moment it inhaled the pink mist. Its savage giant eyes slowly revealed a hint of dazedness and intoxication. It was as if a bachelor who had been starving for millions of years had suddenly fallen into a land of women.
The violet aura visibly subsided, and even emitted a series of deep, eager gurgling sounds.
What the hell is this?
Xia Qingyue and Xiao Yanran stared at the star abyss ancient koan, whose appearance had suddenly changed from a raging behemoth to a perverted face, their foreheads covered in question marks. This is the 9 revolutions harmony and freedom pill formation that my sister Yuning and I jointly refined. Yao Ling's smug voice came from behind. This pill array is specifically designed to target the soul and can arouse the most primal desires of living beings. Even ancient gods and demons, upon inhaling a single breath, will instantly fall into the most wonderful illusion and be unable to extricate themselves. She paused, her tone becoming even more proud. To ensure the efficacy of the medicine, we even specially built a crystal palace illusion for it, based on my husband's appearance, with 3,000 stunning goddesses. I guarantee it will be so pleasurable that it will forget everything else and feel so good that its very soul will leave its body.
Crystal Palace, an illusion? Xia Qingyue and Xiao Yanran were completely dumbfounded.
As they gazed at the star abyss ancient koan, which had completely sunk into oblivion, its massive body writhing in the void in various indescribable poses, only one thought remained in their minds. As expected of the alchemy array developed under the personal guidance of her husband.
This style is just right.
However, just when everyone thought the situation was settled.
Within the star abyss ancient koan, a third-party divine soul fluctuation of extreme resentment suddenly erupted. Useless. What a complete waste. He can't even handle a few girls.
In that case, I shall gladly accept this body.
The next moment, the dazed giant eyes of the star abyss ancient koan were instantly replaced by pure black. An ancient demonic force, even more evil and powerful than the giant of resentment, suddenly awakened. It actually managed to break free from the control of the joyful union pill formation. Then, it opened its enormous maw, large enough to devour stars, and instead of aiming at the 3 women, it abruptly turned away. That ship, the Cloud Sea, which has always been hidden deep in the nebula, exudes endless vitality and allure. He, found it. This divine vessel. This ship full of top-grade primordialine. It's all mine. Chapter 129, The Annihilation Light's Husband's Little Punishment. Not good. Lin Wanner's face suddenly turned pale. She never expected that the third-party divine soul hidden within the star abyss ancient koan would be so ruthless, seizing the body without hesitation and directly erasing the ancient koan's remaining consciousness. What chilled her to the bone even more was that their target was never them from the start. Instead, it was the Yunhai, the ship that carried everything they had, anchored deep in the nebula. And, on the celestial ship, the man they were willing to protect with their lives. Don't even think about it.
With a clear shout, Lin Wanner activated her profound devouring heaven domain to its limit, transforming herself into a streak of black light and charging forward recklessly. Xia Qingyue and Xiao Yanran had also reacted, and the power of ice and fire surged violently around them, preparing to unleash their strongest attack even at the cost of damage to their very essence.
However, the speed of the star abyss ancient koan, possessed by the demonic soul, exceeded their expectations.
Its enormous body, which blots out the sky, drew a strange arc in the void, ignoring the laws of physics, and directly performed a spatial jump. In an instant, it traversed a distance of thousands of kilometers, and a massive shadow instantly enveloped the Yunhai.
It opened its terrifying maw, large enough to devour the sun, moon, and stars, and endless greed and madness burst forth from its abyss-like throat, biting down fiercely at the Cloud Sea. He. Got it. The demonic soul let out a triumphant laugh, finally released after being suppressed for countless ages.
In his view, this magnificent divine ship, along with the top-grade primordialine cauldrons inside, was already his for the taking. Once he devours them, he can completely digest this ancient koan body at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and with the help of the supreme power of that demon heart fragment, he can break through to the true demon realm, which even he had never reached in his previous life. By then, the small breeding ground for worms will no longer be able to contain him. He will return to the heavens and turn all his enemies who betrayed him and hunted him to dust beneath his feet. Beautiful fantasies surged wildly within his soul.
However, the next second,
his maniacal laughter abruptly stopped.
Instead, there is a death omen that originates from the deepest part of the soul and is extremely cold. He saw it.
The Shenzhou, which he saw as weak and vulnerable, like a lamb to the slaughter, had its thick and magnificent armor at the bow silently slide open to the sides. A terrifying cannon, entirely dark gold, with a slowly rotating black singularity at its muzzle, coldly aimed at him like the single eye of death. At the deepest part of that singularity, a wisp of pale blue light floated silently, yet it exuded an aura of destruction powerful enough to make the universe tremble.
What is that?
The will of the demonic soul froze completely at this moment. An emotion he had forgotten for countless eons, called fear, like a cold galactic storm, instantly overwhelmed his entire soul.
It was at this moment.
The main control room of the Yunhai. Chen Xian remained leisurely reclining on the throne, without even changing the position of his crossed legs. He looked at the enormous, greedy, and insane mouth so close to him on the screen, a hint of helplessness on his face, like looking at his own disobedient child who was causing trouble everywhere.
He sighed softly. Sigh, I told you to finish this quickly, why did you make things so complicated? It seems that I, as the head of the household, am the one who has to clean up this mess for you.
His voice, delivered clearly through the communication channel, reached the ears of the three women who were rushing over, carrying a hint of doting reproach. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanner and the other two women, who were rushing forward desperately, all paused. The tension in their hearts, which had been stretched to the limit, inexplicably eased.
Yes, what are they in such a hurry for? My husband is still on the boat.
Originally, this shot was a surprise prepared for you, and it was the Yunhai's real trump card.
It seems that we can only give this blind fool a small punishment in advance.
As he spoke, he extended a long, slender, and fair finger and casually tapped the armrest of the throne.
There was no sound. No instructions were given.
There was only one movement, as if brushing off dust from the corner of a garment.
However, just as his fingertips touched the ground. Outside world.
That annihilation singularity cannon, which had already locked onto the star abyss ancient Koan, opened fire. It's not the previously set 30% power. Rather, it was less than 1%, a mere trace of energy leakage, almost negligible. A thin, black ray of light, 100 times finer than a strand of hair and impossible to detect with the naked eye, flashed past the singularity cannon muzzle.
There was no sound. There was no explosion. There is no brilliance.
That black ray of light floated by, ignoring space, time, and even the supposedly indestructible body of the star abyss ancient Koan. It precisely penetrated the space between the eyebrows of its head, which was larger than a star.
The next second, time seemed to stand still. The star abyss ancient Koan's all-devouring movements suddenly froze.
In its enormous eyes, stained pure black by demonic energy, all greed, madness, resentment, and unwillingness vanished in an instant.
Instead, there is an absolute, empty, and void. Then,
under the completely frozen, horrified gazes of Lin Wanner, Xiao Qingyue, and Xiao Yanran,
that colossal star abyss Koan, as powerful as a god or demon.
Its body begins at the brow where it was struck by black light. It vanished silently.
It's not about breaking down or pulverizing.
Rather, it was completely erased from the very concept of existence.
Inch by inch. It's as if an invisible eraser is slowly wiping away bits and pieces from this canvas called the universe. The entire process was silent, yet filled with absolute terror that would make even gods and demons tremble. Just 3 breaths.
That ancient ferocious beast, which had once rendered 3 proud daughters of heaven helpless, along with the ambitious possessing demonic soul within it, vanished completely from this world.
It's as if it never existed. All that remained was an absolutely silent, empty void.
And in the very center of that void, a fragment of a pitch-black heart, throbbing and radiating an alluring glow, was being pierced.
Chapter 130, Rewarding Merit and Spreading Kindness Equally. Dead silence. The dark nebula fell into an unprecedented silence.
Lin Wanner, Xiao Qingyue, and Xiao Yanran floated in the cold void of the universe, replaying the almost miraculous scene in their minds again and again.
1 finger. 1 shot.
An ancient ferocious beast, capable of devouring continental plates like snacks, was completely erased from existence without even uttering a complete lament.
What an unreasonable and domineering force this is.
They thought that after undergoing bloodline evolution and experiencing a surge in cultivation, the distance between them and that man should have been shortened.
But it was only now that they realized it. That's wrong. That's completely wrong. The gap between them and him did not narrow, instead, it widened to a point of despair.
It's a feeling of helplessness where no matter how hard you try to catch up, you can only watch the other person's back get further and further away. Just as their Tao hearts wavered and they were almost falling into the abyss of self-doubt, a pair of warm, large hands reached out from behind and pulled all 3 of them into a familiar and reassuring embrace.
How? Chen Xian's deep voice rang in their ears, tinged with a hint of mockery, scared stiff.
It was quite a struggle for him to carry 3 of them by himself.
Husband, my husband.
Xiao Yanran was the first to come to her senses. She turned her head and looked at the handsome face so close to hers, and those phoenix eyes burning with fervor. For the first time, she showed an emotion called awe.
What is that? A little trinket.
Chen Xian spoke casually, as if the firecracker he had just set off was really just something he had casually tossed aside. He looked at the three beauties' eyes, which were filled with a mixture of shock, admiration, and a hint of frustration, and felt very satisfied. Only by occasionally showing just the tip of the iceberg can these proud and arrogant young women always maintain their dependence on and longing for him. Let them understand that no matter how high they fly, they will always be birds in the palm of their own hands.
All right, time to collect the spoils.
Chen Xian released the warm, soft woman in his arms and waved his sleeve. The fragment of the demonic heart, suspended in the void, transformed into a stream of light and flew into his palm. He didn't rush to check, but instead turned his gaze to the three beauties who were still somewhat distraught.
You didn't win this battle very well, you almost destroyed your home.
One sentence made the three women blush and lower their heads in shame.
But
Chen Xian changed the subject, his face showing approval. I've seen your growth.
Especially Yanran.
He walked up to Xiao Yanran, reached out, and gently stroked the tip of her nose, which was red with embarrassment.
The Emperor Yan descends, that's right.
To have developed the potential of a divine bloodline to this extent in such a short time, you have not disappointed me.
Upon receiving such straightforward praise, Xiao Yanran's heart skipped a beat.
An indescribable surge of joy welled up inside her, making her feel lightheaded. She raised her head, her beautiful phoenix eyes sparkling as she looked at him, her voice trembling slightly.
My husband, I. However, it was still too impulsive. Chen Xian's next words sent her plummeting from her zenith. Remember, your life is mine. If I don't agree, even the King of Hell can't take you away. Don't let this happen again.
His tone was domineering and unquestionable. But to Xiao Yanran, it sounded more sweet than any honeyed words.
Is this because you feel sorry for me?
Her heart started pounding uncontrollably, and she nodded obediently. After calming the little wild horse that almost went too far, Chen Xian walked up to Xiao Qingyue. Qingyue, your ice and fire sword domain is a combination of offense and defense, and it has already taken initial shape.
But it's not enough.
He extended a finger, and at the tip of his finger, a wisp of yin and yang energy circulated, instantly evolving into a miniature Tai Chi diagram, in which ice and fire perfectly blended, endlessly regenerating.
Your path is balance. Yin and yang, ice and fire, life and death.
Only when you can completely integrate these two extreme forces and evolve chaos will you have truly touched the threshold of the throne of gods. As Xiao Qingyue watched the profound yin and yang interplay at his fingertips, a light of enlightenment shone in her beautiful eyes, as if a brand new door had suddenly opened before her.
Thank you for your guidance, my husband. Qingyue understands now. Finally, Chen Xian stood before Lin Wanner.
He didn't speak, he just looked at her quietly. Lin Wanner also looked at him, her cool and pretty face showing a hint of stubbornness that refused to admit defeat. After a long while, Chen Xian sighed and pulled her into his arms.
Wanner, you are the person I trust the most. That's why I'm entrusting everyone's safety to you. You are their sword and their shield. But first and foremost, you are my woman.
His voice was soft and gentle, yet it carried a power that struck straight to the soul. Next time, don't put yourself in the most dangerous position.
It will break my heart. Lin Wanner's delicate body trembled violently.
That heart, as hard as ice, melted completely at that moment. She turned around and hugged her man tightly, burying her face in his chest, letting out a muffled her eyes slightly moist. Xiao Qingyue and Xiao Yanran, who were standing to the side, felt no jealousy whatsoever, but rather a sense of entitlement.
This is their man.
Domineering and assertive, yet capable of offering them the tenderness and affirmation they crave in the smallest of ways.
It was at this tender moment.
Suddenly, the cold, urgent alarm of Yunhai rang in Chen Xian's mind.
Warning! Warning!
The second demon heart fragment that was just recovered has already resonated strongly with the first fragment according to the laws of magic.
Generating brand new star map coordinates. Warning! There is more than one new coordinate.
The resonance response points to two completely different high energy sources. One of them is hurtling towards our ship at faster than light speed. Chapter 131, The Uninvited Guest, the successor of the Heavenly Demon.
More than one? There's another one, approaching at high speed?
The chilling alarm sounded like a thunderclap, instantly shattering the last vestige of warmth within the hall.
Chen Xian's brows furrowed into a knot.
He released Lin Wanner, whose delicate body trembled slightly, from his embrace, and in a flash, he reappeared before the throne in the main hall. Buzz! A huge holographic star map suddenly unfolded before him, with light and shadow flowing around it. On the star map, 2 brand new coordinate points are emitting an ominous crimson light, flashing wildly, like 2 of the deepest scars in the universe. One of the coordinates is fixed in location, deep within the fallen god starfield, in a shattered star ring marked as a death zone by the Cloud Sea database.
The other one is completely different.
Like a burning crimson star, it was hurtling straight toward the location of the Cloud Sea at a speed that almost distorted the laws of space, leaving a long scarlet trail.
That's not sailing, that's hunting. Such speed.
Morong Shui appeared in front of the control panel immediately. Her fair and slender hands left countless afterimages on the light screen, and massive amounts of data flowed like a waterfall.
Warning! The enemy is performing continuous ultra-short distance spatial jumps. The landing point of each jump is terrifyingly precise, with almost no excess energy dissipation. This jump technology has surpassed the scope of conventional cultivation civilizations. For the first time, her voice revealed a genuine sense of gravity. Based on the recalculation of the opponent's jump trajectory and speed, it is expected to make contact with us in 14 minutes and 30 seconds.
The visitor is not friendly. Chen Xian tapped his fingertips lightly on the armrest of the throne, producing a rhythmic tapping sound. He stared at the menacing red dot of light, a cold smile flashing deep in his eyes. It is obvious that the other party is also a holder of the demon heart fragment. Furthermore, the other party seems to have mastered some kind of secret method that allows them to accurately sense the location of other fragments from a distance. They came looking for us because they smelled something fishy.
My lord, should we employ tactical evasion?
Lin Wanner came to his side, her cool and pretty face carrying a hint of inquiry. Although the Yunhai is powerful, given the unclear enemy situation, it is best to temporarily avoid direct confrontation and plan for the future.
Avoid?
Upon hearing this, Chen Xian smiled. He turned his head and glanced at the several stunning beauties beside him who had just gone through a bloody battle. Although they looked tired, the fighting spirit in their eyes had not diminished at all.
Why would you turn away something that's been delivered to your door?
He slowly rose from the throne, and an aura of dominance swept out, engulfing the entire hall.
Pass on my orders.
His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority.
Yunhai, all combat units, enter level 1 combat readiness. Annihilation Singularity Cannon, recalibrate target, charge to 50%. All secondary guns, energy matrix at full power, authorized to fire freely.
Schwer, turn the 4 symbols Heavenly Protection Array to its maximum power.
Yao Ling, Yuning, Danjin, be ready at any time. Wanner, Qingyue, Yanran. Chen Xian's gaze finally landed on the 3 women.
You 3, come with me to meet this uninvited guest.
I'd like to see which blind fool dares to steal my things. Yes. The women tensed up and answered in unison.
After a moment of silence, the Yunhai, like an ancient beast awakened from its slumber, roared with a deep rumble from its massive hull. A fighting spirit even more vigorous than when fighting against the star beast exploded in the main control hall.
14 minutes passed in the blink of an eye.
The edge of a dark, cold nebula.
Sizzle. Space, like a fragile curtain, was forcibly torn open by a brute force, creating a huge black rift. A massive, jet-black warship, shaped like a ferocious bone dragon, burst forth from it. The bow of the demon ship is a giant dragon head made of countless bones of gods and demons. In its 2 empty eye sockets burn eerie green demonic flames, emanating a chilling aura of death and malice. A thick, viscous, and overwhelming demonic energy swirled around the entire demonic ship, corroding and assimilating even cosmic dust, turning it into nothingness wherever it passed. Young master.
According to the guidance of the heavenly demon compass, the source of the aura of those 2 fragments of the demon heart is on that ridiculously ornate divine ship ahead. Inside the bridge of the demon ship, a demonic cultivator shrouded in a black robe, exuding a chilling aura, respectfully reported to the figure in the main seat. On the main seat, a young man dressed in a dark brocade robe, with a handsome face that was almost sinister, slowly opened his eyes. Those were a pair of demonic eyes burning with endless ambition and greed. He is another chosen one in this starry sky breeding ground, the reborn young master of the heavenly demon sect, Demon Lord Lin. His gaze seemed to pierce through the endless void, landing on the magnificent divine vessel that floated silently, as if it were waiting for him. When he saw the shape of the divine vessel clearly and felt its restrained yet vast and boundless immortal aura, his sinister pupils contracted imperceptibly. But immediately, that slight surprise and doubt transformed into 10 times, 100 times, more intense heat and greed.
What a magnificent divine vessel! Such boundless celestial energy!
Such a masterpiece should not exist in this abandoned starfield.
Could it be a relic from the upper realm? It seems that this time, I, the young master, have caught a really big fish.
He stuck out his scarlet tongue, licked his lips, and a cruel yet excited smile appeared on his face. However, when his gaze passed over the ship's hull and landed on the deck of the Shenzhou, there were several stunningly beautiful and ethereal figures.
His breath hitched. Lin Wanner's fair skin and delicate bones, Xiao Qingyue's ethereal beauty, and Xiao Yanran's fiery brilliance. Each and every one of them is a stunning beauty that could drive even gods and demons mad.
More importantly, the pure and untouched primordialine energy emanating from them was like the brightest lighthouse in the darkest night, causing his demonic powers to begin operating uncontrollably on their own.
Top quality. They're all top quality cauldrons. An unprecedented, naked possessiveness erupted in the demon lord's eyes. He had even begun to imagine pressing these high and mighty fairies down beneath him one by one, listening to their moving voices as they went from stubborn to crying and begging for mercy, and then slowly draining away their cultivation, primordialine, and soul. That ultimate thrill of conquest made his blood boil. He rose from his throne, stood with his hands behind his back, and issued his ultimatum in a condescending tone, as if a god were bestowing favors upon ants. His voice, amplified by demonic power, transformed into rolling sound waves that traversed the void and resounded above the cloud sea. Listen up, you guys on the other ship. I am the young master of the heavenly demon sect, Demon Lord Lin. Now, I'm giving you a chance to live. Immediately, deliver all the demon heart fragments and all the women on your ship to me. Remember, this young master prefers things intact, so don't damage them. Chapter 132, The Heavenly Demon's Taunts, the Emperor's Laughs.
The demon lord's voice, carrying the oppressive power of his demonic origin, echoed in the deathly silent, dark nebula. That voice contained an air of self-righteous arrogance, a haughty disregard for all things. It was as if his every word was a divine decree, and the whole world should grovel at his feet and offer up everything. His sinister grin widened, waiting for his opponent to tremble in fear and surrender in despair.
However, what he received was not the humiliation he had expected. Instead, he let out a soft laugh.
A low, languid laugh, tinged with amusement, came from the magnificent spaceship, as if it had heard some incredible joke.
Oh. The laughter wasn't loud, but it was like an invisible hammer that slammed into the proud heart of the demon Lord Lin. The confident smile on his handsome yet sinister face froze instantly.
His brows were furrowed tightly into a knot.
What happened? Did these ants not understand what he said? Or, were you scared out of your wits?
The main control room of the Yunhai. On the throne, Chen Xian didn't even change his posture, still holding the cup of spiritual tea and gently blowing away the non-existent foam on top. His gaze didn't even fall on the murderous bone dragon demon ship outside. Instead, he looked with great interest at the several pretty women in front of him, their faces contorted with rage and their beautiful eyes practically spitting fire.
My husband.
Xiao Yanran, who has the fiercest temper, was the first to lose her temper. Her phoenix eyes, burning with flames, were fixed on the arrogant face of the demon Lord Lin in the light screen, her teeth almost grinding to powder.
That bastard. He actually dared to.
She trembled with rage, not from fear, but from extreme anger and humiliation.
Do they treat them as spoils of war that they can demand at will? Was it used as a furnace for stimulating bounty at will?
This is the greatest humiliation for her, for all the sisters, and especially for their men.
Sisters. Let me out.
I'm going to burn his stinking mouth and his very soul to ashes. Xiao Yanran turned to look at Lin Wanner, her eyes burning with a burning desire to fight.
Sister Yanran, don't worry.
Su Yuning, who was standing to the side, pulled her back. Her pretty, aloof face was also covered with a layer of frost. The other party's origins are unknown, and their strength is unfathomable.
Let's see what my husband has to say first.
Xiao Qingyue's face was also frighteningly cold.
She didn't speak, but the temperature of the air around her dropped sharply, and the ice crystal longsword in her hand, which was circulated by the yin and yang energies, emitted a clear and melodious hum that seemed to yearn to drink blood. Only Lin Wanner, the matriarch of the Chun family, remained absolutely calm. She simply watched the man on the throne, who remained calm and composed throughout, awaiting his instructions. Chen Xian put down his teacup and finally raised his eyes. He glanced at the demon Lord Lin in the light screen, whose face had turned incredibly gloomy from not receiving a response, then turned to look at his several indignant wives. He smiled. What should you do if a fly keeps buzzing in your ear and tries to get into your rice bowl? His voice was flat and casual. But this gave the women an outlet for their pent-up rage. Yes. In their men's eyes, the arrogant young master of the heavenly demon sect outside was nothing more than a rather noisy, clueless fly. Of course. Yao Ling's eyes flickered, and she was the first to understand her husband's meaning. She chuckled sweetly, but her voice carried a chilling coldness. Slap him to death. No. Chen Xian shook his head. He slowly rose from his throne, walked to Lin Wanner and the other two, and gently straightened their already flawless fairy armor collars with an incredibly tender gesture. His voice carried a hint of doting affection. Just kill it, that's too easy on it. We should first remove its wings and break its legs. Let it watch itself slowly being played to death, bit by bit, amidst endless fear and despair. He raised his head and looked at Lin Wanner, Xiao Qingyue, and Xiao Yanran. In his deep eyes, there was a light that was called indulgence and trust. Go. My 3 Valkyries. Let that arrogant fly see what true divine power is. It also made him realize that some things are not for a piece of trash like him to covet. Having received their husband's supreme command, the last trace of concern in the 3 women's hearts vanished. Instead, there was an endless, soaring fighting spirit. Yes, my husband. 3 stunningly beautiful and dashing figures transformed into 3 streaks of light and vanished from the hall in an instant. The next moment. On the deck of the Cloud Sea, 3 stunningly beautiful Valkyries appeared out of thin air. Their gazes were cold, indifferent, and filled with supreme majesty as they stared directly at the ferocious bone dragon demon ship opposite them. Court death. Upon seeing this, the demon lord flew into a rage. He hadn't expected the other party's response to be so direct and arrogant. Send out 3 women? Is this an insult to him? Good. Very good. The demon lord, enraged beyond measure, laughed, his eyes blazing with demonic flames. Since you're so eager to die, then this young master will grant your wish. Heavenly demon great handprint. He suddenly raised his hand, and a gigantic black hand, formed from pure demonic energy and capable of blotting out the sky, appeared out of thin air. Countless demonic runes flowed across that giant hand, within which billions of vengeful spirits struggled and wailed, forming contorted faces of agony. With a terrifying power capable of shattering stars, it fiercely grabbed at Lin Wanner and the other 2. However, faced with this devastating blow, Lin Wanner didn't even bother to lift her eyelids. She simply uttered 2 words to Xiao Yanran beside her. It was burned. Okay. Sister. Xiao Yanran had been waiting to hear those words. She had been itching to get started for a long time. She let out a delicate shout, took a step forward, and the majestic image of the Flame Emperor suddenly appeared behind her. She raised her slender hand and pointed it at the enormous, all-encompassing demonic hand. He spoke coldly, in a tone even more domineering and authoritative than that of a demon king. I say, let there be fire. Boom! In an instant, the giant hand, formed from pure demonic energy, suddenly burst into flames from within without warning. It's not an ordinary flame. Instead, it was a pale, annihilating divine fire, as if it could burn away all laws in existence. Ah! A scream so shrill it defied description did not come from the demon lord's mouth, but from the mouths of the billions of vengeful souls he had refined within that giant hand. That invincible heavenly demon handprint couldn't even last a moment. Before the horrified eyes of all the heavenly demon sect demon cultivators, who looked as if they had seen a ghost, it was burned into the purest nothingness. Not even a speck of dust remained. What? The demon lord's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints. The smug grin on his face froze completely. On the demon ship, a demon cultivator's compass fell to the ground with a clatter and shattered into pieces, but he was completely unaware of it, simply pointing ahead, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Young master, what kind of flame is that? It's burning demonic energy like firewood. Chapter 133, First Encounter, Heavenly Demons Defeat. Annihilation of the Divine Fire. The pale flames, like maggots clinging to bones, not only did not extinguish after burning away the heavenly demon's great handprint, but instead surged upstream. It transformed into a ferocious pale fire dragon, and following the connection of the laws in the dark, it went straight towards the demon lord Lin's true form to devour him. Not good. The demon lord's expression changed drastically. He sensed a deathly aura emanating from the pale flames that sent shivers down his spine. This was absolutely none of the divine fire he knew. The will contained within this flame is domineering, ruthless, and transcends all laws. The heavenly demon disintegrates, transforming into countless forms. At the critical moment of life and death, Demon Lord Lin could no longer care about the demeanor of a young master. He roared, and his entire body exploded, transforming into tens of thousands of identical black demonic shadows that fled wildly in all directions. Each demonic shadow contains a trace of his original demonic soul. If even one escapes, he can expend his essence to reshape his demonic body. This is the supreme demonic skill that made him famous, which allowed him to escape from countless life-threatening situations. He firmly believes that this time will be no exception. However, trying to leave? A clear, cold female voice, like 10,000 years of icy ice, rang out simultaneously in the minds of his tens of thousands of demonic shadows. Xia Qingyue made her move. She floated silently in the void, without even drawing the ice crystal longsword from her waist. But those beautiful, icy blue eyes slowly closed. The next instant, he suddenly opened his eyes. Expand the domain. The ice phoenix descends upon the world, bringing 10,000 miles of frosty skies. Buzz. An indescribable chill, emanating from her, spread out in a fan shape towards the direction where the tens of thousands of demonic figures were fleeing, silently enveloping them. Click. 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 An eerie freezing sound echoed endlessly in the deathly silence of the cosmic void. Those tens of thousands of black demonic figures that were making spatial jumps at faster than light speeds were all completely sealed off by a layer of translucent, dark blue ice at the same time, no matter where they fled or how many spatial dimensions they traversed. In an instant, the entire battlefield resembled a giant ice sculpture art gallery. Tens of thousands of lifelike ice sculptures depicting the Demon King's arrival are frozen in time in this cold universe, each in a different pose of terror, horror, and disbelief. A single thought can freeze 10,000 miles of land. One law, imprisoning time and space. Deathly silence reigned atop the Bone Dragon demon ship. All the demonic cultivators of the heavenly demon sect stared wide-eyed, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, dumbfounded at the scene before them that was beyond their comprehension. The demonic sword in the hand of a demon lord elder fell onto the deck with a clang, but he was completely unaware of it. Another demon lord protector slapped himself hard, his face swelling up, before muttering to himself. It's fake, it's all an illusion. They're great, invincible young lord. That demon Lord Lin, who swept through an era and was hailed as the #1 genius of the demonic path throughout the ages. It turns out, he didn't even withstand a single move from his opponent before being frozen into over 10,000 ice blocks? What the hell is going on with this battle of gods? Well done, Qingyue. Looking at this spectacular sight, Xia Yanran couldn't help but clap her hands and cheer. She said with a grin, "This is much more spectacular than my arson. It looks so refreshing." Xia Qingyue simply nodded, her pretty face showing no hint of smugness. Her gaze fell upon the only core ice sculpture among the tens of thousands of ice sculptures that was still trembling slightly. She knew that although she had restricted the other party's movements, with the other party's strange demonic powers, it would still take some effort to completely eliminate him. However, just as she was about to unleash the light of annihilation to deliver the final blow to her opponent, a figure appeared silently in front of the core ice sculpture. It's Lin Wanner. She didn't even glance at the frozen demon Lord Lin, but simply stretched out a slender, fair hand and gently placed it on the top of the ice sculpture. Then, she parted her red lips slightly and uttered 2 words. Swallowed it. Buzz. Beneath her palm, the black vortex representing the origin of mysterious Een devouring heaven suddenly appeared. A devouring power, purer and more greedy than ever before, suddenly erupted. No! From within the ice sculpture came the demon lord's final roar, filled with endless fear and despair. He could clearly feel that his proud, supposedly immortal heavenly demon origin was being forcibly stripped, drawn away, and devoured from his soul by a more advanced and unreasonable force. This process is 10,000 times more painful than being slowly sliced to death. He watched helplessly as his power, his memories, and his very existence were gradually eroded and consumed by that black vortex. Ultimately, it becomes nourishment for the other's growth. Who are you? This is the last lingering echo of the demon Lord Lin, filled with endless resentment and confusion, left in this world. Before he could finish speaking, the core ice sculpture, along with tens of thousands of other ice sculptures, collapsed silently at the same time. It turned into the purest, most crystalline ice dust. It drifts away with the wind.
This arrogant, self-proclaimed protagonist of Destiny Reborn demon lord vanished from the world in such a frustrating way, without even touching the hem of his opponent's clothes. All that remained was a storage ring that shimmered with an eerie light, and a fragment of a black heart that was also throbbing and exuding endless demonic energy.
It hovered quietly in front of Lin Wanner.
Lin Wanner casually put away her spoils, turned around and glanced at her two sisters beside her, her cool voice slowly ringing out.
It's over. Go home and report back to your husband. The entire process was smooth, efficient, and clean.
From the start of the fight to its conclusion, it didn't even take the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The main control room of the Yunhai.
Chen Xian looked at the now empty battlefield on the light screen and nodded in satisfaction.
His women did not disappoint him. However, just as he was preparing to welcome his victorious generals and properly reward them for their contributions, a sudden change has occurred. The two fragments of the demon heart that he had just acquired in his palm suddenly began to tremble violently without warning. Buzz! 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 The third fragment that Lin Wanner had just put away also flew out of her storage ring on its own. At this moment, the three fragments of the demon heart seemed to be summoned by some mysterious power, generating an unprecedentedly strong resonance. On that enormous holographic star map, the shattered star ring representing the Death Forbidden Zone shone brightly. A stream of information, clearer and more expansive than ever before, traversed the endless sea of stars and was forcibly imprinted into Chen Xian's mind.
Those are not coordinates. It's not a map either.
Instead, it is a divine decree filled with endless majesty and temptation. The lucky one who collected all three keys.
Congratulations!
You have obtained the initial qualification to enter the gods' hunting grounds. Come to the tomb of the gods. Here, you will face your first true trial.
Your prey are two other candidates, each possessing three keys. Survive.
Or, become their stepping stone to the throne of gods.
Chapter 134, The Hunting Grounds of the Gods, New Rules. A Divine Decree.
The voice did not come from beside his ears, but resounded directly in the depths of Chen Xian's soul. It was cold, grand, and devoid of any emotion, yet it contained an absolute will as if it were the one that established the rules of heaven and earth. The hunting grounds of the gods.
Tomb of the Gods. Three candidates, each holding one of the three keys. To survive, or to become someone else's stepping stone.
Chen Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. For the first time, a real flame, called excitement, ignited in those deep eyes.
Interesting. That's so interesting.
He had initially thought that this so-called breeding ground was nothing more than a single-player treasure hunt game where everyone fought their own battles and collected Dragon Balls. Unexpectedly, the culprit behind this had designed such a simple, brutal, bloody, and exciting battle royale set of rules.
A three-way battle. Only the final winner has the right to continue. This is hardly the practice of raising poisonous insects. This is clearly raising an ultimate war behemoth that can devour everything. Husband, what's wrong?
Lin Wanner and the other two women had already returned to the main hall. They keenly sensed the change in Chen Xian's aura and the faint smile on his lips as he gazed at the star map, and their hearts tightened.
Chen Xian didn't speak, but simply waved his sleeve.
The golden edict imprinted in his soul transformed into a stream of information, clearly presented to everyone. After the women finished processing this information, their expressions changed.
A three-way battle? Xiao Yanran frowned deeply.
So, besides us, there are two other guys, like that demon Lord Lin from before, or even stronger than him, who have also collected all three fragments.
I'm afraid it's not as simple as just being a little stronger.
Su Yuning's voice carried a calm solemnity. Those who can fight their way out of this bloody goo breeding ground and collect all three fragments are no ordinary people. They are likely to have extraordinary trump cards, just like us.
The sisters are right.
Morong pointed to the Tomb of the Gods star field, which was flashing with an ominous red light, and said in a deep voice, moreover, that place is known as the Forbidden Zone of Death. According to the preliminary calculations of Cloud Sea, its internal spatial structure is extremely chaotic, filled with law storms and divine curses left behind by countless ancient gods and demons after their fall. Once our immortal ship enters, the two core systems, Annihilation Singularity Cannon and Gate of the Starsea, will be greatly suppressed, and may even, temporarily malfunction. Upon hearing this, the air in the hall seemed to freeze.
The Annihilation Singularity Cannon is their greatest deterrent.
The Gate of Stars is their last resort. If these two biggest trump cards are wasted, they will have to fight a bloody and relentless battle to the death against two other equally unfathomable enemies on a completely unfamiliar and dangerous battlefield.
This is a huge gamble.
The price of losing the gamble is the demise of everyone, becoming nothing more than a withered bone on someone else's path to godhood. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the man on the throne, who had remained calm throughout.
To go or not to go? This decision, as always, can only be made by him.
Chen Xian smiled as he looked at the solemnity and worry on the women's faces. He slowly rose from his throne, walked to the enormous star map, and reached out to gently stroke the blood-red star ring that represented the tomb of the gods. His voice wasn't loud, but it had a reassuring quality that put everyone at ease.
Suppress? Failed? His smile deepened. Doesn't that mean it's the same for them?
He turned around, his gaze sweeping over every beautiful woman present.
What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that without the protection of the immortal ship, we won't be able to fight? Or do you think that I, Chen Xian, have gotten to where I am today solely because of these external things? Every word struck the hearts of the women like a morning bell or an evening drum. Yes. What are they afraid of? Their men, their husbands, their masters. He is the one who can defy the heavens by speaking the law and repel the heavenly tribulation. He is the supreme being who can crush chaotic demonic light with his bare hands and wipe out ancient ferocious beasts with a flick of his finger. What is a mere hunting ground with some of its functions suppressed? My husband is right. We are not afraid.
Xia Yanran was the first to puff out her full chest, her phoenix eyes once again igniting with fierce fighting spirit.
They're just two cowardly cowards. Perfect, Sister Wanner stole the credit last time, this time I'm going to take the lead. Sister Yanran, you shouldn't speak too confidently.
Yao Ling, standing to the side, chuckled and retorted without backing down. Whoever gets the top credit isn't just talking, it depends on whose elixir is more potent.
That's right. The last Joyful Union elixir array was just an appetizer.
This time, Sister Linger and I will definitely let them taste what it truly means to be unable to live or die.
Su Yuning added, a hint of cunning flashing across her cool and pretty face.
For a moment, the main hall was once again filled with the tense atmosphere of involution. Looking at his wives, who had instantly regained their energy, Chen Xian smiled with satisfaction.
What he wanted was that fearless spirit. All right. He clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Since everyone agrees, our next goal is set. He extended a finger and pressed it heavily onto the blood-red star ring. Tomb of the Gods. However, before we set off, there is something more important to do. A mysterious smile appeared on Chen Xian's face. He waved his sleeve. 3 fragments of the heart of Chaos Demon God, each emanating a different demonic aura, slowly floated in the center of the hall. 1, from the Blood Emperor. 1, from the soul-devouring demon god. One of them came from the demon Lord Lin, who had just been swallowed by Lin Wanner. The 3 fragments slowly rotated in the air, creating a mysterious resonance between them, as if they were about to merge into one at any moment. Husband, what is this?
Lin Wanner looked at the 3 fragments, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion.
Of course.
A smile appeared on Chen Xian's lips, a smile that made everyone's heart race.
Rewards will be given based on merit.
He reached out and gently pushed the fragment that belonged to the demon lord, containing the pure heavenly demon origin, in front of Lin Wanner, Xiao Qingyue, and Xiao Yanran.
The 3 of you have made outstanding contributions in this battle. This first spoils of war should naturally be enjoyed by you. As for how to enjoy it, his gaze swept back and forth across the 3 women's pretty faces, which flushed instantly, his voice low and full of ambiguous hints. You want me to help you refine and absorb it? Or perhaps, you want me to feed you myself? Chapter 135, Demonic Heart as a Guide to Yin-Yang Tonification. Personally, feeding you?
When Chen Xian uttered those 6 words in a low, almost whispered voice, inside the main hall, you could hear a pin drop. The 3 women, Lin Wanner, Xiao Qingyue, and Xiao Yanran, all stiffened at once. A surge of heat uncontrollably rushed from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, and 2 alluring blushes quickly spread across her face, even her snow-white neck and earlobes turned an enticing pink. My heartbeat suddenly went out of control. Her breathing became hot and rapid. The so-called feeding is not just a simple act of feeding. That is to transform their bodies into cauldrons, using the fusion of yin and yang to drive divine fire, refining that vast demonic essence into the ultimate tonic. They had all tasted the feeling of their souls and bodies rising together, achieving a leap in their life's level in ultimate pleasure. Once you've tasted the marrow, you'll know how delicious it is. How can you ever forget it? My husband. Xiao Yanran had the most fiery personality. Her phoenix eyes, which used to burn with intense heat, had now turned into a pool of spring water, shimmering and alluring. She instinctively wanted to move forward, her alluring body almost pressing against Chen Xian's chest.
I choose the second one.
Her voice was both delicate and charming, with a slight, barely suppressed tremor. However, as soon as she moved, she was gently pulled back by a delicate hand.
It's Lin Wanner.
Although the matriarch of the Chen family was also blushing and her heart was pounding, she still maintained the last bit of rationality. She glanced reproachfully at her younger sister, who was about to reveal her true colors, and then looked at Xia Qingyue, who was standing on the other side with her head down, her ears burning red, and her body trembling slightly. Finally, she raised her beautiful, icy blue eyes to meet Chen Xian's ambiguous gaze, and forced herself to remain calm.
My husband, please stop playing tricks on us.
Her voice remained cold and clear, but the slight tremor at the end betrayed the unease in her heart. This fragment of the demon heart is mixed with energy and has a strong demonic nature. If we swallow it directly, there is a risk of us going into demonic possession.
We would be more careful if you could refine it for us.
His words were reasonable and dignified. She saved face for herself and her sisters, and then threw the problem back to Chen Xian.
Oh? Is that so? Chen Xian smiled.
He took a step forward and appeared behind Lin Wanner without warning. Before the three women could react, he stretched out his arms and pulled the icy beauty, along with Xia Qingyue and Xiao Yanran beside her, into his embrace from behind.
Three soft, alluring bodies froze instantly.
Chen Xian lowered his head, his lips close to Lin Wanner's crystal-clear earlobe, and chuckled softly in a magnetic voice that only the four of them could hear.
Wanner, are you questioning your husband's abilities? Or do you think that with me here, this mere demonic heart can't harm you in the slightest?
The warm breath sprayed onto her most sensitive earlobe, and Lin Wanner's delicate body trembled violently, as if she had been electrocuted.
An intense tingling sensation instantly spread from the base of my ears throughout my entire body.
She felt her body go completely limp at that moment. All reason and composure crumbled before this domineering yet gentle offensive.
I didn't.
Her voice was barely audible, carrying a sob that she herself was unaware of.
That's good.
Chen Xian chuckled, quite pleased with his wife's adorable appearance, clearly infatuated yet trying to maintain her composure.
He stopped teasing them and a thought struck him. Buzz. The fragment of the heart of the heavenly demon belonging to the demon lord instantly shone brightly. Under the operation of the chaos myriad paths devouring heaven scripture, all the imprints of the demon lord Lin's will and all the mixed demonic resentment in the fragments were instantly erased and purified before they could even let out a wail. Only the purest and most primal power of the heavenly demon remained. Immediately afterwards, this immense primordial power split into three. They transformed into three miniature, jet-black dragons that exuded a sacred aura, circling once in the air.
Then, under the envious, jealous, and hateful gazes of Yao Ling, Su Yuning, and others, it slipped into the slightly parted cherry lips of Lin Wanner, Xia Qingyue, and Xiao Yanran respectively. The three women's bodies trembled violently at the same time. A torrent of energy, more powerful and pure than ever before, exploded within their bodies.
That's not just energy, it's a law. These are the three most fundamental laws of the heavenly demon clan. Devour. Twist. Rebirth. The moment Lin Wanner's mysterious devouring body came into contact with the devouring law, it seemed to have found its long-lost brother, emitting a joyful buzz. The black hole vortex behind her expanded wildly, and its devouring power increased tenfold. Xia Qingyue's yin-yang ice phoenix body resonated strangely with the twisting law. Her ice and fire powers were no longer simply balanced, but began to twist and transform into each other, giving rise to a more bizarre and unpredictable spacetime power. Xiao Yanran's burning heaven divine dragon bloodline perfectly matches the rebirth law. She feels that every drop of her blood has transformed into a burning sun, full of endless vitality. As long as she has a breath left, she can be reborn from the ashes. The three women's auras began to surge wildly and inexplicably at this moment. Peak of the early nascent soul stage. Mid-stage nascent soul. Peak of the mid-stage nascent soul realm.
In the end, all three of them broke through the bottleneck in their cultivation and steadily stopped at the late stage of the nascent soul realm.
He was only one step away from the legendary path to becoming a deity.
As the three women slowly recovered from the intense pleasure of their surge in power, they slumped in the arms of the man who was still holding them, their beautiful eyes filled with unwavering affection and dependence.
How are you feeling? Chen Xian's voice rang in their ears once again. Do you want more? This time, no one could utter the word no.
The three women exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of shyness and a shared understanding in the other's eyes. They slowly turned around. Then, they took the initiative to press their luscious red lips to the man for whom they were willing to give everything. In a corner of the main hall, Yao Ling watched the scene, secretly licked her lips, and muttered to Su Yuning beside her, "It seems that just knowing how to refine pills is not enough.
We need to be more proactive next time."
Chapter 136, Palace Night Talk, A New Storm. Inside the main control hall, springtime was in full bloom. Yao Ling, Su Yuning, and Morong Shui looked at their man, who was tightly entwined by the other three sisters like vines, and shook their heads helplessly and amusedly. They knew perfectly well that tonight would be another sleepless night.
"Sister Shui, let's go."
In the end, it was Yao Ling, the senior, who was the first to come to her senses. She tugged at Morong Shui, whose pretty face was slightly flushed and whose eyes held a hint of envy, and whispered,
"Let us not stand here any longer. It would be a grave sin to disturb my husband and his sister's cultivation. I'm going to the alchemy room right now. I've come up with a new 9 revolutions of heaven and earth energy replenishment array.
I need you, a master of arrays, to help me study it and see where the array's core should be placed for maximum energy recovery efficiency."
Energy replenishment array?
Morong Shui was slightly taken aback, then immediately understood, and her fair cheeks flushed red. She stole a glance at the 6 people who were already fighting it out, then looked at Yao Ling's knowing, mischievous eyes, and finally nodded very slightly.
"Yes.
My husband has to teach so many sisters all by himself, it must be too hard for him.
These wives should really think about their husband's health."
The 2 technical talents tacitly agreed to leave this place of trouble together, leaving behind only a room full of romance and an ambiguous atmosphere that gradually rose in the air.
Night has fallen.
Inside the luxurious sleeping quarters of the Yunhai, comparable to those of a royal palace. The cloud bed, large enough to accommodate dozens of people rolling around, was a complete mess. Chen Xian leaned lazily against the headboard, a silken quilt casually draped over him, his bronze-colored, muscular chest exposed. Several ambiguous scratch marks, left from the intensity of the battle, added to his wild charm. Beside him, nestled haphazardly, lay 6 exquisitely beautiful bodies, naked and sculpted like works of art by divine hands. Lin Wanner, Xiao Qingyue, and Xiao Yanran, having absorbed the demon heart's essence for the first time, experienced a surge in power in several hours of deep exchange. Their bodies were now sore and they had fallen into a deep sleep. Even in her sleep, a sweet, contented smile lingered on her lips. The other 3 beauties who had been watching all night were now blushing and had dreamy eyes. They stared at the man who was still full of energy, as if he had just done a warm-up exercise, with a look that was both admiring and a little resentful.
"Husband, aren't you tired?"
In the end, Yao Ling was the boldest. Like a lazy cat, she snuggled her smooth, delicate body into Chen Xian's arms again, her voice charming and seductive.
"Tired?"
Chen Xian lowered his head, his gaze sweeping over the alluring body in his arms, a wicked smile playing on his lips. He reached out and lightly patted the firm, round peach, the feel of which was amazing.
"How? Wanner and the others are asleep, so it's your turn, the 3 of you, to challenge my authority? Where is it?"
Yao Ling let out a soft cry, her cheeks flushed crimson, yet she stubbornly insisted, We just feel sorry for our husbands."
"Yeah?" Chen Xian's gaze became increasingly playful.
He glanced at the other 2. One was so embarrassed she wanted to crawl under the covers, while the other tried to remain calm, but her eyes darted around and she didn't dare to meet his gaze.
"Yuning, Shui, do you think so too?" I. Su Yuning was so embarrassed by his name that she couldn't even finish her sentence.
Morong Shui, however, after a brief moment of panic, took a deep breath and mustered the courage to raise her head. Her usually cool and aloof eyes were now surprisingly bright as she looked intently at Chen Xian, her voice not loud, but every word clear.
"My husband, we also want to share your burdens." This statement has a double meaning. It refers to the pleasures of the boudoir.
It also refers to the path of future conquest. She didn't want to be like she was today, forced to watch helplessly as her sisters fought valiantly on the front lines while she remained a powerless spectator in the rear. She also wants to get involved herself.
"I also want to fight for my man."
They also wanted to compete for the supreme glory of private tutoring, which belonged exclusively to the victors. Chen Xian looked into the burning flames in her eyes, flames of unwillingness and desire, and understood.
His first harem competition incentive program appears to have achieved unexpected success. "Good." Chen Xian smiled.
He stretched out his arms and embraced the 3 equally beautiful women, eliciting a series of soft cries. since you are all so considerate of your husband. Then, as your husband, I naturally cannot favor one over the other.
Tonight, I'll let you experience what real.
He hadn't finished speaking.
Warning! Warning! Highest alert level.
An unidentifiable, unanalyzable, and irresistible extra-dimensional causal weapon has been detected and is locking onto this ship. A cold, sharp alarm, devoid of any emotion yet carrying endless despair, pierced Qin Xian's soul without warning, like a red-hot steel needle. This sound did not come from the sea of clouds.
Warning!
This is not an energy attack.
This is not a law-based attack.
This is a complete erasure at the conceptual level.
Warning!
The 4-symbol celestial protection array has been disabled.
That annihilation singularity cannon is locked and cannot be activated.
The gateway to the stars is sealed, making teleportation impossible.
Yunhai is losing 99% control of the immortal ship. Warning! Warning! Warning!
A series of alarms, more shrill and desperate than ever before, exploded wildly in Chen Xian's mind.
The smile on Chen Xian's face froze instantly.
He sat up abruptly in bed, and for the first time, a hint of horror appeared in his usually deep and playful eyes.
Extra-dimensional causal weapon? Obliteration of the conceptual level? What the hell is this thing?
He vanished from the bedchamber in a flash, and the next second, he appeared in the main control hall. The enormous holographic star map was no longer a dazzling sea of stars.
Instead, it was a sea of blood.
A thick, viscous, crimson liquid that seemed to send shivers down one's spine. In the very center of that blood-red expanse, an ancient, weathered, and mysteriously ominous Bagua compass was slowly rotating. On the Tao compass, an old figure dressed in a Bagua Taoist robe and holding a whisk was facing away from him, gazing at the endless sea of stars. His figure was right in front of me, yet it seemed as if we were separated by billions of years and spaces, making him untouchable, unlockable, and even incomprehensible.
At that very moment,
the aged figure slowly turned its head. His face held a detached smile, as if he were looking down on ants playing. His voice wasn't loud, but it transcended time and space, resonating deep within Chen Xian's soul.
Young people, you played chess very well. But now, it's my turn to make a move. Chapter 137, The Celestial Mystery Master. Once a move is made, there's no going back.
The voice was ancient and weathered, devoid of any trace of human warmth. Each syllable that fell was like a nail driven into the very essence of Chen Xian's soul, cold, hard, and undeniable. Chen Xian's pupils suddenly contracted into sharp needle-like points. He stared intently at the figure in the Bagua Taoist robe on the light screen, who was integrated with the stars in the sky. Every word he uttered seemed to be ground out from the very marrow of his bones.
Who are you?
Upon arriving in this world, he experienced a feeling for the first time.
I feel like a flying insect caught in a spider web.
No matter how much I struggle, I can't escape the watchful eye of the spider above me.
Everything about me is seen through, and I am manipulated at will. This feeling is utterly unfamiliar. The anger had reached its peak. Who I am is not important.
The old Taoist stroked his long beard, his enigmatic smile remaining perfectly still.
The important thing is, you shouldn't be here in the first place.
He extended a finger and gently touched the air. The rotating Bagua compass shone brightly. An indescribable, overwhelming force that transcended laws and time descended with a deafening roar.
The law of cause and effect, imperial decree. In this world, you are not here. The old Taoist's voice remained calm.
But it is like a divine oracle of creation, proclaiming an unalterable final judgment.
Buzz.
It felt like a million bells were ringing in Chen Xian's head at the same time. He was horrified to discover that all his connections with the world were being forcibly severed and erased by an irresistible force. Beside him, Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, Xiao Qingyue, they looked at him, and their eyes, which were originally full of love and adoration, were becoming unfamiliar, blank, and confused at a visible speed. It was as if Chen Xian had never existed in their memories.
Their lives, from the very beginning, were parallel lines that never intersected.
Even the chaotic demonic mark on the forehead of his sleeping son Chen Fan, who was connected to him by blood, began to flicker, and the blood connection between them was rapidly weakening.
This is a conceptual level of obliteration.
From the root of cause and effect, completely erase all traces of his existence from this world.
How ruthless. How domineering. Asshole. Chen Xian's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and an unprecedented surge of anger and panic erupted from the depths of his heart like a volcano.
He can tolerate enemies stronger than him, and he can tolerate temporary setbacks. But he absolutely could not tolerate his woman, his child, looking at him with the eyes of a stranger. This is his Achilles heel. If you touch it, you will die. Break for me. Chen Xian roared angrily, no longer holding back. The chaos myriad paths devouring heaven scripture was pushed to its limit. The three-headed, six-armed chaotic demon god Dharma image that had been silent behind him roared to the sky at this moment, letting out a silent roar of anger. 3,000 chaotic dragon patterns, each wielding a different great Tao, soared from his body, transforming into a vast ocean of laws capable of devouring all the heavens, fiercely counterattacking the invisible force of causality. Rumble. Two equally unreasonable, rule-based forces clashed most fiercely and dangerously in a dimension unseen by everyone. The entire Yunhai trembled violently under the impact of this force, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the hard deck and walls, as if it would disintegrate on the spot at any moment. Inside the main hall, the women's faces turned deathly pale. Under the oppressive aura that made even gods and demons tremble, they couldn't even stand up and collapsed to the ground. They looked at the man who was alone, fighting against the cause and effect of the entire world. 2 lines of clear tears uncontrollably slid down from those beautiful eyes that had become somewhat unfamiliar. They didn't know why they were crying. I just feel so much pain and emptiness in my heart. It feels like I'm losing the most important and irreplaceable thing in my life. Ha! In the void, the mysterious old Taoist priest showed a genuine look of surprise for the first time. He looked at the young man in blue robes who had single-handedly withstood his cause and effect erasure, and a hint of approval flashed in his calm eyes. Interesting. It can actually use its own way to resist the cause and effect of the heavenly Tao. It seems that you, this variable, are even more interesting than I imagined. He smiled, seemingly unperturbed by the blocked attack. He held up another finger. This time, he didn't choose the void. Instead, it is the Kan position, representing the past, on that rotating Bagua compass. Since we can't erase your present, then I will sever your past. Causality and retrospection. The secrets of heaven are shrouded in mystery, chaos reigns. Buzz. A force even more bizarre and unpredictable than before suddenly descended. Chen Xian felt a sudden jolt in his soul and consciousness. He was horrified to discover that his memories, his past, his encounter with the system, his bond with the Cloud Sea, his meetings with everyone, everything was being wildly disrupted, altered, and reorganized by an invisible force. Scenes flashed wildly before his eyes. He realized that he hadn't received the system. He was just an ordinary earthling, dying suddenly at his cold workstation amidst the blessing of working 996. He saw it Lin Wanner, along with the entire Lin family, was reduced to ashes in that massacre, leaving not even a trace of her remains. He saw it, Yao Ling and Morom Shui were torn to pieces by the endless horde of monsters in that beast tide, their lives extinguished. He saw it, on her wedding night, Xiao Qingyue ended her young life with a poisoned dagger, her red makeup turning into white mourning clothes. He saw it, Su Yuning, in order to avenge Yichen, single-handedly stormed the heavenly demon sect, and was ultimately refined into a human pill by Li Wei, never to be reincarnated. He saw that after Xiao Yanran was deposed, she was exiled to the northern border and eventually froze to death on a snowy night in the vast snowfield. Countless tragic and desperate pasts without his existence are like the sharpest knives, piercing his heart. No! This can't be real. Chen Xian clutched his head and let out a painful roar. For the first time, a clear crack appeared in his Tao heart, which was as firm as divine iron. He. The old Taoist priest watched him struggle in pain and let out a satisfied chuckle. Young man, do you see that? This is the world without you. This is the sin brought about by you, this variable. Now, do you still think that your existence is justified? His voice, like a series of demonic sounds, continuously eroded Chen Xian's will. However, just as Chen Xian's Tao heart was about to completely collapse, a small, chubby hand, still covered in spirit stone powder, gently tugged at the hem of his clothes. A clear, slightly confused and dissatisfied boy's voice rang in his ears. Father? What's wrong with you? Aren't you going to play with Fanner anymore? Who is that old man? He smells even better than that big candy from before. Chapter 138, Breaking the Chaotic Impasse, Father and Son United. Father? A clear, childlike voice called out, like a needle piercing through endless darkness, precisely into Chen Xian's sea of consciousness, which was about to be completely swallowed by the tragic illusion. The despairing world created by illusions suddenly came to a standstill. Chen Xian trembled violently, and a clear slit finally appeared in his bloodshot eyes, which were filled with extreme pain. He lowered his head with difficulty, inch by inch. A small, unbelievably handsome face was tilted back, its head held high, its body wrapped around his leg, staring at him with a pure yet confused look.
It's Chen Fan. His son. Yes, he also has a son. He is not alone. Those worlds without him, those tragic endings of Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, Xiao Qingyue, they were all fake. It was that old man's illusion technique used to break through his Dao heart. Old dog. 2 words were squeezed out from between Chen Xian's teeth, his eyes instantly filled with raging fury. He almost fell for that old man's trick. Because of those false past experiences, he even began to doubt the meaning of his own existence. Unforgivable. Roar. A roar, suppressed to the extreme, exploded from deep within Chen Xian's throat. That cracked Dao heart, instead of collapsing under endless rage and the resolute will to protect its loved ones, was rebuilt in an even more savage and domineering way. Between the cracks, what flows is no longer the Taoist essence, but pure, all-destroying chaotic energy. It's even more indestructible than before. The chaos myriad paths devouring heaven scripture operated on its own to an unprecedented peak without any prompting. Boom! The 3-headed, 6-armed chaotic demon god behind him suddenly opened its 6 tightly closed eyes, shooting out 6 beams of chaotic divine light that tore through space and time, directly blasting towards the invisible net of cause and effect. Give it to me. Break it. Click. It was as if the glass of the entire universe had shattered. The supreme power that enveloped the cloud sea, enough to alter the past and obliterate the present, was actually burst apart by this pure and ultimate will to protect. All the tragic illusions vanished like the receding tide. On the deck, the unfamiliar look in Lin Wanner's eyes faded, replaced by deep affection and worry. The familiar image on the bridge screen of the Yunhai warship lit up again. Everything is back to normal. Well. Above the void, the mysterious old Taoist's confident and all-encompassing smile froze completely for the first time. Immediately, an unprecedented sense of absurdity welled up inside me. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. He exclaimed in shock, his demeanor completely devoid of any semblance of a wise and venerable master. How could a mere ant, who hasn't even stepped into the nascent soul realm, possibly break free from my cause and effect reversal through its own will? This is against the natural order. This goes against the principles of heaven. He couldn't understand. His causality weapon is a sliver of supreme power that he obtained from an unspeakable place at the cost of 9 deaths and 1 life, surpassing the boundaries of immortals and gods. Let alone cultivators in the lower realms, even golden immortals and great Luo immortals in the upper realms, once entangled by his karma reversal, will only see their Tao hearts collapse in endless self-denial and become useless. But this man in front of me. Not only did he withstand it, he even managed to break his own law of causality? What kind of monster is this? Just as the old Taoist's worldview collapsed and he fell into deep self-doubt. Inside the main control room of the Yunhai, Chen Xian's gaze was so cold it could freeze the Milky Way, yet he didn't even glance at the old Taoist in the void. He slowly picked up his son from the ground. Then, he lowered his head and gently kissed that delicate, beautiful face. Fanner. His voice was so gentle it could melt even the coldest ice. Thank you. Father, we almost didn't make it back. Father? Chen Fan tilted his head, his deep, boyish eyes filled with confusion. He didn't understand what was happening. But he could clearly feel that his father had been in a lot of pain. The source of his pain was the old man floating outside. That old man who looks delicious. In an instant, a primal instinct to protect, originating from the depths of his blood, overwhelmed his reason. How dare you cause your father pain? Roar. A low growl, unlike that of a young man, but more like the awakening of an ancient beast lurking in the depths of chaos, rolled out from the depths of Chen Fan's throat. His heterochromatic eyes, one gold and one black, suddenly shone brightly. The left eye is a golden pupil, like a blazing furnace, evolving into creation. His right eye, a black pupil, is like a black hole in the void, reflecting annihilation. Life and death, creation and destruction. 2 diametrically opposed yet fundamentally the same supreme laws intertwined and merged in his eyes. He raised his delicate pink hand and pointed it at the Bagua compass in the void, which he found incredibly annoying. Then, in a childish voice devoid of any emotion, as if proclaiming a divine judgment, she softly uttered 2 words. Disappear. Buzz. In an instant. In the entire fallen god starfield, all light, all sound, and all laws vanished.
All that remained was a void, absolute chaos. In the void, the old Taoist felt an indescribable, incomprehensible, and irresistible terror descend upon him. He was horrified to discover that the connection between himself and his natal magic treasure, that heavenly mystery Tao disc, which had been bound to him through countless eons, was gone. It was not destroyed, it was not stripped away. Rather, it was completely erased from the concept, from the cause and effect, and from the very root of existence. It's as if it never existed in this world. No! The old Taoist priest let out a scream 100 times more shrill than the previous soul-devouring demon gods.
My Tao compass. My heavenly secrets. Puff.
A mouthful of his natal golden blood, containing the fruits of his life's cultivation, gushed out like a fountain. His ethereal and otherworldly figure instantly became illusory and unreal, as if it would be blown away by the wind at any moment.
We lost. They suffered a complete and utter defeat. The defeat was inexplicable.
He didn't even know how he lost.
He stared intently at the handsome young man, who was being held in the arms of the young man in the blue robe and waving his little hand at him with an innocent and utterly horrified look. A master's demeanor? A chess player's dignity? Fuck it. The old Taoist priest turned and ran. He was in a state 1,000 times more disheveled than when the demon lord descended, tearing through space with both hands and feet as he frantically fled into the endless darkness. Only a single, dreamlike murmur, filled with endless fear and trembling, remained, slowly echoing in the deathly silent sea of stars. Monster.
Those two are monsters. Chapter 139, Taking Stock of the Harvest, a touch of warmth between Taoist couples. The old Taoist priest fled. They fled in terror, abandoning even their most cherished natal magic weapon. Inside the main control room of the Yunhai, there was a deathly silence. Chen Xian held his precious son in his arms, who had just unleashed his ultimate move and was now rubbing his eyes and yawning.
The expression on his face was extremely interesting. He knew his son was extraordinary. But I never expected it to be this incredible. Cause and effect weapon?
In front of his son, he was no different from an eraser. He could wipe it away from the root of the problem as soon as he said he would.
We'll have to keep a closer eye on this little rascal from now on. Chen Xian muttered to himself. What if I upset him one day, and he pouted and said in his childish voice, Daddy disappeared? Wouldn't I not even have the chance to be reincarnated?
Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a chill. Looking down at the pink, sleeping face in his arms that was already drooling, he gently stroked the pert little nose with a mixture of love and resentment.
Sleep well, my little darling.
He turned around and carefully handed Chen Fan into the arms of Lin Wanner, who had already come to greet him. Lin Wanner took her son, who had just displayed great prowess but was now sleeping like a little pig. Her cool and pretty face was filled with maternal tenderness and pride. She raised her head and looked at Chen Xian, a trace of lingering fear still remaining deep in her clear, beautiful eyes. She didn't want to experience that excruciating pain of having her soul forcibly ripped away a second time.
Husband, that old Taoist priest. A self-important chess player. Chen Xian's eyes turned cold. He can't escape.
He didn't say much, but Lin Wanner understood. This feud has been formed, and it's the kind that's irreconcilable. Chen Xian's gaze fell into the void, where an ancient and profound Bagua compass was quietly suspended. Its light had dimmed, and it had lost contact with its owner, becoming an ownerless object. He raised his hand and beckoned, and the heavenly secrets compass emitted a slight hum as it slowly flew into his palm. It felt icy to the touch, and a mysterious and profound Taoist aura instantly surged in, as if trying to draw his mind into it to deduce the secrets of heaven.
Ding! Unclaimed treasure detected, heavenly mystery Tao disk fragment. Rank? Exceeds the current system's parsing limit. Characteristics, masters cause and effect, deduces heavenly secrets, manipulates destiny. Status, the spirit is asleep, its essence severely damaged. Chen Xian's eyes sharpened. Good stuff.
Although he was severely injured and crippled by his own son, this thing was of extremely high quality, far surpassing any magical artifact he had ever encountered. Put it away for now, we'll study it later. He casually tossed it into the system space before returning to the throne, a thought forming in his mind. The real list of spoils is now clear.
Name, Heart of the Heavenly Demon Fragment. Rank?
Contains the law, the origin of the heavenly demon devouring, twisting, rebirth.
Status, purified. Usable methods, 1, direct absorption 2. Integration into magical artifacts 3. Refinement of an avatar. System, select the first option, devour directly. Chen Xian didn't hesitate at all.
The old Taoist priest instilled in him a sense of urgency he had never felt before.
He needed the most direct and rapid improvement in his strength. Ding! Command received. Begin devouring the fragments of the heart of the heavenly demon. Boom! The black heart fragment exploded with a roar, transforming into a torrent of the purest demonic essence, rushing into Chen Xian's limbs and bones. The chaos myriad paths devouring heaven scripture operated on its own, emitting a greedy roar. The 3,000 chaotic dragon patterns coiled on his golden core, like sharks smelling blood, instantly awakened, opened their huge mouths, and frantically tore, devoured, and analyzed this vast energy. Peak of the 4th level of Golden Core. Break. Golden Core Stage 5. Golden Core Stage 6. His cultivation level soared rapidly without any bottlenecks, eventually stopping steadily at the peak of the 6th level of the Golden Core Stage, just one step away from the late stage of the Golden Core Stage. At the same time, countless insights into the laws of devouring, distortion, and rebirth were like a sudden awakening, deeply imprinted on his soul. Cool. Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes, feeling the power within his body that was several times stronger than before, and couldn't help but let out a pleasant groan. But when he looked up, he met 6 pairs of stunningly beautiful eyes that were staring straight ahead, some even with a hint of resentment. My husband. Yao Ling's eyes were alluring, and her voice was so soft it could drip water. You're eating all by yourself, your mouth is dripping with oil, shouldn't you give us sisters a sip of soup too? Her words immediately drew silent agreement from the other women. Their eyes darted around, their gazes filled with a desire to devour Chen Xian whole, bones and all. The crisis they had just experienced had truly terrified them. Now that the danger was over, their pent-up fear and worry transformed into a primal desire to be close to this man and feel his presence. Chen Xian was taken aback when he saw the 6 stunningly beautiful women with different charms in front of him, and then burst into laughter. He rose from his throne, spreading his arms wide, like a king surveying his domain, domineering yet gentle. Okay. Everyone gets a share. Tonight, I will let each of you eat your fill. The scenery was magnificent overnight. As the first rays of dawn shone through the porthole into the main hall the next day, Chen Xian stepped down from the enormous cloud bed, a bed that would drive any emperor mad, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Behind her were 6 exquisitely beautiful bodies lying haphazardly, each with a peaceful sleeping face and a long, drawn-out breath. After a night of in-depth communication and energy irrigation, he not only completely stabilized his soaring cultivation, but also transformed all the remaining pure energy in the demonic heart fragment into the source of life, which he then transferred to the 6 women. Now, even the weakest cultivators, Su Yuning and Morong Shui, have steadily entered the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Lin Wanner, who had the strongest foundation, took advantage of this opportunity to break through the bottleneck in one fell swoop, and her aura had already touched the threshold of the nascent soul realm. The current Yunhai is powerful enough to sweep through a low-level plane like Xintian continent 10 times over in terms of high-end combat power alone. It's time to meet the other 2 lucky ones. Chen Xian put on a blue robe and came to the huge holographic star map, his eyes flashing with a cold light. He extended a finger and pressed it heavily onto the blood-red star ring marked Tomb of the Gods. Sea of Clouds. Master, I'm here. Set flight path, target, Tomb of the Gods. Also, broadcast the news of our trip over the loudest possible frequency. Chen Xian's voice was cold and arrogant, echoing throughout the main control hall. I'm going to let those 2 rats who are still hiding in the gutter know. I, Chen Xian, have come to find them. Chapter 140, Starry Sea Broadcast, Divine Tomb appears. Chen Xian's voice was not loud, but it sounded like a divine decree, echoing throughout the hall. I, Chen Xian, have arrived. 5 simple words, yet they are forged from the purest domineering spirit and confidence. Master, your command. For the first time, Yunhai's usually calm and even girlish voice stuttered, as if a program had malfunctioned. This action exposes the ship to all unknown threats, violating the first survival principle of the Dark Forest strategy. Based on simulations, the probability of the ship being prioritized for concentrated fire and destroyed is 97.8%, risk level. Risk? Chen Xian chuckled and interrupted her report. He rose from his throne, walked slowly to the enormous holographic star map, reached out, and ran his fingertips across the cold, luminous screen as if caressing a lover's cheek. Under the starry sky, I, Chen Xian, am the only risk. His voice was calm, yet it sent a shiver down the spines of Yao Ling and the other women who had just walked out behind him, almost causing them to collapse to the ground. What confidence, what domineering attitude!
The sea of clouds fell completely silent. A few seconds later, the cold electronic voice sounded again, this time without any doubt.
The instruction has been confirmed.
Activate the Universal Broadcasting System.
Transforming the Master's divine declaration into an unblockable causal information flow. Announcement in progress.
Buzz. An invisible wave, centered on the cloud sea, instantly tore through the limitations of space and time, spreading wildly in all directions of the entire meteor god starfield. This is neither a sound nor a divine thought, but an absolute will directly imprinted in the deepest part of the soul. The fallen god starfield, Eastern region. On a shattered continent burning with eternal divine fire, a giant, 100 feet tall, with muscles bulging like divine metal and skin branded with ancient battle markings, sat cross-legged on the remnants of a star, using it as a stone bench. He simply sat there, and his terrifying aura caused the surrounding space to crack like unstable glass. He is another candidate, Zhang Wuji, a star titan from a high-dimensional martial arts civilization. At that moment, a torrent of information, like an invisible divine hammer, slammed into his soul. I, Chen Xian, have arrived.
Zhang
Wuji's eyes, as large as a lava lake, suddenly opened. A hint of surprise flashed in his pupils, and then that surprise transformed into a blazing battle intent capable of burning stars.
Ha ha ha. Well done. Chen Xian is truly remarkable.
His laughter caused the fragments beneath his feet, comparable to the moon continent, to shatter inch by inch.
Interesting.
I thought our opponents this time would be two cowardly rats hiding their heads, but I didn't expect to find such an arrogant fellow. He slowly rose, his 100-foot-tall divine body blotting out the sky and the sun. He glanced at the three fragments of the demonic heart floating in front of him, which were already connected to him by blood, and felt faint resonances coming from the other two directions.
Excellent. Saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one.
Let me see just how much you're really made of, you loudest ant. Before he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and the continent beneath his feet exploded into cosmic dust. His figure transformed into a golden streak of light that tore through the starry sky, shooting straight towards the tomb of the gods.
At the same time,
in the southern part of the fallen god starfield, lies a rotten star sea shrouded in deadly poison and curses. A colossal, bizarre beast, even larger and more monstrous than the star abyss ancient koan, seemingly composed of countless twisted tentacles and venomous eyes, is silently lurking deep within the starry sea. It is the third candidate, a void predator that smuggled itself out of the abyss dimension and lives by devouring worlds.
It is extremely intelligent and cunning by nature.
Its plan is to sit on the mountain and watch the two tigers fight, and then reap the benefits after the other two are exhausted. However, Chen Xian's domineering broadcast completely disrupted its plans.
I, Chen Xian, am here?
In the void predator's billions of compound eyes, a mixture of human-like astonishment and savagery flashed simultaneously. It could clearly sense that the information stream contained a chaotic aura that made its very blood tremble. It smells like your own kind, but even more so like your natural enemy.
Damn it! No matter who you are, the final victor of this hunting ground can only be me. An unprecedented sense of unease and restlessness began to grow in its heart. Its massive body slowly writhed in the decaying star sea.
Unlike Zhang Wuji, which charged recklessly, it quietly merged into the dark side of the void, silently stealthily moving towards the tomb of the gods. A bloody feast surrounding the fragments of the demon heart was prematurely ignited by Chen Xian's extremely arrogant act. Meanwhile, the instigator was leisurely reclining on the throne of the cloud sea. Before him lay a vivid and alluring painting of a beauty emerging from a bath. Lin Wanner, Xiao Qingyue, and Xiao Yanran had finished bathing and were walking gracefully from the direction of the bedroom, wearing light and transparent silk bathrobes and carrying a misty vapor. Her fair skin was faintly visible beneath the light gauze, and her damp, dark hair was casually draped over her fragrant shoulders, exuding an alluring fragrance.
My husband.
Lin Wanner walked to Chen Xian's side, sat on his lap very naturally, stretched out her slender arms to wrap around his neck, and had a lazy blush on her cool and pretty face.
Those two guys seem to be scared by you.
Scared? Chen Xian laughed and lightly patted her plump, pert buttocks, eliciting a charming and reproachful scolding from the beauty. No, they weren't scared. He lowered his head and lightly pecked those cool, soft red lips, his voice tinged with amusement. They were just sharks that smelled blood and couldn't wait to come to the feast. And we are the chefs who prepared this feast for them. As he spoke, his gaze passed over Lin Wanner's fragrant shoulder and fell upon the two equally beautiful women behind her, Xiao Qingyue and Xiao Yanran, who were looking at him with a mixture of shyness and longing.
He beckoned to them with his finger. Come here, everyone.
Before we start eating, I need to check whether you two little cooks have washed yourselves properly. Upon hearing this, the two girls blushed instantly, but dared not disobey. They could only walk over shyly with their long, slightly weak legs. Just as this room full of spring sunshine was about to be recreated.
Bite. Reporting, Master. We have arrived at the target airspace, the outer perimeter of the Tomb of the Gods.
The cold voice of Yunhai rang out at just the right moment. Chen Xian paused slightly, raised his head, and his eyes instantly changed from playful to cold and deep.
His gaze pierced through the endless void.
Before the celestial ship, a massive, immeasurable, shattered star ring floated silently in the center of the universe. It was composed of countless shattered world fragments, ruined temples, and the enormous skeletons of gods and demons, as large as stars.
That place is the Tomb of the Gods. An ancient, desolate aura, filled with death and misfortune, rushed towards us.
Shen Xian could even see that in the other two directions of the shattered star ring, one was a golden comet tearing through the galaxy, and the other was a silent, distorted void, both arriving at this place at almost the same time. The three forces stand in a distant standoff, separated by the divine tomb.
A relentless hunting game is about to begin. Chapter 141, First Exploration of the Divine Tomb, Corpses as the Path. Tomb of the Gods.
When these four words were seen through the porthole of the Yunhai ship and transformed into a real and vivid scene imprinted in everyone's eyes, even someone as resilient as Lin Wanner couldn't help but catch her breath.
That wasn't a grave at all.
Instead, it was a cosmic slaughterhouse that had long been utterly tainted by the blood and hatred of gods and demons, and where even the laws of spacetime were distorted and collapsed. The mutilated corpse of a giant god, towering 10,000 feet tall, lay silently across the void like a collapsing mountain range. His severed spine was exposed, and the smooth, mirror-like cut still retained a trace of immortal sharpness. A dragon skull, larger than the entire Xiantian continent, stared lifelessly into the distance through its empty eye sockets.
The dragon's might emanating from the skeleton alone was enough to make 10,000 dragons bow down.
Between its brows, a broken, jet-black demonic spear pierced through, the swirling demonic energy and the remaining divine power within the dragon bone clashing and creating a bizarre realm of interwoven light and darkness. Further away, countless fragments of weapons and armor wreckage converged to form a ring-shaped metallic galaxy. These remains of gods and demons, fragments of the world, and shattered divine weapons are drawn by an invisible and great force, revolving eternally and slowly around the darkness at the very center of the star ring. They form a path of bones leading to an unknown abyss.
Well.
Su Yuning let out a painful groan, her face instantly turning ashen, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Her nine-aperture heart was most acutely aware of the malice emanating from this space. The omnipresent resentment and deathly aura were like billions of poisoned steel needles, frantically piercing her soul. Simply standing here gave her the illusion that her Dao heart was about to collapse.
Shuer.
Shen Xian's calm voice rang out in the hall, carrying a strange soothing power that awakened the women from the boundless silence and shock.
Husband. Morong Shue's expression was equally solemn.
She pointed to the huge three-dimensional star map in front of her, which was flashing with countless dazzling red spots of light.
The situation is worse than expected.
The spatial structure inside the Tomb of the Gods is extremely chaotic, with more than 3 million large spatial faults initially identified, and thousands of eternal storms formed by the rampage of laws when gods and demons fell. Given the current state of the immortal ship, its core system is severely suppressed.
If it were to accidentally enter the eternal storm, the chances of the ship being destroyed and everyone on board perishing would exceed 90%.
She paused for a moment and marked several large red dots that were moving slowly on the star map. The most troublesome thing is that the laws of this star system are rejecting us. We are like a virus invading a healthy human body, being locked down by the immune system here.
Immune system? Xiao Yanran frowned.
Yes.
Morong Shui nodded.
Look here, these are god corpse guardians. They are puppets formed from the powerful corpses of gods and demons, controlled by the primordial will of this starfield.
They will attack any outsiders indiscriminately.
Moreover, I suspect that the other two have already gone in. They seem to have some means to disguise their presence as part of this place, perfectly avoiding the patrollers' detection.
Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the hall instantly plummeted to freezing point. Before the fight even started, our side was already burdened with the negative status of the whole world as the enemy.
Not only do we have to guard against those two unpredictable adversaries, but we also have to constantly deal with the malice of the entire world. This level of difficulty at the start is just too hellish.
Camouflage?
After listening to Morong Shue's analysis, Chen Xian showed no worry on his face, but a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes.
So that's how it is. This is the Goo Master giving us a warning. He glanced at the other two directions on the star map. The two auras disappeared without a trace after reaching the edge of the star ring, like water flowing into the sea. It's clear they've already started taking action. On the vast battlefield, only the Yunhai remained as a target, shining like the sun in the night, extremely conspicuous and extremely foolish. Husband, what should we do? Lin Wanna walked to Chen Xian's side, her beautiful eyes asking, should we force our way in, or break in? Chen Xian smiled and shook his head. He slowly rose from his throne, walked to the women, and his gaze swept over each of their faces. The word daring doesn't exist in my dictionary. Only run it over. The moment he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve, and an absolute will spread throughout every corner of the cloud sea. Buzz. The entire warship emitted a deep, rumbling roar. That Annihilation Singularity cannon, which had just been deactivated and whose muzzle was still warm, slowly rose again amidst a tooth-grinding mechanical creak. The cannon was aimed at that seemingly indestructible giant star ring composed of the corpses of gods and demons and fragments of the world. Schwerer. Chen Xian's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Put all our energy reserves, including the remains of that ancient koan and those few fragments of the demon heart, into the chaos yin-yang conversion furnace. Turn the Annihilation Singularity cannon to 100% power. What? 100%? Xia Yanran couldn't help but exclaim in shock, husband, have you gone mad? That's an ultimate weapon capable of blasting an entire lower-level plane apart with a single shot. 70% charge is already its limit. 100% power. What's the difference between that and self-destruction? Did he intend to blast this tomb of the gods along with themselves into cosmic dust? Warning! Warning! Power exceeding 70% will cause irreversible structural damage to the cannon. Power reaching 100% will severely overload the ship's core, with a 33.6% probability of causing the ship to disintegrate. For the first time, the electronic voice of Yunhai carried an urgent alarm, and the data stream flashed wildly on the main control screen. Implement. Chen Xian uttered only 2 words, without any emotion. Yes, my supreme master. Rumble. At this moment, the core furnace of the cloud sea erupted with a thunderous roar. The corpse of the star abyss ancient koan, comparable to a star, along with the few fragments of the demon heart containing overwhelming demonic energy, and all the spoils of war, were instantly thrown into the furnace, transforming into the purest and most surging torrent of energy. Endless energy surged wildly into the colossal cannon that had begun to make the entire starfield tremble. 70%. Spiderweb-like crimson cracks began to appear on the cannon barrel. 80%. The entire hull of the Yunhai was groaning under the strain, with countless parts burning out due to overload. 90%. 100%. Fully charged. In an instant, all was silent. All the light, all the sound, and even spacetime itself in the entire meteor god starfield seemed to be completely swallowed up by that deep cannon muzzle. At the core of that singularity, where darkness reigns supreme, a ray of destructive light, powerful enough to instill despair even in the gods, is quietly being conceived. A maniacal and domineering smile finally appeared on Chen Xian's face. He looked at the star ring ahead, which called itself a forbidden zone, and slowly raised his hand. You don't welcome me? Then let's pave a way to welcome me. Fire. Chapter 142, One shot clears the way, gods and demons flee in terror. Fire. The 2 words, seemingly light and airy, are like a pebble thrown into a still lake. There was no sound. There was no light. In that instant, the entire fallen god starfield fell into absolute nothingness. Time, space, sound, light, everything seems to have been forcibly erased from the canvas of the universe by an invisible hand. Immediately afterwards, a concept of destruction so pure it defied description, and could not even be called light, flashed past from the muzzle of the Annihilation Singularity cannon. It has no earth-shattering power, nor any shockwaves that tear apart galaxies. It simply pierced through the distance quietly, in a completely illogical manner, even transcending the logic of cause and effect. That enormous star ring, composed of countless corpses of gods and demons and fragments of the world, and said to be unshakable even by true immortals, was not even worth ashes in the face of this destruction. The colossal corpse of a giant, standing tens of thousands of feet tall, was completely vaporized from the material plane the instant it was touched. Even the most basic particles that constituted it ceased to exist. A dragon skull, larger than the entire Xiantian continent, along with the ominous demonic spear embedded in it, vanished into nothingness.
That metal graveyard, composed of countless remnants of divine weapons, had its endless fighting spirit and resentment, along with the material itself, erased from existence.
Wherever it goes, everything is empty.
A straight, absolutely void passage, more than 10,000 miles wide and as straight as if drawn by the creator god himself, runs through the entire Tomb of the Gods star ring and appears out of thin air. At the end of the passage lies an even deeper, more desolate darkness at the center of the star ring. On both sides of the passage, the originally chaotic and violent spatial faults and lawstorms were forcibly smoothed out by an unparalleled power, becoming as smooth as a mirror. The power of a single shot forcefully redefined the order of time and space in this forbidden zone of death. They carved out an absolutely safe and accessible road. Inside the main control room of the Yunhai, there was a deathly silence. The women's brains had completely stopped functioning. They just stared blankly at the man who stood with his hands behind his back before the throne, his clothes fluttering even though there was no wind.
So, roads can be driven like this?
It turns out, the so-called forbidden zone of death and the graveyard of gods and demons are really just a hindrance to their men.
Can't it be blasted open with one shot?
Then let's fire another shot.
Is there anything in this world that he can't solve with one shot? Let's go.
Chen Xian turned around and looked at the girls' adorable, collectively stunned expressions, and was quite satisfied.
He enjoyed the feeling.
Use the simplest, most brutal, and most unreasonable methods to crush all so-called rules and difficulties.
This is Chen Axe's way.
He walked up to Xiao Yanran, whose beautiful eyes were already sparkling and who was almost unsteady on her feet, and reached out a finger to gently stroke her smooth, jade-like face.
What are you standing there for? Shen Xian's voice carried a hint of teasing. I've paved the way for you all. Are you waiting for your husband to carry you over one by one? I'm not. Xiao Yanran seemed to be struck by lightning, snapping back to her senses.
Her bright and beautiful face instantly turned red to her ears. She waved her hands incoherently, and finally could only lower her head in embarrassment, not daring to look at him anymore. Lin Wanner, who was standing next to her, gently tugged at her sleeve. She herself felt her cheeks burning and whispered to Chen Xian, "Husband, next time, could you please say hello first?" The noise was absolutely terrifying.
At the same time,
deep within the Tomb of the Gods, Zhang Wuji, the star titan who was carefully navigating through the storm of laws, suddenly froze.
He suddenly turned around and looked beyond the star ring.
Those eyes, which were like a giant lake of lava, suddenly shrank to the size of a pinhead.
He sensed an aura of pure destruction that made even his indestructible titan body tremble instinctively.
Immediately afterwards, he witnessed the most absurd scene of his life. A void passage that runs through the entire star ring. A broad road that was forged through sheer force.
What the hell is this?
Even with his unwavering will, Zhang Wuji couldn't help but utter a curse at this moment.
My mind went completely blank.
He had imagined 1,000 different scenarios of fighting that madman named Chen Xian. He was even prepared to fight for hundreds of years and destroy the star system. But he never dreamed of this.
The other party didn't even knock on the door, they just tore down the entire wall? This is absolutely insane. How outrageous. What a lack of martial ethics. A madman. That guy, he's a complete madman.
For the first time, Zhang Wuji felt a sense of apprehension towards an opponent he had never met.
On the other side,
the Void Predator, who was using secret techniques to hide in the shadow dimension, was also so frightened by this earth-shattering cannon shot that it almost fell out of the dimensional rift. Its countless compound eyes, filled with cunning and ruthlessness, were now wide open, filled with shock and fear that defied all reason.
A rule-level weapon? Impossible. How could such a weapon that erases concepts appear in a breeding ground of such a low-dimensional world?
Its heart was in complete turmoil.
What about sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight? What about the fishermen reaping the benefits? All plans were shattered at that moment by that unreasonable beam of light. Trying to outsmart a madman who wields a weapon of mass destruction called rules and decrees? That's like someone's brain getting caught in a door. Run. We must run immediately. Stay as far away from that lunatic as possible.
However, just as it withdrew its breath, preparing to give up the hunt completely and slip away silently, a sudden change has occurred. The beam of light, which had already pierced through the entire star ring and whose power should have been waning, seemed to have eyes and unexpectedly made a turn in the path it was about to escape. Then, its countless tentacles crashed into the endless dark void behind it. Boom! A belated roar, as if exploding directly in its soul, shattered its very being. The void predator felt as if half of its body, along with the space in that area, had been completely erased in an instant. That wasn't tearing apart, that wasn't annihilation, but a complete conceptual disappearance. The excruciating pain originating from the very core of its soul caused it to let out a silent howl. It turned around in horror. At the end of that broad and wide road we saw a magnificent, otherworldly celestial vessel was slowly approaching. On the deck of the ferry boat, a figure in a blue robe stood with his hands behind his back, a mocking smile on his face, like a cat watching a mouse struggling for its last breath. His lips moved, silently conveying 3 words to it. I've found you. Chapter 143, Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, the prey takes the bait. I've found you. Chen Xian's lips moved through the deathly silence of the void, forming an indelible mark that was etched into the void predator's collapsing will. This is not a provocation. It is a verdict. The hunter's final verdict on his captured prey. Ah! A silent shriek exploded deep within the soul of the void predator, filled with extreme fear and rage. It can't understand. Its proud void concealment ability has integrated itself with the shadow laws of the entire Tomb of the Gods. Let alone an opponent of the same level, even if a god descended from the highest heavens, it would be impossible to accurately pinpoint its true form from among billions of shadows in such a short time. This man, what makes him so special? The main control room of the Yunhai. Chen Xian sat calmly in the main seat, watching the chaotic behemoth in the light screen, dragging half of its broken body as it fled for its life. Shuer. Exist. Morong Shui responded immediately, a blush rising on her fair cheeks. Her fingertips traced mysterious lines on the light screen. That last shot, from target acquisition to trajectory correction and finally to a precise hit, was all handled by her, the chief gunner. This experience of wielding world-destroying power, using a forbidden area as a chessboard, and striking wherever she wanted, completely captivated this former master of array formations. Lock onto its divine soul essence. Chen Xian's voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable command. I want to make it the brightest light, to lure another mouse hiding in the shadows for us. Yes, my husband. A look of understanding flashed in Morong Shui's eyes. Her fingertips suddenly accelerated on the light screen, and countless array runes surged from her palm, instantly merging into the core array of the Cloud Sea. The next moment, the void predator, which was frantically traversing space in an attempt to escape this nightmarish place, suddenly felt a jolt in its soul. It felt that a scalding hot mark had been forcibly branded onto the very essence of its soul. That mark is like a maggot clinging to the bone, impossible to erase or isolate. Even more terrifying is that this mark is broadcasting its coordinates, its status, and all its information in an extremely domineering way to another direction in this star field in a comprehensive and all-encompassing manner. No! The void predator has gone completely mad. It instantly understood the man's intention. From the very beginning, the devil's goal was not simply to kill it. Instead, we should use it as bait. Use it to lure out another candidate. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. How vicious. How insidious. You bastard. You devil. The void predator roared madly in its soul, yet its escape speed increased by 3 times. Its only chance of survival now is to escape the Tomb of the Gods before the Star Titan finds it. However, reality once again shattered its illusions. Roar. A furious roar, so violent it was like a supernova exploding in front of its escape path. Immediately afterwards, a golden figure, in a completely unreasonable manner, forcefully tore through the layers of spatial storms and stood in front of it. The newcomer was none other than the Star Titan, Zhang Wuji. At this moment, Zhang Wuji's angular face was filled with impatience and irritability. He stared intently at the hideous behemoth before him, which reeked of decay and chaos, and roared in a deep, rumbling voice. Is it you, you worm, who lured me here? Shut up and chatter, so annoying. Where is that guy named Chen Xian? Tell him to come out and face his death. Clearly, Chen Xian's attempt to shift the blame had confused this pure-hearted battle maniac, who still thought it was the void predator causing trouble in the shadows. Get out of here. The void predator looked at the muscular bulge in front of it, every cell of which seemed to scream I'm a fighter, and its heart sank to the bottom. Ahead lies a reckless man, behind lies a devil. Heaven is going to destroy me. No. It is the great void predator, destined to devour all worlds and ascend to the supreme position of the abyss ruler. How could I possibly perish here? It died at the hands of 2 natives in its eyes.
a madness originating from the deepest part of its being instantly devoured its last remaining sanity. You forced me to do this. In the countless compound eyes of the void predator, a resolute determination to perish together flashed. The void returns to nothingness, and all things sink together. It was actually going to detonate its own core, dragging this area, along with this damned muscle lump in front of it, into the eternal void abyss. Buzz. A wave of nothingness deeper than a black hole and more ultimate than death burst forth from its body. The surrounding space began to collapse inward, and the laws began to annihilate. Zhang Wuji frowned. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. He could sense the power of the opponent's move, even he would be badly injured if he took it head-on. Just as he was preparing to retreat and temporarily avoid the brunt of the attack, a slightly lazy, yet playful, youthful voice suddenly rang in the ears of both the man and the beast. Want to die? Did you ask me? The moment the words fell, time and spacetime have frozen. The space that was collapsing madly, the power of the void that was about to erupt, and the storm of laws that filled the sky were all forcibly paused at this moment by a supreme will. Zhang Wuji and the void predator were struck as if by lightning, and looked up in horror. At the end of the broad road blasted open by a single cannon shot, the magnificent ferry ship had quietly approached. On the deck, a young man in a blue robe stood with his hands behind his back. Beside him stood 6 stunningly beautiful women, each with a unique temperament, yet all exuding an aura that would terrify even gods and demons. It's you! Zhang Wuji's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints. The void predator was terrified, almost scared out of its wits on the spot. Devil! The devil has caught up. Chen Xian didn't even bother to glance at them, his gaze sweeping between the wary, muscular giant and the terrified bug. He smiled. Then, he casually waved to Xiao Yanran and Xiao Qingyue beside him. Yanran, Qingyue. Take one of these 2 and practice with them. Remember, stay alive. I haven't had enough of the show yet. Chapter 144, Divine Might Like a Prison, 2 heroes compete for merit. It must be alive. Chen Xian's voice, though not loud, carried the weight of a mountain, directly deciding the fate of the 2 arrogant overlords in the arena. Xiao Yanran and Xiao Qingyue looked at each other at almost the same time. A fleeting glance, without a word, spoke volumes. 1 for each person. This was her husband's order, but it was also a competition between them. Whoever can capture their prey faster and more skillfully will gain the upper hand in front of their husband tonight. Roar! Xiao Yanran, with her fiery temper, was the first to act. A clear phoenix cry resounded through the void. She transformed into a dazzling streak of crimson gold light. Instead of choosing the seemingly easier to deal with void creature, she charged straight at Zhang Wuji, who was much larger and had a more ferocious aura. The Flame Emperor descends upon the world, his divine might as a prison. Without the slightest probing, she immediately unleashed her strongest divine power. Boom! A towering, 1,000-foot-tall fiery monarch, wearing an imperial crown and a dragon robe, suddenly materialized behind her. That supreme divine might, capable of burning mountains and boiling seas and wielding all fire, instantly scorched and distorted the surrounding void. Good timing. As Zhang Wuji watched the petite figure charging towards him, his large, copper bell-sized eyes blazed with intense, feverish excitement. He could feel that the purest and most extreme fire law emanating from the other party had a fatal attraction for his divine body, which was tempered by the core of a star. Once he swallows her, his divine body will complete its final transformation. Titan's Wrath, Star-Shattering Fist. Zhang Wuji roared, and his 100 zheng divine body swelled once more. On his bronze skin, dazzling battle patterns like billions of stars lit up. He threw a punch. This punch lacked any dazzling light effects or surging energy fluctuations. Yes, there is, but it is pure to the extreme, enough to blast a real star into cosmic dust, absolute physical force. Wherever the fist passed, the space itself seemed to groan in agony, unable to bear the weight. Boom! The giant, fiery hand of the Flame Emperor's Dharma image, which blotted out the sky, clashed fiercely with the Titan's iron fist, which was wrapped in the power of stars, in the center of the Tomb of the Gods. Thump! A deafening roar, so deep it seemed to shatter one's very soul, resounded. The entire tomb of the Pantheon shook violently. At the center of their clash, space shattered like a broken mirror, turning into dark cracks that spread wildly in all directions. Thump! 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 The Flame Emperor Dharma image behind Xiao Yanran was actually forced back hundreds of meters by the brute force of this punch. The Emperor's arm, formed from divine fire, dimmed slightly and showed signs of disintegration. Such brute strength.
Xia Yanran felt a chill run down her spine, and her pretty face turned serious. As expected of a ruthless character who survived in this bloody breeding ground, this guy's strength is more than one level higher than that Star Abyss ancient Kuan from before.
Ha ha ha. That's great. That's great.
Having gained the upper hand with a single punch, Zhang Wuji did not pursue, but instead laughed wildly, his fighting spirit growing even stronger.
My little beauty, your flames are quite impressive. You are worthy to be my woman.
Obey me and throw yourself into my arms, and I will spare your life and make you the queen of my Titan race. His voice was filled with an undeniable domineering and possessive quality.
However, what responded to him was Xiao Yanran's extremely cold and delicate shout. So noisy. How dare she speak so disrespectfully to her in front of her husband? Court death. You simple-minded, muscle-bound ox, do you think you're worthy of being compared to my husband? Turn me to ashes. Law edict. Divine fire judgment. Xiao Yanran was truly enraged. She formed a hand seal, and two pale white beams of annihilation light shot out from the eyes of the 1,000-foot-tall flame Emperor Dharma image. A divine light swept across, igniting even the space around it, and instantly appeared before Zhang Wuji. Zhang Wuji's expression changed slightly. From that pale divine light, he sensed a danger that could threaten the very essence of his divine body. He dared not be negligent, crossed his arms to protect his chest, and his body was covered in star battle patterns that shone brightly, instantly forming an indestructible starlight barrier. Boom! The divine light collided with the barrier, unleashing a deafening roar, and for a moment, they were locked in a stalemate. Just as Xiao Yanran and Zhang Wuji were locked in a fierce battle that shook the heavens and earth. On the other side of the battlefield, however, a bizarre and extremely strange scene unfolded. Xia Qingyue, dressed in white, floated silently in the void. Before her, the infamous void predator was now like a frightened quail, its massive body curled up in a ball, trembling, unable to muster even the slightest thought of resistance. You stay away. It emitted a terrified shriek using its divine sense. It could clearly sense that the laws of yin and yang and time and space intertwined on the stunning woman in front of it had an absolute restraint on it, a creature of pure void and shadow, from the level of life itself. It even has an instinctive intuition that it can completely freeze and then erase the other party from this world with just a thought. Xia Qingyue remained silent. She simply stared silently at the ugly and pitiful chaotic behemoth, her icy blue eyes remaining completely undisturbed. She is her husband's sword. A sword needs no emotion. All you need to do is execute the command. She slowly raised the ice crystal longsword in her hand. On the tip of the sword, a lotus flower, half ice blue and half crimson gold, quietly bloomed, its beauty breathtaking. Yin and yang reversed, time and space vanished. Her cold voice was like a final verdict. The ice fire lotus detached from the sword tip, transforming into a stream of light that ignored the spatial barriers and silently imprinted itself on the void predator's brow. There was no explosion, no sound. The void predator's massive body stiffened abruptly. Immediately, under the gaze of its countless compound eyes filled with endless fear and bewilderment, its body began to slowly become transparent in an extremely eerie way. It's as if its existence is being forgotten by this space and time. Its body is being forcibly exiled to an eternal void spacetime rift that does not exist in the past, present, or future. No. This is the last faint thought left behind by the void predator in this world. The next moment, its enormous body vanished completely and silently. It is not death, it is not annihilation. It is a kind of eternal imprisonment that is 10,000 times more terrifying than death and annihilation. After doing all this, Xia Qingyue didn't even bother to look at it again before sheathing her longsword. The whole process was incredibly smooth and fast. She turned her head, her cold gaze falling on Xiao Yanran, who was still locked in a fierce battle with Zhang Wuji. A faint, triumphant composure finally surfaced in those beautiful, icy blue eyes. Little sister, it seems you're a step too late. Chapter 145, The Two Beauties Unite, Titans Submit. Xia Qingyue's glance, though light and fleeting, was like a red-hot steel needle, piercing deeply into Xiao Yanran's heart. Hateful. Xiao Yanran clenched her teeth, a strong sense of defeat welling up in her heart. How could Sister Qingyue, who is usually so aloof and detached from worldly affairs, be so quick and unreasonable when she takes action? Exile in time and space? What kind of supernatural power is this? It's even more tyrannical than my own divine fire judgment. No. We absolutely cannot lose to her. Tonight's private lesson with my husband can only be mine. An unprecedented competitive spirit surged up, instantly overwhelming Xiao Yanran's rationality. Stupid ox! Lie down!
Xiao Yanran let out a sharp cry, no longer caring about the pride of a strong person. The radiance of the Flame Emperor Dharma image behind her surged.
Law edict. Heaven and earth are like a furnace. Boom!
Centered on Zhan Wuji, the void within a radius of 10,000 miles suddenly twisted and folded, transforming into an invisible, gigantic furnace. Pale, annihilating divine fire raged fiercely on the inner walls of the furnace, thousands of fire dragons coiled and roared, and chains of laws appeared out of thin air, sealing off both the inside and outside. A terrifyingly high temperature, enough to turn even divine metal into smoke, suddenly descended. Domain? Zhan Wuji, who was in the center of the furnace, finally showed a change in expression. His indestructible titan body was now experiencing excruciating pain from the intense heat. Even more terrifying, the divine power within him was being evaporated and consumed at an unprecedented rate.
That's interesting.
Zhan Wuji was not surprised but laughed, his eyes bursting with even more intense fighting spirit.
But with these tricks, you think you can defeat me, Zhan Wuji? You're far from it. Titan's true form, activate!
He roared to the sky, the sound waves causing the chains of law to vibrate. His 100-foot-tall body, facing the divine fire, expanded wildly once more.
200 zhang. 500 feet. 1,000 feet.
In the end, his figure remained fixed at a height of 3,000 feet, becoming a truly towering star giant. His skin was no longer bronze, but had transformed into a dazzling silver, as if forged from fragments of billions of stars. The energy flowing through his body was no longer simply the power of blood and qi, but a vast and mighty force that resonated with the entire starry sea.
Break for me!
Zhan Wuji's arms were bulging with muscles as he roared and threw both fists at the invisible furnace of heaven and earth. There are no tricks, no rules. Only the purest, most primal, and most unreasonable absolute power.
Click! A crisp cracking sound echoed through the void.
Xiao Yanran's heaven and earth furnace, which was capable of refining all things, was actually blasted into two huge holes by this violent punch. The raging power of the stars poured in like a burst dam, instantly filling the entire domain with cracks and bringing it to the brink of collapse.
Puff!
Xiao Yanran's delicate body trembled, a sweet taste rose in her throat, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, staining her chest red. Her domain was breached, and she suffered a severe backlash. She gazed at the star giant, who seemed like an ancient demon god descended to earth, and for the first time, a sense of powerlessness appeared in her eyes.
This guy is a complete monster.
Pure power can actually be so strong that it can crush the laws of nature. Just as she lost her composure and was about to be completely torn apart by the violent power of the stars, a cold yet reassuring figure silently appeared in front of her.
It is Xia Qingyue.
She didn't even glance back at Xiao Yanran, she simply extended a slender finger and gently touched the arrogant star giant.
Yin and Yang reverse, time and space, freeze. Buzz.
A spatial force 100 times stronger than the one that had banished the void predators had suddenly descended. The towering, 3,000-foot-tall, and incomparably powerful star giant's fists, capable of shattering heaven and earth, came to an abrupt halt less than 100 meters from Xia Qingyue.
The whole world was put on pause at that moment.
Zhan Wuji's eyes, which were like giant lava lakes, contracted violently.
He was horrified to discover that his body, his soul, and even the workings of his mind were completely frozen by an incomprehensible and irresistible strange force.
Even moving his eyes has become a luxury for him.
What kind of power is this?
A tremendous storm raged in his heart.
The laws of spacetime? No.
This is far more advanced and bizarre than simple spacetime laws. This is a higher level of Tao that he has never seen before, which perfectly integrates yin and yang, life and death in time and space.
Younger sister. Xia Qingyue's cool voice rang in Xiao Yanran's ears. Now, it's your turn. Ah, okay.
Xiao Yanran snapped out of her shock and looked at the star giant frozen in place like a live target.
Her pretty face was instantly filled with ecstasy.
She knew that this was Qingyue creating an opportunity for her. It was also helping her fight for the glory that belonged to the victor.
Thank you so much, sister.
Xiao Yanran said gratefully, her eyes blazing with renewed fervor.
Watch me. The Flame Emperor's ultimate technique. Silence eternal corona.
With a delicate shout, she poured all the last of her divine power into the Flame Emperor's Dharma image behind her. The 1,000-foot-tall Dharma image shone brightly at this moment, and began to collapse and compress inward in a self-destructive manner. In the end, all the flames, all the laws, and all the emperors will converge into a single point. A singularity, a point, 1,000,000,000 times brighter than the core of the sun, 10,000 times more terrifying than a supernova explosion, shimmering with a pale light. Go! With her last ounce of strength, Xia Yanran shoved the Sun of Annihilation, which contained all her power, fiercely toward the immobile star giant. Boom! At this moment, there was no sound. There is only one absolute, pure, pale light, enough to completely burn away the retinas of gods and demons. The light faded. That once invincible celestial giant has vanished. Instead, there was a 100-foot giant, his body charred black, covered in spiderweb-like cracks, his aura extremely weak, and unable to even stand steadily. Zhang Wuji was defeated. His proud titan form was actually blasted back to its original size of 100 feet from 3,000 feet by this one blow. Looking at the two stunningly beautiful fairies in the distance, one radiating ice and the other fire, their perfect coordination shattered his proud heart, which had been filled with endless fighting spirit. He lost. They lost convincingly. Just as he was about to detonate his last bit of divine soul essence and perish together with the two women who had made him taste defeat, a young man's voice, tinged with amusement and approval, rang out above his head. Well played. You're qualified to be my stepping stone. The moment the sound fell, a giant golden hand, formed from pure chaotic laws, descended from the sky. With a single stroke, he grasped his 3 fragments of his natal demonic heart, along with his unwilling roar, all in his palm. Chapter 146, Inventorying the Loot, the Final Trial. The golden, chaotic giant hand, like the palm of a god, gripped Zhang Wuji's remaining 100-foot-tall body, along with his 3 fragments of his natal demonic heart, tightly. No! Zhang Wuji let out a hysterical roar, filled with endless humiliation and resentment. He used his last ounce of divine power, frantically trying to break free from the hand's grasp. However, it was all in vain. His strength was as fragile as a bubble in the face of this hand. He could only watch helplessly as those 5 fingers, one by one, probed into the very source of his soul, forcibly prying out the 3 fragments of the demonic heart that had long been intertwined with his life. Puff! The moment the 3 fragments left his body, Zhang Wuji felt as if he had been struck by a million thunderbolts, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of dazzling golden divine blood. His aura instantly plummeted to freezing point and dissipated completely. The 100-foot-tall titan's true form could no longer be maintained. It shrank rapidly like a deflated balloon, eventually reverting to its muscular, ordinary human form, crashing heavily into the void and disappearing without a trace. His face was frozen with the pain and despair of a life worse than death. Destroying his cultivation and taking away his power is 1,000 times more cruel than killing him outright. Chen Xian withdrew the giant chaotic hand, not even glancing at Zhang Wuji, who had been completely crippled. It was as if it were just a piece of worthless trash that he had casually discarded. 3 fragments of the demonic heart, radiating pure power and combat laws, floated silently before him, exuding an alluring luster. His gaze fell on the 2 stunning beauties who, having exhausted their strength, were now supporting each other, their pretty faces pale, yet still unable to conceal their joy of victory. Well done. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the 2 women, stretching out his arms to embrace their 2 soft and weak bodies. My husband. We won. Xia Yanran leaned against him, her voice filled with the excitement of surviving a disaster and the desire to claim credit, like a kitten that had won a fight and was waiting for its owner's praise. Xia Qinghua didn't speak, but her arms tightly wrapped around Chen Xian's waist, and the slightly upturned yet tightly pursed corners of her mouth also revealed her excitement at this moment. Yes, you won. Chen Xian smiled, lowered his head, and kissed each of the 2 women on their smooth foreheads. You have not only won the battle, but you have also earned yourselves a reward. As he spoke, he handed the 3 newly acquired fragments of the demon heart, still imbued with the warm divine blood of Zhang Wuji, to the 2 women. Now, they are yours. Looking at the 3 demonic heart fragments that exuded endless allure, and feeling the purest and most extreme power law within them, the 2 women's breathing instantly became rapid. They knew what that meant. This means that their strength will once again experience a qualitative leap. This also means, thank you, my husband. The 2 women exchanged a glance, and both saw a hint of shyness and a similar sense of ecstasy in each other's eyes. Xia Yanran was even bolder, leaning close to Chen Xian's ear and whispering, Husband, this reward, should we split it in half, or, whoever grabs it first keeps it? Just as the warm and tender atmosphere was beginning to become somewhat delicate. Buzz. The 6 fragments of the Heart of Chaos that Chen Xian had already collected suddenly shone brightly at the same time without any warning. At this moment, the 6 completely different origins of demonic laws seemed to be drawn together by some mysterious force, and began to attract and merge with each other. A will more magnificent and majestic than ever before descended with a thunderous roar. That cold decree belonging to the Gu Master echoed in Chen Xian's mind once again. Congratulations, candidate number 9527. You have successfully hunted down 2 more candidates, collecting all 6 keys. You have proven your strength and ruthlessness. You are now qualified to enter the ultimate trial. The final trial is about to begin. Your opponent is the sole chosen one in this game of breeding poison, the initial candidate codenamed Zero. He possesses the last 3 keys. He, too, is the guardian of this tomb of all gods. The rules are very simple. Kill him, take everything from him, and you will become the sole Gu King, gaining the right to meet me and receiving unimaginable ultimate fortune. Or, you could be killed by him, and everything you have would become the final stepping stone on his path to godhood. Hunting, or being hunted. Now, make your choice, lucky challenger. The moment the words fell, the entire tomb of the gods began to tremble violently. That enormous star ring, composed of countless corpses of gods and demons and fragments of the world, began to collapse and converge toward the center in a way that defied common sense. All the corpses, all the resentment, all the storms of laws were forcibly kneaded and reshaped under an invisible, mighty force. Finally, at the very center of the star ring, in that absolute darkness and nothingness, a colossal bone throne, hundreds of millions of feet tall and exuding an aura of endless death and annihilation, slowly rose from the void, constructed from the bones of countless gods and demons. At the very top of the throne, a blurry figure, whose face was indistinct, yet exuding a terrifying aura as if it were one with the entire tomb of the gods, sat there quietly. In his hands, he also held 3 black hearts that were beating rapidly. He is Zero. This is the final stage of this bloody game. He slowly raised his head, his eyes, which seemed to contain the birth and death of the universe and the eternal cycle of reincarnation, pierced through endless time and space and landed precisely on Chen Xian. Then he smiled. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly deep within the souls of Chen Xian and all the women behind him. You finally arrived. I've been waiting for you, for a long time. That voice was warm and gentle, full of magnetism. But when Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, and the others behind Chen Xian heard this, their pretty faces turned pale. Because of that sound. They were so familiar. That is. Chapter 147, The Ultimate Showdown, Is the Joker Actually Me? That voice. It is gentle, magnetic, and carries a kind of nobility that seems to be engraved in its bones. But this voice was like 10,000 red-hot poison needles, piercing into the depths of the souls of Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, Su Yuning, and Morong Shui. Their bodies froze at the same moment. In an instant, the 4 beautiful faces drained of color, turning deathly pale. Absurdity, astonishment, and a bewildered sense of having their worldviews utterly shattered filled their eyes. No. This is impossible. Yao Ling murmured absent-mindedly, her eyes, which always sparkled with a lively light, were for the first time occupied by an emotion called fear. Why him? Su Yuning was struck dumb, her legs went weak, and she collapsed backward. If Morong Shui hadn't reacted quickly and caught her, she would have likely suffered a complete collapse of her Dao heart and her soul. Even Lin Wanner, who was always aloof and composed, with a heart as cold as ice, couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. Her beautiful, icy blue eyes were fixed on the blurry outline on the bone throne, filled with struggle, pain, and even a hint of despair that she herself was unwilling to admit. They knew the owner of that voice all too well. So familiar that I could recognize him even if he were reduced to ashes. He was their former faith, the one they had poured countless efforts into supporting and to whom they placed all their hopes, the chosen one. It was that person who should have been dead beyond any doubt at the Qingyun sect, on the day of Xia Qingyue's wedding. Yi Chen. What is he doing here? Wasn't he already dead? How did he become the so-called final boss? Countless question marks, like a flock of bloodthirsty vultures, swirled wildly in the 4 women's minds, tearing at their reason and gnawing at their souls. Although Xia Qingyue and Xia Yanran did not know Yi Chen, they could clearly feel the grief and despair that suddenly erupted from the 4 sisters beside them, so heavy that it almost froze the air. Sisters, what's wrong? Xia Yanran helped the swaying Su Yuning and asked anxiously, Who is that person? No one could answer her. The 4 women have fallen into an abyss of self-doubt. They simply cannot accept this fact. If the person on the throne is Yi Chen, then what did they just do? They betrayed their former faith, threw themselves into the arms of the villain, and even helped this man to deal with the hope they had once placed their hopes on.
Then what are they? Fickle? Betraying trust? No, it's even worse. They are the most shameful and despicable traitors in the world. Overwhelming guilt and self-loathing, like a black tide bursting its banks, instantly engulfed their minds. The entire room fell silent. Only Chen Xian. His expression remained unchanged throughout. He simply stared silently at the figure on the throne. A hint of understanding flashed in his deep eyes, then turned into an intense, unyielding mockery, and finally, only a chilling killing intent remained. So that's how it is.
He uttered a few words softly, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. He finally understood why the Taoist master had said that the greatest variable in this world was the so-called reborn demon. He finally understood why this breeding ground game was so coincidental. After all that fuss, it turns out that from the very beginning, Chen Xian was the one who was preordained, the biggest villain.
And that so-called chosen one, Yi Chen, didn't die at all.
He was simply sent here by the Gu master hiding behind the scenes, using some means, and became the final guardian of this game. A protagonist created specifically to deal with him, this transmigrator, by the will of the world.
Ha, ha, ha. What a grand scheme of things. Chen Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud.
The laughter wasn't loud, but it sounded particularly jarring in the deathly silence of the Tomb of the Gods. That laughter was cold, bloodthirsty, and filled with a frenzied fighting spirit.
He likes this script. I fucking love it. Fight against the heavens, fight against the earth, fight against so-called destiny. Is there a more fun game than this?
He slowly turned around. Looking at the four stunning beauties behind him, their faces pale, their Dao hearts broken, and on the verge of collapse. There was not a trace of blame in his eyes. There is only one kind of possessiveness that a man has for his woman, an unquestionable desire. He took a step forward, his figure blurred instantly, and when he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the four women. There was no explanation, and no need for comfort. He simply stretched out his arms and, with an irresistible and forceful posture, pulled Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, Su Yuning, and Morong Shui into his embrace tightly.
Then he lowered his head.
With a voice brimming with unparalleled allure and deadly magnetism, he declared, word by word, in their ears.
Look at me. Forget about that good for nothing.
From the moment you chose me, your past, present, and future belong to me alone. Your bodies, your souls, your faith, can only bear the name of me, Chen Xian.
As for that so-called chosen one.
Chen Xian raised his head, his gaze piercing through the void and landing precisely on the white bone throne. A cruel smile spread across his lips. He was nothing more than the last and most delicious thing you offered me.
Offerings.
Buzz. Chen Xian's words were like thunder of creation, like demonic sounds of destruction, crashing into the four women's shattered souls. All the confusion, guilt, and self-doubt were forcibly and brutally crushed at this moment by this unreasonable and extremely domineering will.
Yes. What are they struggling with? What are they suffering from? They are no longer who they used to be. They are Chen Xian's women.
They are the private property of this supreme demon god.
Everything they have belongs to him. Whether Yi Chen is dead or alive, a chosen one or a stray dog, what does it matter to them?
His only value now is to be a gift to please their men. Upon realizing this, the struggle and pain in the eyes of the four women receded like the tide. Instead, there was an unprecedented, almost morbid fanaticism.
An absolute, inviolable loyalty and love.
They raised their heads and gazed with eyes so intense they could corrupt even gods and Buddhas, at the man who held them in his arms.
The next second, for equally luscious red lips pressed against her lips, eagerly and passionately.
On the throne of bones. Yi Chen watched the scene unfolding below with an expressionless face, seemingly oblivious to everyone else. A slight crack finally appeared on his gentle, jade-like face, his calm and composed demeanor. Deep within his eyes, a cold and twisted flame, unnoticed even by himself, quietly ignited.
NV. Chapter 148, Planting Demons in the Tao Heart, Declaration of Sacrifice. NV.
A wisp of black flame suddenly exploded in Yi Chen's calm and still heart, instantly spreading like wildfire.
100,000 years.
He sat in this tomb of the gods for a full 100,000 years. He thought he had already severed his ties to the world, his heart as hard as iron. He thought that the four women who had once haunted his dreams, Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, Su Yuning, and Morong Shui, had long since become a speck of dust in the depths of his memory, a past he could easily brush away on his path to godhood. But when he actually saw that the 4 women who had once smiled only for him and were devoted to only him were now offering their red lips and souls to another man with a humility and fervor he had never seen before, his self-proclaimed indestructible Tao heart emitted a crisp, shattering sound.
On what grounds?
He stared intently at the young man in the blue robe who was surrounded by beauties and looked quite content, his soul screaming silently. How could this nobody, who appeared out of nowhere, so easily steal everything that rightfully belonged to him?
His woman. His good fortune. His destiny. Chen Xian.
Every word uttered between Yi Chen's teeth seemed to be carved from millennia-old ice, carrying a killing intent powerful enough to freeze the soul. However, the anger and murderous intent high above were like a gentle breeze to Chen Xian below.
He didn't even bother to look up.
He kept his eyes closed, enjoying his own private feast. He could clearly feel that as the 4 women's Tao hearts were completely captivated, their bodies and their souls resonated with him in an extremely profound way. For distinct yet extremely pure divine bloodline origins, mixed with the purest primordialine energy, are transforming into a raging torrent, washing over his limbs and bones in the most primal way. His chaotic body cheered, thirstily devouring everything. The towering, chaotic demon god's image behind him, nourished by this power, became even more solid and ferocious.
Cool. Chen Xian mentally shouted. This feeling of constantly growing stronger is more direct and wonderful than consuming any magic pill.
He even had an impulse that, if he wanted, he could use this immense power to break through the barrier of the golden core stage in one go and directly condense the nascent soul stage.
But he held back. It's not the right time yet. The last main dish on the table hasn't been served yet.
After an unknown amount of time, as the extreme sense of decadence slowly subsided, the 4 women finally awoke from the dual bliss of soul and body. Looking at the man who was still refreshed and whose aura was even more unfathomable than before, their beautiful eyes were filled with no more distractions, only an unyielding infatuation and love.
My husband.
Lin Wanner's voice carried a languid huskiness and a hint of huskiness from the storms of life, her eyes alluring as she asked, "Shall we continue?"
No rush.
Chen Xian opened his eyes, smiled, and reached out to gently stroke each of the 4 beautiful faces that had become even more radiant with emotion. We've already had the appetizers, so we need to save some room for the main course. As she spoke, Su Yuning naturally stepped forward and straightened his slightly disheveled clothes, her movements as gentle as if she were treating the most precious treasure in the world. Chen Xian slowly stood up. Then, he raised his head. For the first time, those deep eyes, which seemed to hold the birth and death of stars, looked directly at the figure sitting on the throne of bones.
Their eyes met.
One was a cold, jealous, and suppressed divine light of destiny, filled with boundless rage. One is a chaotic abyss that is playful, domineering, and overlooks all living beings. The invisible wills collided in the void, stirring up billions of laws and lightning. The entire world, composed of the remains of gods and demons, was creaking and cracking under the strain of these 2 opposing wills.
You finally deigned to look at me?
Yi Chen slowly rose from the bone throne, his voice returning to its gentle and calm tone, as if his momentary loss of composure was merely an illusion. He looked down at Chen Xian with the gaze of someone looking at an ignorant and arrogant insect.
You're quite good. You managed to stand out from countless candidates and come before me. You have every reason to be proud.
Unfortunately, your good luck ends here. He opened his arms, making a gesture of embracing the heavens and earth.
Do you see it?
This tomb of the gods, the skeletons of billions of gods and demons, this endless death and resentment, they are all my power, my domain.
Here, I am the only god.
And you, and your pathetic women, are nothing more than the last entertainment before I ascend to godhood. His voice echoed throughout the entire world of bones, carrying an unquestionable majesty.
However, what he received in response was a mocking chuckle from Chen Xian. God?
Chen Xian laughed, laughing so hard he almost fell over, as if he heard a 3-year-old child saying he could crush a star with one hand. He slowly raised his hand and gently beckoned to that arrogant figure.
Stop cosplaying on that pile of bones, it's an eyesore.
He paused, the curve of his lips growing increasingly sinister.
I'll give you a chance.
Get off your skeleton now, immediately, right now. Then, like a dog, it crawled up to me.
Respectfully return those 3 keys that don't belong to you to their rightful owners. Perhaps, I will take pity on you and let you die, quickly. You! The composure in Yi Chan's eyes shattered instantly. An uncontrollable, overwhelming rage exploded. As the chosen one of destiny, he had cultivated diligently for 10,000 years. How could he have ever suffered such humiliation? Court death. He roared, no longer caring about his composure as a powerful figure. He slammed his palm down on the armrest of the bone throne beneath him. Rumble. At this moment, the entire tomb of the gods came to life. The countless corpses of gods and demons, their empty eye sockets all lit up with a scarlet, blood-red light. An endless aura of death, decay, and resentment surged into the sky, transforming into a death tidal wave powerful enough to engulf the starry sea, crashing down upon Chen Xian. Chapter 149, The Tide of 10,000 Bones, an Appetizer. My husband. Owner. Lin Wanner and the other women's pretty faces changed simultaneously. 6 completely different yet equally powerful divine auras erupted, ready to form a formation to meet the enemy. However, a long, strong hand gently pressed on Lin Wanner's fragrant shoulder. No need. Chen Xian's voice was very soft, even carrying a hint of lazy laughter. He slowly emerged from that gentle haven, alone, and stepped forward leisurely, facing the black demonic tide that could devour the stars. It was as if he was facing not a cataclysmic natural disaster, but a tiny ripple in a pond. Husband. Lin Wanner's heart tightened, and she instinctively tried to follow. Watch closely. Chen Xian didn't turn around, but simply waved his hand casually. Let me show you the first use of your husband's new technique. He stood before that terrifying tide of death, a tide so powerful it would make even gods and Buddhas tremble, his expression utterly unwavering. He didn't even activate any protective true energy, he just stood there quietly, letting the cold, resentful aura, filled with death and decay, make his clothes flutter in the wind. On the throne of bones, Yi Chen watched the scene, a cruel sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Madness. Arrogant. Even as death approaches, you still try to put on airs in front of me? He could almost foresee that in the next second, the man who had stolen everything from him would be torn into the most insignificant pieces by that endless resentment and the law of death, so that even his soul would not be able to escape. However, the scene he envisioned did not appear. Just a moment before that black tide of death was about to touch Chen Xian's body. Chen Xian moved. He neither threw a punch nor drew his sword. He simply opened his mouth slowly. Then, facing that sea of death that could drown everything, he gently took a breath. Call. This breath was taken very lightly, very slowly, and very casually. Like an ordinary person gently blowing away the foam on a freshly brewed cup of tea before savoring it. But this seemingly casual breath brought the entire tomb of the gods to an absolute stillness. The surging, roaring, and menacing tide of death seemed to be choked by an invisible divine hand, and all its momentum and power came to an abrupt halt at that moment. Immediately afterwards, under Yi Chen's gaze, which suddenly froze in his gentle eyes, the black ocean, formed from the resentment of billions of gods and demons, began to collapse and shrink uncontrollably inward. All the laws of death, all the resentment and venom, all the remains of gods and demons, all transformed into the purest primordial energy, flowing like rivers into the sea, or like swallows returning to their nests, frantically and eagerly pouring into the open mouth of that young man in the green robe. The chaos myriad paths devouring heaven scripture. Devouring the heavens, consuming the earth, and refining all things. This is the most original and most irrationally terrifying aspect of this top-grade heavenly ranked divine skill. This process lasted less than 10 breaths. The last wisp of black, deathly resentment was inhaled by Chen Xian. The entire battlefield fell silent once more. The death tide that should have reduced everything to nothingness vanished. It vanished completely, leaving not a trace of its existence. Chen Xian slowly closed his mouth, even smacking his lips with lingering satisfaction, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly as he let out a soft, contented sound. His aura, which was originally at the peak of the 6th level of the Golden Core stage, actually rose slightly higher under the nourishment of this powerful energy, becoming more harmonious and unfathomable. It tastes good. Chen Xian raised his head and looked at the figure on the bone throne who was completely frozen. A bright smile appeared on his face, even with a hint of gratitude. Thank you for your hospitality. The appetizers are quite delicious. Puff. Yi Chen could no longer maintain the composure and calmness befitting a chosen one. He felt a surge of blood rushing uncontrollably to his head, and a sweet taste in his throat. A mouthful of his natal blood, which he had suppressed for 100,000 years, suddenly gushed out without warning. He stared intently at the man below who was unharmed and whose aura had even improved. For the first time, a look of horror appeared on his gentle and refined face. That's impossible. That was his ultimate attack, which combined the death essence of the tomb of 10,000 gods and was powerful enough to severely injure any nascent soul cultivator of the same level. He was actually eaten in one bite? After eating, he even gave a fucking review saying the food was good?
At this moment, Yi Chen's Dao heart, which had been dormant for 100,000 years, was completely thrown into chaos. He looked at Chen Xian as if he were looking at a peerless demon who was even more evil and unreasonable than himself, disguised in human skin. On the deck of the Yunhai, Lin Wanner and the other women watched their man's astonishing performance, their beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration, their hearts pounding uncontrollably.
These are their men. This is their god.
Facing the so-called chosen one and the so-called final boss, it wasn't even a warm-up, they were treated like a buffet.
Is there anything more domineering or reassuring than this? Yi Chen.
Chen Xian's voice rang out again, breaking the deathly silence. His gaze slowly swept over the 6 stunning beauties below the throne, who were gazing up at him with almost fanatical eyes. Then, he raised his head and looked at the pale-faced chosen one with a gaze full of endless mockery and pity.
Did you see that? What you consider your reliance is not even worthy of my permission to lift a finger. Now, do you still think you can win?
Chen Xian's words were like the sharpest knives, piercing deeply into Yi Chen's already cracked Dao heart.
Yi Chen's body trembled violently.
He stared intently at Chen Xian, then glanced at the 6 women below who were once familiar but now seemed like complete strangers. The jealousy and anger in his eyes almost set him ablaze. He knew that he seemed to be at a disadvantage in terms of strength. But he still has one last trump card.
He wants to destroy his spirit.
He wanted to make this man, and all the women who had betrayed him, taste what true despair was. Yi Chen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging blood in qi, and his pale face once again wore that gentle and compassionate smile. His voice, no longer violent, became incredibly gentle, as if carrying some strange magic, clearly reaching the ears of Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, Su Yuning, and Morong Shui.
Wanner, Linger, Yuning, Shuier. Do you really think this man is your salvation? Do you know what dirty and despicable deals he made behind the scenes to get you? Do you know that your so-called new life is nothing more than built on the bones of countless living beings in another world? Yi Chen's voice was full of seduction. He was ready to uncover Chen Xian's biggest secret. Chapter 150, The Name of the Past, the Dao Heart Exterminated.
Yi Chen's voice, like a demonic sound from the deepest abyss, possessed a strange penetrating power, precisely drilling into the consciousness of the 4 women, Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, Su Yuning, and Morong Shui. He wanted to tear off Chen Xian's perfect mask and let these women who had been deceived by him see just how selfish and cold-blooded the god they served was. He wanted them to know that everything they had gained, power, new life, glory, was bought with the blood and cries of countless compatriots in the world they once lived in. He wanted to make them collapse in their moral compass and fall into utter depravity amidst endless guilt and self-loathing. Why do you think your family was able to rise up in times of crisis? Why do you think your enemy would so conveniently destroy himself? Why do you think you can break through your bottlenecks so easily time and time again? Yi Chen's voice was filled with compassion and pity, like a saint revealing a cruel truth. That's all because of him. This demon from outer space. He made a deal with the supreme heavenly Tao at a price you can't even imagine. He used the future fortune of the world you live in, and the fortunes of billions of living beings, to bring about your rebirth today. Every step you take treads upon the bones of countless compatriots. Every breath you take carries the wails of your homeland. You are not some favored daughters of heaven, you are merely the most pathetic sacrifices he uses to please himself and satisfy his filthy desires. His words were like daggers to the heart. If it were the previous generation, upon hearing this truth, their Dao hearts would probably have collapsed on the spot, plunging them into an abyss of no return. However, their pain and struggle did not respond to Yi Chen. Instead, it was a soft laugh filled with endless mockery and disdain. Giggle. The laughter came from Yao Ling. This once innocent and carefree, but now alluring and seductive Taoist saintess laughed so hard she could barely stand up straight. As she laughed, she looked at Yi Chen on the throne of bones with her watery eyes as if he were an idiot. Young Master Yi, it's been 10,000 years. Your storytelling skills have really, none of them have improved at all. What? Yi Chen's compassionate smile froze instantly. A trade? A sacrifice? Su Yuning sneered, her cool and pretty face now filled with icy mockery. Yi Chen, have you been sitting in this pile of bones for too long and turned your brain into bones too? Do you think we're still those naive girls from 100,000 years ago, easily fooled by your few words? Exchange the world's fortune for a new life? Morong Shui was even more direct. She didn't even bother to look at Yi Chen directly. She just lowered her head and wiped her beloved 10,000 array diagram. Her voice was as calm as if she were stating a fact.
Even if what you say is true, so what? What does that world have to do with me? What do those so-called compatriots have to do with me? All I know is that it was my master who gave me a new life, gave me strength, and gave me the hope of avenging my family with my own hands. For my master, let alone one world, even if all the heavens and myriad realms and billions of living beings were to turn to dust, Schwer would never even flinch. Morong Shue's words were cold, resolute, and devoid of any emotion. These words were like a resounding slap across Yi Chen's face. He was completely dumbfounded. That's not right. The script shouldn't be like this. Shouldn't they be in pain? Shouldn't they struggle? Shouldn't they feel guilty towards themselves for being their saviors? Why can they be so cold-blooded, so heartless? However, it was Lin Wanner who dealt him the heaviest blow. This woman, with whom he had once been engaged, was considered by him to be the most likely to become his Taoist partner. The matriarch of the Chen family slowly raised her aloof and stunningly beautiful face. Her gaze was as calm as a still, icy pool that had never been disturbed for millennia. She looked at Yi Chen as if he were a roadside stone, a stone about to be crushed into powder by her husband's war boots. Yi Chen. Her voice was colder than the deathly aura of the Tomb of the Gods. You're wrong. We are not sacrifices. We are spoils of war. They were just randomly chosen by my husband after he conquered one world after another, to decorate his harem garden, nothing more. To be my husband's spoils, to be a flower in his garden, is the greatest honor for me, for all my sisters, in this life. As for you. A faint, yet utterly contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of Lin Wanner's mouth. Your so-called destiny, your so-called rebirth, everything you believe in. In front of my husband. It's just a joke. Boom. Every word Lin Wanner spoke transformed into the sharpest and most vicious sort of cause and effect. It pierced Yi Chen's already cracked Dao heart with deadly precision. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of natal blood that was even more concentrated than before. Yi Chen's body swayed violently, almost causing him to fall off the high bone throne. His face was devoid of any warmth or compassion, only filled with extreme, twisted, and insane resentment. You bitch. You bunch of traitors. How dare you humiliate me like this? He completely broke down. All his pride, all his calculations, all his plans, at this moment, turned into a complete joke. He originally intended to destroy other people's hearts. But unexpectedly, his own heart was the first to be pierced and riddled with holes. Ah! Yi Chen looked up and let out a roar that sounded inhuman. He knew that any words would be pale and powerless at this moment. Since attacking their heart won't work, then let's use absolute power to completely crush everything in front of us, including the man who humiliated him. Gravekeeper, heed my command. The gods, awaken. He slammed the 3 fragments of the demon heart in his hand into the bone throne beneath him. Rumble. At this moment, the entire tomb of the gods erupted into chaos. The countless corpses of gods and demons that had been silent for countless epochs suddenly shone with a crimson light from their empty eye sockets. A terrifying aura, surpassing even the nascent soul stage and reaching the level of true immortal, suddenly awakened from those broken bones. A 1,000-armed demon god, its head severed, slowly rose from the path of bones, its thousands of arms waving in unison, stirring up a storm of laws. An ancient golden dragon, now only half its body remaining, let out a roar that shook the galaxy. Wherever its dragon might passed, space shattered inch by inch. In an instant, 10,000 demons roared and gods whispered. The entire tomb of the gods has transformed into a necromantic calamity army composed of the corpses of gods and demons, powerful enough to flatten any immortal world. And Yi Chen is the sole ruler of this legion. Chen Xian. Yi Chen stood surrounded by thousands of gods and demons, his aura merging with the entire world of bones, his power reaching an unprecedented peak. He looked down at the tiny figure below with the gaze one would give a dead man. Can you still laugh now? Looking at the devastating undead catastrophe before him, Chen Xian showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, his smile deepened. He even commented on Lin Wanner beside him with great interest. Not bad, not bad. This setup finally looks like something a final boss would do. This is much more fun to play with than those previous useless ones. As he spoke, he slowly extended one finger. Facing the overwhelming army of undead, he gently pressed down. Pity. Still before me. Vulnerable. Chapter 151, Divine Soul Battle Spirit, Fate-Ordained Method. They are easily defeated. When these 4 words were uttered lightly from Chen Xian's mouth,
Yi Chen's face, contorted with rage, instantly turned a deep liver color.
He was absolutely furious. This is the strongest trump card of the Tomb of the Gods, which he barely managed to control after spending 100,000 years infusing the authority of the Tombkeeper. This undead legion, composed of the corpses of ancient gods and demons, possesses in each of its battle spirits at least at the level of a true immortal in life. With thousands of battle spirits unleashed, it would be enough to send a vast world back into chaos. And in this man's words, it was merely described as utterly vulnerable? Arrogant. Even when death is imminent, you still dare to be stubborn. Today, I will let you see with your own eyes how you will be torn to pieces by your own ridiculous arrogance. Yi Chen roared and his divine sense moved. Roar! The thousand-handed demon god war spirit, whose head had been severed and which was closest to Chen Xian, launched the first attack. Its thousands of pitch-black arms, formed from pure death laws, resembled a dark, all-encompassing forest, carrying a terrifying power capable of tearing the heavens apart, and descended upon Chen Xian and his group. This strike is enough to instantly reduce a star to dust. However, Chen Xian remained standing in the same spot, without moving an inch. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, but simply turned his head to the empress beside him, who had remained calm throughout, and softly smiled. Wan this first fly is your responsibility. Let him see what true divine power really is. Yes, my husband. Lin Wan nodded slightly, her voice clear and cold, yet carrying an undeniable confidence. She moved with light, graceful steps, alone, towards the demon-armed forest, a place that could make any nascent soul cultivator despair. The ice crystal longsword in her hand, formed from the power of Xianyin, had been quietly drawn from its sheath at some point. She did not unleash any earth-shattering supernatural powers, nor did she unleash the domain that could devour everything. She simply pointed her longsword at the arrogant thousand-handed demon god from afar. Then, she parted her red lips slightly and uttered two words. Kneel down. Buzz. The moment the words fell, an indescribable, supreme will that transcended the laws and even life and death descended with a thunderous roar. The raging, destructive, and murderous thousand-armed demon god war spirit, with its thousands of demonic arms about to fall, suddenly froze. On its neck, which should have been empty, a phantom face distorted by extreme fear appeared. Its enormous body, composed of pure death laws, began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. That wasn't because of fear. Rather, it originates from the deepest, most primal level of life, surrender. They were servants who had met their destined, supreme empress. Mysterious Een devouring heaven body. After absorbing the essence of the heavenly demon and being personally irrigated by Qin Xian, Lin Wanner's bloodline power has undergone a tremendous transformation. What she controls is no longer simply the law of devouring. Instead, it is a more domineering, more fundamental, and transcendent path of life and death, the great Tao of return to the void. All things are born from chaos, and will return to chaos. And she is the only deity who holds the power over this return to the void. These battle spirits, formed from death and resentment, had no right to resist her. Thump! A deafening roar, deep and muffled, echoed through the deathly silent tomb of the gods. Under Yi Chen's incredulous gaze, which seemed to bulge out of its sockets, that towering, imposing thousand-armed demon god war spirit, standing tens of thousands of feet tall, was actually. His knees buckled, and he knelt down straight in Lin Wanner's direction. Its thousands of arms hung limply at its sides, its massive body prostrate on the ground, trembling, as if offering the most humble worship to its queen. One word, and gods and demons bow down. This is the majesty of the matriarch of the Chen family. This is impossible. Yi Chen's worldview was completely crushed at this moment, trampled on the ground and stomped on several times. He couldn't understand. What kind of sorcery is this? Words become law? No. Even if a true god emperor were to descend, it would be impossible for him to make a battle spirit formed from the corpse of an ancient demon god kneel down on the spot with just a word. This woman, what kind of monster is she? However, this is just the beginning. Lin Wanner looked at the war spirit prostrate at her feet, her cool and beautiful face showing no trace of pride. It was as if he had only done a trivial little thing. She slowly raised the ice crystal longsword in her hand, its tip pointing towards the dark mass of the Scourge army, which was preparing to charge. Her voice remained clear and cold, yet it carried an absolute majesty that seemed to judge all living beings. Submission. Or return to the ruins. The moment the words fell, the deep black vortex behind her suddenly expanded.
A power of returning to the void, 10,000 times more terrifying than when it devoured the soul-devouring demon god, swept out like an invisible tide.
Roar! Ah! The tens of thousands of ancient war spirits that had just awakened and had not yet had a chance to display their divine power all let out a wail filled with extreme fear the moment they came into contact with this power. Their enormous bodies, composed of laws and resentment, began to decompose and dissolve uncontrollably. They don't want to die.
They were gods and demons who once traversed the starry sky and looked down upon eternity.
They would rather die in battle than have their existence completely erased in such a humiliating way.
In an instant, all the battle spirits turned their gazes, filled with savagery and a will to survive, toward their soul master Yi Chen.
They were calling for his help.
However, Yi Chen's hands and feet were already ice-cold, and his soul was trembling.
He looked at the woman in white, who had single-handedly suppressed his entire undead army, and all he felt was endless absurdity and despair. He finally realized that he had been wrong from the very beginning. That's completely wrong. His greatest enemy was never Qin Xian, who always had a smug look on his face and wasn't afraid of the high stage. Instead, it was his harem filled with monsters, each more unreasonable than the last.
Just as Yi Chen lost his composure and was about to be swallowed by endless despair.
Mutation, rebirth. The three fragments of the demonic heart that he had pressed into the throne of bones suddenly shone brightly without warning.
A more ancient and eerie power, completely different from this tomb of the gods yet sharing the same origin, suddenly erupted. The entire bone throne, along with the skeletons of countless gods and demons below, came to life at that moment.
They transformed into a surging torrent of white bones, frantically pouring into Yi Chen's body. Ah!
Yi Chen let out a scream of extreme pain. He could clearly feel that his body and soul were being forcibly merged into this tomb of all gods by an irresistible force.
He is not controlling the tomb. Instead, it is being swallowed up by this tomb. Chapter 152, Ice and Fire Combined, the Lord of the Divine Tomb. No! This is not my power. Yi Chen's soul was roaring wildly, filled with endless terror and resentment.
He could clearly feel that his consciousness was being eroded and assimilated by a more ancient, grander, and colder will.
That will originates from this tomb of the gods itself.
Originating from the countless years that have accumulated here, it is the resentment, hatred, and yearning for life of all the gods and demons who perished. He thought that by merging with the authority of the Gravekeeper, he could dominate everything here. But only now did he realize with sorrow that
he was wrong. He was never a ruler. He was merely a vessel carefully chosen by the Gu Master to bear and awaken the will of this tomb. A higher level, more perfect sacrifice. He.
A strange laugh, inhuman and seemingly twisted from the roars of millions of wronged souls, came from Yi Chen's mouth.
His body is undergoing a terrifying transformation.
On the surface of the skin, faces contorted in pain appeared. Sharp, menacing bone spurs grew from within the flesh and blood. His eyes were no longer gentle, but had turned into two blood-red vortexes, reflecting the apocalyptic scene of gods and demons falling and the world collapsing. His aura began to surge wildly and inexplicably at this moment.
Peak of the divine transformation realm. True immortal. Peak true immortal.
Finally, his aura steadily stopped before that legendary threshold, a half-step golden immortal. A terrifying pressure, 1,000 or even 10,000 times stronger than before, suddenly erupted. Lin Wanner's return to the void domain, which was powerful enough to suppress thousands of battle spirits, actually felt a slight stagnation in the face of this new pressure that had merged with the will of the entire tomb of 10,000 gods. The tens of thousands of battle spirits that were about to be completely devoured by her seemed to have received a new command. They roared in unison, forcibly broke free from the domain's restraints, and regrouped behind Yi Chen, who had become completely monstrous.
Interesting. Yi Chen slowly raised his head, feeling the unprecedentedly powerful force within his body, and a smile of utter ecstasy and utter ferocity appeared on his face.
He no longer referred to himself as this seat, but instead used a more ancient and lofty title.
I am the tomb of all gods, the Lord of the tomb who holds the power of the end.
His voice became grand and hollow, as if the world of bones itself was speaking.
His scarlet gaze passed over Lin Wanner and landed on the two equally stunning women behind him. Xia Qingyue, Xia Yanran. Ice and fire. Yin and yang. Truly, a perfect sacrifice.
The tomb owner licked his lips, his voice filled with undisguised greed.
Once I devour you all, I will be able to mend the final flaw in this vessel and truly break free from this cage. The moment the words fell, he moved.
He didn't use any supernatural powers, he simply extended a hideous giant claw, completely covered in white bones, towards the two women.
Click. Wherever the giant claw passed, the space shattered like fragile glass. A pure end power, fused with the death energy of billions of gods and demons, instantly locked onto Xiao Qingyue and Xia Yanran. Faced with this power, the two women felt as if their very souls were about to be frozen and shattered. Their divine bloodline, which they were so proud of, couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resistance. Is this the oppressive aura of a half-step golden immortal? Is this the power that unites the will of the entire world? Despair once again enveloped the two women's hearts. However, just as the giant skeletal claw was about to touch them at the last moment, a clear, cold shout, yet filled with boundless fighting spirit, rang in their ears. Trying to mess with my sisters? Did you ask me? Lin Wanner's figure flashed like a bolt of dark lightning, instantly blocking the two women's path. She stared at the enormous, skeletal claw that blotted out the sky. Her cool, pretty face showed no fear. Instead, a chilling smile appeared on her lips. Good timing. Perfect timing. Let my husband see this new move I've just mastered. Mysterious Een devours the heavens, returning to the void as the guide. All laws converge into one, the black hole descends. With a sharp shout, she plunged the Xianin ice crystal longsword in her hand into the deep black vortex in front of her. Boom! At this moment, the entire ruins of Return Realm collapsed and compressed wildly inward. All the power of devouring, all the laws of returning to nothingness, condensed into a single point. A point even purer, deeper, and more terrifying than the previous Annihilation Singularity Canon, an absolute nothingness. Go! Lin Wanner pointed with her jade-like hand. That miniature black hole, capable of devouring everything, transformed into a streak of light invisible to the naked eye. Instead of blocking the giant white bone claw, it shot straight towards the Tomb Master's enormous chest, composed of billions of bones. To relieve the siege of Wei by attacking Zhao. Offense is the best form of defense. A trivial skill. Upon seeing this, the tomb owner revealed a disdainful sneer. He didn't dodge or evade at all, letting the mini black hole hit him. In his view, he is now one with the entire tomb of the gods, immortal and indestructible. What can a mere girl who hasn't even reached the nascent soul stage do to him? Put. A very faint sound, like a bubble bursting, was heard. That miniature black hole, powerful enough to devour stars, actually, when it made contact with the chest of the tomb occupant, composed of the bones of gods and demons. It only left a tiny, insignificant black dent, about the size of a fist. Then, it was quietly annihilated under the endless flow of death's essence in the tomb of all gods. See that? Ants. The tomb owner looked at Lin Wanner with a cruel smile on his face, like a cat playing with a mouse. Before my immortal divine body, all your attacks are merely. However, he hadn't finished speaking. An unexpected change occurred. The fist-sized dent where the mini black hole struck. A wisp of extremely faint, yet tenacious and indestructible pure return to nothingness power remained, clinging to the bone like a maggot. It began, with an extremely slow yet incredibly determined pace, to frantically devour everything in its path. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The fist-sized dent began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 meter. 10 meters. 100 meters. Ultimately, it turned into a huge cavity with a diameter of over a kilometer. No. This is impossible. The smile on the tomb owner's face froze completely. He was horrified to discover that his supposedly immortal divine body was unable to repair the void. That eerie power of return to nothingness seemed to be the end of all things, erasing the very concept of its existence from its very source. Now. Just as the tomb owner lost his composure, Xiao Qingyue and Xiao Yanran moved. They knew that this was the only chance Lin Wanner had created for them, using all her strength. A song of ice and fire, the twin phoenixes, united. The two women exchanged a glance, let out a delicate shout, and simultaneously poured all their power into each other's bodies without reservation. Ice and fire, yin and yang. Two completely opposite yet shared divine bloodlines merged perfectly together at this moment in an unprecedented way. Phew! A phoenix cry, seemingly from the primordial era, shook the heavens and the earth, resounding throughout the entire world of bones. A colossal chaos ice and fire phoenix, with a wingspan exceeding 10,000 feet, half burning with crimson gold divine flames and the other half covered in millennia-old mysterious ice, suddenly appeared. Its eyes, one reflecting the birth of the world, the other foreshadowing the end of the universe.
A terrifying pressure that surpassed that of a true immortal and was infinitely close to the level of a golden immortal descended with a roar.
Go!
With their last bit of strength, the two women pointed their jade-like hands together. The colossal chaos ice and fire phoenix, trailing its dazzling yet deadly tail flames, transformed into a stream of light that tore through time and space. Without the slightest hesitation, it charged straight into the chest of the Tomb Master, into the enormous hole blasted open by Lin Wanner.
Boom! The next moment, the creative and destructive forces of ice and fire exploded within the body of the Tomb Master.
Chapter 153, The Array Path reaches the heavens, myriad maps break through the domains. The ice and fire phoenix, like a divine sword of creation that pierced through heaven and earth, entered the hollow chest of the Tomb Master and then burst out from his back.
Boom!
There was no earth-shattering explosion.
Only one, an ultimate display of splendor. Half of it was absolute zero, freezing everything, completely freezing the enormous body composed of billions of bones from the inside. The other half is the crimson gold divine flame that burns the 8 wastelands, igniting and purifying every frozen bone and every strand of resentment. Ice and fire, life and death, destruction and rebirth. Two extreme forces formed a perfect, irreversible cycle of laws within the body of the Tomb Master. Ah!
A shrill scream, unlike anything a living being could utter, filled with endless pain and resentment, echoed throughout the entire Tomb of the Gods. The colossal, incomparable divine body of the Tomb Master, which was said to be immortal and indestructible, was like an ice sculpture that had been set ablaze, collapsing inch by inch from the inside out and melting away piece by piece at this moment. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on the direction of the Yunhai ship in the distance, filled with endless resentment and confusion.
He couldn't understand it.
He had clearly merged with the will of the entire Tomb of the Gods and possessed the power of a half-step golden immortal.
Why do we still lose? Why did he still lose to these girls, who in his eyes weren't even ants? I'm not reconciled. You poison master. You schemed against me. I curse you. I curse you to eternal damnation, never to be reborn. In the final, vicious curse.
The Tomb Master's enormous body, along with his will that had merged with Yi Chen's and the resentment of countless gods and demons, was completely purified into the purest, ownerless primordial energy amidst the symphony of ice and fire. Only one remains, dazzling and brilliant, like an energy nebula composed of billions of star fragments. And, those 3 fragments of the demon heart, silently suspended in the center of the nebula, radiating an ominous light.
Did we win?
Exhausted, Xiao Qingyue and Xiao Yanran supported each other, staring at the dazzling energy nebula before them, their pretty faces filled with a daze.
They actually joined forces to kill a monster at the half-step golden immortal level?
Although it was thanks to the opportunity created by Sister Lin Wanner. But this is still a glorious achievement that they can be proud of for a lifetime.
Cough cough.
Just then, a soft cough was heard.
Lin Wanner's figure slowly emerged from the void.
Her pretty face was paler than ever before, and her clear, cold eyes had dimmed. Clearly, the return to the void black hole attack had taken a huge toll on her.
Don't get too excited yet.
Lin Wanner looked at the seemingly calm energy nebula, her delicate brows furrowing slightly.
It's not over yet.
She had barely finished speaking.
Buzz.
The entire Tomb of the Gods trembled violently without warning. The energy nebula formed from the body of the tomb owner seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, and began to collapse and converge madly towards the center. All the energy, all the fragments of the laws, all the origins of death, transformed into a raging torrent, surging towards the colossal bone throne, built from the bones of billions of gods and demons.
Rumble. After absorbing this immense energy, the bone throne actually began to come alive.
Countless bone spikes grew wildly from the surface of the throne, intertwining and eventually transforming into a giant of bones, hundreds of thousands of feet tall, larger and more terrifying than any previous war spirit. The giant had no facial features, only a bottomless, enormous black hole that seemed capable of swallowing everything. In its hand, it held an enormous white bone scythe, carved from the entire spine of a divine dragon.
A pure aura of end and annihilation, transcending all laws, suddenly emanated from it. This time, it's no longer a half-step golden immortal. Rather, the true power of a golden immortal. He.
A strange laugh, even more hollow and cold than the previous tomb owners, resounded deep within the souls of the 3 women.
Thank you for clearing away the last impurity for me.
Now, this perfect death god body can finally descend upon the world.
The voice no longer belonged to Yi Chen, nor to the tomb owner.
Instead, it is something more unfamiliar, something more lofty, something that seems to come from another dimension.
A goo poison master? The hearts of Lin Wanner and the other two women sank to the bottom in an instant.
They finally realized that from beginning to end, they had only been working for someone else's benefit. Whether it's Yi Chen or the Tomb Master, they are nothing more than materials used by the mastermind behind the scenes to refine this end god body. And they, on the other hand, are the tools responsible for cleaning up the materials. Now, the divine body has been formed. These tools naturally lose their value. The towering, 100,000-foot-tall skeletal giant slowly raised the scythe in its hand. The blade is wreathed with the power of end, capable of severing cause and effect and obliterating time and space.
Its empty face turned towards Lin Wanner and the other two women.
Then, with a single stroke, the blade fell.
This cut was very slow.
It was so slow that it seemed as if time itself had frozen. But Lin Wanner and her two daughters were horrified to discover that their bodies, their souls, and everything about them were completely locked in place by an irresistible force. They could only watch helplessly as the scythe, representing the end, drew ever closer to them. The shadow of death is clearer than ever before. However, at the very last moment before the scythe was about to fall, a sigh filled with helplessness and indulgence once again echoed throughout the entire world of bones.
"Sai, I told you not to go too far, why won't you listen?
It seems that I, as the head of the household, will have to clean up this last mess."
The moment the words fell,
the main control room of the Yunhai. Chen Xian, who had been sitting calmly on his throne, finally rose slowly from it. He didn't look at the scythe of death that was about to fall. His gaze fell solely on the array scientist in front of the main control panel, who had been silently providing data support from beginning to end without ever actually making a move.
"Shuer."
His voice was very soft and gentle.
"It's your turn to go on stage. Tell them what true dimensional reduction attack."
"Yes, my husband." Morong Shue's delicate body trembled, and her beautiful eyes, which had always been as calm as an ancient well, suddenly burst forth with an unprecedentedly dazzling brilliance. She had been waiting for these words for far too long. With a flick of her jade-like hand, the 10,000 formations diagram that had been hovering in her palm soared into the sky.
It unfolds instantly in mid-air.
It transformed into a vast and boundless array of stars that covered the entire tomb of all gods, obscuring the brilliance of all the stars.
The myriad formations diagram, activate.
In my name, I command the heavens.
Array domain, deploy. The divine kingdom has descended. Chapter 154, The Soul Corroding Poison, a Net of Heaven and Earth.
The kingdom of God has descended. The moment the name Morong Shui resounded throughout the entire white bone world, almost as if it were divine law. Buzz. That vast star map covering the sky shone with boundless light. The 3,000 great Dao array patterns, like 3,000 awakened primordial stars, burst forth with dazzling divine light. Immediately afterwards, this world of bones, composed of the tomb of all gods and filled with death and the end, began to be rewritten in an extremely bizarre way. The sky was no longer blood red. Instead, it transformed into a deep, vast universe filled with billions of stars.
The earth is no longer a wasteland of bones.
Instead, it transformed into a boundless golden chessboard composed of countless mysterious runes. The skeletal giant, towering 100,000 feet tall and wielding a death scythe, abruptly stopped its deadly attack, a strike powerful enough to sever cause and effect less than an inch from Lin Wanner and her two companions. It was horrified to discover that all its connections with the world had been forcibly severed by a more domineering and unreasonable force.
It is no longer the master of this world.
Instead, it became a chess piece trapped on someone else's chessboard.
What is this?
Within the skeletal giant, the will belonging to the Goo Master let out its first roar, filled with horror and disbelief.
Field? No. This is no longer just a field.
This is using one's own methods to forcibly alter the laws of heaven and earth of a world, pulling the real world into the world of the mind that one has constructed. This is the legendary form of a divine kingdom that only those supreme beings who hold the power of creation can unleash. How could a little girl who isn't even a true immortal possibly unleash such heaven-defying power? However, Morong Shui didn't give him any time to think. She floated silently above the golden chessboard, her moon-white dress fluttering without wind, her long black hair dancing with the starlight.
At this moment, she was no longer the gentle and quiet holy maiden of the Array Dao.
Instead, she transformed into the sole empress who rules over this divine kingdom. Her clear, beautiful eyes gazed indifferently down at the skeletal giant below, who looked like a trapped beast. With a light lift of her jade hand, she casually placed a piece.
First formation, Zhou Tian Xingdo, descend. Rumble.
As she placed her piece, the billions of brilliant stars in the sky suddenly erupted with destructive starlight. An endless torrent of starlight, like the Milky Way pouring down from the heavens, transformed into a vast ocean of starlight capable of completely submerging the entire world, pressing down upon the skeletal giant.
Roar.
The skeletal giant let out a defiant roar, brandishing its death scythe and slashing wildly at the sea of starlight.
Each strike is enough to annihilate a star. But in the face of that endless, ever-flowing torrent of starlight, all its resistance seemed so pale and powerless. The seemingly indestructible death god body began to crack under the starlight. Second formation, the immortal slaughtering sword formation, activate. Morong Shui didn't even look at it before placing another piece. Clang.
For ancient, primordial sword cries resounded throughout the entire divine kingdom. For colossal swords, each imbued with the ultimate killing intent of absolute, trap, slaughter, and execution, emerged from the void. They transformed into 4 destructive sword lights that tore through the heavens and earth, simultaneously slashing at the skeletal giant that was being suppressed by the torrent of starlight from the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north.
No!
From within the skeletal giant came the terrified and desperate roar of the Goo Master. He could clearly feel that his end god body was being cut and disintegrated bit by bit from the very source of his existence by those 4 supreme sword intents.
However, this is still not the end. Just as the skeletal giant was about to be completely dismembered,
on the Yunhai, 2 equally stunningly beautiful figures emerged together. It was Yao Ling and Su Yuning. The 2 Taoist saintesses looked down at the skeletal giant trapped in the divine kingdom and unable to move, and both showed a kind smile.
"Sister, it seems it's finally our turn to go on stage,"
Yao Ling said to Su Yuning beside her with a sweet smile.
Mm.
Su Yuning nodded, a hint of eager excitement appearing on her cool and pretty face.
"Sister Schwer has already lit the furnace for us. If we don't add the medicine now, it won't be right." The moment the words fell,
the 2 women simultaneously formed a hand seal.
Dan Dao Domain, unfold.
All poisons return to their source, corroding bones and consuming the soul.
Buzz.
An invisible and colorless domain of poison, filled with extreme malice and decay, instantly enveloped the entire golden chessboard.
It was no longer just poison gas. Instead, it is a kind of rule-level poison that is refined and fused by the divine heart of 2 holy maidens of alchemy, and finally sublimated into a kind of poison that is specifically designed to target the soul and the foundation of the Tao. Sizzle.
The moment that invisible poison touched the skeletal giant,
a sickening corrosive sound rang out.
The seemingly indestructible end god body, composed of the bones of countless gods and demons, began to decay and collapse rapidly at a visible speed, just like rotten wood splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid. Streams of foul-smelling black pus seeped wildly from the gaps in its bones.
Ah! What the hell is this? My divine body. My Tao foundation.
The will of the Goo Master emitted a scream that was more shrill and painful than ever before. He could endure the collapse of his physical body. But this extreme pain, in which even the very essence of his soul and the foundation of his Tao were corroded and defiled, drove him almost mad. He finally realized that he had been wrong from the very beginning. His biggest mistake was not underestimating the man named Shen Xian. Instead, he underestimated the group of vixens around him, each more unreasonable and ruthless than the last. The formation is the cage, the sword intent is the blade, and the poison is the catalyst.
This is hardly a battle.
This was clearly a premeditated, elaborate trap set up against him, the mastermind behind the scenes.
No. I can't die here. I have not yet become the true king of Goo. I haven't met that person yet. The instinct for survival finally overwhelmed all pride and calculation.
The will of the Goo Master frantically urged the last remaining trace of primal power within his body, and he actually managed to forcefully break free from the body of the white bone giant that was about to completely collapse. It transformed into a faint, almost invisible stream of black light, about to tear apart Morong Shui's divine kingdom and escape into the endless void. However, at the very last moment before it was about to succeed, a warm and powerful hand appeared before it without warning. Then, as if catching a firefly trying to escape, he casually grasped its primordial will in his palm. A youthful voice, tinged with amusement and languor, drifted into its ear.
"Got you? My dear Mr. Goo Breeder." Chapter 155, The Demonic Illusion, Past Events Like Smoke.
That hand was long, slender, fair, and with distinct knuckles. He looked more like a pampered young nobleman than a god or demon who held the power of life and death. But the moment those 5 fingers slowly closed, the last remaining primordial will of the Goo Master felt a terror 10,000 times greater than being devoured by the end god body, cut by the immortal slaughtering sword formation, or corroded by the 10,000 poison pill formation, a great terror. It was a kind of ultimate despair where the level of life was completely crushed, and even the concept of existence itself was about to be erased. Who are you? His faint will clashed and twisted wildly in Chen Xian's palm, emitting a final scream filled with endless horror and resentment. He couldn't understand it. He orchestrated countless ages, viewing all gods and demons as pawns, and manipulating billions of living beings at will. Why did they lose? Why would he lose to a mysterious variable whose origins he couldn't even fathom? Who I am? Chen Xian smiled. He looked down at the trembling black ball of light in his palm, which seemed ready to vanish at any moment, and his smile was both radiant and icy. Didn't I already say that? I am a hunter. The moment the words fell, he clenched his fists tightly. The chaos myriad paths devouring heaven scripture began to operate with a roar. No! In a final, mournful cry filled with endless fear and despair. This self-righteous Goo Master, his wisp of original will carrying all his memories and calculations, along with his unknown earth-shattering secret, were instantly devoured, digested, and absorbed by the small chaotic vortex in Chen Xian's palm. Ding! Successfully devoured a portion remnant of the Goo Master's original will. Congratulations, host. You have gained 300,000 luck points. Congratulations, host. You have gained partial control of the Goo Farm privilege level, low. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation technique, the Chaos Myriad Paths Devouring Heaven Scripture, has absorbed the causal power of the Goo Master and comprehended a new characteristic: planting demons in the Tao heart. Planting a demonic seed in the Tao heart, the host can plant a seed of heart demon within the target's Tao heart. This heart demon can subtly influence the target's thoughts and emotions, and even alter their memories, causing them to unknowingly become the host's most loyal servant. Note, this supernatural power is less effective for those with a firm Tao heart, but has double the effect on those who have already developed a heart demon or whose Tao heart is flawed. Demonic influence on the Taoist mind? As Chen Xian processed the new information flooding his mind, the light in his eyes grew increasingly playful. This supernatural power is interesting. Compared to simple and brutal military conquest, this method of completely enslaving the enemy on a spiritual level seems more in line with his identity as the mastermind behind the scenes. He slowly opened his palm, and the wisp of will belonging to the Goo Master had disappeared. Instead, there are 9 fragments of the heart of the Chaos Demon God, silently floating and emanating different auras of laws, yet resonating with each other. Finally, we've collected them all. As Chen Xian looked at the 9 fragments and felt the immense energy contained within them enough to drive any great world mad, he felt surprisingly calm. Because he knew that these 9 fragments were not the true heart of the Chaos Demon God. They are just keys. They are the 9 keys that open the door to the ultimate trial. The real treasure lies behind that door, quietly awaiting its new owner. Buzz. Just as Chen Xian collected all 9 fragments, the 9 fragments shone brightly and began to attract and merge with each other uncontrollably. Devouring, twisting, rebirth, power, battle, death, end, cause and effect, divine secrets. At this moment, the 9 demonic origins, each representing a different ultimate path, began to rearrange and recombine in an incomparably profound way. In the end, they transformed into a perfect heart, completely black, with a surface that seemed to be filled with the birth and death of billions of stars, and was beating powerfully with a thump-thump sound. This is the true form of the heart of the Chaos Demon God. The moment this heart was formed, an indescribable, supreme demonic power, surpassing even immortals and gods and above all paths, erupted with a deafening roar. The entire tomb of the gods began to tremble and wail violently under this demonic power. Countless remaining resentful thoughts of gods and demons were unable to even struggle in the face of this aura and instantly turned into nothingness. The 6 beauties behind Chen Xian were even paler than before, their delicate bodies swaying precariously. They felt that what they were facing was no longer a magic weapon. Instead, it is an ancient demon god who has slowly awakened from the depths of that endless chaos, traversing the river of time and space. However, just as this heart was about to fully revive and unleash its devastating power in its final moments, a hand, a slender, fair hand, yet imbued with immense power, effortlessly grasped it in its palm. It's Chen Xian. He looked at the heart of chaos in his palm, which was still throbbing violently and trying to break free from his grasp, and a kind smile appeared on his face. This little thing is quite energetic. But do you think you can turn the world upside down in front of me? The words fell. The chaos myriad paths devouring heaven scripture within his body suddenly began to operate. A chaotic devouring force, even more primal and domineering than the heart itself, instantly enveloped and suppressed it completely. Buzz! That once invincible heart of chaos let out a mournful cry of resentment, and all its light and power were instantly suppressed. In the end, it became a seemingly ordinary black stone that was only slightly pulsating. After doing all this, Chen Xian nodded in satisfaction. He turned around, looked at the 6 stunning beauties who were still immersed in the supreme demonic power they had just experienced and were still shaken, and smiled as he handed them the stone in his hand. Alright, the biggest problem has been solved. Next, it will be our own ultimate trial. His gaze slowly swept over the 6 girls' pretty faces, which were filled with doubt and expectation. This heart contains 9 of the most fundamental demonic laws. Although it is no longer of much use to me, it is an invaluable treasure that can help you rise to the top in one step. However, its power is too immense, absorbing it directly would be too wasteful. So, Chen Xian's lips curled into a bewitching smile that made everyone's heart race once more. I have decided to use it to create a unique inner demon illusion just for you. In this illusion, you will confront your deepest fears, your most unpleasant past, and your last lingering affection for that man named Yi Chen. Whoever can be the first to personally sever their own inner demons and completely embrace the darkness will obtain the most essential part of the origin within this heart. And his voice, lowered even further, was filled with a deadly allure. Get me, all night long, without reservation. Award.